The world champion Ash has not halted his journey. Following the invitation from Professor Kukui and President Damaranji, he has stepped in to replace Draconus as the champion of the Kanto region. Chapter 1. The world champion is not the end. Dan Emperor's Charizard has fallen. The undefeated Dan Emperor, who has never tasted defeat in battle, has been bested at this very moment by the 10-year-old prodigy Ash, the original champion from Palatown in the Alola region. The male commentator, unable to contain his excitement, leapt onto the commentary platform, ignoring his dignified demeanor, and the female commentator beside him did not intervene. They both share a profound passion for Pokemon battles, though lacking in talent, and witnessing this historic moment filled them with exhilaration. Moreover, it was not just them, the audience present and absent, along with the champions and the high-ranking officials in the VIP lounge, felt their blood surge with excitement. During the intense battle between Charizard and Pikachu on the battlefield, Ash stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fallen Charizard. However, the instinct to support his faltering Pikachu drove him forward to catch his exhausted companion. "Pikachu, are you alright? Pikachu. Pikachu responded weakly, yet its face radiated joy, for it had accomplished a significant step towards fulfilling their shared dream alongside Ash. From this day forth, am I also a challenger now? Whether in the past or present, Dan Emperor had always been the one to be challenged, and his invincibility in battles was suddenly turned on its head. This unexpected role reversal left him somewhat disoriented, yet he found it refreshing. After years of reigning supreme without defeat, he had grown complacent. Fortunately, his battle with Ash had rekindled his spirit. Meanwhile, Ash's companions across various regions beamed with pride at the sight of his silhouette on the screen. In the Cerulean Gym, Misty was watching Ash's award ceremony with her 3 elder sisters. Ash, standing on the podium, shone brilliantly. "Misty, you'd better work hard. Others are already world champions, and they wouldn't even glance at you." The mere gym leader of Cerulean City teased her eldest sister, Sakura. With her golden locks, "Sakura, what do you mean? I, Misty, am a world-class beauty. Does he even need to look at me?" Misty sprang up, her cheeks flushed. Though she appeared somewhat angry, her sisters recognized it as a manifestation of her concern. Sisters Iris and Peony exchanged glances before turning to Sakura, as if they had reached a silent consensus. Pulling out a fully packed backpack, in that case, Misty should graciously go and celebrate with the new world champion. Indeed, Misty will manage the gym in your absence. Although Iris is right, the gym is in good hands. You should take this opportunity to relax and enjoy yourself. Sisters, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Misty struggled to find the right words as she looked at her beaming sisters. And there's one more crucial thing. Misty, listen carefully. With their serious expressions, Misty also straightened up, her mind racing with thoughts of the various entanglements between Cerulean Gym and other gyms. Don't shed any tears if you get dumped. Okay, Sakura. Huh. The sound of their melodious laughter echoed from the Cerulean Gym, yet within that laughter lingered an undercurrent of concern. In the Orange Island's Orange City Gym, 2 men and 2 women were seated on a sofa, intently focused on the television screen, showcasing Ash's final battle against Dan Emperor. These were Ash's travel companions from the Hoenn region, and upon witnessing Ash's victory, they erupted with joy. However, Haruka, lost in thought, quietly pulled out a half-metal ribbon from her pocket and gazed at it. Noticing Haruka's despondent expression, her mother, Mizuki, nudged her husband, Kinta, giving him a knowing look. He promptly approached Haruka and cleared his throat. Ahem, Ash is probably at home, celebrating his victory now. As his friend and disciple from Hoenn, shouldn't you go see him? The mention of disciple was not without merit. As Haruka's father, Kinta always watched the videos of Haruka's contests with Mizuki. During their viewing sessions, he had noted the striking similarities between Haruka's contest style and Ash's. Can I really go? Of course. Since there aren't any contests happening recently, why not visit? If friend from other regions come and you're not there, he might feel quite sad. You're right. I'll set off tomorrow. What about me? What about me? Shoko will naturally attend Pokemon school, but school is already on break, isn't it? Oh, of course, I enrolled you in some remedial classes. What? Why would you do that? To prevent her somewhat unruly son from causing mischief. Mizuki had preemptively registered Shoko for a plethora of remedial classes, such as outdoor excavation lessons with Gym Leader Kukui and surfing classes with Gym Leader Fujiki, ensuring he would remain occupied in the days to come. Don't worry, Shoko. I'll make sure to enjoy a feast at the celebration banquet on your behalf. As Ash's sister, Haruka couldn't let this opportunity to tease Shoko slip by. You wicked sister. In the midst of Shoko's resentful gaze, Haruka couldn't help but smile, holding the half-medal tightly in her hand. In the Kalos region, in a quaint town, a girl with short hair rode her ride-on, savoring the essence of her hometown tea that moment. A middle-aged woman rode swiftly on her own ride-on, catching up to walk alongside her. Serena, Ash's match is about to start. Aren't you heading home? Is it already that late? Oh no. Ride on, turn around, and head home at full speed. The girl on the ride-on was none other than Ash's companion from his Kalos journey, Serena, alongside her mother, Sachi. Seeing Serena's flushed face at the mention of Ash, Sachi could only shake her head in resignation, directing Ride-On to follow closely behind her daughter. Phew, we finally made it. Thank you, Ride-On. As the host on television continued to introduce the identities of the competing parties, Serena let out a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to the armored rhino that had brought her back. Had it not been for this trusty companion, she might have missed Ash's match. Watching Ash command his Pokemon against Diantha with such poise, Serena couldn't help but smile sweetly, lost in her thoughts. That child, Sachi remarked as she entered the home, noticing Serena's dreamy smile directed at the television. With a wry smile, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, occasionally peeking to see how Ash was faring in his match, her gaze reminiscent of a mother appraising her future. Son Dash in Dash Locked as Serena observed Ash on screen, she felt as though she were right there beside him. Her heart plummeted when Pikachu fell, but it soared again when Pikachu rose, radiating an indomitable spirit that brought her solace. In the climactic finale, as Charizard succumbed, Serena leapt with joy in front of the television. One might think she had just claimed the championship herself. All right, Ash's match has concluded. Come and have dinner. I have something to discuss with you afterward, Sachi called out. Got it, Serena replied. Seeing her mother's calm demeanor, Serena felt a pang of frustration. After all, Ash had just become the world champion, while she had only reached the top 4 in the grand festival of the Hoenn region. Though commendable for someone new to competitive contests, Serena felt it fell woefully short of her aspirations. Observing Serena's distracted expression, Sachi, as a mother, easily discerned her daughter's thoughts, her admiration for someone who had now ascended to a seemingly unattainable height had left her feeling inadequate. Ahem, Serena, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Sachi inquired. Let's hear the good news, Serena responded, her attention piqued. The good news is that I've recently been in contact with Ash's mother, Hanako. She mentioned that Ash will likely return to Pallet Town shortly for a celebration with friends and family, and I happen to have a ticket to Kanto, Sachi announced. Wait, going to Kanto to celebrate with Ash? Does that mean I'm considered part of Ash's family? Hee, Serena exclaimed, her heart aflutter. Seeing her daughter's smitten expression, Sachi couldn't help but chuckle and continued. Now, would you like to hear the bad news? With such wonderful news, the bad news can't be too significant, Serena replied. Ahem, the bad news is that the flight is tonight, and there are only 5 hours left until boarding. If you're not ready to leave now, you might miss the opportunity, as flights to Kanto are fully booked for the next week or two, Sachi explained. What? Why didn't you mention something so important sooner? Serena gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she rushed upstairs to pack her belongings. In less than half an hour, she had gathered everything she needed. Just before departing, her gaze fell upon a blue ribbon resting on the table. Almost forgot you, she said, grabbing it. Jiang, she murmured, fashioning the ribbon into a ring and slipping it onto her finger, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Memories of Ash gifting her the ribbon flooded her mind, stirring a whirlwind of emotions. Oh no, it's getting late, she exclaimed, glancing at her Rotom phone, realizing there were less than 4 hours until boarding. Mom, I'm borrowing the armored rhino, she called out. That's fine, but you must take good care of it, Sachi replied. Of course. Let's go, armored rhino, she declared. 3.5 hours later, a striking figure dashed through the airport. After navigating through a series of tedious procedures, she arrived at the departure lounge. Ding dong. Boarding for Dream Flight G681 to Kanto will commence shortly. Passengers are requested to board within 10 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation, the announcement echoed. Phew, I made it. Serena exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in Galar's Winden, Ash and Pikachu were sound asleep in their hotel room, the day following the Pokemon World Championship award ceremony. Knock. Ash, don't you have a press interview this afternoon? Why are you still in bed? Came a voice from outside that a girl with blue hair and a pink skirt, fuming with annoyance, stood beside another girl in a white dress with braided hair, worry etched on her face. They were Dawn from Sinnoh and Chloe from Galar. That Ash sick? Chloe inquired. Not at all. Ash has excellent stamina. There's no way he could fall ill so easily. I suspect he was too excited to sleep last night, probably gazing at the trophy all night, Dawn hypothesized. Though merely a guess, Chloe found it plausible, knowing Ash's character. Ah, good morning, Dawn and Chloe, Ash greeted, yawning and appearing groggy as he opened the door. Upon seeing Ash's disheveled state, Dawn and Chloe exchanged knowing glances, their earlier speculation now seeming spot on. It's no longer morning. It's already noon. Didn't you promise a reporter a personal interview yesterday? Are you really going to stand them up? Dawn admonished. How could I? I'll get ready right now. Ash replied that a few minutes later, apart from his lack of energy, Ash's attire remained unchanged. Is this your idea of getting ready? Dawn asked incredulously. What else should I do? Isn't this fine? Ash replied, bewildered. Absolutely not. You're the world champion now. Even if it's just a personal interview, you should at least dress appropriately. Dawn insisted, pushing Ash back into the room and closing the door behind her. We'll depart once you've chosen an outfit, she called out. Inside, Ash and Pikachu stared at each other, perplexed. Ash didn't fully grasp Dawn's point, but decided to rummage through his backpack for something more suitable to wear. Pika. Pie, Pikachu chirped. This one is, Ash began, but just then, the door swung open again, mere minutes later. Dawn, waiting outside, furrowed her brow, feeling that Ash had hastily selected something without much thought. However, the scene that unfolded next left both Dawn and Chloe astonished. Ash emerged dressed in a striking blue outfit, a matching cloak draped over his back. If any residents of Orberg City were present, they would undoubtedly proclaim him the hero of Aura. Indeed, at this moment, Ash is adorned in the attire of the Aura hero, a garment personally bestowed upon him by Queen Irina upon his departure from the city of Eluderin, accompanied by a pair of specially crafted gloves akin to those worn by the legendary hero, Auron. This outfit is splendid. Let us be on our way, Ash and Dawn. All right, come on, Pikachu. Dawn, recovering from her astonishment, quickly regained her composure, while it was Dawn's turn to be completely captivated by Ash's appearance. The three of them boarded the private vehicle that had been arranged for their interview, where Ash remained silent, lost in thoughts of how many jaws would drop when he showcased his aura abilities later on. Dawn, appearing to gaze out at the passing scenery, occasionally stole glances at Ash. This moment did not escape Dawn's notice, and she instantly surmised Dawn's feelings for Ash, as she harbored the same sentiment herself. Dawn regarded her friend with a complex gaze. Their camaraderie over the past days had forged a strong friendship, yet she found herself at a loss on how to confront these emerging emotions. Fear not, dear Dawn. Let the competition be fair and just. Besides, it is quite the challenge to awaken any romantic interest in Ash, and surely Dawn will realize the futility of her pursuits. In the vehicle, each of the three harbored their own thoughts, and thus, the journey remained tranquil until they arrived at their destination, the Palace Gate Arena. Upon Ash's return to this venue, the once bustling crowd had dissipated, leaving only the Pokemon League personnel tidying up the remnants. Upon spotting Ash, they erupted in excitement, rushing over for autographs and photographs. Though Ash was not accustomed to such attention, as a 10-year-old trainer with a quarter-century of battle experience, he handled the requests with ease, securing signatures and photos for the eager fans. After exchanging pleasantries with the league staff, the trio ventured further into the arena. They entered the lounge of the Palace Gate Arena. A mature and intelligent voice resonated. It is truly a privilege for us to travel from Hoenn to Galar. The reality of this hero is far more imposing and handsome than what television portrays. It is no wonder that Ash, at merely 10 years of age, has ascended to the status of world champion. Ash turned towards the source of the voice to find a woman clad in a green, sleeveless, low-cut blouse and white jeans, holding a microphone. Beside her stood a burly man with a gray rodent-patterned shirt and a backward gray cap, wielding a camera. Are you the ones here to interview me? As he observed the mature woman, Ash couldn't help but imagine how Brock would have kneeled before her, presenting a rose with a flurry of cheesy lines, only to be whisked away by a disgruntled frogadier. Indeed, I am Mary, and this is my most trusted photographer, Daisuke. What would you like to ask me? Ash looked at the two with confusion, as he genuinely did not grasp the concept of an interview. This was his first experience with such a personal inquiry. Let us not rush. How about a Pokemon battle to start things off? A battle. Certainly. Upon hearing the word battle, Ash instantly perked up, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Mary. Follow us. Champion. By the way, that hero's outfit suits you remarkably well, she added. Mary led the way, with Ash and his companions following closely behind, while Daisuke positioned himself at the rear to commence filming. In one of the practice arenas within the palace gate, Daisuke set up the camera, standing alongside Mary, clearly preparing for a doubles match. Explode. Let's capture some exclusive news. Electrode. Let's document everything for Miss Mary. In contrast, Ash's Soul Lucario stood ready on the battlefield, though its formidable prowess made a 1-against-2 scenario quite feasible. Lucario, bullet punch. Lucario dashed across the arena, its form a blur, almost imperceptible to the eye. Explode, use hyper voice. Electrode, deploy Thunder Wave to stop him. Though their reactions were swift, they underestimated Lucario's speed. Before either Pokemon could fully execute their moves, Lucario had already positioned itself behind them. Lucario, true to its name, its fist struck with the velocity of bullets against the two Pokemon. Explode was the first to succumb, falling incapacitated, while Electrode, though the steel/electric type and seemingly unscathed, likely understood its own limits better than anyone. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Electrode, hold firm. Thunderbolt. Just as Lucario's aura attack approached Electrode, a green barrier materialized to intercept the strike, but it shattered into fragments within mere moments, disintegrating in the air. The power of the Aura Sphere, however, remained undiminished, heading straight for Electrode's face. With a resounding thud, Electrode was defeated, collapsing to the ground. Oh, we've lost. As expected, the world champion is undeniably superior to us mere amateurs. You flatter me. Explode and Electrode are quite formidable in their own right. Mary shook her head, choosing not to linger on the topic further, while Daisuke lifted the camera once more, aiming it at the two. Now, let us commence the interview. For my first question, what has been your driving force in becoming the world champion? Mary returned to the task at hand, employing her usual interview formula. For Ash, who was experiencing this for the first time, it was indeed a novel experience, and he pondered earnestly. Well, it's hard to articulate, but I feel an immense source of motivation as long as Pikachu and my Pokemon are by my side. Truly the champion, your words are laden with profound meaning. Pokemon are not just companions. They're family, comrades. Their presence alleviates the loneliness of those who struggle with social interactions as they support one another. I apologize, champion, that is merely my humble perspective. However, I sense the depth behind your words. Really? Ash was oblivious to such nuances. He had merely voiced his innermost thoughts. Now for the second question, what are your future aspirations? To become a Pokemon master. Ash's response was unequivocal. Whether from the first day of his journey or today, and perhaps even in the future, his singular ambition had always been to become a Pokemon master. Having already secured the title of champion among the Elite Four, are you not already a Pokemon master? The Pokemon master in my heart is one who encounters every Pokemon in the world and becomes their friend. What an extraordinarily lofty ambition. Observing the spirited youth before her, Mary felt an inexplicable certainty that he would undoubtedly succeed. Well then, please feel free to say anything you'd like. Pokemon, it is truly wonderful to meet you all. That concludes our interview for today. I am Mary, the battle-loving journalist, and this is our photographer, Xiao Dai. Until next time, in addition to being a journalist, Mary is also a video creator. She conducts 1 or 2 of these private interviews each year, as few individuals possess the stature to warrant such attention. Following the broadcast of Mary's interview with Ash, it ignited a fervor among viewers. They were pleasantly surprised to see Ash outside of battles and inundated the comments with praise. Beyond commending Ash, many parents expressed curiosity about his attire, eager to procure similar outfits for their children, inspired by the world champion. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions aboard the flight to Kanto stumbled upon the video that had skyrocketed to the top of the Pokemon video platform's rankings. They eagerly liked and commented, acknowledging Mary's dedication, especially given that the interview was recorded in the afternoon and released by the following morning, showcasing the immense effort exerted by Mary and Xiao Dai the previous night. Ash turned off the Rotom phone, taking in the breathtaking scenery outside. The azure sky was adorned with fluffy clouds, while the cerulean ocean danced with waves, enticing him onward. Ash's adventure is far from over. The title of champion is not the conclusion, but rather a continuation of his journey. Let us await his next chapter with eager anticipation. Chapter 2. The Gathering in the Oak's Backyard, Farewells and Goodbyes. Above the city of Tokiwa, an aircraft from the Galar region was gradually making its descent onto the runway of Tokiwa Airport. The origin of the flight was evident from the Galar Alliance sponsorship emblem emblazoned on its wing. Tokiwa City, I have returned. Pikachu. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin door, Ash displayed an exuberance akin to that of a child who had just unwrapped a new toy. inadvertently drawing the attention of those around him who were preparing to leave. Behind him, Koharu and Chika felt a twinge of embarrassment, for both were rather reserved young ladies. Upon noticing the gazes directed their way, their cheeks flushed slightly. They each took hold of Ash's hands, guiding him toward the exit of the airport. Is that the world champion, Ash? Just as Ash and his companions were about to depart, someone recognized Ash's identity. What? It's actually the world champion. Mom, I flew on the same plane as the world champion. I've made it big. I want to ask him for an autograph. Me too. Unbeknownst to them, Ash and his friends had no intention of lingering in Tokyo City, and thus their hopes would inevitably be dashed. As they exited the city, a throng of people surged behind them, seemingly in search of something, but the group paid little heed and turned into the Tokyo forest. Not far above them, in a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon, a Meowth was intently observing them through a pair of binoculars. There's that kid and the two girls, plus Pikachu. Kojiru, prepare our special weapon. The Pikachu capture net is ready. Fire Meowth. Yes. After a flurry of activity, the duo, along with Meowth, aimed and launched a vast net that enveloped Ash and his companions. As Ash and the others struggled, the net tightened around them, causing discomfort to the two girls, whose shoulders began to bear red marks. Is that Team Rocket? Ash inquired, a hint of anger in his voice, as he pulled the two girls closer to him, bracing himself against the tightening grip of the net. Since you asked so sincerely, we shall graciously respond. To prevent the destruction of the world, to protect the peace of the world, to uphold love and truth, we are the charming yet villainous Team Rocket. Musashi Kojiru. We are the Team Rocket that traverses the galaxy. A white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That's right, Meow. With their familiar introduction, Ash and his friends had grown weary of hearing such lines. Team Rocket, are you here to capture Pikachu again? Well, obviously. Who else would we capture you? Pikachu. Iron Tail. Ash knew they wouldn't let him go easily, so he instructed Pikachu to slice through the net and send them flying as usual. However, this time, Pikachu's iron tail, which typically struck with the precision of a weapon, left no mark on the net. How could this be? Ash exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the surreal scene before him. Of course. This net cost me half my collection of bottle caps to obtain. There's no attribute that can break it besides flying types. Kojiru laughed heartily, tears in his eyes, hinting at the emotional turmoil he experienced in trading his bottle caps for this artifact. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the sky, and a dark silhouette darted through the forest, effortlessly weaving between the densely packed trees as though they were mere illusions. In a flash of white light, the net that had seemed so formidable was instantly dismantled, as if it had met its nemesis. What is happening? Meow. This time it was Team Rocket's turn to be astonished. The three of them, along with their Pokémon, displayed expressions of sheer terror, and soon, accompanied by a jolt of pain, they found themselves soaring through the air. My precious bottle caps. I collected those from all over the regions. I feel like something's off. Could it be because I haven't eaten? Meow. Even my precious cat food was traded for this. As the duo and Meowth lamented their fate, they ultimately concluded with a familiar refrain. What a strange sensation, Meow. Upon regaining their senses, Ash and his companions turned to see Team Rocket had vanished into the stars. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's headquarters, Sakaki gazed at a small pile of bottle caps and a bag of cheap cat Pokemon food on his desk, utterly perplexed. What does this mean, Professor? Sakaki-sama. My name is Namba, and these are items that Kojiru and Musashi used to trade with me. I didn't know what to do with them, so I brought them to you. Clearly, these items were of no use to Namba, and he thought it better to hand them over to his boss, as those individuals did not fall under his jurisdiction. I'm sorry, but please leave those with me. You may go now. Understood, boss. As Namba departed, Sakaki sighed in exasperation and utilized Team Rocket's exclusive communication system to contact his subordinates. Morita, I have Kojiru's belongings here. Have your Wingull deliver them. And also send them some food. Understood, boss. Back with Ash and his companions, Ash was now firmly embracing the silhouette that had appeared, for it was an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. Indeed, it was the original flying-type champion, Pidgeot, who was now serving as the guardian of Tokyo Forest, maintaining the balance between the flocks of Pidgey and Spearow. However, due to the recent emergence of a new Pidgeot that, while weaker, had reached its final form, this balance was beginning to falter. Thus, in order to preserve the stability of the forest, he relinquished his position to the newcomer and circled at the entrance of Tokyo Forest, awaiting Ash's arrival. Are you willing to continue traveling with me, Pidgeot? Then I look forward to your guidance, Pidgeot. Ash retrieved Pidgeot's Pokeball from his backpack and returned the Pokemon, setting off once more towards Masera Town. By the way, Pidgeot should be able to carry all three of us directly to Masera Town. right? Chica, who was walking at the rear of the group, suddenly spoke up, suggesting a direction that neither Ash nor Koharu had considered. It was quite evident that, despite being the newest to interact with Ash and still a student, her mind was remarkably sharp. Is that possible, Ash? Koharu, feeling a bit awkward, scratched her head and glanced at Ash. Pidgeot. Once more releasing Pidgeot. Sunlight glinted off its form, casting a shadow that enveloped Ash and his friends. Pidgeot, can you take us to Masera Town? Pidgeot. Pidgeot nodded and gradually crouched down, allowing Ash and his companions to climb aboard with ease. Naturally, Ash did not rush to mount, for he was now a world champion and understood the principle of chivalry, letting the two young ladies take their place first before he followed. Meanwhile, Pikachu had already perched itself atop Pidgeot's head, basking in the sunlight. Pidgeot. With a cry, Pidgeot took flight, prompting cheers from the two girls, while Ash merely smiled gently at them. Above Tokiwa Forest, Pidgeot flapped its wings like a shooting star, soaring toward Masera Town. Pidgeot. In the cozy abode of Ash, Hanako sat gracefully on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the diligent figure of Kasumi in the kitchen, a smile gracing her lips. She then turned her attention to the entrance, where two individuals bustled about in preparation for Ash's celebratory banquet, nodding in acknowledgement. However, a fleeting look of concern crossed her face, as if a significant dilemma lingered in the air. Just then, the cry of a Fiero echoed from above, prompting Hanako to rise swiftly, followed by the three busy figures who paused their tasks and joined her at the door. As they peered into the sky, a shadow grew nearer, accompanied by the faint sounds of two distinct screams and joyful laughter. As a mother of a super rookie trainer, Hanako's keen observation skills were sharp. Her bright eyes quickly locked onto Ash, who wore a joyful expression as he rode atop the Fiero. It was the smile that a mother wore when her beloved son returned home. The trio of Kasumi, Serena, and Mei arrived just in time to witness the Fiero's landing at their doorstep, and while they were thrilled to see Ash, the presence of Dawn and Hikari behind him inexplicably stirred a sense of foreboding among the five. Mom, I'm back. And everyone, it's been so long. Ash called out exuberantly. Pikachu, Pika Pika. Welcome home, Ash. And welcome back, Pikachu. Wash your hands and let us eat. Tonight's dinner is lovingly prepared by Serena. Hanako greeted warmly. Oh, really? I can't wait. You feel the same way, right, Pikachu? Ash responded eagerly. Pika Pika. After exchanging pleasantries, Serena, who had been specifically designated by Hanako, wore a smug expression as she glanced at the remaining four, eliciting a sense of discomfort among Kasumi, Mei, Hikari, and Dawn. Upon entering, the interior was festooned with colorful decorations, and above the dining table hung 9 balloons, each adorned with a letter that together conveyed the message, Welcome home. Our champion. Ash felt a surge of emotion at the sight, and Hanako seized the moment to speak. Surprised? This was all arranged by Kasumi and Hikari. Oh, I can't believe Kasumi was involved. That's quite unexpected. Ash exclaimed. Honestly, Ash, as the world's #1 beauty, this is merely a trivial task for me. Kasumi retorted, her usual pride shining through. While an ordinary person might glean the truth, it was evident that Ash remained oblivious to the underlying tension. World's #1 beauty? I think Hikari did most of the work, Ash teased. What did you say? The air crackled with playful banter, reminiscent of a couple in love, stirring envy among the other four. All right, Ash. You can't say such things when Kasumi went out of her way to decorate for you. And Kasumi, it's not good to keep your true feelings hidden. Hanako interjected, stepping in to smooth over the situation and impart some wisdom to Ash and Kasumi. Understood, Mom. Got it, Andy. During dinner, the group listened intently as Ash recounted his adventures at the Champion League in the Galar region, although Hikari and Ash had already experienced some of it together. Hearing him narrate the joyful moments once more transported them back to that blissful time. Hikari felt grateful for having met Ash, as he had introduced her to her very own Pokémon, despite the numerous absences from school it had cost her. As night descended quietly, Ash's home became too cramped for so many guests. Just as worry began to set in, Professor Oak arrived. Ha, Ash, you're back. Why not stop by the lab? Your Pokémon have missed you dearly. I apologize, Professor Oak. It's getting late, and I plan to visit tomorrow, Ash replied. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Since your home can't accommodate so many, why not camp at my place? Tonight, we're graced with a once-in-a-century meteor shower, and it's said that wishes made during this event are particularly potent. As the true purpose of his visit became clear, it was not Ash who responded first, but the girls standing behind him, intrigued by the mention of the meteor shower and eager to witness it. All right, then let us go. Ash agreed. Ha. I'll head back to inform Shota to prepare, so hurry up. Understood, Professor. After bidding farewell to the professor, Ash and his companions began gathering supplies for their camping trip. While it was likely that Professor Oak would help with preparations, bringing along some of their favorite snacks was certainly not a bad idea. Let us set off. Yay! At the end of the line, Hanako watched Ash leading the group ahead, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, she truly realized how much her son had grown, having transformed from a novice trainer into someone with an array of female friends, leaving her in a state of contemplation. At Professor Oak's lab, he and Shota had cleared a grassy area, kindled a bonfire, and erected numerous tents, creating an ambience reminiscent of a lively campfire gathering. Upon Ash and the others' arrival, Professor Oak beamed with delight, exchanging a few words with Shota, who nodded before disappearing. Haha, Ash. I almost forgot to congratulate you on becoming the world champion. You're now the pride of Pallet Town and Alola. I'm sure that fellow is overjoyed to have a world champion from school. Thank you, Professor Oak. Ahem. Allow me to recite a serious haiku. The champion returns triumphant. The light of Pallet Town shines anew. This person is Ash. Everyone clapped in admiration at the rare poetic display from Professor Oak. Soon after, Shota reappeared, accompanied by a group of researchers clad in white lab coats, their faces obscured by masks and hats, all bearing an enticing array of fragrant foods that made the already satisfied diners drool once more. Among these delectable offerings, Ash was particularly thrilled by the appearance of most of his Pokémon, including Charizard, Bulbasaur, Fearow, and Tauros from Kanto, Snorlax from the Orange Islands, Totodile and Bayleaf from Johto, as well as many others from Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Galar, all of whom gathered in celebration, though many Pokémon were yet to arrive. Witnessing such a diverse assembly was deeply moving, as they symbolized Ash's arduous journey across various regions. Long time no see, everyone, Ash exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he dashed into the throng of Pokémon, embracing them joyfully, and the surprises were far from over. Under the flickering bonfire, Professor Oak wore a proud smile and snapped his fingers, capturing everyone's attention. Hello, Ash. It's been a while. The voice that resonated was not Professor Oak's, but rather that of one of the researchers, whose deep tone carried a sense of familiarity. With a grand gesture, he revealed his identity, igniting a wave of excitement among Ash, Kasumi, Hikari, and Dawn. Indeed, it was Brock, Ash's steadfast companion, the former gym leader of Pewter City and now a Pokémon doctor. Not only him, but the remaining researchers began unveiling their disguises as well. Hi, Ash. It's been so long, and I'm here to help you. Following Xiaojiang was Xiaoyao's younger brother, Xiaoxing, who seemed to have discreetly accompanied his sister to this place, naturally with the consent of their parents, albeit under the guise of ensuring their daughter's future. Is this the essence of a bonfire night? What a splendid atmosphere. Congratulations, Ash. But you were still just a child. Next to make an entrance were Tiantong and Alice. Although Champion Alice was not permitted to wander freely, there was no prohibition against her sneaking out. Seizing a suitable opportunity, she made her way here from the Unova region. However, Shaka and Gardevoir were already en route. Ash, long time no see. Soon, I'll showcase my specially crafted invention for the bonfire night, exclaimed Alice. And look, Sally and Eulogia are here to assist you. Then, she leaned closer to Sally, whispering just loud enough for her to hear, you better win over Ash quickly, otherwise, with so many rivals, even Eulogia's help might not be enough to secure victory. With that, she wore a mischievous smile, relishing the sight of a blushing Sally. The two were none other than Citron and Eulogia from the Kalos region. As the gym leader, Citron once again entrusted the gym to Citronette and rushed to Kanto, confident that she had become a competent acting gym leader under his guidance. Ash, Alola. They all cheered in unison. Last to arrive were the group from Alola, Lily, Swear and Mao, Kaki, Mamane, and Gladion, who came bearing the blessings of Professor Kukui and the people of Alola. Professor Kukui himself was preoccupied with managing the league and occasionally teaching at school. The six exchanged glances and held up a massive banner filled with countless signatures from the citizens of the Alola region, which collectively formed the words, Alola, Champion. After reminiscing with his companions, the bonfire night officially commenced, with everyone singing and dancing joyfully, the passage of time unnoticed. Suddenly, a green flash illuminated the sky, and shimmering stars with silver tails began to cascade from above. Having heard from Professor Oak that a meteor shower was expected, everyone closed their eyes and silently made wishes. The once vibrant atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness, and as for the wishes made, only the wishers themselves would know. As the lively ambience waned, the group seemed to feel fatigued and, under Professor Oak's arrangement, began to enter their tents to drift into slumber. This night was destined to be unforgettable for everyone, especially Ash. After entering his tent, Ash's Pokémon did not leave, Instead, they settled around the tent, resting. This scene was reminiscent of the time Ash sought shelter from the rain with wild Pokemon in the forest. Observing this, Professor Oak chuckled and shook his head, marveling at their profound bond. Chapter 3. Ash and their Alolan celebration journey. The following day, after the bonfire night, Ash sensed a whistling wind and an inexplicable jolt. Rubbing his eyes, he gradually opened them to behold a cerulean sky, breathtakingly beautiful, captivating his gaze. Wait, the sky. Suddenly alert, Ash looked around, realizing he was on an expanse of grassland, lying atop a group of dark-colored toros, their horns shorter than those he was accustomed to. At that moment, they charged towards a pack of dog-like Pokemon with grave markers above them. As a fervent Pokemon enthusiast, Ash could not simply watch this unfold. He leaped forward, intending to intercede between the two factions. Stop, Tauros, and you too. Just then, the ground beneath him cracked open, revealing a colossal turtle-like Pokemon emanating an unusual glow. It's Malthagape. Ash awoke with a start, but the jostling beneath him persisted. He was still atop his own Tauros herd. Stop, Tauros. Ash caressed the horns of the Tauros beneath him, which gradually halted and let out a roar, causing all the nearby Tauros to encircle Ash affectionately. It seemed they had missed him dearly, having spirited him away during the night while everyone else was asleep. All right, I missed you too, he said as the Tauros licked him, leaving him damp but strangely content, for it was a testament to the bond they shared. Yet, what did that dream signify? Gazing at the azure sky, Ash pondered, dismissing it as merely a dream, for the experiences felt too vivid to be mere figments of imagination. However, as more and more Pokemon gathered around him, he shrugged off the thought and began to play joyfully with them. He is so spirited. Just like a child who hasn't grown up, someone remarked. Right? Ash is indeed still like a little kid. Miss Alice, you understand too? Of course. Stepping out of the tent were two girls, Misty and Alice, who seemed to have found common ground, engaging in a lively discussion about Ash's childlike qualities, as if they had discovered kindred spirits. Meanwhile, an already awake Serena was preparing dinner with Hanako at Professor Oak's lab, and as a culinary expert, Xiaoyao could not miss such an important moment. She joined them, lending a hand while secretly nibbling on some food with Snorlax. Of course, Hanako and Serena were well aware that Xiaoyao's unexpectedly charming side warranted no objections from them. Meanwhile, Dawn and Hikari were by the river, watching a performance by Pachirisu. As Hikari, aspiring to become a Pokemon coordinator, learned from her senior, Dawn. Mr. Brock, long time no see. Oh, Kaki, are you looking for a rematch? Brock, who was busy preparing Pokemon food, was approached by Kaki, who bore a fierce determination in his eyes. Absolutely, Mr. Brock. I want to battle you and Steelix in a heated duel. Of course, that's no problem. Brock did not hesitate to accept Kaki's challenge, as it was an unwritten rule among Pokemon trainers that once eyes met, a battle must ensue. Having just completed the Pokemon food, Brock was contemplating his next move when Kaki appeared, a rather fortuitous timing. Elsewhere, Tiantong and Citron were engaged in a discussion about a dark, mysterious box that seemed to be one of Citron's inventions, with hopes that it wouldn't explode. Eulogia and Xiaosheng, two youngsters, appeared to be sharing their respective adventures with Ash, during which Eulogia introduced Den, evoking Xiaosheng's envy. Meanwhile, Mamane, Swearin, and Mao took a tour of Professor Oak's lab, while Gladion had wandered off somewhere unknown. Ash, thank you for helping me find my father, a voice chimed, drawing Ash's attention as he lounged on the grass, basking in the sunlight. The figure that graced his view was Lily, her fair skin and striking golden hair dancing in the breeze, clad in a white sundress and a sun hat. Oh, that was all Lily's own doing, Ash replied modestly. Besides that, Ash, Lily's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her speech became stammered. The white figure at her feet, seeing her flustered demeanor, began to anxiously circle around her. Lodo, Professor Kukui is calling. Professor Kukui is calling. I apologize, Lily, but I must take this call. It seems the professor requires my attention. All right, that's fine. Ash, Lily replied, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment as she watched Ash's retreating figure. Feeling regretful about her own timid nature, Lily, muster a little more courage. You can do it. Hello, Professor Kukui, what can I do for you? Long time no see, Ash. First and foremost, congratulations on becoming the world champion. The number of visitors to Alola has surged thanks to you. As the champion of Alola, that is only to be expected. Now, to the matter at hand. I intended for Lily and the others to inform you, but it slipped my mind. The residents of Alola are organizing a grand celebration to honor their champion's victory at the World Championships, with funding support from Luzman and Moan. And the event is being held on Melee Island. Yet, the star of the celebration is currently in Kanto. I can't believe this. Professor Kukui. I was already planning to return to Alola in the coming days, but since you mentioned it, I'll head back tomorrow. Is that true? That's splendid. Oh, and there's one more thing, but I'll wait until you arrive to discuss it. All right, Professor Kukui. After hanging up, Ash felt a warm sensation in his heart. As the inaugural champion of Alola, he was greatly cherished by its residents, as evidenced by their spontaneous organization of a celebration. Mom, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? Ash found his mother, Hanako, alone in the kitchen, and he relayed Kukui's message. It's wonderful that you've become the champion of Alola. If you wish to go, then by all means go. Hanako offered no further remarks, understanding that Ash, as Alola's champion, was bound to return. Though the coming days might feel a bit lonely, she would not stand in his way. As a mother, her role was to silently support Ash from behind, and that was her responsibility. After discussing with his mother, Ash prepared to head home to pack his belongings. While the girls eavesdropping outside became flustered upon hearing Ash's footsteps. As soon as Ash opened the door, he was met with the sight of the girls bustling about, scratching his head in confusion before moving on. Watching the girls depart, they collectively sighed in relief, while their peripheral vision caught Ash's mother, Hanako, regarding them with a hint of a smile, causing their cheeks to flush slightly as they hurriedly left the scene. Ash, are you heading to Alola? Yes, Serena. How did you know? Ahaha, I heard it from someone else. Actually, I want to visit Alola as well. Then let us go together. Sure. I heard there is a celebration in Alola. Yes, Misty, how did you find out? Looking at Misty, Ash felt a sense of déjà vu. Do you also wish to go? Yes, but I must clarify. It's because I promised Lily and the others that I would join them. Then let us go together. I can't argue with you. Soon, the trio of May, Dawn, and Hikari came to find Ash, and he agreed to join them as well, except for Iris, who was currently under the tutelage of Drayden and Gardevoir for sneaking out to play as the champion. Thus, she would be returning to the group tomorrow. Before long, nightfall arrived, and Ash and his companions reminisced over dinner, cherishing the joyful memories of the past, uncertain of when they would meet again. However, Ash had ensured that he exchanged contact information with everyone, so they could still reach out when needed. The following morning, Ash got ready to leave, still dressed in his attire from the Pokemon Championship, while several female friends also prepared for their departure. Lily and her friends had only just awakened, looking puzzled at their readiness. Ash, where are you all going? We're heading to Jubilife City to catch a flight to Alola, aren't we? Why are you all still getting ready? Hurry up, or you'll miss the plane. Well, actually, we don't need to prepare so early. My family's plane is arriving shortly. Upon seeing Lily's innocent smile, Ash and the others were momentarily taken aback. Your family's plane? Yes. It should be arriving soon. At that moment, a Mimikyu, busy cleaning outside, rushed in, looking terrified and pointing towards the door. Boo-boo. Ash and the others scratched their heads in confusion, while only Lily and her friends remained composed. Outside, a white airplane, twice the size of Ash's house, was parked on the lawn, adorned with bright patterns. Everyone, let us go. My family's plane has arrived. Although Ash and his friends were somewhat shocked, they were seasoned enough to follow Lily's lead and boarded the aircraft heading to Alola. Meanwhile, in the distance, Team Rocket observed their departure with sinister smiles. Wonderful. The kid has left. Now we can seize all the Pokemon from the lab, including this massive Meowth robot. We've drained next year's budget for this. James, Meowth. Hurry aboard. I can't wait to see what Boss Giovanni has in store for us. Team Rocket reveled in their excitement as they climbed into the cockpit and directed the giant robot towards Professor Oak's lab. The ground trembled as the robot moved, akin to a ground-type Pokemon using Earthquake, causing the surrounding residents and Pokemon to flee in terror. Ash's mom, what are you doing? It's dangerous over there. My Pokemon are in danger. I must help. Mimikyu, let us go? Oh dear, I suppose with Professor Oak around, everything should be fine. Observing Hanako, who had already left without hearing her voice, the residents felt a sense of helplessness. Team Rocket's actions also caught the attention of Professor Oak, who was analyzing Pokemon data in the lab. Why is it so noisy outside? Hanako, what's wrong? Noticing Ash's mother panicking at the door, Professor Oak scratched his head in confusion, soon realizing the cause. Behind Hanako loomed a gigantic Meowth-shaped robot advancing towards them. Team Rocket? I never expected them to target an old man like me. Spotting the emblem emblazoned on the robot's belly, Professor Oak chuckled resignedly before retrieving a Pokeball from his waist. Perfect timing to test out the new acquisition from Bratano, Charizard. As the red and white sphere opened, A blazing red Charizard emerged, its tail wreathed in flames, clutching a vibrant red gem in its claws. Roar! Mega Evolution. Professor Oak produced a pin from his pocket, embedded with the gem. As he pressed the gem, a cascade of colorful light flowed from both gems, intertwining as Charizard underwent a transformation. Its horns elongated, wings expanded, and its fiery tail blazed even more fiercely, distorting the air around it. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. A pillar of crimson flames erupted from Charizard, hurtling towards the robot, the intense heat melting the very ground beneath them. What is happening, Meow? The trio from Team Rocket was taken aback, but before they could ascertain who was responsible, the massive robot's belly had already been melted away, its internal electronic components igniting, followed by the all-too-familiar sound of an explosion. Such an annoying sensation, Meow. As usual, Team Rocket ascended into the sky once more. Their trajectory aligned with that of Ash and his companions. Meanwhile, on a plane belonging to the Lily family, Ash and his friends had safely landed at the exclusive airport of Ether Paradise and were now embarking on a boat towards Melee Melee Island. On Melee Melee Island, the residents were eagerly preparing for the festivities, with fruit vendors generously offering sweet fruits to tourists at no cost. Auntie, what is the occasion for such merriment today? Inquiring a young man dressed in a white cap, green shirt, and purple pants, with androgynous green hair and eyes, directed his question towards a fruit stall owner. Today marks the celebration of our Alolan champion's victory in the championship, hence all food, drink, and entertainment are entirely free, but only for today. Oh, is that so? Won't you incur losses by offering everything for free today? Losses? There's no such thing as losses. We have always profited as a tourist destination. And now with the champion's recent victory, Kukui has announced that the next championship will be held here, ensuring even greater profits. This is all thanks to the champion. How could we possibly lose? That's true. Promoting my grand festival here seems quite promising. Although the Alolan residents were not very familiar with this young man, he was indeed the pinnacle of Pokemon coordinators, Kukui. By the way, where has Steven gone? Deep within a cave on Melee Melee Island, the Hoenn champion was tending to a massive Meowth's wounds. As the Meowth healed under Steven's care, it silently handed over a regular Z crystal it had been carrying. But how do I use this Z crystal? Just as Steven was feeling perplexed, Ash and his group arrived at Melee Melee Island. Unbeknownst to Ash, the girls had conspired something on the boat, and upon disembarking, they swiftly departed, leaving Ash and May alone. Where did they all go? Who knows? What's that over there? It smells incredible. Ah, that is malasada. It's delicious. Malasada, Ash, let us go? Inspired by the enticing aroma of the food, May eagerly pulled Ash towards the shop. Boss, we'll have one of everything. Miss, can you finish all this? Haha, of course. With that, May opened her Pokeball, summoning Snorlax beside her. It's Snorlax. With that, we needn't worry about wasting food. Excuse me, champion. Ah, yes, sir, just one of this will suffice. All right. Upon seeing Ash, the previously lackadaisical owner instantly became enthusiastic, quickly preparing Malasada for Ash and May while snapping a few photos with them. Thank you so much, champion. Our whole family watched your matches. You were incredible. Haha, I appreciate your support. Seeing the man's excitement, Ash felt a surge of joy. But it seemed that the man's loud voice had attracted the attention of other residents, who soon noticed Ash with Pikachu. Champion, I want your autograph. Can we take a photo? As a crowd surged towards him, Pikachu sensed trouble, leaping into May's arms. Almost immediately, Ash was engulfed by the throng, while May and her friends found themselves pushed to the outskirts of the crowd. After bidding farewell to a large group of fans, Ash felt exhausted, and May approached, offering him the malasada he and T had a chance to eat. Thanks, May. You're quite popular, Ash. Aren't you as well? As a Hoenn performer and daughter of Mr. Kenji, you must have fans in Orange City and elsewhere. To me and Pikachu, you are equally radiant. Ash, just as May was about to continue, a familiar voice interrupted them. Hey, it's been a while, you two. Is this a bad time? The newcomer was Kukui, who immediately understood the situation upon seeing May's resentful gaze and Ash beside her. How could it be, Mr. Kukui? But what brings you to Alola? Ash, being somewhat oblivious, asked. Oh, is that so? Actually, I was hoping to find May for a little matter. May, why don't you go ahead and talk with Mr. Kukui? Of course, no problem. Master Kukui, let us have a good discussion, May said with a forced smile, sensing an inexplicable chill from Kukui. Since you have matters to attend to with Master Kukui, Ash, let us go, suddenly interjected Dawn, pulling Ash away. Your time is up, whispering in May's ear. Dawn led Ash away under her discontented gaze. I suppose I'll take my leave first. Let us have a good talk, Master Kukui. Kukui, attempting to escape, was promptly seized by Mei, who dragged him away with an expression of despair. Meanwhile, Ash and Dawn strolled leisurely down the street, with Dawn exhibiting her curious nature, while Ash patiently introduced her to various sights. Hey, is that a Marini stuck between two buildings? While wandering with Ash, Dawn spotted a Marini trapped in the gap between two structures, a sight that felt oddly familiar. Without overthinking, they decided to rescue the Marini first. Pikachu, please use Iron Tail. Pika. With a gleaming metallic tail, Pikachu struck the building, creating a small opening, and with Ash and Dawn's assistance, they successfully freed it. Marini, are you alright? A familiar voice echoed from a distance, seemingly belonging to Marini's trainer, someone Ash and Dawn recognized. Kiyomi. X2. Dawn and Ash. Long time no see. What brings you here? It's because of Ash. Ah, Dawn, don't misunderstand, actually. Kiyomi then explained the series of events to Ash and Dawn. After parting ways with Ash and his group, she returned to Chengdu to continue challenging gyms and participating in alliance competitions, but regrettably, she only reached the top 32. As Kiyomi recounted her story, a hint of disappointment shone in her eyes, which Ash immediately noticed, recalling how she resembled her former self when she first competed in the alliance. It's alright, Kiyomi, you did wonderfully for your first attempt. I remember that when Green participated in the Indigo Conference, he also only made it to the top 32, and I only reached the top 16. Hearing Ash's words, Kiyomi visibly brightened, and unable to resist, she teased, Are you two on a date? It is quite astonishing that after such a long time apart, you have all advanced to this stage. Indeed, just as Xiao Wang intended to retort, Ash preempted her response, leaving the two girls gazing at him in disbelief. No way, Ash. I can't believe you have truly developed that kind of relationship. Of course, Xiao Wang and I have always been great partners. It was evident that Ash, with his obliviousness, would never grasp the underlying implications. Xiao Wang quickly regained her composure. She needed not to inquire further as she could already surmise what Ash believed dating entailed. Merely two good friends enjoying a shopping spree together. With the addition of Qinin, the atmosphere became much more vibrant. After all, girls tend to engage in more lively discussions amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Ash dutifully trailed behind, watching as Xiao Wang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment whenever Qinin playfully teased her. As the sun reached its zenith, the trio, famished, sat in the restaurant pondering their orders when Xiaochun suddenly appeared, whispering something into Xiao Wang's ear before leaving the two alone. Naturally, Ash, preoccupied with his indecision about what to eat, remained blissfully unaware that his companion had changed, and even if he had noticed, he would have thought nothing of it, assuming she had simply been called away for some matter. Ah, it seems we shall indulge in Pokemon pancakes after all. Wait, Xiaochun? Where has Xiao Wang gone? How strange that she would leave without a word. Miss Xiao Wang has gone off to attend to something. I shall keep you company now, Xiaochun replied. Well, it doesn't matter who it is. Xiaochun, what would you like to eat? Perhaps the Alolan tropical noodle? I've heard it's a fascinating dish that embodies the essence of Alola. Very well. Once their orders were placed, amidst the surprise of the staff and patrons, Ash took the opportunity to take photos and sign autographs with the visitors at the establishment. Ash, you are truly remarkable. So many people adore you, Xiaochun observed, her eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty about the future. Even though she had determined her goals, she still grappled with the fear of potential failure along the path ahead. You can do it too, especially now that Eevee adores you. Just then, after Ash uttered those words, Eevee leapt from its pokeball, nuzzling against Xiaochun's chest. See, Xiaochun and Eevee share a wonderful bond, just like Pikachu and I. Pika, chimed Pikachu, who had been lazily resting on Ash's shoulder, echoing his sentiment, even though Xiaochun couldn't understand its words. Thus, I believe that with the help of Eevee and other Pokemon, you will become an exceptional coordinator, just like Xiaoyao, Xiao Wang, and Serena. Thank you, Ash, Xiaochun replied, feeling invigorated by his words. Just as Ash had once said, rather than languishing in confusion, it was better to take action and test the waters. Xiaochun resolved not to remain idle any longer. As she gazed at the spirited youth before her, the budding feelings of adolescence stirred within her, prompting her to take a step toward Ash. Stop, Xiaochun, how could you sneak away like that? How cunning. This interruption came from Misty, the gym leader of Cerulean City, who resembled a mermaid amidst the water. Observing from a nearby cafe, Serena couldn't help but mentally commend Misty. Had it not been for her, Xiaochun would have already made her move. On the other hand, Misty felt that her timing was impeccable. Just as Xiaochun's moment of opportunity ended, it would be her turn to spend time alone with Ash. However, now she had to accompany Xiaochun to prevent any unexpected advances. Meanwhile, Ash remained blissfully ignorant, unable to comprehend their conversation. Pika, Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, regarded Ash's obliviousness with a shrug, thinking that if anyone could ever help this dense boy blossom, they would indeed be remarkable. Speaking of which, Ash, it has been ages since we last visited the beach together. Let us seize this opportunity for some fun. Sure, Xiaochun, you should join us. All right. Although Xiaochun felt a tinge of disappointment at being interrupted by Misty, she was determined not to give up on her chance with Ash. Walking alongside her, Misty could easily discern Xiaochun's intentions, a confident smile unconsciously gracing her features. As long as I'm here, you won't get the chance to steal Ash away. With both harboring their own thoughts, the trio strolled along, and Ash's casual conversation with the two girls helped maintain a comfortable atmosphere. Before long, under Ash's lead, they arrived at the seaside. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, and after applying sunscreen, they dared to stand in its rays. The beach was bustling with visitors. Yet a small patch of vacant land caught their curiosity, prompting them to investigate. Ah, young man and two lovely ladies. Would you be interested in participating in the sea cucumber tossing activity? Sea cucumber tossing? Indeed. For some unexplained reason, numerous sea cucumbers have washed ashore today, and we have gathered them to return to their nutrient-rich marine habitat, hence this event. The elder gentleman gestured toward a large inflatable blue pool filled with sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers, how adorable. Can I catch one? Absolutely. They are wild. If one catches your eye, feel free to battle it. That is fantastic. I'll give it a try. With the elder's approval, Misty dashed toward the blue pool, eager to select her sea cucumber. Xiaochun, do you want to catch a sea cucumber too? I think I'll pass, she replied, tilting her head in contemplation. She seemed reluctant to disturb Misty, who was so focused, and besides, sea cucumbers held little allure for her. Such a cute sea cucumber. Go, Pokeball. Misty picked the largest and cutest sea cucumber from the pool. Although she believed it to be unique, it looked quite similar to the others. The red and white Pokeball soared through the air, striking the sea cucumber, which retaliated by ejecting its internal organs, sending the Pokeball flying. Yet it could not escape its fate of capture. The ball bobbed on the water's surface, shaking thrice before finally settling still, indicating a successful capture. Wonderful. I caught it. Initially skeptical that her throw would succeed, she was pleasantly surprised by her good fortune. Congratulations, miss. You have successfully captured your desired sea cucumber. Now, let the sea cucumber tossing contest commence. Please head to the pool, take your sea cucumbers, and give it your all. The trio nodded in understanding at the elder's words, joining other contestants by the pool for the competition. The contest was fiercely contested, but unsurprisingly, Ash emerged victorious, earning the grand prize of an indefinite boat ticket. According to the elder, this ticket would take them to a remote southern island, a place just as suitable for vacationing as Alola, albeit lesser known due to its obscure geographical location. After expressing their gratitude to the elder, Ash, Xiaochun, and Misty joyfully frolicked along the beach. While the makeup Xiaochun and Misty had applied to disguise Ash began to wash away in the sea water. After Ash's disguise faded away, he was immediately recognized. The bustling beach, teeming with visitors, quickly turned into a long line of Alolan locals and tourists awaiting his autograph and a photograph. As the evening approached unnoticed, Ash finally completed his last signature and captured his final picture, feeling utterly exhausted. Looking around, he realized that both Serena and Misty had seemingly vanished, leaving him alone in this place. Come on, Ash, you've worked hard, a sweet, gentle voice whispered in his ear as a familiar thermos appeared before him. Ah, Serena, thank you. Without a hint of hesitation, Ash accepted the thermos, the refreshing liquid gliding down his throat, revitalizing him. Ah, I'm back to life. Hey, Ash, you must be hungry. I have some poffins here. Poffins? It's been ages since I've had those. As he took the poffins from Serena's hands, the familiar flavor danced on his taste buds, and he knew that only Serena could create such delightful treats tailored to his palate. Ash, considering how much I've helped you, could you grant me a small favor? Of course, no problem. Let us go on a date. As they strolled through the moonlit streets, the air was filled with the festive spirit due to the ongoing celebrations. Occasionally, passers-by engaged in Pokemon battles and performances, capturing the attention of countless spectators. It feels reminiscent of our time at the Festival of the Oath Tree in Kalos, doesn't it? Indeed, I fondly recall that moment. Professor Sycamore was truly an outstanding gym leader. Serena sighed, touching the blue ribbon at her chest, wishing that Ash could comprehend her sentiments. Yet, this earnestness was quintessentially Ash, the Ash that Serena admired. Wow, I can't believe you're still wearing that ribbon. Yes, it was a gift from you, and it holds special meaning for me. Even when I lost at the Grand Festival, having it made me feel as if you were right beside me, filling me with strength. Serena's cheeks flushed as she revealed her feelings. To her, that blue ribbon was of paramount importance. And she felt immense joy that Ash still remembered it. Ash, I don't want to be just an ordinary companion like Misty, May, Dawn, or Chloe. You are someone far more significant in my life. I want to be with you. I understand, Serena, I truly do. Before she could finish, Ash interrupted, his eyes clear as if they could see through everything. This left Serena momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Although Ash often appeared oblivious, she believed he understood more than he let on. Perhaps he simply felt the need to maintain a distance until certain goals were achieved. Don't worry, Serena, I understand. You're not just an ordinary friend. We've shared experiences since childhood, attending Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp together. We're practically childhood sweethearts, right? I get it. Perhaps that is true. Serena might have overestimated Ash, as he seemed blissfully unaware of the nuances. Yet, he was still unmistakably Ash. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with a magnificent sound as vibrant fireworks illuminated the night. Behind them, several Alolan executor leaned together, gazing at the spectacle, evoking memories of their time in Kalos. Meanwhile, in the distance, Misty and her companions were drawn in by the fireworks, and when they regained their senses, Serena had already planted a kiss on Ash's cheek. This was Serena's boldness. While Ash was preoccupied with the fireworks, she seized the moment, leaving the other girls behind, who were left fuming and vowing to confront her upon her return. The grand finale of the fireworks showcased the essence of the Alola region, heralding the commencement of the festivities. Chapter 4, Professor Kukui and Chairman Damaranji, returning to the Indigo Conference. The Alola celebrations continued for several days, bustling with excitement, during which Ash and the girls encountered numerous intriguing experiences, ultimately leading to their farewells. Dawn planned to head to Johto for the grand festival. Serena intended to return to Kalos to challenge the Kalos Queen once more. May was invited by Mattori to promote Pokemon contests in Alola. Chloe was set to return to school, and soon she would graduate and embark on her travels, while Lily and her friends continued their studies at Pokemon School. At Professor Kukui's home, Ash, still groggy, felt something licking his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was his Lycanroc. Professor Kukui, why are you up so early? Oh right, I forgot to mention that Chairman Damaranji is coming to discuss the arrangements for the second Manalo Conference in the next World Championship. There are other matters concerning you that need to be addressed, so you must hurry and get ready. Oh, I see. Ash mumbled through a mouthful of toothbrush foam as he brushed his teeth, still managing to respond, showcasing his determination. In a matter of moments, with Professor Kukui watching in astonishment, Ash accomplished his morning routine with remarkable speed, readying himself for the day. Once prepared, Ash and Kukui made their way out, their first destination being the port, where they would board a ship to Eterna Paradise. Due to the limited funds of the Alola League, even the office building was generously provided by Eterna Paradise. Inside a pristine white room, an elderly gentleman with a white beard sat on a sofa, meditating. Suddenly, the door swung open, and his eyes snapped open. Welcome to Alola, Chairman Damaranji. It's been a while, Chairman Damaranji. Kukui and Ash greeted the chairman, who nodded with a smile. Chairman, what was the matter you mentioned in the phone call? The one that required Ash's presence? Ha ha ha, it's nothing much, really. I simply have a proposal. I would like Ash to take over as the champion of the Johto region. Lance is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities as both the champion of Johto and a Pokemon Ranger, leaving him little time for training. With the added pressures of Johto, he is completely swamped. Furthermore, both Koga and Karen harbor some resentment regarding Lance's position, and he himself feels it is inappropriate, as he has not entered the Hall of Fame and can only be considered a temporary champion. Upon hearing this, Kukui instinctively shielded Ash, his eyes narrowed, wary of Damaranji's intentions, as if to say, he is one of ours, you cannot take him. Oh, Kukui, my dear brother, I believe you misunderstand. I do not intend to have Ash abandon Alola to assume the role of Johto champion. Rather, I aim for him to become a champion of both regions. Chairman Damaranji licked his dry lips, continuing to address the bewildered Kukui. This decision came after discussions within the Johto League. Currently, Ash is the only suitable candidate among all champions. Being from Johto and having no other commitments, he has ample free time, making him perfectly suited to take on the role of Johto champion. But will the Elite Four agree? Kukui felt a flutter of excitement. Although Ash wore a puzzled expression, indicating he did not comprehend the conversation, Kukui understood perfectly. The revelation from Damaranji that DUI was merely the proxy champion and had yet to enter the Champions Hall in Kanto implied that he was not a true dual region champion. If Ash were to assume the title of Kanto champion and enter the hall, he would indeed be a legitimate dual region champion. elevating his prestige and consequently infusing Alola with a wave of fresh talent. You need not worry about this. They will undoubtedly disagree. Thus, I wish for Ash to participate in the Indigo Conference once more to claim victory and challenge the path of the champion. Upon uttering these words, Damaranji, as the league president, felt a surge of exasperation. Why must Ash compete in the Indigo Conference again? Isn't that tantamount to bullying the newcomers? What of the dignity of the champions? Alas, these are the rules, and even he is powerless against them. While amendments are possible, the process of altering established rules is cumbersome. Thus, Ash must endure this inconvenience. Compete in the Indigo Conference again? Is that truly feasible? Ash felt more than a tinge of excitement. After all, that was his first time participating in a league tournament. And his early exit at the top 16 left a lingering sense of regret. Of course, it is possible. But Ash, do you mind? Observing Ash, Kukui's expression turned bittersweet, laden with concern for him. Mind? What is there to mind? As long as we can all enjoy Pokemon battles together, isn't that the most splendid thing? Perhaps Kukui was overthinking it. Someone like Ash would hardly be swayed by gossip or public opinion, or perhaps that was simply quintessentially Ash. It appears you have agreed. The Indigo Conference will commence next Monday and run for an entire week. Due to your unique circumstances, Ash, we have decided to grant you direct entry into the finals. So you must arrive by Saturday at the latest. Understood, President Damaranji. After bidding farewell to Damaranji, Kukui felt a profound fatigue enveloping him. One could only commend Damaranji, the league president, for his adeptness in managing a competitor of Kukui's caliber. However, rather than asserting dominance over Kukui, Damaranji was, in fact, providing Kukui with an opportunity. If Ash were to become the champion of Kanto, then as the champion of Alola, Kukui would serve as a bridge connecting the two regions. Subsequently, newcomers from Kanto would likely consider Alola as their first challenge, thus injecting new vigor into the region. Kukui felt that his league was still in its nascent stage and lacking in many areas. It would be foolish to refuse such an opportunity. However, Ash, remember that to challenge the path of the champion, you must consecutively defeat the Elite Four, and DUI possesses championship-level strength. Are you certain you do not wish to undergo special training? Kukui's reminder sparked a revelation in Ash. As a fellow member of the Elite Four, Kukui's strength could not be underestimated, and the other three members of the Elite Four were equally formidable. For a considerable time, they had maintained a balance, with none surpassing the others. Even though DUI had now ascended to champion status, the remaining three were unlikely to lag far behind, representing the pinnacle among the Elite Four. I'll return for special training tomorrow. With this thought, Ash's eyes ignited with a fervent fire. After all, battling against his former idols would undoubtedly be exhilarating for anyone. Huh. So soon? You just got here a few days ago? Kukui, your words have awakened me. If I want to defeat those four, I cannot rely solely on a nonchalant attitude. Special training is essential. All right, I'll handle things here in Alola. You focus on preparing for the challenge a week from now. Rest assured, no matter the outcome, I and all the residents of Alola will stand by your side. For you are our champion. Thank you, Professor Kukui. As Kukui watched the plane from the Lily family of Ether Paradise ascend into the sky, he couldn't help but reflect on his thoughts. Our champion is striving for Alola. How can I afford to be complacent? I must return and finalize the competition format and arrangements for the upcoming Manalo Conference with the Elite Four. Meanwhile, Ash returned alone to Pallet Town, preparing to embark on a journey into the mountains with his Pokemon. Wait, alone? What about his Pikachu? Pika Pika? At the entrance of Kukui's home in Alola, Pikachu gazed longingly across the sea, where the sun was slowly sinking below the horizon. Rockruff and other Alolan Pokemon frolicked on the beach. Pikachu stared at the sun-kissed waves, puzzled as to why Ash had not returned yet. Today, it had stayed behind due to oversleeping and later learned from Rockruff that Ash had gone out with Professor Kukui, so it had no choice but to wait. As the sun completely dipped below the horizon and the moon emerged, little ones, come and eat. Doctor Barrett called from the open door, cradling her child, Ray, whom she had with Kukui, beckoning Pikachu and the other Pokemon. Upon hearing the call for dinner, several Pokemon dashed back, while the sleeping Rowlet on the roof was also timely awakened and followed the group inside. Pikachu, come back for dinner. Pika Pika. Taking one last glance at the sea, Pikachu quickly scampered into the house, following Barrett to the dining room for dinner. I'm back. Not long after Dr. Barrett and the Pokemon began their meal, Professor Kukui returned home, astonished to see Pikachu still there. Pikachu, why are you still here? Kukui then explained the situation, ultimately assuring Pikachu that he would accompany it on the Ether Paradise flight to ensure it arrived safely at its destination the following day. The next morning, Kukui boarded the plane to Kanto bright and early, of course, with Pikachu in tow. Pika Pika. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu embraced, reunited after just a day's absence. As if they were long-lost friends after years apart. Ha ha ha. Ash, I must be off first. The League has a mountain of matters awaiting my attention. Best of luck with your training. All right, Professor Kukui, thank you. After bidding farewell to Professor Kukui, Ash, who had initially planned to train in the Miacha Mountains, suddenly changed his mind and set off for Silver Mountain with a group of Pokemon. Time sped by, swiftly bringing the opening ceremony of the Indigo Conference. As customary, this year's Indigo Conference was held at Indigo Plateau. All participating competitors stood in two formations on the field, leaving a pathway in the center designated for the torchbearers. The audience, competitors, and viewers watching the official Pokemon competition livestream awaited the appearance of the torchbearers. Traditionally, a select few competitors were chosen for the sacred ceremony of torch passing. However, this year, for reasons unknown, no competitors received notifications of being selected as torchbearers. The massive screen at the Indigo Conference began to display images of two individuals and a Pokemon. The two individuals were President Damaranji and Ash, with the Pokemon being Pikachu. Damaranji handed the sacred flame of Ho-Oh to Ash. This flame would burn throughout the duration of the Pokemon League Conference, serving as a divine prayer for the safety and perseverance of all participants and their Pokemon until the very end. The significance and spirit of this sacred flame would be conveyed by him and Pikachu. On the other side of the screen, whether present at the scene or not, the audience and competitors alike were taken aback upon seeing Ash. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Ash, the newly crowned champion of Alola, would serve as the torchbearer. Dad, it's Ash, the world's #1 Ash. If only I could travel too. Perhaps I would have the chance to meet Ash in person at the Quartz Conference right now. In a modest house nestled within an unremarkable town in the Kanto region, a girl with orange hair couldn't help but voice her complaints to her father. Ha ha ha, there's nothing your dad can do about it. You should discuss it with your mother. But mom will definitely refuse. Meanwhile, Ash, carrying the sacred flame of Ho-Oh, jogged steadily until he arrived at the competition venue. Upon reaching the site, the flame in his hand seemed to take on a life of its own, soaring upwards as it ascended the steps. The sacred flame suddenly blazed with intensity, shooting up into the sky, signifying the official commencement of the Quartz Conference. Most of the participants were newcomers hailing from Kanto, though a few came from other regions. Ultimately, it was still a stage for Kanto's own. Among the most captivating was an elderly lady, clearly advanced in age, whose hunched posture made her seem out of place in the vibrant atmosphere. Notification received. World Champion Ash will participate in the Quartz Conference. However, due to the disparity in strength, he will only make his appearance in the finals. Please stay tuned, everyone. The host at the commentary desk received the latest announcement from the league, his excitement palpable. After all, it was common knowledge that the champion of the league competition could challenge the champion's road. In the eyes of all, Ash was poised to seize the title of champion in the Kanto region. The most thrilled were the competitors in this league tournament. Many who had initially intended to merely secure a prize rank were now filled with determination to advance to the finals. After all, battling against the youngest champion was an invaluable experience, even if they were to lose. As for winning, if it were that simple, almost anyone could claim the title of champion. Among the competitors, the elderly lady gazed intently at Ash, her eyes brimming with tears as she seemed to reminisce about an unforgettable past. After the news of Ash's participation spread, not only did the venue erupt with excitement, but the online community also buzzed with activity. Although there were murmurs of the unfairness of a young champion overwhelming others, such remarks were quickly drowned out by the flood of positive comments expressing optimism for Ash and anticipation for his challenge on the champion's road. Following this revelation, the live broadcast of the Quartz Conference garnered significantly more attention than ever before, a clear testament to Ash's influence, leaving Damaranji feeling increasingly validated in his decision. Chapter 5. The Quartz Conference. A hidden gem, a 90-year-old grandmother challenging an 11-year-old trainer. The Quartz Conference officially commenced, and thanks to Ash's presence, the official league broadcast saw an unprecedented surge in viewers, many drawn by his charisma, yet ultimately captivated by the Pokemon battles of the Quartz Conference. Under normal circumstances, such competitions wouldn't attract this level of interest, as they often lacked excitement. However, this time was different. Every participant showcased their utmost prowess, with no semblance of merely practicing strategies. The opening day featured the first to fourth rounds, where each participant battled with 3 Pokemon in various terrains: water, grass, ice, and rock, decided through a draw, requiring consecutive victories to progress to the 5th round. In the 5th round, although still a 3-on-3 format. The battleground would shift to a standard arena. During the morning's 2 rounds of battles, each competitor revealed their full capabilities, with 4 individuals particularly standing out. Among them, 3 were hailed by the audience as favorites for the championship, while 1 was memorable solely for her remarkable age of 90, a rarity in league competitions, especially to reach the top 64. In a quaint town in the Kanto region, the orange-haired girl sat before the television, her face clouded with disappointment. Looking at her father, whose demeanor was calm and cheerful, she expressed her displeasure. "It's all your fault, Dad. You've made me miss the live broadcast of the league competition. And now I can only watch the replay. Household chores could have waited until later. If Layla doesn't finish her chores, your mother will scold you. She'll say, 'If Layla can't manage this little task, how can I trust her to travel?'" Her father, named Layla, smiled gently, attempting to reason with his daughter. I understand. But for the finals, I absolutely must watch the live broadcast. It's a promise." Seeing his daughter extend her pinky finger in a gesture of agreement, her father sighed with resignation, recalling his wife's stern gaze. It settled then. As a father, there was simply no rationale to refuse his daughter's earnest request. Once he acquiesced, the girl named Layla beamed with joy, no longer pestering her father, and instead focused intently on the match featuring the 4 highlighted competitors from that morning. One of the championship favorites was an elite trainer from Kanto's Hualan City, Yoshino, whose ace was Blastoise, one of the 3 starter Pokemon. With its robust shell and dual cannons on its back, it resembled an unstoppable tank among Pokemon. In the morning's match, Yoshino's Blastoise displayed remarkable prowess, managing to dominate even against type disadvantages. The replay currently airing was of his second match, where he triumphed despite facing a disadvantageous type. On the rocky terrain, Yoshino stood at the left blue side, facing his ace, Blastoise. Its imposing stature and gleaming shell indicated exceptional training, truly befitting an elite trainer. Opposing him was a red side trainer who sent forth a Magnemite, an electric-type Pokemon. However, Yoshino appeared entirely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this scenario and had complete control over the situation. Let the match begin, with the referee's announcement. The first to attack was the red side trainer, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning toward Blastoise, which stood firm, enduring the electrical assault without flinching. Blastoise's expression remained calm, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Hardly a challenge. The Magnemite intensified its thunderbolt, but aside from the dazzling display, there was no significant change. "Blastoise, use Aura Sphere," Yoshino calmly commanded, as Blastoise conjured a sphere of energy and, despite the thunderbolt's impact, launched it at the Magnemite. Boom! The Magnemite, already at a disadvantage, succumbed to the blow and fell to the ground, its thunderbolt dissipating into nothingness. Immediately following the defeat of Magnemite, the trainer brought forth his second Pokemon, Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu. Concerned about Blastoise's condition, Yoshino promptly recalled it and sent out his second Pokemon, Krogunk, a green creature with an adorably silly appearance. Just as Krogunk entered the fray, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a light rain began to fall. "Come forth, Lotad, accept the blessings of the rain to enhance your speed." The opposing trainer summoned Lotad, revealing its ability, Swift Swim, which doubled its speed in rainy conditions. Lotad leaped gracefully to the ground, its muscular legs indicating impressive speed. Clearly, the trainer had invested effort in this aspect. "Return, Krogunk, it's your turn, Blastoise." With a roar, Blastoise emerged, the rain striking its body, gradually healing the wounds inflicted by the previous thunderbolt. "Oh, it appears that our competitor Yoshino possesses a rare rain dish ability on his Blastoise. Furthermore, according to the information submitted prior to the battle, his Blastoise is equipped with leftovers. However, the passerby's Lotad boasts a grass-type attribute, which can effectively counter Blastoise. How exhilarating this is." In the commentary booth, a beautiful woman intently studies her notes, continually revealing to the audience the reasons behind Yoshino's audacious choice to deploy Blastoise. Yet, from her perspective, such a decision seems rather unwise. Although Blastoise appears unscathed at first glance, it has sustained considerable damage, and with Lotad's speed doubled, coupled with its type advantage, it is certainly ill-advised to send Blastoise into battle. How arrogant, Lotad! Energy Ball. Lotad gathers a verdant energy in its grasp, forming a vibrant sphere that it hurls towards Blastoise. Yoshino remains unresponsive. Blastoise can only brace itself for the impact. This strike, having only just regained a modicum of vitality, causes it to lose what little it had. At this moment, Blastoise is panting heavily, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. "Humph, so presumptuous, Lotad. Let it become our nourishment. Absorb." Though Absorb is a special move, it requires physical contact with the opponent to siphon their vitality. Blastoise sees it. Close-range Blizzard. As Lotad approaches, Yoshino reveals a confident smile. Under his command, Blastoise firmly grasps Lotad with its hands, while its cannon aims at the creature to unleash a blizzard. Lotad. Witnessing Lotad engulfed by the blizzard, Passerby cannot help but cry out in anguish, regretting his earlier flamboyance. Why did he not simply launch an energy ball? After the blizzard subsides, Lotad has been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Passerby, without uttering another word, recalls it into its Pokeball. Observing Yoshino and his Blastoise take a deep breath, his gaze steadily transforms into one of determination as he reaches for his final Pokeball. Judge, I concede. Passerby forfeits, bowing respectfully to Yoshino. His last Pokemon is neither advantageous nor particularly formidable. It would be wiser to concede than to risk injury in battle. Thank you for your efforts, Blastoise. With the match concluded, Yoshino beams with a smile, having officially advanced to the top 32. Drawing ever closer to a showdown with the champion, Ash. Who would have imagined that Yoshino had even taught Blastoise Blizzard? It seems fortuitous that all the moves he has brought to this battle counter his opponent's Pokemon. After all, Passerby's two Pokemon are making their debuts at the Quartz Conference, and Yoshino's swift adaptation to his opponent's strategies marks him as a formidable adversary. Next, Lear skips past the battles of other competitors to witness the commencement of a match featuring the second favorite to win. She is a woman with hair akin to flames. Named Yin Fei, hailing from the Kanto region's Red Lotus Island. Her figure is striking, adorned in a fiery floral-patterned short-sleeved top and shorts. Her notable assets capturing the attention of many men. The combatants follow the usual protocol. Upon the judge's signal, they each send forth their Pokemon. With the battlefield set on lush grass, Yin Fei dispatches her fire-type Pokemon, Dusknoir, its breath causing the surrounding temperature to steadily rise. With even the grass beneath their feet wilting under the heat. Nidoking, Earthquake. On the opposing side, Passerby promptly commands Nidoking to unleash an Earthquake. Leap and unleash Flamethrower. Dusknoir ascends into the air, raising its hands to target Nidoking with a powerful Flamethrower, engulfing Nidoking in flames. Yet, in mere moments, Nidoking emerges unscathed from the inferno, shaking its head as if the Flamethrower had barely affected it. Fascinating. If one attempt fails, we shall try 2, 3, or 4, until the opponent is defeated. Dusknoir. Flamethrower. Useless. This is the strongest Pokemon in my entire team, no matter your attack. A barrage of flamethrowers rains down upon Nidoking, each blast intensifying in power and temperature, soon enveloping Nidoking once more. The flamethrower culminates in a colossal fireball that engulfs Nidoking, while Dusknoir, seemingly tireless, continues to unleash flamethrowers into the fiery sphere. The temperature around them escalates dramatically, igniting the entire grassy arena in flames, transforming it into a veritable sea of fire. With Dusknoir standing resiliently amid the inferno, seemingly inexhaustible. Enough, Dusknoir. Upon Yin Fei's command, Dusknoir ceases its assault, the fireball gradually dispersing. In the center lies Nidoking, collapsed and ablaze, incapacitated and suffering from severe burns. Fortunately, being a ground type, with treatment, it should recover without lasting harm. Passerby, witnessing Nidoking being carried away, begins to tremble, fixating on Yin Fei, his legs quaking uncontrollably. In his eyes, Yin Fei resembles a demon, pressing upon his very nerves. Yin Fei is indeed formidable. What is the secret behind that flamethrower? Allow me to investigate. I see. Having just acquired Yin Fei's profile, it seems she excels in a strategy of overwhelming offense, believing that attack is the best form of defense. Moreover, her Dusknoir is equipped with a metronome, enhancing its flamethrower by 200% after the 10th use. What a terrifying contender. Passerby B is already succumbing to fear. Does he lack the courage to continue fighting? Regarding the commentator's curiosity, Passerby B offers no rebuttal. He is indeed frightened, as his opponent fights like a madwoman, who can remain composed against a barrage of flamethrowers. Come back, Dusknoir. Machoke, it's your time to shine. Relieved to see a different Pokemon emerge from the demonic figure, Passerby B sends out his second Pokemon, Gengar, a ghost type immune to fighting type moves, thus entirely unbothered. Shadow Claw. Gengar. Taking the initiative, Passerby B strikes first, seizing the advantage, for he had faltered previously without even making a move. Now Machoke, bulk up. As Shadow Claw approaches, Machoke flexes its muscles, activating Bulk Up to elevate both its attack and defense by one stage. Once more, Bulk Up. The second activation of Bulk Up allows Shadow Claw to strike Machoke multiple times, Yet with its defense bolstered by 2 stages, no damage is incurred. It's time, Makhok. Fire Punch. Flames coalesce around Mashoki's 4 fists, delivering a flurry of fire punches with such speed that they create afterimages, relentlessly battering Jengar. While ghost types are immune to physical attacks, this only applies to normal and fighting type moves. Other types of physical attacks will still inflict damage, albeit as energy damage rather than physical harm. Jengar, already fragile, cannot withstand this relentless onslaught, soon succumbing to the barrage and collapsing to the ground. I concede. Much like Yoshino, one of the favorites to win, Passerby B straightforwardly acknowledges defeat, retreating from this perilous arena without further ado. If only my little Cyndaquil were here, it would undoubtedly win. That remains uncertain. Cyndaquil hasn't battled in quite some time. Faced with his daughter's admiration, he, as a father, feigns calmness. Fully aware of his own limitations, yet reluctant to lose face in front of his child. The televised match continues, now showcasing the third contender favored to win the championship. This third competitor is a male, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and a tall, muscular physique, known by the name of Fumu. True to his name, he appears to be particularly adept at utilizing grass-type Pokémon, his first choice being a Shroomish, a Pokémon that embodies both fighting and grass attributes. Commonly found in the forests of the Hoenn region. Come forth, Zubat. His opponent, a bystander, sends out a Zubat. Zubat, possessing the poison and flying types, holds a distinct advantage against Shroomish. However, the confidence with which Fengmu deploys Shroomish suggests he may possess a strategy to counter the type disadvantage. Shroomish, use Sonic Punch. Fengmu issues a command, seemingly communicating something to Shroomish. The Sonic Punch moves swiftly, reaching Zubat almost instantaneously, delivering a blow to its wide-open mouth. Useless, Zubat. Air Slash. The second bystander commands Zubat, but it appears to be unresponsive. Zubat. Just as the bystander steps closer to investigate, Zubat plummets from the sky, snoring peacefully. Oh no, Zubat has fallen asleep. What on earth happened? Thunder Punch. Unperturbed by Zubat's slumber, Fengmu calmly instructs Shroomish, having anticipated the flying type's advantage. He had specifically taught Shroomish the Thunder Punch move. Seizing the opportunity while Zubat is asleep, Shroomish's hand crackles with electricity as it delivers a punch to Zubat's mouth, causing Zubat to emit swirling, hypnotic eyes. The third bystander, witnessing Fengmu's triumph, trembles with indignation as he voices his protest to the referee. I contest this. His Shroomish is illegal. The Sonic Punch clearly caused my Zubat to fall asleep through the use of prohibited items. Ignorance, Fengmu retorts with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. How dare you? If it's not a prohibited item, then what trick did you employ? The third bystander, feeling insulted by Fengmu's gaze, clenches his teeth in a futile attempt to maintain his composure. I utilized Spore. Fengmu replies nonchalantly, his demeanor unflustered. What? That's impossible. Shroomish can't learn Spore. Referee, he is definitely cheating. The bystander showcases his extensive Pokemon knowledge, while the referee regards him as if he were a fool, responding with a resigned tone. Shroomish indeed cannot learn Spore. After a brief pause, the bystander beams with confidence, convinced of his argument. However, Fungus can learn it, and as long as Fungus evolves, it can do so. The referee's revelation strikes the bystander like a bolt of lightning, and he finds himself under the disapproving gazes of the surrounding audience, only able to stubbornly retort. But how did his Sonic Punch make Zubat fall asleep? He never issued a command. The bystander's words resonate with the audience, who are equally curious about Fengmu's methods. It was the action. My punch was a signal to Shroomish to incorporate Spore into the Sonic Punch. I had communicated this with Shroomish beforehand, so whenever I performed that motion during battle, it signified the release of Spore. The audience and referees suddenly grasped the simplicity of the technique, realizing that with a bit of synergy, anyone could achieve such a feat. I owe much to Mr. Ash. Had it not been for his spectacular battles at the Kalos League, I wouldn't have thought of this strategy. Fengmu's eyes gleam with fervor, revealing his apparent admiration for Ash, as few from Kanto had the opportunity to witness the Kalos League. No, this is impossible. I refuse to believe it. He is definitely cheating. The third bystander, now akin to a rabid dog, has lost all semblance of reason, relentlessly clinging to the accusation of cheating. Security, escort him away. Due to his interference with the match, Fengmu is declared the victor. In stark contrast to Fengmu's polished ascent, the third bystander is dragged away by security, resembling a forlorn dog. Having witnessed this match, Lear expresses her newfound knowledge, contemplating practicing alongside her little Cyndaquil in the future. As the competition approaches its final bout, the disparity between the two opponents is glaringly apparent, not in skill, but in age. A grandmother, appearing to be over 90 years old and leaning on a cane, ambles toward the rocky battlefield, while an 11-year-old boy, the fourth bystander, watches anxiously, fearful she might stumble. Are you ready, Mayim? Is everything all right? The referee, encountering such an unusual scenario, expresses concern for the elderly woman. I'm perfectly fine, you needn't worry. The grandmother, named Fu, calmly nods at the referee, signaling that his astonishment is unwarranted. Ahem, then let the match begin. The referee clears his throat, feeling as though he is being chastised by his own grandmother for not having seen enough of the world. Prepare for battle. Electrode, come forth, Donphan. Fu sends out a Donphan, the evolved form of the common ground-type Pokémon, while the fourth bystander's Electrode is clearly at a disadvantage. Electrode, use Dragon Pulse. The fourth bystander seizes the initiative, commanding Electrode to unleash a torrent of dragon-type energy, forming a dragon that lunges toward Donphan. Donphan, use Swords Dance. Fu's Donphan, unflustered, jumps into a graceful dance, blue blades shimmering around its body as it leaps, twirling in midair, narrowly avoiding the Dragon Pulse. Electrode, Cotton Guard. Cotton material envelopes Electrode, fortifying its defenses, as Cotton Guard is a grass-type move that increases the user's defense by 3 levels. Donphan, use Tearful Look. In the very moment Electrode activates Cotton Guard, Donphan strikes with its claws, launching a fierce attack that seems to tear the heavens apart. The latter suffers minimal damage, merely feeling a slight reduction in its defenses, given its boosted state. Moreover, Donphan's Tearful Look, though of moderate power, triggers an additional effect that lowers Electrode's defenses, coincidentally activating just as Donphan strikes. Donphan Dig. Electrode, reflect, and then return. Donphan bursts from the ground, blocking the path back for the fourth bystander's Pokeball, causing it to retract as it touches Donphan. What? It can do that? The fourth bystander is taken aback, realizing that there are ways to prevent Pokeballs from being recalled. It dawns on him that he is still too young, lacking the wisdom of Fu, who has witnessed much more in her 90 years. Darn it, Electrode, Dragon Pulse. Donphan, once more with Dig. Unable to recall Electrode, the fourth bystander is forced to press on with the battle, but to all observers, it appears he has already lost. Given the move set of the Electric Dragon, which includes Dragon Pulse, Cotton Guard, and Reflect, the final move is undoubtedly an Electric-type skill. The only move capable of inflicting damage is Dragon Pulse, yet the Electric Dragon's speed is inferior to that of the Dugtrio, allowing the opponent to burrow underground before each Dragon Pulse can be unleashed. Each time the bystander Ding attempts to recall his Pokemon, Dugtrio always appears just in time to thwart him. This predicament has pushed Ding's mindset to the brink of collapse, yet out of pride, he can only endure. Youth, do not be hasty. There remains one move yet to be utilized, remarked Fu. Upon hearing this, not only Ding but the audience too became curious about what the final move of Dugtrio would be. Dugtrio, Poison Jab. Alas, your fortune appears to be rather unfortunate, Fu said with a twinge of sympathy as he observed the purple poison status effect appearing on the Electric Dragon. However, Poison Jab has a 30% chance of triggering, and with a stroke of luck, consecutive activations are not beyond reach. I concede. Ironically, it was this very Poison Jab that became the final straw for Ding, leading to his complete breakdown. In his mind, he envisioned an intense battle against his opponent, but instead, he found himself in an exasperating situation where he could neither land a hit nor successfully retreat. The opponent would occasionally scratch at his newly heightened defense, which was then diminished, and now he faced the added misery of being poisoned. He could no longer bear it. At just 11 years of age, he had never encountered such a scenario and promptly declared his surrender, wishing to escape further torment. Child. Before the referee could utter a word, Ding had already recalled his Electric Dragon and dashed toward the competitor's passage, leaving the referee and surrounding spectators to hear his muffled sobs. Oh dear. Has Fu perhaps gone too far? Dugtrio nodded in agreement, recognizing that the opponent was merely 11 years old, and such a means of victory felt somewhat unfair. Yet Fu had his own reasons for necessitating a win. Surely Dugtrio would continue to assist him, right? Dugtrio raised its claws high, seemingly affirming this notion. Having completed the morning's replay, Layer learned much from it, yet it was Fu's battle that profoundly resonated within her. She couldn't help but inquire of her father, Daddy, does little Starfire have a way to defeat this old lady? If it were solely a battle against Dugtrio, little Starfire's advantage of flight would already give the elderly opponent a significant disadvantage, while she could dig to find an opportunity. As long as she employed Flamethrower on the ground, creating a high-temperature environment, Dugtrio would be rendered defenseless. The primary issue lay with Ding's Pokemon-type disadvantage and his youth. This was merely the first match, and his mindset was already faltering. Ah, indeed, little Starfire is formidable. Once I obtain permission from Mother to travel, I shall take little Starfire along. Observing Layer speak thus, her father refrained from further commentary, merely gazing at the television. The afternoon's live broadcast appeared to be commencing. Are you certain you do not wish to continue watching? The afternoon matches were not so different from those in the morning. Player Yoshino enjoyed favorable luck, engaging in 2 one-sided matches against a trainer skilled in Rock-type Pokemon and another proficient in Ground-type Pokemon. With the assistance of Rain, his Blastoise became a veritable artillery piece, defeating opponents in a single blow. Player Yinfei's matches were a fervent display against multi-type and Water-type trainers, with the battle against the Water-type trainer being particularly intense. Water extinguished fire, and fire evaporated water. Although her type was at a disadvantage, Yinfei triumphed through sheer strength. Player Fengmu faced trainers adept in flying and bug types, leveraging his synergy with Breloom and formidable power to achieve victories in both encounters, defeating 3 opponents in each. Meanwhile, our dear old Lady Fu encountered 2 young competitors once more, employing Dugtrio to impart a lesson to the 2 youngsters. Although one utilized Grass-type Pokemon, it made little difference as long as they remained on the ground. The other, hailing from Withered Leaf City and seemingly idolizing the gym leader Majishur, specialized in Electric-type Pokemon and suffered greatly. As he departed the arena, his spirits were markedly low. The 4 highly regarded competitors successfully advanced to the top 8, while the remaining 4 challengers were no less formidable. The ultimate 4 will contend for victory in tomorrow's Quartz Conference, and we eagerly await the outcome. With the live broadcast concluded, today's matches officially came to an end, and the following day's Quartz Conference would determine the top 4 competitors. All matches would take place in the morning, featuring 3-on-3 battles across 4 venues: Water Arena, Rock Arena, Forest Arena, and Normal Arena. The afternoon would be reserved for contestants to rest and reassess, culminating in the 3rd day with the top 4 battling to determine 2 who would advance to the final showdown. On the 4th day, the final 2 would face off against Ash. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream of Strange Words and Phrases. This is the commentary segment of Strange Words and Phrases. Today, I am fulfilling audience requests to narrate the conclusion of the Quartz Conference from the top 256 to the top 16. Among the competitors of notable interest in this Quartz Conference are Yoshino from Hualan City, Yinfei from Honglian Island, Fengmu, suspected to hail from Hoenn, and the enigmatic Old Lady Fu. Strange Words and Phrases is a Pokemon Network streamer who often critiques and comments on matches based on materials sourced from fans or her own findings. With her striking appearance, she has garnered a loyal following online. Today, she is dressed in her signature dark purple hoodie, her long black hair cascading naturally down her sides, and her eyes twinkling like stars, captivating those in the live chat. What piques my curiosity most about this profile is the Old Lady Fu. At 90 years of age, she has forsaken the tranquility of retirement to participate in the Quartz Conference, surely for reasons not known to many. Oh, this fellow known as the true king of nonsense should refrain from such remarks. Pokemon battles are not merely straightforward confrontations. Utilizing everything at one's disposal to secure victory is the true path. In the live chat, a viewer named the True King of Nonsense commented that it was too despicable to bully the child into tears. In response, Strange Words and Phrases quickly countered, asserting that, as she mentioned, Pokemon battles are not merely direct engagements. One must observe everything with care. Furthermore, Grandma Fu's Dugtrio is not invincible. The bystander Ding's type was completely countered, and his mindset faltered. Had he maintained composure, he could have deployed a flying-type Pokemon in the next round to turn the tide. While Grandma Fu possesses considerable experience, she lacks one critical element that we young ones have: youth and vitality. If we dispatch a flying type, we can avoid her attacks, prolonging the match until her side cannot endure any longer, resulting in our victory. Upon hearing Strange Words and Phrases make this assertion, the live chat erupted with comments about how underhanded it was, yet many enjoyed the sentiment. After all, this realm is one they had not considered before. Since they lack the experience of their opponent, they must compensate with alternative strategies. A clip of this moment even circulated on the internet, humorously dubbed the nursing strategy, which significantly boosted the popularity of Strange Words and Phrases live stream in the following days. Chapter 6, The Quartz Conference Top 4, Mouse vs. Dragon. On the 2nd day of the Quartz Conference, the quarterfinals were in full swing, featuring the highly anticipated 4 competitors: Yoshino, Yinfei, Fengmu, and Grandma Fu, each heading toward their respective battle arenas. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Strange Words and Phrases live stream. This is the commentary segment of Strange Words and Phrases. and I will be providing real-time commentary on the top 4 showdown of the Quartz Conference. The competition is about to commence, with the first contestants being Yoshino and Lugia. Yesterday, the prowess of Yoshino's Blastoise remains vividly etched in memory. Its performance in the rain was enough to excite even the most eccentric commentators. The commentators, flushed with excitement, clasped themselves tightly, causing the male viewers in the live chat to become utterly enamored. Alas, my beloved has reached another peak. It seems my prowess knows no bounds. What were you saying earlier, you bold words? And remember, she is my wife. The commentators' live stream swiftly adopted a seasoned tone, revealing a curious familiarity with the proceedings. The competitors have taken their positions on the battlefield, and anticipation mounts regarding the Pokémon they will unleash. In the Quartz Conference's water arena, Yoshino's fortune shines as he draws a venue perfectly suited to his strengths. The water arena resembles an expansive swimming pool, adorned with a few rocky platforms for non-water-type Pokémon. Both competitors are ready. The battle begins. Come forth, Frogadier. Electrode, take the stage. Yoshino dispatches Frogadier into the water, and the sky darkens, clouds gathering as raindrops begin to fall, a phenomenon enhanced by Frogadier's ability. Meanwhile, his opponent seems well prepared, sending Electrode into the water as well. Don't let the opponent escape. Electrode, use Whirlpool. Oh no, Frogadier, get to the platform. Yoshino senses impending doom and immediately commands Frogadier to leave the water. But Electrode has already submerged and begun to swim beneath the surface. Electrode unleashes a Whirlpool, ensnaring Frogadier and preventing its escape from the battle. In that case, we'll retaliate with Whirlpool as well. Frogadier conjures a small whirlpool and hurls it towards Electrode's vicinity, which shows no intention of evading, thus also succumbing to the binding effects. Electrode appears to revel in the whirlpool, seemingly unaffected by the assault. Lugia, brimming with confidence, feels as though he holds the reins of the match. Could it be? Let us perish together, Frogadier, with the Song of Ruin. Hearing Yoshino's next command, Lugia is taken aback, attempting to withdraw Electrode, but it remains trapped in the binding state. Viewers, take heed. Before engaging in battle, one must anticipate the opponent's potential moves. In this instance, Lugia's Electrode possesses the water absorbability, which leads to its underestimation of water-type moves, resulting in its entrapment in the Song of Ruin. Furthermore, Frogadier is on the verge of breaking free from its bindings, perhaps unbeknownst to him. The commentators express their disappointment. As noted, from the moment Frogadier was ensnared by Whirlpool until now, only a single turn has passed. However, Whirlpool typically lasts only 4 to 5 turns, while the Song of Ruin requires 4 turns to execute. If Frogadier were to be unfortunate and remain bound for 5 turns, it would lead to mutual destruction. Yet, observing the diminishing size of Frogadier's Whirlpool, it seems likely that only 4 turns remain. In that case, let us defeat it before the Song of Ruin can activate. Electrode, Thunderbolt. Frogadier, use Mud Shot to defend. In response to the super effective Thunderbolt, Yoshino directs Frogadier to utilize Mud Shot to block the electric attack. The clash of moves results in Thunderbolt being not only thwarted but also diminished in power, with several clumps of mud breaking through and splattering onto Electrode's eyes. However, submerged in water, the mud quickly dissipates under the currents, yet Yoshino seizes the opportunity. Now, use Hypnosis. Just as Electrode opens its eyes, it finds itself engulfed in Frogadier's hypnosis, succumbing to slumber. How infuriating! But Frogadier won't escape either. Lugia believes that Frogadier, still ensnared, has lost its ability to battle, a conclusion he deems inevitable. Yet, fortuitously, Electrode's Whirlpool begins to fade away at this moment. Come back, Frogadier, it's time for you to shine, Blastoise. Yoshino successfully swaps in Blastoise, and as the rain dissipates, he promptly exchanges Pokémon again, taking advantage of Electrode's restful state. As Blastoise makes its entrance onto the platform, the Song of Ruin activates, and Electrode loses its combat capability. Cursed be it. Kingdra, show them your might. Kingdra plunges into the water, swimming swiftly, its speed enhanced by the rain. Humph, even if your Blastoise wields Blizzard, how will it capture Kingdra? Lugia boasts, prideful of Kingdra's remarkable velocity. Oh really? Yoshino smiles, retrieving a bracelet from his pocket, similar to the one worn by Champion Ash, though his is white, embellished with a transparent white crystal. This is indeed the Z-Ring and Z-Crystal from Alola, and it seems Blastoise bears a resonant Z-Crystal, likely of the Ice type. Upon adorning the bracelet, Yoshino promptly performs a mysterious dance from Alola, with Blastoise mimicking his movements. Following the explanation of the dance, a surge of powerful energy coalesces around Blastoise, elevating its aura dramatically. Blastoise, Ice burn of the frigid lands. In the astonished gaze of Lu Jia, Blastoise unleashes formidable ice energy, instantly freezing the entire water arena. While Kingdra succumbs to the devastating attack. Kingdra. Unable to retrieve Kingdra, which is encased in ice, the referee activates an underground mechanism, releasing fierce flames that transform the arena back to water. It appears the Pokemon League anticipated such an event and prepared accordingly. As Lu Jia retrieves Kingdra, he hesitates with his last Pokeball, reluctant to throw it, for Kingdra is his ace. With his trump card down, the last Pokemon seems to hold little significance. Nevertheless, as a contender in the top 8, even in defeat, he wishes to maintain dignity. In his eyes, surrendering out of fear is the most undignified act. Golduck. I entrust you with this. Upon its entrance, Golduck revels in the rain, feeling its abilities enhance. Water Pulse. Golduck strikes first, launching a sphere of water energy at Blastoise. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Blastoise bends its body, directing its cannons at Golduck and unleashing a powerful Hydro Pump that disperses the water pulse in the air. Golduck. Unable to continue battling, Yoshino emerges victorious. In the first match of the semifinals, Yoshino secures victory. After exchanging pleasantries, both competitors exit the arena. Meanwhile, on the Rock Arena, the opposing sides are poised for battle. The commentators are astounded. They never expected Yoshino to possess the exclusive Z Crystal from Alola, worn by Champion Ash. They wonder if this is the only one he has. If there are more, the upcoming battles will certainly be intriguing. Next up is the second match of the morning, Yin Fei versus Lu Yi. It seems that this battle will conclude swiftly in favor of Yin Fei. The viewers in the live chat express confusion, bombarding the screen with question marks, unable to comprehend why the commentators hold such a conviction. Oh dear viewers, are you truly unaware? Have you not noticed that Lu Yi specializes in bug-type Pokemon? As the peculiar saying goes, the competitor, Lu Yi, exclusively employs bug-type Pokemon, and he appears quite flustered as he traverses the contestants' corridor. Cursed luck, how could it be so unfortunate? If only he had drawn Maple instead of this female tyrant. Lu Yi hesitates as he gazes at the light at the end of the corridor, for his opponent excels in fire-type Pokemon, rendering his own team utterly disadvantaged. He sighs, reminding himself that, having reached the top 8, he must face his defeat in front of the audience rather than fleeing without a fight. Emerging from the contestants' corridor, Yin Fei eagerly awaits at one end of the rocky battlefield, exhilarated by Lu Yi's arrival. Ha ha ha, you finally made it. I hope you can offer me an enjoyable battle. This proclamation leaves Lu Yi feeling embarrassed. He doubts he can even withstand being completely overwhelmed, let alone provide a delightful contest. He sets a modest goal for himself, merely to take down one of Yin Fei's Pokemon. Others might scoff at such an aspiration, but for Lu Yi, it feels like a lavish ambition. Come forth, dazzling Dracozolt. Upon its entrance, the temperature in the vicinity escalates dramatically, and even Lu Yi, standing at a distance, can perceive the shift in warmth, a testament to Dracozolt's fiery essence. Incredible. Can such power stem merely from its innate ability? It appears I must summon all my strength. Rain Moth, I entrust you. Lu Yi dispatches his evolved Rain Moth, which, unlike the ordinary variant, boasts a predominantly green physique, marking it as an exceptionally rare shiny Pokemon. Equalize the power, Rain Moth. Oh, equalizing power, is it? How futile that is for us. Inferno Blast, Dracozolt. Rain Moth executes its move, successfully splitting the physical and special attack stats with Dracozolt. However, despite this effort, the Inferno Blast engulfs Rain Moth, instantly rendering it incapable of battle. Ha ha ha, insufficient. Completely insufficient. This will not deter us. Infuriated, he commands Electro-Ebb, who, as it emerges from its Pokeball, immediately unleashes an electromagnetic wave that strikes Dracozolt, causing it to succumb to paralysis with a chance of immobilization. Electro-Ebb, Light Screen. Before the opponent can make its next move, Electro-Ebb acts swiftly to establish a light screen, which halves the damage from special attacks. Huh, have you used enough moves? Now it's my turn. Inferno Blast. Just as Dracozolt prepares to unleash its fiery attack, a jolt of electricity momentarily halts its actions, allowing Lu Yi to seize the opportunity and issue another command. Electro-Ebb, Sonic Boom. The Sonic Blast lowers Dracozolt's defense by 2 levels, but in the next instant, Dracozolt springs into action, releasing a more potent Inferno Blast due to the item Metronome, obliterating Electro-Ebb in an instant despite the protective measures. Only one left, Hercross. I leave it to you. Lu Yi retrieves his final Pokeball, and with the match barely 5 minutes in, the audience is astonished that the battle is nearing its conclusion. They perceive Lu Yi as merely struggling in vain, unable to even take down a single Pokemon of his opponent. Heracross. As Heracross makes its entrance, it vigorously waves its large horns, seemingly assuring Lu E of its capabilities. The spectators, however, have little faith in Lu E, convinced he will not manage to defeat even one of Yin Fei's Pokémon. Yet, the peculiar commentator disagrees. Oh, you doubt him? Let us place a bet. I believe Lu E will take down at least one. Should he lose, the commentator vows to splurge on a grand spectacle. But if victorious, he merely asks viewers to flood the chat with Pokeballs. The gifts in the Pokemon livestream quickly transform into Pokeballs, with the red and white variety being the most economical, akin to real-life red envelopes, costing a mere 200 Alliance coins, affordable even for children. Of course, that is agreeable. But could you perhaps hint at what this grand spectacle entails? I suspect it's a swimsuit reveal of the host. Count me in for that. But she is my wife. I reckon it's a showdown with the Gyarados. Curiosity ensues in the chat regarding the commentator's promised grand spectacle. Oh, but it's a secret. The grand spectacle is too precious to reveal. Returning to the Quartz Conference's rocky battlefield, Lu E feels an overwhelming tension. Yet he understands retreat is no longer an option. The groundwork laid by his first two Pokemon was all for this moment. Heracross, Mega Evolve, Swords Dance. Lu E retrieves a necklace from his chest, adorned with a keystone, an essential item for Mega Evolution. Heracross retrieves its own Mega Stone from its mouth. With a burst of light, the connection between Lu E and Heracross transforms them both, Heracross sprouting wings and gaining the flying type. While the Swords Dance elevates its attack power significantly. Let us unleash our ultimate strike, Heracross. Close combat. Ha ha ha, fascinating. I didn't anticipate you possessed such formidable power. I concede, you are indeed strong. Drakazalt, unleash the mightiest Inferno Blast. Drakazalt readies its twin cannons, targeting Mega Heracross with a fearsome Inferno Blast. Go Heracross. Absorb the power of Rain Moth and Electroweb. Heracross. The Mega Heracross charges into the Inferno Blast, its body scorched by the searing flames. Yet the light screen mitigates much of the damage. Still, the impact is significant. Heracross. Emerging from the flames, Mega Heracross rapidly approaches Drakazalt. Haha, what a thrill. Drakazalt. Flame Punch. Drakazalt attempts a Flame Punch at the oncoming Mega Heracross, but the latter deftly sidesteps the attack and retaliates with a close combat, launching Drakazalt backward. Boom. Drakazalt crashes into the wall outside the battlefield, leaving a deep indentation. And the combined effects of the close combat and its previously lowered defense result in its incapacity for battle. Heracross. Like a champion, Heracross raises its arms in triumph. Though it is not unscathed, its stamina wanes, and a spark flickers across its body as it succumbs to burn status from Drakazalt's fire-type ability. My second Pokemon is you. Blaziken. Blaziken, one of the starter Pokemon from the Kanto region, exudes an imposing aura surpassing that of Drakazalt upon its entrance. Ha ha ha, truly intriguing. You have earned our respect. Blaziken, show him our most powerful move. Blaze Kick. Blaziken ignites in a fierce blaze, producing overwhelming heat that transforms the rocky battlefield into what resembles a volcano, causing the surrounding rocks to melt. As Blaziken approaches Mega Heracross, the latter suffers immense pain from the heat, and in its burned state, it collapses within moments. Reverting to its normal form, Heracross is unable to battle. The victor is Yin Fei. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, astonished that Lu E managed to capture one of the opponent's Pokemon in the end. It was a testament to his resourcefulness, truly a competitor worthy of admiration. Heh. Dear audience, remember your promises. I have not deceived you with my whimsical words, have I? At the reminder of these whimsical words, the spectators, who were previously in shock, quickly regained their composure, showering the screen with gifts represented by red and white Pokeballs. This round of donations even surpassed a week's worth of gifts for the whimsical commentator, which secretly delighted the young girl watching the rising funds backstage. After the battle between Yin Fei and Lu E, the scene shifted to a standard arena where Feng Mu and Lu Bing stood poised, awaiting the referee's announcement to commence the match. Both sides prepared, and the battle began. Shroomish. Houndoom. Each competitor unleashed their respective Pokemon, with Lu Bing's Houndoom activating its Intimidate ability upon entry, lowering Shroomish's physical attack by one stage. In terms of type advantage, Shroomish, being grass fighting, held a superior position. Yet Houndoom was not without its dark-type moves. Houndoom Howl. A gust of air was expelled from Houndoom, directed towards Shroomish, who, still reeling from the impact of the previous attack, failed to notice. The howling gas struck Shroomish squarely in the face, ensuring it would fall asleep in the next round. However, Houndoom suddenly felt its eyes grow heavy, likely due to Shrumish's ability, Effect Spore, which had activated during their earlier encounter, potentially inflicting one of 3 status conditions: poison, paralysis, or sleep. Unfortunately for Houndoom, it fell into a slumber, giving Shrumish the opportunity to escape Houndoom's fiery fangs. Absorb, Shrumish. Fengmu paid no heed to Shrumish's impending sleep, urging it to strike. Shrumish's absorb attack landed squarely on Houndoom's jaw, dealing significant damage while replenishing its own health. Yet, after this blow, Shrumish felt its eyelids grow heavy, succumbing to sleep despite its will. With a thud, Shrumish collapsed to the ground, leaving both Pokemon in a state of slumber, awaiting the first to awaken. Houndoom, unleash your full power with Firefang and finish it, Lu Bing commanded. In the midst of the audience's bewilderment, Houndoom slowly rose, its fiery fangs poised to strike Shrumish. How could I be unprepared for our battle? I had Houndoom carry a citrus berry, waiting for this moment, Lu Bing chuckled confidently. As Houndoom approached Shrumish, just as its fiery jaws were about to snap down, Shrumish opened its eyes and delivered an absorb punch that sent Houndoom flying, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. What just happened? Lu Bing exclaimed. Apologies, but I've studied your battles. I know Houndoom can use Yawn, and I am not the only one prepared for sleep conditions. TCH, return, Houndoom. Windspeed Dog, take the stage. Lu Bing sent forth his second Pokemon, the evolved form of Houndoom, known as the Windspeed Dog, a Pokemon of legendary status, renowned for its extraordinary speed. Extreme speed. Upon hearing Lu Bing's command, the Windspeed Dog dashed forth with such rapidity that it was nearly imperceptible to the human eye, even evading capture by the high-speed cameras at the venue. With a powerful collision, the Windspeed Dog struck Shrumish, sending it careening out of the arena, showcasing its formidable prowess. Ha ha ha, this is my strongest Pokemon. The Windspeed Dog, victory is beyond your reach. That remains to be seen. Kartana. Fengmu sent out Kartana, a rare Pokemon from the Alolan Ultra Wormhole. Possessing dual grass and steel typing, likely caught during his travels to Alola. Swords Dance. Kartana swayed gracefully in the breeze, several blades swirling around it, successfully raising its physical attack by 2 stages. Windspeed Dog, disregard your opponent and use Flare Blitz. The Windspeed Dog, now bolstered in speed, charged towards Kartana. But as it approached, the swirling winds allowed Kartana to deftly evade the attack. Kartana, enough games. Use Sacred Sword to finish it. After dodging another assault from the Windspeed Dog, Kartana extended one hand, forming a colossal sword that descended upon the Windspeed Dog with tremendous force, incapacitating it instantly. With the Windspeed Dog unable to continue the battle, Kartana's presence surged, its aura radiating sharpness that instilled fear in Lu Bing. This was the effect of Kartana's ability, Beast Boost, which enhanced its most formidable stat after defeating an opponent. With the support of Swords Dance and its ability, Kartana's attack power soared to a terrifying level. I concede, Lu Bing declared, recognizing that even his strongest Pokemon, the Windspeed Dog, had succumbed. The audience in the live stream was undoubtedly curious about the second Pokemon Fengmu would deploy. In truth, even the whimsical commentator was uncertain, but fortunately, I have a friend from the Alolan region. That Pokemon is none other than Kartana, which occasionally appears in the skies above Alola, as mentioned by Fengmu. It appears incredibly cool, and I would love to have one. Following the whimsical commentary, the audience expressed their newfound knowledge. Now let us anticipate the Battle of Grandma AFO, which the whimsical commentator eagerly awaits. Grandma AFO sat in the contestants' room, polishing an old photograph. Upon glancing at the figures captured within, her once cloudy eyes sparkled with determination, invigorated as she made her way to the contestant passage. In the final showdown of the quartz conference, Grandma AFO faced off against Lu Ding. With the battlefield set in a forest arena, let us eagerly await the clash that both sides will bring forth. Once again, a young lad. AFO was not keen on being accused of bullying children. Old woman, do you think your little mouse can intimidate me? Be careful not to strain your old back. I dislike your insolence, child, AFO retorted. Before the match had even commenced, the air crackled with tension, suggesting that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Dusknoir, I entrust you with this. Caterpie, toy with that little mouse. Both trainers summoned their respective Pokemon. Grandma Avu, as she had in all previous battles, sent forth her lead Pokemon, the formidable Donphan, while her opponent, Lu Din, dispatched the ground and dragon-type Swablu, whose ability, Levitate, rendered it immune to ground-type attacks. Donphan initiated with Swords Dance, but before it could fully execute its move, the Dragon Pulse surged from the forest, prompting it to leap and evade while simultaneously boosting its attack by 2 stages. Even with its attack maximized, it remains but a mere mouse. Swablu, unleash Sand Tomb. The Swablu concentrated earthy energy at its tail, striking the ground and summoning a swirling sandstorm that began to ensnare Donphan. Huh, poor little mouse. It is an honor for you to be defeated by my little dragon. Donphan, show the child your might. Earthquake. With a mighty stomp, Donphan shattered the sand tomb, causing the trees of the forest to sway perilously. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the ground type could not strike the airborne Swablu. Swablu Dragon Pulse. The child is still too young, thought Donphan. Rock Tomb. Several rocks materialized, not aimed at Swablu, but rather heading straight for Donphan itself. Donphan, leap upon the rocks. Displaying incredible agility, Donphan navigated through the rock tomb and ascended to the highest stone with astonishing speed. Donphan, eliminate it with Night Slash. Donphan gazed enviously at the airborne Swablu, but quickly turned resolute as dark energy enveloped its left hand. With the enhancement of Sword's Dance, it executed Night Slash, striking Swablu and sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The victory was utterly unexpected, leaving the audience in stunned silence. After all, Grandma Avu was renowned for her seasoned tactics, yet her opponent exhibited such formidable strength. Curse it, I leave the red-scaled dragon to you. Tear it apart with Dragon Claw. Donphan, Night Slash. The clash of Night Slash against Dragon Claw ensued, a fierce battle between mouse and dragon where neither side faltered. Donphan, covered in dark energy, defended and counterattacked against the onslaught of the red-scaled dragon, both Pokemon sustaining injuries from the exchange. It seems Donphan relishes this battle, Luden mused, feeling the excitement ignite within him. Then let us continue with Night Slash, Donphan. Curse it, how can you withstand my mouse for so long? Red-scaled dragon, Meteor Shower. With both hands, Donphan swung Night Slash forward, intercepting the gathering energy of the red-scaled dragon's meteor shower just in time. Yet, the dragon's final resolve propelled it to unleash the attack. The sky filled with numerous rocky projectiles imbued with dragon energy, resembling meteors as they descended upon the battlefield. Under the barrage of the meteor shower, the forest was ravaged, and Donphan, despite its desire to evade, found its recent injuries limiting its agility. Without the dig ability, it could only watch helplessly as a massive rock struck it, rendering Donphan unable to continue the fight. Impressive, the youth today have indeed bested Grandma Avu's Donphan. Curse it. My final Pokemon, Old Man Dragon, I rely on you. Old Man Dragon, a dragon-type Pokemon native to the Alola region, emerged. Maril, inherit the will of Donphan. The Pokemon, known as the Great Water Mouse, Maril, adorned in blue with white spots, was classified as a water rabbit Pokemon. On the opposing side, Luden felt an ominous premonition upon seeing Maril's entrance, though he could not pinpoint the reason for his unease. Maril, Belly Drum. The rhythmic thumping of Maril's belly filled the air, and after executing Belly Drum, it felt an overwhelming surge of power, ready to crush its opponent. Maril, Play Rough. Old Man Dragon, Dragon Dive. As a dragon trainer, Luden favored dragon-type moves, yet Old Man Dragon's Dragon Dive was swiftly obliterated upon contact with Play Rough, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. Thus, the ultimate battle between mouse and dragon concluded with the mouse Pokemon emerging victorious. Truly, Grandma Avu was remarkable. The formidable Donphan ignited a spark within me. The Quartz Conference semifinals officially concluded, with Grandma Avu's victory marking the end of the final match. See you tomorrow, dear audience. The host ended the live stream, having completed the Quartz Conference semifinals, deciding to grant herself a half-day break. She eagerly anticipated the upcoming third day of the fierce competition, where only two would advance to the final showdown against Ash. Chapter 7. The Quartz Conference Full 6-on-6, Part 1. On the third day of the Quartz Conference, the matches would determine the two finalists, who would then compete against Ash. The battle would take place on a standard battlefield, featuring 6-on-6 combat with the option to swap Pokemon. However, only one of Mega Evolution or Z moves could be utilized, and Gigantamaxing was prohibited as there were no Gigantamax energy points at the venue. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Let's not waste time. Today, the four highly anticipated competitors will face off in a bracket of 4-2. Each contestant is exceptionally strong, and I am greatly looking forward to the excitement that lies ahead. Oh, the competition is about to commence. The first match is between Hayakawa and Yoshino. It appears this will be a showdown of Z moves. Indeed, Hayakawa's paper-cutting sword, originating from the Alola region, likely possessed Z moves, which was expected given the allure of Z moves prior to the establishment of the Alola League. Hayakawa and Yoshino stepped onto the battlefield, both deftly retrieving their Pokeballs. Upon the referee announcing the match's commencement, They hurled their Pokeballs into the arena. Victory Bell. Lapras. Hayakawa summoned Victory Bell, a grass and poison-type Pokemon. Distinguished by its unique pattern resembling fissures rather than the typical white spots, with petals that were notably larger than its counterparts. This variant seemed to hail from the Oranges Islands in the southern Johto region, where the climate and sunlight likely contributed to its distinctive features. Yoshino responded with Lapras, a water and ice-type Pokemon, also known as the transport Pokemon, beloved for carrying people across the sea. Lapras, Ice Wind. Seizing the initiative, Yoshino commanded Lapras to unleash a chilling gust of ice wind that enveloped the arena, drastically dropping the temperature. Victory Bell. Protect. Understanding that the ice-type attack would severely harm the grass-type Victory Bell, Hayakawa swiftly ordered it to use Protect, hoping to shield it from the impending blast. Though the icy wind was successfully repelled, it appeared indifferent to attacking the Venusaur, instead sweeping across the entire battlefield. Under the influence of the icy wind, the ground soon became blanketed in frost, transforming into an icy arena. In that case, Venusaur, cover the grassy terrain. Upon receiving the command, Venusaur promptly sprang into action. Its colossal petals gently descended to touch the ground, and vibrant green grass sprouted from the earth, reminiscent of spring arriving after winter, symbolizing rebirth. Lapras amplified the power of the icy wind. Grass and ice, spring and winter, the grassy terrain and the icy wind stood in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other, ultimately resulting in a battlefield that was half lush green grass and half bone-chilling frozen earth. The two trainers exchanged knowing smiles, the outcome not entirely unexpected. Perfectly aligning with their predictions, the adversary before them was indeed the formidable rival they sought. Venusaur, Energy Ball. Lapras, Ice Beam. Neither Pokemon was inclined to move, remaining stationary like turrets as they unleashed their skills in a clash of might. However, this could not be sustained for long, as the continuous casting of skills was exceedingly draining on their stamina. Stop, they called in unison. In perfect synchrony, both trainers commanded their Pokemon to cease their assaults, as they aimed to conclude the battle with the next attack. Venusaur, Solar Beam. Lapras, Outrage. Venusaur unleashed the special attack Solar Beam, which rendered it immobile in the subsequent turn, while Lapras employed the Dragon-type move Outrage, a physical attack that would leave it in a state of confusion afterward. Theoretically, Outrage's power was slightly inferior to Solar Beam, but in the unpredictable realm of battle, one could never be certain. Perhaps Outrage would prove more formidable? Lapras swiftly traversed the icy surface, leaping high into the air above Venusaur, its body aglow with draconic energy as it descended like a great dragon from the skies. Yet, it was utterly unprepared for the fact that Venusaur could unleash its attack from its flower center. As Lapras plummeted from above, Venusaur fired the Solar Beam, and the two energies collided instantaneously. Boom! The formidable skills unleashed by both Pokemon resulted in a massive explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Amidst the anticipation of all onlookers, both Pokemon gradually revealed themselves, collapsing onto the ground, after the referee confirmed their simultaneous loss of combat capability. The first match concluded in a draw. The second match commenced immediately, both trainers casting their Pokeballs once more, summoning two new Pokemon into the fray. Maple sent forth a Exeggutor, the Kanto variant, a grass and psychic-type Pokemon, rumored to possess 3 heads, each with its own consciousness, yet harmoniously coexisting without quarrel. On the other side, Yoshino summoned a Sunflora, a water and rock-type Pokemon. Judging by their attributes alone, he was already at a disadvantage, but until the very end, the outcome remained uncertain. All they could do was wait and see. Exeggutor harnessed the power bestowed by Venusaur. Unleash Leaf Storm. Although the confrontation between Venusaur and Lapras had concluded, the grassy terrain and icy surface persisted, as if fueled by an inexhaustible source of energy, continuously colliding, merging, and repelling each other. Standing upon the grassy ground, Exeggutor's Leaf Storm, enhanced by the terrain, surged forth, a massive tempest racing towards Sunflora, being quadruple weakened by grass-type moves. Sunflora risked losing its combat ability should it falter against this onslaught. Sunflora Mirror Coat. A layer of psychic-type energy enveloped Sunflora's surface, forming a magical cloak. This was the effect of Mirror Coat, which would reflect any special attack with double the power. As the storm engulfed Sunflora, it sustained no damage. And under the influence of Mirror Coat, the leaf storm ricocheted back with even greater force, sweeping across the grassy terrain. Not good. Exeggutor, intercept it with Psychic. Exeggutor observed the formidable force of the returned leaf storm, now at least double in size compared to the one it had unleashed, hurtling towards it. Yet, it remained unperturbed. executing the psychic move under Maple's command. Although its power paled in comparison to Leaf Storm, it was more than sufficient to withstand such a colossal attack. The psychic move activated, but the overwhelmingly powerful Leaf Storm pressed forward, overpowering Exeggutor's defense. While Psychic managed to stave off the attack momentarily, it could not hold out for long against the ferocious Leaf Storm. Half of its energy was mitigated, bringing it down to a level comparable to the Leaf Storm unleashed by Exeggutor. Exeggutor. The Pokémon endured damage from the Leaf Storm, though the impact seemed minimal, as the Psychic and Grass-type combination provided it ample resistance against Grass-type moves. Having withstood the reflected Leaf Storm, Maple hesitated to command Exeggutor to act recklessly, for the majority of its learned attacks were special moves. Should it strike, Sunflora's Mirror Coat would become an insurmountable obstacle. The battle reached a tense stalemate. Yoshino refrained from attacking due to his type disadvantage, while Maple grappled with the limitations of Exeggutor's moves. Sunflora, Earth Power. After enduring for some time, Yoshino, seeing Maple's reluctance to initiate, decided to strike first with the Ground-type special attack, Earth Power. Energy surged from Sunflora, penetrating the ground before splitting open a fissure that surged towards Exeggutor on the grassy terrain. Exeggutor Bind. Realizing the formidable force of Earth Power, Maple commanded Exeggutor to use Bind. With the support of the grassy terrain, Exeggutor swiftly filled the gap created by Earth Power, its attack scaling and power reminiscent of a rampant plant. Bind did not cease after overcoming Earth Power. It continued its assault towards Sunflora, massive vines ensnaring it, and swiftly pulling it back towards Exeggutor. Exeggutor, Hypnosis. Sunflora, Explosion. Exeggutor attempted to lull Sunflora into slumber to prevent it from using Mirror Coat, but Yoshino decisively ordered Sunflora to unleash Explosion. With a resounding boom, both Pokémon fell, losing their combat capabilities. Incredibly, the second match also ended in a draw. Both trainers had showcased their utmost abilities, striving to overcome the worthy adversary before them. Golisopod. Cacturn. In the third round, Yoshino deployed Golisopod, a water and bug-type Pokémon hailing from the Alola region, adorned with ornate armor and a necklace of fangs, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Maple, in contrast, sent forth Cacturn, a grass and steel-type Pokémon, its green spikes crowned with a yellow hat, possessing exceptional resistances. Golisopod, Swords Dance. Yoshino refrained from hasty action, opting to first elevate Golisopod's attack by 2 levels before observing his opponent's response. After all, his adversary's Pokémon was renowned for its outstanding defense among grass types, necessitating a cautious approach. Cacturn Seed Bomb. Golisopod, Bug Bite to knock off the Seed Bomb. Yoshino discerned Maple's intentions and promptly issued a command to thwart the parasitic seeds. The armored warrior raised one hand, and a projectile needle imbued with insect energy shot forth, intercepting the parasitic seeds launched by the nut dumbbell midair, wrapping around them upon contact and causing them to descend to the ground. Nut Dumbbell, use Swords Dance. Seeing the tactic of parasitic seeds falter, Maple swiftly altered his strategy. After all, possessing a type advantage and high resistance, why not take the offensive? He commanded the Nut Dumbbell to perform Swords Dance to elevate its attack by 2 stages. Nut Dumbbell, unleash a powerful whip. The Nut Dumbbell leaped high, its tendrils poised to strike at the armored warrior. 3 immense grass-type energy strands coalescing onto the spiked discs of its appendages. Armored warrior, execute Fury Cutter. Observing the unfolding scenario, Yoshino did not hesitate, issuing the command for the armored warrior to extend its claws, enveloped in insect energy, into 2 long swords, propelling itself upwards to slash at the Nut Dumbbell. The 2 Pokémon engaged in aerial combat, with the armored warrior at a disadvantage, relying solely on its rapid Fury Cutter attacks and type advantage to hold its ground. Despite having only 3 tendrils compared to the armored warrior's 2 claws, the Nut Dumbbell's reach was indeed superior. Excellent. Nut Dumbbell, use Poison Jab. One of its tendrils enveloped in a purple energy, symbolizing poison, struck the armored warrior unexpectedly in the abdomen. Although the armored warrior managed to withstand the blow due to its exceptional physical resistance, it was soon followed by 2 powerful strikes that sent it crashing to the ground, inflicting significant damage, though fortunately, it did not succumb to poison. At this moment, Yoshino's Pokeball emitted a beam of red light, recalling the armored warrior. Its ability to automatically evade had activated, indicating its stamina had dipped below half. Upon its return, the Mosquito Frog King was dispatched to the battlefield, taking the position previously occupied by the armored warrior. As it was randomly selected to enter the fray, the newly arrived Mosquito Frog King appeared bewildered, casting a confused glance at Yoshino. Mosquito Frog King, use Water Pulse. Not good. Nut dumbbell, quickly. The water pulse was initiated. Given the close proximity between the nut dumbbell and the mosquito frog king, the execution and impact of the attack were swift. The ground beneath the nut dumbbell was violently disrupted by the sudden surge of water, ensnaring it in the binding state. Mosquito frog king, use parish song. The parish song commenced, entering a countdown. In 4 turns, the nut dumbbell would lose all its health. Curse it, nut dumbbell, bind it with your tendrils. If it 1T let us leave, then we shall not let it escape. Under Maple's command, the nut dumbbell extended its tendrils to ensnare the mosquito frog king. Faced with the situation, Yoshino found himself at a loss, knowing that the nut dumbbell's dual resistance and type advantage made it a formidable foe. Merely managing to swap out was already a victory. Midway, Yoshino sought to have the mosquito frog king summon rain, but each attempt was thwarted by the nut dumbbell's bindings. Thus, both Pokemon remained locked in a stalemate, enduring until the parish song executed, resulting in both losing their combat capabilities, thus concluding the battle. The confrontation reached a crescendo. However, it appeared that Maple held the upper hand. Although both sides had 3 Pokemon remaining, the Armored Warrior's stamina was already dangerously low. I entrust you once more, Armored Warrior. The Water and Bug-type Armored Warrior re-entered, now facing the Paper Sword, the most physically offensive entity in Maple's lineup. Both Pokemon hailed from Alola. Yet one was an ultimate beast while the other was an ordinary Pokemon, marking this as a duel from Alola. Paper Sword, Leaf Blade. Fury Cutter, Armored Warrior. The Paper Sword elongated its arms, morphing into a blade-like form, its hue shifting from white to green. The Armored Warrior, utilizing its swiftness, executed Fury Cutter, successfully striking the Paper Sword. Despite the latter's advantageous type, its stamina was compromised. Thus, the damage inflicted was considerable. Following the successful Fury Cutter, the Armored Warrior closed the distance, but the Paper Sword retaliated with a leaf blade aimed at its chest. Fortunately, the Armored Warrior reacted swiftly, crossing its arms to block the attack. Armored Warrior, Fury Cutter again. Paper Sword, Sacred Sword. The 2 Pokemon clashed like dueling samurai, pitting not only their skill power against one another, but also their mastery of close-quarter techniques. Amidst the back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense, the Paper Sword suddenly found itself immobilized, allowing the Armored Warrior to seize the opportunity and deliver a Fury Cutter, pushing the Paper Sword back. The rationale behind this unexpected turn of events was illuminated by the commentary in the live stream. How could you all not notice? As the illustrious announcer of Pokemon battles, the Armored Warrior's necklace of fangs? That is undoubtedly a Razor Fang. A Pokemon equipped with a Razor Fang has a 10% chance of inducing flinching in its opponent. And that yellow cap atop the nut dumbbell? That's a hard stone, which inflicts damage on opponents when they use physical attacks against it. Coupled with its ability, Iron Barbs, it becomes an exceptionally troublesome Pokemon. Although it ultimately perished alongside the Mosquito Frog King, the commentator displayed a disdainful expression, looking down upon the audience in the live stream, as she was, after all, a seasoned Pokemon battle commentator, and her viewers appeared oblivious to these crucial details. How could they not know? We simply wish to see your scornful gaze, O Queen. As a few older fans chimed in, the remaining audience echoed their sentiments, captivated by her beauty and the thrill of her dismissive attitude towards them. And you, the so-called ordinary language teacher, how detestable. It's your fault for leading the audience astray. It's disheartening that all they focus on is my looks rather than my talent. The commentator pointed out the culprit, a viewer known as the ordinary language teacher, a longtime fan who occasionally lightened the mood in the chat with playful banter. Never mind. I shan't stoop to your level. Let us continue with the match. Returning to the battle, after suffering from flinching, the Paper Sword was sent flying, landing a considerable distance away from the Armored Warrior. Needle Barrage, Armored Warrior, don't let it approach. Seizing the opportunity, Yoshino commanded the Armored Warrior to continue its assault. Although the earlier duel between the 2 warriors appeared evenly matched, the Paper Sword's high physical attack and inherent attributes had begun to put the Armored Warrior in jeopardy. Fortunately, the Razor Fang it bore activated. The Armored Warrior unleashed a barrage of needle projectiles from its arms, resembling a volley of arrows converging upon the Paper Sword. Slice through them, Sacred Sword. The Paper Sword expertly employed its dual sacred swords to shatter the approaching needles, its lightweight form dancing gracefully through the air like a sprite. Go, Paper Sword. Use Aerial Ace. The Aerial Ace, executed with astonishing speed and assured accuracy, was pivotal, especially since it was a flying-type move. The Armored Warrior, being a dual water and bug-type Pokemon, was not particularly vulnerable to grass-type moves, but it remained defenseless against flying-type assaults. Block it, Armored Warrior. The armored warrior, attempting to shield itself from the swift strike of the paper sword, was taken aback when the latter vanished before its eyes. Both Yoshino and the armored warrior paused in astonishment. Behind you came the urgent call from the trainer. The armored warrior turned, intending to defend itself. But time was not on its side. The paper sword executed a spinning kick that struck the armored warrior squarely in the face, followed by a downward kick that sent it crashing to the ground, rendering it incapable of further combat. Thus, the match concluded with the paper sword emerging victorious, reducing the contest to a 3-against-2 scenario, Kazumoki with 3 and Yoshino with 2. However, the state of the paper sword was far from optimal, and Yoshino still had a chance. As the defeated paper sword glowed with an orange aura, its strength surged. This was its unique ability, enhancing its physical prowess. And given that it possessed the highest physical attack, its offensive capabilities rose by 1 level. Yoshino, observing the paper sword on the field, hesitated momentarily before dispatching his Blastoise. The introduction of Blastoise drew gasps from the crowd. Even Kazumoki was puzzled, unable to fathom Yoshino's strategy. After all, one typically reserves their trump card for the final moments. Yet Yoshino deployed it in the penultimate round. Blastoise used Blizzard. Upon entry, Yoshino commanded Blastoise to unleash a fierce blizzard, instantly transforming the arena into a tempest of wind and snow, the frigid storm even sending chills through the spectators outside. However, the paper sword, being of both grass and steel types, held no particular weakness against blizzard. Nonetheless, it still sustained considerable damage. Under the relentless onslaught of the blizzard, the paper sword teetered, its stamina clearly depleting, leaving one to wonder if it could still pose a threat to Blastoise. Paper sword, hang in there. Leaf blade with all your might, Kazumoki shouted. The paper sword surged forward, its hands aglow with verdant light as it slashed at Blastoise. Yet, Yoshino and his Blastoise were not to be trifled with. Ice punch. Blastoise retaliated with a freezing jab, striking the paper sword. Convinced that the opponent could not withstand the blow, Blastoise retracted its fist, only for the paper sword to swiftly counter with a leaf blade. Blastoise, the water-type Pokémon, cried out in pain, turning to see the paper sword had already succumbed to its final assault, rendering it incapable of continuing. With that, Blastoise triumphed, while the paper sword fell, leaving both sides with just 2 Pokémon each. However, Blastoise, having endured damage, was not at its full strength, placing it at a slight disadvantage. Come forth, Shroomish. The crowd, having witnessed Yoshino's trump card, was no longer concerned about the timing of the ace's appearance, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating battle. Shroomish, use Focus Punch. Focus Punch, a powerful fighting-type move, was not without its flaws, boasting only a 50% accuracy rate. Shroomish concentrated its energy into its fist and launched it towards Blastoise. Defense Curl. Brace yourself, Blastoise. With its slower speed and lack of alternative maneuvers, Blastoise focused solely on enduring the impending attack rather than evading it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yoshino resolved to bolster Blastoise's physical defense to withstand the Focus Punch. Blastoise executed Defense Curl, successfully raising its defense by 2 levels, standing firm against Shroomish's attack, without flinching, only to feel a sudden wave of dizziness wash over it. Oh no! It became apparent that Yoshino had overlooked the additional effect of Focus Punch. While its accuracy was only 50%, the damage it dealt was substantial, and it guaranteed confusion as a secondary effect. Blastoise, now swaying unsteadily, had clearly fallen into a state of confusion, raising the likelihood of self-inflicted harm in the ensuing exchanges. Seize the moment, Shroomish. Thunder Punch. Prior to the match, Kazumoki had already prepared Shroomish's moveset, replacing Spore with Thunder Punch, knowing that a fellow finalist like Yoshino would undoubtedly be prepared for it. Shroomish, crackling with electric energy, charged at Blastoise, prompting Yoshino to grit his teeth, a resolute glint in his eyes. Since we're already in a state of confusion, let us unleash chaos. Blastoise, use Outrage. A fierce roar erupted from Blastoise as potent dragon energy enveloped its form, radiating sheer destructive power. Shroomish, do not falter. Go for it. Encouraged by its trainer's shout, Shroomish charged forward with Thunder Punch. Outrage struck Shroomish, causing it to momentarily hesitate. Shroomish, Thunder Punch. Upon hearing its trainer's voice, Shroomish regained focus and unleashed a flurry of thunder punches against Blastoise's abdomen. Unyielding, Blastoise retaliated with all its might, crashing into Shroomish. The intensity of their clash captivated the audience, both in attendance and those watching from afar, igniting an electrifying fervor as they witnessed the relentless determination of the 2 Pokémon. The air was thick with the sounds of their attacks and roars, as the spectators were transfixed, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the smoke began to clear, both Pokemon remained standing, each still engaged in their respective stances, Shroomish poised to strike, while Blastoise maintained its outraged position. The peculiar sight left the audience bewildered, with only a few well-versed in battles shedding tears, including the commentator, who was overwhelmed by emotion. The referee approached to assess the two Pokemon, ultimately declaring the result. Blastoise and Shroomish are unable to continue. The match ends in a draw. The audience, witnessing the unwavering resolve of both Pokemon, erupted in support, cheering for both competitors. Go, Yoshino. Don't let Kazamuki defeat you. Come on, Blastoise. You can do it. The cheers escalated, with some even sparking rivalries that nearly erupted into a real-life Pokemon battle. Wow, the commentator is truly moved to tears. Blastoise and Shroomish have put forth an incredible effort, truly remarkable Pokemon. Watching the two Pokemon on the screen, the female commentator couldn't help but shed tears. A moment captured by her fans and shared widely, dubbed the tears of the mighty Croc. As the match concluded, Kazamuki and Yoshino recalled their Pokemon, their expressions grave as they regarded one another. Not just for Blastoise, but for the fans cheering for us. We must prevail. Hippo, inherit Blastoise's will. Shroomish had fought valiantly to the end, earning the audience's respect, and Yoshino knew he had to surpass that effort for victory. Lyron, come forth. Yoshino's final Pokemon was the Water and Psychic-type Hippo, boasting exceptional special attack and defensive capabilities, its adorable appearance immediately winning over the female audience. Its tail bore a shell adorned with sparkling gems. Conversely, Kazamuki summoned the Grass-type Lyron, one of Hoenn's starter Pokemon, known for its remarkable speed and special attack, with a stylish armband securing its left arm. Lizard King, first, enhance yourself with Dragon Dance. As Maple commanded, the Lizard King initiated Dragon Dance, and shadows of dragons seemed to twist around it, elevating its speed and attack by one level. The use of Dragon Dance indicated that this Lizard King specialized in physical attacks, though the possibility of it being a dual attacker could not be dismissed. This led Yoshino to deduce a valuable piece of information. The likelihood of the opponent leaning towards physical attacks was considerably high. Now it's our turn, Hippowdon, use Trick Room. Observing the Lizard King bolster its abilities, he promptly seized the opportunity to have Hippowdon employ Trick Room, revealing an ominous grin as an orange aura of enhancement enveloped it, boosting its special attack by 2 levels. Lizard King, Dragon Claw. Post-Dragon Dance, the Lizard King, now faster, swiftly lowered its body and lunged at Hippowdon, executing a Dragon Claw that sent it soaring. A gem was tethered to its arm, restrained by a band. Are you alright, Hippowdon? Now we must unleash our full strength. Hippowdon Mega Evolve. With that, Yoshino produced a Rotom phone, its back adorned with a gem, the keystone essential for Mega Evolution. The tail of Hippowdon glimmered as the keystone resonated with its Mega Stone, emitting a radiant light. As the brilliance faded, Mega Hippowdon emerged, encased in a shell, revealing only its head and small hands, standing on its tail that was exposed, achieving a remarkable enhancement in physical defense. Lizard King, we shall also give our utmost. Hidden within the forest, Great Dragon, reveal your true fangs, Mega Evolve. The Lizard King. Meanwhile, witnessing the arrival of Mega Hippowdon, Maple, unwilling to be outdone, proceeded with the Mega Evolution of his Lizard King. Mega Lizard King debuted, its already massive tail growing even larger, adorned with green armor-like structures on its chest. Its leaves sharper, and most importantly, its type transforming from pure grass to grass and dragon. Its speed and dual attack capabilities surged, as if born solely for battle. Mega Lizard King, Thunder Punch. At this moment, Yoshino appeared to wear a triumphant smile. Mega Hippowdon, Skill Swap. Mega Hippowdon executed Skill Swap, successfully exchanging abilities with the Lizard King. Suddenly, Maple recalled something and wished to halt the Lizard King's assault, but the opponent's speed now posed an obstacle. The Lizard King's Thunder Punch struck Mega Hippowdon, yet it bore a cheerful expression, seemingly unscathed, even emanating an orange aura of enhancement. The Lizard King, perplexed, opted to maintain distance, awaiting its trainer's next command. Originally, Mega Hippowdon possessed the Shell Armor ability, while Mega Lizard King had the Lightning Rod ability. Following their exchange, Mega Hippowdon now had the Lightning Rod ability, which actively absorbs opposing electric-type moves, boosting its special attack by 1 level. Observing Yoshino's enigmatic smile, Maple felt an overwhelming pressure. The sensation of being completely seen through was quite disconcerting. Ah, here it comes again, Yoshino's prediction. He seems to have anticipated Maple's Lizard King's Mega Evolution and its Thunder Punch move long before. How intriguing. The audience in the live stream speculated about the mysterious words. Yet no conclusive explanations emerged. Perhaps only Yoshino himself truly understood. Listening to the audience's astonished gasps, Yoshino remained composed. After all, achieving such foresight was relatively simple. Upon learning that he would be facing Maple after yesterday's match, he spent the entire afternoon and evening researching his opponent's battles online. Although the appearances of Maple's Lizard King were scarce, and its mega evolution remained an elusive shadow, he uncovered enough clues to devise a comprehensive strategy for Hippowdon against Lizard King the previous night. No worries, we still possess our pride and speed. Mega Lizard King. Dragon Claw. Mega Hippowdon. Trick Room. As Mega Hippowdon snapped its tiny fingers, an extraordinary space began to form. This was Trick Room, in which slower Pokémon would always strike first against faster ones. Initially, Maple thought it was merely the ceiling of Thunder Punch that posed a problem. However, observing that Mega Hippowdon, utilizing only its tail, was now several times faster than Mega Lizard King, left him momentarily stunned. Realizing the battle was ongoing, he slapped his cheeks to regain focus. After all, the opponent was unaware that his Mega Lizard King excelled not only in physical attacks. Mega Lizard King. Leaf Storm. Mega Hippowdon. Use Psychic. Mega Hippowdon acted first, using Psychic to lock onto Mega Lizard King. The potent psychic energy surged forth, enhanced by the 2 layers of Trick Room and the 1 layer of Lightning Rod boost, amplifying the power of Psychic to extraordinary levels. The colossal psychic force crashed into Mega Lizard King. Already lacking in defense, it felt as if it were battling a vast ocean, and before long, it was hurled back, colliding with the barrier of Trick Room. This solitary blow rendered it unable to continue fighting, reverting from its Mega Evolution state. The Lizard King has lost its fighting capability, thus declaring Yoshino the victor. As Hippowdon reverted from Mega Evolution, returning to its adorably naive form, the entire venue erupted in jubilant applause. The first match of the Dual Elite Championship had concluded with a decisive outcome. The victor was Yoshino, the elite trainer from Hualan City. Wow, Yoshino has emerged victorious. Though I anticipated this outcome, he certainly appears to be someone exceptionally skilled in strategy. Chapter 8, Quartz Conference Full 6-on-6, Part 2. The first match of the Dual Elite Championship ended with Yoshino's triumph, leaving Maple regrettably stopping at the top 4. However, he chose not to depart the Quartz Conference immediately, intending to remain until Ash's match concluded, for he had a premonition that something significant would occur following Ash's battle. In the second match of the Dual Elite Championship, participants had begun their preparations in the contestants' room. Yenshi's eyes gleamed with fervor as she secured 6 Pokeballs to her waist and strode confidently into the contestants' corridor. Meanwhile, Grandma AFO tenderly caressed an old photograph before tucking it away, stowing 6 Pokeballs into her pocket, and leisurely making her way toward the contestants' corridor. Muttering a name under her breath, Xiaoxiong. The venue was packed to capacity, with everyone eagerly anticipating the second match, especially after the exhilarating first match. Surely, the second would not disappoint. How slow that old lady. On the battlefield, observing the leisurely pace of AFO, Yenshi could not help but voice her impatience, her eyes betraying her yearning for battle. Hee, what an amusing young girl. At such an advanced age, doesn't Grandma need to take it a bit slower? Then perhaps Grandma should refrain from participating in Pokemon battles. Be cautious not to strain your back. You should be the one to watch out, young lady. Be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Before the match commenced, AFO and Yenshi exchanged friendly greetings, their smiles reflecting a harmonious rapport in the spectators' eyes. The battle began. The referee announced the commencement of the match as Yenshi opened one of the 6 Pokeballs at her waist, summoning a Pokemon that was entirely purple and resembled a chandelier. The very first Pokemon she sent forth, Chandelure, a fire and ghost type with formidable special attack capabilities. On the other side, AFO sent out a Litten, its fur a deep black, resembling a plump sphere. This was the Alolan form of Litten, possessing dark and normal attributes. Although its overall capabilities were unremarkable, it had a distinct advantage over the Lampent. What does it matter if there is a type disadvantage? Lampent, unleash the Inferno. Yenfeng commanded as her Lampent executed the fire-type attack, Inferno. In truth, only fire-type moves were effective, as ghost-type attacks proved futile against the opponent. Litten, launch a surprise attack. AFO, unfazed, issued the command, and just before the Inferno was unleashed, Litten darted toward Lampent like a bolt of black lightning. Hold firm, Lampent, release the Inferno. Lampent was struck by the surprise attack, sustaining significant damage, yet persevered, retaliating with an Inferno just as Litten was retreating. Due to the proximity, Litten could not evade, taking the brunt of the Inferno head-on. The scorching flames assaulted its body. Yet, AFO remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her face as she observed the figure enveloped in flames. Litten, use Swords Dance, AFO called out, and suddenly, the flames were cleaved apart by 4 gleaming swords, revealing Litten, who emerged from the flames, appearing utterly unscathed. Oh, now I understand. AFO's Litten possesses the thick fat ability, which halves the damage from fire-type moves. Qui-Gon began to educate the viewers in the livestream, even though it was unnecessary, as most of her audience were well-versed in battle strategies. However, a surge of new viewers had recently emerged, drawn in by her milk-stealing tactic. As she mentioned, AFO's Litten is indeed a rare specimen with the thick fat ability, allowing it to endure only half the damage from fire and ice moves. It appears AFO has come well prepared. One wonders how Yanfeng will respond. Qui-Gon observed Yanfeng's serious expression on the screen and spoke nonchalantly. It seems now is the time for Qui-Gon's unique milk-stealing strategy, commented a viewer from the rock-type Pokemon Doctor. How infuriating. Just watch the match in silence. Qui-Gon felt a bit embarrassed upon reading a comment that floated by, her cheeks flushing as she resumed watching the battle, ignoring the audience. On the battlefield, Yanfeng gazed at the Litten, now bolstered by 2 levels of attack from Swords Dance. Her expression grave. Although the optimal strategy would be to withdraw Lampent into its Pokeball, that was entirely contrary to her style. How amusing. Lampent, use Curse. After Yanfeng issued the command, a menacing nail materialized out of thin air, slowly embedding itself into Lampent's body. Curse was successfully executed. Lampent sacrificed half of its health to cause Litten to lose a quarter of its health each turn. An intriguing little girl, but it's not over yet. Lampent, Vortex of Flames. Dig Litten. AFO's Litten burrowed into the ground, evading Lampent's fiery vortex attack, vanishing completely aside from the entrance of the hole it left behind. Crunch. Litten. Behind, Lampent. The ground beneath Lampent trembled as Litten burst forth, its sharp fangs sinking into Lampent. Under Litten's crunch attack, Lampent could not endure for long, soon losing its ability to battle. Return, Lampent, you performed admirably. Litten, you too, return and rest. Both trainers withdrew their Pokemon. AFO was not like the younger competitors, allowing her Pokemon to remain on the field when their stamina was waning and afflicted by a curse. Shortly after the second match began, AFO claimed her first victory. Do not underestimate my flames. Charizard, it is your time to shine. Mega Evolve, and let your blazing spirit melt everything. Yanfeng sent forth Charizard, which immediately Mega Evolved into Mega Charizard. Its 2 humps merged into one, the air around it warped by the intense heat radiating from its body. Its offensive and defensive capabilities surged, but its already sluggish speed became even less notable after Mega Evolution. Marill, you go. AFO dispatched Marill, a water-type Pokemon, which had a double advantage against Mega Charizard. AFO's opponent was demonstrating remarkable strength, and thus AFO needed to summon her utmost to triumph over her. With that, AFO retrieved a bracelet from her pocket and donned it on her wrist. A blue diamond crystal adorned with water droplet patterns shimmered, a Z crystal from Alola. AFO and Marill mimicked the same motion, and soon, the Z crystal emitted a blue glow enveloping Marill, its aura swiftly elevating. Marill unleashed the super water vortex. Marill, Charizard, burn everything. Fire and water, Mega Evolution and Z moves. Both Pokemon exerted their full strength to compete against one another. However, in the clash of moves, the Z move proved superior. The super water vortex, composed of flowing water, instantly engulfed Charizard's Flamethrower. Flamethrower. The super water vortex battered against Charizard's form, inflicting immense pain due to its quadruple weakness to water. Flamethrower. Fortunately, with its resilient spirit, Charizard withstood the assault of the super water vortex, albeit barely hanging on. Did it endure? Marill, finish it off with Water Tail. Marill gathered streams of water, enveloping its tail before leaping toward Charizard. Charizard, hold firm. Earth Power. Following the command, Charizard stomped forward, channeling ground-type energy into the earth aimed at Marill. The ground before Marill trembled, a surge of ground-type energy erupted. But Marill reacted swiftly, swinging its water tail to deflect the attack. Utilizing its tail, Marill leapt into the air, gathering Water Tail once more to deliver a crushing blow to Charizard's head. Charizard, Iron Head. At Yanfeng's command, Charizard countered Marill's Water Tail with Iron Head. Empowered by Mega Evolution, Charizard's strength soared to a new level, far surpassing that of an ordinary Marill. Iron Head struck hard, sending Marill sprawling. Marill. Marill cried out in pain as Charizard's metallic head collided with its abdomen, enduring the agony to retaliate with a Water Tail that struck Charizard. sending it tumbling back until it rolled to the boundary of the battlefield, finally coming to a stop, rising slowly. But its expression showed clear distress from the recent blow. Meanwhile, Yanfeng's Charizard, having been hit by Meryl's Water Tail, voluntarily reverted from Mega Evolution, indicating it had lost its ability to battle. The second match was swiftly claimed by AFO, who now held a significant advantage, with 6 Pokémon remaining while Yanfeng only had 4. Now, it's your turn to shine, Rapidash. After 2 consecutive losses, Yanfeng's earlier fierce demeanor had diminished, her tone now steady. The fiery steed makes its entrance, albeit with a slight deviation from the form perceived by the audience at the scene. The fiery steed, dispatched by Yanfei, bears a pair of elongated black horns, flaunts a mane of pastel lavender and pale blue, and boasts a pristine white coat. This form is emblematic of the Galar region's variant of the fiery steed, characterized by its psychic and fairy attributes. Now, it's your turn, Dugtrio. AFO sends forth a Dugtrio of steel and ground type, renowned for its formidable physical attack, though it possesses somewhat frail resistances. Swords Dance. X2. Both competitors simultaneously utter their commands, and in an instant, the fiery steed and Dugtrio are enveloped in an orange glow of augmented abilities, each enhancing their attack by 2 stages. Poison Jab, Dugtrio. The claws of Dugtrio become imbued with a violet venom as it lunges forward to strike the fiery steed. Fiery Steed, use Horn Leech. Yanfei instructs the fiery steed to employ its Horn Leech to counter the impending Poison Jab. The black horn atop the steed envelopes itself in a metallic sheen, engaging in a clash against Dugtrio's venomous assault. The strength of both Pokémon is evenly matched, yet the fiery steed's swiftness outpaces that of Dugtrio, employing a tactical retreat and advance that frustrates its opponent. Dugtrio Dig. Recognizing Dugtrio's disadvantage, AFO commands it to burrow underground in search of an opportune moment. Fiery Steed. Unleash Thunderbolt. Uncertain of Dugtrio's point of emergence, Yanfei opts for a preemptive strike, commanding the fiery steed to unleash Thunderbolt upon the ground. The steed's hooves become enveloped in potent energy as it forcefully stomps the earth, sending tremors akin to an earthquake, though lacking the sheer magnitude of the latter. Dugtrio. Metal Claw. The cavernous ground beneath begins to collapse as AFO directs Dugtrio to escape its predicament. The ground beneath the fiery steed shifts, and soon a pair of metallic claws strike fiercely, delivering a punishing blow. The fiery steed, stung by the attack, retreats, creating distance from Dugtrio, who appears disheveled, evidently affected by the earlier Thunderbolt while underground. In the wake of this, an orange glow of enhancement envelopes Dugtrio, a fortunate result of the additional effect of Metal Claw, which boasts a 10% chance of augmenting physical attack. Thus, Dugtrio's physical attack has now risen by 3 stages, rendering it a formidable opponent. Psycho Cut, Fiery Steed. Upon receiving Yanfei's command, the fiery steed unleashes its signature move, Psycho Cut, charging towards Dugtrio with a surge of psychic energy emanating from its black horn. Dugtrio. Poison Jab. Following AFO's directive, Dugtrio lunges forward, brandishing its claws steeped in venom, but just as it is about to make contact, the fiery steed deftly retreats, causing Dugtrio's claws to plunge into the earth. Now Fiery Steed. Thunderbolt. Seizing the moment while Dugtrio is momentarily compromised, Yanfei commands the fiery steed to unleash Thunderbolt, the steed's most potent attack against its foe. With a brilliant flash, the fiery steed's hooves strike down upon Dugtrio. Dugtrio. Unable to react in time, Dugtrio is struck by Thunderbolt, its body driven into the ground. Yet this very blow dislodges its claws from the earth. Dugtrio. Counterattack with Poison Jab. Observing that the fiery steed has not yet retreated, AFO instructs Dugtrio to block the Thunderbolt with one claw while the other strikes at the fiery steed's underbelly. Fiery Steed. Thunderbolt. Despite nearing the brink of unconsciousness, the fiery steed, upon hearing Yanfei's call, summons an inexplicable strength to withstand the Poison Jab and, in a final burst of energy, executes Thunderbolt. Simultaneously, Dugtrio succumbs to the full force of the fiery steed's attack, rendering it unable to continue the battle, resulting in a draw. Well done, Fiery Steed. You performed admirably. Dugtrio, you did great. Your companions will strive even harder from here. The two opponents exchanged no further words, retrieving their Pokémon and offering words of comfort before sending forth their next combatants. Macamp, ignite your fighting spirit. Incineroar, step forth and assist AFO in securing victory. Yanfei summons the illustrious final evolution of the fighting-type Pokémon Macamp, a common yet formidable presence, renowned as the ace of Kanto Elite 4-member Koga. This Pokémon resembles a human, boasting a physique of robust blue skin and well-defined muscles. AFO counters with Incineroar, one of the starter Pokemon from the Chengdu region. Its neck adorned with a roaring flame that signifies its fiery determination. Machamp, bulk up. Will-O-Wisp. Yanfei swiftly issues her command, followed closely by AFOs. On the battlefield, Machamp flexes its muscles vigorously, and an aura of enhancement envelopes it, elevating its attack and defense by one stage. However, AFO is not one to allow such an opportunity to pass unchallenged. As Machamp's enhancement concludes, several orbs of purple flame strike its body, momentarily igniting it and causing its expression to sour, clearly indicating it has succumbed to a burn status. Machamp, do not be deterred. Use Earthquake. Incineroar. Let us also unleash Earthquake. Both Pokemon unleash their Earthquake attacks, their feet stomping down with great force, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. The divergent directions of their attacks result in the ground fracturing outward from the center, halting only before the two combatants. In this exchange, it appears neither side gains the upper hand. However, due to Machamp's burn status, its health is rapidly depleting even before the clash fully unfolds. This won't do, Machamp. Take the offensive with Dual Chop. Dual Chop, a dragon-type move, as its name suggests, consists of 2 consecutive strikes. Though its single hit is relatively weak, the cumulative damage is significant. Flare Blitz. AFO counters with Flare Blitz, a fire-type physical move that, while lower in power, guarantees a speed increase upon use, meaning it becomes progressively faster. Machamp's Dual Chop, imbued with formidable momentum, strikes towards Incineroar. Yet, despite its power, Machamp's speed lags, being merely a fraction of Incineroar's. With the speed boost from Flare Blitz, Incineroar outpaces Machamp, evading its strikes with ease. Incineroar, engulfed in flames, relentlessly charges at Machamp, who finds itself unable to keep pace and is left to absorb the blows. Earthquake, Machamp. Just as Incineroar prepares to continue its onslaught, Machamp unleashes an Earthquake, the tremors resonating beneath Incineroar's feet. This ground-type attack inflicts substantial damage, causing its health to plummet, and the resultant pain forces it to kneel. Now's your chance, Dual Chop. Seizing the moment while Incineroar is momentarily incapacitated, Yanfei commands Machamp to advance swiftly and strike. However, AFO is not without a contingency plan. Having thus far allowed Incineroar to utilize only 3 moves, she smiles subtly as Machamp approaches. Incineroar, use Roost. Roost, a flying-type move, while lower in damage, is effective against Machamp, ensuring that the final blow will not fall short. The first strike of the powerhouse's Dual Chop was evaded as the Firestorm Beast sidestepped, while the second chop aimed horizontally at the Firestorm Beast was blocked by its sturdy arms. In an instant, the Firestorm Beast thrust its arms upward, leveraging its feet to execute a backspin kick that struck the powerhouse squarely on the head. This maneuver unleashed considerable force, causing the powerhouse to stagger back 2 steps. Powerhouse. Engage in close combat and unleash your full potential. Upon receiving the trainer's command, the powerhouse swiftly initiated a close-range assault, delivering a flurry of punches with its 4 arms that forced the Firestorm Beast to retreat repeatedly. Firestorm. Suddenly, the Firestorm Beast let out a furious roar, its fiery mane blazing even more intensely, raising the ambient temperature by several degrees. This transformation clearly indicated the activation of the Firestorm Beast's blaze ability, which amplifies the power of its fire-type moves when its stamina wanes. Meanwhile, the powerhouse was intermittently engulfed by flickers of flame, the burning status beginning to sap its stamina, compelling it to pause and catch its breath. This is the final blow, Powerhouse. Close combat. Firestorm Beast, unleash your full-powered flame charge. Both Pokemon receive their commands, charging at each other with unyielding determination. The powerhouse advanced with its arms swinging furiously toward the Firestorm Beast, which was surrounded by flames that morphed into a deep purple hue as it sprinted. Each combatant employed their most formidable techniques in a bid to vanquish their opponent. Fists relentlessly battered the Firestorm Beast, while flames continued to envelop the powerhouse, leaving neither side willing to yield. However, after delivering an untold number of punches, the Firestorm Beast toppled backward, clearly having lost its fighting capability, yet the powerhouse continued to unleash its strikes. It's time to stop, Powerhouse. As the referee approached the powerhouse in an attempt to call it off, he noticed its eyes tightly shut, evidently in a state of exhaustion, yet driven by instinct to keep attacking for the sake of its trainer's victory. Powerhouse, the Firestorm Beast has lost its fighting capability, so this battle concludes in a draw. The announcement of the battle's outcome sent ripples through the audience. They were astonished to learn that the powerhouse had also succumbed to exhaustion, its relentless punches merely a reflex of instinct. Well done, Powerhouse. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. The trainer consoled the Powerhouse, while also addressing the Firestorm Beast. Rest well. Your opponent was a worthy adversary. Both trainers comforted their Pokemon and prepared for the next match. At this moment, Yanfei was left with only 2 Pokemon, while AFO still had 4, giving him a numerical advantage. Yet, until the final moment, the outcome remained uncertain. Wow. The Powerhouse was just as moving as the previous battle between the Shroomish and the Blastoise. It truly touched Guayan Guayu's heart. I desire a Pokemon like that. Guayan Guayu gazed at the Powerhouse on the screen with admiration, clearly yearning for such a creature of her own. Does Guayan Guayu not have any Pokemon? Came a comment from Shinjuku Town's Toilet Paper Bandit. Indeed, we are curious about what Pokemon Guayan Guayu possesses. Chimed in another comment from Shinjuku Town. Hey, you up there? Hurry and bring the paper. I've been stuck here for half an hour and no one has come. Wait, Charmeleon, don't spray the toilet. Exclaimed another comment from Shinjuku Town's Toilet Paperless. If one were to click on the profile of the aforementioned user, they would discover that this toilet guy had gone offline, for reasons that were all too clear. Huh, Guayan Guayu does indeed have a Pokemon, but it's a bit Guayan Guayu wore a peculiar expression, at a loss for words to describe her Pokemon. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed in the live stream, prompting Guayan Guayu to turn around and see a shadow enter the room. Woof woof woof. A flurry of barks erupted as a shadow revealed itself, displaying sharp teeth and wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Guayan Guayu's Pokemon. A great hound. Be a good dog, and let us go play, shall we? Woof. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing Guayan Guayu's voice, the shadow halted its destructive antics, staring at her with clear, innocent eyes. Just as Guayan Guayu thought the creature had calmed down, it suddenly displayed a ferocious expression and lunged at the doorframe. Great hound. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream silently recorded the scene unfolding. As Guayan Guayu dealt with the chaos, the court's conference continued its matches. Duskull, I entrust you with this. Bring victory to AFO, Sandaconda. As the Duskull and Sandaconda took the stage, both Pokemon locked eyes, exuding an aura of strength that pulled them toward one another. Duskull, Inferno. Tear it apart, Sandaconda, with your razor shell. The Inferno was unleashed, the intense flames forming large letters, surging toward Sandaconda. The latter, with its claws glowing white, executed a razor shell that cleaved through the flames with precision. Sandaconda, Swords Dance. Noticing that Yanfei did not press the attack, AFO commanded Sandaconda to bolster its offensive capabilities. Clearing smoke, Duskull. Just as Sandaconda successfully enhanced its attack with Swords Dance, a plume of special dirt struck its body, simultaneously inflicting poison damage and nullifying the 2 levels of attack boost. This was the effect of clearing smoke, which resets the opponent's stat changes to 0. In that case, Sandaconda used Dig. Realizing that the enhancement had failed, AFO decided against further fortification and commanded Sandaconda to take the offensive, confident in its type advantage. Duskull, Sunny Day? Duskull unleashed a sunny day, sunlight bursting through the clouds and illuminating the entire arena. Under the effects of Sunny Day, Fire-type moves would gain a power boost, and as the sun bathed Duskull, it appeared to revel in the warmth. Sandaconda, Drill Run. Duskull, Solar Beam. Sandaconda emerged from behind Duskull, spinning like a drill as it charged forward, while Duskull quickly responded by launching a Solar Beam, which, under Sunny Day's effects, required no charging. The Grass-type Solar Beam surged toward Sandaconda, which spun its body with all its might to execute Drill Run, cleaving through the Solar Beam as it advanced toward Duskull. Duskull, increase your output. Duskull amplified the energy of the Solar Beam, causing Sandaconda to gradually cease its spinning, propelled away by the beam. Dig. After being struck, Sandaconda steadied itself with one claw planted on the ground, its sharp claws allowing it to burrow into the earth. Drill Run. Duskull leapt into the air, utilizing Solar Beam from its feet. Yanfei, noticing the tremors beneath Duskull's feet, anticipated the opponent's next move and commanded it to leap while targeting the ground with Solar Beam. At that moment, as Sandaconda emerged from below the battlefield, it charged upward with Drill Run, colliding with Duskull just as the Solar Beam was launched, cleaving through it once more, though its spinning speed began to wane. Razor Shell. Harnessing the inertia from its spin, Sandaconda abandoned Drill Run to unleash Razor Shell, tearing through the Solar Beam, before transforming back into Drill Run, crashing into Duskull and bringing it back down to the ground. Capture it, Solar Beam. Once on solid ground, Duskull did not immediately succumb to fatigue. It seized Sandaconda's body and directed a Solar Beam toward it. Drill Run. Sandaconda, maintaining its grip, spun its body, delivering a powerful drill run that struck Duskull in the abdomen. After a powerful attack, the two Pokemon released each other and retreated, casting a glance at their opponent before falling back. Both Pokemon simultaneously lost their fighting capability, marking the climax of the battle between Yanfei and Afu. At this moment, Yanfei was left with only one Pokemon, while Afu still had three remaining, and the final confrontation was about to commence. At long last, it is time for you to take the stage. It is your turn to secure victory for Afu, Babutubo. The Pokemon sent out by Afu left the audience in stunned silence, for none could recognize this creature. It was entirely orange, petite, and adorable, with two yellow spots adorning its cheeks. Afu's Pokemon was an exclusive creature from the distant Pasha region, classified by the League as possessing electric and fighting attributes. At this juncture, the commentator stepped forward to elucidate the identity of Afu's Pokemon. While it was uncommon to see Pokemon from other regions, the audience was still receptive until they laid eyes on Yanfei's Pokemon, which left them utterly astounded. Even Afu, who was advanced in years, bore a grave expression, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Yanfei's Pokemon resembled a turtle, its body radiating a color akin to molten lava, with a head resembling a metallic helmet, and its foreclaws firmly gripping the ground. This was none other than the legendary Pokemon, Sherdolin, said to dwell within the caverns of volcanoes, though never before had anyone laid eyes upon it. Sherdolin, Earth Power, evade Babutubo, and utilize Cheek Poke. Afu dared not underestimate the legendary Pokemon, and Babutubo, being small and swift, easily dodged the Earth Power, quickly closing in on Sherdolin to execute Cheek Poke. Upon completion, it seemed the opponent had felt no harm, merely experiencing a tingling sensation throughout its body as electricity coursed through it, resulting in paralysis. After using its move, Babutubo quickly retreated, only to feel a burning heat radiating from its opponent, exceeding their expectations. Close combat, Babutubo. Afu commanded, and Babutubo immediately launched into close combat against Sherdolin, relentlessly striking its steel-like body. Shido. Sherdolin, Metal Sound. Sherdolin, feeling the sting from Babutubo's close combat, could not help but let out a pained cry, subsequently unleashing a metal sound under Yanfei's guidance. The piercing metal sound enveloped the arena, causing Babutubo to instinctively cover its ears, while its special defense dropped 2 stages. Lava Storm. Lava Storm, Shidolin's signature move, unleashed a tempest akin to molten lava, ensnaring its foe and dealing substantial damage. As Sherdolin released the Lava Storm, several whirlwinds of lava surged towards Babutubo. Babutubo, Rebirth Prayer. Aware that Babutubo could no longer continue the fight, Afu issued the final command. Babutubo remained stationary, gazing lovingly skyward as if in prayer, and then a white energy entered Afu's Pokeball. After executing this move, Babutubo succumbed to the effects of the lava storm and lost its fighting capability. Now it's your turn, Rada. Afu sent in Rada, the first Pokemon to take the field, recently freed from its curse, yet with little stamina remaining. Earth Power, Sherdolin. Rada, Quick Attack. As Sherdolin was using an offensive move, Rada seized the opportunity to strike first. The quick attack hit Sherdolin, but the damage was minimal, and with a swift Earth Power, Rada was eliminated in an instant. Return. Rada, I know you have done your utmost. Now it's time to rely on your companions. Morilioli, you're up. Morilioli entered the fray, its stamina also depleted. But with a potential advantage over Rada, it might endure longer. Morilioli, Finger Flick. Morilioli unleashed Finger Flick, summoning a sandstorm, though the specific move was randomly selected, leaving everyone uncertain of its outcome. Earth Power, Sherdolin. Sherdolin executed Earth Power, causing the ground beneath Morilioli to tremble as energy erupted, and with a single blow, it lost its fighting capability. Witnessing Morilioli's retreat, Yanfei wore a smile as if victory was already hers. Excadrill, I entrust you with the final task. Seeing Excadrill re-enter the arena, Yanfei appeared incredulous and puzzled. Babutubo's Rebirth Prayer allowed Pokemon that had lost their fighting ability to recover half their health and re-engage in battle. What of it? My Sherdolin is invincible. Lava Storm. Once again, Lava Storm was unleashed, yet Excadrill's speed seemed to transcend evolution, effortlessly maneuvering through the molten tempest. Drill Run, Excadrill. Excadrill spun its body, executing Drill Run, disappearing into the sandstorm with such rapidity that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, a mere brown blur relentlessly assaulting Sherdolin. Shido. The quadruple weakness of Sherdolin to the continuous Drill Run strikes inflicted the most damage it had suffered all battle, eliciting a pained cry. Endure, Sherdolin, make it cease. Metal Sound. The deafening sound erupted from Sherdolin, and Excadrill, overwhelmed by the noise, clutched its head in agony, causing its special defense to drop 2 stages. Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Yanfei commanded Sherdolin to unleash Hyper Beam, but Excadrill recovered rapidly, rising once more and vanishing into the sandstorm. Sword Dance, Excadrill. Drill Run. Uncertainty clouded Sherdolin as it anxiously scanned its surroundings, unsure from where the next attack would come. Sherdolin, use Lava Storm. A shadow emerged from within the sandstorm, resembling Excadrill. Yet as Lava Storm was released, the shadow revealed itself to be merely a sand sculpture mimicking Excadrill. Watch out, above, Sherdolin. Go, Excadrill. Bring victory to a Fu with Drill Run. As the sandstorm began to dissipate, Excadrill's silhouette appeared in midair, spinning as it launched into Drill Run, augmenting its speed with the force of its descent. Shido. The descending Drill Run struck Shidolin's back, and under the force of such an overwhelming attack, even the legendary Pokémon found itself faltering. Shido, Shido. It emitted one final sound, gradually collapsing to the ground. The referee approached and confirmed that it had indeed lost its fighting capability, declaring a Fu the ultimate victor. The second match of the Double Strength Championship had concluded, with an unexpected champion in a Fu, the age-unknown trainer. Is it over? Grandma, a Fu has won. That wretched strange big wolf didn't see anything. The bizarre figure appeared in her livestream studio post-battle, her hair disheveled, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the ordinary town of Kanto, Layer beamed at the television, shaking her father's shoulder excitedly. Dad, did you see? Grandma, a Fu won. She's amazing. I can't wait to watch tomorrow's battle and the day after. All right. The father affectionately ruffled Layer's hair, a smile gracing his lips. Yet he felt a twinge of resignation at the thought of having to tackle household chores for the next couple of days. Chapter 9, The Final Battle. A comprehensive 6-on-6 double battle, with AFO pitted against Yoshino. Time swiftly passed, and today marked the ultimate showdown. The victor would earn the right to compete in the final match of the Quartz Conference against Ash. Hello, good morning everyone. Today, I'm back to accompany you for the match, the commentator, known for his quirky expressions, announced. However, I didn't manage to finish watching the second match yesterday due to an unforeseen incident, which left me quite disheartened. But fear not, today's contest will be even more thrilling. You see, I've obtained first-hand intelligence that this final battle will indeed be a double battle, with a total of 6 Pokémon from each side. Is that for real? A double battle? A comment appeared from the mischievous toilet paper thief of Pallet Town. Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you? The commentator retorted, puffing out his cheeks and turning his head away like a petulant child. Meanwhile, in the waiting room of the Quartz Conference venue, Yoshino and AFO had completed their preparations, only to be surprised by an unexpected visitor. Fumu, what are you doing here? Yoshino exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face as he questioned the unexpected presence. Of course, I'm here to cheer you on. Don't you dare lose, Fumu declared, extending his fist. I won't. No need to worry, Yoshino replied, sensing the unyielding determination in Fumu's eyes, which echoed his own aspirations. The two fists collided in a show of camaraderie, as Yoshino, bolstered by Fumu's spirit, made his way to the battlefield. In AFO's waiting room, upon seeing the person before her, she seemed to have anticipated this encounter, speaking with a hint of amusement. You little one, you're not here to cheer for AFO. Are you? Haha, of course I am, old lady. Just don't lose too badly and hurt your back. She quipped. There's no need for your concern. AFO will undoubtedly triumph. AFO asserted confidently as she strode towards the competitor's passage. However, as she turned, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. A momentary flicker that went unnoticed by Yanfei. At last, the day of reckoning had arrived. This contest was unlike any before, featuring a double battle format. Only the victorious would earn the privilege to challenge the champion, Ash, for the Quartz Conference title. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, proclaiming the rules of the match, which aligned perfectly with the intelligence gleaned by the commentator earlier. Yoshino appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly just now grasping the situation, while AFO maintained a composed demeanor, her expression barely shifting apart from a momentary surprise. Positioned at their respective spots, the two top competitors of this Quartz Conference commenced the final match upon the referee's signal. Frogadier and Clawitzer, Yoshino called out, sending forth his chosen Pokémon, both of which had demonstrated remarkable prowess in previous battles, thus gaining the upper hand against AFO's selections. AFO's Pokémon, however, were somewhat perplexing. Dugtrio and Sandslash, both ground-type Pokémon, took to the field, leaving spectators curious about her strategy. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Frogadier's Rain Dish ability activated, unleashing a torrential downpour that enveloped the battlefield, providing comfort to the two water-type Pokemon while causing visible discomfort to AFO's ground types, who grimaced under the relentless rain. Dugtrio Sandstorm. Sandslash Dig. AFO commanded with determination, instructing Dugtrio to summon a sandstorm to counteract the rain. The sound of raindrops faded, replaced by the howling winds of the impending storm. As the sandstorm formed, sharp grains of sand stung the faces of the water-type Pokemon. Clawitzer, stay alert for ground moves. Frogadier, use Earthquake. Yoshino strategically prepared Frogadier with Earthquake to disrupt Dugtrio's dig maneuver. Interrupt it, Dugtrio? AFO urged, as Dugtrio's claws gleamed with energy and charged towards Frogadier. However, under Clawitzer's protection, it was forced to engage in a fierce exchange of blows with Clawitzer, their physical might and reflexes on full display. Sandslash, Iron Tail. Sandslash emerged from beneath Frogadier, but thanks to Frogadier's quick reflexes, it narrowly evaded the first strike, only to be met with Sandslash's downward Iron Tail attack. Frogadier, Hypnosis. Clawitzer, Water Pulse. Yoshino called out, but Sandslash managed to evade the attack, while Dugtrio prepared to strike. Frogadier unleashed a close-range Hypnosis, causing Sandslash to twist in midair to evade the onslaught, but upon landing, it was struck by Clawitzer's Water Pulse, sending it flying. Dugtrio, bam! Just as Water Pulse was about to collide with Sandslash, Dugtrio intervened, using its claws to deflect the powerful attack. With the tides of battle shifting, the stakes grew ever higher as the four Pokemon faced off, their spirits ignited with determination. Clawitzer, Swords Dance. Frogadier, Belly Drum. Yoshino commanded. As the battle intensified without any superfluous theatrics, both sides focused on enhancing their offensive capabilities for a truly exhilarating confrontation. Four vibrant orange lights of power augmentation burst forth, with Frogadier's radiance shining the brightest, indicating a significant boost in its abilities. Frogadier, Ice Punch the ground. Yoshino declared, seizing the initiative as a chilling aura enveloped Frogadier's fist, which it then slammed into the ground, encasing the arena in a layer of frost. Had it not been for the Belly Drum's enhancement, such a feat would have been beyond Frogadier's reach. The icy terrain posed a challenge for Dugtrio, who, while somewhat resilient, was still affected by the icy conditions, whereas Sandslash, being a pure ground type, was utterly incapacitated by its aversion to water and ice. The ice-covered field rendered it incapable of executing its dig maneuver effectively. Though the strategy was sound, it would prove futile against AFO's next command. Dugtrio, use Earthquake. Dugtrio stomped down fiercely, shattering the icy surface and sending shockwaves throughout the arena, causing even the audience to sway in their seats, while only the more seasoned spectators remained unaffected. The ice was obliterated, transforming into beautiful crystalline flakes that dispersed into the air. Well done, Dugtrio. AFO praised, as the combination of Swords Dance and Dugtrio's ability successfully eradicated Frogadier's icy battleground. Given the circumstances, Clawitzer, Water Pulse. Yoshino urged, while instructing Frogadier to assist Clawitzer in thwarting any potential ambush from the enemy. Clawitzer propelled itself forward, enveloped in a torrent of water, charging at Sandslash, who remained disoriented from the earlier ice. Dugtrio, boom. Just as Water Pulse was about to collide with Sandslash, Dugtrio leapt forth, employing its claws to intercept the powerful assault. The two Pokemon engaged in battle once more, but the sandstorm continued to whip at the armored warrior, placing it at a disadvantage. King of the Mountain, Iron Tail. With a renewed focus, King of the Mountain leapt into the air, executing a powerful Iron Tail aimed at the armored warrior. The latter, needing to defend against the oncoming attack while also contending with the Drillbur, could only spare one hand to block the strike. However, two fists could not contend with four hands, and already weakened by the Drillbur's assault. The armored warrior found itself faltering. Frogadier, Ice Punch. The tardily arriving Frogadier leaped down from above, unleashing an ice punch in a manner reminiscent of certain superheroes making their grand entrance. Frogadier positioned itself between the three Pokemon, swinging its ice punch toward the Drillbur. The Drillbur, unable to withstand the blow, sidestepped but still felt the icy sting graze its right shoulder. A chilling sensation enveloped its right arm, and under the effects of Ice Punch, ice crystals began to form on its skin, slowing its movements. Don't let up. Frogadier, Ice Punch. The armored warrior blocked the Drillbur. Observing the precarious state of King of the Mountain, Yoshino urged Frogadier to seize the moment and turn the tide of the battle. Dig to evade King of the Mountain. Despite its right arm becoming sluggish, King of the Mountain swiftly burrowed into the ground, disappearing in an instant. Frogadier, Earthquake. Just as Frogadier prepared to unleash its Earthquake, the Drillbur unexpectedly emerged from an unknown location. However, Judging by the armored warrior's position, it seemed that the Drillbur had forcibly broken through the defenses. Split. The Drillbur launched a full-powered split attack, its steel claws striking down fiercely at Frogadier. Frogadier. The cry of pain escaped Frogadier's lips, and under the relentless assault of the sandstorm, it finally succumbed, losing its ability to battle. In the early stages of the match, despite having the advantage of type, Yoshino found himself at a disadvantage, as the armored warrior coldly regarded the Drillbur. Just as it contemplated its next move, King of the Mountain emerged from the earth, executing another Iron Tail attack. The already fatigued armored warrior, unable to withstand the impact, triggered its ability and retreated into its Pokeball. Replacing it was Lapras, who glared fiercely at the two opposing Pokémon, eager to avenge the fallen Frogadier. You're next, Hippowdon. As Frogadier was defeated and the armored warrior retreated, Yoshino sent forth his second Pokémon. Frogadier had demanded vengeance, so the Hippowdon was to unleash its full power immediately. Hippowdon. Mega Evolution. The bond between Yoshino and Hippowdon strengthened, transforming it into its mega form, radiating an overwhelming aura. Return, King of the Mountain, Drillbur. AFO withdrew both Pokémon. Just as the sandstorm subsided, Alolan Rattata, Marill. AFO summoned Alolan Rattata and Marill, and upon seeing the Mega Hippowdon, Rattata displayed a bold eagerness rather than fear. A confidence befitting a Dark-type Pokémon. Hippowdon, Trick Room. Lapras, Attract. Hippowdon initiated Trick Room to enhance its speed, while Lapras utilized Attract, successfully charming the male Rattata. Under the spell of Attract, Rattata perceived Lapras as an angelic figure, devoid of any inclination to attack. Such was the power of Attract. Hippowdon, Trick. Lapras, Mystic Guard. As the opposing side began their second round of enhancements, AFO finally made his move. Rattata struck first with its angry fangs, landing a hit on Hippowdon and depleting half of its health. Meanwhile, Marill cast Light Screen to reduce the effectiveness of the opponent's special attacks for 5 turns. Lapras, Help. Hippowdon, use Psychic on Marill. Rattata launched a surprise attack. Marill braced itself. A massive psychic shockwave engulfed Marill, leaving it dazed as if pricked by needles. However, this sensation was fleeting, as the anguished cry of Mega Hippowdon resonated, and the pain in its head dissipated. Rattata had indeed struck it with surprise attack. After injuring Mega Hippowdon, Rattata dared not linger, hastily retreating. Yet within the confines of Trick Room, even slower Pokémon gained remarkable speed, swiftly obstructing Rattata's path. Rattata, Substitute. Just as the opponent prepared to strike, AFO promptly commanded, and Rattata executed Substitute, vanishing from the battlefield. Angry Fangs. Rattata aimed to use Angry Fangs again, hoping to further deplete Mega Hippowdon's health, but Lapras interposed itself. Upon seeing Lapras, Rattata lost all intent to attack. Seizing this opportunity, Hippowdon shattered the Substitute doll, allowing Rattata to become vulnerable to the opponent's assault. Hippowdon, Hydro Pump. With a powerful surge, Hippowdon unleashed a colossal torrent of water, exuding an aura of devastation that fractured the ground beneath. Watertail, Marill. Marill, who had been absent from the fray, finally made its entrance. Its long tail executing Watertail to intercept Mega Hippowdon's Hydro Pump. However, the immense power of the attack overwhelmed Marill's defense, scattering it, yet providing just enough time for Rattata to escape the Hydro Pump's range. Once more, Hydro Pump. Rattata, Surprise Attack. Rattata charged in again, narrowly avoiding the Hydro Pump as it brushed against its fur, astonishingly agile for its round form. Guard, Lapras. Lapras shielded Hippowdon with its Protect, but Marill suddenly descended with Watertail, shattering the Protect shield and sending Lapras flying. Rattata's surprise attack struck true against Hippowdon, yielding impressive results. The Mega Pokémon could no longer withstand the onslaught and succumbed to Rattata's dual assault of Angry Fangs and Surprise Attack, reverting from its Mega form. The spectators gasped in disbelief, having never anticipated the once mighty Mega Hippowdon to exit in such a manner, an unfortunate turn of events. At present, Yoshino retained 3 Pokémon, with the armored warrior in a weakened state, having lost half of its stamina, while Lapras remained in excellent condition, alongside 2 others at full health. Armored Warrior. Return, Rattata. Drillbur. The Drillbur re-entered the fray, now tasked with confronting its old foe, the Armored Warrior. Without the cover of the sandstorm, Drillbur proceeded cautiously, wary of a potential one-hit knockout. Armored Warrior, Shellblade. Noticing that Drillbur hesitated to strike first, Yoshino seized the opportunity to attack, leveraging his type advantage. The Armored Warrior's claws gleamed as they slashed toward Drillbur. Drillbur split. Although Drillbur harbored a fear of water, it was not without its own courage. It employed its steel claws to counter the Shell Blade attack, and thus began a fierce exchange of offense and defense, reminiscent of a duel between two skilled swordsmen. Meanwhile, Lapras and Maril, seeking to avoid disrupting their battle, retreated to the sidelines to commence their own duel. However, Lapras appeared to lack any offensive moves, relegating it to a position of passive defense against Maril's relentless attacks. Drillbur, the dragon-headed groundhog, cleaved once more to thwart the shell blade. Yet the steel horn atop its head radiated a bright light, thrusting upward to deflect the shell blade aside. The ensuing strike landed squarely upon the abdomen of the armored warrior, whose stamina had already been depleted. The armored warrior succumbed to the blow, losing the ability to continue fighting. Come back, dragon-headed groundhog, Barbadabor. You have performed admirably, armored warrior. Now rise, Sun Coral. As the battle approached its climax, Avu retained his trump card, the Z move, demonstrating remarkable patience. Barbadabor, Thunder Punch. Barbadabor was no ordinary Pokemon that could be lured by a mere Lapras. A single Thunder Punch coursed through Lapras, overwhelming it with a powerful surge of electricity, incapacitating it in an instant. Meanwhile, the illusionary realm conjured by the earlier Hippo was utterly dispelled. Barbadabor, engage in close combat. Hold firm, Sun Coral, unleash Explosion. Avu was taken aback by Yoshino's audacity in deploying Explosion at such a critical juncture, leaving the remaining Pokemon in a precarious situation. However, for Yoshino, taking down one Pokemon was a significant triumph. The explosion from Sun Coral obliterated Barbadabor, leaving but one Pokemon on the field, the identity of which need not be stated. I entrust you with this, Blastoise. Maril, rest well on the sidelines. It's your turn, Blaziken. Yoshino summoned Blastoise, one of the Kanto region's starter Pokemon, while Avu countered with Blaziken from the Chengdu region, setting the stage for an epic showdown. This battle was not merely a contest of starters, but a clash of fire and water, raising the question of whether Blaziken's flames would outmatch Blastoise's water. Both trainers prepared, and the match commenced. Blaziken, Blaze Kick. Avu initiated with one of fire's mightiest moves, as the battlefield transformed rapidly, flames arcing toward Blastoise. Hydro Pump. Yoshino capitalized on his type advantage, commanding Blastoise to unleash Hydro Pump to counter the Blaze Kick. The Hydro Pump's force gradually diminished the intensity of the flames until it morphed into a mere flicker, extinguishing the fiery assault. Yet, Blastoise's Hydro Pump surged forth, relentlessly targeting Blaziken. Unleash Flamethrower with all your might, Blaziken. As the flames ignited, Blaziken's fighting spirit surged, retaliating against the Hydro Pump with a powerful flamethrower. Fire and water collided, generating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured the view of the spectators, rendering the ongoing struggle within the haze invisible. All that could be perceived were two pillars of energy, one blue and one red, continuously clashing against one another, water dousing fire, fire evaporating water, neither yielding an inch. Blaziken. It's time to determine the victor. Avu revealed his Z-Ring, seemingly unwilling to hold back any longer, mirroring Blaziken's stance as an overwhelming aura enveloped the Pokemon. Now Blaziken. Unleash the radiant floral fury. Blaziken released a formidable attack, transforming the battlefield into a vibrant floral landscape, a colossal surge of grass-type energy hurtling toward Blastoise, sending it flying out of bounds. Once the referee confirmed that Blastoise had lost its fighting capability, Avu emerged victorious, concluding the battle. Avu Grandma has won. How splendid. Tomorrow, I shall witness her match against Champion Ash. What an intriguing spectacle to anticipate. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There was something of utmost importance. See you all tomorrow. At that moment, atop Silver Mountain, a time-space tunnel materialized, and a familiar figure emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief upon observing the surroundings. We have finally returned. I wonder how everyone is faring. It was none other than Ash and his Pikachu. Presumably, the recent time-space tunnel had whisked them away on an adventure, causing them to miss several days of matches and training. Fortunately, Ash's Pokemon were quite disciplined. Even in his absence, they diligently honed their skills. Rotom, the chairman is calling. Chairman. Hello, Chairman, what is it? Ashcoin, I must ask, did you forget that tomorrow is the day of your competition? But today is just. As Ash began to articulate a date from days past, he suddenly noticed the current date displayed on Rotom's screen. Having experienced many events, he had adapted to such surprises. The final showdown is scheduled for tomorrow morning. I hope you can arrive on time. Understood, Chairman. Until tomorrow. With that, Ash ended the call, casting a weary glance at Pikachu. Pikachu, Charizard, and the others have vanished. Let's go seek out some old friends. Pika-Pi? Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, as if to say, sounds good. As for the old friends Ash mentioned, aside from the child from Silver Mountain, who else could it be? As night fell, Ash gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Pikachu, are you asleep? Pika-Pi? Pikachu rubbed its sleepy eyes, looking at Ash with confusion, unsure of his musings. Don't forget to sleep, okay? Pika, Pika. A golden spark of electricity flickered, sending a delightful tingle throughout Ash's body, and under the playful antics with Pikachu, he soon drifted off into slumber. Meanwhile, in another realm atop Silver Mountain, a boy clad in a crimson hat observed a pair of footprints in the snow. His gaze wandering to the arcs of electricity still shimmering from the earlier battle, a smile forming upon his lips. Battles truly are exhilarating, aren't they, Ash? Chapter 10. The Zenith of the Quartz Conference, a nonagenarian's final dance for her grandson. On the final day of the Quartz Conference, the colossal venue was packed to capacity with spectators eager to observe the battles, especially since one of the competitors was the reigning world champion. The allure of this title was undeniable, drawing immense crowds. Standing on the battlefield was Avu, a nonagenarian trainer who had triumphed in the Quartz Conference and was now prepared to face her opponent. With a resolute gaze, she awaited the arrival of her adversary, her expression betraying a hint of displeasure, as she seemed quite dissatisfied with Ash's tardiness. A thunderous roar echoed through the clear sky, emanating from a helicopter. As the cabin door swung open, and two figures leaped from the aircraft. Just as the audience gasped in astonishment, they recognized the long-awaited arrivals, the Alolan first champion, Ash, accompanied by his ace, Pikachu. Suddenly, a majestic Pidgeot materialized in the sky, catching Ash and Pikachu mid-fall, gently lowering them to the ground. At that moment, the audience noticed Ash's attire was slightly different. Although his clothing was consistent with his usual style, the cape adorned with signatures from the residents of the Alola region stirred profound emotions among those watching from their televisions. Humph, you little brat, how unappealing. You have no sense of respect for your elders, making me wait so long. Upon seeing Ash, Avu's demeanor shifted from her usual amiable self to one brimming with discontent. Despite having only just arrived herself, my sincerest apologies for the delay, Grandma. Ash was genuinely remorseful. After all, it was indeed impolite to keep someone of her age waiting. Humph. Enough pleasantries, let us begin the battle. I shall defeat you and snatch away my grandson's dream. Grandma, what are you talking about? A sudden remark from Avu left Ash utterly bewildered, as he could not comprehend what the other was saying. Avu, uninterested in providing further explanations, turned away to await the commencement of the match. Hello everyone. It's your quirky commentator. Can you guess where I am? At that moment, the quirky commentator was not in the usual room designated for live streaming, but amidst a sea of people. Is the streamer at the Quartz Conference? Came a comment from a fan of the delicious eel, Qing Yuan. Hee, indeed. I, quirky commentator, am at the venue of the Quartz Conference. Alright, I must head in now. Following the crowd, quirky commentator entered the arena of the Quartz Conference. The first sight that greeted her was the majestic and untouchable flames of Ho-Oh, casting a crimson glow that seemed to protect all humans and Pokemon present. Finding her seat, she was fortunate enough to secure a front row ticket, allowing her to witness the battle up close. Alright, I'm settled in. This is the Quartz Conference venue, much larger than it appears on screen. And the warmth emanating from Ho-Oh's flames is delightful. Just as quirky commentator began to describe everything to her audience, a resounding roar filled the air, followed by the scene of Ash leaping from a helicopter, his dashing figure forever etched in her mind. It's the champion, Ash. He.S. really here. And Pikachu is so adorable. Hearts sparkled in quirky commentator's eyes, as she resembled a child meeting her idol for the first time. As both sides prepared, the match commenced. After the referee announced the start, quirky commentator fell silent, her gaze fixated on Ash's back, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. Humph. Let us give that unappealing little brat a taste of Avu's shock. Go, Dugtrio. Avu sent forth his formidable Dugtrio, its overwhelming aura fully unleashed. Dugtrio, is it? Then you're up, Infernape. Ash responded by sending out Infernape, which had previously been entrusted to Uncle Shandu for a fighting competition. After achieving numerous victories, Infernape, feeling a sense of ennui, had returned to Ash's side. Dugtrio, dig. Infernape, use low sweep to attack the ground. Following Ash's command, Infernape leaped high, executing a low sweep that left the ground riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Dugtrio, a figure erupted from the earth, revealing Avu's Dugtrio, which had been startled by the tremors caused by Infernape's attack, making it reluctant to remain underground any longer. Now your chance, use Hammer Arm. Seizing the moment, Ash commanded Infernape to unleash a powerful Hammer Arm, its forehead bulging with veins, reflecting its fury. Quite reasonable, as it was a Pokemon capable of inducing exasperation. Block it, Dugtrio. Dugtrio attempted to withstand Infernape's hammer arm, but was caught off guard by its incredible speed. In an instant, the attack was upon Dugtrio, delivering a devastating blow to its abdomen. With just one strike, Dugtrio felt as though it had been hit by a train, the pain radiating from its abdomen to its limbs, causing it to tremble under the force. Dugtrio, are you alright? Dugtrio. Shaking its head, Dugtrio forced itself to regain composure. For the sake of its trainer, it could not afford to lose so easily. Well done, Dugtrio. Use Poison Jab. Unaware of Ash's Pokemon choices, Avu had carried over moves from the previous day's match. Infernape, next. Ash spoke calmly, and Infernape, without a hint of doubt, braced itself against Dugtrio's Poison Jab, the toxic substance creeping up its arm. Yet, Infernape was not one to yield easily. It retaliated with a flurry of rapid hammer arm strikes against Dugtrio, successfully expelling the venom from its body. Dugtrio, under the barrage of Infernape's furious strikes, Dugtrio could not withstand the onslaught by the third punch. It was on the verge of collapse, let alone facing a full 20-hit combination. Darn you little brat. Marill. Upon witnessing Dugtrio's defeat, Avu quickly sent out her second Pokemon, Marill, a fairy and water-type Pokemon that possessed notable resistance against fighting types. However, seeing Avu's increasingly frantic expression due to Ash's presence, it was clear she was beginning to lose her composure. If she couldn't regain her calm, this match would end swiftly. Marill, use Belly Drum. Marill followed Avu's command, sacrificing half of its health to maximize its attack power. Play Rough. Infernape, next. Marill launched a powerful Play Rough attack, attempting to take down Infernape with its type advantage. Infernape, however, flexed its muscles and opened its arms, allowing the attack to strike. Infernape, Thunder Punch. As if feeling no pain, Infernape seized Marill's tail and unleashed a Thunder Punch. The impact from the Thunder Punch caused Marill to cry out in agony before it succumbed to defeat, its voice trembling, a testament to the sheer intensity of Infernape's strength. With 2 consecutive victories, Infernape had decisively defeated Avu's 2 Pokemon, drastically diminishing her morale. It felt as though she were merely playing house with a child. For little Sue, I beg of you, Electivire. Avu sent forth her third Pokemon, Electivire, an electric and fighting type whose speed surpassed that of Infernape. Perhaps, with its exceptional swiftness, it could stand a chance. Electivire, use Quick Attack. In a flash, Electivire closed in on Infernape, delivering a quick attack that inflicted minimal damage while also paralyzing it. Infernape, break free from the paralysis. Ash commanded, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Infernape, with sheer determination, powered through the paralysis, thanks to the rigorous training atop Silver Mountain. Having survived amidst formidable opponents, it was now capable of overcoming such low-level Pokemon with ease. If its level were comparable, breaking free from paralysis would have been impossible. Electivire, Thunder Punch. Infernape, use Fury Swipes. The clash of Thunder Punch and Fury Swipes began evenly, but soon shifted as Fury Swipes began to dominate Electivire. Electivire. Infernape capitalized on a moment of weakness, channeling all its strength into a powerful uppercut that sent Electivire flying, incapacitating it before it could even use its revival prayer. It was a complete and utter display of dominance, with Ash hardly feeling the thrill of battle, and yet barely a few minutes had passed. Darn it, you little brat. You are the one ruining my adorable grandson's plans. I beseech you, Diggersby, put an end to this. With her third Pokemon defeated, Avu, undeterred, sent out her next contender. What do you mean, grandmother? It's all your fault. I don't know what kind of magic you possess, but my grandson is ignoring me. If I can defeat you, he will surely return to my side. A flicker of yearning appeared on Avu's face, which left Ash with a wry smile, as it was rather ironic to receive a lecture due to someone else's admiration. Nevertheless, regardless of how peculiar the reasons may be, Ash would never lower his guard for any other reason. That would be a blatant disrespect to the competition, his opponent, and the audience. The Dratini stood on the field, its sharp steel claws eliciting an involuntary shiver, yet it faced the fiery monkey, Ash's own fiery monkey. Dratini, Swords Dance. Dratini initiated by enhancing its attack, successfully elevating its physical prowess by 2 stages. Infernape, Low Kick. Infernape charged forward, arriving beside Dratini in the blink of an eye, raising a single leg to execute a low kick. Unfortunately, Dratini had to defend against the attack with its steel claws, but fate was unkind. Ash's Infernape had grown at an astonishing rate under the rigorous training in Silver Mountain, now reaching the pinnacle of ordinary Pokemon, which was the aspiration of many throughout their lifetime. The low kick it executed was immensely powerful, easily overpowering Dratini's steel claws, demonstrating its formidable strength. It must be said that Ash truly lived up to his title as regional champion. Even a partner not seen for a long time could enhance his strength in such a short time. Infernape delivered another kick, striking Dratini squarely in the abdomen, sending it flying out of the battlefield, rendering it incapable of further combat. Avu, having lost 4 Pokemon, finally calmed down enough to realize just how formidable her opponent was. She feared she might be swept away with a score of 0-6 in this match. What about Xiaoxiong? Would he think his grandmother was weak? Avu gazed up at the azure sky, contrasting sharply with the spirited Ash across from her, momentarily losing all her confidence that had once surged within her. "Grandma, you can do it." A cheer echoed from somewhere, the voice strikingly reminiscent of her dear grandson, Xiaoxiong. Yet, it was precisely this voice that dispelled her thoughts of surrender, prompting her to release Rattata from its ball. Rattata, substitute. Upon entering the fray, Rattata swiftly executed substitute, instantly replacing its position with a small doll. Thunder Punch. Infernape, its fists crackling with electricity, leaped towards the doll and obliterated it with a single strike, revealing Rattata once more. Now's the time. Rage Fangs. Inferno. Rattata unleashed Rage Fangs. Due to the nature of the move, it would surely diminish the opponent's health by half. Though this attack was of the normal type, it was enough to elicit a cry of pain from Infernape. Seeing her attack succeed, Avu seized the opportunity to coordinate a Z move with Rattata, aiming for an overwhelming victory. Ultimate Invincible Charge. Rattata. Rattata's momentum surged, though slightly weaker than Infernape. It seemed to possess fighting spirit. The Z move activated, and Rattata charged at Infernape, its rotund body resembling a train barreling forward. Double Edge. Ash did not instruct Infernape to evade. He had unwavering faith in its abilities, confident it would deliver a splendid surprise. The ultimate invincible charge struck Infernape. Although the normal type attack's effectiveness was halved, it still bore significant power. Yet, Infernape was simply too strong, enduring the blow with resilience. As the ultimate invincible charge concluded, Infernape activated its double edge. Colossal energy enveloping its form and concentrating into its fist, it rapidly approached Rattata, returning the energy with a fierce strike. Protect. Rattata's small frame could hardly withstand such a powerful assault, but Avu reacted swiftly, commanding it to use Protect. Shatter it, Infernape. Hearing Ash's command, Infernape relentlessly targeted a point in the Protect barrier, and with its immense attack power and energy backing it, the Protect began to crack. Amid Avu's astonished expression, Infernape broke through Protect. The energy from Double Edge completely redirected back to Rattata, delivering a single blow that incapacitated it. Last one, Blaziken, I'm counting on you. Avu's final Pokemon entered the fray. The battle time had yet to reach half an hour, with each round swiftly concluded by Ash's Infernape. Only Rattata had managed to inflict some damage, having poured all its strength into the effort. Blaziken, Blaze Kick. Blaziken unleashed its fiery attack, the intense energy converging at its chest before launching forth, engulfing Infernape in flames. Yet, the latter appeared unfazed, casually patting its singed fur as if nothing had happened. Low Kick. Once again, Infernape closed the distance to Blaziken, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful low kick, incapacitating Blaziken and leaving Avu with no viable Pokemon left to battle. As she gazed at Blaziken lying on the battlefield, Avu felt a pang of regret, yet ultimately resigned, recalling it into its Pokeball and engaging in friendly conversation with Ash. You lost, and indeed, the champion is formidable. Aha, not at all, Ash replied, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, scratching his head in embarrassment. By the way, this is a photo of Xiaoxiong. He has been eager for your autograph. Leave it to me. Ash, well-versed in such matters, took the photo from Avu and signed his name. Meanwhile, the audience watched Ash's figure with joy, though some felt a tinge of disappointment for Avu's grandmother not being the champion. Alas, such were the rules of the league. An announcement for a special event began, instructing everyone to remain seated. Chapter 11. Ash and the Pokemon League as proposal, lifting the winner's trophy. Special event. The audience, initially intending to leave with the crowd, settled back down upon hearing the league's announcement. They were eager to witness what the league referred to as a special event, and if it failed to meet their expectations, they would not hesitate to voice their critiques. Next, we welcome Champion Ash and his companions for a special performance. Back in the contestants' room, Ash looked at the 3 familiar faces around him, feeling quite helpless. He had only just received the notification for the special event, which involved a spectacular performance alongside the other 3. These 3 were none other than his acquaintances, May, Dawn, and Serena. Hey, Ash, did you miss us? The first to speak was May, who had received invitations from Master Mikali and the Kanto League after parting ways with Ash and Alola. Mikuli had invited her to promote the culture of Pokemon contests in Alola, while the Kanto League requested her participation in a special performance following today's match. She had gladly accepted Mikuli's invitation, but initially had no intention of attending the Kanto League's event. However, upon learning that Ash would challenge the Kanto champion and participate in the Indigo Conference, she promptly agreed. The staff member who coordinated with her had even given her a knowing smile, as if to say, "I understand, young lady," which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. As for Dawn, her situation was akin to May's, but she had been in contact with her mother, Kana, who had expressed a look of disappointment in her daughter for not achieving more. However, Selena was entirely different. On the second night after parting ways with Ash, she learned of his intention to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference and embark on the path to challenge the champion. She even discovered that on the final day, there would be a need for a coordinator's performance, and although the Indigo League had not invited her, she could certainly make her own approach. Thus, she boldly recommended herself for the performance lineup. As the audience outside eagerly anticipated the special event, four towering panels suddenly rose, enveloping the entire arena, casting it into a darkness akin to night, devoid of any sunlight. Bang, 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 bang. Four spotlights flared to life, and within the exclusive viewing room of the league executives, Damaranji looked on with immense satisfaction, for these were lavishly constructed at great expense. From the current perspective, these enhancements elevated the audience's experience significantly, leading Damaranji to believe the investment was indeed worthwhile. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, with the spirited voice of the young trainer resonating throughout the arena. For bolts of yellow lightning sliced through the night-like ambience. Ice Fairy Hail? As the lightning dissipated, snowflakes began to flutter down throughout the venue, with the residual arcs of electricity playfully dancing like children amidst the falling snow. The chill was invigorating and refreshing, as the electrified snowflakes descended upon the audience, bringing a tingling sensation that eased their spirits. Fire Mouse, Flamethrower, Sylveon, Fairy Wind. The harmonious and sweet voices of two girls echoed within the arena, as a delightful pink gust, speckled with tiny sparks, swept across the venue, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The audience felt their tickets had been extraordinarily well spent. Not only were they witnessing the champions' battle, but also such a stunning performance. Yet, they seemed to forget that this was merely the opening act. Whoosh! For plumes of smoke erupted from the arena, as the original battle platform gradually descended, revealing another platform rising in its place, upon which stood four striking figures. They were Ash, the champion Pokemon trainer from Alola and the World Championship, alongside the renowned Pokemon coordinator known as the Hoenn Dance Princess, May, the Sinnoh Pokemon coordinator, Dawn, and a performer and coordinator from the Kalos region. The caliber of this lineup was undeniable, with three exceptional coordinators, one of whom was the celebrated Hoenn Dance Princess, complemented by Ash, the champion of both Alola and the Pokemon World Championships. The audience unanimously felt that the ticket price was a tremendous bargain for such a roster. The four trainers' Pokemon leaped forth, unleashing four distinct types of moves that, instead of clashing, blended harmoniously to create an extraordinary beauty. Following this mesmerizing display, the audience was thoroughly entertained. It must be said that three of the four were indeed remarkable coordinators, their performances dazzlingly exquisite, while Ash's Pikachu also shone brightly, not only with its stunning moves, but with a potent beauty as well. Thank you, Champion Ash and the three coordinators, for your splendid performance. Please, do not rush to leave. In a moment, our champion Ash will randomly select a lucky audience member to fulfill their wish, of course, within his capabilities and willingness. The sweet voice of the announcer echoed through the arena, instantly stirring the previously tranquil crowd. After all, this was the champion. Though he might not be able to grant every wish, he could certainly accomplish many things. Whispers of excitement rippled through the crowd, with many hoping to be chosen. Did I agree to such a peculiar thing? Pikachu? Pika Pika Pikachu shook its head, indicating its uncertainty. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, clearly realizing that the league had once again neglected to inform him, and reluctantly, he prepared to follow the announcement's directive to randomly select an audience member. As Ash's gaze swept across the crowd, hearts raced, but when his gaze moved away, hope swiftly faded. After several passes, Ash still had not made a decision. So, after a brief moment of contemplation, he pointed randomly, causing a girl in the crowd to feel the weight of all eyes upon her. Her breath quickening as disbelief washed over her. Could it truly be her? Please, walk slowly down, instructed a league official as they approached her, guiding her from the audience to Ash's side. In that moment, her disbelief transformed into exhilaration. The goddess of fortune had indeed smiled upon her. Aye. Her mind raced with countless thoughts, inviting him over, wanting to travel together, perhaps even the whimsical notion of domesticity. But ultimately, all these jumbled ideas coalesced into a simple request. Please, please be my friend. She bowed deeply, her cheeks flushed as if uttering such a request was exceedingly difficult. Of course, that would be splendid. I am Ash, from Pallet Town. And you? My name is Lisa, from Windy City. Ash extended his hand, clasping the hand of the girl named Lisa firmly. Though it was merely a common gesture, for Lisa, it was immensely precious. After all, it was a handshake with her idol. After exchanging contact details and assuring her that he would visit Windy City, Ash's participation in the first half of the Indigo Conference came to a close. The second half, a brief awards ceremony, required only that a few congratulatory remarks be made and certificates presented. Yet, Ash felt uneasy about the proceedings. Thus, after the first half concluded, he sought out Chairman Damaranji to discuss the award ceremony. Chairman Damaranji, I believe it would be more fitting for Grandma Ava to receive the championship title, considering I am merely an unexpected participant. Moreover, my abilities do not truly match the caliber of this event. Having the opportunity to compete in the Indigo Conference has already fulfilled a long-held aspiration of mine. However, you know that to challenge the championess path, one must first be the champion of the Indigo Conference. Is there truly no other way? The league seems overly rigid in this regard. Ash looked at Damaranji, somewhat exasperated, surprised that the league's established rules were so inflexible, requiring him to be the Indigo Conference champion. Well, there is a possibility, but it requires unanimous approval from the Elite Four of Kanto. While the other three would likely agree, Koga is a different matter. The thought of Koga's notoriously difficult demeanor caused Damaranji considerable stress. Yet, as a veteran figure within the league, he understood the reasons behind Koga's demeanor but felt powerless to change it. Sigh, I will contact them and see what can be done. But do not hold out too much hope. Observing the clarity in Ash's eyes, Damaranji resolved to reach out to the Elite Four for a discussion. Hey Koga, haha. I actually wanted to chat with you about Ash's desire to challenge the championess path. You're kidding? It's been all over the internet. Is that so? Are you back in the Orange Islands? Well, then haha great. I'm glad to hear that. Damaranji's first call was to Koga, and from his radiant smile, it was clear that the negotiation was progressing smoothly. Hello? Sabrina, actually, it's about this and that. Ha, splendid. I agree, continue your special training. I won't keep you any longer. Hey Lance. I understand, Chairman. Although I am often busy, I do keep up with the news to have more topics to discuss with my subordinates. I have heard about Ash, and I would certainly be willing to grant the Elite Four's approval. Not having faced him in a fierce battle during the Masters tournament has always been a regret of mine. Then I shall take my leave for now, and we shall meet again in due time. The negotiations between Damaranji and the Elite Four have proceeded remarkably smoothly, within a brief span. 3 members have already given their assent. However, the most challenging endeavor remains the final contact, Kikuko. Damaranji gazed at the phone, hesitating momentarily before pressing the call button for Kikuko's number, which was noted in the Rotom's contacts. Beep, beep. Hello? Damaranji, esteemed president. You must be an exceptionally busy person to find time to call me. Ahem. Well, the truth is. Damaranji's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. For Kikuko's words were not unfounded. He indeed led a hectic life, often neglecting to connect with old friends. But at that moment, he dismissed those thoughts, clearing his throat to redirect her attention before explaining the situation in detail. Kikuko. Oh, about that matter, if you had brought it up casually, I would have certainly declined. My answer is yes. Having received the desired confirmation, Damaranji felt a wave of satisfaction as he ended the call with Kikuko, eager to relay the good news to Ash. However, he seemed to have forgotten that our protagonist, Ash, was standing right beside him. Ash, you're here. I have splendid news. The Elite Four has unanimously agreed that you may challenge the path to the champion. Really? That's fantastic. Ash exclaimed, his joy palpable. For nothing could compare to the thrill of engaging in fierce Pokémon battles with his idols. After reconfirming with Damaranji, the awards ceremony was soon to commence, and Ash entered the venue adorned with his medal and flowers. Congratulations, Ms. Avu. During the awards ceremony, Ash presented the flowers and medals to Avu, with the remaining runners-up doing the same. Faced with Ash's radiant smile, Avu couldn't help but smile back. Could you sign something for my grandson? Of course. Taking the photo from Avu, Ash deftly inscribed his name upon it, glancing at the adorable visage of Avu's grandson, and couldn't help but exclaim, your grandson is truly adorable. Indeed, he is. Avu, seemingly invigorated, began to share anecdotes about her grandson, recounting tales from his birth to his first year, eager to share every detail. As the awards ceremony concluded, the court's conference officially came to an end, paving the way for Ash's challenge on the road to the champion. According to the league's long-standing tradition, one must collect 8 gym badges and triumph at the court's conference to challenge the champion. Of course, it was also permissible if the Elite Four were to vouch for a challenger. In addition, they needed to traverse the perilous caves on the court's plateau, a gathering place for trainers aspiring to be the strongest, where the minimum standard was that of a league champion. The league's rule dictated that only those who navigated through the caves could continue to challenge the Elite Four. With Damaranji's assistance, Ash obtained the cave's location and was currently making preparations at the Pokemon Center to set off for the treacherous cave early the next morning. Far away in the Kanto region, atop the Pokemon Tower in the town of Purple Orchid, a golden-haired elderly woman appeared at the summit, none other than Kukui, one of the Elite Four who had just contacted Damaranji. Jengar, go give that Oak Fellow's successor a bit of trouble. A Jengar emerged from among the gravestones, setting off towards the court's plateau upon receiving Kikuko's command. Ash, let me see how much you have improved. A playful smirk graced Kikuko's face as she gazed at an old photograph in her hand, depicting a youthful visage that bore a striking resemblance to Professor Oak. At the court's conference Pokemon Center, Ash remained blissfully unaware of the impending events, indulging in the culinary delights offered by May, Dawn, and Serena. The following day, they would part ways to embark on their respective journeys, and the next time they would meet would be after their travels had concluded. Ash, try this. True to her title as a food enthusiast, May exclaimed, delicious. This is fantastic too. Ash replied, savoring the treats. Dawn's is quite good as well, very tasty. Ash opened his mouth. Ah, Serena's is delightful too. Everything is delicious. As the three of them took turns feeding him, Ash generously showered them with praise. Damaranji, observing from the sidelines, wore a somewhat exasperated expression, ultimately muttering, youth truly has its charms. Rotom, you have a message from Lisa in Windy City. Please check. Chapter 12. The Champion's Path, the Sealed 4 Rooms. That night, as Ash lay in bed, he received a message from Lisa, the renowned host known for her eccentricities. Mr. Ash, may I inquire about your plans for tomorrow? I intend to challenge the Champion's Path. I plan to set off tomorrow. Ash paid little mind to Lisa's inquiry, for he cherished the notion of friendship and relished the company of companions who had supported him thus far. May I accompany you? Of course. Ash did not hesitate to accept Lisa's request. For him, the more companions along the journey, the better. Shall we meet at the Pokemon Center tomorrow morning? Absolutely. Back at the hotel, Lisa beamed with a radiant smile upon reading Ash's response. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, prompting thoughts of how delightful it would be if a fruit worm were to take a bite. It seemed she would have sweet dreams that night. The following morning, Lisa awoke early, donning a lovely dress, eager to embark on a charming journey with her idol, or so she believed. Good morning, Grimer. On her way to the Pokemon Center, Lisa spotted a Grimer, a Pokemon she usually found distasteful, now appearing exceptionally endearing in her eyes. She bounced along the path, embodying the giddiness of a girl in love. At the Pokemon Center, Ash was bidding farewell to May, Dawn, and Serena. Ash, make sure to eat well after we leave. And if you come across any delicious food, do let me know, and Pikachu must eat well too. Haha, understood, May. I certainly will. Pika Pika. As expected of May, the food connoisseur, her mind was solely focused on culinary delights. Ash, I believe you will succeed on the Champion's Path, no doubt about it. Pikachu, we shall meet again. I know, Dawn, thank you. Pika. With her usual optimistic demeanor, Dawn reiterated her catchphrase. Ash is challenging the Champion's Path, so I cannot fall behind. After my journey in Hoenn, I will challenge Miss Iris again, and I will catch up to you, becoming an even more charming woman. Pikachu, keep an eye on Ash. Pika Pika. In contrast to the other two girls, Serena's expression was more direct and bold, eliciting glances of envy from May and Dawn, even causing Pikachu to stifle a chuckle. Yet, despite her forthrightness, Ash, the epitome of a dense male, remained oblivious. I cannot lose to Serena's determination. I will surely defeat Mr. Dado. Pika Pika. It was evident that Ash had misconstrued Serena's intentions, perceiving her merely as a rival, while Pikachu, observing from the sidelines, sighed in exasperation, suggesting that Ash was beyond redemption. Mr. Ash, Lisa exclaimed, catching sight of Ash standing alongside the three girls, her arms waving energetically. This scene struck a familiar chord with the trio, as if they had witnessed it somewhere before. Greetings, Mr. Ash, Pikachu, and all you esteemed coordinators. Lisa's arrival instigated a wave of suspicion among the three girls, who exchanged knowing glances, ultimately deciding that May should be the one to inquire. Lisa, may I ask what brings you to seek out Ash? Oh, Mr. Ash, is it permissible for Lisa to share this with them? Of course, there's no issue at all. Everyone here is my friend. Ash replied with a smile, the tableau resembling a renowned masterpiece, while Pikachu observed with a knowing grin. As an ardent admirer of Ash, Lisa naturally wished to accompany him on his journey to the Champions Road, which was the reason for her visit today. Upon hearing this revelation, the three girls turned their gaze towards Ash, seemingly questioning why he had not mentioned such an important matter. Ash, noticing their curiosity, hastily explained. Lisa asked me about this last night, and I thought it was no big deal, so I agreed. His response was succinct and swift, reflecting his eagerness to evade further scrutiny. In that case, Ash, we entrust you to her care. We must hurry to catch our flight, May and Dawn remarked. Glancing at Serena with astonishment, perplexed by her statement, was she truly willing to relinquish her chance? In truth, Serena's reasoning was rather straightforward. She believed that Ash, with his oblivious nature, would never harbor romantic feelings for another girl. Moreover, the uncertainties of the Champions Road warranted having someone keep an eye on things. Unbeknownst to the others, Serena's thoughts remained concealed, and with matters having progressed to this point, May and Dawn could only watch enviously as Ash departed with Pikachu and Lisa. Having exited the Pokemon Center, Ash, Pikachu, and Lisa followed the directions provided by Damaranji towards the treacherous cave. Mr. Ash, Lisa's cheeks flushed crimson, nervously fiddling with her skirt, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. What is it, Lisa? Just call me Ash. Well, Ash, I'm actually a streamer, and my broadcast time is approaching, so Lisa gestured toward her Rotom phone. Although Ash was unfamiliar with the concept of streaming, he encouraged Lisa to proceed as she normally would without concern for him. Once Ash appeared indifferent, Lisa activated the live streaming mode on her Rotom phone, a feature specifically designed for streamers, transforming the Rotom into a highly professional camera that floated in midair to assist with the broadcast. Ahem, hello everyone. Welcome to the Quirky Words channel. I'm Quirky Words, and today we have a special guest in the studio. Can you guess who he is? The moment Lisa began her stream, she transformed completely, startling Ash. When she pointed her Rotom phone at him, he struggled to recall her previous demeanor and mimicked her as best as he could. Hello everyone, I'm Ash. Pika Pika. Ash, I'm your super fan. I've watched every one of your matches. Exclaimed a comment from Maggie, the Sandrice fan. Me too. Ash is truly the best. And Pikachu is incredibly adorable. Chimed in another from the Viridian toilet paper thief. A decade-long fan, uninvited yet present, who isn't a super fan of Ash. I even know about the incident on Asian Island. Commented the flutist. Is that so? Thank you for your support, Maggie, the Sandrice fan. What a peculiar name. It was evident that Ash was treating the usernames in the chat as real names. Ash, those names are merely aliases. You can simply refer to them by their initials or a few syllables. Lisa chuckled at Ash's bewildered expression and took a picture with another Rotom phone, capturing this rare moment of her idol's adorableness. By the way, where are the streamer and Ash headed? Asked a comment from Lulu the Lurker. Initially, Lisa intended to respond, but she glanced at Ash, who had also noticed the comment. He nonchalantly waved it off. Lisa and I are currently on our way to the Champions Road, intending to traverse the treacherous cave directly to the Pokemon League entrance. Upon hearing Lisa's explanation, the live stream erupted with excitement, with viewers expressing their desire to purchase tickets to attend the event. However, to their dismay, upon searching online, they discovered that tickets for the Champions Road were not available for purchase. They could only be obtained through previous Pokemon League activities. For instance, Ash's hat during his journey from Kanto to Johto was a prize from the Pokemon League's reward event, with only 100 made available, and he had submitted 1,000 requests to acquire one. The only means of obtaining tickets mirrored the limited edition hats, accessible solely through activities hosted by the League. While Lisa engaged with her viewers, Ash and Pikachu had already located the entrance to the treacherous cave. Alright, everyone, we're heading in. Before entering, Lisa made a gesture for silence, appearing irresistibly cute. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped the two, but fortunately, Ash and Lisa utilized the light mode of the Rotom phone to activate a powerful spotlight, illuminating the cavern as if it were daytime. The wild Pokemon, accustomed to the cave's gloom, were momentarily disoriented and instinctively charged at Ash. Pikachu helped block them. Apologies, everyone. I'll adjust the light momentarily. Pika Pika. Ash deployed Pikachu to intercept the oncoming Pokemon while he slowly adjusted the brightness. As wild Pokemon were subdued by Pikachu's onslaught, Ash successfully calibrated the lighting. After continuous apologies, the battered wild Pokemon begrudgingly accepted his apologies and vacated the area. Together, Ash, Pikachu, and Lisa ventured onward. with Lisa frequently interacting with her audience to explain the Pokemon they encountered along the way. Jengar and eerie laughter echoed from the shadows, causing Lisa to instinctively retreat behind Ash, trembling as she stammered, "Ash, what is that sound?" "I'm not sure. Shall we investigate?" Ash's curiosity shone through, while Lisa's body resisted the idea of exploring. Yet, seeing Ash's determined gaze softened her resolve. After a moment's contemplation, she conceded, realizing that with Ash's prowess, they were unlikely to encounter any real danger. "All right, let us go. The viewers are also eager to see," she acquiesced. As Ash prepared to move, Lisa grasped his arm and leaned closer, her expression betraying her fear. Noticing her demeanor, Ash said nothing further, allowing her to cling to him as they sought the source of the laughter. "Be careful." Suddenly, a dark claw lunged at Lisa from behind. Ash swiftly pulled her into his embrace, shielding her with his back from the impending attack. Fortunately, Pikachu reacted quickly, firing an electric net to repel the threat, thus ensuring their safety. As Lisa extricated herself from Ash's embrace, her cheeks were flushed, steam seemingly emanating from her head. However, the darkness of the cave obscured her unusual state from both the live audience and Ash. "Pikachu, Irontail." In the shadows, a massive black hand lunged once more towards the two individuals, prompting Ash to swiftly command his Pikachu to intercept with Irontail. Upon witnessing the futility of its assault, the Pokemon concealed within the shadows revealed itself to be a Jengar. "Ah, so it is Jengar," Ash sighed in relief. But his relief was short-lived as Jengar suddenly vanished into the wall, only to unleash a barrage of shadow balls from all directions aimed directly at Ash. "Tauros, Pidgeot, it's your time to shine," Ash declared, releasing Pidgeot and Tauros within the cave. The two normal-type Pokemon immediately stood firm, effortlessly absorbing the shadow ball attacks without flinching. Given their type advantage, "Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt towards the shadows," Ash commanded, adjusting Rotom's light mode to its maximum. In an instant, the dark cave transformed into daylight, revealing a shadowy figure on one of the walls, Jengar, unmistakably. As Pikachu discharged Thunderbolt, Jengar, unable to withstand such a direct hit, hastily retreated from the shadows to reassess its position. However, to its astonishment, the Thunderbolt ricocheted off the wall, curving back towards it. The powerful surge of electricity enveloped Jengar, and although it did not lose its fighting capability, the impact was certainly uncomfortable. "Jengar!" it cried, expelling a copious amount of purple gas, clearly toxic in nature. Ash and the other Pokemon refrained from direct confrontation, opting for Pidgeot to fan the noxious fumes away. Yet, in the confined environment of the cave, Ash worried about other Pokemon inadvertently inhaling the gas. Concerned for their safety, Ash could no longer remain idle and resolved to investigate. Having circled the cave multiple times searching for Pokemon that might have inhaled the gas, Ash engaged in battles with trainers training within, ultimately emerging victorious each time. Just as he planned to exit the cave and head towards the Pokemon League, a rock pillar overhead suddenly collapsed, shattering the ground beneath. Gazing at the newly revealed dark cavern nearby, the adventurous Ash felt a sudden urge to explore, but with Liza still by his side, he did not wish to put anyone in danger. Thus, he inquired, "Liza, I wish to venture inside, but I am uncertain of the dangers that may lie ahead. If you are afraid, I can leave Pidgeot and Tauros here with you." "What are you saying, Ash? Aren't we friends?" "If that is the case, we should go together. Besides, that esteemed coordinator entrusted me to look after you," Liza replied, her expression turning serious and slightly irritated. "You're right. Then we shall proceed together." As the two made their way into the Pokemon League, the Elite Four convened, closely monitoring Liza's livestream. Upon the appearance of Jengar, 3 of the Elite Four members turned their gazes towards her, recognizing that this Jengar belonged to Kukui, their longtime comrade. "Cough, cough. Jengar is just a playful child. I cannot keep it under control," Kukui explained. The others nodded in acknowledgement, albeit still skeptical, yet they were relieved that no mishaps had occurred. The existence of a hidden space within the perilous cave left the longtime residents feeling somewhat embarrassed, having failed to discover it until Ash's arrival. Inside the cave, Ash instructed Tauros to stomp the entrance wide enough to accommodate several Pidgeots. Then they gradually descended into this subterranean realm. As they reached the bottom, a lava pool emerged before them. A piercing bird call echoed from the lava, and a Pokemon burst forth, characterized by a sharp, streamlined beak, a sleek head crest, and a tail that surged like flames, all comprised of fire. This Pokemon was none other than the legendary Moltres, its appearance astonishing everyone, as encounters with such a mythical creature were exceedingly rare for trainers. Moltres cast a deep gaze upon Ash, a feather drifting down into his hand as if completing a task. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it departed. Ash, accustomed to such phenomena, carefully preserved the still smoldering feather in a container before placing it in his backpack, and then he and Liza took flight with Pidgeot, exiting the cave. As they emerged into the twilight, Ash and Liza continued on towards the Pokemon League, anticipating their arrival at the Pokemon Center before evening. Ash, that was a legendary Pokemon. I can't believe I forgot to take a picture of such a momentous event. Wait, I still have the livestream recording. How wonderful, Liza exclaimed, her excitement palpable after witnessing Moltres, knowing that encounters with such legendary beings were rare. In contrast, Ash appeared nonchalant, unable to fathom why Liza and others esteemed it so highly when it was merely a Moltres. While they chatted, they finally reached the Pokemon League. Just as Liza's livestream time concluded, she cheerfully ended the broadcast and, upon reviewing the back-end data, was astounded to discover that the influx of Pokeballs had not ceased since Ash's appearance, with several affluent viewers even purchasing multiple Master Balls. This remarkable surge in data was undoubtedly attributed to Ash and the recently revealed Moltres, prompting Liza to plan to share half of her earnings with Ash, as she felt grateful for the day's success, which would not have been possible without him. Haha, it's nothing. If you really wish to thank me, then treat me to a meal. Pikachu and I are quite famished, Ash suggested. Very well then, she agreed. As they dined at the Pokemon Center, Chairman Damaranji suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha. Kids, I didn't expect you, Ash, to arrive so soon. I thought you'd take longer, he said. However, it's unfortunate that the 4 main rooms are still under maintenance. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. The 4 main rooms? Ash inquired. His curiosity piqued as he did not fully understand what they entailed. The 4 main rooms are exclusive to the Elite Four, each designed according to their individual tastes. They have been sealed for many years due to the lack of champions, and even Kukui and Dato only utilize the League's battle arena. This means you will receive the highest level of treatment from the Kanto League. You will be welcomed by the fully powered Kanto Elite Four. Are you ready? Absolutely, Ash exclaimed, exhilarated by Damaranji's words, eager to challenge the League immediately. Ha ha ha, such youthful enthusiasm. I wish you success in your challenges, Damaranji said before departing the Pokemon Center, leaving the two to enjoy their meal. Truly remarkable, Ash, Liza remarked, her admiration for him evident after hearing Damaranji's words. Once he left, her admiration could no longer be contained, her eyes sparkling with awe as she gazed at Ash. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Ash, I will be cheering for you in tomorrow's match. Haha, I know, I will do my best. After dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms. Following their evening rituals, they lay in bed, unable to find sleep, for tomorrow marked the day of their battle against the Pokemon League. The aspirations he once held were now being realized one by one, an astonishing experience that filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, while Ash wrestled with insomnia, the online community was abuzz with excitement over his recent recognition by the legendary Moltres. Even Lisa found herself in the limelight, now ranking among the most notable streamers, a fact unbeknownst to either of them. Meanwhile, the two slumbered peacefully at the Pokemon Center, with Ash, who had initially struggled to sleep, quickly succumbing to slumber after being jolted awake by Pikachu's electric shock. As dawn broke, the 4 designated rooms were finally completed through the tireless efforts of the League's staff, who had worked through the night to ensure everything was in place. They were conducting final adjustments and embedding powerful energy into the battleground beneath, guaranteeing a comfortable and engaging experience for both challengers, allowing them to showcase the full potential of their Pokemon. In Kanna's room, the atmosphere was notably chilly, adorned with charming ice sculptures that appeared remarkably lifelike. Although the battleground was a standard arena, the ceiling was adorned with icicles, giving it the ambience befitting an Ice-type Elite Four member. Heba's room was filled with fitness equipment and various accolades from martial arts competitions, with scattered boulders across the battleground, some marked with cracks from powerful punches. Kikuko's room was stark and minimalist, lacking in artificial light. The only illumination came from the sunlight filtering through the window, creating an oddly unsettling aura that made one feel an urge to flee despite its pristine cleanliness. The final room belonged to the temporary champion, Gyarados, whose entrance was flanked by 2 stone sculptures of Dragonite. At the back of the room, a fearsome dragon mouth sculpture guarded the path to the champion's hall, with the grand door situated within its maw. The walls were decorated with various photographs and information about dragon-type Pokemon, notably excluding any legendary beasts. Transparent display cases within showcased numerous awards Gyarados had earned from a young age, highlighting his exceptional prowess. With the 4 rooms inspected and fine-tuned, they awaited the arrival of the challenger. Chapter 13. Ash and Kanna. As the first rays of sunlight graced the Pokemon Center, Ash gradually awoke. Lisa, already up, had prepared a delightful breakfast for him. Living alone, she had learned to cook to care for her younger brother, all while streaming to help alleviate the family's financial burdens. Now 10 years old and eligible to embark on her own journey, she had yet to leave. Held back by her concern for Ash, her first Pokemon, a Sandshrew, now a powerful Arcanine, entrusted to their parents during her childhood. After enjoying breakfast with Lisa, Ash was set to challenge the Elite Four. Meanwhile, the Pokemon Broadcasting Network was gearing up for a live telecast, eager to share this championship journey with the world. At the entrance to the 4 rooms, Professor Oak, Hanako, and Chairman Damaranji awaited Ash's arrival, with Professor Oak bearing the blessings of the entire Pallet Town community, and Hanako present to cheer for her son. Mom, Professor Oak, Chairman Damaranji, you all came, Ash exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy at the sight of the 3. Particularly his esteemed mentor, beloved mother, and the league chairman, all there to support him. Ash, have you eaten well? Oh, is this your new girlfriend? Hanako inquired. Casting a playful glance at Lisa, who stood shyly behind Ash, her face flushed. Yes, she's my friend, Ash replied, his tone earnest, while Hanako, familiar with her son's demeanor, merely smiled knowingly. Ash, you are now the pride of Pallet Town. The residents will be watching your match on television. Good luck. Professor Oak encouraged, giving Ash a reassuring pat on the shoulder before stepping aside to join Hanako. Cough, cough. Ash, the championship challenge now belongs entirely to you. I wish you success. Chairman Damaranji added, giving Ash a gentle nudge towards the entrance, while Lisa peeked out from behind Hanako, eager to cheer him on. I will. Ash declared, his fists clenched in determination, exuding an air of triumph to come. At the end of the dark corridor, a glimmer of light appeared, revealing a Miss Joy clad in a pink dress, arranging equipment. Upon noticing Ash, she greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, champion. Ahead lies the room of the first Elite Four member, Kanna. Would you like to restore your Pokemon's energy? Miss Joy, I didn't expect to see you here. But I'm fine for now, thank you, Ash replied, aware that the league was not overly rigid. It was indeed quite challenging to face all 4 Elite members without some recovery, yet times had changed. I apologize, champion. I didn't mean to take up so much of your time. Please, go ahead, Joy exclaimed, hurriedly stepping aside, revealing the imposing door behind her. Pushing open the unknown metallic door, a chill enveloped Ash, while Miss Joy gazed at his retreating figure with admiration, oblivious to Ash's lack of awareness. Upon entering the first room, a wave of cold washed over Ash, creeping from his feet to the rest of his body, even his extraordinary physique sensing the chill. Welcome to the Pokemon League. Oh, I never expected you to grow so quickly, Ash. What a delightful surprise. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kanna, one of the Elite Four. If I unleash my Ice-type Pokemon, no one can defeat me. Freezing your opponent is truly a formidable tactic, for if they are frozen, your Pokemon will be rendered immobile. Ahaha, are you prepared? Kanna emerged from the shadows, clad in a form-fitting dress and a burgundy shirt. Her glasses perched elegantly upon her nose, her movements graceful yet imposing. Regrettably, Ash's focus was elsewhere, oblivious to the allure of this charming yet formidable woman. Ah yes, Ash stammered, momentarily taken aback by Kanna's exuberant introduction, pondering whether he too should deliver an opening statement. Enough chatter, Ash. Let us commence, he declared. Blastoise, I choose you. Kanna tossed a red and white Pokeball, and in a flash of crimson light, a magnificent, snow-white Walrein emerged. As a water and ice-type Pokemon, Walrein excelled in aquatic environments. But on a dry battleground, its capabilities would be significantly hampered. Tauros, you shall be my choice. Ash called forth Tauros, a standard-type Pokemon, robust and well-groomed, showcasing the fruits of exceptional training. Tauros, are you attempting to exploit the field advantage? It won't work. My Ice-type Pokemon reigns supreme, regardless of the terrain. Walrein, use Shadow Clone. The White Sea Lion employed Shadow Clone technique, causing numerous replicas to materialize around Kintoro, encircling it completely. Frost Beam. A multitude of clones unleashed a barrage of icy beams, leaving Kintoro, trapped at the center, utterly bewildered as to which was real and which was merely an illusion. Faced with such a perplexing predicament, Ash found himself at a loss. However, a spark of inspiration struck him upon glancing at the icicles hanging from the ceiling. Kintoro, you stomp. Kintoro raised its front hooves and forcefully stomped down onto the ground. At that moment, the icy beams struck its hind legs, the frigid cold causing frost to form and slightly hindering its movements. Nevertheless, Kintoro persevered, summoning every ounce of strength to execute Stomp. The ground trembled violently as Kintoro unleashed its powerful attack, causing the white sea lion to lose its balance and tumble to the ground, while all surrounding clones collapsed as well, vanishing in the aftermath, leaving only one behind. Kintoro, now's your chance. Use Longhorn. Responding to Ash's command, Kintoro expelled a plume of white gas from its nostrils, its two large horns taking on a metallic sheen as it dashed forward, sending tremors throughout the space. The metallic horns gleamed with a silvery light as they charged toward the white sea lion. The sharp horns collided with the sea lion's robust body. Yet its thick fur mitigated the impact significantly, allowing it to endure the strike. White sea lion surf. A tremendous wave was summoned by the white sea lion, which, while enduring Kintoro's horned assault, was forcefully swept away by the torrent. Kintoro, hold firm and unleash Volt Tackle. Ash had meticulously prepared for this confrontation, having ensured that Kintoro learned Volt Tackle to counteract its offensive weaknesses. It braced itself against the wave's onslaught, its hind legs carving grooves into the ground as it halted both the white sea lion and the surf attack. Subsequently, a powerful surge of electricity enveloped Kintoro, its body sparkling with golden light as the current spread to the white sea lion, eliciting a pained cry from it. Ah, sea lion! Sea lion! The white sea lion's expression contorted in agony, and unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, it would soon succumb to defeat. White sea lion, hail? Kona was acutely aware of this impending outcome, prompting her to command the white sea lion to unleash hail in a final attempt to bolster the strength of her subsequent Pokémon. However, witnessing the white sea lion summon hail amidst the electric torment, although it appeared ruthless, Kona felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. I'm sorry, white sea lion. I am still too weak. The power of Volt Tackle was immense, even though it was not a type-specific move for Kintoro. The advantage from type effectiveness rendered the white sea lion incapable of continuing the fight. As the side effects of Volt Tackle took hold, Kintoro's expression turned painful, having sustained considerable damage. At that moment, as the white sea lion unleashed hail, the battlefield transformed into a snowy landscape. Tiny hailstones pelted Kintoro's face. While the damage was minimal, the cumulative effect would still inflict notable harm. Return, Kintoro, you've worked hard. Now rest well. To ensure Kintoro could participate in the forthcoming battles, Ash withdrew it into its Pokeball to allow for some regeneration and conserve its stamina. Having secured the first victory, Ash did not revel in triumph as he once might have. Now a champion, his demeanor had matured, becoming steadier and more composed, no longer celebrating each win with exuberance. Lapras, you shall be my choice. In the second round, Kona sent forth her ace, Lapras, leaving the onlookers, including the league staff and Professor Oak, astonished. For scarcely anyone had witnessed Kona deploying her trump card so early in a battle. A champion should face champions, Ash declared, deciding to respond with his own ace, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Upon Pikachu's entrance, it was immediately bombarded by the hail attack, yet such a trivial assault proved almost ineffective against it. In the face of the water and ice-type Lapras, Pikachu retained a distinct advantage, especially considering its superiority in strength. This battle was unlikely to last long. Lapras, return. Kona withdrew Lapras into its Pokeball, unveiling a Gigantamax band on her wrist, from which Gigantamax energy surged forth, infusing Lapras's Pokeball. Grow larger, Lapras. Gigantamax. When Lapras re-emerged, it had transformed into an enormous form, with crimson clouds swirling above its head, surrounded by crystalline ice notes resembling a musical score. This was the Gigantamax form of Lapras. Ash, taken aback by Lapras's transformation, seemed to question how it was capable of Gigantamaxing. Oh, Ash, didn't you know? To ensure a fair battle, the League invested heavily in embedding Gigantamax energy points within the arena, allowing for Gigantamax usage here. Kona replied with a smile, arms crossed. I had no idea. Oh dear, didn't President Damaranji mention it to you? Kona's face lit up with delight, realizing that if Ash was unaware of the Gigantamax system, she still had a chance to turn the tide. Achoo! In the audience, President Damaranji sneezed, scratching his head, feeling as though he had overlooked something important. Lapras, Gigantamax Phantom. Kona swiftly issued her command, and Lapras released a ghostly energy attack, causing various pieces of furniture to levitate and hurtle towards Pikachu. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to block. Pikachu leapt into action, its tail hardening to a metallic sheen, swinging it with force to deflect the airborne objects. The clash between Iron Tail and the Gigantamax Phantom attack was evenly matched, yet the Iron Tail expanded during the confrontation, ultimately delivering a powerful blow towards the Gigantamax Lapras. Akin to a colossal strike from the legendary sword, the Gigantamax Lapras was left reeling from Pikachu's Iron Tail assault. the pain overwhelming as its ice type was already at a disadvantage against steel type moves. Following the attack, its stamina rapidly diminished. However, the snowy weather provided a slight boost to its physical defenses, and its augmented resilience from Gigantamaxing prevented an immediate knockout. Yet, Kona knew that once Lapras exhausted its remaining 2 attacks, it would revert to its standard form, rendering it significantly less effective. Is there such a vast disparity in strength between the Elite Four and champions? Kona pondered, observing the Gigantamax Lapras, her heart tormented. Despite having prepared herself for Lapras's sacrifice, she still felt an unwillingness to concede. Yet, reality was harsh. Even if she wished to triumph over Ash, it would be an extraordinarily daunting task. However, as a member of the Kanto Elite Four, she could not afford to surrender easily. Lapras, Gigantamax attack. Upon issuing her command, the ground beneath Pikachu trembled. A colossal surge of pure energy shooting skyward. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Fortunately, Ash reacted swiftly, and Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt to counter the Gigantamax attack. Although it was still propelled into the air by the overwhelming force. Suspended midair, Pikachu found itself unable to maneuver freely, presenting a prime opportunity for Kona. Lapras, Gigantamax, Aurora Veil. Lapras unleashed its exclusive Gigantamax move, the Aurora Veil, enveloping the battlefield in a shimmering curtain of light while simultaneously launching its attack. The Ultra Gigantamax Aurora Melody was unleashed, and the crystalline musical score soared towards Pikachu. Although Pikachu attempted to evade, it found itself unable to dodge in midair. Still preoccupied with fending off the Gigantamax assault, leaving it vulnerable to the impact of the Ultra Gigantamax Aurora Melody. Pikachu plummeted from the air. But as a seasoned warrior under Ash's command, it remained unfazed by the assault of the Ultra Gigantamax Aurora Melody, landing firmly on the ground. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lapras, Future Sight. Kona, unwilling to let Lapras endure any further, focused on preparing for her next Pokémon to take the stage. Lapras channeled Future Sight, sending a psychic energy sphere into the unknown void, while Pikachu's Thunderbolt followed closely, striking Lapras. Despite the protective effects of Aurora Veil and the snow, Lapras, a water and ice-type Pokémon, could not escape the fate of depleting its stamina after being hit by the powerful Iron Tail attack and Thunderbolt. Lapras succumbed to the battle, granting victory to Pikachu. With Ash having already secured 2 victories, Kona faced an uphill battle. Losing another Pokémon would leave her with no chance of turning the tide. Frosmoth, I entrust you. Kona sent forth her 3rd Pokémon, Frosmoth, an ice and ground-type Pokémon adorned with colossal fangs of ice. Facing Pikachu, it would not fear its electrical attacks. And with the benefit of Aurora Veil, Pikachu's Iron Tail would prove ineffective. Return, Pikachu. Observing the entrance of Frosmoth, Ash decided to recall Pikachu, who scampered back to his side at Ash's call. Tauros, I'm counting on you again. Tauros re-entered the fray, appearing invigorated as if it had not battled at all, its thick fur ignoring the falling icy hail. Charge forth, Tauros. Use Rage. Upon receiving Ash's command, Tauros lashed its 3 tails against its own body, inciting an immense fury, and charged towards Frosmoth with rising momentum. Frosmoth, block with Ice Fang. Frosmoth's massive lower fangs, instantly encased in ice, collided head-on with Tauros. Though evenly matched, the effect of Aurora Veil was swiftly shattered by Tauros's rage. Kona's meticulous preparations were obliterated in an instant, and with the disappearance of Aurora Veil, her spirit was similarly crushed. Yet, as an Elite Four member, she would not concede defeat lightly. Even in loss, she would maintain her dignity. Since the outcome is already sealed, why not unleash a grand finale? Frosmoth, create a ruckus. Resolute in her decision, Kona, unfazed by the inevitable conclusion, sought an exhilarating battle. Frosmoth emanated a formidable aura, like a warrior defending its territory, determined to continue fighting even in solitude. As it unleashed a powerful attack, Frosmoth no longer resisted Tauros's rage, allowing itself to be struck while summoning all its strength to retaliate. However, Tauros, under the relentless barrage of Frosmoth's strikes, succumbed to the resurgence of previous injuries sustained in its battle with the White Sea Lion, losing its fighting capability. Tauros's fall reignited Kona's confidence. She believed that with cautious strategy, there remained a possibility to turn the tide. Kona steadied her resolve as the falling icy hail began to diminish. As the Ice-type Elite Four, she recognized this as a sign that the snow would soon dissipate. Return, Frosmoth. Adjusting her glasses, Kona recalled Frosmoth to regain some vitality. Thank you, Tauros. Your efforts shall not be in vain. Ash, aware that Tauros would struggle against Frosmoth, understood that defeating a fully healthy opponent would be a formidable task. Yet he had achieved his objective, dismantling the Aurora Veil. Butterfree, you shall be my choice. Ash sent forth his beloved Butterfree, which he had previously released. Their bond, having been the first Pokemon he ever captured, was profoundly deep. For this championship challenge, Ash had specifically summoned Butterfree back, along with its partner and offspring, who thrived happily at Professor Oak's laboratory alongside other Pokemon, particularly Bulbasaur and Pidgeotto. Mismagius, let the counterattack commence. Upon witnessing Ash's Pokemon, a smile graced Kona's lips. The Ice-type Mismagius had an advantage over the Bug and Flying-type Butterfree, yet Mismagius's Psychic-type was countered by Butterfree's Bug-type, rendering their confrontation balanced. Victory would hinge on strength. However, having long since been an Elite Four member, Mismagius undoubtedly possessed an edge over the recently promoted Butterfree. Butterfree, Quiver Dance. If they are enhancing, so shall we. Trick Room. Observing Butterfree fluttering gracefully in the air, Kona paid little mind, opting to empower Mismagius in kind. Both Pokemon glimmered with enhancement, Butterfree increasing its special attack, special defense, and speed by 1 stage, while Mismagius elevated its special attack by 2 stages. Once more, Quiver Dance. Since they are greedy, we shall be greedy too. Trick Room. At this moment, Mismagius's special attack soared to 4 stages, while Butterfree's special attack, special defense, and speed rose by 2 stages each. Mismagius, Ice Beam. Protect, Butterfree. Butterfree deployed Protect to shield against Mismagius's Ice Beam, which had been augmented 4 times, causing the protective barrier to frost over. Tailwind activated. Mismagius used Dream Eater. As Butterfree initiated Tailwind, a powerful gust swept across the battlefield, rapidly enhancing its speed, while Mismagius leaned in, preparing to deliver a kiss. In the audience, Hanako, cradling a pink Butterfree atop her head, felt a wave of displeasure at this sight, silently vowing that if her Butterfree were to be kissed during the match, it would face consequences upon its return. Meanwhile, 2 curious Caterpie in her arms watched the unfolding drama with wide eyes. In the midst of evasion, Butterfree felt an inexplicable chill creeping up its back. Suddenly, the image of its mate flashed in its mind, prompting an immediate surge in speed. Combined with its previous enhancements in Tailwind, Butterfree's velocity became so swift that Mismagius could scarcely register its presence, only catching glimpses of fleeting afterimages. Suddenly, a Psychic-type energy sphere materialized in the air. Though Butterfree skillfully avoided several attacks with its remarkable speed, it ultimately succumbed to a hit. Ice Beam. Protect. Seizing the opportunity as Butterfree was struck, Kona aimed for a decisive blow, but Ash would not allow such a chance. Butterfree employed Protect once more, successfully blocking the Ice Beam. Butterfree passed the baton to Pikachu. Butterfree executed its final move, Baton Pass, transferring all its enhancements to Pikachu before being recalled by Ash. Having accomplished its mission, upon entering the fray, Pikachu immediately felt its speed, special attack, and special defense elevated by 2 stages. Though the enhancements were modest, they were in areas where Pikachu excelled, and now it had the added benefit of Tailwind. Meanwhile, despite Mismagius's special attack being heightened to 4 stages, it could not keep pace with the newly empowered Pikachu. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Mismagius, thud. Kona's voice barely escaped her lips as Pikachu rapidly closed the distance to Mismagius, delivering a powerful Iron Tail strike to its abdomen, sending the latter soaring back to land before Kona. Surprisingly, after sustaining such a blow, Ms. Lipstick was still able to tremble and rise to her feet. However, as soon as she steadied herself, she collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Ash secured yet another victory, with 5 Pokemon still at his disposal, while Kona was left with only 3. Should Kona manage to claim this match, it could potentially alter the outcome that seemed predetermined. Ivory Pig, once more I entrust you. Ash opted not to recall Pikachu, choosing instead to continue the fight, as withdrawing now would render the efforts of his Butterfree largely futile. Faced with the Ice and Ground dual-typed Ivory Pig, Pikachu's Electric-type moves were entirely nullified, yet fortunately, it still had 2 other moves at its disposal. With a flash of brilliance, Pikachu darted forth, resembling a streak of yellow lightning, executing Quick Attack in the blink of an eye. Its diminutive form collided with Ivory Pig, delivering a forceful impact that sent the latter reeling backward. Iron Tail. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash Iron Tail, and in an instant, Pikachu positioned itself beneath Ivory Pig and launched it skyward with a powerful upward strike. The spectators, including Kona, were left astounded, unable to believe that such a small creature could possess such formidable strength. As Ivory Pig plummeted from the air, it lacked the agility of Pikachu, crashing face first into the ground and losing its ability to battle in an instant. With Ivory Pig down, Kona no longer had a Pokemon capable of restraining Pikachu. Glancing at her remaining 2 Pokeballs, she randomly selected one and tossed it forth. A Pokemon adorned with a purple shell and sharp spikes materialized on the field. Kona's Clawitzer. Clawitzer, is it? Pikachu returned. I choose you. With a mighty roar resonating throughout the room, Charizard emerged, flames ablaze at its tail, warming the chilly atmosphere. Charizard, this is a battle of vengeance. Give it your all. The response to Ash's command was Charizard's fiery breath, but Ash was quick to evade the flames, while Charizard, undeterred, turned its gaze toward Clawitzer. Memories of its previous defeat flashing through its mind. It silently vowed to triumph this time, even if it meant expending every ounce of its strength. Charizard, Flamethrower. Clawitzer, Water Pulse. The clash of water and fire resulted in a substantial cloud of steam enveloping the battlefield, obscuring the view. But it was not long before Charizard's wings dispelled the mist. Pausing their attacks, both Charizard and Clawitzer found themselves evenly matched. Continuing the fight would be a mere waste of time. Charizard, Seismic Toss. Following Ash's command, Charizard soared toward the immobile Clawitzer, embracing its hardened shell as it ascended into the sky, spinning several times before swiftly diving downward. As the ground approached, Clawitzer instinctively closed its shell to minimize damage. However, it was unprepared for the sheer force of Charizard, which lodged its front half into the ground, leaving it in an awkward predicament. Charizard scratched its head, seemingly unaware of the situation, and looked to Ash, as if asking for guidance. Use Thunder Punch to extract Clawitzer. Instantly comprehending Ash's intention, Charizard wore a mischievous grin, electricity crackling around its hands. Upon contact with Clawitzer, the electric surge coursed throughout its body. Inside the shell, Clawitzer felt an unsettling tingling sensation, accompanied by a foreboding premonition. Clawitzer, don't open your shell, Kona shouted, but due to the confinement of its shell, Clawitzer appeared to hear nothing. Subsequently, under Charizard's immense strength, it was forcibly extracted. Feeling itself being lifted from the ground, Clawitzer joyously opened its shell, only to be met with Charizard's Thunder Punch. The electric strike incapacitated Clawitzer, granting Ash yet another victory as Charizard avenged its previous defeat in what felt like a playful duel. With only one Pokemon remaining, Kona offered a rueful smile, realizing how naive she had been to believe she could defeat Ash. Clearly, the outcome was not only fated but also unalterable. Yet I shall stand firm until the final moment. Go forth, my last Pokemon. Slowking. In stark contrast to the sluggish Slowking of Yoshi's, Kona's Slowking was brimming with vitality. Fixating intently on Charizard, undeterred by its type disadvantage. Slowking Surf. A colossal wave surged forth, as Slowking rode the mighty tide toward Charizard. In response to such formidable momentum, Ash commanded Charizard to unleash its ultimate move, Blast Burn. This explosive fire-type move, renowned for its immense power, could only be mastered by fully evolved fire-type starters. Though its drawback rendered the user immobile for the next turn, preventing any commands or item usage. It was evident that Ash and Charizard were wagering everything in an attempt to counter Slowking's surf. A torrent of flames erupted from Charizard, as the towering wave sought to extinguish this fierce blaze. Yet as it neared the flames, it was entirely consumed. Charizard flapped its wings, breaking through the colossal wave, and soared toward Slowking. Upon contact, the explosive flames rapidly enveloped Slowking. However, as a water-type Pokemon, Slowking endured the blow, sustaining significant damage but remaining capable of continuing the fight. Yet, after executing the move, Charizard was unable to receive any further commands. Slowking, Water Pulse. The Water Pulse struck Charizard, causing its stamina to plummet. In that moment, Charizard suddenly regained the ability to act and charged at Slowking, prompting Ash to grasp its intent. Charizard. Seismic Toss. Charizard clasped Slowking and ascended into the air, spinning as if orbiting the earth, before retracting its wings and plummeting downward. As the ground loomed ever closer, Charizard forcefully hurled Slowking toward it and opened its wings. With a resounding thud, Slowking met the ground, while Charizard gently descended beside it. Observing the incapacitated Slowking, Charizard flipped it over, revealing the dazed Pokemon to the audience. The outcome of this battle was as anticipated. Ash emerged victorious, and as the match concluded, Kona extended her heartfelt congratulations. It was unexpected that the boy who had once struggled to control his Charizard had grown so formidable. You may proceed to the next room. But let me warn you, the Elite Four's strength exceeds what you have encountered thus far. Though defeated, Kona maintained her composure, asserting that her true power was yet to be revealed, despite having exerted herself fully. Miss Kona, next time, please unleash your full strength when battling me. Oh, you cheeky child. After exchanging a few more words, Ash pushed past the door that Kona had attempted to block, stepping into the dark corridor leading to the next chamber. Chapter 14, Shiba and Ash. In the dark passageway, a reassuring light emerged, illuminating a familiar pink figure stationed before the metallic door. Welcome, Champion Ash. Would you like to restore your strength or switch your Pokemon? I would like to. Ash contemplated swapping out several Pokemon from his team, with the intention of featuring all the Pokemon captured in the Kanto region, as it is the original region and naturally requires its quintessential Pokemon. Joy, adept in her duties, skillfully completed the request to restore and exchange Pokemon in no time, her proficiency as an elite member of the Pokemon League evident. Alola, champion, may your battles be prosperous, she exclaimed. Just as Ash was about to push open the grand door, Joy suddenly spoke up, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, displaying profound respect for Ash. A smile crept across Ash's lips upon hearing Joy's words as he pushed the door open, letting 3 words float into Joy's ears. Alola. As the door closed, Joy lifted her head with a radiant smile, deeply touched, knowing that Ash has always been their champion. Inside the room, a robust and imposing figure was engaged in an intense set of push-ups. The sound of Ash's arrival seemed to have piqued his interest, prompting him to cease his workout and turn around. Before Ash stood Seabold, the second Elite Four member of the Indigo Plateau. At that moment, he was bare-chested, glistening with sweat, his long black hair tied back, and as usual, adorned with black wrist and ankle bands, while donning white trousers secured by a black belt. You've arrived. Ash, your presence here implies that Corona has been defeated. It's quite surprising that such a formidable woman would succumb to you. However, I am not the same. I am Seabold, one of the Elite Four, and I believe in the limitless potential of both humans and Pokemon. Thus, I constantly refine my skills through battling, striving for the ultimate goal. I live and grow alongside my Pokemon through this rigorous training, and I shall continue to do so. Even so, do you still wish to triumph over us formidable beings? Absolutely, I will defeat you, Ash responded, facing Seabold's overwhelming aura without a hint of trepidation. After all, he was a champion. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere member of the Elite Four? Huh, you seem undaunted. That is an expression befitting a fighter. Come on, Ash, show us the might of your power. With that, Seabold launched a powerful straight punch, the force of which created a sonic boom, as he tossed a Pokeball into the arena. Machamp, ignite your fighting spirit. Seabold's first choice was Machamp, the fighting-type Pokemon clad in light purple samurai armor and sporting red boxing gloves. It is said that its fists possess lightning-fast speed, rendering them nearly invisible. In response to Seabold's Machamp, Ash rummaged through his pocket, finalizing his choice of Pokemon. Kingler, you shall take the stage, Ash declared, sending out Kingler to face Machamp. Kingler, a water-type Pokemon with a fiery red hue, boasts colossal pincers of unparalleled strength. The Pokemon on both sides shared no type advantage, making this battle a test of practical experience and raw power. Machamp, use Thunder Punch. Dodge it, Kingler. Swords Dance. Machamp rapidly closed the distance, its speed allowing it to reach Kingler in an instant. With no time to evade, Kingler raised its left pincer to block while simultaneously performing Swords Dance to enhance its attack. Unfazed by the blocked Thunder Punch, Machamp unleashed a barrage of Thunder Punches, forcing Kingler to retreat repeatedly. Kingler, counterattack. Crab Hammer. Kingler managed to block another Thunder Punch, but this time, Machamp sensed something amiss, as a tremendous force emanated from Kingler's pincers. Pushing it back, Machamp, now facing an empowered Kingler, charged forward with another Thunder Punch. While it could evade the attack using its speed, it chose not to, as it was in its element. Kingler's Crab Hammer swept through the air like a massive sword, instilling fear in onlookers. As a fighting-type Pokemon, Machamp was well-versed in combat techniques, and, just as Crab Hammer approached, it ducked to avoid the strike. The sound of thunder resonated as the Thunder Punch, now imbued with a hint of flame, struck towards Kingler. Despite being one of Ash's original partners, Kingler, while not as powerful as Charizard, had not diminished significantly in strength. Having frequently battled other Pokemon at Professor Oak's lab, its prowess was still that of a champion-level Pokemon. Reacting to the Thunder Punch with remarkable speed, Kingler redirected its Crab Hammer to intercept the attack. The sheer force of Kingler's strike caused Machamp's arm to go numb. Seizing the opportunity, Kingler executed Crab Hammer again. Machamp, unable to ignore the numbing sensation in its arm, hastily attempted to defend itself. But a regular fist devoid of any enhancements could not withstand the sheer might of Kingler's blow. The collision of Machamp's fist with Crab Hammer resulted in a swift defeat. The overwhelming force sent it flying. Haha, indeed, you are strong now, Ash. I must unleash my full power to match you. Machamp, power up. Machamp's gloves collided with one another, steam erupting from its body like blood, its eyes turning ferociously fierce. Although Machamp's appearance remained unchanged, both Ash and Kingler could distinctly sense its power had surged to a new level. I've never encountered a Machamp like this before. Can it still retain some strength while battling me? How irritating, Seabold. Corona, having lost her match, exited her room to watch the Elite Four's exclusive viewing chamber, feeling discontent as she observed Machamp entering its full power mode. This signified her position as the weakest among the Kanto Elite Four. Previously, she had managed to suppress Gardevoir only due to type advantages, but now that Gardevoir had become the champion, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain that dominance. Machamp, use high-speed movement, Seabold commanded, as Machamp's figure suddenly became ethereal, multiple illusions of it appearing around the arena, its speed elevated to astonishing levels. Kingler, use Mud Shot, Ash called out, hoping to wear down Machamp's stamina. However, the mud projectiles, propelled through the air, appeared sluggish to Machamp, who deftly dodged the attacks with agility. Machamp, Thunder Punch, Crab Hammer. Machamp unleashed another Thunder Punch, while Kingler attempted to counter with Crab Hammer. However, the Thunder Punch unleashed in full power was unlike any previous. With the crackling of thunder, the Thunder Punch shot forth, and as Machamp threw its punch, it twisted its arm, blending an element of fire with its formidable Thunder Punch. Kingler raised its Crab Hammer defensively, yet upon contact with the Thunder Punch, a searing sensation coursed through it, revealing that its pincers had been scorched. Fortunately, its strength had not yet been surpassed by Machamp. Kingler, unleash a flurry of blows. Seeing Kingler struggling to withstand continued assaults, Ash urged it to retaliate. Witnessing this spectacle, Seabold was nearly elated, though he maintained a facade of composure. This was due to the implications of Machamp being in its full power state. While this mode would elevate Machamp's abilities, it could only be sustained for 3 minutes. After that, Machamp would become as pliable as a deflated balloon. Thus, seeing Ash take the offensive thrilled him, for had Ash continued to play defensively, victory would have been all but assured for him. Go, Machamp. Do not underestimate the bond we share. Go, Kingler. The malevolent energy surges forth, empowering Kingler as it unleashes its Fury Cutter. Akin to a warrior entering a berserker state, enduring the onslaught of Thunder Punch while relentlessly executing its Fury Cutter. Machamp has never encountered such a reckless adversary. Thunder Punch crashes against Kingler's shell as if it were inconsequential. Meanwhile, Machamp finds itself overwhelmed, unable to lift its head under the barrage of Fury Cutters. Though merely a Dark-type move, the strikes from Kingler, bolstered by its sword's dance, inflict tremendous pain, rapidly depleting Mashoki's stamina. Machamp, wager everything. Engage in close combat. Observing Mashoki's anguished expression, Hibiki resolves to take a chance, commanding it to confront Kingler in close quarters. Kingler, Crab Hammer. A single move to conquer all. Kingler channels immense water energy as it charges towards Machamp. Machamp leaps back a small step, consolidating all its strength into its fist. This strike will exhaust its remaining energy, all for the sake of overcoming this formidable opponent. The collision of close combat and Crab Hammer produces a resounding explosion, generating powerful shockwaves. After a fierce exchange, both Pokemon find themselves behind one another. Kingler sways slightly, as if on the brink of losing its fighting capacity, but steadies itself with its massive claws. Conversely, Machamp can no longer endure and succumbs to fatigue. The first battle concludes with Ash's Kingler emerging victorious. You performed admirably, Machamp. Now, the stage is yours. Go, Hitmonlee. Hibiki, without hesitation, summons his second Pokemon, Hitmonlee, the kicking Pokemon, predominantly brown in hue, capable of executing any kicking technique, also known as the Master of Kicks. This is your inaugural battle with newfound strength. It is settled. You shall face off against Ash's Pokemon, the newly introduced Abysmal Monkey. As Ash sends forth a Pokemon unfamiliar to all present, save for Professor Oak, he names it Abysmal Monkey. Its body resembles a sphere, covered in light gray fur, with a white tuft atop its head. Its feet and left hand bear black rings, the latter of which is cracked, and its blood-red eyes exude a fierce demeanor. Ahem. It seems everyone is quite curious about Ash's Pokemon, so allow me to provide some elucidation. In the audience, Professor Oak, noticing the puzzled expressions, promptly steps in to clarify. Have you discerned any resemblance between Ash's Pokemon and another? Instead of providing a direct answer, Professor Oak poses an even more perplexing question. However, this ignites a spark of insight in Lisa, who hesitates briefly before deciding to inquire. Professor Oak, does this Pokemon have any connection to Infernape? Professor Oak glances at Lisa, recalling that she arrived alongside Ash and appears to be a new companion. He smiles affirmatively. Indeed, Ash's Pokemon is the evolved form of Infernape, known as Abysmal Monkey. According to my records, it possesses both ghost and fighting attributes, purportedly first appearing in the distant Pasha region. Pasha region? We'll discuss that later. The competition is truly exhilarating. Lisa attempts to probe further, but Professor Oak refrains from elaborating as the battle has commenced. With Ash's Abysmal Monkey and Hibiki's Hitmonlee already engaged in combat. Hitmonlee, it is merely an unfamiliar Pokemon. Let's demonstrate our might. Double kick. Ash smiles, watching as Hitmonlee extends its legs like springs to execute its kicking technique. Although astonished, he remains composed. Abysmal Monkey pose, ignoring Hitmonlee's kicking technique. Abysmal Monkey stands its ground, striking a bodybuilding pose to enhance its abilities, much to Hibiki's chagrin. Don't underestimate us. Hitmonlee. The first kick of double kick connects with Abysmal Monkey, yet the ensuing scene leaves both trainers astounded as Hitmonlee's leg passes through Abysmal Monkey's body. In disbelief, it attempts another kick, but Abysmal Monkey remains unfazed, continuing to strike its pose as Hitmonlee's foot again passes through it. At this moment, Abysmal Monkey has successfully enhanced both its attack and defense 2 levels through its poses. Hitmonlee, remember, you are facing a ghost-type Pokemon. Employ a fire kick. Having deduced the opponent's attributes after 2 failed attacks, Hibiki promptly shifts strategies to utilize a different elemental kick. Hitmonlee ignites its legs in flames, leaping into the air to execute a downward fire kick. Abysmal Monkey, prepare yourself. As a seasoned combatant in fighting tournaments, Abysmal Monkey has assimilated various fighting techniques from many strong opponents. Just as Hitmonlee's fire kick approaches, Abysmal Monkey shields its head with its left hand. Feeling the searing heat in its arm, it channels the energy through its left arm, repelling Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee, maintain distance, leverage your legs. Instantly understanding Hibiki's intent, Hitmonlee ignites its left leg with flames and lashes out at Abysmal Monkey, its legs seemingly doubling in length as it rushes towards its opponent. However, Abysmal Monkey shows no fear, effortlessly grasping Hitmonlee's foot and pulling it back. Sensing the overwhelming force in its leg, Hitmonlee refuses to be easily manipulated, swiftly planting a hand on the ground to swing its right leg, launching a fire kick towards Abysmal Monkey. Haha, Abysmal Monkey now? Ash chuckles, as if a clever idea has struck him, instilling a sense of foreboding in Hibiki. Hitmonlee's right leg fire kick is also intercepted by Abysmal Monkey. As expected against a Pokemon with boosted defenses, Abysmal Monkey entwines Hitmonlee's legs. Obediently following Ash's command, Abysmal Monkey wraps its long, spring-like legs around Hitmonlee's. And as springs loathe entanglement, regaining their original state becomes a formidable challenge. After executing Ash's command, Hitmonlee finds its legs completely ensnared. Upon releasing its grip to return to its side, Abysmal Monkey remains unchanged, with Hitmonlee's legs bound together, unable to rise. In this moment, Hitmonlee resembles a lamb awaiting slaughter. Abysmal Monkey, finish it. Acrobatics. Abysmal Monkey leaps repeatedly, resembling an acrobat, moving towards Hitmonlee and delivering a downward strike. With the advantage of type effectiveness and enhanced attack, Hitmonlee experiences excruciating pain and swiftly succumbs to defeat. The battle concludes even more swiftly than the previous round, leaving Hibiki in disbelief at such astonishing speed. Huff. Hibiki takes a deep breath, steadying his mind and dismissing distractions. Masquerain, it's your turn. Let them witness the power of your water. Return, Abysmal Monkey, Bulbasaur. You are up. Ash switches his Pokemon, replacing Abysmal Monkey with the grass-type Bulbasaur. Confronted by the aquatic Pokemon, Masquerain, Bulbasaur undeniably possesses a significant advantage in terms of typing. As one of the original Pokemon, Bulbasaur oversees all newly inducted team members at Professor Oak's lab, mediating conflicts among them with a prowess befitting a champion-level Pokemon. After all, how else could it maintain order? Bulbasaur unleashed Toxic. A plume of violet venom erupted from the ground, ensnaring Masquerain in a state of severe poisoning. If not promptly alleviated, the toxin would intensify over time, potentially endangering its life. A swift resolution was imperative. Masquerain retaliated with Ice Punch. To counter flying types, Masquerain had learned this move, which also served as a formidable weapon against grass-type Pokemon. Dodge, Bulbasaur. Despite inheriting the robust resilience typical of Ash's Pokemon, Bulbasaur's small stature could not withstand the full might of an elite 4-level Ice Punch. However, Bulbasaur's choice not to evolve proved advantageous. It retained its speed, albeit at the cost of a somewhat limited offensive repertoire. With its short legs and swift motion, Bulbasaur evaded Masquerain's Ice Punch, just as the latter prepared for another assault. An overwhelming surge of energy surged forth. Upon closer inspection, Shiba recognized it as the grass-type attack, Solar Flare, an unmistakable signature of Bulbasaur. Masquerain, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the powerful Solar Flare, glanced at Bulbasaur with a look of trepidation. Suddenly, Masquerain's complexion paled. The effects of the toxic had begun to take their toll. If things continued this way, Masquerain would surely succumb in just a few rounds. Understanding this grim reality, Shiba felt helpless. To Ash, he had once been an insurmountable mountain. Now, Ash loomed before him as that very mountain. Perhaps it's time to concede. A sense of resignation began to take root in Shiba's heart. Masquerain seemed to perceive Shiba's wavering resolve and, refusing to await further commands, charged at Bulbasaur with Ice Punch. Yet, Bulbasaur adeptly evaded once more, gathering solar energy within the seed on its back. Moments later, the energy coalesced, and Solar Flare was launched anew. This time, however, Masquerain did not attempt to dodge, but instead barreled headlong into the blazing light. Under the dual onslaught of Toxic and Solar Flare, Masquerain's body began to falter. Yet, recalling Shiba's earlier encouragement, it steadied itself and flashed a thumbs up, a smile breaking through its fear. Shiba, witnessing this moment, felt his earlier thoughts of surrender evaporate. Yes, Masquerain, I am an Elite Four member. I fear no one. Inspired by Shiba's renewed spirit, Masquerain fought valiantly, yet soon succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. Thank you, Masquerain. Rest well now. I shall take it from here. The battle had already seen 3 consecutive rounds, and Shiba had yet to defeat a single Pokemon of Ash's, leaving him with the grim reality of impending defeat. As only 3 battles remained, he pondered how to bow out with dignity. Onix, it's your turn. Shiba called forth his 4th Pokemon, not a fighting type, but a rock type known as Onix, its forehead marked by 2 menacing crevices that made it appear quite fearsome. This particular Onix was even more colossal than usual, resembling a Gigantamax version of its kind. Snorlax, it's you. In response to the gargantuan Onix, Ash deployed Snorlax to counterattack. With its rotund body and daft expression, Snorlax exuded an endearing charm. Iron Tail. The massive tail of Onix swung down, its metallic sheen glimmering ominously as it descended towards Snorlax. Dodge, Snorlax. Ice Punch. True to its reputation as Ash's most exceptional Pokemon, Snorlax deftly dodged the Iron Tail and retaliated with an Ice Punch, striking Onix's rocky form. A chilling sensation enveloped Onix, and suddenly, it found itself immobilized. Snorlax had struck gold. The Ice Punch had successfully frozen Onix in place. However, due to its immense size, the frozen state did not endure for long before it broke free. Snorlax again. Ice Punch. As Ash urged Snorlax to continue its assault, Shiba discreetly donned a Z-Ring, preparing to unleash a Z-move from behind Onix. A surge of energy flowed from the Z-Crystal into Onix, instantly elevating its power. Onix. Obliterating Meteor. Shiba and Onix synchronized their efforts, unleashing the Alolan-exclusive Z-move. A colossal meteorite platform materialized, enveloping the battlefield as a tempest arose, buffeting the arena. Ash, unperturbed by the rock-type Z-move, steadied his hat against the gusts and confidently addressed Snorlax. Snorlax, in that case, let us respond in kind. No longer concealing his strategy, Ash swapped in an Ice-type Z-Crystal and initiated an awkward dance. Snorlax, Glacial Cataclysm. The activation of the Ice-type Z-Crystal precipitated a dramatic drop in temperature, sending chills through the spectators. The Z-moves clashed, Obliterating Meteor versus Glacial Cataclysm, each trainer exerting energy into their respective attacks. The standoff persisted, neither side yielding, until a tremendous explosion erupted, obscuring the battlefield in smoke. A powerful gust blew through, dissipating the fog, revealing that Onix had used its tail to clear the area. Snorlax, if we win, I'll treat you to a feast of delicious treats. Ash's words ignited Snorlax's fighting spirit, its eyes blazing with determination. Snorlax. It patted its belly, sacrificing a portion of its health to maximize its offensive prowess. Snorlax. Headbutt. Following Ash's command, Snorlax charged towards the massive Onix, whose size now posed a significant obstacle to any attempt at evasion. Snorlax's headbutt landed squarely on Onix, eliciting a cry of agony. However, the Steel-type move exploited the Rock-type's vulnerability, and with the boost from Belly Drum, Snorlax's already formidable strength became even more pronounced. The recent attack had visibly drained Onix's stamina, bringing it perilously close to defeat. Well done, Snorlax. Again, headbutt to finish it. Snorlax's head gleamed with metallic luster as it prepared to land a decisive blow. Earthquake, Onix. Shiba would not allow Snorlax to have its way. Onix slammed its tail against the ground, unleashing a seismic shock that rocked the arena, leaving Snorlax unsteady and nearly toppled. Snorlax, continue. Give it your all with Headbutt. Steeling itself against the tremors, Snorlax pressed on, launching its full strength into the attack. With a final Headbutt, it struck Onix once more. And the colossal Pokémon let out a mournful cry, succumbing to defeat. As the battle reached its zenith, only 2 confrontations remained. If Shiba continued down this path, he would face a complete shutout. However, it was evident that his concern for victory had waned significantly. Lucario, he called out, summoning his Pokémon. While Ash opted to reintroduce his Simisage to the fray. Lucario, Bullet Punch. At Shiba's command, Lucario advanced towards Simisage, unleashing a swift Bullet Punch. Yet, Simisage was not caught unawares. It retaliated fiercely, enveloping its fists in flames. The 2 Pokémon exchanged blows with remarkable intensity, as if they could perceive each other's strategies. Locked in a fierce stalemate. Bone Rush. Lucario. Lucario employed the ground-type move Bone Rush, which could inflict substantial damage on the ghost and fighting-type Simisage. Simisage. Acrobatics. In response, Simisage leaped into the air, employing acrobatics as if propelled by an invisible springboard, deftly maneuvering through the air. However, evasion was futile. It was time to strike. Simisage dove from above, executing a powerful downward kick that generated a fierce gust. As acrobatics clashed with Bone Rush, Simisage withdrew momentarily before transitioning to a new attack, igniting its hands in flames and unleashing a barrage of fiery punches upon Lucario's bone staff. The tempo of Simisage's strikes escalated, surpassing its previous speed, leaving Lucario struggling to keep pace. Lucario, Bone Rush. Simisage, Fire Punch. Under the directives of their trainers, the Pokémon clashed once more. This time, however, Bone Rush was intercepted as it was launched, overtaken by Fire Punch. The force of the attack shattered Lucario's bone staff into splinters. Still reeling from the shock, Lucario was unprepared for the relentless onslaught of fire punches that rained down upon it, searing its body with intense heat. Just as Lucario regained its composure, it was met with an approaching fire punch that loomed ever larger. Boom! Lucario was sent flying by Simisage's attack. Now, Shiba had only 1 Pokémon remaining, while Ash had yet to lose any of his. The advantage was starkly clear to any observer. Come forth, Machoke. Let us fight with all our might. Pikachu, it's you. Pikachu made its entrance, marking a showdown of champions. Shiba, now devoid of hope, resolved to fight with all his strength. Machoke, Ice Punch. Her muscular arms exuded chilling energy as they launched a series of ice punches towards Pikachu. Yet, Pikachu's reflexes were lightning fast, evading the icy barrage with remarkable agility. Keep going. Machoke. Pikachu, we shall use Iron Tail. The clash of Iron Tail and Ice Punch ensued, with both Pokémon's attacks flowing ceaselessly, their punches and tails moving with such speed that they left afterimages in their wake. However, Pikachu proved to be the swifter of the 2, matching 4 arms with a single tail, a testament to its strength. Pikachu Thunderwave. Suddenly, Pikachu shifted the tide of battle, infusing its iron tail with electricity to conjure a thunder wave. The proximity was too close for Machoke to react, and it was swiftly ensnared by the electric net. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Machoke countered with Rock Blast, but Pikachu unleashed its signature move, Thunderbolt, sending a powerful current surging toward Machoke. As Machoke slammed its fists into the ground, sharp rocks erupted from the earth, forming a barrier that shielded it from the brunt of the Thunderbolt while simultaneously tearing through the electric net. Pikachu, send the rocks back. Responding to the command, Pikachu expertly deflected the rocks with its iron tail, sending them hurtling back like a swarm of meteors. Machoke, Bullet Punch. The forceful volley of rocks exhilarated Shiba, igniting a fervor within him. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid succession of bullet punches reduced the rocks to mere dust. At that moment, Pikachu descended from the sky, wielding its iron tail. In midair, a silvery glint emerged as Pikachu's tail transformed into a formidable weapon, resembling the blade of a colossal beast. The mighty strike of Iron Tail descended upon Machoke, which shattered the last of the rocks while countering with Bullet Punch in a desperate defense. Go, Pikachu! Thunderbolt! Do not yield, Machoke. Engage in close combat. Both Pokémon unleashed their ultimate attacks simultaneously. However, Pikachu's Thunderbolt was not launched directly. Instead, it mirrored the strategy employed in the World Championships against Dan. A powerful surge of electricity pierced through the ceiling as Pikachu, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, charged at Machoke. The 2 Pokémon's attacks collided, but Machoke succumbed in this fierce exchange, sent sprawling to the ground. Overwhelmed by the searing current, it attempted to rise once more. but its body could no longer withstand the strain, and it succumbed to the ground in defeat. Thus, the final battle concluded with Ash's victory, marking a complete shutout against the fighting king, Shiba, who had not managed to take down a single one of Ash's Pokémon. Ash, you have truly grown stronger. Since I have lost, our encounter ends here. Very well. I have no right to say anything in defeat. Proceed to the next chamber. With that, Shiba turned away, dismissing Ash, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. Observing Shiba's retreating figure, Ash chose not to speak further, pushing open the previously obstructed door and stepping into the dark passage once more. Perhaps he truly could. After Ash departed, Shiba gazed at the grand door, slowly articulating his thoughts. The dual defeats of the Elite Four of the Kanto region left the audience disheartened, as they had not anticipated such swift losses. However, they held no concerns for the performance of the next Elite Four member, the formidable and fearsome ghost-type trainer, Kiku. Chapter 15. Ash and Kiku. Within the dark passage, Ash encountered the familiar Nurse Joy once more. Upon seeing Ash's arrival, she greeted him warmly. Alola, champion. Congratulations on your latest victory. She appeared elated, as if she were the one who had triumphed over Shiba. Alola, thank you, Nurse Joy. Do you require a restoration of your Pokemon's strength or a swap? I need both. Very well, champion. Please hold on a moment. Oh, and there's something here for you, sent by Queen Elima from Oridoran City. Nurse Joy deftly maneuvered her equipment, suddenly recalling something and handing Ash a small box that had been resting on her apparatus. Eagerly, Ash opened the square box, from which a letter promptly fell. He picked it up and began to read its contents. The letter read as follows. To you, the valiant wielder of Aura, Ash. Recently, you have secured the championship at the World Championships, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations. I have heard of your intention to challenge the Kanto region's champion soon. Hence, I pen this letter to accompany an item I wish to bestow upon you. In the chronicles of my ancestor, Queen Lin, it is recorded that during the years following the disappearance of the Wave Guide hero, Alan, the world underwent a profound transformation. At that time, a formidable beastmaster wielding the power of the wave suddenly emerged, accompanied by a thunderous beast, vanquishing all adversaries and ultimately saving the world. Recently, I have been gripped by an unsettling premonition that our era is also on the brink of significant change. Hence, I have deliberately entrusted you with the items contained within this box, hoping you will utilize them wisely. Lastly, I wish you a smooth journey on your path to becoming a champion. Thus concludes my message. Queen Eileen. Upon finishing the letter, Ash closed it, and at that moment, Miss Joy completed her tasks and handed him a Pokeball. Attaching the Pokeball to his waist, Ash opened the black box, revealing a pair of familiar objects before his eyes. Pushing open the metallic door, he entered Chrysanthemum's chamber, which was devoid of any furnishings, lacking even the faintest breath of life. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him, as if a malignant force were watching him intently. Long time no see, Ash. A voice suddenly broke the silence. As Ash surveyed the room, he was startled by the unexpected appearance of Chrysanthemum on the previously empty battlefield. Ah, it's you, Grandma Chrysanthemum. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Hee hee. Indeed, I am Chrysanthemum of the Elite Four. I hear that Professor Oak is particularly fond of you. Though he may appear as an old man now, he was once a formidable and admirable figure. Alas, he has become quite unrecognizable in his old age. The endeavor of creating a Pokédex and studying Pokémon is, in my view, a grievous error. For Pokémon are born for the purpose of battle. That's nonsense. Pokémon are friends and partners to everyone. They are not merely for combat. They are our family. And you must not speak ill of Professor Oak. The pursuit of creating a Pokédex and studying Pokémon is invaluable. It is precisely through the Pokédex that we come to understand our Pokémon better, learning what they enjoy, what they dislike, and what they desire. How can you speak so disparagingly of someone as great as Professor Oak? Hearing Chrysanthemum's words ignited a furious response in Ash, who abandoned his respectful demeanor, his expression brimming with anger, as if he might charge at her in a moment's notice. The audience watched in confusion, unable to comprehend why the two, who had appeared so amicable moments earlier, now seemed on the verge of combat. The only exception was Professor Oak, who understood the underlying tension between them but felt powerless after all these years, having owed Chrysanthemum far too much. Ah, my apologies, Ash, Professor Oak sighed, gazing at Chrysanthemum's figure, realizing he could do nothing more than place his hopes on Ash. Enough of this trivial conversation, Ash. Allow me to teach you the true essence of battle. I shall defeat you and demonstrate the strength of my bond with Pikachu. Ash was genuinely incensed. During his long travels, he had never felt such fury. Not only had she belittled the person he respected most, but she had also diminished his dreams to mere insignificance. Zubat, prepare for battle. Chrysanthemum sent forth her Pokémon, a Zubat, a dual-type poison and flying Pokémon. Though she was known as the Ghost-type Elite Four, her initial affinity lay with the poison type, only later discovering her greater talent in the realm of ghosts. Fearow, it's your turn. This marked the official return of Fearow to the fray, its expression serious as it locked its gaze on its opponent, refusing to relax for a moment. Fearow, Steel Wing, Ash commanded, and Fearow's wings gleamed with a metallic sheen as it surged forward at an extraordinary speed towards Zubat. Observing Ash's impatience, Chrysanthemum realized her initial provocation had borne fruit, a sly smile creeping onto her lips, though to others, it appeared quite sinister. Zubat, evade. Use Cross Poison. Zubat executed the Poison-type move, but against Fearow's Steel Wing, the attack was almost futile, completely immune to the confrontation, as the move was inherently ineffective. Nevertheless, the residual poison from Cross Poison splattered onto Fearow's beak, and Chrysanthemum, being an Elite Four member, understood the deeper implications. Fearow soon found itself poisoned as the toxic substance infiltrated its system, a purple hue manifesting on its face as it succumbed to the effects of the poison. Zubat, use Tailwind. With the Tailwind boosting its speed, Zubat darted about, creating an illusion of teleportation. Return, Fearow. Recognizing that Fearow would struggle to catch Zubat in its poisoned state, Ash withdrew it, fully aware that continuing the battle would only lead to defeat. Pikachu, it's your turn. Zubat, use Quick Attack. As soon as Ash summoned Pikachu, Chrysanthemum commanded Zubat to execute a Quick Attack. Iron Tail. Despite Zubat's enhanced speed from Tailwind, Ash's Pikachu was no slouch. Just before Zubat could make contact, Pikachu swiftly turned and unleashed its Iron Tail towards Zubat. Zubat successfully executed Quick Attack and returned to its Pokeball, but not before taking a hit from Pikachu's Iron Tail, leaving it in discomfort. While Zubat longed to retaliate with Cross Poison, it understood that a single Thunderbolt from Pikachu would spell its doom, so it remained in the ball, casting a resentful glance at Pikachu. Galarian Mr. Mime. Entering the fray was the Galarian Mr. Mime, a dual-type fire and ghost Pokémon, possessing commendable physical defense but a significant drawback in speed. Wielding a white bone staff topped with flickering green ghostly flames, Ash recalled his friend Kaki's Galarian Mr. Mime from Alola, but Chrysanthemum's was undoubtedly a champion-level contender, as evidenced by the scars adorning its body, indicative of its prowess in battle. Galarian Mr. Mime, Shadow Bone. Shadow Bone was an exclusive move of Galarian Mr. Mime, a ghost-type technique. Surrounding Galarian Mr. Mime, ghostly purple flames began to swirl, gradually converging into the bone staff, transforming the green flames into a menacing purple hue. With a flourish of its staff, Galarian Mr. Mime charged toward Pikachu, its speed markedly enhanced by the Tailwind. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Pika. Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt, but the powerful surge of electricity barely affected Galarian Mr. Mime. Its lightning rod ability, Lisa exclaimed from the audience, though she quickly blushed and lowered her head, embarrassed by her outburst. Meanwhile, the others continued to enjoy the unfolding match, while Professor Oak cast a few curious glances at Lisa. Though I may not fully grasp the situation, Pikachu, Iron Tail Attack. Ash, unfamiliar with Galarian Mr. Mime's abilities, had not prepared for its unique traits. And even if he had, it might have slipped his mind. Pikachu executed a swift Iron Tail, the impact of the bone staff and Pikachu's tail igniting a flurry of sparks. However, even at the champion level, Pikachu's might proved overwhelming for Galarian Mr. Mime, as the force behind the Iron Tail intensified, ultimately delivering a crushing blow to Galarian Mr. Mime's abdomen. Regrettably, the fire-typed Galarian Zigzagoon was not struck by the Iron Tail with enough force to incapacitate it, nor did it suffer a significant decline in stamina. Suddenly, Galarian Zigzagoon knelt, its body intermittently crackling with electric arcs. While its ability, Lightning Rod, rendered it immune to electric-type moves, it could not shield itself from the effects of other abilities. Pikachu's ability, Static, had rarely been triggered throughout the battle, to the extent that even Pikachu had nearly forgotten it possessed such an ability. Kikuko's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Ash's prowess had grown to such an extent. She could no longer engage him with ease, and was compelled to muster her full strength to halt him here. Galarian Zigzagoon. Bone Club. Galarian Zigzagoon picked up a bone and unleashed a ground-type Bone Club, a move that proved exceedingly effective against Pikachu. Yet, as the world's premier Pikachu, how could it fear a move that was supposed to counter it? The battle continued with Iron Tail clashing against Bone Club. For a brief spell, neither Pokemon could claim victory. If Ash did not opt to switch out, Pikachu would find it arduous to land a blow on Galarian Zigzagoon with its current moves. Pikachu, return. Ash called back Pikachu, reaching for a Pokeball at his waist. He selected the one containing Pidgeot. Pidgeot, you're up. Ash sent forth Pidgeot, which had initially entered the fray but had been recalled to recuperate due to poison. The decision to deploy it was not arbitrary. After careful consideration, Ash concluded that Pidgeot, with its normal and flying types, was the optimal choice. The opponent's ghost-type moves would be ineffective against Pidgeot, and ground-type attacks would not reach it, effectively sealing off two of Kikuko's options. Of course, Ash was astute enough to deduce this, but the cunning Kikuko was surely aware as well. However, she appeared unfazed and did not switch her Pokemon. Pidgeot, brave bird. Ash initiated with a powerful move, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Flare Blitz, Galarian Zigzagoon. Likewise, Kikuko was unwilling to prolong the battle, commanding Galarian Zigzagoon to unleash Flare Blitz, the searing flames instantly elevating the ambient temperature. Detect. Galarian Zigzagoon evaded the oncoming brave bird with a well-timed detect, but as it turned to counterattack, Pidgeot charged forward. The two moves collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. After their most potent attacks, Galarian Zigzagoon's health plummeted to 0, collapsing in defeat, while Pidgeot, too, appeared unwell. Its face contorted in pain, and with a cry, it succumbed to its injuries. With both Pokemon rendered incapable of battle, this round concluded in a near stalemate. Kikuko offered no grand display of emotion, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Galarian Zigzagoon, well done. She offered a slight commendation to the returned Galarian Zigzagoon before retrieving her second Pokeball. This one, unlike the standard red and white design, was pink with a heart on its upper half, appearing somewhat handmade and rough around the edges. Arbok, it's your turn. For the second battle, Kikuko sent forth the pure poison-type Arbok, its demeanor menacing as it flicked its tongue at Ash. Heracross, I'm counting on you. Ash dispatched Heracross, who, upon seeing the pattern on Arbok's chest, inexplicably felt a twinge of fear, causing a slight decrease in its strength. Arbok, Poison Fang. Arbok bared its sharp fangs, swiftly maneuvering along the ground, aided by the existing tailwind. Heracross, Megahorn. Heracross's horn glimmered as it plunged forward, driving it into Arbok's gaping maw. Though Poison Fang could not be executed, Megahorn succeeded, inflicting considerable damage on Arbok, being one of the Bug-type's mightiest attacks. While Poison Fang failed to deal damage, venom still seeped into Heracross from the sharp horn. Upon realizing the venom had entered Heracross's system, Ash quickly devised a countermeasure. Heracross, sleep. Heracross hurled Arbok away, then lay down, gradually slipping into a slumber. Ash's intent was to suppress the poison with the sleep status. A Pokemon can only be afflicted by one status condition during battle, and sleep counts as a special status that can overshadow others, effectively nullifying poison and paralysis. Heracross, Sleep Talk. Ash had not initiated this strategy without foresight. As Heracross fell into sleep, it activated Sleep Talk, selecting one of its remaining 3 moves at random to execute an attack. Rising from slumber, Heracross drove its horn into the ground, channeling energy into the battlefield. Arbok, Acid Spray. Recognizing that her poisoning strategy had faltered, Kikuko called upon Arbok to unleash Acid Spray. However, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Fissures opening as the earth itself seemed to swallow Arbok, relentlessly attacking it. This inexplicable onslaught was the result of Heracross's earthquake, which rendered Arbok unconscious. And with its defeat, Kikuko's tailwind dissipated. Recalling the incapacitated Arbok, Kikuko was taken aback by how it had exited the battle, notably defeated by a Heracross that had yet to fully awaken. You truly are intriguing, Ash. It's no wonder Professor Oak has taken a liking to you. But I shall not concede. Crobat, Tailwind. Once again, Crobat entered the fray, having been charged with energy in its Pokeball, immediately unleashing Tailwind to re-establish the wind advantage that had seemingly ended. Crobat Fly? Crobat soared into the air, its wings flapping rapidly, before honing in on Heracross's position for a swift descent. Megahorn. Just as Heracross awoke, its horn glimmering with intent, Crobat struck with Fly before it could unleash its attack. Although Bug and Fighting-type Heracross was quadruple weak to Flying-type moves, as Ash's Pokemon, it would not cower before such damage. Grasping Crobat's wings, Heracross slammed it to the ground, launching it upwards with Megahorn before forcefully sending it flying. Crobat, propelled into the air, rolled several times upon landing, its eyes burning with fury at Heracross, as it had never been treated so harshly by a Bug-type Pokemon. Crobat, let us try Fly again. This time, let it experience your might. But would reality truly grant Crobat its wish? The answer was a resounding no. As it aimed to strike Heracross once more with Fly, Heracross was already prepared and intercepted it, attempting to slam it down again. Yet, Crobat seized the opportunity to evade. With Fly executed again, Heracross was caught off guard and struck once more. Heracross, Earthquake. Although ground-type moves could not hit airborne Pokémon, Heracross landed a punch on Crobat, smashing it to the ground and executing Earthquake. The ground trembled violently, and the earth beneath Crobat shattered into fragments, indicating it had sustained grave injuries. Heracross was not in much better shape, as its prolonged endurance in battle was sustained solely by sheer willpower and the bond it shared with Ash. Otherwise, it would have long lost its ability to fight. Zubat, you've worked hard. Now it's time to entrust the battle to your companion, Gengar. Kikuko had already lost 3 Pokémon, while Ash had only lost 1 Pidgeot. Therefore, she decided to unleash her ace Pokémon in hopes of turning the tide. Pikachu, I'm counting on you. In response to Kikuko's formidable Gengar, Ash naturally sent forth his own ace Pokémon, Pikachu, setting the stage for an epic showdown of champions. Gengar, we shall commence with full force. Unleash the hellish roar of the spirits. Reveal your true fangs. Kikuko brandished the keystone from her staff, resonating with the Mega Stone embedded in Gengar, forging an unbreakable bond between them. As the light of Mega Evolution dissipated, Mega Gengar emerged, its form altered, with part of its body submerged into the floor, enabling it to connect with alternate dimensions and lay in ambush within them. Gengar, retreat into the alternate dimension. Obeying the command, Gengar disappeared into the dimension with a mischievous grin, as if it had never existed on the battlefield. Shadow Punch. Iron Tail, Pikachu. Suddenly, an array of shadowy fists surrounded Pikachu, completely ensnaring it, and the fists unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, making it exceedingly difficult for Pikachu to defend itself, even provoking a fleeting desire to sprout an extra tail. Gengar, Gengar, Gengar. Observing Pikachu trapped by its Shadow Punch, Gengar could not resist mocking it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Dodge. Gengar once again slipped into the alternate dimension, perfectly avoiding the Thunderbolt attack, inciting Pikachu's ire. Pikachu, unleash another Thunderbolt. A blue light ignited in Ash's eyes, and his once pitch-black gloves had transformed into a stylish pair adorned with blue and elegant patterns, exuding a sense of nostalgia. These gloves belonged to none other than the Aura Guardian, Alan. With the gloves donned, Ash could channel the aura within him to communicate with Pokémon and unleash aura spheres, replicating the feats of the Aura Guardian. Gengar, Gengar. Pikachu. Unwilling to let Gengar's taunts go unchallenged, Pikachu retaliated with a full-powered Thunderbolt that struck Gengar, sending powerful electric currents coursing through its entire form. Shadow Ball, Gengar. A Psychic-type user? What a nuisance. Observing Ash's silent command, Kikuko swiftly assessed the situation, acknowledging that while Psychic types were rare, they were not non-existent. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Just as Gengar formed a Shadow Ball, it was abruptly shattered by Pikachu's Iron Tail. As Gengar attempted to counterattack, it had already retreated into the alternate dimension to evade the blow. Ash's aura expanded, enveloping the entire space. Any fluctuations would be instantly detected by him. Gengar, Dark Pulse. Suddenly, ripples appeared above Pikachu, the aura's presence instantly sensed by Ash. Pikachu, above you, Thunderbolt. With the aura augmenting his abilities, Pikachu seemed to merge with Ash, receiving commands instantaneously. The terrifying Thunderbolt was unleashed, striking Gengar, who was caught off guard above Pikachu, resulting in a swift loss of its fighting capabilities and reverting back to its normal form after Mega Evolution. Gengar was defeated, marking Pikachu's victory in this clash of champions. As Ash's battle against Kikuko approached its conclusion, she was left with only 2 Pokémon, while Ash still had 5 remaining. The outcome was glaringly evident. Kikuko no longer harbored hopes of victory. Her final desire was merely to take down one of Ash's Pokémon. Weezing. Squirtle. Kikuko sent out Weezing, a poison-type Pokémon, while Ash responded with Squirtle, a water-type Pokémon. Originally, Squirtle was meant to be with the Fire Brigade, but for this battle, he had arranged for it to return for a few days. Weezing, self-destruct. Kikuko had abandoned strategy in the face of Ash's overwhelming strength. Any elaborate tactics seemed juvenile in comparison. Boom. The venue trembled violently, and even the ceiling above the battlefield was blown apart by the tremendous explosion. President Damaranji, seated in the audience, winced at the sight of the gaping hole in the room. Squirtle appeared unscathed, with only its shell slightly dirted, as it had navigated through far more perilous situations during its time with the Fire Brigade. Meanwhile, Weezing, having executed self-destruct, was rendered incapable of continuing the battle due to its depleted energy. Was the notion of mutual destruction in vain? Kikuko felt disheartened as she gazed at Squirtle, who remained unharmed. After all, Weezing's self-destruct failed to take Squirtle down, indicating that Weezing's sacrifice was in vain, a consequence of her own choices. Lastly, I entrust you to the final Pokemon. Kikuko summoned her last Pokemon, Mismagius, a pure ghost type. Pikachu, it's your turn. I previously mentioned showcasing the strength of the bond between us and Pikachu, and now is the time to demonstrate it. Ash tossed his hat high into the air, and Pikachu leapt up to Donut atop its head. Pikachu and Ash exchanged a fist bump, simultaneously striking a pose for a Z move. As the Z ring on Ash's wrist erupted with brilliant light, channeling Z power into Pikachu. This scene struck a chord with Kikuko, reminiscent of a challenger from the past who had utilized Z moves during their encounters. This is our ultimate power. Pikachu Volt Tackle. A kaleidoscope of lightning was unleashed, and the powerful technique known as Volt Tackle struck Mismagius, incapacitating it instantly. The remaining electric arcs wreaked havoc across the battlefield, and when the Volt Tackle concluded, the arena lay in ruins, unrecognizable. President Damaranji wept at the sight of the devastating battlefield, regretting his decision to allow Ash to challenge the path of champions. With Mismagius defeated, Ash's battle against Kikuko came to an end, culminating in his victory, leading to the final confrontation ahead. Ash was set to face off against Lance. A battle between champions. You have triumphed, Ash. Old Professor Oak only has an eye for talent left, nothing more to say. Proceed to the next room. Your final opponent awaits. After hearing Kikuko's words, Ash bowed deeply to her before pushing open the metallic door she had guarded, enveloping him in the dark passageway. Chapter 16. Champions and Champions, Lance and Ash. In the dark corridor, Nurse Joy was, as always, tinkering with her instruments. Upon noticing Ash's arrival, she bowed respectfully, expressing her welcome and admiration. Miss Joy, I would like to restore my Pokemon and exchange some as well. Very well. Taking the Pokeballs from Ash's hands, Miss Joy resumed her diligent work. After returning the Pokemon Ash had exchanged along with the rejuvenated Pikachu to him, Miss Joy beamed with a sweet smile. Champion, keep pushing forward. Regardless of the outcome, Alola stands firmly behind you. And please, could I have your autograph? The last request was of utmost importance, after waiting so long. Miss Joy finally obtained Ash's signature, which she gleefully tucked into her pocket, eager to show it to her friends after work. Observing Miss Joy's elation, Ash smiled silently as he gently pushed open the final door to the room. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the two majestic Dragonite statues flanking the entrance. Ash, it's been a while. I never imagined you would truly make it here. Ever since the Masters tournament concluded, I've been longing for a chance to battle you. The speaker, adorned with fiery red hair and a flowing cape that danced in the breeze, was none other than the fellow champion, Lance. Lance, it's been too long. I've been eager for an exhilarating battle with you as well. A fierce flame of combat ignited within Ash's eyes. For defeating Lance would grant him access to the final chamber, safeguarded by the imposing dragon head sculpture behind Lance. I am the Dragon Master, Lance. Dragon-type Pokemon are incredibly powerful. Are you certain you are prepared to face me? Absolutely. I stand here for this very moment. Then let us commence. Charizard. Lance called forth his first Pokemon, a fire and flying-type Charizard. In that case, I choose you, Charizard. The two Charizards took their places. Yet Ash's exuded a wild aura, a testament to its triumphs in the Charizard Valley of Chengdu. That presence, Ash. Your Charizard is formidable. Thank you for your kind words. Lance, my Charizard and I have vowed to make it the strongest in the world. Is that so? But the champion's Charizard is even more powerful. Lance cast a glance at Ash's Pikachu, recognizing that this little yellow creature surpassed even the champion's Charizard in strength. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, shaking off distractions. Lance focused on commanding his Charizard to engage in battle. Charizard, use Thunder Punch. As the Dragon Master, Lance not only cherished Dragon-type Pokemon, but also favored empowering them with Dragon-type moves. Hence he equipped his Charizard with Dragon Claw to counter opposing types. As the two Charizards approached each other, Dragon Claw clashed with Thunder Punch, the air crackling with electricity as the two skills collided. However, Lance's Charizard lacked the strength of Ash's, and despite the similarity in skill power, the Dragon Claw was soon overwhelmed by Ash's Thunder Punch. Charizard, retreat and use Dragon Breath. Recognizing the precarious situation, Lance commanded his Charizard to create distance, unleashing a torrent of Dragon Breath, a formidable energy surging forth with destructive force. Flamethrower. Ash countered with Flamethrower, his own type move proving more ferocious than Dragon Breath, as it surged forth, a force that seemed to consume all in its path. clashing with the Dragon Breath. The two energies wrestled for dominance, yet Ash's Charizard appeared to hold back, channeling a surge of fire energy once more. In an instant, Flamethrower expanded, swallowing Dragon Breath and soon engulfing Lance's Charizard within its blazing embrace. However, as a Fire-type Pokémon, Lance's Charizard, endowed with resistance, was not significantly harmed. It flapped its wings amidst the roaring flames, emerging from the fiery sphere into the air. Seeing Lance's Charizard emerge unscathed, Ash's expression remained unfazed. This outcome was anticipated, as inflicting substantial damage on a Charizard with Flamethrower was no easy feat after a round of exchanges. Neither Pokémon had suffered considerable stamina loss, leaving only the ensuing skirmish to determine the victor. Charizard Thunder Punch. Do not let it close in. Use Dragon Breath. Aware of the power disparity, Lance opted for a ranged confrontation, hoping for a sliver of opportunity. Charizard, use Smokescreen. Seeing Lance's Charizard unwilling to engage in close combat, Ash sought an alternative strategy, enveloping the battlefield in a thick black fog that obscured the forms of both Charizards. Charizard, use Hurricane. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Lance commanded his Charizard to dispel the smokescreen. However, just as Lance's Charizard prepared to unleash Hurricane, Ash's Charizard suddenly emerged from behind, ensnaring it. Thunder Punch. Utilizing his bond with Charizard, Ash sensed the opportunity and issued the command, a surge of electricity crackling around Charizard's fists as it launched a rapid assault on Lance's. Outside the smokescreen, Lance could only watch anxiously. As the golden currents of electricity illuminated the fog, he realized the dire predicament, yet he was powerless to intervene, unable to see the unfolding chaos within. Roar. Lance's Charizard emerged, but it was propelled out by Ash's relentless assault. Within the smokescreen, the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Lance's Charizard struggled to defend itself against the barrage of thunder punches, losing the strength even to fly. Boom. Lance's Charizard crashed heavily to the ground, its last vestige of stamina dissipating as it lay unconscious. With Lance's Charizard unable to continue, victory belonged to Ash. And his Charizard had achieved this triumph with minimal stamina loss, elevating Ash's chances of success in the ensuing match. Well done, Charizard. Now, I entrust the battle to your companions. After recalling Charizard and offering words of comfort, Lance sent forth his second Pokémon. Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, you say? Charizard will continue the fight. Lance's choice of Aerodactyl, a rare rock and flying-type fossil Pokémon, was a creature that once ruled the skies in ancient times. Faced with this formidable opponent, Ash opted not to withdraw Charizard, but to let it engage, perhaps due to past encounters with Aerodactyl during its evolution. Ash's Charizard seethed with anger upon recognizing the familiar foe, embers sparking from its nostrils, eager to commence battle at once. Aerodactyl, use Dragon Dance. Roaring in response to the command, Aerodactyl executed a graceful aerial dance, the Dragon Dance enhancing its speed and attack power. Charizard, Flamethrower. Unfazed by Aerodactyl's singular enhancement, Ash commanded his Charizard to unleash its signature move, Flamethrower. The searing flames shot forth, the intensity of this attack eclipsing even the previous clash with Dragon Breath, distorting the very air around it. Aerodactyl, Rock Tomb. Lance, abandoning his fixation on Dragon-type moves, instructed Aerodactyl to deploy Rock Tomb. A flurry of rocks materialized, hurtling towards Charizard. Yet, Lance had underestimated Ash. Dealing with Rock Tomb was Ash's forte. Charizard, use your tail to knock those rocks back. As the battle unfolded, Ash devised a strategy to counter such attacks. Any projectile that could be propelled after the release of a skill was met with his attempt to return it. Unless the opponent's assault lacked a tangible form, Charizard, receiving its command, swung its powerful tail, striking the rocks back towards the Aerodactyl without the aid of any energy. Relying solely on the formidable force of its tail, Aerodactyl evaded. Skillfully dodging the barrage of rocks, Aerodactyl flapped its wings with agility. Thunder Fong. Sparks crackled in Aerodactyl's mouth as it unleashed a Thunder Fong aimed directly at Charizard. Charizard Thunder Punch. Embracing the close-range approach of Aerodactyl, Ash welcomed the challenge. Charizard's claws crackled with electricity as it launched a Thunder Punch toward Aerodactyl. Just as the two Pokémon closed the distance, Charizard suddenly descended, evading the Thunder Fong and seizing Aerodactyl by its leg. Excellent. Charizard, Body Slam. Charizard yanked Aerodactyl downward, enveloping its body, and soared higher until it was near the ceiling before halting. Roar. Charizard's roar echoed across the battlefield as it plunged downward with Aerodactyl. And just as they neared the ground, it forcefully slammed Aerodactyl down while ascending to unleash Flamethrower for additional damage. Unfortunately, despite Charizard's two fierce assaults, Aerodactyl remained steadfast, slowly ascending into the sky with its injured form, its eyes ablaze with fury. The primal spirit of the ancient sky ruler ignited within. Before Ash could even issue a command, Aerodactyl charged forward, jaws agape, to bite Charizard. Charizard, too, did not retreat, opting instead for a raw display of physical prowess. Both Ash and Yulongdu observed this exchange in silence, sharing a knowing smile, choosing not to intervene. In the sky, with Aerodactyl's fangs clamped onto its shoulder, Charizard felt a long-forgotten pain surge through its body, awakening the ferocity it had honed in Charizard Valley. Allowing Aerodactyl to bite its shoulder, it relentlessly pummeled its opponent's abdomen with a flurry of punches. Gradually, under Charizard's relentless assault, Aerodactyl's vision blurred, its sharp teeth loosening their grip as fatigue overwhelmed it, causing it to plummet from the sky. Just before it could crash to the ground, Charizard reached the surface first, catching Aerodactyl and gently setting it down. Roar! Charizard exhaled flames, seemingly bidding farewell to the incapacitated Aerodactyl, acknowledging it as a worthy adversary. As Charizard emerged victorious and sought to return to Ash's side, it staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was evident that the recent battle had pushed it to its limits. Had it not been for the prior damage inflicted on Aerodactyl and the deep bond shared with Ash, it would have been the one to fall first. Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. Return now and rest well. Ash rushed to the battlefield, gently stroking Charizard's wings, his tone tender as he recalled it into its Pokeball. Aerodactyl, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Please rest well. Meanwhile, Yulongdu comforted Aerodactyl by patting its head before recalling it into its Pokeball. Now, unleash the Hydreigon. Yulongdu's third Pokemon was Hydreigon, truly a representative of the dragon type, possessing both dark and dragon attributes. It bore two heads on its arms, devoid of brains, with only the central head being the true one, while it had no legs, only a tail. Snorlax, you're the one. In response to Hydreigon, Ash sent forth Snorlax, as neither Pokemon had a type advantage over the other, making the ensuing battle reliant on their respective skill sets. Upon seeing Ash's choice of Snorlax, Yulongdu smiled. For in his perception, Snorlax was only slightly less lazy than Slaking and Snorlax, and its speed left much to be desired, giving Hydreigon a distinct edge. However, he was unaware of Ash's Snorlax's unique capabilities, which would surely challenge his preconceived notions by the conclusion of this battle. Hydreigon, Dark Pulse. Yulongdu initiated the attack, as all three heads of Hydreigon concentrated dark energy, which converged and was unleashed as a powerful dark pulse. Snorlax, evade. Ice Punch. Ash commanded Snorlax to utilize an Ice-type attack to counter Hydreigon's dark pulse. Yulongdu chuckled at Ash's command. He believed Snorlax's hefty frame could never dodge the dark pulse. However, the subsequent scene left him astounded, as Snorlax slightly turned, allowing the dark pulse to narrowly graze its shoulder. Smack! Watching the dark pulse miss its target felt like an invisible slap to Yulongdu's face. Yet, the astonishment did not end there. Snorlax unleashed a chilling aura from its hand, swiftly closing the distance to Hydreigon. Just as Hydreigon was still processing its missed attack, Snorlax appeared before it, delivering a powerful ice punch to the center head. The force of the blow reverberated through Hydreigon, leaving it dizzy and causing it to lose a significant portion of its strength. Hydreigon soared into the sky, unleashing Dragon Pulse. Yulongdu approached the battle with utmost seriousness, making a wise decision to exploit Hydreigon's aerial advantage against the grounded Snorlax. The Dragon Pulse erupted forth, a resounding roar reverberating through the air, taking the form of a dragon as it lunged towards Snorlax. The Dragon Pulse struck true, but alas, Snorlax's rugged exterior and thick layers of fat diminished the damage significantly. In that case, Hydreigon, unleash Rock Slide with all your might. Observing the limited damage caused by the special attack, Yulongdu commanded Hydreigon to switch tactics and utilize physical moves, seemingly forgetting Ash's adeptness at countering Rock Slide. A barrage of boulders, comparable in size to Snorlax, hurtled toward it, yet Ash and Snorlax remained composed, unperturbed. Snorlax, use Rock Slide to jump. Snorlax? Snorlax turned to Ash, its expression questioning the validity of his command. Yulongdu could no longer contain himself. If Snorlax could evade the boulders and jump using Rock Slide, where was the fairness in that? I just remembered. Serena mentioned sending me several trucks of Poffles. Ash was intimately familiar with his Pokemon, especially Snorlax, whose simplicity and understanding were unmatched. Snorlax. Upon hearing Ash's words, Snorlax recalled the short-haired girl from the research lab who had made delightful treats, which were truly delectable and perfectly suited to its taste. Flames of determination ignited in Snorlax's eyes as it resolved to battle for the sake of Poffles. Just then, a boulder hurtled toward it, and it extended its arm to intercept, the force causing it to slide backward. Having halted one boulder, Snorlax climbed atop it, observing the incoming boulders from rock slide with keen focus, analyzing their trajectories. Snorlax, go for it! Snorlax roared, summoning its strength to leap. Yet as it ascended, its hefty body began to descend almost immediately. Yet all unfolded within the calculations of Snorlax. As it descended, a rock fortuitously appeared, serving as its springboard, allowing it to leap once more into the same scenario, time and again, utilizing the rock to seal its approach towards the three-headed dragon. At this moment, not only was Yolongdu astonished, but the spectators and the viewers at home were equally astounded by the spectacle. Moreover, some Snorlax trainers showed their Snorlax to Ash's, only for Ash's Snorlax to convey that the one on the screen was a mere illusion, merely a Mankey clad in a Snorlax costume. Was this Snorlax even legitimate? Observing Ash's Snorlax, Yolongdu felt as though his worldview was about to shatter, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. After all, it was quite astonishing for a Pokémon averaging 460 kilograms to possess such extraordinary leaping prowess. The three-headed dragon continued to unleash rock seals from the skies, only for Snorlax to be startled by its presence, bewildered by how such a heavy opponent could soar so close to the ceiling. Now's the time. Snorlax, body slam. Snorlax leveraged the last rock to leap high once again, and in that fleeting moment of the three-headed dragon's stupor, it descended upon its foe with a resounding body slam. Feeling the weight upon its back, the three-headed dragon flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to maintain flight with Snorlax aboard. Yet, weighing only 160 kilograms. How could it possibly support Snorlax's bulk? The flapping intensified, but within a second, it was utterly overwhelmed by Snorlax's mass. Boom! As Snorlax crashed down upon the three-headed dragon, the entire arena trembled violently, stirring up a cloud of dust. Emerging from the haze, Snorlax revealed the three-headed dragon behind it, now unconscious, tongue lolling out as it had completely lost the will to fight. Return, three-headed dragon. You have performed admirably. Ash, you are indeed formidable. But I shall not concede so easily. I entrust you, Desert Dragonfly. Yolongdu recalled his three-headed dragon, introducing his fourth Pokémon, the ground and dragon-type Desert Dragonfly. Strangely, despite knowing Snorlax possessed Ice Punch, he sent out a Pokémon that was 4 times weak to ice, perhaps harboring a different strategy. Desert Dragonfly, summon a sandstorm. Yolongdu commanded, and the Desert Dragonfly unleashed its sandstorm attack, altering the weather conditions to a tempestuous sandstorm, which would assail any Pokémon not of steel, ground, or rock types. The sandstorm also obscured visibility. Unfortunately for Yolongdu, he remained oblivious to Ash's ability to wield aura. Had he known, he likely would not have sent out the Desert Dragonfly. Now, it is our domain, Desert Dragonfly. Dragonclaw. Observing Yolongdu's triumphant demeanor, Ash remained silent, focusing instead on channeling his aura, connecting it with Snorlax. Behind him, Snorlax. Ice Punch. Without uttering a command, Ash's intent was conveyed, and Snorlax immediately unleashed Ice Punch, striking the Desert Dragonfly that was preparing to ambush. Meanwhile, Yolongdu, witnessing a figure emerge from the sandstorm, felt a surge of elation, believing it to be the Desert Dragonfly successfully executing Dragon Claw against Ash's Snorlax. Yet, his joy turned to disbelief as the figure revealed itself to be the Desert Dragonfly encased in ice. Yes, it had been frozen solid. Likely due to an extraordinary stroke of luck at the moment it was struck by Snorlax's attack. So, this is the power of aura? In the observation room reserved for the Elite Four, one of its members, Kukui, murmured, drawing the attention of Kona and Shiba nearby. Kukui, are you referring to the aura of Lucario? Shiba, who possessed a Lucario, had some understanding of aura, though he believed it solely pertained to the lineage of Riolu and Lucario. Indeed, aura is not exclusive to Lucario and Riolu. All Pokémon and humans possess it. However, only Riolu and Lucario can wield this power at will. Humans can also harness it, but those capable have long since vanished from history. As far as I know, the only individuals currently wielding aura are a man named Yashwan and Ash. Kukui, being the longest-serving member of the Elite Four, undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than we do. Professor Oak, you are incredibly knowledgeable. The voices of admiration echoed from both the Elite Four's room and the audience where Professor Oak sat, though the reactions of the two parties were starkly different. Shiba, are you implying that I am old? Kukui retorted, somewhat irked by Shiba's comment, which she interpreted as an age-related slight. Ha ha ha, not at all. Professor Oak responded cheerfully. Snorlax. Heavyweight punch. Back in the battlefield, the clash between Ash and Yolongdu was far from over. Snorlax burst forth from the sandstorm, delivering a heavyweight punch to the now icebound desert dragonfly. Crack! The ice began to splinter, and while the desert dragonfly was on the brink of breaking free from its frozen state, it faced the impending onslaught of Snorlax's heavyweight punch. Dragon Tail. In that fleeting moment as the desert dragonfly shattered the ice, Yolongdu issued the command, and the desert dragonfly reacted swiftly. Though it sustained significant damage from the heavyweight punch, it managed to swing its tail, successfully swapping out Snorlax, the formidable opponent. Enter Mismagius. The newly summoned Mismagius appeared still enveloped in slumber, yet upon being buffeted by the sandstorm, it awakened with a dazed expression, utterly confused as to why it had been called to battle despite merely resting within its Pokeball. Mismagius, I leave it to you. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Mismagius entered, its face a portrait of shock, seemingly questioning its own involvement. Of course, Mismagius, first, used confusion to quell the sandstorm. Complying with Ash's command, Mismagius did not refuse. It shrugged in resignation, then focused intently, unleashing its formidable psychic energy, which instantly stilled the raging sandstorm as if a pause button had been pressed. Return this to the desert dragonfly. Mismagius, utilizing its psychic prowess, compressed the sandstorm into a sphere and hurled it at the desert dragonfly. While the sandstorm itself posed little threat, the psychic force behind it inflicted considerable damage upon the desert dragonfly. Having endured the onslaught of ice punch, heavyweight punch, and confusion, the desert dragonfly was nearly out of stamina. Yolongdu recognized this as well, realizing that the challenge had only intensified, with Mismagius's dual psychic and fairy typing rendering his dragon type moves ineffective. I can only resort to ground type moves. Desert dragonfly, use earthquake. Following the command, the desert dragonfly dove towards the ground to unleash its earthquake attack, but Ash would not allow such simplicity. Mismagius, magical shine. Mismagius executed its fairy-type magical shine, a blinding light engulfing the desert dragonfly, which, already at its limit, succumbed to the overwhelming force and fell to the ground. A flash of red light signaling its recall by Yolongdu. Gyarados, go forth. The desert dragonfly has succumbed to its combat incapacitation. Yolongdu has replaced it with his Gyarados, having already lost 4 Pokemon. In stark contrast, Ash has yet to lose a single Pokemon, and 3 of his remain unchallenged on the battlefield. Yolongdu's Gyarados is distinctly unique. Adorned in a vibrant crimson hue, a testament to its earlier evolution, retaining the brilliant red of its Magikarp phase. Gyarados, unleash your full potential, Mega Evolve. With a flourish of his cape, Yolongdu secures the connection between his clothing and the cape at his shoulder, revealing a glimmering keystone. This artifact resonates with the Gyarados held by his Gyarados, intertwining their fates and enabling a successful Mega Evolution. In its Mega Evolved form, the Gyarados exhibits enhanced capabilities in attack, defense, special attack, and special defense, with a noticeable increase in weight. Mismagius, use Magical Shine. In response to the Mega Evolved Gyarados, Ash opts for the Fairy-type move, Magical Shine, capitalizing on the Gyarados' transformation from Water Flying to Water Dark, the latter being vulnerable to Fairy-type attacks. Gyarados withstand it. Use Hydro Pump. The blinding light momentarily disorients Gyarados, which feels as though it has sustained a significant blow. However, it endures, and as its vision clears, it unleashes a Hydro Pump that sends Mismagius crashing out of the arena. Feeling the pain coursing through its form, Mismagius can no longer withstand the assault. Its eyes close, and it collapses, losing its combat ability. Ash's wave of energy, however, has not gone unnoticed by his Lucario, who recognizes the situation yet can do nothing but allow Mismagius to retreat into its Pokeball for rest. Pikachu, it's your turn. In the face of the formidable Mega Gyarados, Ash sends forth his ace, Pikachu. Upon seeing Ash's signature Pokemon, Yolongdu's expression shifts to one of anxiety, hoping his Mega Gyarados can deplete some of Pikachu's stamina. Yet, he seems oblivious to the fact that Ash has yet to utilize his Z-move, likely intending to create a clash between a Z-move and a Mega Evolution. Pikachu, since Mr. Yolongdu has given his all, we shall too. Pika, Pika Pika. Ash places his hat upon Pikachu's small head, and the Z-crystal on his wrist glimmers with energy. After performing the iconic pose associated with Volt Tackle, the formidable energy flows into Pikachu. Here it comes, Gyarados. Devastating Drake. Pikachu Volt Tackle. The clash between Volt Tackle and Devastating Drake sees the latter momentarily obstructed before being overwhelmed and barreling towards Mega Gyarados. The overwhelming current envelopes Gyarados, a water-type Pokemon ill-equipped to endure such an onslaught, especially after sustaining damage from Magical Shine. The subsequent Volt Tackle proves too much for it to bear. Reverting from its mega form, Gyarados collapses onto the ground, unable to continue the battle. Pikachu prevails with its Volt Tackle. Ash, you truly are formidable. This final Pokemon is my very first, and I have battled alongside it until now. Experience its might. Yolongdu sends forth his last Pokemon, a dragon flying-type Dragonite, which appears markedly composed, exuding an aura of regality, unlike Ash's or Iris's Dragonites. I'm fired up. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Ash adjusts his hat backward, preparing for the next engagement. Dragon Claw. The clash of Dragon Claw against Iron Tail sees both Pokemon evenly matched, exchanging blows in a fierce contest of power. Dragon Pulse. Volt Tackle. Dragonite's Dragon Pulse is thwarted by Pikachu's Volt Tackle. Dragon Dance. Quick Attack. In a bid to enhance its abilities, Yolongdu commands Dragonite to use Dragon Dance. But Ash's Pikachu counters with an unbelievably swift Quick Attack, too rapid for even high-speed cameras to capture, striking Dragonite and halting its dance. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Pikachu, Electroweb. This time, Ash directs Pikachu to ensnare Dragonite's claws with Electroweb instead of continuing the Iron Tail skirmish. Seizing the moment, Volt Tackle. Dragonite, now entangled, finds itself in a precarious situation as Pikachu unleashes a potent Volt Tackle, flooding Dragonite's body with electric energy. Electric arcs dance across Dragonite's form, and Ash's luck prevails as the Volt Tackle triggers an additional effect, leaving Dragonite paralyzed. Oh no! Yolongdu's frustration mounts. Dragonite's paralysis is a dire setback, compelling him to place all his hopes on a single decisive strike. Dragonite, unleash your Fury Attack. At this juncture, Yolongdu resolves to take a gamble, instructing Dragonite to launch a Fury Attack, seemingly aiming for a mutual destruction with Pikachu. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Ash counters with a Volt Tackle, but this is no ordinary attack. It channels the intensity from his climactic battle against Lance's Charizard at the World Championships. First, he releases energy that saturates the air, followed by a golden Volt Tackle that charges towards Yolongdu's Dragonite. The confrontation between Dragonite and Pikachu, Fury Attack versus Volt Tackle, sees both Pokemon channeling their utmost power, leading to a climactic collision. As their energies collide, an electric arc courses through Dragonite, causing a momentary hesitation. Pikachu seizes this fleeting opportunity, releasing a full-powered Volt Tackle, successfully incapacitating Dragonite. It seems I truly need to train harder. I shall entrust my duties to the International Police for now. Observing Dragonite's fallen form, Yolongdu can only smile wryly, contemplating his future plans, for he remains the champion of the Chengdu region, and stagnation would betray the loyal supporters who have stood by him. Ash, congratulations. You have now qualified for the Hall of Fame. Yolongdu recalls Dragonite and approaches Ash, patting him on the shoulder with a warm smile. Congratulations, Ash. Haha. I knew you could do it, Ash. TCH, Yolongdu has regressed considerably. Following the conclusion of Yolongdu's match, Kona, Shiba, and Kikuko appear in the final chamber. What are you all doing here? Ash, my brother, will soon be our superior, so we naturally had to witness our new boss, Kona responds. As a member of the Kanto Elite Four, naturally present for the champion's transition, Ash, slightly bewildered, nods in understanding and is about to push open the final door to the Hall of Fame when a familiar voice interrupts him. Ash, wait. Chapter 17. Entering the Kanto Hall of Fame. A showcase match with the former champion Professor Oak. Ash, wait. The familiar voice calls from behind, prompting Ash to turn. The arrivals are Professor Oak and Chairman Damaranji. Accompanying them are his mother Hanako and Lisa, who traversed the treacherous cave with him to reach the Kanto League. Ash, truly a commendable son in his mother's eyes, has proven himself remarkable alongside his companion Pikachu, who has worked tirelessly. Upon arriving, Hanako enveloped both Ash and Pikachu in a warm embrace. Pikachu seemed unperturbed, while Ash felt a touch of embarrassment, conscious of the many onlookers. Congratulations, Ash. I never imagined you would reach this milestone, remarked Professor Oak as he beckoned to Damaranji. And the trio pushed open the grand doors of the Champions Hall amidst the gaze of the crowd. Inside the Champions Hall, the expansive space was dominated by 3 colossal screens, before which a machine pulsed with radiant lights. Ash, this is the Champions Hall, a repository of information on all the past Kanto champions. Entering here signifies that you are now the champion of the Kanto League. I understand, Ash replied, aware that the Alola League was newly established and managed by the Ether Foundation and Kukui, allowing him to roam freely. However, Damaranji's demeanor turned serious. But now, Ash, you must ensure that the Kanto League can reach you at all times. Damaranji and Professor Oak's expressions shifted from their usual amiable selves to something quite formidable. Confused, Ash inquired, why must it be this way? It was indeed unusual for a champion to have such leisure, especially when even Iris had responsibilities in the Unova League, while Ash's Alola League was largely left to Kukui's oversight. Being a regional champion is not merely a testament to strength. It is also a profound responsibility. While the Alola region may seem harmonious and friendly, other regions grapple with the existence of nefarious organizations. For example, Team Rocket in Kanto, Team Magma and Team Aqua in Hoenn, and Team Galactic in Sinnoh, along with various Pokemon hunters. These matters require the intervention of the Elite Four and champions. Yet, do not be overly concerned. Most of the time, you will still have ample leisure, as long as you remain reachable. Understood, President Damaranji. I comprehend fully. Ash nodded, and Damaranji appeared relieved. He motioned to Professor Oak, who continued, now, let the former Kanto champion, Professor Oak, explain how to operate this device. Professor Oak was a champion? Ash exclaimed, astonished to discover that the esteemed Pokemon researcher had such accolades. Ah, that was in the past, Professor Oak chuckled modestly. Simply place the Pokeball you hold into the designated slot on the machine, and it will record the 6 Pokemon you used to defeat the Elite Four. Feeling slightly bashful under Ash's gaze, Professor Oak nudged him forward, urging, enough staring. Go on. But what about Pikachu? It dislikes entering its Pokeball. What should I do? Ash queried. Well, place Pikachu's Pokeball on first, then put Pikachu on top of it. That should allow the machine to record Pikachu's data. Professor Oak suggested after a moment's thought. Ash nodded in understanding. Pikachu, just stay still for a moment, he instructed. Pika. Pikachu complied as Ash placed it on the machine. And with a series of cheerful beeps, Ash's information appeared on the 3 large screens. Congratulations, you are now officially the champion of the Kanto League. I had intended to discuss something with you and Professor Oak, but that can wait until later, Damaranji smiled, choosing to postpone the conversation in light of the upcoming celebration for the new champion. Exiting the Champions Hall, Ash's mother Hanako and Liza awaited eagerly. Their excitement palpable as they cheered for Ash and made plans to celebrate at the Pokemon Center. The celebration was filled with joy, with everyone rallying to honor Ash's achievement. Even the Kanto League granted a day off in recognition, leaving the staff moved to tears as they chanted Ash's name. What are you doing, Ash? Liza, passing by, inquired upon seeing him alone on the balcony, enjoying the evening breeze. Oh, it's just a bit warm, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Ash replied with a smile, tugging at his shirt to emphasize his discomfort. Is that so? By the way, Ash, I'm heading back to Windy City tomorrow, Liza informed him. Leaving so soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Ash asked, surprised. No, I must return for the Wind Festival soon. This year, I promised my brother I would take him, so I need to prepare, she explained, gazing into the night. The Wind Festival? Ash echoed, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Indeed. The Wind Festival is quite an intriguing celebration. As it approaches, I will invite you to join me. You cannot refuse, Ash. Of course. Ash chuckled, accepting the invitation as he led Liza back into the lively atmosphere of the Pokemon Center. As night fell and the celebration concluded, everyone prepared to retire. While Ash opened the door to his room, uncertain of whom he awaited. Ash, I've brought Professor Oak, Damaranji announced, appearing at the doorway, seemingly here to discuss matters from earlier in the Champions Hall. So, Damaranji, what urgent matters do you wish to discuss with Professor Oak and me? Ash queried. Yes, Damaranji. It is rather late for such a visit. Is there something pressing? Professor Oak yawned, appearing fatigued as he gazed at Damaranji with curiosity. Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I merely wanted to inform you both about a 3-on-3 exhibition match scheduled for tomorrow, Damaranji replied. An exhibition match? Against Professor Oak? Ash exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it has been ages since I've battled. I would surely embarrass myself. Both Ash and Professor Oak expressed their surprise. Not to worry. It's merely an exhibition. The main intent is for Sylph Company to showcase their latest products during the match, Damaranji said, his cheeks flushing slightly. He produced 2 papers from his pocket and handed them to Ash and Professor Oak. This contains the product information. Feel free to review it to understand its usage. For now, I shall take my leave. Good night to you both. As Damaranji departed, Ash and Professor Oak examined the documents, yet soon found themselves exchanging puzzled glances. I suppose I should retire as well. Good night, Ash, Professor Oak said before exiting the room, leaving Ash alone, with Pikachu already asleep on the bed. Completely baffling. I will deal with this tomorrow. Sleep comes first, Ash mused, having perused the product details multiple times without comprehension. Finally, he resigned himself to rest, sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ash dressed and bid farewell to Liza before heading with Professor Oak to the venue for the exhibition match. The audience filled the stands, eager to witness the event. Yesterday, the news of Ash's triumph as the champion of the Kanto League erupted across the internet, fueled by the live broadcast of the Champions Road Challenge. The tickets for the exhibition match, released at midnight, were quickly sold out, leaving many in awe of the new Kanto champion's formidable popularity. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pokemon League's special exhibition match. On one side, we have the newly crowned champion of the Kanto region, the first champion of the Alola region, and the victor of the Pokemon World Championship, Ash Ketchum. Clearing his throat, Damaranji introduced Ash as he made his grand entrance. Oh, the champion. Ash looks so dashing. As Ash stepped onto the scene, thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. On the opposing side stood the former champion, the illustrious Professor Oak, who had made significant contributions to the field of research. Oh, the professor. Professor Oak was also met with a warm welcome from the crowd, and both competitors were clearly delighted by the audience's enthusiasm. Presenting the latest innovation from Sylph Company, the Pokemon Portable Exchange Device, compact and lightweight, ensuring that trainers need not worry about a lack of Pokemon even in the wild. It allows for exchanges anytime, anywhere, a truly convenient gadget. Noticing the skeptical expressions among the audience, Damaranji quickly added, "Dear friends, as the president of the Pokemon League, I assure you, even if you don't believe me, you must trust the league." Shortly thereafter, both competitors would draw their Pokemon from this device, and we shall soon discover the outcome of their selections. With that, Damaranji stepped aside, leaving the stage to Professor Oak and Ash. Wow, the power of science is truly remarkable. Ash was utterly astonished to see the Pokeball he had chosen actually exchanged, a sensation reminiscent of encountering the bizarre, scientific gadgets crafted by Scythron, albeit without the explosive risks. "You shall be my first choice, Incineroar. Alola starters, are you? Then I choose you, Charizard." Ash sent forth his Incineroar, originally from the Alola region, while Professor Oak countered with Charizard. Charizard appeared formidable at first glance, yet its aged visage bore the marks of time. Incineroar used Darkest Lariat. Although Incineroar was momentarily bewildered by its surroundings, it swiftly entered battle mode and unleashed its attack. Charizard used Wing Attack. However, Charizard showed little spirit. Its wing attack lacked vigor, and it was swiftly rebuffed by the Darkest Lariat. Following that, when Incineroar struck Charizard in the abdomen, the latter felt the sting of pain and unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Unfazed, Incineroar retaliated with a fierce blaze from its fiery belt, igniting a clash against Charizard's flames. Their powers seemed evenly matched, but Charizard, devoid of fighting spirit, gradually diminished its fiery output. In a fleeting moment, Incineroar's flames engulfed Charizard's, striking the latter directly. Unfortunately, due to its resistances, the damage was minimal. Incineroar, Flame Charge, Charizard, Dragon Claw. For a brief time, both Pokemon exchanged blows. Yet perhaps due to its advanced age, Charizard soon lost the will to continue, feigning defeat as Incineroar prepared to execute another Darkest Lariat. Ahem. My next Pokemon will be Tauros. Then I shall choose you, Noctowl. Professor Oak sent forth an equally aged Tauros, yet its eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, eager for a spirited battle. In response, Ash summoned his shiny Noctowl, captured in the Johto region, distinguished not only by its unique coloration but also by its sharper intellect. Noctowl, use Hypnosis. Ash took the initiative, commanding Noctowl to unleash a peculiar wave of psychic energy towards Tauros. However, the aged Tauros was no pushover. It dodged the hypnotic wave with surprising agility for its years. Noctowl, use Confusion. Seeing Hypnosis fail, Ash redirected Noctowl to an offensive maneuver, harnessing its formidable psychic prowess. Noctowl seized Tauros, but Professor Oak swiftly countered with a command for Tauros to use retaliatory tactics. The powerful Dark-type energy enveloped Tauros, allowing it to break free from Noctowl's psychic grasp. In a swift motion, it charged towards Noctowl, but the agile bird eluded its grasp, forcing Tauros to kick the ground in frustration. Noctowl used Air Slash. Upon realizing Tauros could not reach Noctowl, Ash sighed in relief and instructed Noctowl to maintain its distance with Air Slash. "This won't do. I must unleash my full power," Professor Oak declared, deciding to transition from defense to offense. Tauros, prepare Giga Impact. A cataclysmic energy coalesced in Tauros's mouth, ready to be unleashed. Fire. With a powerful roar, Tauros released the devastating Giga Impact. Noctowl, undeterred, soared higher under Ash's guidance, avoiding the attack as it ascended beyond the range of Tauros's assault. With Tauros momentarily incapacitated from the aftermath of its attack, Ash seized the opportunity for Noctowl to use confusion again. The potent psychic energy manipulated Tauros, lifting it and repeatedly slamming it to the ground. After a relentless barrage, Tauros succumbed, leaving the exhibition match to its final bout. This will be my last Pokemon, Exeggutor. Ash retrieved his final Pokemon from the portable exchange device, a grass psychic-type Exeggutor, whose demeanor mirrored that of the previously dispirited Charizard. Then I shall select you once more, Incineroar. Once again, Ash sent forth Incineroar against Exeggutor, and the latter found itself at a disadvantage against the Fire-Dark type. Darkest Lariat. Ash commanded, and Incineroar spun, executing its signature move. The Dark-type attack struck Exeggutor with double the effectiveness, significantly depleting its health. Flame Charge. Incineroar continued its assault, igniting its foot and delivering a fierce kick to Exeggutor, who soon found itself entirely drained of energy and unable to continue. With the conclusion of the 3 exhibition matches, the audience clamored for more, eager for additional battles. However, Damaranji adhered to the schedule, bringing today's exhibition to a close. In the Pokemon Center, Ash and Professor Oak were preparing to return to Pallet Town when suddenly, Ash's Rotom phone began to ring. Rotom. Chapter 18. The Return of the Alola Elite Four. The Alola Kanto Alliance Conference. Rotom. Professor Kukui is calling. Professor Kukui is calling. While seated in the car with Professor Oak on their way back to Pallet Town, Professor Kukui, far away in the Alola region, dialed Ash's number, his expression fraught with urgency, as if he had something of great importance to convey. Hello, Ash. You must come to the Alola region at once. We need you. Upon hearing the anxious tone in Professor Kukui's voice, Ash suddenly recalled the mention of an evil organization by Damaranji in the Champions Hall. Could it be? Okay, I will return to Alola immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash readily agreed. Lily and her family's plane should be there to pick you up, expected to arrive in the afternoon. Just take that one when it gets here. All right, Professor Kukui. Ash wished to inquire further about the situation, but the phone abruptly disconnected. Scratching his head in confusion, Ash couldn't fathom what was going on. Meanwhile, in Alola, Professor Kukui sat in his office within the newly constructed Alliance building, gazing at the 5 individuals before him with a look of exasperation. Did I not say that the Elite Four consists of only 4 members? Are we not a newly established alliance? Naturally, we can have our own rules. The speaker was Kahili, a prodigious golfer and formidable Pokemon trainer, who had been specially invited by Kukui to serve as one of the Alola Elite. Sister Kahili makes a valid point, chimed in Acerola, her voice sweet as she swung her little feet. Let's wait for Ash to return before making any decisions. Ultimately, any changes to the rules must receive his consent. Professor Kukui did not dismiss their desire to amend the rules, but preferred to wait for Ash's arrival to deliberate properly, as such a situation had never arisen in any prior alliance. In the afternoon, Ash awaited the plane that would take him to Alola and Pallet Town. Ash, please be careful and avoid doing anything dangerous. I understand, Mom. During their farewell, Hanako did not say much, only urging Ash to take care of himself before watching him board the plane to Alola, while she returned home with her Mimikyu. Once aboard the aircraft, Ash and Pikachu felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, and they succumbed to a restful slumber. Time passed swiftly, and the plane soon approached the Alola region's skies, with Ash gradually awakening. Champion, we are about to arrive at the Alola Alliance building. Please prepare yourself. A staff member from the Ether Foundation approached Ash respectfully, prompting him to nod and smile in acknowledgement. The plane landed in front of the newly constructed Alliance building, sponsored by the Ether Foundation. Although the Alola Alliance was a nascent establishment, the atmosphere was vibrant, with many residents volunteering to apply for positions within the Alliance. Ash, over here. Professor Kukui had been waiting eagerly in front of the Alliance building and immediately called out to Ash upon seeing him. Professor Kukui, did you summon me for something urgent? Is there an evil organization in Alola? A rare seriousness crossed Ash's face, momentarily startling Kukui. No, it's not anything that grave. In fact, it's just. Kukui recounted the entire situation to Ash, who listened with a bemused expression. All right, Professor Kukui, then let us go meet them. Having come this far, Ash had no intention of returning so soon. He and Kukui agreed to discuss whether it would be 4 or 5 elite members after meeting. Hello, everyone. Our champion has returned. Kukui opened the door to the office, and Ash followed him into the room. The first thing that caught Ash's eye was the 5 formidable-looking individuals, 3 women and 2 men, namely Island King Hala, Island Queen Liza, self-proclaimed descendant of the Alola royal family Acerola, genius golfer Kahili, and the cousin of the head of the Hokalani Observatory, Mallow, who served as the Alola system administrator. These 5 were all carefully selected, exceptional trainers. Kukui had also invited the Island King of Ulula Island, Merdan, and the Island King of Pony Island, Hapu, but both had declined. Consequently, after failing to reach out to two other Island Kings, Kukui invited Acerola and two other outstanding trainers from Alola recommended by Merdan, leading to the current awkward situation. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, champion. The five greeted Ash in unison. I have already heard from Professor Kukui about the situation, and I fully agree with the idea of 5 elite members. I just discussed it with Professor Kukui, and we will hold the Elite Four inauguration ceremony tomorrow. Upon hearing Ash's words, the 5 expressed their unanimous agreement, as Alola's residents were never short of time. Even a sudden event would attract a significant crowd. Once arrangements were finalized, the 5 returned to their residences to prepare for the inauguration ceremony, while Ash returned to Professor Kukui's home, reuniting with friends he had not seen in a while, aside from his trusty Incineroar. Of course, Professor Burnett had also prepared dinner and awaited with Lay. But there was an unexpected guest present as well. Mr. Steven, what brings you here? Upon entering Professor Kukui's home, Ash first noticed the Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, seated at the dining table. For this, Steven waved his wrist adorned with a Z-ring, which gleamed with a silver Z crystal. Ash nodded in understanding, as Steven's fondness for stones was well known, even to him. Let us eat. Pika Pika. Not dwelling too much on the surprise, Ash and Pikachu enjoyed their dinner merrily. That night, on the tranquil beach, Ash sat on the soft sand with Pikachu, gazing at the coastline. Ash, you seem troubled. This is unlike you. Steven's figure appeared behind Ash as he spoke and took a seat beside him. Mr. Steven, I understand. Is the sudden responsibility of becoming champion of 2 regions leaving you feeling perplexed? Patting Ash on the shoulder, Steven continued, as one who had been through similar experiences. Do not feel overly pressured. Regardless, the populace will stand behind you and provide their strength. Thank you, Mr. Steven. Ash bowed gratefully, as if realizing something, and quickly ran back to Professor Kukui's home, calling out as he departed, Good night, Mr. Steven. I don't even know what I was saying. Why does he look like he understood? Steven chuckled to himself, shaking his head in bemusement as he glanced back at the coastline before heading toward his lodging. The next day, with the residents' assistance, the inauguration ceremony for the Alola Elite Four was swiftly prepared. The moment preparations were complete, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, forming the colorful guardians of the 4 islands, signifying the commencement of the ceremony. Now, let us welcome our 5 new elite members of Alola. Oh, under the introductions of Kukui and Ash, the 5 members of Kahili each received a badge emblazoned with the 5 islands of Alola. The establishment of the Alolan Elite 5 signified that Ash was no longer a lone ranger, and he would not have to journey back at great distances should any troubles arise in Alola. Following the completion of the appointment ceremony, Ash and Kukui escorted the newly appointed 5 kings to the Alola League building. Alola Ash, I never anticipated meeting you so soon again, huh? Upon entering the office, President Dirac had been waiting for quite some time and nodded at the 5 individuals behind Ash. They are all remarkably skilled trainers. Would any of you be interested in participating in a 7-day friendship tournament with us from Kanto? Dirac stroked his beard, smiling gently. Friendship tournament? Ash and the others exclaimed in unison, their expressions betraying a lack of understanding regarding Dirac's proposal. Oh, the friendship tournament is my idea to unite the Alola and Kanto leagues in a competitive event, where trainers from both sides can engage in entertainment matches and professional battles to foster friendly exchanges. I see. That sounds splendid, President Dirac. Dr. Kukui, with his astute intellect, quickly grasped Dirac's intentions. It was evident that he sought to leverage this so-called friendship tournament to draw attention from Kanto trainers to Alola, thereby infusing the region with fresh talent. Had this been during the nascent days of Alola, when the Elite 5 had yet to be established, Dirac might have hesitated to assist Kukui. However, the circumstances had shifted. With Ash now crowned as the dual champion of both Kanto and Alola, the 2 regions were, in a sense, irrevocably bound together. Ha ha ha. Let us not delay. We shall commence tomorrow. Dirac, filled with delight, expressed his enthusiasm. At his age and stature, he harbored no ulterior motives. His current goal was merely to assist the younger generation and witness the joy of the crowd and the emergence of promising successors. Very well. We shall ensure everything is prepared for tomorrow. Kukui readily agreed, leaving Ash and the others momentarily stunned. The eldest among the Elite 5, Hala, the king of Melemele Island, was an exception. Although he was not as aged as Dirac, he possessed enough wisdom to comprehend the latter's intentions, thus refraining from interrupting Kukui. After all, such endeavors would only bring benefits to Alola, and who would refuse the chance to enhance their homeland? As the discussions concluded, the dawn of the next day arrived swiftly, signaling the commencement of the Kanto Alola Friendship Tournament. Being the first collaborative event between the Alola League and Kanto, it quickly attracted considerable attention. Although the event took place in Alola, numerous individuals from Kanto traveled there, curious to witness the gathering, resulting in a notable influx of Kanto residents to the previously insular Alola region. The warm and lively atmosphere of Alola captivated these visitors, prompting many to decide to stay. Some discovered their true love, others pursued their passions, and many embarked on adventurous journeys with the Alola League as their goal. During the days of the tournament, nearly every resident of Alola participated in the entertainment matches, relishing the experience and momentarily escaping their daily grind, which significantly alleviated the pressures of their work lives. The professional matches also unfolded splendidly. Novice trainers who had garnered a few badges soon realized the harsh realities of competition, learning that there were always those stronger than themselves, effectively tempering their initial arrogance. Among the standout performers were Hao and a girl named Blue, who sported a white hat and had long brown hair, utilizing one of Kanto's starters, Squirtle. In these days, Ash once again encountered May, who was preparing to promote Pokemon contests in Alola at the behest of Mikuri. May truly is impressive to be entrusted by Mikuri, Ash genuinely praised as he observed the girl in the red bandana. Oh, it's nothing. Originally, Master Mikuri intended for his niece to come, but she recently became enamored with Pokemon streaming, wishing to promote the contest through interviews and broadcasts, so he let her be. Is that so? I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Ash remarked, scratching his head, somewhat bewildered by May's explanation. Indeed. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, and I'm sure that Satoshi, Serena, and Misty will not be pleased to hear this, she replied. Why is that? Why would they be unhappy about friends reuniting? Ash questioned, perplexed by May's words. That is something I shall not divulge to Satoshi, she teased. What could it possibly be? As a gentle breeze rustled between them, the leaves whispered softly, amplifying the surrounding sounds and rendering Ash unable to hear May's voice, merely observing the movement of her lips. May, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. I've already mentioned it once, she replied. Under the moonlight. The girl's smile radiated with a serene beauty, yet regrettably, the boy before her remained oblivious to her true feelings. As dawn broke, May resolved to seek Kukui's assistance at the Alola League to promote the Pokemon contest. However, her aspirations seemed unlikely to materialize, for at that moment, Kukui was engaged in a discussion with Ash. By the way, Ash, I'd like you to meet someone, Kukui announced, clapping his hands. And the door to his house creaked open, revealing a figure familiar to Ash. Chapter 19. The Visit of Ashida, the Seven Wonders of the Campus. Alola. It has been a while, Ash. Mr. Ashida. The individual standing before Ash was none other than Ashida, the founder of the Battle Frontier. Clad in his customary Hawaiian shirt and shorts, complete with sunglasses, an attire common in Alola. Now, as the founder and overseer of the Battle Frontier, Ashida traversed the globe in search of talented trainers to invite them to challenge the frontier. Ash had previously accepted Ashida's invitation and had triumphed over the Kanto Battle Frontier, earning the golden emblem that symbolized the recognition of all the frontier brains. Mr. Ashida, what brings you here this time? One does not visit without reason. And Ashida's appearance before Ash and Kukui undoubtedly heralded matters of significance, though even if they were positive, they would likely entail complications. At least that was Kukui's perspective. As an adult, he understood the nuances of life that only maturity can unveil. Well, it's nothing too serious, just hoping you could help generate some buzz for my Battle Frontier and allow more people to witness its prowess. The aspirations of Ashida are simple yet profound. He yearns for the esteemed position of a prominent trainer to elevate the popularity of his battle development zone. Although his reputation is already considerable, it predominantly circulates among the slightly older circles of trainers. Regardless of the past or present, Ashida has continually found himself troubled by the lack of vibrant, youthful challengers to invigorate his battleground. Thus, each day, as he drives his sports car through the streets in search of potential rivals, he wears a countenance of dismay. However, a turning point emerged one fateful day. As was his custom, he traversed the town and wilderness, hoping to encounter a formidable and spirited Pokemon trainer. After a day of fruitless searching, Ashida returned to his inn, only to find the television broadcasting footage of Ash challenging the Kanto League. Observing the spirited Ash and his Pikachu on the screen, Ashida finally comprehended the reason behind the absence of young trainers eager to issue challenges. He realized that his own notoriety was insufficient to attract a suitable representative for the battle development zone. Yet now, with the emergence of the newly crowned champion of the Kanto region, Ash, Ashida felt certain that he had found the individual he had been seeking. Wait, what do you mean by representing? I'm not sure I can do that, Ash replied, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face after Ashida's explanation. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist Ashida. Rather, he truly lacked the experience in matters of representation. Fret not, Ash. Let's set the representation aside for now. Have you heard of the Pokemon streaming platform? Ashida inquired. I've heard Lisa mention it, but I'm not well versed in such matters, Ash admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. For he had always struggled to comprehend technological products, often unable even to decipher their manuals. Could it be that you wish for Ash to become a streamer, showcasing your battle development zone during live broadcasts? Interjected Professor Kukui, stroking his stubbled chin as he articulated his conjecture regarding Ashida's intentions. Correct. You truly are astute. Professor of Alola, Ashida responded with a smile, genuinely admiring Kukui's insight while affirming his hypothesis. What do you think, Ash? Kukui turned to Ash. Recognizing that the final decision rested with him. If he were uninterested, their support would be of little consequence. Well, it sounds intriguing. What does Pikachu think? Ash pondered aloud, glancing at his beloved companion for its opinion. Pikachu. Pikachu, feigning contemplation with its tiny paws stroking its chin, appeared to be deep in thought. Yet, in truth, it was entirely baffled by the conversation. Nevertheless, sensing Ash's enthusiasm, it nodded in agreement, expressing its eagerness to give it a try. Since Pikachu is on board, I have no objections, Ash declared. Well, if Ash is in agreement, then we have no issues at all, Kukui remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. For he had anticipated this outcome. This venture promised only advantages for both Ash and himself. It would not only enhance the visibility of the battle development zone, but also draw attention to the two regions under Ash's stewardship. Although streaming necessitates a significant fanbase to thrive, for Ash, whose popularity was already soaring, this was hardly a concern. His fame had transcended the realm of Pokemon trainers, reaching even students aspiring to become trainers themselves, many of whom, along with their families, recognized him. Then I'll entrust my battle development zone to you, Ashida declared. What about the endorsement fee? Kukui inquired, as such matters could not be overlooked. While Ash, being young, might not prioritize these concerns, Kukui, now an adult, felt compelled to ask. Rest assured, Professor Kukui, I will ensure you are well compensated. The endorsement fee is all contained within this, Ashida replied, adjusting his sunglasses as he produced a black card emblazoned with the design of a master ball. This card represents your endorsement fee, sufficient to host several grand tournaments in Alola. He continued. Kukui accepted the black card, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing Ashida's words, for it symbolized the potential to organize numerous tournaments. A matter of great significance to him. Ha ha ha. In that case, I shall take my leave, Ashida remarked, having achieved his goal. And he intended to return to Melee Beach to further explore the unique cultural tapestry of Alola. Meanwhile, Ash and Professor Kukui made their way back to the Pokemon school in Alola, where Principal Sycamore awaited them. Ash and Kukui. It has been quite some time. Principal Sycamore greeted the two, playfully transforming his face into that of a Bryon, as was his custom when sharing Pokemon puns. It has indeed been a while, Principal Sycamore. Ash replied, accustomed to the principal's quirky mannerisms, though he occasionally found himself intrigued by how he managed to alter his face so convincingly. Principal, I have a matter to attend to, so I must be off. Kukui suddenly recalled something, bidding farewell to Principal Sycamore before departing with a speed rivaling that of a Rapidash. Such abruptness, Sycamore exclaimed. By the way, I too have tasks to attend to. Ash, feel free to explore the school on your own. With that, Principal Sycamore vanished as swiftly as Kukui had, leaving Ash bewildered, gazing at the spot where they had just stood. What are those two up to? Ash wondered aloud, feeling a mix of dissatisfaction and helplessness. He looked up at the bright midday sun, deciding to take a moment to explore the school before heading back. Meanwhile, Pikachu, feeling drowsy, yawned and settled onto Ash's shoulder, dozing off. Students, it's wonderful to see you all again. Did you enjoy your summer vacation? A female teacher with a red hat and flowing hair that cascaded to her chin asked her students with a beaming smile. Yes, the students responded in unison. Now, let's share with Ms. Miyuki what we did during the summer. Well then, let's start with you, Shoya, Ms. Miyuki suggested, pointing to a boy with golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of charisma that suggested a life rich with experiences. During the summer, my father took me to Galar to watch the World Championship, and then we went to Kanto for the Quartz Conference. After that, we returned and even participated in the joint tournament between Kanto and Alola. Shoya recounted proudly, flipping his hair back. Wow, you've been to so many places. That sounds amazing. Indeed, I wish I could go too, another student chimed in, as Shoya basked in the admiration of his peers, clearly relishing the attention. How delightful. I too wish to visit. Next, who shall share? Ms. Miyuki continued, smiling as she prompted the next student. Sayaka, what did you do over the summer? She asked, directing her gaze to a blue-haired girl sitting at the back of the classroom, often solitary and returning home alone, leaving Ms. Miyuki pondering the reasons behind her isolation. I. Suddenly confronted by Mizuki's inquiry, Shoko's expression turned tense, especially under the gaze of the entire class, rendering her even more reluctant to speak. After all, she had indeed done little during her summer break, primarily assisting her family in selling malasada daily. Abruptly, a thought struck her, and she rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a photograph. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a picture of Ash with the owner of the malasada shop. I help my family with work. This is a photo my father took with Mr. Ash, Shoko stammered. Though her voice was barely audible, the silence in the classroom allowed every student to hear her. Wow. Shoko's father met Mr. Ash? How enviable, exclaimed one classmate. Indeed, he is the strongest champion of Alola. Another chimed in. Shoko, I want to see Mr. Ash's photo. Me too. And us. In an instant, the students gathered around, peering incessantly at the photograph in her hands. What's so impressive about that? Xiao Yang did not join the throng, yet his occasional glances towards Shoko betrayed his interest. Hey, everyone, let us wait until after class to look, okay? You are making Shoko uncomfortable, Mizuki interjected, observing Shoko's discomfort amidst the crowd. The children complied obediently, returning to their seats after Mizuki's reminder. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time to dismiss for the day. Hey, Xiaoyang, are you heading back so soon? Aren't we continuing the 7 wonders of the campus? Asked a purple-haired girl as Xiao Yang slung his backpack over his shoulder. Of course. We're just one left to go, he replied. Yes. We heard the sounds of running in the empty hallway and the eerie music room. The legends of the 7 wonders seemed to be true, the purple-haired girl continued. And Xiao Yang, sensing the excitement, decided to accompany them. Did you hear someone calling for help? A chubby boy among the 4 hesitantly asked. So, there really is something to those 7 wonders, except for the mysterious twilight steps, spoke the slender boy with glasses. Meanwhile, Shoko, still packing her things in the classroom, appeared anxious upon overhearing their conversation. We should hurry and leave, she thought, glancing out the window at the dusky sky. A foreboding sensation washing over her as she hastily gathered her belongings, unaware that her Jengar keychain had fallen to the ground. What is this? The purple-haired girl noticed Shoko's Jengar keychain and picked it up curiously. It must belong to Shoko. She was just here. Let us return it to her, suggested Xiao Yang, who had remained quiet until now, his face betraying a hint of nervousness. This sparked the purple-haired girl's curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon a significant secret. All right, let us all go together and bring Shoko along, she said. Absolutely. I'm in, the others chimed in. And soon the 4 of them packed their bags and dashed towards the school gate. Hey, where's my keychain? As Shoko approached the school gate, she sensed something was amiss and stopped to check if she had forgotten anything. To her dismay, she discovered that her Jengar keychain was indeed missing. It must have fallen in the classroom. I should go back and look. Just as Shoko prepared to return, Xiao Yang and his 3 friends caught up to her. Panting heavily, to prevent Shoko from worrying too much about her keychain, Xiao Yang slowly opened his hand, revealing the beloved Jengar keychain. Did you guys bring this back for me? Shoko exclaimed, her voice tinged with delight as she looked at Xiao Yang and the others. Of course. Xiao Yang is very observant. He knew it was yours, the purple-haired girl replied, covering her mouth with her sleeve, exuding a certain charm despite her youth. It's no big deal, Xiao Yang replied bashfully, turning his head away, his cheeks flushed under the evening light. Oh, right, Shoko, would you like to join us? The purple-haired girl extended her hand in invitation. Shoko hesitated, torn by her fear, yet unable to refuse due to her nature. A dilemma she was all too aware of but powerless to change. All right then, who will take the lead? The white steps were painted with hues by the setting sun, intertwining with shadows like a monstrous beast ready to devour everything. The timid boy among them spoke, retreating a few steps, clearly frightened. What is that? Shoko, standing behind, suddenly noticed a grin emerging from the shadow at the top of the staircase, prompting her curiosity to step forward. Hey, Shoko, aren't you scared? The purple-haired girl asked, unable to contain her surprise at Shoko's calm demeanor. Shoko, you're amazing. You should lead the way. And no, Shoko stammered. But as her friends pushed her forward, she found it challenging to voice her protests, a reflection of her character that often led her into such situations. 1. Two of the children held on to one another, counting with each step they took. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl at the back felt a push, prompting her to complain. I say you. Yet, upon turning around to find no one behind her, goosebumps prickled her skin, and she instinctively moved closer to the boy in front. The purple-haired girl felt a slick tongue brush against her, sending her into a panic as she pushed the person ahead of her with newfound strength. Shoko, now at the Shadow's forefront, suddenly felt an unusual force from behind, propelling her uncontrollably towards the shadow. Hey, where did everyone go? She turned around, only to find that her friends had vanished. Pika, Pika Pika. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu were napping on the school lawn when Pikachu, sensing something amiss, shocked Ash awake. Hey Pikachu, what's wrong? Pika Pika. Pikachu pointed towards the direction of the school building, and Ash immediately grasped its meaning. Are you saying something is happening over there? Let us go check it out. Xiaoyang, where are you guys? On the other side, Shoko was still searching for her friends in the school building when suddenly, purple, eerie spikes emerged from the floor, surrounding her. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she lost consciousness. What is this? When she regained her senses, she found herself back in the same place, her gaze wandering in confusion around her. Shoko. A Jengar appeared on the ceiling, startling her, followed by a Drowsy and several ghost-type Pokemon. Hello Shoko. Wait, how can I understand Pokemon speaking? As Xiangzi gazed at the ghost-type Pokemon that appeared before her, she felt no fear, only a perplexed curiosity. This was because Xiangzi was also a Pokemon. Gung-Gue grasped Xiangzi and pulled her toward the glass, revealing a reflection of herself as Gung-Gue. I have transformed into Gung-Gue, Xiangzi exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face as she rubbed her cheeks in an attempt to revert to her original self. Did the 7 wonders of the campus truly exist? Just as she pondered this, a familiar voice echoed in her ear. Turning her head, she spotted a glowing orb of light at the corridor's bend, reminiscent of a flashlight beam. It's everyone, Xiangzi joyfully exclaimed, recognizing the familiar figures of Xiaoyang and the others, and dashed toward them. Oh no! Footsteps are heard in the deserted corridor. The frail boy twirled a disc of light, directing the flashlight toward the corner of the corridor, where a transformed Xiangzi appeared before them as Gung-Gue. Gung. Oh, how I miss you all. A ghost. The others were not pleased to see Xiangzi in her current form, and fear took hold of them as they hastily fled. Why is everyone leaving? Xiangzi questioned, disheartened to see her classmates retreat. Suddenly, the Gung-Gue beside her chuckled, Xiangzi, you have such a talent for startling them. But, Xiangzi, come quickly. Before she could explain, the sound of a scream from downstairs sent Gung-Gue into a frenzy, and it vanished into the floor. Seeing Gung-Gue depart, Xiangzi hurriedly followed, determined to join her companions, though she had no idea how Gung-Gue had sunk into the ground. The piano in the music classroom began to play itself. Thud! Xiangzi plummeted from the ceiling and crashed onto the piano keys, and as the ghostly figure reappeared above the piano, the others' fear intensified, prompting them to flee. Ding ding ding. The school gate is about to close. Students remaining on campus, please return home promptly. The school announcement echoed, capturing the attention of several ghost-type Pokemon. Oh no, Xiangzi. You must leave the school quickly. If you don't exit before the gates close, you will be trapped as a ghost forever. But Xiaoyang and the others. Fear not, they will return as well. We must go. All right. Xiangzi glanced toward the direction her friends had fled, worry etched on her face. Yet under Gung-Gue's persuasion, she decided to depart first. Phew, we finally caught up. Gung-Gue exclaimed. Today has been so delightful, Xiangzi. Yes, indeed. Gung-Gue led Xiangzi to the school gate, where the previous ghost-type Pokemon had gathered. However, Xiangzi appeared distracted, her gaze fixed on the path they had come from. Run. Everyone. I told you not to investigate the 7 wonders of the campus. Suddenly, Xiaoyang, the purple-haired girl, and 2 boys of differing builds appeared in their line of sight, with ominous purple spikes extending behind them. Just as they were about to escape through the school gate, the purple spikes enveloped the ground beneath them, causing the entire surface to vanish. Xiaoyang and his 3 companions plummeted into a seemingly bottomless abyss, as though swallowed by a colossal beast. Look at this. Gung-Gue extended its tongue, which elongated to serve as a rope for the others to grasp. However, the strength of a single Pokemon was insufficient to lift Xiaoyang and his friends, and their bodies leaned forward, perilously close to falling. In that moment, Xiangzi embraced Gung-Gue from behind. Yet, even with Xiangzi's added strength, they could not pull the others up. Come on, Xiangzi, you can do it. As she looked at Gung-Gue's back, an unexpected memory of her deceased sister surged within her, igniting a newfound strength. Everyone, come help me. Xiangzi's voice resonated in the ears of every ghost-type Pokemon. They exchanged glances and smiled. All right, Xiangzi. The Pokemon responded in unison, with Meng Yao being the first to grab hold of Xiangzi's clothing, followed by Dormisia and a host of other Pokemon, uniting to assist her. Together, they managed to pull Xiaoyang and his companions away from danger. Just then, the purple-haired girl slipped from Gung Gui's tongue due to its saliva and fell back in. Beedrill, an unfamiliar voice called out, and a robust Beedrill appeared beneath the purple-haired girl, catching her. Champion. Master Ash. Chapter 20. The newcomer Ash and the long-awaited Team Rocket. Ash, be cautious on your journey. Do not act recklessly or engage in dangerous activities. And Pikachu, keep a close watch on Ash. Professor Kukui earnestly advised Ash at Melemele Airport, resembling a concerned father fretting over his child. I understand, Professor Kukui. I'm off now. Pika Pika. Ash and Pikachu exchanged smiles, affirming their readiness before bidding farewell to Kukui and boarding the plane to the Kanto region. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, Ash's mother, Hanako, was diligently crafting new garments for her son as he prepared to embark on his journey once more. In a canyon devoid of league oversight, Team Rocket had established their headquarters, where the long-absent Kojiru, Musashi, and Nyarth were now gathered. However, unlike before, they had shed their Team Rocket attire, donning new outfits instead. Kojiru wore a chef's uniform, while Musashi and Nyarth dressed as waitstaff. The reason for their transformation was due to their funds being depleted during their previous escapades, leaving them deeply in debt. Consequently, Musashi and Nyarth found themselves in a dire financial situation, forced to return to headquarters to repay their debts. How long until we can gather enough funds, Meow? I miss the days of capturing Pikachu, Meow. During their break, Nyarth wore a despondent expression, the golden coins that used to shine brightly now covered in dust from neglect. Not long now. Once our salaries are dispersed tomorrow, we can repay the advanced funds and still have extra money to procure useful items from Dr. Pumpkaboo. Kojiru excitedly typed on the computer, envisioning the blissful moment of liberation after his diligent work, having not seen his beloved bottle caps in ages. Does this mean I can buy lots of beautiful clothes and exquisite bags? Musashi chimed in, her imagination conjuring images of herself adorned in designer outfits, captivating handsome suitors, to the point where she unconsciously drooled, prompting disdainful looks from Kojiru and Nyarth. What are you two making those faces for? Do you want to feel my million-ton heavy fist? Noticing their expressions, Musashi felt a surge of unexplainable anger, shaking her fist in front of them, causing them to shake their heads vigorously, too intimidated to utter a word. Humph, at least you know how to behave. Hey, you lot. Your break has exceeded 2.5 minutes. What are you still doing? Why, yes, boss. Suddenly, a burly man appeared behind them, causing Kojiru and Nyarth to tremble uncontrollably. We're getting to work right away, Red Bean Pace Smith. Humph, today's youth are truly. The boss's grumbling faded as he walked away, leaving Kojiru and his companions unable to hear his words. After being urged by their boss, the duo, accompanied by Meow, once again immersed themselves in their work. It was not until the late hours of the night, when most of the Rocket team members had succumbed to slumber, that they managed to tidy up everything and prepare to leave. Boss, the fierce uncle, who had displayed a menacing demeanor during the day, reappeared before the trio, his intimidating visage eliciting fear in the hearts of Kojiro and the others, no matter how many times they encountered him. This is your salary. Take it. Feeling the weight of the money in their hands, Kojiro and his companions gazed at him in disbelief, puzzled as to why he was distributing salaries at such an hour. Kojiro, go ask Meow. Meow is right. Go on, Kojiro. Why does it have to be me? Do you want to face Meow's wild scratching? What are you staring at? Fine, I'll go. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, the least esteemed member of the team, Kojiro, finally mustered the courage to inquire, Boss, why the suddenness? Wasn't he agreed that we receive our pay tomorrow? Suppressing his fear of the boss, Kojiro forced a crooked smile onto his stiff face. Enough with that grotesque expression. I'm not the kind of boss who enjoys exploiting employees. After all, you're leaving tomorrow. It's a pity, though. I had hoped to keep you around, but I didn't expect such a good fellow to be a subordinate of that Sakaki brat. A fleeting smile graced the fierce boss's face as he turned and walked away, leaving Kojiro and the others to absorb his words before he vanished from sight. Boss, thank you for the red bean paste. They chorused, bowing at a 90-degree angle in the direction he departed, shocked to discover that their usually intimidating boss was, in fact, quite benevolent. After waiting silently for a few minutes to ensure their boss would not return, the trio exchanged sly smiles. Hurry, let us see. I'm curious too. Gulps. Kojiro remained silent, but under the urging of Musashi and Meow, he grew anxious, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his throat dry with anticipation, prompting him to swallow hard. Upon opening the bag, dazzling Pokemon League coins revealed themselves, transforming Kojiro, Musashi, and Meow's eyes into the shape of the coins. The League coins came in 3 varieties: the standard Pokeball, the Super Ball, and the Ultra Ball, with the former representing 100 coins, the Super Ball 1,000, and the Ultra Ball a whopping 10,000. The 2 palm-sized bags were brimming with Super Balls, with only a few standard Pokeballs scattered among them. These are for repaying debts, the rest is ours. Kojiro extracted a handful from the pile, a modest yet significant sum that would sustain them for a considerable time, provided they refrained from purchasing items from Professor Namba to capture Pikachu. Kojiro, give me some. Hey, that's mine too. All right, everyone gets some. The 3 shared the funds with delight, each receiving a small portion. Meow, give me the gold coins. Meow beamed at the gleaming coins, as Pokemon are naturally drawn to shiny, golden objects. Caps, haha, clothes. Bags. Musashi and Kojiro were lost in fantasies after receiving their rewards. Wait, Meow. We plan to use this money to catch Pikachu. Wake up, Musashi and Kojiro. Don't forget why we worked so hard. Meow recalled the image of Pikachu, promptly snapping back to reality, urging Musashi and Kojiro, who were still entranced by their daydreams. We're working to catch Pikachu. Once we do, I can buy more designer bags. For a beautiful future. The Rocket team reaffirmed their objective, pooling their funds to acquire useful items from Professor Namba the following day. Pikachu, we have arrived. Pika, gently shaking the slumbering Pikachu in his arms, Ash had finally reached his destination in the Kanto region. Unlike before, he had not taken the private plane of the Ether Paradise, but rather boarded a public flight that connected various regions. The airplane glided into the Tokawadai airport, landing smoothly on the flat runway, accompanied by the sound of tires meeting the ground. Ah, we're back, Ash remarked, inhaling the air of Kanto, feeling an unexpected nostalgia for the place after just a few days away. Ash, long time no see. As Ash and Pikachu strolled through the streets, a voice suddenly called out from behind, tapping him on the shoulder. Shigeru, what are you doing here? Before Ash stood Shigeru, whom he hadn't seen in ages. The latter's sudden appearance suggesting he had anticipated this encounter. I promised the league to become the gym leader of the Tokawadai gym, so I thought I'd come and check on my superior, Shigeru replied with a slight smile, as if this endeavor posed no challenge to him. You're a gym leader? What's with that surprised expression? It's fine for you to be champion of 2 regions, but I can't even be a small gym leader? Ah, that's not it. I thought you aspired to be like Professor Okito. Ash looked at Shigeru, bewildered, as he recalled Shigeru as someone who would not easily abandon his ambitions. Why the sudden desire to become a gym leader? Cough, cough. I haven't given up on the research path. As for why I became a gym leader, that's a secret, Shigeru said, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he avoided Ash's gaze. Not wishing to pry further, Ash chose to remain silent, as he was eager to return to Masera Town. Be careful on your way, Shigeru called out, as Ash headed toward Masera Town, though reluctant to part ways. Shigeru knew he had to remain in Tokawadai to establish a positive image for challengers and residents after recently assuming the role of gym leader. Pikachu, let us race to see who leaves the forest first. In the Tokawadai forest, Ash took off running, not giving Pikachu a moment to react. However, being a champion-level Pokemon, Pikachu quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, above them, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon observed their antics. Look at those kids and Pikachu. Let us see what kind of gadgets we got from Professor Namba. Musashi and Meowth exuded confidence, as if they had received extraordinarily powerful tools from Professor Namba. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Who is this? It's Professor Namba. My name is Namba. Don't get it wrong. Just as Musashi and Meowth were about to unveil their gadgets, Kojiro received a call from Professor Namba, who was furious about them mispronouncing his name. Where's that kid? In the brief moment of Professor Namba's appearance, they lost track of Ash, but it was of little concern, as they knew his destination and could intercept him. Achu, Pikachu, why do I feel like someone is talking about us? Pika? Pika Pika. Ash was strolling along the path when he suddenly sneezed, feeling as though he were the subject of gossip. He inquired with Pikachu, who, perplexed, shook his head in ignorance. Well, never mind. Let us continue our journey, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Ash pondered for a moment, but could not deduce the reason for his discomfort. So he decided to let it go. The skies appeared to darken ominously, hinting at an impending downpour. Hurry along, Pikachu. Pika Pika. At that moment, the heavens grew overcast, suggesting a torrential rain could descend at any moment, and an inexplicable premonition of misfortune flickered in Ash's mind. Soon, Ash and Pikachu spotted the exit of the Viridian Forest, spurring them to quicken their pace. Let us try the latest gadget from Meowth, the Super Pikachu Capture Net. Ha ha ha, Go for it, go for it. This is the Pikachu capture net designed by Professor Pumpkin. It's Professor Namba. Musashi cackled madly, resembling a nefarious sorceress, while Professor Namba's voice emerged from an unknown source, desperately clarifying his name. That doesn't matter anymore. Professor Wintermelon, behold our long-awaited victory. Namba, silenced by Musashi's taunts, severed communications with Kojuro and the rest in an effort to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Team Rocket ensnared Pikachu with an expansive net, rendering his electric shocks and Iron Tail ineffective. In that case, let us all attack together. Ash threw out the remaining 5 Pokeballs from his belt. Pidgeot, Snorlax, Charizard, Infernape, and Kingler gathered in unison. Yet, despite the combined might of Snorlax's fists, Infernape's strikes, Pidgeot's talons, Kingler's pincers, and Charizard's flames, the net remained impervious to their onslaught. Drip, drip, drip. The gloomy sky unleashed raindrops the size of pearls, pattering onto the leaves, reminiscent of a melodious performance by a concert cricket and a round magician. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and the thunder roared like a drummer joining the symphony, transforming the previously dulcet melody into a rousing anthem. Team Rocket, return Pikachu to me. Ash shouted. Roar. Snorlax. Team Rocket ascended in their hot air balloon, leaving Ash and his Pokemon powerless. Though they could attack Meowth's balloon, the risk of an explosion harming Pikachu deterred them. We won't listen to you, ha ha ha. Goodbye, little brat. Pikachu will be ours. Team Rocket cackled uncontrollably, their audacious demeanor provoking the desire to strike them. Pika Pika Pikachu. Hearing Team Rocket's jeering laughter, Pikachu glanced skyward, as if struck by inspiration. Radiating a golden glow, he unleashed his most powerful Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt summoned the forces of nature, as devastating lightning surged from the storm clouds, striking the hot air balloon and rendering Team Rocket's skeletal frames visible from the electric shock. Although the capture net had been absorbing the lightning, it too had its limits, and under the dual onslaught of Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Nature's wrath, it finally succumbed. Pikachu, Pika Pika, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Ash caught Pikachu as he fell, embracing him tightly, while Charizard and the others joyously surrounded them. Another failure, Meow. If only I had bought a beautiful outfit and bag instead. Alas, we must return to our frugal ways. The trio had grown accustomed to their predicaments, casually discussing future plans in the air, simultaneously exclaiming their most iconic line. What an annoying feeling. Meow. Chapter 21. Departure from Maple Town with Layla. Really? I wonder what to do if I catch a cold from hiding from the ring. At Ash's home in Masera Town, his mother Hanako looked at her drenched son with an expression of reproach, though her hands continued to assist him in removing his wet clothes. Oh, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I can manage this myself. Ash instinctively protested, but to no avail. As the old adage goes, a mother is always a mother. Turn around. After changing Ash into fresh clothing, Hanako directed him to spin around, surveying him with satisfaction before nodding approvingly. Indeed, you are my son. You look quite handsome. Upon donning the new outfit she had sewn, Ash felt a flush of embarrassment. Choo-choo. Pikachu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Oh dear. I almost forgot about little Pikachu. With that, Hanako produced a pink princess dress from behind her, seemingly tailored for Pikachu. Stay still, little Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu attempted to flee, but in Hanako's strong grasp, he found himself unable to escape and was reluctantly adorned in the humiliating gown. Oh, little Pikachu, you look so adorable. Ha ha ha, what a sight you are, Pikachu. Amid Hanako's praise, Ash burst into laughter, teasing Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu shot Ash a mischievous glance, its electric sacs crackling with sparks, prompting Ash to hastily cover his mouth. All right, you two, stop the antics and go to bed. Ash, don't you depart tomorrow? Yes, Mom. Pika Pika. Hanako donned a mock stern expression, though not intimidating. Ash and Pikachu, the obedient children they were, promptly ascended the stairs to snuggle under their covers and sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and a few Pidgeys flew by outside, heralding a perfect day for departure, yet Ash lingered in bed. Oh dear, this child. I simply cannot deal with him. Ash, little Pikachu, rise and shine for breakfast. Hanako sighed and called upstairs. I'm awake, Mom, I'm getting up. Pika-chu. Ash sat up in bed, only to retreat back under the covers halfway through putting on his clothes, while Pikachu yawned and, seeing Ash still in bed, recalled yesterday's teasing, revealing a sly grin. Pika-chu. With Pikachu's call, a thunderbolt erupted forth, enveloping Ash in golden electricity, the powerful current even singeing the blanket to charred remains. Pika. Realizing he may have overdone it, Pikachu abruptly ceased the thunderbolt, inching closer to Ash, not out of concern for his well-being, but rather to inspect the ruined blanket, gathering the ashes in his tiny hands in a futile attempt to restore it. After all, it was a blanket purchased by Hanako, and Pikachu wished to spare her feelings. Hence his attentive demeanor. "Oh dear, little Pikachu. Pika." Pikachu, resembling a contrite child, lowered his head and cautiously approached Hanako's feet, gazing up with pitiful eyes as if awaiting punishment. "What happened, little Pikachu?" "Pika Pikachu." Pikachu pointed at the ashes on the ground, and Hanako instantly understood, gently embracing him and stroking his back, soothingly assuring him, There, it's all right, little Pikachu. I can make another one." "Pika? Indeed. Let us hasten to partake in our meal, Pikachu." Under Hanako's comforting presence, Pikachu regained its vitality, and with great joy, she embraced it as they descended the stairs to savor breakfast. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Ash, seemed to have been forgotten in his existence. The sounds of his snoring reverberated through the room. It appeared that even a jolt from Pikachu's thunderbolt could not disturb his desire for slumber. As noon approached, the relentless sun streamed through the window, casting its rays upon Ash's face, prompting him to furrow his brow and gradually open his eyes. What has transpired? Observing the disarray of his room, Ash voiced his confusion. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he resolved to inquire with his mother, Hanako. "Mom, what has happened to my room?" "Oh dear, that was caused by little Pikachu. But who told Ash not to rise?" "Is that so?" Ash directed his gaze towards Pikachu, who blushed slightly and turned its head away in a haughty manner. Recognizing Pikachu's demeanor, Ash already had an inkling of the truth. He chuckled softly and turned to his mother. "Mom, where's my breakfast?" "Ash, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you? It is already noon. Surely you remember what you intended to do today?" Hanako raised her hands in exasperation, gently reminding him. "Oh no, I've forgotten." "Right, Mom. I also need to visit Professor Oak, so I shall take my leave now. Come on, Pikachu." "Pika." Pikachu exhibited a sense of exasperation towards Ash's impulsiveness, but nonetheless followed in his footsteps. "That child, always so scatterbrained," Hanako muttered, watching Ash's retreating figure. At Professor Oak's laboratory, the esteemed professor had ingeniously summoned a mag cargo, utilizing its high temperature to brew tea for instant noodles. "Would you care for some?" Professor Oak glanced at the mag cargo, which eagerly gazed at the bowl of noodles in his hand, a smile gracing his face. The mag cargo nodded, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of desire. Professor Oak chuckled, placing the bowl before it. "Dig in." Observing the amicable interaction, the mag cargo hesitated, glancing at the bowl of noodles before pushing it back. Why are you not eating?" Oh. As the mag cargo fervently gestured with its body, Professor Oak pondered for a moment before deducing its meaning. "You wish for me to have some more?" The mag cargo nodded in affirmation, indicating that his guess was correct. Professor Oak breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his frequent interactions with various Pokémon had allowed him to intuit their intentions, much like Ash. "No worries, you go ahead and eat. I have more here." With a flourish, Professor Oak produced another bowl of noodles from his lab coat, leaving the mag cargo wide-eyed in astonishment. "Professor Oak." Just as he prepared to brew a second bowl, a voice called out to him from outside, causing him to furrow his brow and move towards the door to see who it was. However, before he could reach the entrance, the owner of the voice swung the door open and rushed inside. It was none other than Ash, accompanied by his trusty partner, Pikachu. "Phew, Professor Oak, didn't you mention yesterday that you had something to discuss with me?" "Pika." Ash caught his breath, looking at Professor Oak, while Pikachu feigned exhaustion on the ground. "Oh, you mean that matter? It's nothing too serious. Here. What is this?" "My Rotom phone," Ash exclaimed, receiving an item from Professor Oak's hand. It was indeed his Rotom phone. "Haha, yes. I have modified it for you. Since you aspire to be a live streamer, I have added a live streaming mode. Once activated, it will float around you to broadcast your adventures. The power of science is remarkable. Thank you, Professor Oak." "Oh, it was nothing." Professor Oak humbly waved his hand. "Now, aren't you supposed to be setting off today? Time is of the essence, so you should hurry along." "Right, Professor Oak." Without further ado, Professor Oak followed Ash to the entrance of the laboratory, where Hanako and the residents of Pallet Town had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Ash, little Pikachu, we have come to see you off." "Mom." Ash gazed at the crowd, suddenly feeling as though he had returned to that fateful day, though now his strength and status were in stark contrast to then. "Ash, give it your all." "Oh, Ash, do take care and don't make your mother worry." The townsfolk chimed in, all offering their heartfelt support. Everyone, "All right, Ash, little Pikachu, you must set off now," Hanako urged, gently nudging Ash forward. Ash smiled and took a step ahead. "Then I shall depart. Safe travels, Ash." With the blessings of all the residents of Pallet Town, Ash set forth once again, reminiscent of that initial journey, departing amidst their farewells. Well, this should suffice, Ash said as he arrived at the entrance of Viridian Forest, manipulating his Rotom phone. After consulting with Liza for her insights and opinions, he successfully established his streaming room, eagerly anticipating his first live broadcast. The Rotom detached from his hand, hovering in the air as it automatically entered live streaming mode. Thanks to Professor Oak's modifications, Ash could now view the live chat on a special wristband. Alright, Pikachu. Let us proceed. As this was Ash's inaugural live stream, there were initially no viewers, but he paid it little mind and ventured into Viridian Forest with Pikachu. Oh, where's this? Ash examined the map in his hand, his expression souring. Logically, he should have exited Viridian Forest, yet he found himself still within its depths, utterly lost. The champion's live room. Just as he pondered his next move, a palm-sized screen appeared on his wristband, displaying a message. Ah, welcome, dear viewer. Hello, Ash recalled Liza's advice and greeted the viewer. Hello, champion. After uttering this, the sole avatar in the live room vanished, but Ash thought little of it. Remembering Liza's words that it was normal for viewers to drop off during the initial stages of streaming. Champion, I've brought people along. It's really the champion. I told you I wasn't lying. Just as Ash confirmed his direction and continued onward, a flood of viewers surged into the live room, including the familiar avatar from before. Seemingly the individuals the previous viewer had brought along. Ah, everyone, greetings. Welcome to my live room. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Noticing the sudden spike in viewers, even Ash, now a champion, felt a surge of anxiety as this was his first experience with live streaming. He could only manage a simple introduction and a greeting to the audience. The champion spoke to me. I'm so touched. Champion, you are my favorite. The viewers, far from feeling overwhelmed, were instead ecstatic, and some, upon leaving the live room, immediately began sharing Ash's stream with friends and family, causing an ongoing surge in viewer numbers. Thank you all for your support. Pikachu and I are currently on our journey, and we have just entered Viridian Forest. Amidst the fervent greetings from the audience, Ash bestowed a gentle smile, introducing the itinerary of his day. The Viridian Forest? Yet, this place bears no resemblance to the Viridian Forest at all. He chuckled. In truth, I seem to have lost my way and now find myself utterly disoriented. Ash scratched his head bashfully, responding candidly to the audience's inquiries. Based on the appearance of the trees surrounding us, it appears that Mr. Champion is situated in the northwest direction of Mt. Miacha. If memory serves me correctly, not far to your left lies the town of Woodapple. With a plethora of viewers in the live stream, including some astute individuals, they quickly deduced the information Ash provided, offering him directions to navigate out of the forest. Thank you, cunning mentor. Pikachu chimed in unison with Ash, both bowing towards the camera, leaving the audience member at the screen feeling pleasantly surprised. After their expressions of gratitude, Ash and Pikachu confirmed their direction and proceeded towards the location of Woodapple Town. Along the way, interactions between Ash and the viewers were sparse, predominantly showcasing him and Pikachu traversing the path. Nevertheless, the audience remained thoroughly engaged, for encounters with the champion are rare and precious, rendering even a monotonous journey captivating to behold. Meanwhile, within a modest dwelling in Woodapple Town, a girl with orange hair named Lila was diligently scrubbing the dishes. I'm heading out. A sweet female voice resonated from the doorway. Lila recognized it as her mother's voice, who was about to leave for work. Mom, wait just a moment, Lila exclaimed, hastily finishing the last plate, tossing it into the dish rack before dashing toward her mother. In her frantic rush, she accidentally knocked over a tissue box on the dining table, but paid it no mind, intent on demonstrating her capabilities to her mother. Oh dear, Lila's father mused, picking up the tissue box and watching Lila's retreating figure with a hint of exasperation. Mom, I've completed all the chores today, Lila joyfully announced upon reaching her mother. Excellent. Then you have 10 seconds to express your thoughts. Although she needed to go to work, she made time for her daughter. I'm becoming more skilled at household chores. Lila pondered for a moment before lifting her head with determination. Even if Dad and Mom aren't around, it's all right. So please, let me embark on a journey. Chapter 22, Lila sets off. I must disagree. With a smile, Lila's mother promptly dismissed her daughter's request. Why not? My friends have already set off. Besides, weren't you and Dad both trainers once? Why can't I? Lila protested. Her cheeks puffed in displeasure as she directed her questions at her mother, while her father sipped tea, amused by the scene. Suddenly, the sound of shattering plates echoed throughout the room, causing Lila to retract her neck, too fearful to meet her mother's gaze. Oh, children who disregard their surroundings like you are prone to danger. It's quite concerning. But, Lila attempted to interject. Yet her mother had already donned her high heels and pushed open the door, leaving with a parting remark. I'm off to work. The very mention of work filled Lila with disdain. It seemed her mother could use that excuse to evade any responsibility whenever it was time to go. The despicable tactics of adults. She lamented, watching her mother's departing figure with a heavy heart. Sighing, Lila turned to see her father gathering the remnants of the broken plates and hurried over to assist him. Haha, another failure today, he chuckled. Why not have a word with your mother? Lila pouted, casting a discontented glance at her father. Only I can persuade Mom. She'll understand one day. Her father smiled gently. Yet Lila remained unsatisfied, resembling a petulant child. By the time that day arrives, it will be too late. I want to travel like you, Dad, and journey alongside Little Ember to become a champion at the Pokemon League. As she spoke, Lila's gaze drifted to a photograph on the wall, depicting her father with his Charizard named Little Ember at the Galar Region's gym. Dad has always been my inspiration. As she recalled those memories, Lila reminisced about the days when she watched her father compete, when he was youthful and full of vigor, devoid of the beer belly he bore now. And Little Ember's fiery breath was as impressive as ever, unlike the current lethargy that seemed to define their days. Regrettably, her father had been eliminated in the 4th round, igniting her resolve to become a champion herself. I will surely become a champion. I will strive alongside Dad's spirit, ho ho, Lila declared, throwing a few punches into the air, her enthusiasm palpable. Thank you. I will cheer for you, her father said with a soft smile, gently ruffling Lila's hair. But Mom always. The warmth from her father's touch reminded Lila of the time she expressed this dream to her mother, her indifferent tone echoing in her ears. If Dad couldn't succeed, how could I ever become a champion? Humph, how would I know without trying? Lila huffed. Her cheeks puffed in frustration at the thought of her mother's dismissive demeanor. Suddenly, the bubble-shaped clock on the wall chimed. Oh no, it's time for Little Ember's meal. I'll fetch it. I need to deepen my bond with Little Ember. Her father scratched his head, about to rise, but Lila firmly pressed him back down. Her father looked at her with a knowing smile, fully aware of her intentions, yet he refrained from dampening her spirits too soon. Come on, eat up. The moment they stepped into their small yard, Lila spotted 3 younger children holding tree fruits, intending to feed Little Ember. Ah, you again. Don't casually feed my Little Ember those tree fruits, she declared, placing the bowl of tree fruits before Little Ember. Lila was well acquainted with those fruits, having extensively researched them at home in her quest to become an exemplary trainer. The fruits, green with yellow spots, were known as Hami fruits. Although they could enhance the bond between trainers and Pokemon, they would lower special attack stats. For a Charizard, whose moves predominantly relied on special attacks, such fruits would be akin to poison. Come on, you should at least exhibit some Charizard-like behavior, Lila remarked, observing Little Ember lazily nibbling on the fruits. Leaning in closer, she whispered, ensuring the children could not hear. You used to be so majestic. Little Ember will travel with me and conquer the Pokemon League. With that, Lila pointed ahead, eager to showcase Little Ember's prowess to the children. Prepare to be amazed. Little Ember, use fly? Yet, Little Ember seemed oblivious, lazily sticking out its tongue, either too full or merely stretching its belly. Ah, flamethrower, Lila called out, anticipation brimming in her voice. Reluctantly, Leah issued another command, but alas, Little Spark did not heed her words. Instead, it scratched its belly, yawned, and settled down in the yard for a delightful afternoon nap. What a pity. Let us go? Let us go? The children, witnessing this scene, lost their patience and turned away from Leah. Fine. If that is the case, I shall travel alone. Leah, fuming at the sight of the slumbering Charizard, retreated to her home to gather her pocket money, preparing to purchase supplies for her journey. Clang. Leah slammed a basket overflowing with Pokeballs and healing potions onto the counter of the shop, her face a picture of defiance. Oh, the shop assistant exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of this child, as it was rare for a trainer to buy so many items at once. Most experienced trainers would purchase them in batches of 10 to save costs. Thank you for your patronage. And here is a commemorative ball that comes with every 10 Pokeballs purchased, she added with a smile, maintaining her professional demeanor as she promptly rang up Leah's items and handed her a pure white Pokeball. With her pocket money depleted, Leah felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly rallied her spirits, adjusting her oversized backpack and formulating her next plan. First, to capture a Pokemon. Rustle, rustle. Ah. Spotting movement in the nearby bushes, Leah's excitement surged as she removed her backpack and brandished 2 Pokeballs in each hand, ready for action. Pika? Ah. It's a Pikachu. Champion Ash has one too. Splendid. Stealthily, Leah crept behind a tree, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the Pikachu rummaging through the grass, seemingly enamored with it. Here it goes. Pika? Pika. The Pokeball whirled through the air towards Pikachu, but the creature reacted swiftly. Noticing the incoming ball and nonchalantly batting it away with its tail, then turning to Leah with a mocking expression. No way. Leah gasped in shock. Just as she was about to throw her second Pokeball, Pikachu dashed away, its speed astonishing as it bounded into the thicket and vanished from sight. Pikachu, come back. The very Pikachu that had just crossed paths with Leah now found itself beside a boy wearing a cap, darting through the woods. Meanwhile, Leah was still determined to capture her first Pokemon. I must catch a Pokemon. Leah firmly adjusted her beige beret, her resolve unwavering. Here it goes. In the forest, Leah threw a Pokeball at a flock of Pidgeys, only for them to swiftly evade it, leaving her to watch in disappointment as they soared away. Ugh. She tossed a Pokeball at a Weepinbell, only to receive a ball corroded by poison. Aiming at a Pinsir. She was thwarted as it clamped the Pokeball with its long horns, issuing a threatening roar. Go. She hurled a Pokeball at a blissful Hippopotas lounging on a lily pad in a pond, but her throw was too forceful, causing the ball to crash into the water. How could this happen? Leah felt as if all her strength had drained away, sitting despondently on the ground. With only one Pokeball remaining, she lamented, what should I do? If only I hadn't bought those healing potions. Leaning against a tree, Leah stared helplessly at the last pure white commemorative ball in her hand when suddenly, she heard a rustling sound. What is that? Following the noise, she ventured toward its source. Nidorino, perched on a sturdy branch. A wild Nidorino was diligently trying to knock down a blue-orange berry from a high twig with its sharp horn. I remember it's called Nidorino. It looks quite adorable, Leah mused, resting her chin on her hand, captivated by Nidorino's earnest effort. SSS. Out of nowhere, a Gyarados emerged from the foliage, stealthily creeping up behind Nidorino, its massive jaws agape, while Nidorino remained oblivious, focused on the berry. Nido? Suddenly aware of the disturbance behind it, Nidorino turned, only to be met with Gyarados' intimidating display and its tail ensnaring Nidorino's body. Watch out! In a moment of urgency, Leah threw her last Pokeball at Gyarados, hitting it squarely on the head. With a flash of red light, Gyarados was captured within the ball. Are you okay? Come with me. Knowing the Pokeball wouldn't hold for long, Leah rushed toward Nidorino, scooping it up and fleeing, leaving behind a furious Gyarados. Phew, we should be safe here, Leah panted, having no idea how far she had run, stopping only when her body felt utterly drained. Nidorino looked at her quizzically, seemingly questioning why they had fled. As a wild Pokemon, Nidorino adhered to the forest's law of the survival of the fittest. Oh, you're hurt. Leah, unfamiliar with psychic abilities and having limited experience with many Pokemon, didn't quite grasp Nidorino's meaning, but upon catching her breath, she noticed the marks on Nidorino's leg where Gyarados' tail had tightly gripped it. We need to treat this quickly. Look, it's a healing potion. Leah rummaged through her backpack, pulling out a bottle of healing spray to show Nidorino. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Nidorino and Leah sat by the pond, soaking in the beautiful scenery. Nidorino, if you're not careful, you might run into danger like before if you don't pay attention to your surroundings. Leah spoke while gently stroking Nidorino, recalling her mother's words. Children like you, who disregard their surroundings, easily encounter peril, causing worry for others. Perhaps her mother thought this way. They were rather alike. Yeah. Although Nidorino couldn't comprehend, it immediately responded with a sound, prompting Leah to smile at it. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed behind them, causing Leah and Nidorino to turn around. There stood a muscular Nidoking, predominantly purple, alongside a sleek Nidoqueen, predominantly blue. Could they be this child's parents? Watching the fierce expressions on the two Pokemon, Leah felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Arg. No, we were just playing. Despite the intimidating presence of the two Pokemon, Leah stood her ground, explaining why she was with Nidorino. However, the two Pokemon seemed to ignore her, continuing to approach Leah. Sensing their unwillingness to let her go, fear surged through her, and she turned to flee, not noticing her beige beret falling from her head. Nido? Spotting the hat on the grass, Nidorino picked it up in its mouth, not glancing back at its parents, and hurried after Leah. Huff, huff, heh. Leah ran, breathless, and when she heard the commotion behind her, she couldn't help but slow down and look back, only to see Nidorino chasing after her, with Nidoking and Nidoqueen hot on its heels. Alas, why must this be the case? Leah, on the verge of tears, found herself left with no alternative but to continue her frantic sprint towards the direction of Mooping Town. The dimly lit sky resembled an endless ocean, gradually revealing bright pearls that radiated a silvery glow. Haha, no, you mustn't follow me. Upon reaching the small bridge at the town's entrance, Lear was panting heavily, casting a glance back at Nidalang, who had been trailing her. To her dismay, she noticed the hat he had in his mouth. "Ah, that's my hat." "Ah." Just then, Nidoking, in hot pursuit, toppled a small tree, unleashing a furious roar that echoed throughout the entire town. What's happening? Nidoking has appeared. Quick, seek shelter." Hearing the commotion from within the town, Lear's expression turned tense, and shortly after, 3 trainers dispatched their Pokemon upon spotting Nidoking. They sent forth a Doduo, a Rhydon of the rock and ground type, and an Electabuzz of the electric type. The moment Electabuzz emerged, it unleashed a jolt of electricity that charred the cobblestones. However, as ground-type Pokemon, Nidoking and Nidalang were hardly fazed by such a feeble attack. Electabuzz's strike only served to enrage them further. Roar! Infuriated, Nidoking charged forward alongside Nidalang, confronting Doduo and Rhydon. Wait, they merely believe this child has been taken and are reacting in anger. Lear interjected, attempting to quell the chaos with her words. You there, child, flee. The adults, engrossed in battle, failed to heed Lear's plea, instead urging her to retreat. Nidalang emitted a mournful cry, visibly distressed by the conflict, unwilling to witness harm come to its parents. It seems they haven't heard my words, Lear lamented, when suddenly Nidalang nudged her gently with its head, gazing at her with resolute determination. I must take action. Lear donned her hat, embraced Nidalang, and dashed towards her home. At Lear's residence, her mother anxiously stared at her phone. I can't reach Lear. She'll return when she gets hungry, her father remarked nonchalantly, ladling a bit of soup to savor his culinary creation. Ouch! Yet, his actions belied his concerns for Lear, as a seasoned cook would not easily scald himself. Is everything all right? Her mother inquired with genuine concern upon hearing her husband's exclamation. Lear resembles her father so much. Just as her mother reflected on this, Lear's figure suddenly dashed past the window, seemingly heading towards the small courtyard. Little Charmander, Lear called out, her expression earnest as the creature squinted its eyes. Curious about her intentions. Lear, didn't we agree that you would contact us if you were late? Her mother scolded, emerging from the room, her worried husband following closely behind. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that the Pokemon ended up fighting, Lear apologized, before urgently requesting Charmander's assistance. Please lend me your strength. After apologizing to her mother, Lear heard the distant roars that indicated the gravity of the situation. Charmander, however, remained unmoved, turning its head away. As Charmander belonged to her father, it was reluctant to heed Lear's call. Observing his daughter's stubborn demeanor, her father felt compelled to explain, Charmander, please. Ignoring her father's words, Lear's gaze remained steadfast on Charmander. Roar! The latter seemed to be inspired by her unwavering resolve. Flames erupted from its tail, and its previously languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a fervent determination. All right. Realizing Charmander's intent, Lear climbed onto its back, along with Nidalang. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charmander soared into the sky, carrying Lear and Nidalang aloft. They soon hovered above the small bridge at the town's entrance, where Nidoking and Nidalang continued their standoff against the 3 trainers. Nidalang gazed down at its parents with concern. Sensing its distress, Lear gently stroked its head, whispering reassuringly, Do not worry. I will not allow any harm to come to your mother and father. Charmander, flamethrower. With a decisive gesture, Lear commanded. And a blazing column of fire erupted from Charmander's mouth, searing the ground and creating a barrier between the 2 sides. The brilliant orange light bathed every Pokemon and resident present, enveloping them in warmth. Lear, her mother rushed forward, her heart swelling with pride as she witnessed her daughter soaring through the air atop Charmander, feeling as though Lear had matured in that moment. Her father followed closely behind, a smile gracing his face, as if he had anticipated this moment. Charmander, Fire Blast. A torrent of fiery energy shot forth, forming a massive symbol in the air before crashing down into the flowing river, causing steam to rise as the water evaporated. The overwhelming power of the attack intimidated Nidoking and Nidalang, prompting them to retreat from their confrontation with the trainer's Pokemon. So cool. As Lear flew by, the children below couldn't help but cheer her on. Perhaps I should agree with her, her mother mused silently, a smile blossoming on her lips as she beheld Lear's confident visage. Indeed, only Lear could persuade her mother. Her father, glancing at his wife, couldn't help but reminisce as he observed Charmander in the sky. Charmander gently descended before Nidoking and Nidalang, and in that moment, Nidalang poked its head out from Lear's embrace to call out to its parents. Lear stepped away from Charmander, cradling Nidalang in her arms as she approached its parents. Rest assured, this child is full of spirit. With that, she placed Nidalang on the ground, nudging it gently to return to its parents. Nito. Nidolang leaped into Nidolang's embrace, relishing the warmth of its mother. Farewell, Nidolang. Nito? Nidolang turned to look at Lear, and its mother instantly understood its intent, allowing it to run back to Lear. Would you like to stay with me? Lear asked, to which Nidolang nodded, smiling as it accompanied Nidoking, entrusting its child to Lear. It seems the danger has passed. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they began to disperse, returning to their homes. Lear. Her mother rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm so sorry for causing you worry. Are you hurt? No. You were amazing. Riding Charmander through the skies. Flustered by her father's praise, Lear scratched her head, turning to Charmander. Thank you, Charmander. Leah expressed her heartfelt gratitude to little Starfire. For without it, she would not have accomplished such feats. However, the response she received was merely a yawn from little Starfire, who appeared somewhat fatigued after expending considerable energy. Nidoran. Nidoran let out a cry, and Leah, cradling it in her arms, earnestly addressed her parents. Mom, Dad, I wish to embark on a journey with this little one. Leah exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rode on little Starfire. I want to experience even more thrilling adventures together, and one day, we will undoubtedly become champions at the Pokemon League. Her father smiled at her resolute gaze and replied, to venture forth requires both one's dreams and companions. And Leah has found both. Keep striving, my dear. No matter what challenges you face, confronting them together will surely lead to success, her mother added, prompting a spark of excitement to light up Leah's eyes. So that means, yes, I support your decision to pursue the path of a Pokemon trainer. Yay. That's wonderful. The unexpected joy left Leah momentarily speechless, but ultimately filled her with elation, prompting her to leap with glee. Don't get too carried away. You might hurt yourself before you even get home, her mother chuckled, gently reminding her. Today, we have your favorite mushroom curry prepared. Really? I adore the curry you make. Dad. Amidst the laughter, Leah's astonishing day came to a close, ushering in the anticipation of new adventures and the stories yet to unfold. Wait, it seems we've forgotten someone. In the forest, Ash was still wandering, guided by the viewers in his live stream. Yet no matter how they prompted him, he could not escape the woods. Despair etched on his face, he decided to set up camp for the night, waiting for dawn to devise a new plan. The next day, Leah packed her belongings, strapping her backpack and hanging Nidoran's Pokeball at her waist, standing before her parents for a final farewell. I'm setting off. Take care of yourself, they responded, choosing not to dwell on emotional farewells that might only deepen their sorrow. Are you still worried about her? Her father asked, embracing her mother with concern. If her dreams remain unfulfilled, I wouldn't want her to be hurt. I was quite happy even when I lost to you. Both Nidoran and I gave it our all. His words earned a nod of agreement from her mother, who was joined by a Dragonite that nuzzled her chin. Indeed, although I lost as well, I have no regrets. I embarked on an adventure that was uniquely mine and met you along the way. Her mother's words caused her father to blush, turning his gaze away from her. Adventure is merely the first step. Leah's dreams will commence from here. Look, she's already ventured so far. The couple nestled together, watching Leah's retreating figure with genuine hopes for her smooth journey ahead. All right, Nidoran, let us charge. As Leah entered the forest, she encountered her first Pokemon, a Pidgey, and being a novice, she knew she must capture it. Thus, she sent Nidoran into battle against it. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a pair of sinister eyes was fixated upon Leah, primarily observing the stamina of both Nidoran and Pidgey. Hiss. The wild Ekans, noting the fatigue of Nidoran and Pidgey, leapt from the underbrush, baring its fangs as it lunged at Leah, seeking vengeance for the hunger it endured the previous day. Nidoran. Seeing this, Nidoran attempted to assist Leah, but having exhausted much of its energy in the battle against Pidgey, it found its legs unwilling to move. Is my journey about to end before it even begins? Dad. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Mom, I forgot to be vigilant again. Nidoran, run. Leah tossed Nidoran's Pokeball, despairingly closing her eyes and bracing for the inevitable. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. A brilliant flash of light surged past Leah, striking the Ekans with a powerful electric current, sending it flying into the unknown. Stunned, Leah turned to see the source of the electric attack. Champion. Chapter 23. The Pursuit of Ho-Oh, the Fiery Weather Vane Amidst Storms. Are you all right? Ash asked Leah as he approached her with concern. I'm fine. Really? Leah stammered, her cheeks flushed as she pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart race inexplicably. That's a relief. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and you? I'm Leah from Cherry Grove Town. It's an honor to meet you. Champion. Leah blushed, unable to meet Ash's gaze. You're from Cherry Grove Town? That is fantastic. Do you know how to exit this forest? I do. Please follow me, champion. Leah steadied her racing heart and turned to guide Ash through the woods. Today, Ash had no intention of going live. After all, streaming was merely a means to promote the battle expansion area he had agreed upon with Yashida. Yesterday had simply been to familiarize himself with the operations, and he would stream when he reached the battle expansion area or when he felt the urge. If one deemed him too headstrong, that was to be expected. After all, he was a champion now, and a touch of arrogance was permissible. Along the way, Leah felt too intimidated to speak, leading Ash to the city of ecology, perhaps overshadowed by the luminescent aura surrounding him, which ignited her feelings of inadequacy. Leah, are you a rookie trainer this year? Yes, Mr. Ash. I just began my journey today. Ash's sudden inquiry startled her, and she replied softly, her head lowered. What is your goal? I want to participate in the Johto League. I aspire to become the champion of the league. As she spoke of her ambition, Leah's excitement surged, and the self-doubt dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of confidence in her eyes. Seeing Leah's spirited demeanor reminded Ash of his own first day of travel, when his gaze had mirrored her own, brimming with confidence. Observing Leah, an idea struck him. Back then, he had the company of Brock and Misty, and now he would accompany this dream-filled young girl. Leah, may I invite you to travel with me? Sitting at the round table in the Pokemon Center, Leah occasionally stole glances at Ash. Unable to believe that such a prominent figure would accompany her on her journey, it felt as surreal as if Groudon were to take flight. Leah, are you planning to challenge the ecology gym? No, I intend to visit the pewter gym first. Leah shook her head. In her eyes, the ecology gym, the strongest in Johto, was beyond the reach of a novice like her, so she aimed to test herself at the pewter gym, one of the weakest in the region. Leah recalled the gym magazines she had read multiple times, her confidence growing as she remembered that pewter gym was a rock-type gym led by Brock, whose strength, according to the magazines, appeared to be lacking. Unbeknownst to Ash, Layla harbored these thoughts. Were he to discover them, he would undoubtedly scoff at her magazine, pondering if it were a relic from 2 decades past. The prowess of Brock was a topic for debate, as the gym leader had long since been supplanted by his brother, Jiro. Regrettably, Ash remained oblivious to these nuances. Otherwise, he would have kindly alerted Layla. The Nibi gym, you say? A commendable choice, Ash mused, glancing at Layla's Nidoran, genuinely believing she would garner a respectable evaluation there, albeit with a high likelihood of defeat, given Layla's scant experience as a trainer. At that moment, an elderly man, adorned with a cap and a beard that obscured half his face, entered the Pokemon Center. The instant he stepped into the space, it was as if his gaze locked onto Ash, and he hastened toward him. Young lad, you carry its scent. Who are you, old man? Ash inquired, bewildered, alongside Pikachu, as the old man hardly appeared to be a fan. I am Grandpa Fan. Long before embarking on my journey, I heard countless legends of Ho-Oh, and since then, I have aspired to encounter it. And you, young man, you possess its aroma. Grandpa Fan's voice grew fervent as he leaned closer to Ash, his excitement palpable. Were it not for the round table before them, he might have embraced Ash. You mean Ho-Oh? Hush. Layla interjected, her curiosity piqued. Grandpa Fan placed a finger to his lips, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Speak softly. We must not let others know of its existence. Layla and Ash exchanged bemused glances, mouths agape, eager to voice their thoughts, if that were the case. Why had he been so animated moments ago? Young man, can you accompany me? Let us go. Pikachu, Layla, Ash nodded in agreement, following Grandpa Fan. The trio exited the Pokemon Center, leaving the city of Tokyo behind as they entered the forest, heading toward Nibi City. All right, this is far enough. Young man, you have it, don't you? Have what? Deep within the forest, devoid of human presence, Grandpa Fan's anxious demeanor urged Ash onward, yet Ash remained perplexed. That thing. Upon hearing Grandpa Fan's words, Layla pondered for a moment before realizing, turning to Ash. Mr. Ash, do you have something related to Ho-Oh? Now that you mention it. With Layla's prompting, Ash recalled the feather he had received from Ho-Oh on the first day of his journey, which he had preserved meticulously and carried ever since. As he retrieved the resplendent, rainbow-hued feather from his backpack, Grandpa Fan's eyes widened, gleaming with fervor. This is its scent. Young man. No, brave one. You must complete the trials of the Rainbow Hero. I implore you, fulfill this old man's lifelong wish. He sank to his knees, beseeching Ash with profound reverence. There's no need for such theatrics, old man. I'll agree, but first, you must tell me what the trials of the Rainbow Hero entail. Yes. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, Grandpa Fan sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. He began to recount the tale of the Rainbow Hero. The Rainbow Hero is said to be bestowed by Ho-Oh upon a chosen human, granting them a token. Those who receive this token may then undertake the trials, guided by the token, ultimately leading them to Ho-Oh and allowing them to become the Rainbow Hero. And you possess the very token, the Rainbow Feather. Is that so? Ash nodded, indicating his understanding. To him, this was merely a minor undertaking, as he had faced far greater challenges, such as saving the world. Are you truly going to pursue this? It seems rather perilous, Layla expressed her concern. As a newcomer trainer, she had yet to confront such formidable trials. Fear not, Layla. With me, there's nothing to worry about. Ash reassured her confidently, thumping his chest. Well, all right. Layla was unable to counter Ash's resolve, her acceptance largely influenced by the sense of security he emanated. The rainbow feather in Ash's possession radiated blinding light, prompting the trio to shield their eyes. What is this? Ash was the first to open his eyes, witnessing the dazzling rainbow light emanating from the feather, which formed a bridge connecting him to the distant mountains. That is the Tenkyo mountain range, the fabled site where each generation of rainbow heroes undertakes their trials. It appears the rainbow feather has guided us there, Grandpa Fan remarked, gazing toward the distant peaks. That location is quite the opposite of our intended destination, Nibby City. Layla noted. That's all right. Adventure is rife with surprises, is it not? Ash smiled, unfazed by the need to backtrack later. After all, that is the essence of adventure. Unexpected occurrences that defy one's plans, necessitating adaptability. Very well. Layla held no objections. For her, collecting all 8 gym badges in her inaugural year was a dream beyond imagination. She was an ordinary person, unlike Ash, and she would be content with just 4 badges. Ha ha ha. Then let us not delay any further. We shall set forth at once. Absolutely. Thus, Grandpa Fan led Ash, Layla, and Pikachu toward the Tenkyo mountain range. Meanwhile, a figure lurked nearby, quietly observing their departure. Layla, come down. It's all right. I don't want to. Perched atop a cliff several dozen meters high, Layla peered down, bewildered as to how Ash and Grandpa Fan had descended. Was this a requisite skill for trainers? Yet, she harbored a fear of heights. Suddenly, the ground beneath her crumbled. As she plummeted, despair washed over her. Alas, my journey as a trainer is over. She lamented. Wait, why do I say again? B. Ash hurled a Pidgeot's Pokeball, successfully rescuing Layla from her impending doom. Phew, I thought I was done for. I told you it was fine. Ash and Grandpa Fan exchanged a knowing glance, chuckling helplessly. All right, let's move on. No, Grandpa, I'm so hungry and tired. I need to rest. Layla's cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction, a reaction that was entirely understandable, given that she had been pushing her physical limits since their departure. Navigating the forest was particularly challenging for a novice like her. Grandpa, let us find a spot to camp. The sun is setting, Ash suggested, gesturing toward the dimming sky. Grandpa Fan, acknowledging Ash's wisdom, conceded. Very well, I shall search for a cave to serve as our shelter for the night. Are we camping tonight? How wonderful. Observing Layla's enthusiasm, Ash reminisced about his own naive excitement for camping in the wild, only to realize. This ground is so hard. Layla lay upon the stony floor of the cave, the unyielding surface making sleep elusive. It dawned on her that traveling was perhaps not as idyllic as she had envisioned. Still awake, Layla? As Ash reclined in his sleeping bag, he observed the restless Layla, who finally spoke up. Mr. Ash, I'm not really feeling sleepy, haha. Layla's gaze darted away, avoiding direct eye contact with Ash, fearful that he might discern her embarrassment. However, Ash was already aware of her little secret. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a smaller sleeping bag. Here, I knew you hadn't brought one, but fortunately, I had an extra. Oh, thank you, Mr. Ash. Layla exclaimed as she accepted the sleeping bag, her heart swelling with joy at the soft material in her hands. No need for thanks. Just hurry and get some sleep. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. With a casual wave, Ash turned and nestled back into his own sleeping bag, pulling Pikachu, who had been exposed to the cold, closer to him. Layla smiled sweetly at Ash's warm and imposing figure illuminated by the campfire, then quickly burrowed into the sleeping bag he had given her. It's so warm, she murmured. Exhaustion washed over her, and she felt as if she were enveloped in Ash's embrace, safe and secure. It wasn't long before she drifted off into a deep slumber. The night passed swiftly, and Layla remained lost in her dreams, snug in her sleeping bag until Ash's voice stirred her awake. Good morning, Mr. Ash and Grandpa Van, she said, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning groggily. You're awake. Let's grab breakfast quickly. Grandpa Van and I will review the route ahead. Ash pointed toward a pot of delicious food wafting aromas by the campfire, expertly prepared by Grandpa Van. who had honed his culinary skills from many nights spent camping in pursuit of the legendary Pokemon, Ho-Oh. Once we cross this forest, we'll reach Baimu Town. There, we can replenish our supplies before continuing our journey to Tianqing Mountain, which we should reach by the day after tomorrow. Is that so? Then let's set off as soon as I've finished breakfast. I can't wait to battle Ho-Oh. Grandpa Van indicated a location on the map, and Ash's excitement surged as he envisioned the majestic form of Ho-Oh. Mr. Ash, let's go, Layla called, having completed her breakfast and gathered her belongings, joining Ash and Grandpa Van. All right, let us set off, Grandpa Van, Pikachu chirped, climbing onto Ash's shoulder as the trio prepared to leave, ensuring to extinguish the campfire in the cave before departing. Suddenly, as they traversed the forest, a torrential downpour descended upon them. Yet Baimu Town was not far off, and after a brief discussion, the three resolved to brave the storm to reach the town as quickly as possible. What's wrong, Layla? Ash inquired, noticing her eyes catch sight of a snow-white Darumaka lying on a wooden stump, clearly in distress as the rain battered its fragile form. Layla, ignoring Ash's question, broke away from their protective circle and dashed towards the poor Darumaka. Grandpa Van, we must help it, she urged. Of course. Grandpa Van understood the gravity of the situation and rushed after Layla alongside Ash. It's burning hot. Is it feverish? No, it feels freezing. Upon reaching the Darumaka, Layla's hand met its body, sensing an intense heat followed by an overwhelming chill. Layla, are you all right? That's a Galarian Darumaka, Ash exclaimed. Mr. Ash, Grandpa Van, please help it, she pleaded desperately. Of course. Though puzzled by how a Galarian Darumaka had appeared in the Kanto region, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Grandpa Van, ready to rush the creature to the Pokemon Center. I'll administer emergency treatment. Time was of the essence. Grandpa Van hastily removed his large backpack and rummaged through it for a set of emergency medical supplies. After completing these preparations, Layla cradled the Darumaka, while Ash removed his jacket and draped it over her head along with Grandpa Van's coat to shield her from the elements. Watching Layla embrace the Darumaka, Ash was reminded of his own adventures, realizing how much she resembled him. In the midst of the rain, the trio hurried with anxious expressions, their pace quickening. Any wild Pokemon that dared approach was swiftly deterred by Pikachu's electric shocks. Nurse Joy, please save this little one, Ash implored. Leave it to me, Nurse Joy replied, her Chansey ready to spring into action. They rushed into the Pokemon Center, handing the ailing Darumaka over to Nurse Joy, whose expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing the creature's suffering. She promptly took it from Layla and headed towards the emergency room. Don't worry, Layla. The Darumaka will be fine, Ash reassured her. Indeed, Nurse Joy and her team are incredibly skilled. I want to see that little one, Layla insisted, her worry persisting. Brother Cross, what happened to your Darumaka? Chapter 24. Once again confronting Dio, Marshadao, and Ho-Oh. Brother Cross, where's your Darumaka? Oh, you mean that one? My father brought it back from Galar. It was so weak that it couldn't even defeat Dio's Rockruff, so I just left it in the forest. Probably still waiting for me to return, huh? In a corner of the Pokemon Center, two men reveled in discussing their misdeeds around a round table. Even Ash, now a champion, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, his face contorting with rage as he approached the man, seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. What are you saying, you scoundrel? Do you have any idea what you've done? And who are you to tell me what to do? Cross sneered, attempting to free himself from Ash's grip, but despite his efforts, he could not budge Ash even by an inch. Ah, so we have a righteous trainer here. If you have the guts, fight me. It's just a Darumaka. I can have as many as I want. Cross's contemptuous demeanor ignited Ash's fury, while Grandpa Van, who was recording the entire scene, felt his own anger boiling over at such a despicable individual. He discreetly hid the camera in the corner and stood with Ash, ready to confront Cross. Just then, Nurse Joy emerged from the emergency room and, upon witnessing the confrontation, quietly retreated, pulling the worried Layla back with her. Although the Pokemon Center strictly prohibited violence, one had to consider who was involved. Ash, now a champion of Kanto, could very well be seen as an authority figure. In such circumstances, a blind eye could be turned, especially to shield a child from witnessing such cruelty. Zap! Ah! Pikachu, Thunderbolt! Pika! Pika! In a united front, Ash, Grandpa Van, and Pikachu descended upon the unfortunate Cross, who was subjected to a barrage of punches, kicks, and electric shocks, while his accomplices had long since fled. Nurse Joy, this guy is injured. Please give him treatment, Ash remarked, carelessly tossing the unconscious Cross onto the ground. Oh dear, I'll attend to him right away. How careless of him. Nurse Joy said with a wry smile as she surveyed Cross, battered and bruised, electric shocks still flickering across his body. Chansey, please take this child to the regular ward. As they waited for Chansey to carry Cross away, Nurse Joy leaned closer to Ash and whispered, "Champion, is it really appropriate to be so cavalier about violence?" Miss Joy was indeed in a predicament. Realizing that she had been misled by Joy, Ash hastily attempted to clarify the situation. Upon understanding the entirety of the incident, she was exceedingly irate. "Blissey, take that child to the refuse room. And as for those healing potions, they are unnecessary. Just hook him up to an saline solution." Miss Joy, observing the returning Blissey, intended to relocate Cross to a different room. One must commend Miss Joy for maintaining her medical ethics, even in her fury, as she still provided Cross with a room to reside in, albeit one that was akin to a rubbish chamber. Where's my camera?" Grandpa Fan returned to the spot where he had placed his camera, only to find it mysteriously vanished. He searched high and low, but to no avail. "Dayu, it's this guy? Oh, it's you again. I still haven't avenged my Charmeleon's defeat." Seeing the familiar figure before him, Ash felt a wave of recognition. It was none other than Dayu, the trainer who had abandoned Charmeleon. He was taken aback to discover that Dayu was thriving. "Humph. It seems your memory is quite sharp. You remember me well. I've heard from my little brother that you've confronted Cross, haven't you? What's the matter? Do you wish to seek retribution for him?" "Pika." Ash glared at Dayu, his eyes ablaze with fury, while Pikachu mirrored his hostility. "Let us set the record straight. I don't engage in physical altercations. How about a Pokemon battle instead?" "Allow me, Mr. Ash." Leah stepped forward, having heard the events from Grandpa Fan, her heart seething with indignation. It doesn't matter who you are. I'll make sure you witness the might of my newly acquired Pokemon." The battle arena outside the Pokemon Center was charged with tension as Dayu threw his Pokeball, unleashing a Houndour. "Nidoran, it's your turn." "Neato." Leah responded by sending out Nidoran to face Houndour. Neither side possessed a distinct advantage based on type, so the ensuing battle would hinge upon the prowess of the Pokemon and the trainer's strategies. "Nidoran, strike first." "Horn attack." Leah commanded decisively, as Nidoran's horn radiated with a brilliant light and charged toward Houndour. "Houndour, use Flame Wheel." Dayu ordered, and while Houndour ensnared Nidoran in flames, the latter's relentless momentum shattered the fiery vortex. Nidoran's sharp horn collided with Houndour's body, sending it hurtling as if struck by a freight truck. Houndour, ejected from the battlefield, gazed up at Dayu with a feeble expression, only to be met with disdain from its trainer, leaving it crestfallen. "TCH, just another worthless creature. Fine. You can go." Dayu disdainfully tossed Houndour's Pokeball to the ground and stomped on it, reverting it to its wild state. Next time, just as Dayu attempted to speak, an immense force struck from behind, pinning him to the ground. "Miss Junsha," Leah exclaimed with delight, recognizing the figure as Miss Junsha from the town, accompanied by a Machoke that held Dayu firmly down. "Greetings, everyone. I received a report of someone mistreating Pokemon." With that, two uniformed officials emerged from the Pokemon Center, carrying Cross, who was hooked up to an saline solution, and unceremoniously tossed him into the police vehicle. "As for this fellow, he seems to be linked to the recent Pokemon trafficking incidents. I must take him in for questioning." Miss Junsha seized Dayu by the hair, lifting his face to hers with a chilling smile that instilled fear within him. After Miss Junsha departed, the incident drew to a close, while Grandpa Fan continued his search for his camera. "What are you looking for, Grandpa Fan?" Ash inquired, observing the man's frantic search, while Leah, having recalled Nidoran, regarded him with curiosity. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely an ordinary camera I purchased recently. However, it has gone missing. I suppose I shall buy another one." Grandpa Fan scratched his head, not overly concerned, as acquiring a new one seemed feasible. "Is that the champion? Humph. Watch me upload this footage online and ruin his reputation." Meanwhile, a minion of Grandpa Fan lurked in a shadowy alley, leering at the camera in his hands. After successfully downloading the footage, he uploaded the video to the Pokemon network. "Come with us." Miss Junsha appeared behind him, smiling mischievously. Although apprehended, he had already uploaded the video, which rapidly circulated online. Shocking. Current Kanto champion, Ash's unspoken truth. It may shatter your worldview. Many were unable to resist clicking on the video upon reading the title, only to witness Ash confronting Cross. As viewers finished the video, reactions varied. Some were indignant, others remained composed, while a few steadfastly believed their champion would not act without cause. Hello. This is the Oddities channel. What do you think about Mr. Ash's video? There must be a reason for his actions. That is beyond question. Prominent streamers and their followers on the platform, led by the Oddities channel, expressed faith in the integrity of their champion, Ash. Within less than half a day, as the situation escalated, Miss Junsha and Miss Joy hurried to dispel the rumors. Even as an anonymous source released a video detailing Ash and Leah rescuing the fiery Torkoal, culminating in the confrontation with Cross. The tide of public opinion swiftly turned, with those who had previously been outraged or merely observing now rallying to demand increased penalties for Dayu and Cross. As Ash and his companions prepared in Mimic Town, they set forth on their journey to the Celadon Mountains, entirely oblivious to the external turmoil. Torkoal. As they traversed the forest, a pristine white Torkoal bounded from the underbrush, its eyes fervently fixed on Leah. "It seems this one has taken a liking to you," Ash remarked, a grin on his face, while Grandpa Fan chuckled. The implication unmistakable as they sought to encourage Leah to capture the Torkoal. Is that truly acceptable? Mr. Ash and Grandpa Fan have already accomplished so much. No worries. I am of advanced years, and my sole aspiration is to meet Ho-Oh. Capturing this little one would only stifle its potential, Grandpa Fan resolutely declined. For his age left him little energy to nurture another Pokemon beyond his pursuit of Ho-Oh. "Oh, I've been meaning to train the other Pokemon I have stored with Professor Oak, so I hadn't planned on capturing any new ones." Leah conceded. "Very well, Torkoal. Do you wish to accompany me?" Leah turned back to the Torkoal, aware that its consent was paramount. "Torkoal." The creature nodded eagerly, tapping on her waist where her Pokeball hung. With a flash of red light, the Pokeball shook before emitting a satisfying click, signifying Torkoal's successful capture. "I have captured Torkoal," Leah exclaimed joyfully, clutching the Pokeball, for this was her second Pokemon acquired by her own efforts. "Congratulations, Leah. Be sure to train it well," Ash encouraged. "Of course, Mr. Ash." After Leah successfully captured the fiery, unyielding Pokemon, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. In the realm of time, a colossal, deep blue Pokemon was fixated on the petite, pink figure before it. "Little one, you've once again surreptitiously employed the ripples of time. However, it matters not, for it has greatly aided us," Ash mused. "I'm so exhausted." "Mr. Ash," Grandpa Fan, "how can you both remain so full of energy?" As they traversed the rugged mountain path, Leah, glancing at the lively duo beside her, could not help but voice her thoughts. "Ha. You'll get accustomed to it in no time. Our adventure has only just begun," Grandpa Fan chuckled. "Indeed, Leah, once you have explored the entirety of Kanto, you will experience tremendous growth. Can we take a break first?" Leah suggested, genuinely fatigued, her feet aching from the trek. At that moment, she longed for the comfort of her bed at home and the delicious curry made by her father. "Let us call it a day, Grandpa Fan. We can continue tomorrow." Ash, aware that Leah, as a novice traveler, might not possess the best stamina, did not insist on pushing forward. "All right, I agree, judging by the weather. It seems we are in for quite a storm tonight." "Huh, really?" Leah questioned, peering at the clear sky, puzzled by Grandpa Fan's assertion. Perhaps this was yet another instance of his extensive wilderness experience. "Well then, I shall search for a cave. You two can rest here for a while." With that, Grandpa Fan plunged into the underbrush in search of shelter from the impending rain. Before long, he returned, having discovered a cave not far off. It appeared they would not have to sleep beneath the stars tonight. Leading Ash and Leah to the cave, Grandpa Fan set about organizing their space and kindling a fire to prepare dinner. Tonight, he would be the chef, as he was the only one among them proficient in culinary skills. Although Ash could whip up a few simple dishes, they often lacked presentation and flavor, so he opted to refrain. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and flashes of lightning, followed by torrential raindrops pounding against the leaves. Just as the storm broke, Grandpa Fan's dinner was ready, filling the cave with a delightful aroma. After enjoying their meal, the trio decided to retire early to rest, hoping to ascend to the summit of Tianqing Mountain in one go the next day. Pika. At that moment, an intense heat emanated from the rain, instantly detected by Pikachu and Ash, though Grandpa Fan and Leah remained oblivious to any disturbance. It was not until the presence entered the cave that they discerned it was a larger Pokemon, adorned with fiery orange fur and robust limbs, each encircled by iron rings. "Entei!" they exclaimed in unison. "Pika!" Upon sighting the majestic figure, Ash and his companions gasped, while the Pokemon trailing Entei retreated a few steps, frightened by the human voices. "Shoo, let us not disturb them. They must also be seeking refuge from the rain," the seasoned Grandpa Fan advised, having quickly noticed the Pokemon behind Entei. "Understood. But why is Entei here?" Ash nodded in agreement, but remained curious about the legendary Pokemon's presence. "Because of you," Grandpa Fan replied. "Because of me?" Ash echoed, perplexed. Indeed, when the Rainbow Hero undergoes trials, the three legendary beasts roam the world to meet the chosen one. "Ah, I see," Ash realized, understanding now. The cave seemed to grow quiet, as they refrained from communicating with Entei, knowing that even if they did, comprehension would be elusive. Chapter 25, The Shadow's Guide, Ho-Oh. Let us battle. Have they departed? Ash murmured the next morning, noticing that Inti and the other Pokemon had vanished without a trace. Brave one, you are awake. Breakfast is ready. Once we eat, we shall set forth, Grandpa Fan announced. All right, Grandpa. Sitting by the campfire, a large pot emitted an enticing aroma, causing Ash to swallow involuntarily at the delightful scent. Although he yearned to indulge immediately, his long-established habits compelled him to first brush his teeth and wash his face. Lear, wake up. It's time to rise. Passing by Lear's sleeping bag, he noted her serene smile, likely a remnant of a pleasant dream. He felt reluctant to disrupt her slumber, but they needed to continue their journey, so he gently urged her awake. Fortunately, she awoke without any significant grumpiness. Yes, Mr. Ash. I'm getting up now. As they prepared for breakfast, the trio released their Pokemon to share in the delightful meal. Once everything was ready, Ash and his companions set off towards the peak of Tianqing Mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous Pokemon. While Ash and Grandpa Fan had seen countless before, for Lear, each new Pokemon was a delightful surprise. Look, a Shinx. Excellent. This time, we must capture Pikachu. Our secret weapon this time will surely succeed. James confidently patted his chest, brimming with assurance regarding their latest contraption. Boom. What just happened? Is it the Shinx? We haven't even done anything yet. How infuriating. Suddenly, Meowth's hot air balloon erupted into flames, followed by a violent explosion, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky once more. What an annoying feeling. Meowth lamented. From the shadows of the forest, a diminutive figure with a cold gaze observed the departing Team Rocket, and once they had vanished from sight, it melted into the darkness. I'm so tired. Mr. Ash, Grandpa Fan, can we rest for a moment? Lear remarked, feeling her energy drain rapidly after ascending the mountain for only a short while. Spotting a sizable rock, she chose to sit down for a breather. Lear, get down. Ash suddenly recalled something as he noticed the rock beneath her. The interconnected stones resembled the pre-evolution of his friend Brock Steelix, known as Onyx. Huh, why? Lear inquired, slightly confused, when suddenly the rock beneath her began to tremble. She was lifted high into the air by the Onyx, estimating a distance of several meters. Panic surged through her as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Fortunately, the Onyx remained still, its face contorted in pain as if enduring great suffering. Lear, don't move. Ash thought rapidly about how to handle the situation when the Onyx suddenly charged through the woods, leaving Lear startled atop its head. What is happening? With keen eyes, Ash caught sight of a metal object lodged in the Onyx's body, instantly understanding why it appeared to be in such agony. Pikachu, let us go? Pika. Without a second thought for Grandpa Fan, Ash and Pikachu dashed after the massive creature, eager to assist both Lear and the Onyx. Stay calm, Onyx. Meanwhile, Lear adjusted to her precarious position atop the Onyx's head. Although still frightened, her kind-hearted nature compelled her to gently stroke the Onyx's head, hoping to soothe it and prevent further chaos. Lear, Pikachu, aim for the ground in front of Onyx and use Iron Tail. In hot pursuit of the Onyx, Ash and Pikachu moved with incredible speed, as if propelled by sheer determination. Pika Pika, Pikachu, utilizing its tail as a propelling springboard, leaped from behind the Onyx, soaring into its path, delivering a powerful iron tail strike upon the ground before it. With a thunderous roar, the ground instantaneously caved in, fracturing into uneven chunks under the force of the blow. Regrettably, the Onyx had succumbed to a frenzied state, disregarding both Layla's soft reassurances and Pikachu's intimidating display of strength. In its madness, the Onyx began to relentlessly ram its head against the nearby rock walls. Despite Layla's desperate grip on the indented area of its head, her strength was ultimately no match for the Onyx, which flung her away as it lost its balance. Fortunately, Ash, who was following closely behind, acted swiftly, mustering all his strength to catch her just before she hit the ground. Are you all right, Layla? He inquired. Yes, I'm fine, she replied. Her face flushed as she leaned against Ash's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper, though he managed to hear her. That's a relief. Pikachu, it's time to get serious. Let's go for another Iron Tail. When faced with an opponent that was impervious to both gentleness and threats, one must resort to a more formidable approach. With determination, Pikachu's tail transformed, becoming both thick and rigid, striking with a force that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens, now directed straight at the Onyx itself. Though Ash held a deep fondness for Pokemon, he equally treasured his companions, and the recent near harm that the Onyx had inflicted upon Layla ignited a fierce anger within him, altering his expression to one that was truly fearsome. Pikachu. With a tremendous force, Pikachu unleashed its iron tail, the dazzling silver arc sending the gargantuan onyx hurtling away. A resounding crash echoed as the onyx's form dented the rock wall, its metallic adornments scattering into the ether. Onyx? The onyx, having been thoroughly chastised by Pikachu's iron tail, abruptly regained its senses, glancing left and right. Upon spotting Pikachu's diminutive figure, it appeared to witness a great terror, its expression morphing into one of fear as it hastily burrowed away from the scene. Ash, Layla, are you both unharmed? A familiar voice resonated from behind them. Ash turned to see Grandpa Fan, who had just been flung aside by him. Ahem, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Youth truly has its advantages. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Layla cradled in Ash's arms, Grandpa Fan remarked with a knowing tone, backing away as if to grant Ash and Layla some privacy. No, Grandpa Fan, your arrival is perfectly timed. Ash's declaration astonished Grandpa Fan, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in disbelief. Layla's hand is injured. Could you please assist her? Ah, so that's what you meant. Of course, no problem, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head, unbothered by any sense of embarrassment at his age. What did you think I meant? Well, Grandpa Fan's mind raced as he sought a reasonable excuse that Ash could comprehend. I thought you wanted to take her away for some secret training. Yes, that's it, training. Oh, I see now, Grandpa Fan. But let's discuss the training later. Please help Layla first. With a sigh of relief, Grandpa Fan approached Layla, who was still nestled in Ash's embrace, her cheeks flushed and hesitant to speak. He smiled at her shyness, recognizing that young girls could be easily flustered. Producing emergency medicine from his bag, he promptly tended to her reddened wrist. Fortunately, it's merely a sprain. However, Layla, you must refrain from using your left hand for the time being. Yes, I understand. Also, Ash, please set me down. I can manage. Layla nodded, indicating her understanding, and gently pushed against Ash's chest with her functioning right hand. Oh, I completely forgot, Ash replied, sheepishly wiping his nose with a finger as he released her. That's all right. Ash, let us continue on our journey, Layla said, her demeanor returning to normal now that she was no longer in Ash's arms, speaking more confidently. Indeed, she is still quite the young girl, Grandpa Fan mused, noting the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes and a hint of reluctance. He shook his head in exasperation, pondering whether anyone could ever enlighten Ash, no matter how much time passed. Ash, look, it's a Butterfree. How beautiful, Layla exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the Butterfree, its wings dispersing a cascade of iridescent powder. This reaction was entirely natural, as young girls often gravitate towards splendid sights. Ash, Grandpa, look, that's my Nidoran. She pointed towards a cluster in the woods where several Nidoran, slightly slimmer than hers, frolicked playfully. Look, Ash, over there. Layla bubbled with excitement, her enthusiasm elevating the atmosphere as she expressed joy towards every sight, even though she had encountered before, as if experiencing them for the first time. Thus, Ash and his companions soon reached the summit of Tianqing Mountain, where the clouds swirled around the peak, rendering the place a veritable paradise, with scattered crystal pillars adorning the ground. Just ahead of Ash, a cluster of crystal pillars caught the sunlight, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. What is that? That is the Rainbow Stone. By placing the rainbow feather upon it, one can summon Ho-Oh and become the Rainbow Hero. However, Grandpa Fan's expression grew pensive. According to legend, it should have appeared long ago, yet we have yet to see its presence. He withheld his thoughts, recognizing that legends often diverge from reality. What are we waiting for? Pikachu, let's go. Pika Pika. Ash and Pikachu surged with excitement. For their journey's purpose was not only to assist Grandpa Fan, but also to encounter the magnificent bird they had seen on their very first day, hoping for an exhilarating Pokemon battle. Wait, Ash, come back. Suddenly, shadows beneath the Rainbow Stone began to stir, prompting Grandpa Fan to shout a warning to Ash, urging him to halt. Pikachu, Irontail. Fortunately, Ash was no longer the naive child he once was, foreseeing the impending danger. He commanded Pikachu while donning the Aura Guardian gloves. Pika. Pikachu executed its iron tail, cleaving through the shadows, revealing a small, gray Pokemon that intercepted the attack. Marshadao. The shadowy guide, Marshadao. Ash returned to Grandpa Fan and Layla, unable to suppress his curiosity. Grandpa Fan, do you know this Pokemon? Indeed. It is said to be the Pokemon that cleanses the hearts of unworthy trainers during the trials of the Rainbow Hero, known as the Shadow Pokemon, Marshadao. The Shadow Pokemon, Marshadao. Excellent, Pikachu. I'm fired up. Ash's eyes ignited with the fervor for battle, while Grandpa Fan quickly added, Hero, be cautious. Marshadao is exceptionally strong. Fear not, Grandpa Fan. Regardless of how powerful the opponent may be, victory will ultimately be mine. Ash adjusted his cap, his eyes brimming with boundless confidence. In the past, he would have hesitated to utter such words, but now, as a champion of two regions, how could he possibly be defeated by a mere guiding Pokémon? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The golden lightning surged forth from Pikachu, striking towards Marshadao and leaving a gash in the ground. Marshadao, unfazed by the impending electricity, displayed a disdainful glint in its eyes. With its fists ignited in ghostly green flames, it unleashed a barrage of fire punches, dispersing the lightning, before vanishing into the shadows, completely disappearing from sight. Pikachu behind you. Electric Net. Through the bond of aura connecting him to Pikachu, Ash was able to issue commands without words. As his aura detected a presence behind Pikachu, he swiftly relayed the information. Emerging from the shadows, Marshadao was immediately ensnared by the electric net. Yet, this attack was merely a nuisance to Marshadao, rousing it slightly. With a swift fire punch, it shattered the net and lunged towards Pikachu. Marshadao's fists, ablaze with ghostly green flames, made it appear as though it were a messenger from the underworld. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Marshadao's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Pikachu. Fortunately, Ash's commands were nearly instantaneous, allowing Pikachu to act almost in sync with his thoughts, thereby significantly reducing the time it took for Pikachu to receive his instructions. The clash between Fire Punch and Iron Tail was fierce. Although both Pokémon matched each other in strength, the Steel-type Iron Tail was at a disadvantage against Fire Punch, placing Pikachu in a precarious position. The two Pokémon engaged in a vigorous close-quarters battle, neither yielding an inch. The intensity of the skirmish rekindled a sense of enjoyment within Marshadao, and its fiery fists blazed ever more fiercely. However, it soon sensed something amiss. Although their strengths had been evenly matched moments before, Marshadao could feel that the power of the yellow mouse before it was surging, surpassing its own. Enraged, Marshadao recalled a painful memory, one of being scorned by both humans and Pokémon alike. As a mythical Pokémon and Shadow Guide, it felt an intense humiliation. Thus, Marshadao resolved to confront Pikachu with utmost seriousness, determined to make the yellow mouse pay dearly. Suddenly, Marshadao's aura intensified. Its previously shadowy form coalesced into a formidable presence, drawing in the natural energies around it. The darkness of its head transformed, two electric-patterned lines spreading from its ghostly green eyes. What is this? Ash pondered, while the frightened Layla urged, Mr. Ash, perhaps we should run. Unlike Ash and Layla, Grandpa Fan's memories were stirred, recalling tales told by his grandmother in his youth. In addition to the three legendary beasts, Ho-Oh has another Pokémon hidden in the shadows that tests trainers aspiring to become the Rainbow Hero. It is said to possess power greater than that of the three beasts, and that Pokémon is called Marshadao, now known as the Shadow Guide. But little fan, do you know the story of Marshadao before it became the Shadow Guide? Huh, Grandma, what is it? Tell me please. The Shadow Guide, Marshadao, was born from the shadows and was once a timid and weak Pokémon. Yet, it could lurk in the shadows, learning battle techniques from other Pokémon during their fights, a trait that earned it the moniker of the Shadow Thief. In the process of acquiring these techniques, it gradually grew stronger, ultimately grasping its own unique and powerful essence. Ash the Hero. That is the 7-star Soul Steel Kick. Marshadao's ultimate technique. Grandpa Fan's aged voice echoed in Ash's ears, who waved his hand dismissively, responding with unwavering confidence. I told you, Grandpa Fan, no matter how strong the opponent, Pikachu and I will not lose. Pikachu, Iron Tail, Marshadao roared, unleashing its ultimate technique in 7 kicks reminiscent of shattering stars. In response, Ash's Pikachu utilized Iron Tail to defend itself, successfully blocking each of the 7 strikes despite the immense difference in momentum. Marshadao paused, visibly taken aback. After all, this was its strongest move. Yet it was countered by the yellow mouse. Well done, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Seizing the moment while Marshadao was momentarily stunned, Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. The golden lightning enveloping Marshadao and inducing a numbing effect that calmed its racing mind. Flames erupted from Marshadao, and it retaliated with Fire Punch, shattering the surrounding electricity before charging at Pikachu, perhaps intending to employ the same tactic again, as Pikachu seemed to possess only Iron Tail as a melee attack. Observing Marshadao's Fire Punch, Ash smiled faintly, as though everything had unfolded according to his strategy. Pikachu, Iron Tail. In its fully powered state, Marshadao's abilities did not heighten, but it could perfectly mimic the actions and techniques of its opponents, integrating them into its own moves. As Pikachu closed in on Marshadao, it could discern every breath and movement with near-perfect clarity, making it feel as though it were battling itself, a sensation that was quite disconcerting. Yet Ash maintained a victor-esque smile, as if he had a plan in mind. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Pikachu emitted a series of Pika sounds in response. The Electro Ball was a move Pikachu had learned at the Unova League. It seemed forgotten, but was merely underutilized, as league competitions only permitted 4 moves. Now, in the wild, such restrictions were lifted. Suddenly, an electric-type energy sphere manifested at the tip of Pikachu's steel tail. This unexpected Electro Ball caught Marshadao off guard, striking it directly and sending it hurtling back. Pikachu, for the final blow, let us unleash our full power. Ash threw his cap high into the air, and Pikachu leaped, catching it and placing it upon its head. The surrounding natural energies began converging towards Pikachu, elevating its aura. Our super full power, Volt Tackle. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and rainbow-colored lightning responded to Pikachu's call. As Marshadao confronted this overwhelming assault, it recalled the day it faced Ho-Oh and encountered the sacred fire. The moment it had decided to join Ho-Oh. The multicolored lightning engulfed Marshadao, which, without employing any defenses, calmly accepted the formidable attack. Just as it was on the verge of losing consciousness, a rainbow appeared from the horizon, connecting to the rainbow stone, drawing the rainbow-colored feather Ash carried towards it. With a piercing cry, Ho-Oh descended from the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames imbued with powerful life energy towards Marshadao, enveloping its body and not only shielding it from Pikachu's Volt Tackle, but also healing its injuries. After receiving the assistance of the legendary Ho-Oh, Marshadao gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing his immediate superior approach, he silently retreated into the shadows, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes to observe the unfolding events. As Ho-Oh arrived, Ash and Pikachu diverted their attention away from Marshadao, focusing intently on the majestic creature, their eyes ignited with boundless determination. Not far behind Ash, Grandpa Fan, upon witnessing the arrival of Ho-Oh, could no longer contain the tears that flowed from his eyes. 60 years. I have sought you for 60 long years. At last, I behold you. For Grandpa Fan, the pursuit of Ho-Oh and the moment of encountering it constituted the entirety of his existence, and with Ash's aid, his ultimate wish had been fulfilled, leaving him with no regrets. Grandpa Fan, are you all right? Inquisitive, Layla spoke up, noticing his sudden outburst of tears. Haha, I'm fine. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy, Grandpa Fan replied with a smile. That's a relief, Layla sighed, though she could empathize. Should she achieve her goal of becoming the champion of the Pokemon League one day, she too would likely feel as ecstatic as Grandpa Fan. Ho-Oh, let us battle, Ash boldly declared, his eyes fixed on the majestic creature. Ho-Oh did not respond verbally, merely nodding in agreement, thus acknowledging Ash as the rainbow hero. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash and Pikachu seized the initiative, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning that surged forth like a colossal beast toward Ho-Oh. As a dual-type flying and fire Pokemon, Ho-Oh displayed no fear towards the golden bolts. Instead, it exhaled flames imbued with a sense of destruction, devouring the Thunderbolt with ease. The battle was set to commence, and from the base of Tianshan Mountain, one could witness the clash of electricity and fire. As dusk fell, the Pokemon Center at the foot of Tianshan welcomed 3 guests. Ms. Joy, please heal my Pokemon, Ash said cheerfully, handing over his slightly injured Pikachu to Ms. Joy. You seem quite happy. Did you have a battle? With Ho-Oh. Oh. Ho-Oh. Ms. Joy paused, contemplating as she prepared to take Pikachu for treatment, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait. Ho-Oh? Grandpa Fan, are you leaving? The following morning, Grandpa Fan, Ash, and Layla stood outside the Pokemon Center, exchanging their final farewells. Haha, yes. I have accomplished the goal I pursued my entire life. But last night, I conceived a new aspiration. What is it, Grandpa Fan? Layla asked, her curiosity piqued. To ensure that more people learn of the tale between Ho-Oh and the hero Ash, I shall continue my journey. Farewell, my friends. Goodbye, Grandpa Fan. Farewell, Grandpa Fan. In contrast to Ash's composed demeanor, Layla appeared despondent, for it was her first separation from a companion with whom she had shared adventures, and she felt a sense of reluctance. Yet, she understood that each person has their own aspirations and refrained from making any pleas for him to stay. With Grandpa Fan gone, Ash and Layla embarked on their journey to Nibby City. Time, indeed, seemed to fly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The adventure of the Rainbow Hero had concluded, but Ash and Layla's journey would persist. I promise it will continue. Chapter 26. Did Layla get exposed? After concluding their adventure at Tianshan, Ash and Layla resumed their journey towards Nibby City. What is this? Ash pondered, holding a small pouch containing a pile of ashes. A gift from Ho-Oh, though its purpose remained a mystery. Look, Layla, that is Nibby City. As they emerged from the forest, a city encircled by rocky mountains came into view, exuding a robust essence of stone. Nibi City, my first gym challenge, Layla murmured, her eyes reflecting her long-held anticipation for this inaugural challenge. But first, let's head to the Pokemon Center for a shower. I felt rather unclean after camping outdoors for the past few days, Layla lamented, recalling how they had hurriedly traversed the forest, resulting in her sleeping in caves or tree hollows for several nights. The silver lining was that her stamina had gradually improved, and she no longer felt utterly exhausted after mere moments. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Layla eagerly made her way to her room, intending to indulge in a warm bath and rest adequately before preparing to challenge the gym the following day. So refreshing. She sighed as she removed her clothing and stepped into the tub. The warm water enveloped her, providing instant relief from her fatigue. Gradually, weariness overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Ash returned to his room to tidy up, quickly showered, changed into clean clothes, and stepped outside. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here, Ash announced as he knocked on a door, from within which a youthful voice responded, accompanied by the sounds of several children chattering. As the door swung open, a boy, nearly Ash's height with a spiky hairstyle and squinting eyes, appeared before him. Long time no see, Satoshi. I brought gifts for you and your siblings, Ash said, holding up a large basket of berries, while Pikachu greeted the boy with a cheerful Pika Pika. Ah, Satoshi, it's been ages. Congratulations on becoming the Kanto champion. This boy was Satoshi's friend, Shigeru, who had become the current trainer of the Nibi Gym after passing the Pokemon Inspector's examination following his brother Takashi's departure to pursue his dream of becoming a Pokemon doctor. Is that Takashi and his wife, Mizuki? Ash glanced inside and spotted two familiar figures, the former Nibi Gym leader Takashi and his wife Mizuki. Hey, Satoshi. Long time no see. I didn't expect that just as Mizuki and I returned from our travels, you would suddenly become our superior. I still remember when you battled Onyx with Pikachu, Takashi teased, causing Ash to bashfully scratch the back of his head. All right, enough teasing. Since you're here, let's have a meal together and enjoy Mizuki's cooking, he added. Thank you for your hospitality, Takashi, Ash replied. Mizuki placed a bowl of Pokemon food before Pikachu, gently patting its head as she remarked, I never imagined such a cute little creature could defeat both Lance and Red. Pikachu, slightly bashful, blushed and scratched its cheek with its paw. By the way, Satoshi, what brings you to Nibi City? Takashi asked, taking a bite of the meal Mizuki had served. After all, given Ash's current status, he wouldn't be wandering aimlessly without cause. I'm training to become a Pokemon master and have collaborated with Mr. Akihito in Alola. So I plan to head to the battle factory near Nibi City tomorrow. Is that so? Haha, young people truly possess a vigor that we older folks lack, Takashi chuckled. As Ash gazed at Wuning, he was reminiscent of his younger self, who, too, harbored grand dreams. Alas, after establishing a family and career, he could no longer indulge in such abandon. However, witnessing his child drawn nearer to their aspirations brought a unique flavor to his heart. Ah, by the way, I encountered a junior traveler on my journey. She is diligently striving towards the Kanto League, preparing to challenge the Nibi Gym tomorrow. Suddenly, Ash turned to Wuning, as if struck by a thought. Are you suggesting that Jiro should go easy on her during the battle? Of course not. I want you, Uncle Wuning, to take the stage. Upon hearing Ash's words, not only Wuning but also Jiro were taken aback. Are you serious, Ash? My father is exceptionally strong. Indeed, Ashkoin. I would never go easy in a battle, and the gym merely tests whether the challenger deserves a badge. I am well aware of that. I merely hope Uncle Wuning can provide Lear with a slight setback, considering she is just embarking on her journey as a trainer. Upon hearing Ash's reasoning, Wuning instantly grasped his intent. It would be far better for her to face a setback early on than to be crushed later, especially since the subsequent gym trainers were quite formidable. Very well, I concur. Bring her over tomorrow. Thank you so much, Uncle Wuning. Ha ha ha, you are a companion of Brock. This is nothing. Wuning, unfazed, appreciated the fact that Ash had previously aided his son immensely, and given the vast difference in their current identities and statuses, it was an honor to assist Ash in any way. After dinner, Ash and Pikachu returned to the Pokemon Center, while Lear, having succumbed to the comfort of her bath, had only just awakened. How delightful. Why has it suddenly grown so dark? Is it already this late? Lear glanced out at the pitch-black night sky, puzzled, and pulled out her Rotom phone from the clothes she had discarded. As the screen illuminated, the time, nearing midnight, came into view. Gurgle. Hunger surged within Lear as she awoke, her stomach protesting audibly. Knock, knock, knock. Lear, are you in there? Ash's voice rang out from outside, leaving Lear perplexed as to why he would seek her at such a late hour. Could it be? Lear's face flushed, her breath quickening as inappropriate images flooded her mind. Just as she hesitated to open the door, Ash's voice called out again. Is Lear okay? It's taking quite a while. Should we be concerned? Pika. Pikachu echoed, and a sense of foreboding washed over Lear as she hastily wrapped herself in a towel and opened the door. Ash stood there, with Pikachu's tail glowing white, seemingly poised to force the door open with iron tail. Are you alright, Lear? I'm fine, Mr. Ash. But is there a reason you came to see me so late? Ha ha ha, not particularly. I asked Nurse Joy, and she mentioned you hadn't gone out since arriving at the Pokemon Center. I thought you might not have had dinner yet. So I brought you this specialty fossil bread from Nibby City. As he spoke, Ash handed her a gray bag adorned with the emblem of the Nibby City Museum. Oh, thank you, Mr. Ash. Lear exclaimed, pleasantly surprised as she accepted the delicious offering, her stomach eagerly anticipating the food. Suppressing her urge to devour it immediately, she inquired if Ash had anything else to say. Is there anything else, Mr. Ash? No, that's all. Pikachu and I came just for this. We won't disturb you any further. Rest well. I'll be cheering for you at the gym battle tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Ash. As she closed the door, Lear eagerly peered into the bag, revealing 2 gray breads resembling rocks. She selected one and examined it closely. This one is shaped like a fossilized helmet, she noted, recognizing its likeness to the fossil Pokemon. Given the bag's emblem from the Nibby Museum, it was clear that this bread was a local specialty. Ahem. Lear opened her mouth wide and took a massive bite, consuming 2/3 of the bread in one go. Surprisingly delicious. She marveled at the bread in her hands. Despite its unassuming appearance, the moment it touched her palate, the unique aroma of wheat wafted through her senses. And the hard crust combined with the soft interior made it extraordinarily delightful. After finishing the fossilized helmet bread, Lear quickly pulled out the second one, which was also designed after a fossil Pokemon. Its swirling shell, large round eyes, and 10 short blue tentacles rendered it unexpectedly adorable. It was a replica of the Ammonite. While the Ammonite appeared much cuter, Lear paid it no mind and promptly bit into the eye area, savoring the flavors with evident pleasure. Having relished both varieties of Nibby City's specialty bread, Lear rubbed her slightly full belly as drowsiness washed over her, her eyelids growing heavy. Now that I'm full, it's time for sleep, she murmured to herself, and as her breathing steadied, she seamlessly drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident, tranquil and serene, ushering in the dawn of a new day. Lear, rise and shine for breakfast. Ash's voice echoed into Lear's room. At that moment, Lear had cocooned herself in her blanket, resembling a baby, with bubbles adorning her nose, appearing to be in a deep, blissful sleep. Is she still asleep? What should I do? Just as Ash pondered how to rouse Lear, he leaned against the doorknob, inadvertently pressing it down and swinging the door wide open. What happened? Did Lear forget to lock her door last night? Observing the suddenly ajar door, Ash speculated the truth of the matter, while Lear remained oblivious in her slumber. Lear, you. Stepping into the room, Ash approached her bedside, and upon witnessing her adorable, cocooned form, he couldn't help but chuckle. Pikachu, look at Lear's sleeping position. She resembles a baby cocoon. Ash bent down, whispering to Pikachu, who was perched beside him. Suddenly, Lear's bubble burst, jolting her awake. Her bleary eyes met Ash's, who was crouched before her, chuckling and conversing with Pikachu, leaving her utterly bewildered. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her blanket to slip away, exposing her smooth, fair upper body to Ash's view. With a startled scream, Lear's reaction sent Ash flying out of the room, his head colliding with the wall outside, effectively erasing the previous scene from his memory like trash being cleared from a computer's desktop. Ouch, my head hurts. Pikachu, are you alright? Pikachu rubbed his little head and shook it, signaling that he was unharmed. What has gotten into Lear? Why is she so upset? Pikachu queried. Ash wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom why his companion was suddenly in such a fury. He turned to glance at Pikachu, believing that perhaps it held some insight. Pikachu's face transformed through a series of expressions, curiosity, contemplation, and resignation, as it pondered the situation. Given Pikachu's remarkable performance, it would indeed be a tremendous loss to forego participation in the Pokemon Showcase Grand Contest. Its display alone was enough to eclipse that of the other competitors. Nevertheless, Ash remained oblivious to the true source of Layla's ire, perhaps destined never to uncover the reason. Resigned, he decided to wait for Layla to emerge, shaking his head to cast aside his thoughts, settling beside Pikachu in quiet anticipation. Inside the room, Layla had donned her clothes, tossing and turning on her bed, her face resembling an overripe apple, steam practically rising from her head. What should she do after being seen by Ash? Layla lay on the bed, consumed by this dilemma, grappling with whether she should venture out and how to face him afterward. As her thoughts spiraled, a myriad of other questions arose. Breathe, Layla. Remain calm, she urged herself. inhaling deeply, but faltered almost immediately. Meanwhile, in the town of Mekon, Layla's father was engrossed in a television program. Achu, caught a cold, dear? He queried. No, it's just a strange feeling I can't shake. Perhaps Layla is facing some trouble, he mused. Don't worry. Didn't you say that Layla is more than capable? Indeed, we must have faith in her. Returning to Layla, she internally screamed, I absolutely cannot. I can't face Mom and Dad. Lying on her bed, her turmoil was evident. Come on, Layla, you can do this. After an indeterminate amount of time, it seemed that Layla had reached a resolution. She gathered her belongings and approached the door, twisting the doorknob, revealing the world beyond. Chapter 265, Layla's initial battle at the Nibby gym. Ash, Mr. Ash, hello, she stammered, her voice betraying her nerves as her gaze flitted about, avoiding direct contact with Ash's eyes. Layla, are you feeling all right? Ash's demeanor was a stark contrast to hers, as he spoke in his usual tone, which only served to irritate Layla further. How infuriating. He is acting as if nothing has happened after seeing me in such a vulnerable state. Ash is such a cad. Layla glared at him, her mind swirling with frustration, especially since it was the first time she had been seen in such a manner by a stranger. However, Ash's next words rendered her momentarily speechless. Layla, why were you so upset just now? I don't know why, but my head is pounding. And I can't recall what happened, she confessed, a hint of confusion in her tone. Pika Pika, chimed in Pikachu, echoing Ash's sentiments while adorably scratching its head with its tiny paws. Oh, is that so? Layla's tone shifted to a more composed one, a cascade of thoughts flooding her mind. Surely, Mr. Ash was being considerate of my feelings. How kind. But then again, perhaps I am not worthy of Mr. Ash's attention. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a flicker of disappointment appeared in Layla's eyes, tears threatening to spill as she fought to maintain her composure, lowering her head to shield her expression from Ash. Yes, Layla, I can't recall earlier events either. All I remember is entering your room, you suddenly becoming upset, and then Pikachu and I were thrown out. Ouch, speaking of which, my head still hurts, Ash remarked, rubbing the back of his neck as a wave of pain surged. Perhaps Mr. Ash truly doesn't remember. Mr. Ash, shall we go get breakfast? Layla suggested, her demeanor returning to normal, though her heart still ached with unexpressed disappointment, yearning for Ash to remember. Sure, let us go, Ash responded, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Layla's mood, assuming she was her usual self. As Ash walked away, Layla silently resolved to take a stand. Outside the Nibby gym, Layla exhaled deeply, preparing herself mentally for her first ever gym challenge. Naturally, some nerves accompanied this momentous occasion. You can do this, Layla. Just give it your all. All right, Mr. Ash. With newfound confidence sparkling in her eyes, Layla pushed open the doors of the Nibby gym, stepping into the rocky arena. Hello, I am here to challenge the gym, she announced, stepping onto the battlefield. The Nibby gym was a standard arena, adorned with rocks of various sizes, signifying its status as a rock-type gym. Welcome to the Nibby gym, challenger. The gym leader is indisposed today, so I'll be your opponent. A figure emerged from another entrance. It was Wooning, whom Ash had encountered the previous day. I am the former Nibby gym trainer, Wooning, specializing in formidable rock-type Pokemon. Are you prepared to challenge me? His deep voice resonated, and Layla felt as though she were facing an insurmountable mountain, a stark contrast to the information she had gleaned from magazines, leaving her somewhat astonished. I will do my utmost to defeat you, Layla declared, her voice loud enough for Ash and Zyro in the audience to hear, though it lacked the ferocity she intended, eliciting bemused smiles from them both. The rules dictate a 2-on-2 battle. The gym trainer cannot substitute their Pokemon, but the challenger may. Do you have any objections? Wooning inquired, to which Layla shook her head, indicating her agreement. Very well, I choose you, Geodude, he declared, tossing a Pokeball to summon his first Pokemon, a rock and ground-type creature with a body formed from gray stones and 2 stout arms. Flareon, let us battle, Layla called, sending forth her own Pokemon, a pristine Flareon, the Galarian variant possessing ice attributes. Perhaps due to her recent induction as a trainer, Layla was unaware that ice-type moves were weak against rock types. However, fortune smiled upon her, for Geodude's ground type was vulnerable to ice. Flareon, use Icy Wind. Layla recalled Ash's battles, noting that the key was to strike first, and she emulated his strategy. Flareon exhaled a chilling gust, which crystallized into delicate snowflakes as they flew toward Geodude. Use Sandstorm to obscure the icy wind, Wooning commanded, employing a straightforward tactic that relied on level superiority. As the command was executed, Geodude unleashed a sandstorm, the raging sands consuming the icy wind attack entirely, leaving no trace of its impact. How could this be? Layla was taken aback, her anxiety intensifying as the first official gym battle overwhelmed her senses. Defeat it, Geodude. Use rollout. Winning ordered. With a command from Wu Neng, the figure of the small fist stone curled into a ball and rolled forward, swiftly vanishing into the swirling sandstorm. If it were Lyre, she would surely manage it. Her father's words echoed in Lyre's ears, instantly awakening her resolve. Indeed, Lyre, you can do it. Think of a solution. As she gazed at the disappearing small fist stone, Lyre racked her brain for a remedy. Come on, Lyre. The encouraging shout from Ash reached her ears from the audience, and she looked at him with gratitude, though she could only imagine the expression she would wear if she realized that this was all part of Ash's strategy. Yes, I have Mr. Ash's support. Suddenly inspired by Ash's cheering, a look of joy illuminated Lyre's face as she addressed the fiery red doll amidst the dust storm. Fiery red doll, unleash your most powerful powder snow beneath your feet. Without hesitation, the fiery red doll complied with Lyre's command, expending all its energy to blow a flurry of powder snow at the ground. The biting wind swept across the earth, gradually cloaking it in a layer of frost, rendering it exceedingly smooth. Ah, I see. You have a fine teacher, Lyre. Wu Neng glanced towards the audience. The identity of the teacher was all too clear. Observing Lyre's method of attack, Wu Neng quickly discerned her intentions. Lyre's plan was straightforward. She aimed to freeze the ground with the fiery red doll, creating a slick ice surface that would cause the rolling small fist stone to lose its balance, thus presenting her the perfect opportunity to strike. This tactical application was inspired by Ash's command for Pikachu to use Iron Tail against the ground. Unfortunately, while the idea was commendable, it was ultimately too youthful. This is indeed my domain. Up you go, small fist stone. Wu Neng smiled faintly as the small fist stone darted towards the protruding rocks in the battlefield, swiftly navigating through the sandstorm. In mere moments, it reached the rocks, colliding with them and being catapulted into the air toward the fiery red doll. Boom! With a resounding crash, the freshly frozen ice surface shattered outward, and the fiery red doll, which had caused the ground to freeze, succumbed to the relentless force of the small fist stone's rolling attack. Return, fiery red doll. You performed admirably. Lyre said little, silently recalling the fiery red doll into its pokeball, yet the glimmer of disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. Nidoran, I entrust you with this. Lyre sent out her second Pokemon, Nidoran, whose poison type immediately came under assault from the sandstorm, gradually sapping its strength. Wu Neng, bound by the rules, continued to deploy the small fist stone in battle. From a type perspective, Nidoran was at a disadvantage against the small fist stone, given that it was currently a pure poison type, susceptible to the ground type attacks of the small fist stone. Thus, Lyre found herself at a disadvantage in this match. Nidoran, use horn attack. Nido. The sharp horn on Nidoran's forehead gleamed with white light as it charged recklessly towards the small fist stone, its imposing momentum causing the surrounding sand to retreat in fear. Rock-type Pokemon are resistant to normal-type attacks, yet Lyre had no other recourse. She could only command Nidoran to use the normal-type move horn attack, which was currently its most potent offensive move. Small fist stone, block it. Wu Neng issued his command, a slight smirk gracing his lips as if victory were assured, and indeed it was. His small fist stone boasted a higher level and type advantage, leaving him without a conceivable route to defeat. The small fist stone remained stationary, awaiting Nidoran's approach. As Nidoran closed in, it thrust its head into the small fist stone's hands. Both Pokemon exerted their utmost strength to counter each other, the distinction being that Nidoran relied on its horn attack, while the small fist stone depended solely on its physical prowess. Now, Nidoran, execute a double kick. Lyre smiled. How could she possibly challenge the Nibi gym without preparation? Her Nidoran had already mastered double kick. She merely sought to lower Wu Neng's guard by feigning a lack of options with the normal type horn attack. Nidoran, responding to Lyre's command, ceased its full force effort, taking a significant step back before spinning and delivering a kick. The small fist stone, caught off guard and hindered by inertia, collided directly with the double kick. The fighting type double kick proved exceptionally effective against the rock type, leaving the small fist stone dazed and on the brink of losing consciousness. Small fist stone, use earthquake. As the distance between them widened, Nidoran continued to be battered by the sandstorm, while Wu Neng commanded the small fist stone to unleash its most formidable move, earthquake. The ground trembled violently, leaving Nidoran struggling to maintain its footing, swaying precariously. Yet, even with its resolve, it could not withstand much longer, collapsing under the impact of the small fist stone's earthquake. Nidoran. Under the might of the earthquake, Nidoran let out a pained cry. It was only natural, given that as a poison-type Pokemon, It was inherently vulnerable to ground-type attacks. Nito. Nidoran attempted to rise, driven by sheer will to continue fighting for Lyre, but alas, its stamina was limited, and after merely 1 or 2 seconds, it succumbed to the ground, unable to continue. You have lost, challenger. But I look forward to the ensuing battles. However, not against me, but rather against Zoreo. Of course, Wu Neng kept this thought to himself, silently recalling his private agreement with Ash, knowing that the protagonist of that pact stood right before him, and such words could not be uttered lightly. Next time, I will claim victory. Haha, I shall eagerly await that. Contrary to Wu Neng's expectations, he believed Lyre would be disheartened, yet to his surprise, she appeared remarkably untroubled by the outcome. Lyre, are you alright? Of course, Mr. Ash. After witnessing Uncle Wu Neng's prowess, I have gained a clearer understanding of my own strength. Lyre replied without hesitation, though the perceptive Ash could detect the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. As expected, Ash smiled, choosing to say nothing further, for he too had underestimated Lyre. Furthermore, it was evident that Lyre possessed the capability to face challenges on her own, and thus, Ash resolved to allow her to grow through her efforts. By the way, Ashkoin, this is for you both. What is this? Ash accepted the 2 gray tickets Wu Neng handed him, bewildered by their significance. Haha, these are tickets to the Nibi City Museum. I've heard they have new fossil exhibits, but I haven't had the time to see them. So, these 2 tickets are a gift for you and Lyre. Thank you, Uncle Wu Neng. Lyre and I will take our leave now. Ash nodded in understanding, then departed with Lyre towards the direction of the Nibi City Museum. Hello. Please present your tickets. At the museum entrance, a beautiful receptionist spoke gently to Ash, who reached into his pocket to retrieve the 2 tickets Uncle Wu Neng had just given him, and then he and Lyre stepped inside the museum. Upon entering, they were enveloped by a profound sense of history and the scent of stone. The ceiling of the museum was adorned with the fossilized skeleton of a giant pterosaur, while the interior showcased fossil sculptures of the Scyther and Ammonite. Is that a newly exhibited artifact? Let us go take a look, Ryra. Certainly, Mr. Shota. Ryra showed little interest in the stones, allowing Shota to lead her through the crowd as they struggled to reach the forefront. Behind a transparent glass display, 5 fossils recently discovered within the Moonview Mountain were showcased. Their bodies resembled discs, with 2 enormous eyes fixated intently ahead. Upon seeing their likeness, Shota felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he could not place where he had encountered them before. With that thought lingering, he decided to leave the museum after admiring the new fossils a little longer. As night enveloped Nibi City, it succumbed to slumber. Shota, having promised Ashida, planned to visit the battle factory the following day and had informed Ryra in advance. The 2, eager for their venture, retired for the night early to ensure they could set out on time the next day. Meanwhile, within the Nibi City Museum, 3 figures clad in black stealthily infiltrated the premises. Each had a distinct role. A diminutive figure, resembling a child, breached the museum's security system, rendering it temporarily inoperative. One of the taller individuals, a short-haired man in black, stealthily approached the fossil display case, employing his exceptional lock-picking skills to unlock it, subsequently packing all the new fossils into a bag. The final member, a long-haired woman in black, pressed her ear against the door, listening for any sounds from the outside to act as a lookout for her companions. Once everything was completed, the man in charge of the fossils signaled to the others, and the trio quietly exited the museum, leaving no trace of their presence. The next morning, Shota and Ryra remained blissfully unaware of the prior night's events. As usual, they enjoyed breakfast before intending to head to the battle factory on the outskirts of Nibi City. Excuse me, may I trouble you for a check? At the city's entrance, they were stopped by Officer Junsha, who wore a serious expression. Is something wrong, Officer Junsha? Shota lowered his mask, which he had been wearing in crowded places to avoid recognition, as signing autographs had become a cumbersome task for him. Champion, I sincerely apologize, but the fossils exhibited at the museum yesterday have been stolen, and we are currently troubled by this matter. Upon recognizing Shota's true identity, Junsha felt a twinge of embarrassment, given that Shota was, in a sense, her superior. Is that so? Well then, please continue your efforts. Alright, goodbye, champion. Having learned the details from Junsha, Shota did not intend to delve further into the situation, as the investigation revealed that the items had vanished in the dead of night, making any search now futile. Shaking his head, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts and set off towards the battle factory with Ryra. Chapter 27. The Battle Frontier, Ryra's Astonishment. Exiting Nibi City, Shota guided Ryra along the official route of the League, gradually leading them into the forest where the first stop of the Kanto Battle Frontier, the battle factory, awaited. Having promised Ashida, Shota initiated a live stream, and at the moment he went live, his stream surged to the top of the Pokemon Network platform's trending list, with numerous viewers pouring in. Greetings, everyone. After acknowledging the audience in the live stream, Shota paid little heed to them, casually handing his wristband, originally meant for reading the chat, to Pikachu, embodying a relaxed and easygoing demeanor. Mr. Shota, what are you doing? Raira inquired, puzzled by Shota's sudden greeting with his phone. I'm live streaming. It's a promise I made with a friend for a certain reason. I see, Raira nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to the hovering Rotom phone. Pikachu, accompanying Shota, gleefully played with the wristband, delivering electric shocks in a playful manner. As they traversed the dense forest outside Nibi City, a towering structure emerged before them. The edifice was entirely constructed of metal, surrounded by a multitude of pipes. With a semicircular metallic building at its center, the glass doors at the front giving it the appearance of a colossal steel beast. Mr. Shota, is this the battle factory? Raira exclaimed, somewhat astonished. The building exceeded her expectations, instilling a sense of awe that even the Pokeball factory she had visited during her time at Pokemon school had not elicited. It's been a while, Shota. I never imagined you would grow into a champion after taking the emblem of knowledge from me. As the glass doors parted, a middle-aged man clad in a sleeveless shirt, with a red beret and sparse facial hair, emerged from within. It was none other than Darla, the brain behind the battle factory. Mr. Darla, it's been too long. Shota expressed his joy at Darla's appearance, recalling their previous fierce battle. Haha, and who might this be beside you? This is Raira, this year's novice trainer. Greetings, Mr. Darla. My name is Raira. Darla, intrigued by Raira, turned his attention to her, while Shota promptly made the introduction. A novice trainer, you say? Have you acquired the Nibi City Gym badge yet? Not yet. Uncle Wooning is too formidable for my 2 Pokemon to handle against his Onix. Hearing this, Raira lowered her head, disheartened. Would you care to tour my factory? It might provide you with some insights for your gym challenge. Really, Mr. Darla? Of course. In fact, the Battle Frontier exists precisely for this purpose. It is our duty to assist trainers in their growth. That sounds akin to the gym trainers. Haha. We are not nearly as noble as gym trainers. Darla chuckled, his words resonating with reason. For gym trainers not only contend with challenges from trainers daily, but also must rise to confront crises within their respective cities. As the audience in the live stream witnessed the interaction between Darla and Raira, interest in the battle factory and other battle facilities burgeoned, and a knowledgeable commentator emerged in the chat. The Battle Frontier was established by a dashing and handsome man, with locations in both Kanto and Sinnoh. Its primary objective is to enhance trainers' abilities. Each facility within the Battle Frontier is overseen by a brain, and during the initial encounter, they will not unleash their full power against you. If you win, you will receive a silver emblem of the frontier. Only upon defeating the brain at full strength a second time will you be awarded the gold emblem. As of now, only the champion Shota has triumphed over all the brains and acquired all the gold emblems, commented a user named Mr. Ewan, a sunglasses enthusiast. As this viewer's message nearly flooded the chat, excitement erupted among the audience, realizing that each brain possessed strength far surpassing that of many gym trainers. Shota, however, was oblivious to the live stream's fervor as he and Raira followed Darla into the interior of the battle factory. Shota, may I witness your current strength? Darla inquired, turning to face Shota as they reached an unoccupied battle arena, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained excitement. As an adult, Darla's gaze was often devoid of vitality, yet today, a spark of excitement ignited within him, reminiscent of his youthful self. In his earlier days, brimming with ambition, he harbored an insatiable yearning to battle against the champion, his greatest desire being to engage in a contest with such a formidable opponent. Now, with that childhood aspiration laid before him, merely uttering a few words could bring it to fruition. How could he possibly contain his exhilaration? This temptation is one that no soul could resist. Indeed, I too eagerly anticipate the clash with Mr. Darla. This fellow is equally enthusiastic. Ash produced a Pokeball, and despite the distance between them, Darla could feel the fervor emanating from within it. Haha, indeed, Darla echoed, producing his own Pokeball, a chill radiating through the space as it countered the surrounding warmth. Ash and Darla exchanged knowing smiles and, without further ado, proceeded to the battlefield. Wait, are we starting already? Lear exclaimed, somewhat slow on the uptake. Just moments ago, they had been touring the battle factory, and now it seemed the two were about to engage in combat. In contrast to Lear's confusion, the audience in Ash's live stream was ecstatic to witness Ash's battle, albeit with the perception that Darla might not pose a significant threat. Charizard, you shall be my champion, Ash declared, sending forth Charizard, a creature that had previously dominated Charizard Valley and shone brightly on the road to becoming a champion. Its power had already reached the pinnacle of mastery, and the breath it exhaled rendered the surrounding air scorching. Indeed, it is Charizard. Let us see if Articuno can cool that fiery head. With a cry, Darla unleashed Articuno, the legendary ice and flying-type Pokémon. While its abilities varied among its kind, Articuno was undoubtedly superior to the other Pokémon that lacked its storied past. Upon its entrance, the once sweltering air transformed into a refreshing chill, and even the moisture in the atmosphere crystallized into delicate snowflakes under its wings. However, as these snowflakes approached Charizard, they quickly melted into water, which evaporated into the air. The battle commenced. A man clad in red overalls, sporting a handlebar mustache, emerged from a nearby conduit, seemingly a staff member of the battle factory. Upon witnessing Darla and Ash poised for action, he promptly announced the beginning of the match. "Wow, Articuno!" exclaimed a flurry of comments from viewers, astonished to see a legendary Pokémon in the hands of the seemingly unassuming battle leader. Articuno, Icy Wind. Articuno struck first with its Ice-type move, but rather than launching a direct assault on Charizard, it seemed to have other intentions. The icy wind enveloped the ground, sending a chilling sensation up Charizard's legs, causing it to glance downward and discover that its legs were ensnared by an icy pillar, rendering it momentarily immobile. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Ash's strategy was straightforward. Free Charizard from its icy constraints to regain mobility. With a fierce roar, Charizard's tail flames intensified, the color shifting from orange-red to a brilliant crimson. Under the onslaught of Flamethrower, the ice binding its feet shattered instantly, and the ground beneath it melted into a molten state. "You are not the only one advancing. Articuno, summon a blizzard," Darla commanded, prompting Articuno to flap its wings vigorously, releasing a formidable wave of cold that enveloped the entire battlefield. The moisture above crystallized into a flurry of snowflakes, cascading down in a mesmerizing yet perilous spectacle. "Charizard, ignite your flames," Ash urged, as Charizard released a torrent of fire that surged through the blizzard, striking the metallic ceiling and generating enough heat to begin melting the dark metal. "Articuno, freeze the flames." Upon hearing Darla's directive, Articuno manipulated the remaining snowflakes, channeling its profound energy to reinforce them, pausing the flames in a block of ice. The ice began to creep towards Charizard, seemingly intent on ensnaring it as well. "Charizard, do not relent. Maximum power Flamethrower." Charizard inhaled deeply, its belly and cheeks swelling, before unleashing a colossal fireball that instantly melted the encroaching ice. Yet, the fireball continued to swell, resembling a fearsome beast striving to break free from Charizard's grasp. "Charizard, unleash your attack." Following Ash's command, Charizard relinquished control of the fireball, allowing it to soar towards Articuno. "Articuno, counter with Hurricane." Articuno flapped its wings at astonishing speed, creating an afterimage as it conjured a tornado to intercept the incoming fireball. The hurricane absorbed the fireball, merging with it, and moments later, the two forces combined to form an enormous fiery tornado. Lear gasped in shock, never anticipating that Hurricane could serve such a purpose as an offensive maneuver. The livestream audience erupted in excitement, praising the back-and-forth exchange of strategies between Darla and Ash, recognizing that their skillful execution set them far apart from lower-tier trainers. This, perhaps, was the key to ascending to the ranks of elite trainers and beyond. The fiery tornado surged towards Charizard, carving a trench into the ground as it crackled with electricity. Charizard, unfazed, awaited Ash's next command. "Charizard, use Sandstorm." Sandstorm, a ground-type special attack, offered a 30 chance to inflict a burn on the opposing Pokémon, and its damage was marginally less than Thunder Punch, making it a solid choice overall. Ash aimed to use this move to intercept the fiery tornado. Charizard flapped its wings, whipping up a massive sand wall, igniting sparks to raise the temperature of the barrier in preparation to counter the fiery tornado. The two moves collided. While Sandstorm's power may have been slightly inferior to the Hurricane, Ash merely intended it as a defensive maneuver, which proved effective. As the fiery tornado gradually subsided, the sandstorm settled, yet the airborne dust obscured the vision of both trainers and Pokémon. A current of electricity crackled through the dust cloud as Charizard ascended, rapidly closing in on Articuno, its eyes glowing blue, the air around it crackling with energy. "Charizard, Thunder Punch." With a fierce roar, Charizard expressed its displeasure at Articuno for absorbing its attack and returning it, delivering a powerful Thunder Punch straight to Articuno's abdomen. The impact was profound, causing Articuno to writhe in pain, its last meal threatening to make an untimely exit. Though its meal remained intact, Articuno was left humiliated, its dignity tarnished by the uncontrollable spillage of drool following the blow. Even worse was yet to come. Charizard retracted its thunder punch and enveloped Articuno from behind in a peculiar embrace, a posture that brought back memories of their previous battle. Caw! Articuno struggled to break free, drool hanging from its beak like a crystalline pendant, swaying comically. Indeed, it was quite a sight. Layla in the audience couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though her cultivated composure held her back. Her cheeks puffed up, flushed with embarrassment as she tried to contain her amusement. Charizard, launch it into the stratosphere. Charizard, clutching Articuno, soared rapidly upwards. The referee promptly produced a remote device and pressed a button, causing the metallic ceiling to part and reveal the sky above. Observing this, Charizard quickened its ascent, and once at a suitable altitude, began to spiral in the air with Articuno in tow. On the ground, Ash and his companions watched as Charizard's movements seemed to align with the sun, akin to a celestial dance around the star. A wave of intense heat radiated from Charizard, felt even by the ice-type Articuno, which naturally despised flames and warmth. Under such oppressive heat, it became increasingly uncomfortable. Roar! Charizard bellowed, retracting its wings and diving swiftly with Articuno still in its grasp. As they neared the ground, Charizard concealed its body beneath Articuno. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Charizard slammed Articuno into the ground, creating a deep crater. With Charizard bearing down on it, Articuno could not escape. Charizard stood at the edge of the crater, fixated on the inside, while Articuno slowly rose, shaking its head as if still eager to fight. Charizard, finish it with Thunder Punch. Upon hearing its trainer's command, Charizard leaped into the crater without hesitation. Accompanied by a flash of electricity and Articuno's anguished cries, Charizard resurfaced, dragging Articuno's elongated tail behind it. With this decisive move, Charizard triumphed over the legendary Pokémon once more, prompting a wave of celebration among the viewers in the live stream. Truly deserving of the championship title, you are indeed formidable. I concede, Mr. Dara acknowledged, while asserting that both he and Articuno were strong competitors. Ha ha, champion. You are far too modest. Dara chuckled, handing Articuno to his assistants for treatment, while he continued to guide Layla and Ash through the battle factory. Through this clash between Charizard and Articuno, an increasing number of onlookers began to take interest in the battle expansion zone. Mr. Ash and Mr. Dara are truly impressive, Layla reflected, trailing behind the two, feeling immensely enriched by the recent battle, as the strength of both men was evident, providing invaluable insights for her as a fledgling trainer. Boom! Just as the trio toured the battle factory, a colossal explosion resonated from within. Chapter 275, Team Rocket and the Pokemon Hunter. Boom! A thunderous blast emanated from a section of the battle factory, where a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon was slowly ascending. Ha! Meow will claim Articuno. A diminutive figure aboard the Meowth balloon proclaimed smugly. All right, Meowth, let us get moving. The little brat might be on our tail. A woman with wine-red hair cautioned the tiny figure. Don't worry, Musashi, we have our secret weapon, said a handsome young man with short blue hair, the duo. Along with their Pokemon, being Team Rocket, notorious for their attempts to capture Ash's Pikachu. Does Dr. Muggle really lend you anything? Musashi responded, casting a skeptical glance at Kojiro, who appeared somewhat sheepish under her scrutiny. Ahem, let us not dwell on that now. Kojiro averted his gaze, revealing his unease. What matters is presenting Articuno to Boss Sakaki. Imagine the rewards: designer clothes, limited edition bottle caps, Pokemon food, and gold coins. All ours. They mused in harmonious agreement, their imaginations running wild with the prospect of success, seemingly oblivious to their current surroundings. Dragon Pulse, Desert Dragonfly. As Team Rocket indulged in their fantasies, Dara, the leader of the battle factory, caught up with them. Unlike Ash and his companions, he was not one to hesitate or engage in unnecessary moralizing. He launched a Dragon Pulse as a surprise attack on Team Rocket. Boom! The hot air balloon was struck by the Dragon Pulse, instantly obliterated, resulting in a massive explosion. What just happened? We hadn't done anything yet. The duo exclaimed, bewildered, as they found themselves propelled away. What an annoying feeling. Once again, Team Rocket soared through the air, but Dara remained anxious. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Articuno's Pokeball had also been sent flying. Mr. Dara, are you alright? Ash, riding Charizard, approached him, noting his despondent expression. I'm fine. Articuno is still waiting for me. Let us go, Desert Dragonfly. Dara composed himself and directed the Desert Dragonfly toward the direction Team Rocket had been blasted away. Observing this, Ash decided to follow suit. Layla, you stay here. I'll go with Mr. Dara. All right, Mr. Ash, you hurry. Layla, understanding and considerate, encouraged Ash without dwelling on her own concerns. "All right, Pikachu, Charizard, let us go." Roar. Charizard flapped its wings, accelerating to its maximum speed, vanishing before Layla's eyes in an instant. Meowth and the duo from Team Rocket plummeted rapidly from the sky, landing in a thicket, the branches cushioning their fall just enough to spare them from being flattened. "Ouch!" Meow? Meowth cried, tears streaming from its eyes due to the sharp pain. "Why doesn't it hurt at all?" "Musashi, you're crushing me." Musashi, initially confused by the absence of pain, quickly realized the reason upon hearing Kojiro's voice beneath her. Ugh! Kojiro struggled to rise, spitting out the grass he had inadvertently eaten with disdain. Suddenly, a red and white Pokeball descended beside them, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. "The Pokeball for Articuno, meow!" The trio exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening with excitement. For it was a treasure that could lead to their rise in fortune and status. "Wonderful! If we present this to Boss Sakaki, we could ascend the ranks, first as officers, then perhaps even as department heads. What an exhilarating prospect, meow!" Hearing this, Kojiro and Musashi nodded eagerly. Gaining Sakaki's favor was a long-held dream. "Let me claim Articuno, meow?" Just as Meowth prepared to pick up Articuno's Pokeball, a towering shadow loomed behind them, causing Team Rocket to hastily turn around. A tall, rugged middle-aged man clad in black stood behind them, his wrist adorned with an enigmatic device. The three momentarily froze at the sight of this stranger. "Meow meow. I shall take you." With a resounding bang, 3 crimson beams shot forth from the device on the man's wrist, striking Meow meow and penetrating its form. "What is this?" Meow meow's expression turned to one of confusion as it witnessed the red beams enter its body. Just as it was about to utter something, its body became petrified, transforming into a lifeless statue. "Damn it! What have you done to Meow meow? Return our Meow meow, or you will feel the wrath of Musashi's iron fist." Musashi and Kojiro positioned themselves protectively in front of Meow meow, determined to thwart any further malicious actions from the man. "Ha ha ha, do I need to explain? I intend to turn it into my merchandise. As for your iron fist, TSK, it's hardly worth my concern." The man in black laughed heartily, exuding a palpable disdain for Musashi and Kojiro as he attempted to stride past them. "Don't you dare approach Meow meow. You scoundrel, feel the force of my Musashi's iron fist." Musashi retorted defiantly. "Humph, Marauder, entertain them for a while." The man snorted coldly, summoning his Pokemon, a Marauder of both ice and dark types. Marauder cast a cruel glance at Musashi and Kojiro, smirking wickedly. This one I shall take." The anguished cries of Kojiro and Musashi echoed around them, but the man paid them no heed, lifting Meow meow's head and gradually departing the scene. "This is infuriating. Bring Meow meow back. Don't even think about escaping. I can still fight." Kojiro and Musashi, filled with reluctance, could only watch helplessly as Meow meow was taken away by the man in black. "We must rescue Meow meow," Kojiro exclaimed. "Do you think I don't want to? But how can we? That man is a Pokemon hunter." Kojiro responded with a sense of helplessness, recognizing that given their current strength, they would struggle against even novice trainers, let alone a Pokemon hunter. Just as despair settled upon them, Kojiro's gaze fell upon a neglected ice bird Pokeball, and an idea sparked within him. "Musashi, what if we—" Kojiro leaned in to whisper his plan to Musashi, who listened intently. "Apologies for the earlier interruption, esteemed Pokemon hunter, but I have some delightful news to share with you." Musashi, her hair flowing freely, donned a light garment she usually reserved for special occasions, exuding an air of mature elegance. Her demeanor was that of a refined lady, though moments prior, she had harbored a fierce desire to show her iron fist. "Interesting. What news do you bring?" The Pokemon hunter, unable to suppress a gulp at the sight of Musashi's alluring figure, feigned indifference as he encouraged her to continue. "Just a few days ago, my companions and I captured a rather extraordinary Pokemon." Musashi leaned closer, lowering her voice while discreetly scanning her surroundings. The Pokemon hunter, intrigued by her cautious manner, anticipated the revelation of this extraordinary Pokemon. "We captured an ice bird." Musashi suddenly raised her voice, startling the Pokemon hunter, who brightened at the mention of the ice bird. "Really? Take me to see it. If it's true, I might just return Meow meow to you." A sinister grin spread across the Pokemon hunter's face as he made this promise. "Of course, esteemed Pokemon hunter, follow me." Musashi took the lead, deliberately ignoring the hunter's implied promise regarding Meow meow, knowing that the final decision lay in his hands. As Musashi guided the Pokemon hunter away, Kojiro stealthily entered the tent where the hunter stored captured Pokemon. Inside, he discovered various cages, most of which were empty, save for two that held familiar figures. Spotting Meow Meow, still in a state of petrification, Kojiro yearned to rush forward and shatter the cage to rescue it. Yet his rationality urged him to proceed with caution. Taking a deep breath, just as Kojiro prepared to save Meow Meow, a figure burst through the entrance, crashing before him. Kojiro. Musashi, battered and torn, called out to him with her last ounce of strength. Humph! How dare you deceive me? Hand over the ice bird, or you'll meet the same fate as her. The Pokemon hunter threatened. Never. Kojiro gritted his teeth, embracing Musashi as he intended to retreat, but the Pokemon hunter would not let them escape so easily. Marauder. A flash of white light sliced through the air, grazing Kojiro's cheek, while the cage beside him was cleaved apart. Feel the force of my fist. The Pokemon hunter's massive fist lunged at him, and despair washed over Kojiro as he braced himself for impact, closing his eyes to accept his fate. But suddenly, Kojiro opened his eyes, a glimmer of hope igniting within him, just before the hunter's blow landed. You little rascal. It's up to you. Why didn't you say that sooner? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Charizard, Flamethrower. From the shadows emerged flames and lightning, their combined might surging forth toward the Pokemon hunter. Marauder. Cut Through. Tyranitar, Stone Edge. The Pokemon hunter remained unfazed by the sudden onslaught, retrieving another Pokeball from behind, summoning a Tyranitar, known as the Sandstorm King. Though the combined attacks failed to entirely thwart the incoming assault, they provided the Pokemon hunter and his Pokemon a chance to escape. Nowhere to run. Ice Bird. Blizzard. Dala appeared at the tent's entrance, flanked by the majestic Ice Bird. As a legendary Pokemon, the Ice Bird's recovery speed was remarkable in mere moments. It had regained much of its strength. The blizzard obstructed the Pokemon hunter's escape, the biting cold compelling him to halt. Damn it, what about this? The hunter assessed the situation, concluding that Pikachu and Charizard appeared weaker, prompting him to activate his device. Pikachu, Iron Tail, destroy that device. Having encountered such traps before, Ash was well acquainted with the petrifying devices commonly utilized by hunters. With a resounding crash, the device shattered. Suddenly, Meow Meow, who had been stealthily carried away by Kojiro, returned to its original form, gazing at Kojiro and the battered Musashi with tears of gratitude. Kojiro, Musashi, I am so deeply moved. As the battle continued on Ash's side, an eerie madness flickered in the eyes of the Pokemon hunter after the device was destroyed. He retrieved a button from his person and pressed it. Meow Meow. A colossal robot emblazoned within our insignia emerged from the forest, swiftly approaching the tent, its iron hands tearing it asunder. Ha! Behold my newly acquired secret weapon. Witness its might. The Pokemon hunter, buoyed by his hubris, was hoisted into the belly of the giant machine. After activating the launch button, he laughed triumphantly at Ash and Dawn. Not far away, Team Rocket observed the scene unfold. Oh no, Meow. That's the precious material we painstakingly borrowed from Professor Tomato. Fear not, Meowth. This will be a delightful surprise for him, James remarked, gazing at the massive robot, a smirk playing on his lips, reassuring Meowth. Boom. Amidst the Pokemon hunter's gleeful cackles, the enormous robot detonated, sending a colossal mushroom cloud skyward. Miraculously, the Pokemon hunter survived. But what awaited him next was an eternity of imprisonment. Ash, I shall deliver him to Miss Juniper. I'll take my leave first, Dawn said as she recalled Articuno into its Pokeball and, after briefing Ash, departed with the Pokemon hunter in tow. All right, Charizard, Pikachu. It's time for us to return, Ash called out. Just as Ash was about to leave, anguished cries echoed from the remnants of the cage. Upon investigation, he discovered a small Charmander emerging from the wreckage. Its appearance inexplicably reminded Ash of his own Charizard. Roar. Charizard, upon seeing the little creature, felt an uncanny familiarity. As if this Charmander were an old friend, igniting a sense of nostalgia within him. Unable to resist, he unleashed a plume of flame, a customary greeting among friends. Ow! The young Charmander, momentarily overwhelmed by Charizard's fiery display, bravely retaliated with a tiny spark, though its flames were far too minuscule to cause any harm to the mighty Charizard. All right, let us cease this ruckus. The little Charmander appears to be in poor condition. Charizard, we must take him back to the battle factory for treatment. Pikachu chimed in agreement. Charizard nodded. And Pikachu seized the opportunity to perch atop Charizard's head as Ash cradled the young Charmander, climbing onto Charizard's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards the battle factory. Meanwhile, Team Rocket transmitted footage of their victory over the Pokemon hunter to their boss, Giovanni. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Giovanni, gently stroking Meowth's round head, received an email that detailed the trio's courageous encounter with the Pokemon hunter. complete with the explosive climax of the robot's destruction. Finally, some worthwhile news, Giovanni mused, feeling a wave of satisfaction as he promptly called a subordinate to arrange a reward for the trio via a wingull. Just then, Professor Namba burst into the office, tears streaming down his face as though he had endured a great injustice. Giovanni, initially displeased by the unexpected interruption, decided to hear him out. Professor Luneng, what seems to be the issue? It's actually me, Namba. My apologies, please continue, Giovanni said, his expression neutral, unfazed by the name mix-up. Namba, addressing his superior, restrained himself from correcting Giovanni's error and continued, it's about James and the others. They pilfered numerous parts from me. They left nothing behind. Well, except for this. Namba lamented, producing a sheet of white paper from his pocket and presenting it to Giovanni. What is this? Giovanni inquired, taking the paper and nearly losing his composure with laughter, not out of joy, but out of anger. Those imbeciles. With a swift motion, he slammed the paper down onto the desk, revealing a note inscribed with a flower, unmistakably penned by James. Professor Kiwi, once we become department heads, we will repay you for today's debts. Kojiro. Namba couldn't help but mutter under his breath, my name is Namba, you fools. All right, Professor Yamashita, you may leave. Should such an incident occur again, simply apply for reimbursement and I shall approve it. Thank you, boss. Namba beamed, relieved, for he had an abundance of items he had no use for, and now he eagerly anticipated James and the others returning to claim more. Once Namba exited Giovanni's office, Giovanni expertly dialed a subordinate. Hello, truly, please remove James and his companions from this month's activity funding list. Yes, that will suffice. Meanwhile, Team Rocket remained oblivious to the fact that their funding had already been exhausted as they fantasized about Giovanni rewarding them for their efforts. Chapter 28. The rematch at the Nibby Gym, Layla's first badge. Roar. Inside the battle factory, the newly healed Charmander was exuberantly releasing sparks, indicating a remarkable recovery in its vitality. Haha, this little one is so spirited, and it bears a striking resemblance to my Charizard, Ash observed, envisioning a future where this Charmander mirrored his own. Roar. The young Charmander approached Ash, gesturing towards the Pokeball at his waist, its eyes shimmering with longing. Perhaps the monotony of the wild had left it yearning for a trainer to embark on adventures together. Do you wish to journey with me? Roar, roar. The little Charmander nodded vigorously, then pointed at Charizard. You aspire to be as strong as Charizard, do you? Understanding the unspoken desire in the Charmander's gaze, Ash was reminded of similar expressions his Charizard had shown in the past, when it was abandoned by Daiki, when it faced defeat against Kanna, and during their trials in Charizard Valley. Yet now, Charizard had evolved into a champion-level Pokemon, possessing the strength to rival legendary creatures. Reflecting on these memories, Ash felt a swell of emotion. All right then, join me, little Charmander. Ash retrieved a red and white Pokeball and gently tapped it against the Charmander's forehead. A beam of red light enveloped the creature, and it vanished from sight. After the Pokeball shook 3 times, the capture was successful. Charmander acquired, Ash proclaimed, uttering the classic phrase of a Pokemon capture, only to find the Pokeball had vanished from his hand due to reaching the team limit. The newly acquired Charmander would be automatically transported to Professor Oak's lab. Certainly, how could such a challenge possibly deter our Ash? He deftly retrieved a compact and exquisitely crafted device from his backpack, its metallic structure predominantly white, which was none other than the Pokemon portable exchange device that had appeared during the previous exhibition match. Kenta, you may head back now. With that, Ash removed Kenta's Pokeball and placed it onto the 2 semicircular grooves of the device, subsequently activating the switch. 2 waves of electromagnetic energy surged forth, causing Kenta's Pokeball to vanish, returning to Professor Oak's backyard, while in exchange, Ash received the Pokeball of Charmander. Roar. Ash opened the transferred Pokeball, and a vibrant Charmander materialized before him. Congratulations, Mr. Ash, said Lila. Do your best in the gym challenge. Ash smiled back at Lila. Roar. Roar. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Ash's Charizard engaged in a skirmish with Charmander, with the latter being thoroughly overpowered. They certainly share a strong bond, Lila remarked, her face reflecting shock at Ash's words. Is this what you call a good relationship? After bidding farewell to the battle factory, Ash fulfilled his commitment to the livestream endorsement with Akita, and the tale of his triumph alongside Dala against the Pokemon hunters spread across the Pokemon network. Ash, already a figure of considerable popularity, garnered yet more accolades from the public, especially from children eager to follow in his footsteps as they embarked on their own journeys. Lila, are you prepared? Yes, I'm completely ready. Though she spoke confidently, Lila felt a sense of uncertainty within, recalling the harsh lesson imparted by Wugong's Geodude during their last encounter. However, she was unaware that her opponent had transformed in nature. Entering the gym, Lila navigated her way to the battle arena with ease, while Ash made his way to the spectator stands, leaving Lila as the sole occupant of the battlefield. Welcome to the Nibby Gym, Challenger. I am the current gym leader. Jiro. Lila turned towards the source of the voice, where Jiro, the younger brother of Brock, stood on the battlefield, bowing slightly as he spoke with sincerity. I apologize. My parents are away on vacation, so I shall be taking their place in this gym challenge. The rules remain the same as last time. Do you have any objections? Challenger? Lila shook her head in response, although Wugong's absence left her feeling uneasy, as she was still uncertain of Jiro's capabilities. Let the battle commence. With the referee's declaration, Jiro sent out his Pokemon first. As the current gym leader, he would not take the challenge too seriously, thus allowing Lila to choose her first Pokemon. He sent forth a rock-type Pokemon, Geodude, its body a deep navy blue with a hexagonal hole in its center. Observing from the stands, Ash felt inspired and decided to live-stream the event to document Lila's gym challenge. Geodude, is it? Then I shall choose you. Nidoran. Relieved at the sight of the single-type Geodude, Lila felt more at ease compared to facing Geodude's dual-type counterpart, especially since her Nidoran possessed the fighting-type move, Double Kick, which countered rock types effectively. Nidoran, strike first. Double Kick. Geodude, Sand Attack. As Nidoran charged forward, Geodude remained unfazed, burying its rocky head into the ground before propelling it upward, sending a flurry of sand that obscured Nidoran's vision, causing it to stumble aimlessly. Challenger, do not act impulsively. Remain calm and assess the situation to understand your opponent's strength before proceeding, Jiro advised Lila, fulfilling his duty as a gym leader to assist novice trainers like her in recognizing their shortcomings for growth. Ah, how nostalgic. Though he's not Wugong, Jiro is remarkably similar to his father, Ash mused. Indeed, even his speech mirrors that of his father. It was his words that guided me to successfully collect all 8 gym badges, although I only made it to the top 16. Oh, Lila is so adorable. I wish Mr. Ash would live stream every day, so we could witness this child's journey, remarked one viewer. Absolutely. Every day feels like a grind for survival. Though I'm not exhausted, I long for adventure. The comments streamed across the screen, and Ash absorbed them all, noting several particularly striking remarks that resonated with him. He found himself in agreement with the sentiments expressed. Even watching Lila reminded him of his own beginnings. Nidoran, are you alright? Lila inquired, glancing at her weary Nidoran, which shook its head to indicate it was unscathed, having merely endured a non-damaging status move, though it seemed slightly dazed. Jiro is right. I shouldn't be so reckless. I need to observe calmly, Lila instructed Nidoran softly. Nito, Nidoran cried, its presence radiating heightened determination, its eyes narrowing in on Geodude's most vulnerable spot. Geodude, tackle. Noticing Lila's hesitance to attack, Jiro decided to take the initiative, wishing to see what strategy his opponent would employ. Geodude sprinted forward, its pointed rock head glowing with white energy. Nidoran, double kick. Nidoran executed the double kick once more, its first strike colliding with Geodude's tackle, creating a slight tremor in the air, while Geodude appeared to falter, sliding backward. Nidoran retracted its leg, granting Geodude a moment of respite. Yet this was merely the precursor to the second kick. Geodude was struck by the second kick, sent sprawling across the arena, its vitality rapidly waning. As Geodude crashed to the ground, its round body tumbled several times, and Lila recognized this as the opportune moment to seize victory. Nidoran, horn attack. Nidoran surged forward, emanating an overwhelming aura as it charged at Geodude, its horn imbued with destructive energy, crashing into Geodude. Although horn attack was a normal type move, Geodude's remaining strength was nearly depleted, and upon impact, it succumbed entirely. Nidoran is unable to battle. The victor of the first match is Challenger Lila, the referee announced triumphantly, confirming Lila's well-deserved victory. Jiro truly possesses a talent for leadership, executing his strategies with the same finesse as his father. Ash reflected with a smile at the comments on the screen, having learned much from his journey as a champion. Not every battle necessitated maximum effort, especially when facing novice trainers like Lila, where a gentler approach could suffice. Excellent job, Nidoran, Lila exclaimed, joyfully embracing her Pokemon and leaping into the air after defeating Jiro's first Pokemon. Well done, Challenger. Now, I shall unleash my next Pokemon. With that, Jiro threw forth a red and white Pokeball, revealing a circular rock adorned with arms, the very same Pokemon Wugong had used during Lila's gym challenge, Geodude. Yet Jiro's version seemed notably weaker by mere presence. Geodude, is it? Nidoking. Return and take a well-deserved rest. It shall be you, Charizard." With that, Layla exchanged Nidoking, allowing it to retreat into its Pokeball for a respite, while her other Pokemon, Charizard, took its place. "Charizard, use Taunt." Upon receiving Layla's command, Charizard retracted 2 of its 3 azure claws, leaving the central one pointed provocatively at Geodude. Observing Charizard's internationally recognized gesture, veins bulged on its forehead, radiating a palpable anger, a clear indication of the effects of the Taunt move. Under the influence of Taunt, the affected Pokemon can only utilize offensive moves, rendering defensive tactics impossible. "Geodude, use Rollout." As the gym leader, Jiro understood the implications of Taunt and remained unfazed. His strategy was simple, since he could not enhance his defenses with status moves. Offense was the best defense. Geodude rolled swiftly across the arena, stirring up clouds of dust, appearing quite formidable. "Charizard, unleash Powder Snow." "Stop it, Geodude." Jiro recognized Layla's intentions and commanded Geodude to accelerate, aiming to interrupt Charizard's attack. "Dodge Charizard and continue with Powder Snow." As the rolling Geodude approached, Charizard deftly evaded the strike and unleashed a sweeping wave of Powder Snow across the battlefield. Geodude. Just as Geodude prepared to pivot for another attempt, it suddenly lost control, sliding uncontrollably towards a rocky outcrop on the battlefield. Bang! It collided with the stones, but this did not halt its momentum. It merely slowed down before continuing its roll across the now icy arena. Charizard Powder Snow. Seizing the moment while Geodude struggled to regain its footing, Charizard released another Powder Snow attack. Although Geodude's rock type is resistant to ice moves, it does not negate the damage, meaning the ice attack inflicted double the usual damage, particularly since Geodude is also vulnerable to the ground type, which is weak against ice. Geodude. Following the Powder Snow assault, Geodude's movements became sluggish, an icy chill enveloping its body. The double damage from the ice move significantly impaired its stamina. Fortunately, Powder Snow is not a high-powered move, so this blow did not completely incapacitate Geodude. However, the frigid air made it increasingly difficult for Geodude to maneuver on the ice-laden ground. If one attack isn't sufficient, then let us try a second. Charizard Powder Snow. Observing that the first Powder Snow had not felled Charizard, Layla commanded a second attack. Now, Geodude was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable to move freely, unable to use status moves, restricted to the utmost degree. For Geodude, it was a frustrating sight, forced to endure the onslaught of Powder Snow, as the chilling air encased its form, ultimately draining its remaining energy and rendering it unable to continue battling. Geodude is unable to battle. The victor is the challenger, Layla. Once Geodude succumbed, the referee announced the outcome, confirming Layla's triumph. Charizard, we've won. Oh, and Nidoking, come forth. As it was her first victory in a gym challenge, Layla appeared ecstatic, raising Charizard high before releasing Nidoking from its Pokeball, embracing it tightly, acknowledging its crucial role in this achievement. "This is proof of conquering the pewter gym," Jiro remarked as he approached Layla, producing the much-anticipated gray badge from his pocket and handing it to her. "This is the gray badge." Gazing at the badge resting in her palm, Layla clutched it tightly before stowing it away in her pocket. Indeed, I won. She had earned Jiro's recognition, and obtaining the badge felt justly deserved. The young girl would undoubtedly participate in this year's Indigo Conference. "My first badge, how nostalgic. I remember when Squirtle and I triumphed over the pewter gym to receive the gray badge." Following Layla's victory, the audience erupted into animated discussions. Yet Ash had little time to indulge in the chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's broadcast. Until next time, directing the Rotom camera towards himself, Ash bid farewell to his viewers before abruptly shutting down the stream, leaving the audience momentarily bewildered. "Congratulations, Layla." Approaching her side, Ash expressed genuine joy and heartfelt congratulations. "Mr. Ash, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your battle with Mr. Dalla, I wouldn't have succeeded." "No, this victory is entirely your own doing," Ash replied, shaking his head and dismissing her assertion. "Farewell, Jiro." "Goodbye, Mr. Jiro." Following the conclusion of the gym challenge, Ash and Layla departed, planning to rest at the Pokemon Center for the night before embarking on their journey to procure essential supplies for their travels. Special Chapter, May and Alola. What a splendid day it is. Squirtle feels the same, doesn't it? The girl speaking wore an adorable Snorlax-themed pajama set, with 2 gentle strands of hair cascading down her profile, cradling a cute Squirtle plush in her arms. This girl was none other than May, Ash's companion during their travels in the Hoenn region, now aspiring to become a top coordinator. Today marked an indeterminate number of days since she had promised to Mikuri to develop the Pokemon Showcase in Alola, despite her commitment. She still found herself at a loss for direction. Yet, Ash had once advised, when feeling lost, it's better to take action than to remain stagnant. And those words resonated within her. All right, this will do. May stood before a full-length mirror, using a comb to smooth her hair, then twirled in front of the mirror to check if her outfit was in order. Dressed in the iconic attire from her Hoenn journey, complete with a red bandana, she felt as though she was returning to her roots. Once prepared, May donned her green waist pouch, grabbed her Rotom phone from the table, and did not forget to recall the lively Squirtle that had been bouncing around on her bed. Stepping outside, the bright sunlight struck her face, but thankfully, she had taken precautions. Otherwise, she would surely have ended up resembling Brock after just a few days. So, how am I supposed to develop the Pokemon Showcase? As she strolled down the street, May continued to ponder how to fulfill her promise to Kukui when the cheerful calls of a vendor nearby caught her attention. Auntie, how much are those berries? Oh, my dear, you have a keen eye? These are homegrown. Just 100 Poke dollars for 10. Here, have a taste, young lady. The berry vendor beamed with warmth as she saw a customer approaching, skillfully slicing a small piece of berry and offering it to May. Delicious, and so affordable. Auntie, I'll take a cartful. As the daughter of the Orange League gym leader and a coordinator known as the Hoenn Diva, May was quite affluent, and purchasing a cartload of berries was well within her means. Don't overdo it, little girl. You might not finish them all before they spoil. Seeing May's eagerness to buy so many berries, the vendor quickly cautioned her, understanding that the petite girl might not consume them quickly enough. It's quite all right, Auntie. I have it here, Xiao Yao said as she opened a Pokeball from her waist, revealing a Snorlax that had been peacefully slumbering and now appeared on the bustling street, snoring softly. Oh, what an adorable Snorlax. Since you have it, purchasing a cart of items shouldn't pose any problem, Given your youth, how about I offer you a discount of 20%? Hee, thank you, Auntie. Naturally, Xiao Yao had no reason to decline the auntie's generous offer. Although she was a little heiress, she wasn't foolish enough to overlook such an opportunity. Just deliver it to this address, please. Rest assured, not a single item will be overlooked, the auntie promised. Taking the slip of paper with the address Xiao Yao had provided and carefully tucking it into her waist pouch. Auntie, I'm off now, goodbye. All right, goodbye. After bidding farewell to the auntie, Xiao Yao felt as if a magical switch had been flipped, completely forgetting the promise she made to Macaulay. Darting through an array of shops in the streets and alleys. Of course, she didn't merely browse. Whenever she spotted something suitable, she would purchase it. Here, Fire Chicken. This one is for you too. Xiao Yao accepted a shopping bag from a shopkeeper and hung it around Fire Chicken's neck. At that moment, Fire Chicken was already burdened with multiple shopping bags in both hands, in addition to the one draped around its neck, resembling a hapless pack animal. Hey, what's that? Fire Chicken, let us go? Upon seeing a shop with intriguing trinkets, Xiao Yao immediately rushed over to take a look. And Fire Chicken knew it was about to endure another ordeal. Sure enough, 2 more shopping bags were soon added to its collection. As Xiao Yao meandered through the streets, pausing to look left and right, each item she picked up resulted in Fire Chicken becoming increasingly encumbered until there was no more room left to hang bags. Well then, let us return these to the inn and grab some lunch, Xiao Yao said. Fire Chicken sighed in relief, thinking it was finally over, only for Xiao Yao to add, we'll continue shopping in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Fire Chicken felt a wave of darkness wash over its vision, as if it might faint. Boss, 1 order of a Alolan tropical noodle, the Pokemon exclusive kind. Certainly, Mississippi. Xiao Yao pushed open the door of a modest-looking restaurant and found a seat. This was, after all, the best place on Melee Island to enjoy tropical noodles, especially for Pokemon. All right, miss, please follow me, the boss said, bowing slightly, gesturing for Xiao Yao to follow him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yao trailed after the boss to the restaurant's backyard. There, a set of tables and chairs awaited, along with Xiao Yao's meal served in a small plate, while her Pokemon's food was presented in larger bowls designed for Pokemon. Please enjoy at your leisure, the boss said, bowing again as he retreated back into the restaurant, leaving the space for her alone. Come out, everyone. Fire, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Butterfree, Snorlax, and Eevee. Xiao Yao released 6 Pokeballs, and out came Fire Chicken, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Butterfree, Snorlax, and Eevee. The Meowth she captured in Hoenn preferred to remain in her father's greenhouse, only occasionally participating in grand competitions. All right, it's lunchtime. In contrast to the usual routine where Snorlax was the first to dig in, today was different. Fire Chicken swiftly seized the noodles and stuffed them into its mouth, seemingly venting its morning frustrations onto the food. Snorlax looked on approvingly. Finally, at last, one Pokemon in the group was appreciating the delights of cuisine. Though Fire Chicken's behavior was peculiar, the others paid it no mind, and began to relish their own meals. Snorlax, however, was fixated on its empty bowl, rubbing its not quite full belly while glancing at Ice Eevee nearby. Ice Eevee, like an elegant princess, crafted an ice fork using its long ears, delicately savoring the delicious Alolan tropical noodles. Sensing Snorlax's covetous gaze, Ice Eevee pulled its bowl closer, using its body as a shield, wary of Snorlax's notorious reputation for food theft. All right, Snorlax, if you're still hungry, have some of this. With that, Xiaoyao tossed a few blue cubes, and Snorlax jumped up to catch them in its mouth, chewing casually before swallowing. Burp. Snorlax, huff huff. Snorlax let out a resounding burp, rubbed its satisfied belly, and suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it. Its natural inclination was to eat and sleep, and it found a comfortable spot on the ground, quickly drifting off to sleep. Seeing this, Xiaoyao couldn't help but chuckle, resigned to recalling this lazy creature back into its Pokeball before enjoying a leisurely lunch with her other Pokemon. Time passed, and the sun began its descent in the west. Xiaoyao resumed her shopping spree in the afternoon, just as she had mentioned earlier, while Fire Chicken trudged behind, utterly disenchanted. Oh, Fire Chicken, don't wear that expression. Xiaoyao intended to offer more words of comfort, but her eyes caught sight of a crowd gathering, busily setting something up. Curiosity bubbled within her, and she promptly forgot about consoling Fire Chicken. Excuse me, sir, what is going on here? The champion of Alola, or rather, the champion of both Alola and Kanto, our champion Ash, is back. It said he is hosting a friendship tournament between Kanto and Alola, and this is the battleground for the event in the coming days. I see, Xiaoyao nodded, recalling the figure of Ash from their travels together, who always appeared whenever she felt lost and uncertain. Hey, isn't that Xiaoyao? Who are you? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Xiaoyao turned around and was met by a peculiar figure clad in a trench coat, topped with a thick black cap, and his face obscured by a black mask. Xiaoyao was taken aback that someone would dress so heavily in the sweltering heat of Alola, as if they fancied themselves a celebrity. It's me. The figure seemed to read her thoughts and removed his mask, revealing none other than Ash himself. Ash reacted swiftly, covering Xiaoyao's mouth, aware that her exclamation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Only he understood the implications of her calling out. Professor Kukui had insisted on this peculiar disguise to avoid drawing attention. Yet, Ash felt that this attire only made him more conspicuous. Ugh. Xiaoyao tapped Ash's hand, signaling him to release her. Sorry. You know I had no choice, Ash explained, clasping his hands together in apology. No worries, but why are you dressed like that? If you want to blend in, wouldn't wearing a mask suffice? In that case, people might just think you're cosplaying. Xiaoyao scrutinized Xiaoji, and upon noticing the beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, she offered a small suggestion. Cosplay? What is that? You don't know, Xiaoji? Well, it makes sense. Someone like you probably wouldn't pay attention to such things. What do you mean, someone like me? At her words, Xiaoji furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Even as a champion, encountering an old companion could evoke the youthful demeanor befitting his 10 years of age. Hee. All right, our esteemed champion is here, Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. It's for the social event. Professor Kukui asked me to come check out the venue, and he is even preparing for me to perform a play on the last day. But I have no idea how to act in a play, Xiaoji lamented, lowering his head in frustration. Xiaoyao, seeing his despondent expression, felt a wave of empathy wash over her, reminding her of her own commitment to promote Mikoli's grand contest. Sigh, I'm in the same boat. I promised to help Master Mikoli promote the grand contest, but I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Wow, Xiaoyao was tasked by Mikoli? That's impressive. Not really. Master Mikoli initially wanted his niece to come. Xiaoyao waved her hand dismissively, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, seemingly embarrassed by Xiaoji's words. Hey! Behind them, the fiery chicken glared at Xiaoyao, who was engaging with Xiaoji, its resentment palpable, sending a shiver down her spine. Fiery chicken, what's wrong? Observing the fiery chicken's mournful gaze, Xiaoyao felt a sense of foreboding and pretended to be oblivious as she inquired. Flame. The fiery chicken turned away, visibly upset. Oh, so it's you, fiery chicken. Long time no see. Upon noticing the shopping bags dangling from the fiery chicken, Xiaoji initially failed to recognize it. But after hearing Xiaoyao's words, he was incredulous. The seemingly new Pokemon was indeed the fiery chicken. Pikachu, trailing at Xiaoji's feet, approached the fiery chicken, lifted a shopping bag, and peered inside. Upon catching sight of the fiery chicken, it was taken aback, stumbling backward in shock. Ha, Xiaoji. I'm heading back with the fiery chicken. See you tomorrow. Xiaoyao awkwardly chuckled at the fiery chicken's sulking demeanor, deciding to call it a day. All right. I should head back too. See you tomorrow, Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao nodded in response, her figure gradually fading into the distance. By the way, I haven't arranged a meeting place with Xiaoyao. Oh well, I'll message her tomorrow to ask. Let's go, Pikachu. Heeding Xiaoyao's suggestion, Xiaoji removed his trench coat, donning only a mask as he proceeded toward Professor Kukui's home. Though he still attracted some glances, it was considerably less than when he was clad in the coat. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao returned to her booked hotel with the fiery chicken. It seems I've bought too much. She gazed at the mountain of shopping bags cluttering her room, lost in thought. These are for Mom, these for Dad, and this pile is for Xiaosheng. She meticulously sorted her day's haul, intending to send some surplus cosmetics and jewelry back to her mother, while reserving a selection of Alolan-themed Pokemon treats for her father. For her younger brother, she had procured an Alolan practice book, which encompassed a vast array of topics, from the historical myths of the Alola region to its climate and geography. The tome, standing a meter tall, contained all things related to Alola. Xiaosheng will surely be delighted to receive this. Having packed the items to be sent home, Xiaoyao prepared for sleep, knowing she needed to ponder how to promote the grand contest effectively. Perhaps staging a performance with Xiao Ji would be delightful. As thoughts of Xiao Ji filled her mind, an idea took shape, one that seemed entirely reasonable. After all, Xiao Ji's popularity in the Alola region was unparalleled, with only Professor Kukui, as the royal mask, trailing behind. As she contemplated, fatigue enveloped her, and she yawned before drifting off to sleep. Rotom, you have a message from Xiao Ji. The following day, Xiaoyao was stirred from her slumber by the sound of her phone's Rotom. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she tapped the screen to check the message from Xiao Ji. Xiaoyao, where shall we meet today? As she read his message, her spirits lifted. She realized she hadn't told him the meeting place yet. Let us meet at the Routshang Hotel on Mele Island. There's an excellent Alolan tropical noodle shop there. After a moment of thought, she decided to meet at her hotel, as she was still quite hungry. I'll be there shortly. After receiving Xiao Ji's reply, Xiaoyao hurriedly prepared herself, recalling that when Xiao Ji said shortly, he meant it literally. Upon rising, she quickly dressed in an outfit akin to the previous day's, attended to her skincare, and applied a light, beautiful makeup. All right, let us go. With that, she grabbed her waist bag, opened the door, and stepped outside. Xiaoyao, over here. Good morning, Xiao Ji. Just as she arrived on the street, she spotted Xiao Ji waving enthusiastically, now clad in attire reflecting the Alolan style, wearing a mask. Look, that's the tropical noodle shop. It's absolutely delicious. Let us hurry and try it. As a food enthusiast, Xiaoyao's recommendation was not to be missed. She pointed towards the establishment not far from the hotel, and Xiao Ji, upon hearing her, gladly followed her into the shop. Boss, we'll have 2 servings this time. Hearing Xiaoyao's voice, the proprietor emerged from the kitchen, giving an approving gesture. Xiao Ji, last night I conceived a splendid idea to elevate the grand contest's profile in Alola. Would you be willing to assist me? Of course. We are partners. At Xiao Ji's unwavering affirmation, Xiaoyao flashed a mischievous smile. Actually, I was hoping to engage in a dazzling battle with you, considering you are the most renowned figure in the Alola region. Oh, stop it. But regarding what you mentioned, that is certainly doable. The battleground for today's social event has just been set up. We can have our battle there. Xiao Ji's cheeks flushed slightly as he agreed to her proposal. As for the play that Professor Kukui asked you to perform, I have an idea. Really? But I'll have to tell you in a few days. Why so? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji's expression turned dejected, and seeing him like this made Xiaoyao feel a sense of joy. With a light chuckle, she continued, Haha. Don't worry. I'll have a plan for you by tomorrow. Really? Thank you, Xiaoyao. Xiao Ji's face lit up with happiness upon hearing Xiaoyao's promise, knowing that his dilemma would soon be resolved with her help. Watching Xiao Ji's elation, Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile as well. After enjoying breakfast, Xiaoyao and Xiao Ji strolled through the city. However, knowing Xiao Ji's disinterest in such activities, Xiaoyao did not impose on him, and thus, the two ventured into the wilderness for an afternoon of adventure. During their excursion, they encountered a myriad of Pokemon native to the Alola region. They observed a vibrant trumpet bird singing alongside its companions perched on branches, witnessed the majestic Alolan coconut tree bending its long neck to sip from a stream, and even spotted a colossal Meowth commanding a troop of Alolan Rattatas. According to Xiaoji, this Meowth was a unique dominant Pokemon of Alola, diligently driving away the Rattatas as part of its duty to protect the fields. As night fell, Xiaoji discussed the evening's arrangements with Professor Kukui, who enthusiastically agreed and promptly contacted the staff to schedule Xiaoji and Xiaoyao's participation in the grand festival. A host cleared his throat in the dedicated battle arena for the festival. Next, Let us welcome the final round of tonight's competition. Unlike the previous battles, this one will adhere to the rules of the Grand Festival. Competing tonight are the enchanting Miss Xiaoyao from Hoenn, and the host paused for dramatic effect as Xiaoyao gracefully entered the arena, illuminated by the spotlight, radiating brilliance. And our champion, Xiaoji. The audience, initially disinterested in the Grand Festival and preparing to leave, froze in place upon hearing Xiaoji's name called, as if time itself had come to a standstill. They quickly returned to their seats. Let the dazzling performance of Ice Eevee commence, Xiaoyao announced, releasing her Pokeball wrapped in a special capsule for the Grand Festival. A flurry of ice crystals erupted as the ball opened, making Ice Eevee appear as though it were a spirit of snow, gracefully landing upon the crystalline floor. Then I'll be sending out you, Rowlet, Xiaoji declared, dispatching his Alolan Pokemon, a grass and flying type. Despite ice-type moves having a quadruple advantage over Rowlet, Xiaoji was unfazed, as such scenarios were part of his usual strategy. As the match commenced, both trainers unleashed their skills, aiming to decrease their opponent's score and secure victory. Though Xiaoji was the main trainer, he had previously participated in the Grand Festival and understood its nuances. The dazzling display of skills exchanged back and forth. Ice Eevee, while not as powerful as Rowlet, leveraged its type advantage and experience in the Grand Festival, making it a competitive match. Scores fluctuated as both sides fought valiantly. As time quietly slipped away, the countdown on the large screen reached 0, marking the conclusion of the Grand Festival. The final scores remained undisclosed, leaving the victor a mystery. In truth, the outcome held little significance. Observing the beaming faces of the audience, Xiaoyao felt a swell of joy. The Grand Festival, thanks to the efforts of Xiaoyao and the events of the evening, was gradually gaining popularity in Alola, but that was a story for another time. Let us play again tomorrow, Xiaoji exclaimed. Sure, see you tomorrow, Xiaoyao, he replied. Pika Pika. With their farewells exchanged, Xiaoyao and Xiaoji returned to their respective abodes. The following day, they reunited, with Xiaoji guiding Xiaoyao through the wonders of Alola. However, it seemed they had forgotten something important until the day before the Alola Kanto Friendship Conference. When Kukui approached Xiaoji, Xiaoji, have you prepared for the play? Huh, what play? You haven't forgotten, have you? It's the play you're supposed to perform at the end of the Friendship Conference. Seeing Xiaoji's bewildered expression, Kukui sighed and explained. As faded memories resurfaced, Xiaoji suddenly recalled Kukui mentioning the play days earlier. Ah, I certainly haven't forgotten. Yes, I'm completely prepared. Well, I'll think of a way tomorrow, Kukui said, observing Xiaoji's guilty demeanor and deciding to devise a plan later. The next morning, Kukui intended to wake Xiaoji to brainstorm ideas, only to find him already gone with Pikachu. Is this kid going on a date? Up so early? Kukui shook his head at Rowlet, still sleeping on Xiaoji's bed, and resolved to come up with a solution on his own. Meanwhile, Xiaoji was indeed seeking out Xiaoyao, as they had planned to take a submarine to explore the ocean's Pokémon. Oh dear, are this young lady and the handsome lad a couple? They look quite compatible. Upon arriving at the boarding area for the submarine, after paying their fare, an elderly voice piped up as they stepped inside. Grandpa, we're not in that kind of relationship, Xiaoyao replied. Ah, have I misjudged? You two seem perfect together. The elderly man's words made Xiaoyao wish to agree. Yet she lacked the courage to admit it in front of Xiaoji. What are you talking about? Xiaoji interjected, scratching his head in confusion, completely unaware of the conversation unfolding between Xiaoyao and the old man. Just like you, Xiaoji, Pikachu remarked, shrugging as if it were all too familiar. Please take your seats. I have something to tell you. It is said that in this sea, Fiona occasionally returns to its nest, and couples who see it will remain together forever. But alas, you are not a couple, the old man said as he returned to his driving seat to start the submarine. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Xiaoyao's cheeks as her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Xiaoji. Forever together? If you feel unwell, please let me know immediately, the elderly driver announced as he activated the submarine, beginning their descent into the depths of the ocean. The submarine first arrived at a shallow area, where the coral reefs shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Through the glass windows, they spotted Pokémon like sun coral and sea cucumber peacefully resting on the rocks. The submarine did not linger and continued its journey deeper. In the ocean's depths, various Pokémon could be seen, including a family of tentacle and other fish Pokémon. Look, Xiaoyao exclaimed, pointing at a blue Pokémon nearby. Xiaoji leaned closer, his chest brushing against the back of Xiaoyao's head. Feeling the warmth behind her, Xiaoyao's face flushed as she lowered her head, avoiding the reflection of her visage in the glass. It's Fiona. Xiaoyao, it truly resembles Manaphy. Indeed, Xiaoyao replied, her eyes clouded with a hint of sadness. But Xiaoji's words sparked an idea within her. Xiaoji, I've thought of something for your play. What? We can perform the story of how we helped Manafi in Hoenn. This is a tale that only we who experienced it can portray. The determination radiating from Xiaoyao's eyes prompted a dazed but affirmative nod from Xiaoji. After finalizing the content of their play, they continued to appreciate the wonders of their underwater adventure until dusk settled in. Goodbye, Grandpa. Thank you for guiding us through that enchanting world. Ash and May bid farewell to Grandpa Driver as they departed from the seaside, having confirmed the details of tonight's theatrical performance after contacting Kukui. Behind them, Grandpa Driver murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. Couples who encounter Fiona are destined to remain together forever. At the venue of the Kalos and Alola Friendship Festival, this prolonged event was finally drawing to a close, culminating in its grand final performance upon this magnificent stage. Pikachu, we entrust everything to you, Ash declared as he prepared to return an item, instructing May and the others to wait for him. With a confident smile, he showcased the crystal pillar he held to May, Pikachu, and Manafi aboard the lifeboat. The stage was alive with tension as May persistently struck the glass case. Repurposed as an emergency lifeboat, her worried gaze resonating with the audience. Despite knowing it was merely an act, an immense weight settled in their hearts, refusing to dissipate. As the curtains closed around May, Ash sprinted forward with the crystal pillar in hand. With a splash, the stage lights extinguished, leaving only Ash's voice echoing through the microphone. How could I give up? He exclaimed. The lights illuminated once more, revealing May and Pikachu in the submarine, silently clasping their hands in prayer. Tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. Her palpable anxiety, nearly bringing her to tears, deeply affected everyone present, stirring unrest within their hearts. Oh no, we're running out of oxygen. Is this where it ends? Ash, you can do it. Pikachu. Ash, stay strong. Don't give up. I believe in you. May. I will never relent. The stage lit up as Ash inserted the crystal pillar into its designated slot, a radiant light heralding the impending conclusion of the theatrical performance. Take good care of your companions, and don't forget me. Farewell, Manafi. Goodbye, May. With May's poignant farewell to Manafi, the performance reached its finale. Though the audience was left wondering about the identity of the Pokémon portraying Manafi, the heartfelt drama captivated their attention, earning thunderous applause. The Kalos and Alola Friendship Festival concluded, with brilliant fireworks illuminating the night sky in an awe-inspiring display. Under the starlit sky, Ash and May leaned against one another on the grass, a severed ribbon medal resting between them. Ash, she began. Thank you. Chapter 29. The fiery team emerges, unexpected appearances from the ultimate cave, and Rotom. Wow, that was such a refreshing sleep. Pikachu, did you enjoy it too? Pika. Ash and Pikachu rose simultaneously, yawning in perfect synchronization as they tossed aside their covers. After donning fresh attire, Ash led Pikachu to the bathroom for their morning routine before heading out. May, are you ready yet? Just a moment. Ash stood before May's door, knocking while inquiring from within. After a brief interval, May's voice emerged, prompting Ash to scratch his head, exchanging glances with Pikachu as they waited patiently at the door. Half an hour later, May opened the door to find Ash and Pikachu, having fallen asleep against the wall. Mr. Ash? Oh, May. Finally, you're out. Shall we set off? Of course, let's go, Mr. Ash. May gestured to her fully packed bag, indicating her readiness for the journey. All right, let's be on our way, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, settling contentedly as Ash carried him along. May, just ahead is Moonview Mountain. Be cautious, Ash warned as they approached the entrance of the Moonview Cavern. Concerned about the many Pokémon dwelling within and the labyrinthine nature of the cave that could lead May astray into danger. Understood, Mr. Ash. Let us head inside. Just as May was about to enter the cavern, two oddly dressed figures suddenly appeared, adorned in predominantly red hooded cloaks with short horns atop their heads. Who are you? You cannot proceed any further. What are you two? May quickly hid behind Ash, who stood defiantly to confront the newcomers. Brace yourself for a surprise. We are the infamous Team Magma from the Hoenn region, they proclaimed, their taunts aimed at Ash. Ash was unfazed, having already deduced their identity from their attire. While May looked on in confusion. Team Magma? What is that? What? You don't know Team Magma? We're the ones who can send even the most frightened Pokémon into slumber. Slap. You mean the frightened Pokémon who fall asleep? I am sorry, brother. The taller Team Magma member scolded the shorter one, who appeared genuinely remorseful, lowering his head like a chastised child. Mr. Ash, they're rather foolish, May remarked, pointing at the two Team Magma members. What did you say? How dare you? Do you wish to test our strength? Pikachu, Iron Tail. Ash commanded. and Pikachu unleashed a powerful iron tail, shattering the ground before the two Team Magma members. "After you," they said in unison, realizing they were outmatched. Bowing to Ash in a gesture of deference. "Is it really alright to let them in?" The shorter Team Magma member inquired of his taller companion as Ash and May's figures disappeared into the cavern. You're still too naive. Why worry when our leaders are inside? Come on, let us return to our fun." "Alright, brother." Following his brother's urging, he followed closely, laughter echoing from the nearby woods. "Mr. Ash, is everything truly fine?" Team Magma sounds like an organization akin to Team Rocket. As they traversed the cave, May voiced her concerns. Being from Kanto, she was unfamiliar with Team Magma, yet she was well acquainted with Team Rocket, leading her to equate the two. "No worries, just trust me. I'm here to protect you," Ash assured her, patting his chest to convey his confidence. Suddenly, another Team Magma member leaped in front of Ash, blocking his path and commanding a Mityna to attack. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." The cave was illuminated by the powerful surge of electricity unleashed by Pikachu, momentarily brightening the surroundings before darkness reclaimed the space once more. "Darn it, Mityna, return. Do not fault me for my forewarnings. Those who come after me are far more formidable." "Pikachu, Layla, let us proceed." "Pikachu." Ash paid no heed to the words of the Team Magma member as he continued deeper into the cavern alongside Layla and Pikachu. "Mr. Ash, perhaps we should retreat for now," Layla suggested with a sheepish smile, trailing behind him. As an ordinary person, she felt an overwhelming fear of these nefarious organizations. And at that moment, she was contemplating withdrawal. "I apologize, Layla. Let me leave Snorlax here to keep you company." Ash realized that Layla was merely an ordinary individual and that he ought not to involve her in this perilous venture. Snorlax, he summoned, who, remarkably, was awake for a change. "Snorlax, ensure Layla's safety. I shall return shortly." "Mr. Ash, please be cautious, Pikachu." Snorlax nodded. While Layla called out to Ash and Pikachu as they departed, concern etched across her face. Ash and Pikachu pressed onward into the depths of Moonview Mountain, when suddenly, the space ahead expanded, illuminated by a flickering firelight. "Hush, Pikachu. Let us ascertain the situation," Ash whispered. "Pikachu." Cautiously, Ash and Pikachu nestled against the wall, peering into the vast chamber, their curious little heads poking out. Within the space, a colossal bonfire blazed, surrounded by numerous members of Team Magma clad in their uniforms. Engaged in hushed discussions, not far from them stood a small cage, where a Rotom was imprisoned, helplessly battering against the bars, but the electromagnetic cage rendered its efforts futile. "You refuse to possess our broken refrigerator, causing our berries to spoil. You shall remain here to reflect on your actions." A slightly portly man stood before the cage, chuckling, before turning his attention back to the other Team Magma members. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Rotom felt a sense of despair. It longed to possess something. Yet the menacing hound kept it at bay, for in its untransformed state, it was vulnerable to the canine's intimidating presence. "Who are you?" Just as Ash pondered how to deal with the situation, a Team Magma member appeared behind him, exclaiming in alarm. The atmosphere shifted as the Team Magma members quickly encircled Ash, their expressions turning serious. "State your identity." The portly man who had spoken to the Rotom stepped forward, locking eyes with Ash and speaking in a measured tone. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." In response, Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt, the powerful current surging through the tunnel. A glint of malice flickered in the man's eyes as he shoved two Team Magma members in front of him as shields. Observing this, Ash raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by their actions. "Pikachu, Irontail, how dare you? Regardless of who you are, we, Team Magma, will not be stopped." The member, known as Fire Village, dispatched a Numel to confront them, which immediately filled the tunnel with its bulk, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the advancing Pikachu. "Go, Pikachu!" Unperturbed by the flames, Pikachu executed an iron tail, cleaving through the inferno, and struck Numel squarely on the head, driving it into the ground. "Numel!" At Fire Village's shout, Numel rose, its body seething with rage from the recent attack, its eyes bloodshot and seemingly ablaze with fury. "Pikachu, quick attack!" Yet Ash would not grant Fire Village the luxury of preparation. Pikachu darted behind Numel in the blink of an eye. "Numel, flamethrower!" Numel attempted to pivot and unleash its flames, but its bulk rendered it immobile. "Pikachu, Irontail!" Pikachu struck again with immense force, sending Numel crashing into the wall, incapacitated. "Numel!" Fire Village clutched Numel in despair, feeling utterly helpless as he had no other means to thwart Ash. Numel was his only formidable Pokémon. "Pikachu, Irontail!" Approaching the cage that held Rotom captive, Pikachu swung its tail, slicing through the bars with a flash of silver. "Let us go, Pikachu!" After liberating Rotom, Ash and Pikachu pressed deeper into Moonview Mountain, while Fire Village revealed a sinister smile behind them. Little brat, how unfortunate that you defeated me. Now you shall experience the wrath of the bonfire. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu hastened through the dimly lit tunnel, the silence enveloping them, save for the sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, a sound akin to liquid spraying echoed from the shadows, directed toward Ash. The aura resides within my heart, as he shouted internally. Ash swiftly scooped up Pikachu and pressed against the wall, while a pool of purple liquid began to corrode the ground where he had stood. Upon activating his aura, Ash immediately sensed the presence of an ambusher lurking in the shadows, evading 3 more jets of liquid as he slipped into the darkness. TSK, the assailant, observing Ash retreat into the shadows, decided against further pursuit, only to be met with a sudden, overwhelming force from behind. Bam! Ash pinned a girl clad in Team Magma attire, with purple hair and eyes, to the ground. Her expression remained cold, patiently awaiting Ash's next move. Pikachu, fetch the rope from my backpack. Pikachu nodded and rummaged through Ash's backpack. Despite being restrained, the girl did not surrender. Her fingers managed to move, inching toward the Pokeballs at her waist. Ninetales Swellow, attack. Upon activating the switches of her 2 Pokeballs, the Pokemon appeared behind Ash. Ninetales unleashed a torrent of flames, while Swellow fanned the flames with powerful gusts from its wings. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The situation unfolded rapidly, but Pikachu's reflexes were quick, and it intercepted the incoming attack with a Thunderbolt just in time. Gramble, Bite. The purple-haired girl summoned a Gramble by touching her waist, which lunged at Ash with bared fangs. Pika. In a state of alarm, Pikachu shouted in concern as the girl wore a triumphant expression, as though everything was proceeding according to her plan. The aura resides within my heart. Suddenly, a swirling blue orb of light materialized in Ash's hand, which he directed at Gramble's chin, sending it flying and rendering it unable to fight. The girl was left speechless, gazing at Ash in bewilderment. Are you truly human? Of course, Ash replied, casting her a bemused glance, as her question seemed absurd. If he were not human, then what was he? Meanwhile, Pikachu, relieved to see Ash unharmed, focused on the 2 Pokemon. At that moment, the previously imprisoned Rotom stealthily approached Ash, noticing a Rotom phone in his backpack, and gleefully burrowed inside. Possessing the Rotom phone, Rotom immediately commandeered Ash's device, utilizing its built-in functions to articulate human speech. Rotom, how delightful. The electronic voice of Rotom emanated from Ash's backpack, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. With one hand pressing against the chest of the purple-haired girl, who blushed furiously, his other hand reached towards the backpack. Rotom, what are you planning to do? The Rotom phone, appearing utterly alarmed, was pulled out by Ash, its expression fraught with panic. How did you manage to get inside my phone? Because this device carries the essence of home, Rotom. All right then, if you wish to stay, just don't break anything. Ash gazed at Rotom, who wore a pitiful expression, feeling quite helpless, and ultimately resigned to its presence. Pikachu, having finished dealing with the 2 Pokemon sent out by the purple-haired girl, rushed towards Ash, while the girl herself relinquished any thoughts of resistance, despite Ash's prior infringement. After all, she had just witnessed Ash launch a wave bomb that sent a Mitina flying, and such a formidable individual was not one she could afford to provoke. All right, Pikachu, let us depart. What is your name? As Ash was about to leave, the purple-haired girl, inexplicably feeling her heart race, inquired after him. Ash, I hail from Pallet Town, he replied, stopping in his tracks to turn and bestow a radiant smile upon her. My name is Hikari, for reasons unknown. Hikari felt an overwhelming urge to share her name, as though this exchange held significant importance for her. Ash, I see. Ash continued onward. But this time he was accompanied by a newfound companion. Haha, success. The deity of the earth, Groudon. Here I come. Suddenly, Ash heard a burst of laughter emanating from a short distance ahead and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, he beheld a figure slowly being engulfed by a rift to the Ultra Dimension. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash pursued the figure. Chapter 30. The Fiery Pine and Groudon. Following the figure, Ash entered the Ultra Dimension, suffused with a golden glow, where chaotic spatial fluctuations danced before his eyes. Gulping, he steeled himself and, clutching Pikachu and Rotom tightly, plunged into the tumultuous waves of space. As Ash traversed the Ultra Dimension, he felt as though he were being crushed by an immense force, with pressure emanating from all directions, squeezing him relentlessly. Pikachu. With Pikachu and Rotom cradled in his arms, Ash pressed forward against the overwhelming pressure, acutely aware of the imminent risk of being flattened. Fortunately, it seemed that this stretch of the Ultra Dimension was relatively brief. Before long, He felt a wave of relief wash over him as the pressure dissipated entirely. He found himself standing on an unfamiliar terrain, where the temperature was scorching. The ground cracked with fissures, and sporadic bursts of magma erupted from below. It's so hot. Are you both all right, Pikachu? Pika. It's unbearably hot, Rotom. My chip is going to overheat. Where on earth are we? As they trudged across the blistering landscape, Ash, Pikachu, and Rotom paid little mind to the frantic murmurs of Rotom. Just as they wandered aimlessly, a ripple in the air caught their attention. Possibly a result of the sweltering heat. Look, a cave, Pikachu. Rotom. The rippling air coalesced into a shadowy cave, emerging abruptly upon the desolate ground. That looks perilous, Rotom. Perhaps we should turn back, Ash suggested. Do you even remember the way back? Ash rolled his eyes at Rotom, surprised by its timidity despite having followed them here. Pikachu. Let's go? Pika. Wait for me, Rotom. As Ash and Pikachu ventured into the cave, Rotom glanced around, feeling a chill creep up its back that cooled its overheating chip. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, it quickly darted after Ash and Pikachu. It's pitch black, Rotom. Shoo, quiet now, Rotom. Trailing behind Ash, Rotom nervously surveyed the surroundings, while Ash seemed to have made a discovery, urging Rotom to keep silent. Haha, at last, at long last, my ultimate aspiration is about to be realized. The deity of the earth, Groudon. From the depths of the cave, a man's boisterous laughter reverberated, echoing throughout the cavern. It's Maxie and Groudon. What brings them here? Ash, Pikachu, and Rotom peered around the corner, astonished by Maxie's frenzied demeanor and the sight of Groudon submerged in magma. Return to your true form, Groudon. Just as Ash was engulfed in confusion, Maxie produced a crimson orb and hurled it towards Groudon. Upon contact, the orb radiated a scarlet glow that enveloped the entire cave. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Groudon awoke from its slumber, merging with the crimson orb. Its form undergoing a dramatic transformation as it grew larger, and its skin took on a lava-like orange hue. Marvelous. This is the true visage of the deity of the earth, Groudon. Rejoice. The mightiest king of the land has been born. Ha ha. Groudon let out another earth-shaking roar, slowly emerging from the magma, each step it took turning the ground beneath into molten rock. Boom. A pair of razor-sharp claws shattered the cave, as streams of lava began to flow outward, while Maxie, the one who had awakened Groudon, vanished without a trace. If it makes its way outside, it will be catastrophic, Ash thought, silently resolving to act. Pikachu, Iron-Tail. Charizard, unleash your flames. Ash summoned Charizard, hastening to catch up with Groudon, commanding both Pokemon to attack. Alas, neither flames nor steel could inflict any harm upon Groudon. Pikachu. Instead, Pikachu, who had approached Groudon with an iron tail, suffered the consequences of the intense heat, feeling as if it were burning up. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop it here. Ash's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened the gloves of the Aura Guardian and leapt into the air, perhaps due to his recent triumph as a champion. Ash's agility had improved, allowing him to land gracefully. Groudon. Halt. Ash faced Groudon, but the latter appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing its advance. Rotom, record everything. Not far away, Rotom activated its filming mode, intent on documenting the unfolding events, believing Ash's actions should be known to the world. On the scorched earth, Groudon drew closer to Ash, the surrounding air warping under the heat, as the blistering aura struck Ash's face, making him feel as though his very bones were melting. Groudon truly embodied the might of a deity. Every breath it took and every step it made resonated with the earth itself. Though it was unfortunate that it could not soar through the skies. This is bad. My consciousness is beginning to fade. I must at least ensure Pikachu and the others. Perhaps the sweltering heat surrounding them was too intense, even for Ash, whose physique surpassed that of an ordinary human. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to dizziness and fainted. As Groudon, the formidable creature of the Ultra Wormhole, descended upon him with its massive foot, an Ultra Wormhole unexpectedly manifested beneath it, drawing it in. In tandem, the figure of Charizard emerged, leaping into the vortex that had swallowed Groudon. The Ultra Wormhole gradually closed, and a majestic silhouette, radiating an aura akin to that of the sun, could be discerned within as it bore Groudon away into the unknown. Is Ash all right? Rotom. Pikachu. Pikachu and Rotom rushed towards Ash, their faces etched with concern as they called his name repeatedly, yet no amount of pleading could rouse him from his slumber. In his unconscious state, Ash found himself lost in a distant dream. Mr. Lucario, what is that? That is my homeland, brave one. If it ever faces peril, I implore you to assist it. Are you leaving, Mr. Lucario? The beasts of the past and future have emerged. I must intervene, risking everything. On the sprawling plains, Ash stood alongside a man named Lucario, gazing across the endless expanse of grass. The man's features were obscured beneath a cloak, rendering him indistinct. Let us participate in the Battle of Kentors together next time, Brave One. The Battle of Kentors? Have you forgotten, Brave One? I have not forgotten your indomitable spirit and the sight of you atop the leader of the Kentors, challenging a whole herd. How bold. As the man's words echoed in Ash's mind, a vague memory surfaced, lying amidst a throng of black Kentors on this very plain. What is happening to me? Suddenly, Ash realized his body was fading into particles of light, and the man before him appeared unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips. Brave One, you must aid the Empire. Pikachu. Rotom. Pika. As Ash regained consciousness, his Pokémon expressed their elation, wrapping their arms around him. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated through the space as it began to collapse, revealing the crimson sky tinged with the color of the Ultra Wormhole. This is bad. We must leave at once. Roar. Charizard turned its back to Ash, urging him to climb aboard. Without hesitation, Ash scrambled onto Charizard's back alongside Pikachu. Let us go, Charizard. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard soared like a jet through the collapsing space and into the Ultra Wormhole. The chaotic fluctuations of space surged toward Ash and his Pokémon, attempting to pull them into the infinite abyss of the Ultra Wormhole. Charizard, you can do it. Pika. Pikachu. I feel as though I'm being crushed. Hang in there, Rotom. Roar. Charizard let out a fierce roar, determination igniting in its eyes as it poured every ounce of strength into reaching the exit. Boom. The Ultra Wormhole collapsed with a thunderous sound, and Ash and his companions successfully returned to the tranquility of Moonview Mountain. Phew, that was close. Ash, still shaken by the vanishing Ultra Wormhole, pondered, why was Charizard here? What is Team Magma's objective? Has Team Aqua also arrived? These three questions swirled in Ash's mind after emerging from the Ultra Wormhole, yet his usual lack of contemplation left him confounded in the face of such mysteries. I can't figure it out. Forget it, this isn't my forte. However, who exactly is Lucario? I have no recollection of this individual. Ash abandoned thoughts of Team Magma, instead fixating on the vivid imagery of the plains he had just witnessed. As the Battle of Kentors he mentioned bore a striking resemblance to a dream he had shared with Professor Oak. Why are there so many questions? Ash raked his fingers through his hair, giving him the appearance of a vagabond, as grappling with such thoughts seemed as foreign to him as using toothpaste for shampoo. Never mind. For now, I need to find May. Let us go, everyone. He dismissed the taxing exercise of contemplation and resolved to reunite with May to ensure her safety. Charizard, who had accompanied them, was returned to its Pokeball, not only due to its exhaustion from the Ultra Wormhole, but also because of the inconvenient terrain within the cave. Mr. Snorlax, please don't fall asleep. I have delicious bread. Meanwhile, the timid May sat obediently beside Snorlax, who, upon Ash's departure, revealed its true nature, sprawling out on the ground and dozing off. May, seemingly well acquainted with Snorlax's character, produced the fossil bread she had purchased before leaving Pewter City. Gurgle. As she tore open the specially sealed bag, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting May to swallow hard, while Snorlax, too, was not immune to the allure, instantly springing upright as if jolted awake. Mr. Snorlax, if you stay awake, I'll share this with you. Observing the gluttonous expression on Snorlax's face, May felt she had gained the upper hand. However, Ash's Snorlax was no ordinary creature. As if deaf to May's words, it leaned forward, only to retract its head with lightning speed. A motion so swift it could barely be measured in seconds. May stared in bewilderment at her empty hands, realizing that the bread she had been holding had vanished, now snugly lodged in Snorlax's mouth. Snorlax. It swallowed the bread whole, scarcely chewing, as if it were merely a snack. Snorlax. After indulging, Snorlax yawned, scratched its belly, and returned to its slumber on the ground. How could this happen? May felt a twinge of disappointment, as that was the bread she had saved for a special occasion, and it seemed she had underestimated Snorlax's appetite. May. Suddenly a low, crackling sound filled the air, accompanied by an eerie electrical fizz that sent shivers down May's spine. Mr. Snorlax, wake up. May's face turned pale as she shined her flashlight around, yet found nothing amiss, desperately attempting to rouse Snorlax, but to no avail. Mr. Ash, where are you? May pressed her back against Snorlax, her eyes shut tight, her heart racing in her chest. It seemed the disturbance had subsided. Should she take a peek? As the strange noise faded momentarily, curiosity overcame her fear, and she dared to open her eyes, only to be met with three ghastly faces before her. May gasped sharply, her eyes rolling back as she fainted without uttering a sound. Oh, it seems we may have gone a bit too far. Pika Pie, Clearly, it is this little girl's timid nature that has led to this. Rotom. Removing the ghostly masks revealed Ash, Pikachu, and Rotom, who stared at the unconscious May. Ash scratching his head in exasperation. Let us bring Snorlax back. It'll catch a cold sleeping like this. Honestly, I have no idea how to handle this. As he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Snorlax beside him, Ash gently recalled it into its pokeball. He then turned his attention to the motionless Layla. Lifting her with one arm cradling her thigh and the other securing her waist, resting her head upon his chest in a princess carry, unsure of where to wander next. In the enchanting realm of Moonview Mountain, surrounded by trees and vibrant blossoms flaunting their exquisite forms upon the earth, lay a tranquil heart-shaped pond. A gentle breeze swept through the treetops, orchestrating a symphony of rustling leaves, while the moonlight cascaded onto the pond, causing ripples that shimmered like silver. At last, they had arrived. Indeed, it was as comfortable as he remembered. The voice, youthful yet surprisingly steady, emerged from within the woods. Under the moonlight, the owner of that voice slowly revealed himself. Ash and his companions, with Pikachu dozing atop his shoulder, Layla nestled in his arms, and a Rotom phone resting upon his head, in a state of slumber. Carefully, he placed Layla and the others on the ground and, with a swift motion, extracted a tent from his belongings. Within mere minutes, a tent materialized amidst the breathtaking mountain scenery. Layla and Pikachu can rest inside, Ash chuckled, settling them within the freshly erected tent before finding a tree to lean against, clutching a sleeping bag and drifting off to slumber. The night enveloped them in serenity, punctuated only by the occasional breeze conducting a melody among the leaves, as the natural sounds surrounded Ash's ears, gradually lulling him into a deep repose. Just as Ash succumbed to sleep, a black meteor, emanating a faint purple glow, streaked across the sky. For those with keen eyesight, its surface revealed multiple protruding pentagons. It soared over Moonview Mountain, clearly on a trajectory far beyond its peak, towards a distant destination where a lighthouse, exuding an aura of solitude, was relentlessly battered by the waves. Chapter 31. The Beacon of Hope, A Journey Home. Warm sunlight bathed the heart-shaped pond, transforming the previously tranquil space into a bustling habitat for Pokémon, most of whom appeared in pairs. Two Pidgeys tenderly groomed each other's feathers, while a Caterpie and a Metapod nestled closely together, yearning for a passionate love despite the disapproval of their respective species. Is Layla still not awake? Ash yawned, stretching his limbs, which felt stiff from the previous night's rest against the tree. Good morning, Mr. Ash. Layla emerged from the tent, her eyes half closed, still appearing drowsy, with Pikachu and Rotom trailing behind her. Ash, fire. Rotom. The electronic tone of Rotom's voice quivered with excitement. What fire? Ash inquired, perplexed. Video. Rotom. I registered an account on the Pokemon Network platform, and that battle against Groudon is a sensation. So many people are following us. When did you record that? Let me see. Ash and Pikachu peered at the screen on Rotom's body, which displayed the back end of an account named Champion Ash, featuring a single video, the cover image depicting Ash standing face to face with Groudon. The video's view count had astonishingly reached 66 million, a remarkable feat attributed not only to Ash's own popularity, but also to the strategic advantage he held, as he was the sole champion engaging with the Pokemon Network platform. While other champions, like Diantha and Karuna, had some online presence, their engagement was minimal. Diantha was busy with numerous advertisements, while Karuna, being a renowned actress, had her own commitments. The remaining champions, such as Steven, were elusive, seemingly lost in their own pursuits, while others like Iris were still undergoing training. Despite Ash's numerous titles, including those of honorary researcher at the Sakura Institute and student at the Alola School, he found himself with ample leisure time, allowing him to engage with the online community. After we leave Moonview Mountain, I recall that White Cape is just ahead where Professor Jinhui resides. Let us pay him a visit, shall we, Layla? Hewitt, Layla mumbled, her words somewhat garbled as she brushed her teeth, but Ash could discern her meaning. Once they finished tidying up, Ash and his companions were ready to embark on their journey towards the Hualan Gym, adhering to the conventional path for novice trainers. However, unbeknownst to Layla, subtle shifts in the strength rankings of the Kanto region's gyms had occurred. Having traversed half of Moonview Mountain, Ash and his party were nearing the summit, the midday sun blazing overhead, its rays particularly fierce. Fortunately, Ash and Layla had descended into the woods below. As they strolled through the forest, they reveled in the invigorating scent of nature, the serene atmosphere far removed from the clamor of the city, captivating their senses. Is that the scent of the sea? Ash remarked, invigorated by the briny aroma wafting through the air. They quickened their pace, bursting forth from the woods, where the soft sands greeted their feet, revealing the expansive azure ocean before them, the salty sea breeze creating gentle ripples upon the surface. Mr. Ash, could that be? Layla pointed towards a cape, where a pristine white lighthouse stood, illuminating the path for distant ships. Indeed, that is where Professor Jinhui resides, Ash confirmed with a nod in response to Layla's inquiry. Let us go visit Professor Jinhui. Layla nodded, keeping pace with Ash. At the entrance of the lighthouse, Ash confidently approached the ancient door and knocked. Who is there? A languid voice emanated from within, sounding as if it had endured a prolonged bout of exhaustion. Professor Jinhui, it's me, Ash. After a brief pause, Ash and Layla awaited a response, but silence lingered. Sensing something amiss, Ash called out, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Just as he was about to instruct Pikachu to force the door open, it creaked open slowly, revealing a rather gaunt and mischievous Electrode waiting at the threshold. Ash, is that you? The Electrode's voice echoed, startling both Ash and Layla. And Mr. Ash, that Electrode can talk. Layla exclaimed, wide-eyed. Don't worry, Layla, that's just Professor Jinhui. Ash reassured her with a bemused smile, then turned to the Electrode. Professor Jinhui, you haven't been locking yourself in again, have you? Only you, Ash, could guess so accurately. Came the weary reply from the professor. After a moment, Professor Jinhui finally emerged, looking gaunt and parched. His lips chapped as if he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for days. Professor, why on earth did you design the zipper of your costume on the outside? Couldn't you have added an opening for easy access? Ash questioned incredulously. Ash picked up the costume he had just helped Jinhui remove, staring in disbelief at the zipper that ran from bottom to top on the back. It was astonishing that someone with a doctorate could lack such basic knowledge. Sighing, he realized he was more eager to experience the sensation of the playful Thunderbolt's movements, only to discover that the zipper was on incorrectly. Coughing slightly, Jinhui awkwardly scratched the back of his head, seemingly embarrassed due to speaking while eating, which had caused him to choke on his noodles. Are you all right, Dr. Jinhui? I'm fine, really, he replied, coughing again. By the way, who is she? Oh, her name is Lear, a rookie trainer this year. We're traveling together. Ah, I see. Youth is indeed wonderful, Ash remarked, and Jinhui cast a meaningful glance at Lear before returning to his computer, slurping his noodles. Is that you, Dr. Jinhui? That adorable Clefairy. As Ash and Jinhui engaged in casual conversation, Lear discovered an old photograph on a corner table. Yes, that Clefairy was my dear friend. Jinhui responded with a smile that seemed tinged with profound loneliness. So what about Clefairy now? Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the room, prompting Jinhui to glance at the blue screen of his computer, where a long white wave appeared. A flicker of joy crossed Jinghui's face as he turned to Ash, his gaze intense with fervor. Ash, it's coming again. I need your help this time. What do you need me for, Doctor? And is it? Indeed. It's the mysterious colossal Pokémon from last time. I need you to hold it off for a moment so I can gather data on it. Isn't that disruptive to its life? Ash inquired, to which Jinghui shook his head, articulating his beliefs. I believe allowing it to roam freely in the ocean is far more harmful. It has a place it belongs, but it is certainly not here. Thus, I hope you can buy me some time. I want to help it. This is the essence of why I built this lighthouse, to not only guide lost humans and Pokemon at sea, but also to ensure they return home safely. Jinghui said as he gazed out the window, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, suggesting a past that was hard to forget. At that moment, thick fog rose over the sea, and the lighthouse's beam shone brightly through the mist, serving as a beacon for both humans and Pokemon. Is it here? In the fog, a massive silhouette emerged, and Ash felt an eerie familiarity, as if he were encountering an old friend. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ash's mind, and he quickly retrieved the portable Pokemon exchange device from his backpack. What are you doing, Ash? Nothing. Doctor, you'll see soon enough. Lear, stay here for now. The doctor and I will step outside. All right, Mr. Ash. With a knowing smile at Jinghui, Ash provided minimal explanation before pushing open the lighthouse door and slowly making his way toward the sea. On the shore, the mighty silhouette moved, sending waves crashing onto the beach, a perilous sight that deterred Jinghui from getting too close. He could only place his hopes in Ash. Halt! Ash positioned himself in front of the approaching giant figure, preventing it from advancing further, for behind him lay countless homes illuminated by light. Dragonite, you're the one for this. Ash summoned Dragonite to confront the colossal figure, which paused upon seeing Dragonite, dwarfed by its size. Roar! The enormous creature let out a roar, the mist gradually dissipating to reveal its true form, strikingly similar to Ash's own Dragonite. It's a Dragonite. I should have realized sooner, Jinghui exclaimed, observing the majestic creature with astonishment, realizing that the answer he had long sought was closer than he had imagined. Dragonite, let us battle. Despite facing a gargantuan opponent, Ash exhibited no sign of fear, instead wearing a smile, clearly anticipating the confrontation. A crackle of electricity filled the air as arcs of lightning danced around the colossal Dragonite, which responded without hesitation, launching a thunderbolt in return, accepting the challenge. This is perfect. If it's that large, we should grow too. Returned Dragonite. Just as Ash was about to give his command, the Gigantamax band on his wrist suddenly glowed with a purple light, indicating that it could enable Pokemon to Gigantamax here. Grow large. Ash raised Dragonite's Pokeball high above his head, channeling the Gigantamax energy into it. The Pokeball gradually expanded, enveloped in a layer of Gigantamax energy. Go. With a fierce shout, Dragonite emerged from the ball, its size multiplied several times, standing resolute against the titanic Dragonite. Gigantamax Ice Beam. Seizing the initiative, Ash understood that Gigantamax could only last 3 turns and had no intention of prolonging the battle. Despite the size difference, experience and level still played a crucial role. Quickly, Ash's Dragonite unleashed Gigantamax Ice Beam, as storm clouds gathered ominously overhead, and massive hailstones plummeted down, striking the colossal Dragonite. Ugh, Dragonite. The latter, unprepared for the onslaught of Gigantamax, suffered considerable damage, and the effects of the ice beam summoned a hailstorm. Small hailstones fell from the sky, and while they would have troubled most opponents, they seemed insufficient against a creature that had survived for countless years. Roar! The colossal Dragonite bellowed in fury, summoning a tempest that dispersed the storm clouds and shattered the hail. Once more, Gigantamax Ice Beam. Ash decided to employ the same strategy, as it seemed to be the most effective against the giant Dragonite. However, the massive creature was far from defenseless when the second ice beam descended. It retaliated with a fire punch, igniting the sky in a crimson blaze. The ice beam began melting upon contact with the fiery attack, leaving Ash astonished that such a common move could counter a Gigantamax technique. With only one final opportunity to strike remaining, Ash's Dragonite, having already executed 2 Gigantamax moves, was left with but one chance to attack. Just as Ash hesitated, contemplating his next move, the colossal Dragonite suddenly lunged forward, wrapping its enormous arms around Ash's Gigantamax Dragonite, tears glistening in its eyes. Dragonite. Ash refrained from issuing further commands, allowing his Dragonite to remain in its form, accompanying this lonely companion that had been isolated for countless years. Dr. Jingwei, have you gathered the data? Absolutely, but now we must locate the habitat of this Dragonite. Jingwei scratched his head, contemplating. Perhaps Mr. Duda might know something about this Dragonite. Ash recalled the recent battle with Drake, who is renowned as the Dragon Master, with his ace Pokemon being the formidable Dragonite. Perhaps he might possess valuable information regarding this Dragonite. However, Ash was not particularly acquainted with Drake, so he decided to reach out to him instead. Leave it to me, Rotom. What is it, Ash? Rotom, who had been surfing the internet from a corner, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Please call Mr. Drake. All right, dialing the current champion of Chengdu, the Dragon Master Drake. During the last Kanto League challenge, Ash had fortuitously exchanged contact information with Drake. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to reach him. Hello, Mr. Drake, it's about. Upon contacting Drake, Ash recounted the situation in detail, and the latter willingly offered his assistance, planning to check with his family regarding the matter. Ash entrusted this responsibility to Drake. Suddenly, as Ash and his companions intended to accompany the colossal Dragonite by the beach, the sky darkened, and a fierce storm erupted. With torrential rain pouring down, a wooden boat on the sea rocked perilously, akin to a ball tossed by the tumultuous waves. That Jingwei glanced at the small vessel, where a pink figure flickered into view. Piplup. As he called out, Jingwei dashed towards the ocean, tears mingling with the rain, rendering his vision blurry. Observing Jingwei's silhouette, Ash suddenly comprehended why there was a photo of him and Piplup in the room, yet Piplup was absent. He swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, and with a blaze of fiery energy, the rain around them evaporated. Ash summoned Charizard. Charizard, go retrieve Piplup. At Ash's command, Charizard flapped its wings powerfully and soared into the sky like a jet. In the blink of an eye, the crimson figure skimmed across the water, arriving at the boat, scooping Piplup into its embrace, and promptly returning to Ash and Jingwei's side. Piplup, it's really you, Jingwei exclaimed, receiving Piplup from Charizard. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, while Piplup, overjoyed to reunite, chirped happily, having not seen Jingwei for quite some time. Welcome home, Piplup, as Ash allowed Dragonite to stay with the colossal Dragonite. He took his Pokemon and Jingwei back to the lighthouse, while Layla took Nidoran and the fiery Weezing to a corner to hone their skills and strength. Piplup was my first Pokemon. We lived together since I was very young. But one day, it went missing, so I built this lighthouse, waiting for its return. Jingwei gently dried Piplup's rain-soaked body with a towel, a faint smile gracing his face. That night, Jingwei fell asleep holding Piplup, both of their faces reflecting blissful smiles. The following day, Drake arrived at Jingwei's lighthouse, ready to return the colossal Dragonite to the island where the Dragonites reside. Meanwhile, Ash and Layla continued their journey towards Hualan City. Chapter 32, Hualan City, the Angry Misty. After departing from Jingwei's lighthouse, Ash and his companions arrived in Hualan City, which was adorned with festive decorations. Upon inquiring with the locals, they discovered that it was the time for Hualan City's unique celebration, the Fishing Festival. However, Ash and Layla paid little attention to this, and after restoring their companion's energy at the Pokemon Center, they hurriedly sought to challenge the gym, unaware of Rotom's whereabouts. "Don't you want to rest for a while, Layla?" Ash asked curiously as he took the Pokeballs from Nurse Joy, noting it was unusual for her to be so eager. "Of course not. We must capitalize on our momentum from defeating the Nibby Gym to seize the Hualan Gym. You're still too young, young lady." Seeing Layla's excited expression, Ash could only shake his head helplessly and let her lead the way. "Misty, I'm here to challenge the gym," Layla announced excitedly upon entering the Hualan Gym, drawing the surprised gaze of the referee as she called out the gym leader Misty's name. "Here I come, challenger. Are you ready for battle?" "Absolutely, Misty." "Haha, this is amusing." Misty chuckled, noting that it had been a long time since she had encountered such an energetic challenger. Since she had taken on the role of gym leader, the Hualan Gym had flourished, becoming a nightmare for novice trainers. "Go, Layla." A familiar voice rang in Ash's ears as he cheered for Layla, his face flushed with excitement, fearing that they might actually win. How dare he come to Hualan City without even a greeting, and be so kind to another girl? Misty felt a surge of anger as she observed Ash. Realizing that while she diligently served as gym leader, Ash was traveling with another girl. It felt as if she were the current girlfriend but was being overshadowed by another. A sentiment Misty firmly believed. "Nidoran, Gyarados, prepare for battle." Misty called forth Gyarados upon seeing Layla's Nidoran, eager to show the girl that not everyone is worthy of vying for Ash's attention. Layla was momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure of Gyarados. "Gyarados, water cannon." Seizing the opportunity while Layla was stunned, Misty commanded Gyarados, and the powerful water cannon struck Nidoran, sending it crashing against the wall of the battlefield with a single blow, rendering it unable to continue fighting. "Come back, Nidoran," Layla murmured, trembling as she withdrew Nidoran, hesitant to send out her next Pokemon as she faced Gyarados' fierce gaze. "What's wrong? Are you scared? If that's all you've got, you're not worthy of receiving my blue badge." Misty's stern expression caused Layla to waver, her determination faltering as her gaze drifted uncertainly. What's the matter with Misty? Why is she so angry? This could leave Layla with a psychological scar. "Layla, don't give up," Ash encouraged, and hearing his voice, Layla's resolve gradually solidified as she retrieved her second Pokeball. "Not bad," Misty remarked under her breath, acknowledging Layla's basic qualities as a trainer, though her strength still fell short. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Layla said as she took 2 Pokeballs from Joy, a hint of melancholy in her eyes that Ash noticed despite her efforts to conceal it. Gazing at Layla, Ash reflected on the scene from earlier in the gym. "Come on, Weezing, I'm counting on you." Weezing, resembling a charming snowman, appeared on the battlefield, but Misty remained unfazed, issuing her commands with an icy demeanor devoid of emotion. "Gyarados, water tail." The swirling water tail struck Weezing, and upon mere contact, it was sent flying. Weezing is unable to battle, thus the winner is gym leader Misty. As the referee's voice echoed, Layla's vision darkened, and she found herself in the Pokemon Center once again. "Fear not, liar, for this is merely the beginning." Besides, Xiaoxia seems to be in a rather unusual mood today, exhibiting a rather heavy-handed approach. Ash gently patted Liar's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "I understand, Mr. Ash," Liar nodded, signaling her comprehension, though she was uncertain whether the words would truly resonate with her. "I'm so hungry," she lamented. Despite having just endured a one-sided battle, Liar had rushed to challenge the gym upon her arrival in Hualan City without any preparation, and now her stomach growled in protest. "If I had known it would be like this, let us go eat. I know of a delightful restaurant in Hualan City," Ash suggested. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hualan Gym. "How infuriating. That Ash fellow didn't even cheer for me," Xiaoxia muttered to herself, gazing at the empty battlefield where Ash had just sat. "Liar, that's south the place. The fruit platter there is absolutely delectable." Soon, Ash and Liar entered a restaurant and indulged in a delightful meal. After savoring their delicious feast, Liar and Ash strolled leisurely down the street. In contrast to the bustling crowd around them, Liar bowed her head in quiet contemplation, pondering how she might best Xiaoxia in their next encounter. Suddenly, Liar felt her head collide with something. It seemed she had inadvertently bumped into someone. A familiar exclamation followed from in front of her. "I'm so sorry. Are you Xiaoxia? You're the challenger from earlier, right? Your name is Liar, if I recall correctly," Xiaoxia said, glancing past Liar to spot the boy with Pikachu standing behind her, who was none other than Ash. Even with a mask obscuring his features, Xiaoxia recognized him instantly. "And you? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in Hualan City? I thought it unnecessary since we would meet anyway," Ash replied, scratching the back of his head nonchalantly, yet his casual demeanor only served to infuriate Xiaoxia further. "What do you mean unnecessary? I was eagerly anticipating your visit. And yet you..." Xiaoxia glared at Liar, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Even Ash, typically oblivious, sensed something was amiss. Why is Xiaoxia reacting so strongly? Did I say something wrong? Could it be that she feels jealous of Liar's charm? One could only marvel at Ash's obliviousness. His thought process was as rigid as a steel-type Pokemon. However, these musings remained confined to his mind, for voicing them would surely invite Xiaoxia's ire. "I despise you, Ash," Xiaoxia exclaimed before running off, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she departed. Ash stood there, bewildered and utterly confused, clearly unaware of what had just transpired. "Mr. Ash is truly dense." "No, dense doesn't he even begin to describe it. His ignorance rivals that of a Steelix," Liar remarked. "You should go after her, Mr. Ash." Xiaoxia seems quite upset. Is that so? Are you sure you'll be alright on your own?" "Of course. Now go," Liar urged, giving Ash a gentle push. "Then I shall go. Please be safe by yourself." As Ash bid farewell, Liar found herself torn between appreciating his thoughtfulness and feeling exasperated by his obliviousness. "Mr. Ash, I clearly don't care, so why does this feeling linger?" Watching Ash's retreating figure, Liar felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest. Shaking her head in confusion, she made her way toward the Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, Ash dashed through the streets of Hualan City, searching desperately for Xiaoxia's silhouette among the throngs of people. "Rotom, if you're looking for Xiaoxia, she went that way." A suddenly reappeared Rotom pointed in a direction. "Thanks, Rotom," Ash replied, not bothering to inquire further about Rotom's whereabouts. By the riverbank in Hualan City, Xiaoxia sat forlornly, her red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked cheeks hidden away from prying eyes, fortunate that the festivities kept passers-by at bay. "Xiaoxia, are you all right? Pika Pika?" The familiar voice was unmistakable to Xiaoxia, who hastily wiped her tears away, attempting to feign composure. "Of course, I'm fine. I am the world's #1 beautiful girl," Xiaoxia proclaimed with a puffed chest, though Ash could see through her bravado. Contemplating the gently flowing river, Ash rummaged through his backpack and finally produced a fishing rod. "Let us have a friendly competition, Xiaoxia. Let us see who can catch the first Pokemon." "Humph. As someone destined to become a master of water-type Pokemon, I want to lose at fishing," Xiaoxia retorted, retrieving her own fishing rod with confidence. Observing her spirit, Ash smiled but said nothing more. He retrieved a specially designed fishing lure from his bag, a gift once given to him by Xiaoxia herself. "I can't believe you still carry this around," Xiaoxia said, her heart fluttering at the sight of the lure, a testament to Ash's regard for her. "Of course. We are good friends, after all. We traveled together for so long," Ash reminisced, recalling their journey through the Kanto region, the Orange Islands, and Johto, where Xiaoxia had been a tremendous support. Without her, he mused, he might not be the person he was today. "Friends?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaoxia's eyes, quickly masked before Ash could notice. "Even so, I want to let you win, Ash. I will catch the rarest Pokemon nearby to defeat you. The rare Pokemon will be mine. Xiaoxia is only fit to catch Magikarp." As they bantered, both cast their lines into the water, the lures splashing in with a soft plop, leaving only the bobbers to float serenely on the surface. Silence enveloped them as they focused intently on the water, neither wishing to disturb the Pokemon lurking below. Hours passed, yet the water remained undisturbed, and Ash's patience began to wane. "I suggest you concede, Ash. You want to outlast me in patience." Xiaoxia's words were bold, but the outcome of the competition remained uncertain. Feeling challenged, Ash forced himself to remain calm, eyes fixed on the water, hopeful for a bite. As night fell, both their patience dwindled further, yet neither was willing to relinquish their spot. They licked their dry lips, yearning for even a single Pokemon to bite, even if it were a Magikarp. Hours slipped by until the late hours of the night, and with not even a shadow of a Pokemon in sight, they finally surrendered. As they quietly packed away their fishing rods, a passerby stopped and inquired, "What are you two doing here fishing?" The upstream area is the venue for the fishing festival competition, where all the Pokémon in the nearby waters have gathered. You can't even catch a Magikarp here. Is that so, Uncle? Of course. By the way, little girl, you seem somewhat familiar. You must be a local, right? Living in Hualan City, how could you not know? Ah, I forgot. Xiaoxia sheepishly scratched the back of her head, likely due to the emotional fluctuations of the day that caused her to overlook this important detail. Well, it's getting late. We should head home. If you want to fish, you can go to the festival. It will take a few days after the celebration for Pokémon to appear in the surrounding waters again. Thank you, Uncle. The passing uncle waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned, and walked away silently. What are you laughing at? After bidding farewell to the uncle, Xiaoxia turned around to see Ash stifling a laugh behind her, which ignited a spark of anger within her as she reached out her hands, pretending to grab him. Ha ha. You can't catch me, Xiaoxia? Unfortunately for her, Ash was quick on his feet, easily dodging to the left. Ash, at her call, the two began to chase and play under the night sky, their antics resembling that of a young couple. After a round of playful banter, their spirits seemed to revert to the time they traveled together. When it came time to part ways, they exchanged little more than a few words, each returning to their respective homes, knowing that they would have the opportunity to meet again, rendering any sentimentality unnecessary. Back in his room, seemingly exhausted from the day's activities, Ash casually washed up before lying down with Pikachu on the bed, slipping into slumber. Chapter 33. The Disturbance in Hualan Cave, Articuno and Mutuo. The next day, Ash did not seek out Xiaoxia. Instead, he brought Layla to the renowned battle bridge in Hualan City, hoping to give her a special training session. This is the place. Layla, it is said that if you continuously defeat the trainers on the bridge, you can earn substantial rewards. Are you willing to give it a try? Ash said, glancing at Layla, who stood before the seemingly endless bridge, uncertain after her overwhelming defeat in the gym battle yesterday. Don't worry, Layla, even if you can't win them all, it's perfectly fine. All right then, I'll give it a shot. Encouraged by Ash, Layla mustered her courage to give it a try. Together, they stepped onto the battle bridge and proceeded forward, only to encounter the first trainer blocking their path. I am the bug catcher, Az. Do you want to witness the prowess of bug-type Pokemon? Upon seeing Az, Ash quietly stepped behind Layla, intending to let her face him in battle. Then let me see your skills, Fire Red Tumbleweed. The battle was about to commence, with both sides sending forth their respective Pokemon. Minutes passed, and the bug catcher as withdrew his Pokemon, a look of disappointment on his face. Damn it, you've defeated my strongest bug-type Pokemon. But remember, the trainers that follow are even stronger than I am. Thank you for the heads up. Layla glanced at her Fire Red Tumbleweed, fully aware that it was merely a novice in Pokemon battles. Let's go. Wait for me. As Ash continued walking ahead, Layla hurried to catch up, her short legs making it a challenge for her Fire Red Tumbleweed to roll forward with its round body. As they walked along the bridge, they soon encountered their next opponent. It was a cute young girl in a school uniform, slightly younger than Layla, with her thighs pressed into the white over-the-knee stockings. Sister, you look really strong. Can I learn something from battling you that I can't learn in school? Of course. I possess the badge from the Nibi City Gym. Wow. So impressive. Perhaps due to the girl's praise, Layla felt a surge of pride as she proudly displayed her gray badge from Nibi City, completely forgetting how she had been schooled by Xiaoxia the day before. Does that mean you haven't obtained the Hualan Gym badge yet? I will challenge the gym in a few days, and then I will have it. How fortunate I am to battle with an older sister like you. Seeing the corner of Layla's mouth nearly lift to the skies, Ash shook his head helplessly and reminded her. Battle. I almost forgot. Let's fight. Then let me witness your strength, sister. The girl smiled sweetly at Layla and sent out her Pokemon, a grass and flying type, Oddish. All right, Fire Red Tumbleweed, go. The battle commenced as both trainers sent out their Pokemon. A few minutes later, the girl in the school uniform was defeated even faster than Ash. Is she really stronger than the previous opponent? Layla thought, unable to suppress her doubts, as she had come to improve her skills, not to dominate weak opponents. Sister, you're really strong, but the previous trainers were even stronger. Thank you for the reminder. Although Layla said this, she internally struggled to believe it. Having defeated the girl in the school uniform, she no longer expected the upcoming opponents to pose much of a challenge. However, the next three opponents exceeded her expectations, clearly much stronger than the first two. Yet, they swiftly overcame all three, although they had to use healing items to restore their Pokemon's stamina in the process. At the end of the battle bridge, a stylishly dressed man approached Layla, presenting her with a wrapped gift box. Are you the girl who defeated the 5 formidable trainers on the battle bridge? This is your reward. Also, would you be interested in joining Team Rocket? As he spoke, he handed the gift box to Layla, whispering the last sentence so softly that only the two of them could hear. "Mr. Ash, that man is from Team Rocket." Hearing his words, Layla's face turned pale as she immediately realized he was a member of Team Rocket and called out to Ash to apprehend him. "Team Rocket, Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Thinking they had encountered the infamous trio of Team Rocket, Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash a Thunderbolt. Sparks crackled in the air as a brilliant flash of golden electricity illuminated the sky, directly striking the recruiting Team Rocket member, rendering him unconscious. He promptly contacted Miss Junsha to have the Team Rocket member taken away. "Let's head back, Layla." "All right, Mr. Ash." Just as Layla and Ash were about to step off the battle bridge towards Hualan City, a tremendous noise erupted from the depths of the river. Ash turned to look, noticing that the sound seemed to emanate from the famous Hualan Cave, a site where many powerful trainers hone their skills. "Layla, you should head back. I need to check that out." "Mr. Ash, can you go alone? I want to accompany you." "No, it's too dangerous. I am the champion, and I must stand at the forefront, not just for Kanto and Alola, but in every region." With that, Ash decisively threw out the Pokeball containing Charizard and leaped onto its back. By the time Layla wanted to say something, he had already distanced himself, leaving only a brief remark. "I'll be back soon." "All right, Charizard, you stay here for now. Return and rest." Ash landed steadily on the ground before the dark and profound cave, recalling Charizard into its Pokeball, and proceeded forward with Pikachu, slowly being engulfed by the shadows. As they traversed the azure-hued cavern, crystalline blue minerals stood firmly embedded in the earth, unwavering in their stance. With each step deeper into the cave, the Pokemon encountered grew increasingly formidable, yet they remained no match for him. Just then, a sturdy Geodude leaped forth, its impressive physique suggesting it was the dominant force in the area, evidenced by the presence of several equally robust Geodudes at its side. "Pikachu, we cannot afford to linger here." Iron Tail. Ash understood the urgency of their situation and urged Pikachu to unleash its full power, defeating the obstructing Pokemon one by one, each leaving behind a Buniri fruit. As Ash ventured further into the depths of the cave, a man had already arrived, unhesitatingly summoning his own Pokemon, Articuno. Upon encountering the creature before him, upon its arrival, Articuno exuded a palpable hostility, launching a blizzard at the humanoid Pokemon without a moment's hesitation. In response to the sudden onslaught of snow and ice, the humanoid Pokemon wielded its formidable psychic energy to intercept the frigid attack, heralding the onset of an epic clash. Meanwhile, Ash continued his battle against the relentless stream of Pokemon, seemingly inexhaustible and impervious to pain. Fortunately for Ash, the disparity in strength was significant. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Call. Boom. A cacophony of bird calls resonated from the depths of the cave, followed by a tremendous roar. Ash and Pikachu hastened their pace, while deep within the cavern, the trainer of Articuno was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the humanoid Pokemon. This trainer was none other than Dala, the head of the battle factory, whom Ash had recently encountered. The reason for Dala's presence here remained a mystery. Articuno, use Ice Beam to attack the stalactite above. Faced with the enigmatic Pokemon, Dala had to summon every ounce of focus, strategically utilizing the cave's terrain to enhance Articuno's Ice Beam, aiming to freeze the stalactite for greater impact. However, the mysterious Pokemon extended 3 palms adorned with spheres, grasping the air, causing the descending ice stalactite to disintegrate into powder, vanishing into the atmosphere. So powerful, Dala felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his mind racing with thoughts of how to counter the overwhelming might before him. Observing Dala's hesitation, the mysterious Pokemon took the initiative, unleashing a wave of potent psychic energy that caused countless small stones to levitate. Dala stood dumbfounded as he watched the airborne debris, and with a single motion, the mysterious Pokemon sent the stones hurtling towards Articuno. The deluge of pebbles rained upon Articuno, once pristine and immaculate, now left in a pitiful state, its ice blue feathers riddled with wounds. Articuno, witnessing his former companion's plight, filled Dala with immense sorrow and self-loathing for his perceived inadequacy. Yet he knew he had to devise a method to escape with Articuno safely. Articuno, use Hurricane. An epiphany struck Dala as he observed the shattered stones on the ground, prompting him to command Articuno to generate a powerful hurricane. The fierce winds swept through the cave, lifting the fragmented stones and creating a makeshift sandstorm to obscure their escape from the pursuing foe. However, to the mysterious Pokemon, this maneuver appeared akin to a child showcasing a toy gun to an adult, utterly devoid of threat. Nevertheless, the mysterious Pokemon watched with intrigue, eager to see how Dala and Articuno would extricate themselves from its grasp. Articuno, concentrate and use Mind's Eye. At Dala's command, Articuno began to slowly flap its wings, closing its eyes to attune itself to the surrounding energies, honing in on the mysterious Pokémon. Mind's Eye, a normal-type move, ensured that the next attack would surely hit. Although seemingly unremarkable, some Pokémon could harness this to execute nearly fatal moves, albeit with low accuracy, and thus the utility of Mind's Eye became evident. Articuno. The moment for retaliation has arrived. Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, the most potent Ice-type move, possessed the capability to freeze anything in its path, countering the Ice-type move of the legendary dragon, Hurum, known as Icebound World. A frigid aura emanated from Articuno, enveloping the cave in an extreme chill, causing Dala to experience slight difficulty in breathing, though his robust constitution as a leader of the frontier held firm. Go, Articuno. Dala inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with hope as he beheld Articuno's Absolute Zero. The intensely cold breath swept throughout the cave, encasing the space in a layer of ice, gradually approaching the mysterious Pokémon in an attempt to freeze it. Yet, the power of the mysterious Pokémon surpassed their wildest expectations. With a mere display of its formidable psychic energy, the advancing cold retreated and dissipated into nothingness. Dala and Articuno's last flicker of hope was crushed by the overwhelming strength of their adversary. What awaited them next remained shrouded in uncertainty. In Hualan City, Leia rushed into the police station, having parted ways with Ash, and quickly explained the situation to the drowsy officer Junsha. Is that so? Very well, we shall depart immediately. Upon hearing Leia's account, Junsha promptly rallied her subordinates and colleagues, heading towards Hualan Cave, all the while contacting Misty, the gym leader of Hualan. What? Ash is in trouble. Understood, Officer Junsha, I will arrive at once. Misty, who had been leisurely enjoying her downtime, instantly sprang into action, changing into appropriate attire and hastening to Hualan Cave. Rotom. Hualan Cave? It smells of a major incident. Meanwhile, Rotom, lurking outside the gym, eavesdropped on this crucial news and swiftly followed Misty's lead. At the entrance of Hualan Cave, Junsha had been waiting for quite some time. Upon Misty's arrival, the two exchanged a brief nod and ventured into the cave together. Rotom, eager to capture rare footage for the internet, trailed closely behind. As Junsha and Misty entered the cave, Ash had already carved his way through the challenges and arrived at the second level, a seemingly endless maze of crystals, patrolled by numerous powerful Pokémon. Faced with this intricate labyrinth, Ash and Pikachu exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily hesitating before deciding to plunge into the fray. All the Pokémon here have been defeated. At the upper level of Hualan Cave, Junsha marveled at the sight of the fallen Pokémon sprawled across the ground. Ash. Unlike Junsha, Misty wore a worried expression upon seeing so many unconscious Pokémon, clearly concerned for the well-being of the Ash she spoke of. At the lowest level of Hualan Cave, Dala continued to flee with Articuno. Although he was heading towards the exit staircase, he found himself inexplicably going in circles, never reaching the exit. Could it be? Dala glanced at the faint pink psychic energy powder suspended in the air, pondering the possibility that their adversary had utilized its immense psychic abilities to overlap the very space they occupied. However, this is nearly impossible, as none of the known Pokémon possess such extraordinary abilities. Unless... Come back, Articuno. As Dara contemplated, a formidable psychic force enveloped Articuno in an instant. Realizing the precarious situation, Daratan swiftly recalled it into its Pokeball, but in doing so, he forfeited his leverage against the opponent. Humans. A mysterious voice resonated within Dara's mind, leaving him astounded and incredulous. Just as he was grappling with the shock, a sharp pain surged through his brain. At the moment he felt his head might burst, the floor above trembled violently. Chapter 33. Ash vs. Mewtwo. The ground above Dara shook violently, and stone spikes plummeted down. The mysterious Pokémon glanced at Dara, and in the blink of an eye, it distanced itself by several meters. Pikachu. Well done, Pikachu. Descending from above was Ash, accompanied by Pikachu. To understand why they suddenly appeared here, we must rewind a few minutes. At that time, Ash and Pikachu were meandering through the labyrinth, having wandered for quite a while without finding an exit. The crystal pillars inside mirrored their reflections, leaving Ash feeling dizzy. Just then, a Steelix emerged abruptly from a corner of the crystal maze, and upon spotting Ash and Pikachu, it launched a fierce attack as if recognizing its arch-nemesis. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu. Without hesitation, Ash commanded a counterattack. Pikachu's tail shimmered with a silvery glow as it swung vigorously, each iron tail striking with such force that even the hefty Steelix was forced to retreat. Good job, Pikachu. Roar. Enraged by the assault, Steelix unleashed a tremendous roar. Swinging its tail, far larger than Pikachu's, attempting its own iron tail attack. However, Pikachu, nimble and agile, dodged effortlessly, while Steelix's colossal tail crashed violently against the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth shook violently, fracturing like spider silk before slowly sinking. The ground crumbled, revealing a dark void beneath. And Ash and Pikachu clung tightly to one another as they fell rapidly, while Steelix vanished into the thick earthen wall upon realizing the dire predicament. Returning to the present, Ash and Pikachu landed atop Dara without incurring any harm, but this unfortunate turn of events was certainly a burden for Dara. Cough, cough. Could you two possibly get off me? Dara spat out the mud in his mouth, exasperatedly addressing the duo atop him. Ahahaha, my apologies, Mr. Dara, Ash responded, while Pikachu awkwardly scratched its head, and the two hastily descended from Dara's back. Cough, it's fine, but... Dara glanced at Mewtwo, who stood at a distance, his brow furrowed and expression grave, clearly recognizing the threat posed by the mysterious Pokémon. After all, this enigmatic creature had demonstrated the power to toy with both him and Articuno, making it impossible for him to underestimate it. Isn't that Mewtwo? Ash queried, his expression puzzled as he gazed at the mysterious Pokémon. Dara, taken aback by Ash's identification, quickly inquired, Ash, do you know who it is? Of course. It was created by Team Rocket. Initially, I encountered it in New. Ash trailed off, diverting from the topic. In any case, it is an incredibly powerful Pokémon, but I will not lose this time. Mewtwo, prepare for battle. Before Mewtwo could respond, Ash swiftly threw his first Pokeball, unleashing the formidable Snorlax, a heavyweight contender of the normal type. Snorlax, Ice Punch. Upon summoning Snorlax, Ash commanded an attack, ice enveloping its fists as it propelled itself forward with tremendous speed, leaving Dara utterly astonished. Though he had heard of Ash's Snorlax from Huang Guixiang, witnessing its speed, defying species limitations, was a truly staggering experience. Normally, one wouldn't expect a bulky Pokémon like Snorlax to be so swift, as such limitations are dictated by its species. However, Ash's Snorlax evidently broke these constraints, leaving Dara utterly awestruck. The battle raged on as Snorlax's Ice Punch approached Mewtwo, yet the latter remained unfazed, constructing a defensive barrier with its psychic abilities that completely thwarted Snorlax's assault. Return, Snorlax. Recognizing that the surprise attack had failed, Ash called Snorlax back, pondering a new strategy. However, Mewtwo would not grant him ample time to prepare. As soon as Ash commanded Snorlax to attack, the battle had already commenced, and Mewtwo coldly dismissed any past encounters with Ash, launching a relentless offensive. With a swift motion, Mewtwo extended 3 finger-like appendages, forming 3 aura spheres that locked onto Snorlax before being launched. Snorlax, block with Ice Punch. Following Ash's command, Snorlax swung its icy fists to intercept the incoming aura spheres. The Ice Punch collided with the projectiles, struggling to withstand their force, but with sheer determination, Snorlax managed to shatter 2 of them. Yet, 1 aura sphere slipped past, striking Snorlax and unleashing a crippling fighting-type energy that left it reeling in agony. SN. Snorlax. Can you still hold on, Snorlax? Ash asked. Concern etched across his face, knowing that Snorlax had taken a direct hit from Mewtwo's aura sphere, which, despite not being a direct type attack, inflicted severe damage due to the type disadvantage. Snorlax. Snorlax shook its head defiantly, eyes gleaming with resolve, indicating its willingness to continue the fight. All right. Snorlax, leap high? Body slam. Following Ash's directive, Snorlax propelled itself forward, its rotund belly springing it upwards toward the cavern's ceiling. Then, curling its legs tightly, it executed a body slam, hurtling downwards toward Mewtwo like a white comet. Unfazed by the impending assault, Mewtwo calmly focused its psychic energy, immobilizing Snorlax with a mere gesture as it descended. Now, Hyper Beam. Snorlax, receiving a new command, concentrated powerful energy in its mouth and unleashed a devastating blast aimed squarely at Mewtwo. This was Ash's cunning strategy. He had never expected Body Slam to inflict genuine harm on Mewtwo, but instead had intended to use it to draw out Mewtwo's defenses while preparing to unleash the Hyper Beam. Clearly, Mewtwo had fallen for the ruse, as the powerful Hyper Beam struck true, but the consequence was that Snorlax would be rendered immobile in the next round. Humph. Mewtwo scoffed at the incapacitated Snorlax, raising a hand and grasping the air, its immense psychic power lifting Snorlax effortlessly. With a vigorous swing of its arms, Snorlax hurtled directly towards the rocky wall. With a resounding crash, it succumbed to the impact, losing its ability to battle. Yet, this display was nothing short of remarkable, especially considering its opponent was Mewtwo. Thank you. Snorlax, you've done well. Now, it's your turn, Apocalyptic Monkey. After Snorlax fell, Ash summoned the ghostly and fighting-type Apocalyptic Monkey, demonstrating his reputation as a master of type advantages. He boldly sent forth Apocalyptic Monkey, despite its disadvantage against Mewtwo, yet the ghost type also held an edge over the psychic type. Upon entering the fray, Apocalyptic Monkey's black and white fur billowed gracefully, adorned with a formidable headband. Apocalyptic Monkey, Shadow Punch. Undeterred by Mewtwo, Apocalyptic Monkey unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each one resembling a phantom striking towards Mewtwo. In response to the ghost-type physical assault, Mewtwo remained composed, its eyes glowing with a violet light as a powerful psychic force ensnared Apocalyptic Monkey. With a sweeping motion of its hand, Apocalyptic Monkey was hurled repeatedly against the ground, its fur soiled and appearing quite disheveled. Are you alright, Apocalyptic Monkey? Apocalyptic. It shook its head to indicate it was fine, prompting Ash to breathe a sigh of relief. Apocalyptic Monkey, use Belly Drum. Ash commanded, instructing it to utilize the normal type move Belly Drum, sacrificing half of its health to maximize its attack power. With the enhancement from Belly Drum, Apocalyptic Monkey's attack reached its zenith, each punch now posing a genuine threat to Mewtwo. Apocalyptic Monkey, Shadow Punch. It launched another Shadow Punch. And while Mewtwo attempted to employ its psychic power as before, this time its formidable force could not restrain Apocalyptic Monkey. Instead, it broke free from Mewtwo's grip under the onslaught of the enhanced Shadow Punch. Countless black fists pummeled Mewtwo, inflicting significant damage that continued to escalate. Suddenly, Mewtwo unleashed a tremendous psychic force from within, sending Apocalyptic Monkey flying. This blow successfully rendered the already weary Apocalyptic Monkey incapable of continuing the battle, marking its exit. In that case, Charizard, it's your turn. Faced with such a formidable Mewtwo, Ash called forth his strongest Pokémon aside from Pikachu, the Kanto starter, Charizard. Upon its entrance, Charizard radiated an indomitable spirit, its tail flame roaring as the temperature within the cave rose, previously chilled by Articuno. Charizard, show our full strength. Mega Evolution. After Charizard appeared, Ash activated the keystone on his glove, resonating with the Mega Stone unbeknownst to Charizard. A blinding white light enveloped them, and a spectrum of colors connected Ash and Charizard. As the white light dissipated, a transformed Charizard emerged, its once orange-yellow flames now a ghostly blue, its form cloaked in black, exuding an even more fearsome presence. This transformation appeared to stem from the liberation of its draconic heritage following Mega Evolution, altering its type to a combination of dragon and fire. Now resembling Charizard X. Its offensive and defensive capabilities enhanced, it gleamed like a double-edged sword, ready to showcase its extraordinary prowess. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Following Mega Evolution, Charizard seemed to ascend to another realm, effortlessly gliding before Mewtwo, its sharp claws imbued with draconic energy reaching for its foe. Mewtwo, sensing the impending attack, hastily constructed a protective barrier with its psychic power, yet it underestimated the might of Mega Charizard. The razor-sharp Dragon Claw sliced through the barrier with ease, leaving Mewtwo momentarily stunned. Roar! Yet Charizard paid no heed to Mewtwo's astonishment. It pressed forward, delivering a ferocious Dragon Claw that inflicted damage. Mewtwo, incensed by the audacity of Snorlax, Apocalyptic Monkey, and now Charizard, each a challenger to its invincible might, radiated an aura of white light, determined to demonstrate its supremacy. The luminous glow enveloped the entire cave, as Mewtwo's form began to transform, sprouting a long tail from the back of its head and gradually diminishing in size, appearing considerably more adorable than before. In this new form, Mewtwo's special attack and speed were significantly augmented, elevating its power to new heights. Charizard felt the pressure of this transformation, as if facing a giant while being but an infant. Charizard, continue the assault. Flamethrower. Observing Mewtwo's metamorphosis, Ash hesitated to command Charizard into close combat, opting instead for a ranged attack to gauge its opponent's strength before devising a strategy. Roar. Charizard unleashed a mighty roar, summoning a column of ghostly blue flames from its mouth, the intense heat threatening to engulf the entire cave. However, Mewtwo regarded the fiery assault with disdain, extending its finger to unleash psychic power that bound the flamethrower and the attacking Charizard, rendering it immobile. Charizard, break free. Roar. Roar, roar. Charizard bellowed in fury, striving to escape the powerful psychic grip, yet its struggles proved futile. Watching Charizard's desperate attempts, Mewtwo smirked coldly, curling its fingers in the air, causing Charizard to feel as though it were trapped in a confined space, subjected to pressure from all sides. Charizard longed to release an enraged roar. But no sound escaped its lips, its consciousness slowly fading. Suddenly, it felt itself hoisted by unseen hands, only to be flung backward as if discarded like refuse. Boom. Charizard crashed against the rocky wall, the impact triggering several stalactites to plummet towards Ash. Pikachu. Noticing the falling debris, Pikachu swiftly leaped onto Ash's shoulder. Using him as a platform to vault into the air, its surface shimmering with a metallic silver sheen. Soaring high, Pikachu flicked its tail, and in an instant, a flurry of blades sliced through the air, shattering the stalactites into dust that gently drifted away. Pikachu descended rapidly, akin to a streak of yellow lightning, landing face-to-face with Mewtwo, signaling the commencement of an epic showdown. Chapter 34. Capturing Mewtwo, the ancient ruins beneath the Cobalt Cave. Return, Charizard, you've done enough. Ash recalled Charizard. Now returned to its original form, into its ball, offering a few words of comfort before positioning himself behind Pikachu. Pikachu Quick Attack. The Quick Attack, often employed by Pikachu as a preliminary offensive move to wear down adversaries, was not particularly potent. A one-hit knockout was nearly impossible unless there was a significant disparity in strength. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu vanished, leaving only the residual arcs of electricity in its wake. Boom. As Pikachu re-emerged, it collided with Mewtwo, delivering a seemingly low-powered attack that nonetheless inflicted considerable damage, forcing Mewtwo to stagger back several steps. Observing the yellow mouse that had caused its retreat, Mewtwo narrowed its eyes, its psychic energy enveloping the entire space, signaling that it was about to get serious. Pikachu, use Quick Attack again. Seeing Pikachu's previous strike had been effective, Ash couldn't help but smile. Pika, with renewed vigor. Pikachu unleashed another quick attack, its small limbs propelling it swiftly across the ground towards Mewtwo like a streak of yellow lightning, the air crackling with residual arcs of electricity. However, Mewtwo was well prepared this time, its psychic energy firmly locking onto Pikachu, anticipating its landing point. 6 Shadow Balls coalesced in Mewtwo's hands, which it hurled towards the predicted spot. Pika. As Pikachu took another step, it realized that continuing on its current trajectory would lead it directly into the path of the 6 Shadow Balls. With no other option, Pikachu swiftly altered its course, darting sideways. This quick maneuver allowed it to evade the barrage of Shadow Balls, narrowly escaping danger. Watching Pikachu evade its attack, Mewtwo frowned slightly, displeased. It had considered its prediction flawless, yet the opponent's reflexes proved to be astonishingly swift. With 3 fingers pressed together, Mewtwo closed its eyes, once more attuning to its psychic energy, searching for Pikachu's presence. The yellow figure appeared in Mewtwo's mind, prompting it to open its eyes, though its expression remained stoic. A glimmer of amusement flickered within its gaze. Having reacquired its target, Mewtwo unleashed another volley of Shadow Balls, this time altering their trajectory. Unlike the previous straight-line attack, these Shadow Balls approached from all directions, demonstrating Mewtwo's intent to leave no escape for Pikachu. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Responding to Ash's command, Pikachu swung its tail vigorously. Within the cavern, the 6 Shadow Balls surged forward like hellhounds, but Pikachu remained calm amidst the chaos. With a swift arc of silvery light, Pikachu's iron tail cleaved through the Shadow Balls, resulting in a tremendous explosion that filled the air with thick smoke. The smoke engulfed the entire cavern, obscuring the figures within, prompting Ash to quietly don a pair of blue gloves. Meanwhile, Mewtwo, irritated by the smoke, closed its eyes and released a formidable psychic force, seemingly abandoning the playful game of cat and mouse. Pika. Suddenly, amidst the swirling smoke, Pikachu felt its speed diminish as Mewtwo's powerful psychic grip immobilized it, rendering it motionless as if time itself had frozen. Observing Pikachu's futile struggle, Mewtwo couldn't help but smile, its vigilance waning as it recognized that it had effectively neutralized its opponent's strongest asset. It seemed there was no counter-strategy available, leaving Mewtwo in a state of self-satisfaction. Then, a resounding voice pierced the tension. The aura resides within me. It was Ash, who had conjured an aura sphere, launching it towards Mewtwo's back. The impact sent shockwaves through Mewtwo, breaking its psychic hold on Pikachu and sending it crashing to the ground, disheveled and disoriented. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash rushed to Pikachu's side. Concern etched on his face as he helped it up, brushing off the dust. Meanwhile, Mewtwo slowly regained its footing, fury brewing in its eyes, threatening to erupt at any moment. Alright, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. With Ash's command, a bolt of golden lightning surged forth, piercing through the smoke and racing towards Mewtwo. The crackling sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds singing, a deafening cacophony that threatened to shatter the cavern's stillness. Zap! Just as Mutwo had regained its balance. It was struck by the electric surge, left momentarily dazed and bewildered by the unexpected assault. Excellent, Pikachu. Electroweb. Before Mutwo could fully comprehend the situation, it found itself ensnared by Pikachu's Electroweb, the powerful net immobilizing it while electric currents coursed through its body. But who was Mutwo? A clone of the mythical Mew, possessing unparalleled strength. How could it be so easily toyed with by a mere yellow mouse? Enraged by this indignity, Mutwo dispelled the electric web with a surge of psychic energy, shattering it effortlessly. The psychic force did not cease there. It morphed into a colossal psychic storm, Mutwo directing it with a mere gesture. The storm, infused with fragments of the cavern's debris, transformed into a monstrous entity, poised to consume everything in its path. Exuding an aura of terror. Pikachu, let's use that move. With unwavering resolve, Ash adjusted Pikachu's cap firmly onto its head, allowing the wild winds to touzle his hair. As the psychic storm drew nearer, Mutwo's expression betrayed a hint of arrogance, as if victory was already assured. Prepare yourself, Mutwo. This is the culmination of our efforts. 1,000,000 volts. Pikachu. Pika Pika Pika. The 7-colored thunderbolts pierced through the dark beast, obliterating it in a dazzling display of power. A strike that demanded attention and left Mutwo in shock. Pikachu's 1,000,000 volts did not relent, the remaining electric force crashing into Mutwo, enveloping it in immense pain. Its body swaying as if it might collapse at any moment. Ash exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he had played his final card. If Mutwo could withstand this, he feared he would have no remaining options. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Mutwo regained its composure, seemingly resolute to continue the fight. Pikachu. Ash leaned in close, whispering a plan into Pikachu's attentive ears. After their brief exchange, they separated, while Mutwo observed with a dismissive expression, unimpressed by their strategies. Confident that no scheme could withstand its overwhelming might. Rotom finally caught up. Rotom emerged from the void where Ash and Pikachu had descended, gently landing beside them, activating its recording function to capture the unfolding battle. At that moment, Misty, along with Serena and others, were still navigating the upper labyrinth, having exhausted their strength against the Pokémon within and searching for an exit. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely they would reach the lower level in time to witness Ash's climactic showdown with Mutwo. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped, its shimmering iron tail descending with force upon Mutwo. Unfazed by the impending attack, Mutwo met Pikachu's charge head-on, engaging in a fierce close-quarters battle. On the other side, Ash, separated from Pikachu, was skillfully manipulating a wave-guiding projectile, seeking an opportune moment to unleash it upon Mutwo. In the distance, Rotom gazed at the wave-guiding projectile in Ash's hand, astonished, pondering whether he was the Pokémon or if Ash was indeed one, considering how he could wield such a move. Amidst the skirmish with Pikachu, Mutwo suddenly felt an electrifying sensation coursing through its body, followed by arcs of electricity flickering across its form, causing it to momentarily freeze. This effect was evidently triggered by Pikachu's ability, Static, which could induce paralysis upon contact with Pokémon possessing this trait. It was apparent that Mutwo had succumbed to this state, hence its momentary stasis. Observing Mutwo incapacitated, Ash and Pikachu seized the splendid opportunity to strike, launching their attacks from 2 different angles. Pikachu executed Iron Tail, while Ash hurled the wave-guiding projectile, both assaults swiftly approaching Mutwo, casting a disdainful glance at the arcs of electricity enveloping it. Mutwo's right hand erupted with blinding white light as it retaliated against Pikachu's Iron Tail, while its left hand gradually concentrated Ghost-type energy, seemingly coalescing into a shadow ball. Pika. As Iron Tail made contact with Mutwo's luminous right fist, Pikachu immediately sensed a tremendous force surging toward it, sending its body hurtling backward and crashing heavily into the rocky wall. Rotom. How formidable. The newly arrived spectator, Rotom, was taken aback by Mutwo's might, foreseeing the uproar that this recording would incite within the Pokémon network. The battle continued as Mutwo, undeterred by the impact on Pikachu, pivoted and hurled the freshly formed Shadow Ball towards the wave-guiding projectile, directly intercepting it. The collision of the 2 energy spheres resulted in a colossal explosion, unleashing billowing clouds of black smoke. Relieved to see the smoke, Mutwo intended to utilize Recover to restore its stamina, when suddenly, a Pokeball surged forth from the smoke. Gleaming with purple and white hues, its center emblazoned with the letter M. This was none other than the Master Ball, renowned for its guaranteed capture of Pokémon. Struck by the Master Ball, Mutwo appeared bewildered, followed by a flash of red light. as the ball fell to the ground and began to shake. On the first shake, Ash emerged from the smoke, and the collective gaze of onlookers converged upon the ball. On the second shake, everyone fixated anxiously on the master ball, with the atmosphere thick with tension, punctuated by the sounds of swallowed breaths. On the third shake, a distinctive ding resonated, signifying that the Pokémon had been captured. Wonderful. Mutwo. Gotcha, Ash exclaimed, raising the master ball in a classic pose. Meanwhile, Rotom and Dala, who had been observing the unfolding events, were in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the fierce confrontation had culminated in the capture of Mutwo using a master ball. Just as Rotom and Dala exchanged bewildered glances, the ground suddenly trembled violently. With this tremor, a long, dark passageway materialized on the previously solid ground, leading straight into the depths of the Azure Cave. What is this? Ash questioned, his expression a mix of curiosity and uncertainty as he approached the newly revealed passage, only to be halted by Dala, who rushed to his side and grasped his arm. Let us return for now. Besides, Dala's eyes subtly flicked toward the master ball in Ash's hand. The implications unmistakable. Indeed, we should hasten our return, Mr. Dala. Misty and Layla must be quite worried. Reflecting on Dala's words, Ash recalled his two friends in Azure City, nodding in agreement, realizing that both he and his Pokémon required healing, making it imperative to return to Azure City quickly. After finalizing their plans, Ash and his companions retraced their steps, with Rotom trailing behind, wearing a peculiar look of pride for reasons unknown. At the maze's exit, Misty and Junsha finally arrived, having valiantly battled through a series of formidable wild Pokémon, including a Steelix that had given them considerable trouble. Despite the fierce back and forth of the battle, Misty and her team gradually gained the upper hand due to their advantageous type matchups. However, the sudden emergence of Steelix disrupted their hard-earned progress, rendering their previous efforts futile. Fortunately, after exhausting nearly all their strength, they managed to regain control of the situation and successfully exited the Crystal Maze. Shortly after emerging, as they prepared to rest momentarily before searching for Ash, they were met with his presence. Ash, are you all right? Of course, I am fine. No time for that. Let us hurry back. Misty leaped in front of Ash, inspecting him closely before sighing in relief once she confirmed his safety. After Ash suggested their departure, she nodded in agreement and silently followed behind him, adopting an adorably wifely demeanor. Upon returning to Azure City, Layla rushed over upon receiving the news, and after confirming Ash's well-being, she too breathed a sigh of relief, although she felt an inexplicable awkwardness at the sight of Misty at his side. Subsequently, Ash and his companions recounted their experiences in the depths of the cave, including the events surrounding Mutwo, engaging in thorough discussion. Ultimately, the consensus was reached. Chapter 35. Re-entering Azure Cave, the origins of Mutwo. After much deliberation, the conclusion was drawn. The Azure City Police would report the cave's occurrences to the higher-ups of the League. However, this was unnecessary, as the League's top officials were already convening with them. Ahem, champion, you must explore the newly revealed ruins. Junsha earnestly grasped Ash's hand, her eyes brimming with admiration. Rest assured, Miss Junsha, I shall take care of it. Faced with Junsha's earnest request, Ash found himself unable to refuse, as it was indeed his duty. He consented to investigate the mysterious ruins that had suddenly appeared. Exhausted from the day's intense battles, Ash collapsed into slumber upon returning to the Pokemon Center, seemingly overwhelmed by fatigue. Outside, Layla watched Ash enter his room, a twinge of melancholy flickering in her eyes, unsure if it stemmed from frustration at her own limitations or something else entirely. The night passed quietly without incident, swiftly giving way to the dawn of a new day. In the morning, Ash prepared to explore the ruins, gently waking the still slumbering Pikachu, as they were about to embark on an adventure into the mysteries of the ruins. Meanwhile, Dala, the head of the battle frontier, had opted not to participate, as his arrival at Azure City's Azure Cave was merely a stroke of chance. Rotom, Ash. It's another fiery day. The moment Pikachu was roused by Ash, it spotted Rotom whirling around him like a whirlwind. Pikachu, still groggy from sleep. Pikachu could hardly contain its irritation at Rotom's exuberance, unleashing a thunderbolt that struck its companion directly. Zapped, Rotom exclaimed, exhaling a puff of black smoke, echoing words reminiscent of another, its mechanical form inexplicably transforming into an explosive hairstyle. All right, enough of the antics. We must set off. Rotom, Ash. I know, Rotom. Thank you for documenting all of this. Rotom's cheeks flushed crimson, taken aback by Ash's unexpected compliment, shyly nodding in acknowledgement and falling silent thereafter. Observing the now tranquil Rotom, Ash smiled gently and affectionately stroked Pikachu's tail. The latter, no longer irate, joyfully leaped onto Ash's shoulder. With a cadre of Pokemon accompanying him, Ash ventured out, heading toward the serene depths of the Hoenn Cave. Just as he departed, the door to the adjacent room belonging to May swung open, revealing a delightful little head peeking out. Watching Ash's retreating figure, May's eyes glimmered with a hint of reluctance as she turned back into her room to retrieve her 2 precious Pokemon balls before leaving the Pokemon Center. Her destination was none other than the Hoenn Gym where Misty resided. One could only wonder what had prompted May to seek out that formidable female trainer. If Ash were present, he would undoubtedly ponder this, as he had always perceived Misty as one of the boys. With the conversation at this juncture, May remained blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding her. Even if she did, she would not dwell on them. For now, her singular focus was on a goal known solely to her. Meanwhile, Ash had already entered the Hoenn Cave, where Rotom activated its live streaming mode. For there was nothing quite as exhilarating as real-time audience interaction. Long time no see. Missed you dearly, champion. Indeed. The last stream felt all too brief. Hey there. You're quite the conversationalist. And you, not too shabby yourself. You all are doing splendidly. After confirming the lively chatter, Ash, though silent as he strolled through the cave, felt the atmosphere invigorated by the audience's enthusiasm. His silence was intentional, as he was fixated on the purple Master Ball hanging from a cord around his neck, and memories of his departure from Pallet Town flooded his mind. Ash, take this. In Professor Oak's lab, the esteemed scientist presented the Master Ball to Ash, who hesitated. Confusion etched on his face. What is this, Professor? This is the Master Ball, capable of capturing Pokemon with absolute certainty. It was developed in collaboration with the Sylph Company and is one of the few remaining. Do not underestimate its power. It can capture even legendary Pokemon, albeit only those of lesser strength, such as a newly hatched Articuno. But why are you giving this to me? Ash nodded, somewhat bewildered, unsure if he comprehended the professor's words. It's of little consequence. You will inevitably find a use for it one day. Just take it. Professor Oak pressed the Master Ball into Ash's arms, leaving him with no choice but to accept it with a resigned smile. Taking advantage of my generosity, are we? The professor pondered why he entrusted such a cherished item to Ash. Perhaps it was fate's design. Indeed, it must be. As the recollection faded, Ash focused on the Master Ball, attempting to connect with Mutwo through his aura. Yet, the entity seemed to be in a tempestuous mood, as his aura was repelled almost instantly upon entering the ball. Undeterred, Ash persisted, repeatedly extending his aura into the ball, only to be thwarted time and again. However, his determination appeared inexhaustible, and eventually, through his relentless efforts, Mutwo established a communication space with Ash using its psychic power. What is it, human? Mutwo inquired, its tone laced with disdain and impatience. Long time no see, Mutwo. Human, this is our first encounter. Mutwo was puzzled by Ash's statement, as this was indeed their inaugural meeting in this realm. First encounter? Were we not on New Island? Stop, human. You seem to be mistaken. Perhaps I am not the Mutwo you believe me to be. Before Ash could respond, Mutwo interrupted, detailing its arrival in the Hoenn Cave. From Mutwo's narrative, Ash gleaned the circumstances leading to its presence. According to Mutwo, it hailed from a parallel world, far removed from the Kanto region, in the Unova region, where it had been rescuing Pokemon amidst a snow-capped mountain. Just as it had settled the rescued Pokemon, a spatial rift appeared, and it found itself here. Not long after, it encountered Darla, and in its anger over being thrust into an unfamiliar environment, it had launched an attack upon her. Listening intently to Mutwo's account, Ash nodded in understanding, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the spatial rift. Among all the Pokemon he knew, only one could traverse such boundaries. Yet there was no reason for that entity to bring others from different worlds. The conundrum eluded him, as Ash was not particularly adept at pondering complex matters. He decided to relinquish his thoughts and patiently await the unfolding of events. Since that is the case, Mutwo, you may remain here peacefully. This place is quite safe, and there is an abundance of delectable treats. More importantly, we can protect you. Ash's voice flowed like blossoms in spring, warming Mutwo's solitary heart, which had known only isolation until now. Who was protecting whom? Though Mutwo thought this, it remained unspoken. In the Master Ball, a subtle smile crept across its lips as it replied, Humph, since you say so, then I suppose there is no alternative. With that, Mutwo severed the connection. Ash, perplexed by the sudden disconnection, sensed a slight easing of Mutwo's wariness towards him. This was indeed a positive development, and Ash could not suppress a smile, though the viewers found the scene somewhat peculiar. What's wrong with the champion? I have no idea. It's been half a minute. I'm new here. Why is the champion pushing against the wall? Perhaps it's a unique form of training? The audience in the live stream watched in confusion as Ash continued to press against a rocky wall, showing no signs of stopping. In fact, he even wore a smile, as if something delightful had transpired, leaving the viewers in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, Pikachu, Rotom, why are you both looking at me like that?" As Rotom hesitated to call the Pokemon Mental Health Center, Ash's sudden interjection broke its train of thought, restoring some normalcy to the situation. However, the red mark on his forehead, a remnant of his peculiar behavior, attested to the fact that he had indeed engaged in something rather abnormal. "It's all right, Ash. Let us continue on our journey." "Ah, right, I almost forgot. Why haven't we reached the second level yet?" "Haha, that Rotom." Faced with Ash's inquiry, Rotom was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond without revealing the truth, that Ash had just acted rather erratically. Thus, it feigned ignorance and sidestepped the topic. "By the way, why haven't we encountered any wild Pokemon?" "Indeed, it's rather strange. There were plenty yesterday." Pika, Ash and his companions sensed something amiss. Yesterday, they had encountered a multitude of wild Pokemon that obstructed their path, yet today, not a single one appeared. They paused to survey their surroundings, but despite their efforts, no trace of Pokemon could be found. Resigned, Ash shrugged his shoulders and chose to disregard the matter, for his goal lay deep within the cavern, at the ruins that marked the entrance to the next level. "This is the entrance to the next layer. Let us proceed." Rotom, Pikachu. Rotom, Arotitu, understood Ash. "Pika, Pika." Ash and his companions ventured forth into the entrance to the next level. Shortly after their departure, Pokemon began to emerge within the cave. The newly appeared Pokemon all fixed their gaze on the entrance to the second layer, their expressions tinged with a hint of anxiety. Not long after Ash's entrance, a small Onix dashed out, nodding at the other Pokemon, a glimmer of joy evident in its eyes. The other Pokemon responded with exuberant leaps, celebrating as if a festival were underway. Had Ash been present, he would have recognized these Pokemon as those that had hindered his progress on the first layer, every single one of them having faced his training. The incident from the previous day, where Ash single-handedly defeated all Pokemon on the first layer with Pikachu, seemed to have left a psychological mark on those Pokemon. Even some that had not participated felt a sense of fear towards Ash, spurred by the vivid recounting of the event among their peers. Thus, these Pokemon were not absent from the cave. Rather, they had concealed themselves upon learning of Ash's arrival from the outside. Unbeknownst to Ash, the unwitting architect of this situation, he continued his determined advance towards the depths of the cavern. "How beautiful! Is this the Azure Cave?" "Indeed, indeed. The sparkling crystal pillars are truly stunning. I must visit and take a snapshot when I have the chance." Many viewers echoed this sentiment, noting that the number of wild Pokemon in Azure Cave had diminished, rendering it a safe haven. As they gazed at the crystalline labyrinth of the second layer, thoughts of visiting flooded their minds. Oblivious to the reason behind the absence of wild Pokemon, Ash's presence. By the time they discovered the truth, Junsha of Azure City would once again find herself inundated with work. Entering the crystalline labyrinth for the second time, Ash found himself bewildered by the mirror-like crystal pillars, utterly at a loss for direction. He could only attempt to stumble upon the pathway that led to the third layer, which he had inadvertently discovered the previous day. However, after much wandering, he still found no exit. The viewers in the live stream were equally disoriented by the mirrored maze, as within it, the only reflection was their own. As time gradually passed, Ash and his companions, through a series of trial and error, finally emerged from the crystalline maze, officially heading towards the next layer, where the ruins had suddenly appeared. After proceeding for a while longer, they encountered the dark passage that had materialized the day before. Yet Ash did not rush in. Instead, he paused to account for the items he carried. Once satisfied with his preparations, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Rotom, stepped into the pitch-black passage, their forms slowly consumed by the engulfing darkness. Navigating through the dark corridor, Ash relied on the faint light provided by Rotom to scrutinize the steps beneath his feet, each movement taken with utmost caution, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. After a considerable duration of walking, Ash suddenly spotted a glimmer of light at the end of the passage. Curiosity stirring within him, bursting forth from the darkness, Ash and his companions embraced the light, the brilliance momentarily blinding them and causing them to squint. As they traversed the radiant glow, what awaited them was the beauty of the ruins. Chapter 36, Armor? A Diary? Emerging from the blinding light, Ash beheld numerous crystal pillars, each roughly his height, arranged haphazardly, yet radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. They sprouted from the rock walls and the ground, their presence nearly ubiquitous. Ash reached out to touch one, its surface smooth as silk, reminiscent of caressing a maiden's skin. Closing his eyes, He harnessed his aura to peer into the inner depths of the crystal pillar. As his aura penetrated the crystal, an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth, emanating from 18 distinct elemental forces, which abruptly repelled Ash's consciousness. Returning to his body, Ash blinked, feeling no discernible difference, and chose to press onward into the depths. As he traversed this suddenly unveiled realm, everything remained shrouded in mystery. Just then, a fossil Pokémon, Kabutops, emerged and launched an assault on him. Kabutops, with its crimson eyes, relentlessly brandished its scythe-like appendages, advancing towards Ash. Pikachu, being Ash's dearest companion, could not allow this transgression to go unchecked. With a flash of silvery light, Pikachu leaped and struck Kabutops, sending it hurtling back against a crystal pillar. In an astonishing turn of events, Kabutops' fiery gaze softened, reflecting a sense of nostalgia and reluctance before its form gradually dissipated, transforming into a crystal orb that fell to the ground. "What on earth is happening?" Ash exclaimed, bewildered by the vanishing Kabutops, unable to believe his own eyes. "Whoa, did I just see a ghost? Can someone analyze this in the live stream? Don't say such nonsense. That is clearly a ghost." The orb picked up by the champion looks strangely familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. This prompted a chorus of recognition among viewers, as Ash and the audience witnessed the unprecedented sight of Kabutops' disappearance. What trouble had Ash stumbled into this time? Meanwhile, far away at Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, Professor Oak, engrossed in a bowl of instant noodles while watching Ash's live stream, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Kabutops vanish. Abandoning his meal, he hurried to his computer to conduct research. As Professor Oak busied himself, Ash continued his journey, the crystal pillars around him undergoing a transformation, gradually coalescing into larger clusters. The deeper he ventured, the more fossil Pokémon appeared, yet they fell one by one to Pikachu's formidable prowess, turning into crystal orbs akin to Kabutops before disappearing. Ash once again collected a crystal orb and stowed it in his backpack, preparing to continue when a fossil Aerodactyl, its eyes aglow with a fierce crimson light, descended from the ceiling of the cave. Roar! With an enraged bellow, it radiated the formidable aura of a primordial sky sovereign, lunging towards Ash and his companions. Pika! Pika! Pikachu, brandishing its tail that gleamed with a silver sheen, leapt forth to confront the fossil Aerodactyl, its tail slicing through the air as if to cleave the very cavern in two. The silver tail struck Aerodactyl with tremendous force, driving it downwards toward the ground. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Aerodactyl's eyes rolled back, foam spewing from its mouth, and before it could regain its senses, it too transformed into a crystal orb, vanishing before Ash's eyes. Incredible! Truly deserving of the title of World Champion. New viewers marveled at Ash's prowess, while longtime fans began to wager on how long the opposing Pokémon could endure. Haha, a mere champion. The championship tournament of this season is about to commence, and I shall demonstrate my prowess to you all. The upstairs mind has been confirmed to be problematic, upon witnessing Pikachu effortlessly defeat the fossil pterodactyl. The live stream erupted with praises for Ash's formidable skills, though a few discordant voices emerged. However, these negative remarks were soon drowned out by a chorus of admiration, akin to a single drop of water vanishing into the vast ocean. Ash pressed onward, the surrounding crystal pillars growing ever larger until they filled the cavernous walls, leading them to the terminus of this new realm. Before them lay a colossal and ancient door, quietly resting, adorned with intricately carved statues of two Pokémon that bore a resemblance to Donphan, though the details diverged significantly. One of these creatures possessed gargantuan teeth and was covered in hardened scales, exuding a primal beauty of wild strength, while the other, shrouded in steel, resembled some form of scientific weaponry. Both peculiar Pokémon shared a striking similarity with Donphan. What is this? On the other side of the live stream, Professor Oak, upon seeing the murals, seemed to recall something and immediately rushed to the second-floor library. He hastily pulled thick tomes from the shelves, quickly accumulating a mountain of books in the corridor, yet despite this frantic search, he could not find what he sought. Never mind, let me explore here as well. For reasons unknown, Professor Oak felt compelled to venture into the storage room originally designated for magazines. Thus he opened the door and allowed himself to be engulfed by the sea of books. Meanwhile, Ash prepared to push open the grand door when the ground trembled beneath him. Two clouds of smoke erupted behind them, steadily advancing. Pikachu, Iron Tail. The Iron Tail struck the ground, causing the surrounding earth to shatter and form a deep pit, as the two clouds of smoke paused before the chasm, revealing their hidden forms. Ash gazed at the figures that had suddenly appeared before him, realizing they bore an uncanny resemblance to the Pokémon depicted in the murals. Just as he pondered this curious occurrence, the adversaries launched their assault. The Pokémon adorned with enormous teeth and covered in scales initiated the attack, its feet sinking into the ground as a surge of energy emanated outward, causing tremors beneath. This was indeed the ground-type move, Earthquake, as the previously formed pit was gradually filled by the quaking soil. Following this, the steel-covered Pokémon curled into a sphere and rolled forward, severely damaging the ground beneath, leaving behind a trench that bore charred traces. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Faced with the approaching Pokémon, Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash a Thunderbolt. A powerful electric current sliced through the air, striking its target in an instant. The formidable surge enveloped its surface, yet moments passed without any sign of halting. It seemed as if the opponent had sustained no damage at all. With the adversary almost upon them, Ash retrieved another Pokeball. The moment the Pokeball was released, a fierce jet of flames burst forth, igniting the surrounding air and forcing the opponent to halt its advance. Charizard, once more, unleashed Flamethrower. As Ash engaged in this intense battle, Professor Oak made a new discovery. This is it. I can't believe it's truly in the magazine. He extracted a slender magazine, its text revealing significant differences from the Kanto region. Ah, I see. Flipping through the pages, Professor Oak gasped repeatedly, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. To his astonishment, these two mysterious Pokémon were documented within a magazine pertaining to the Paldea region. Majestic Fong and Iron Tread? Professor Oak set down the magazine, deep in thought, for the emergence of Paldea's relics in Kanto was no trivial matter. On the desk, the magazine lay open, detailing the two Pokémon that Ash had just battled. Majestic Fong, known for its combative nature, boasts colossal teeth and resilient scales, a living relic of the dinosaurs. Yet its true form remains a mystery. Iron Tread, capable of transforming into a sphere to spin rapidly and strike its foes, is rumored to be a weapon crafted through extraterrestrial technology, though the truth remains elusive. This was the information regarding the two Pokémon, yet regrettably, Ash on the other side of the screen remained oblivious to it all. Charizard, seize it, throw it to the ground. The battle raged on. During the prior skirmish, Pikachu had also utilized Thunderbolt against the Pokémon known as Majestic Fong, but the outcome was the same. It inflicted no harm. Roar! Charizard charged at Iron Tread, grasping its steel-clad body, just as Majestic Fong struck. Boom! Boom! Majestic Fong took a few steps back, then leaped towards Charizard with a powerful spring, its massive fangs aglow with electric arcs, crashing down upon Charizard. Surrounded by lightning, Majestic Fong descended from above. In Iron Tread's eyes, it appeared as though a legendary hero had emerged. Majestic Fong, no Majestic Hero. From this moment forth, Iron Tread would recognize the opponent as its second brother. Faced with the sudden onslaught from Majestic Fong, Charizard had no choice but to evade, for the electric-type move, Thunder Fong, would indeed be painful upon impact. There's no other way. Everyone, attack together. With that, Ash produced the remaining 4 Pokeballs, excluding Mewtwo, whose Master Ball was unique and thus not counted among his active roster. Moreover, Rotom remained a wild Pokémon, yet to be captured by Ash, and therefore did not occupy a slot in his team. The 4 Pokémon that emerged were Snorlax, Applin, Charmander, and Kingler. With the arrival of these 4, the situation swiftly tilted in Ash's favor. Charizard, Snorlax, Applin, and Kingler formed a circle around the two adversaries, slowly drawing them closer. As Majestic Fong and Iron Tread pressed against one another, Charizard and the others launched a coordinated assault, executing a righteous beatdown. Each of the 4 Pokémon unleashed their close-range attacks upon the two foes, while Charmander, positioned nearby, emitted sparks, seeking to absorb a modicum of experience to achieve its evolution. After an intense clash, both Majestic Fong and Iron Tread succumbed, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with reluctance as they gazed at one another, reminiscent of how Serena and Misty looked upon Ash. Soon, their bodies began to fade, transforming into crystalline orbs and vanishing within the ruins, just like the Pokémon before them. Roar! Following the battle, Charmander let out a triumphant roar, its form engulfed in radiant white light that illuminated the entire space. Within the brilliance, Charmander's stature gradually expanded, and its appearance seemed to transform. As the light dissipated, the evolved form of Charmeleon emerged before Ash. Fantastic, you've evolved. Charmeleon! Ash exclaimed joyfully, embracing Charmeleon, who returned the gesture, wrapping its arms around Ash, its tail swaying in delight. Roar! Charizard, witnessing Charmander's evolution, radiated a sense of pride, gently patting its shoulder with a claw. All right, let us proceed inside. Although Charmeleon's evolution brought immense joy to Ash and his fellow Pokémon, he could not afford to lose sight of their primary objective. After uttering this thought, Ash turned and made his way toward the grand door. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast were left in utter astonishment by the recent battle, unable to fathom that even a champion could employ such astute strategies to conclude a fight. As Ash pushed open the door, the final chamber of the ruins unfolded before him, revealing a dusty room that housed a stone table, which appeared surprisingly ordinary. It seemed as though the marvelous crystalline columns and peculiar Pokémon outside had no connection to this unremarkable space. Ash approached the stone table, each step stirring up dust from the floor, leaving behind his mark in this room. The Pokémon trailing behind him squeezed into the small chamber, curiously inspecting their surroundings, instantly infusing the space with a sense of warmth. Standing before the stone table, Ash gently swept away the dust that covered its surface, unveiling its true form. Beneath the layer of dust lay the unmistakable shape of a rectangular stone table, yet its surface bore a peculiar indentation, cradling a thick diary that was yellowed with age, a testament to the passage of time. With a gentle touch, Ash's fingers reached into the recess to retrieve the diary, blowing away the lingering dust and opening a tome that had slumbered for an unknown duration. Lines of small characters emerged before him, written in the very familiar script of Kanto. The diary appeared to chronicle the adventures of an archaeologist named Hyja. I am Hyja, an archaeologist, and together with my expedition team, we have ventured into this uncharted territory, untouched by any previous explorers. Today marks our first day here. The beauty of this place is unparalleled, with flora not found in the outside world. Yet, the Pokémon here seem to coexist peacefully, as if we have stumbled upon a paradise. Truth be told, I am beginning to grow fond of this place. I am Hyja, and today is the second day of our exploration. We continue our descent, but there is nothing unusual. The Pokémon remain undisturbed, and we have established a harmonious rapport with them. On the third day of our expedition, we are nearing the bottom, yet there seems to be another entrance leading deeper below. Some members of the team have begun to voice their objections, contemplating a retreat from this absurd exploration. Today marks the fourth day of our journey. 2 of my companions left the team yesterday, leaving only myself and another determined member to continue. Fortunately, we welcomed a new addition, a charming Charmeleon. I never expected to encounter a Pokémon from my homeland here. On the 5th day, we have reached the deepest point, where we discovered an entrance leading even further down. However, one of my companions wishes to return, believing we have seen enough. Naturally, I do not agree and intend to forge ahead. Is this the 6th day of our expedition? Upon entering the deeper realm, it is just Charmeleon and me. Here, I have encountered Pokémon unlike any I have ever seen, resembling creatures from both ancient and future times. After a grueling trek, we finally arrived at the very depths, where I found an egg. No, something feels amiss. I plan to leave. Though my heart yearns for exploration, a sense of foreboding lingers. The diary concluded abruptly, with no further entries from Hyja. However, it contained 5 illustrations depicting 2 Pokémon Ash had just encountered. Is this Suicune? And that must be Virizion? As Ash examined the remaining 3 illustrations, he noted 2 Pokémon strikingly similar to Virizion and Suicune. Merely gazing at the drawings, Ash found himself unable to deduce anything further. He resolved to return to Celadon City and present this information to Professor Oak for analysis. The final illustration depicted a colossal egg, which bore no resemblance to any known Pokémon from any angle. The only connection Ash could discern was the egg nestled within the center of a Chansey's belly. Puzzled, Ash gathered the diary and his findings, then searched the area for any overlooked details before preparing to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast remained oblivious to Ash's discoveries, as topics concerning history were not yet meant for public consumption. As Ash and his Pokémon departed from the Celadon Cave, the ancient ruins began to crumble, as if they had never existed at all. These were matters unknown to Ash, now far removed from the Celadon Cave. Chapter 37. The Pokémon World Championship resumes. Leave the rest to you. Rest assured, I shall not fail my mission, exclaimed the champion. Upon returning to Celadon City, Ash immediately contacted the Pokémon League staff, detailing the experiences they had encountered within the ruins and handing over the diary he had retrieved. Accompanying Ash, Rotom was also invited to the League, as it contained valuable records from their exploration. After completing the necessary exchanges, Ash felt no inclination to linger, as the ensuing tasks fell under the League's purview, beyond his jurisdiction, and he was ill-suited for such cerebral endeavors. Once all matters were settled, the clock had struck midnight. Returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash, mindful of the late hour, hesitated to disturb May, intending instead to retire to his room for rest. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with urgency. Beep beep beep. Greetings, current champion of the Pokemon World Championship. The latest season has commenced, and your first opponent has been matched, Darkdo from the Sinnoh region. The match is set to take place tomorrow at noon at the Celadon Gym. Please be punctual. Thank you. Upon hearing the message, Ash's mind conjured memories of the Sinnoh League Conference, where he had been a formidable contender for the championship title. However, his aspirations were thwarted by a trainer wielding Darkrai, preventing him from advancing beyond the semifinals, thus denying him the chance to vie for second place. Darkdo, he mused. He recalled the fate of the trainer who had once used Darkrai, learning of his journey after claiming victory at the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference, only to falter against the Elite Four. The trainer's prize Darkrai fell swiftly to the Bug-type Elite Four member, Aaron, followed by the rest of his Pokemon succumbing to defeat. After his failure against the Elite Four, Darkdo seemed to vanish from the limelight, his whereabouts unknown until now, when he re-emerged, perhaps feeling a sense of injustice upon seeing Ash's success as a former rival. Shaking his head, Ash decided to refrain from dwelling on these thoughts, instead opting for a restful night to prepare for the impending match. Naturally, news of Ash's first battle of the season spread quickly online, given his status as the world champion. It wasn't long before fervent discussions erupted, with fans hastily purchasing tickets to the Kanto region. As locals in Celadon City learned of this news, many rose in the dead of night to gather at the Celadon Gym, eagerly awaiting the championship's commencement. The airport buzzed with activity, flights to the Kanto region being scalped at exorbitant prices, and the entrance to the gym was soon overrun by eager crowds, ultimately necessitating intervention from Officer Jenny to restore order. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Ash, who was lost in delightful dreams at the Pokemon Center, the dawn of a new day approached. On the following morning, Ash knocked on the door of the adjacent room, which belonged to May, intending to invite her to witness his upcoming match. However, after waiting for an extended period, there was still no sound emanating from within. Sensing something amiss, Ash decided to inquire with Nurse Joy. That child. I am aware. Let me think for a moment. Nurse Joy, having taken special notice of May since she accompanied Ash, searched her memory before reaching a conclusion. It appears she has not returned since she left yesterday afternoon. I apologize, champion, but I do not know where she might be. That's all right, Nurse Joy. Your work is quite demanding as it is, Ash replied with a smile, signaling her not to dwell on it, as he appreciated any useful information she could provide. Since May was not at the Pokemon Center, where could she possibly be? After all, she had no acquaintances in Slateport City. Pika. Ash pondered the possible whereabouts of May, while Pikachu, observing Ash deep in thought, couldn't help but mimic his contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, a possibility struck Ash. Although May had no friends in Slateport, she did have rivals. Perhaps she was with one of them. Let us go, Pikachu, to Misty's place. Pika Pika. Energized by this newfound possibility, Ash sprang into action, racing towards the Slateport Gym without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Misty looked on with satisfaction as she observed May, who had made significant progress under her tutelage. Misty even contemplated awarding her the Cascade Badge. Nonetheless, the proper procedures must be followed, though she intended to ease the challenge slightly when May faced the gym. All right, May, you've improved remarkably. But today is Ash's match. Do you wish to appear fatigued while cheering for him? Misty clapped her hands, her voice capturing May's attention, prompting her to cease training and listen intently. I still think it would be better to return to the Pokemon Center and rest, May replied, her gaze evasive and her smile somewhat disingenuous. Sighing, Misty expressed her displeasure with May's words, furrowing her brow as her tone grew serious. Do you truly believe you would disrupt what I have with Ash? Though I am reluctant to admit it, Ash is indeed an exceptional individual and quite sought after, and I harbor feelings for him as well. However, you have come here, putting aside past grievances, sincerely seeking my guidance to strengthen your abilities. I sent it to support him? So, do not fret that our relationship could be jeopardized by your presence. There are countless girls around him. Your arrival will hardly alter that. With a playful smile, Misty flicked May's forehead, causing her to crouch on the floor, cradling her head with tears welling in her eyes, looking quite aggrieved. All right, I understand, Misty. I'll prepare right away. May exclaimed. Good. There's a bathroom in my room at the gym. You can borrow some of my clothes, Misty instructed. With clarity dawning upon her, May beamed with joy as she followed Misty to her quarters in the Slateport Gym to freshen up for Ash's match. Ah, Misty. What is it, May? Misty, waiting at the bathroom door, hurried inside upon hearing May's call, concerned about what might be wrong. This seems a bit too small, May said, tugging at the undergarment she wore, struggling to fasten it properly. Figure it out yourself. Misty, agitated at May's complaint about the size, felt her temper flare. After all, that was her maximum size, And how could May claim it was small? It was akin to having something one prided themselves on be seemingly within reach of others, provoking envy. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door slammed shut, and May's voice echoed from within. Don't leave me, Misty. This is really too small. Misty. Her forehead creased with irritation, resembled a furious monkey at that moment. Yet, despite her frustration, she couldn't abandon May entirely. She dashed to a nearby boutique to purchase an appropriately sized undergarment. However, the shop assistant's skeptical gaze conveyed disbelief that Misty could make the right choice, which irritated her further. Fine, even if I can't wear it, buying it should be acceptable, right? Perhaps daily prayers will help it grow? She mused. Naturally, such a mortifying task was out of the question, and she promptly returned to her room to present the newly acquired item to May. Having changed, May was about to exit the room when she noticed a curious object and couldn't help but question, Misty, why do you have a picture of Ms. Daisy displayed? With her bust exaggerated? Haha, it's simply because I admire Ms. Daisy. She is both stunning and talented. As for the enlargement, it must be a matter of photographic perspective, Misty replied, shaking her head as she pushed May out of the room. Secretly relieved that May's inquisitive nature had spared her from revealing her daily ritual of praying for her own enhancement. Stepping out of the room, May and Misty returned to the gym, where they could see a throng of eager spectators lined up outside, all waiting patiently to enter and witness the match. Despite hours remaining before the event commenced. May, there you are. Pika Pika. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind them, prompting both girls to turn around and discover Ash, accompanied by Pikachu. Ash, why are you here so early? The match is still quite some time away, May exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she shyly averted her gaze. Misty, on the other hand, was more forthright, nudging Ash with her elbow while calling out his name. It's because of May. Nurse Joy mentioned you didn't return last night, and I was quite worried, Ash said, his eyes reflecting concern as he looked at May, with Pikachu mirroring his anxiety for the girl who always followed them. I'm so sorry, Ash. I forgot to mention, May began, bowing deeply in apology, leaving Ash at a loss for words. Sigh, I can't stay mad at you. Just be more careful next time, he replied, scratching his head. And with her sincere demeanor, he felt compelled to forgive her, though he still intended to offer a gentle reminder. All right. It's a rare occasion for you to visit my Hualan gym, Ash. You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about you try my culinary skills? I think we should just order takeout. Ash promptly rejected Misty's suggestion without a moment's hesitation, intending to place an order on the Pokemon delivery platform. What do you mean? Is my cooking that unpalatable? As she spoke, the anger that had flared up earlier due to Layla's appearance resurfaced in Misty. With both hands, she lifted Ash off the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury, startling Ash and those around him. Eat. Is that too much to ask? Faced with such a fierce Misty, Ash had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, refusing her cooking could lead to receiving a punch instead. At least you're sensible. A faint blush crept onto Misty's cheeks as she set Ash down and led the two of them into another room of the gym. Meanwhile, Pikachu, forgotten by Misty, was stealthily attempting to escape when a pair of delicate, ivory hands scooped it up from behind. Pikachu, where do you think you're going? Pika. Seeing Misty's benevolent expression, Pikachu nuzzled against her chest to express its friendly demeanor. Then let us proceed. With that, Misty carried Pikachu away, while Pikachu shed tears of regret, wishing it had fled sooner. At the dining table, Ash and Layla watched as Misty entered, using a length of rope to tie Pikachu to a chair, ensuring it couldn't move a muscle, not even allowing it a chance to escape. You two stay here for a moment. I'll prepare something right away. With that, Misty disappeared into the kitchen, leaving Ash and Pikachu in a state of bewilderment, while Layla wore a look of resigned despair. Mr. Ash, judging by your expressions, does Miss Misty's cooking leave much to be desired? You'll find out soon enough. As the sounds of bustling activity emanated from the kitchen, Ash and Pikachu wore expressions of utter despair. The noise felt to them like a countdown to the apocalypse, terrifying beyond measure. Here it comes. Enjoy. The clamor subsided, and Misty emerged from the kitchen, bearing 3 plates, which she placed before Ash and the others. The culinary creation consisted of a salad made from berries. The presentation isn't half bad, Ash remarked, glancing at Layla, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation, seemingly waiting for her to take the first bite. It smells delightful, Layla commented, feeling the pressure of Ash's gaze. Hesitant to be the first to make a judgment, she turned to Pikachu. Pika, Pikachu, Pika. Pikachu offered its evaluation, hoping to persuade Misty to spare it, but due to the language barrier, Misty remained oblivious to Pikachu's words, gazing at it with eager anticipation. Pika. With no other option, Pikachu gingerly extended its tiny paw towards the plate, grasping a berry and slowly bringing it to its mouth. Crunch! The berry shattered as Pikachu bit down, the succulent flesh bursting with juice in its mouth, and the initial sensation was rather pleasant. However, the moment Pikachu took a second bite, a bitter, salty taste overwhelmed its palate, causing its expression to twist in discomfort, as if it had been poisoned. Frantically pawing at its throat. Witnessing Pikachu's distress, Ash and Layla dared not continue eating, pushing Misty's salad aside. "Oh dear, did I perhaps add too much soy sauce?" Misty remarked, scratching her head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Ash, upon hearing her, was taken aback. Astonished that someone would use soy sauce in a salad, truly an eye-opener for him. After cleaning Pikachu's mouth, Ash and the others resorted to ordering a delicious meal from the delivery platform, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Soon, noon arrived, and the gym doors opened promptly, allowing a throng of eager spectators to flood in, filling the stands to capacity. Nevertheless, many still stood around the periphery or at the entrance to catch a glimpse of the match. The rematch between Ash and Darko was about to commence. Chapter 38, The World Championship at Hualan Gym, Ash vs. Darko. The gym was a sea of faces, all anticipating Ash's debut in the Pokemon Championship. On the battlefield, a striking figure appeared, clad in a dark crimson cloak, with long black hair obscuring half of his face, exuding an air of enigmatic charm. This was Ash's opponent, Darko. The audience, however, did not react with enthusiasm. They were largely unfamiliar with him, as not everyone had the leisure to follow each iteration of the league conference. Even those who had watched could scarcely remember every champion, let alone this newcomer, who paled in comparison to Sinnoh's bug-type master, Aaron. As Darko took his place on the battleground, Ash, as the challenger, emerged slowly from the tunnel, clad in a champion's cloak befitting his dual titles from Alola and Kanto. Ash's appearance was a far cry from his previous ordinary self. The competitors were ready. The match rules dictated a 3 versus 3 format, overseen by the Pokemon League. Should Ash emerge victorious, he would retain his championship title. If Darko triumphed, he would usurp Ash's esteemed position. A green referee rotom descended from above, positioning itself at the center of the battlefield, while 4 additional green camera rotoms floated around the arena, documenting the contest. Who is that? No idea. What audacity to challenge the champion. What a show-off, dressed like that. Someone should share the link so I can order an outfit too. Many spectators voiced their ignorance of Darko, expressing their lack of familiarity with him. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Darko stood stoically, seemingly out of place in this vibrant arena. Now, let the match begin. With the sharp call from the center referee rotom, the sound echoed throughout the gym, and both competitors readied their pokeballs. Darko, silent and composed, swirled his cloak before pulling a pokeball from his waist and tossing it forth. Ash mirrored the action, reaching for his own pokeball, enlarging it with a gentle press of the button before tossing it onto the battlefield. "Heracross, I trust you," Ash called, summoning his Heracross. While Darko's choice was none other than his signature Pokemon, the Nightmare God, Darkrai. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon seeing Darkrai, realizing that this previously unseen trainer had managed to capture such a formidable Pokemon. "Indeed, it's Darkrai. Heracross, let us exact our revenge." Ash wore a knowing expression, recognizing his opponent's fighting style, which had been well documented during the Sinnoh tournament. He was surprised to find that, despite the passage of time, nothing had changed. "Darkrai, use Dark Void," Darko uttered, his voice devoid of emotion, resembling a cold machine executing its programming. Observing Darko's demeanor, Ash furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Nevertheless, the match continued, and Ash had no choice but to focus on the battle at hand. Darkrai summoned the Dark Void, a profound sphere of darkness forming in its grasp. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the surrounding light being devoured by this enigmatic orb. "Quick, dodge it, Heracross." Upon hearing Ash's command, Heracross immediately flapped its diminutive wings, evading the impending assault of the Dark Void. As the ominous sphere approached, Heracross, having been thoroughly prepared, deftly sidestepped the attack with ease. "Heracross, use Megahorn." With the opportunity ripe for counterattack, Ash seized the moment, issuing his command. Heracross's formidable horn glimmered with brilliance as it soared low above the ground, charging towards Darkrai. The Dark Void, devoid of vitality, revealed Darkrai's listless gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the attacking Heracross, its expression unchanged. Lips quivered slightly as it began to utter commands. Hearing Darkrai's directive, Darkrai began to gather the Dark Void in its hand, lingering ominously. Subsequently, Heracross charged directly at Darkrai, its majestic horn piercing into Darkray's form. Theoretically, the bug-type's most powerful move, Mega Horn, should inflict tremendous damage upon the Dark-type Darkray. Yet, the latter seemed oblivious to the pain, enduring the assault while unleashing the Dark Void upon Heracross. Both attacks struck simultaneously. However, while the Dark Void merely induced a state of slumber, Heracross's Mega Horn inflicted significant harm upon Darkray. Yet, upon being struck by the Dark Void, Heracross felt an overwhelming fatigue seep into its being, gradually eroding its strength. The effects of the Dark Void took hold, plunging Heracross into a deep slumber, its eyes shrouded in darkness, its body stiffening as it collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing Heracross succumb to sleep, Ash remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his face, as if this outcome was intricately planned. Dream Eater, Darkray's trainer, Dacto, was undeterred by Ash's thoughts, commanding Darkray to utilize the Psychic-type move, Dream Eater, which would siphon the vitality from the slumbering Pokémon, akin to a Psychic-type absorption technique. However, for the Bug and Fighting-type Heracross, such an attack was merely a minor nuisance. The prospect of having its strength drained while oblivious was indeed troublesome. Sleep Talk. Prepared for the eventuality of Heracross's sleep, Ash invoked the Sleep Talk ability, a tactic he had previously employed in a battle against Darkray during the Sinnoh League. This technique allowed a sleeping Pokémon to execute moves freely. Yet, after issuing the command, Ash noted with concern that Heracross remained inactive. Pondering this perplexity, he suddenly recalled an important detail, realizing the root of the issue. It must be due to its slumber. It was merely a singular occurrence. Then, Ash remembered he had equipped Heracross with the move Rest, which explained why the Sleep Talk had inadvertently activated Rest instead of yielding a successful action. Nevertheless, Ash did not dwell on this minor setback, recognizing that ample opportunities lay ahead. Dream Eater. Sleep Talk. Facing Darkray's second invocation of Dream Eater, Ash reiterated his command for Sleep Talk. He possessed alternative commands, yet at this juncture, Sleep Talk was the sole means to rouse Heracross. As the second Sleep Talk was executed, a dramatic scene unfolded. Upon receiving Ash's directive, Heracross slowly stirred, though for reasons unknown. It merely shifted to a more comfortable position while lying down. Ash's right eyebrow twitched involuntarily, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Sleep Talk, Heracross, Ash commanded once more. Yet Heracross remained unresponsive, merely scratching its belly. 3 times, 3 consecutive instances of Sleep Talk had unwittingly triggered Rest, leading even Ash to question his own judgment. While Ash contemplated his next move, Darkray had already begun to absorb Heracross's vitality through Dream Eater, steadily replenishing its own strength. Within the depths of slumber, Heracross found itself engulfed in darkness. Though unaware of the external turmoil, it could sense its energy waning. Dream Eater, finish it, Dacto ordered, intent on utilizing Dream Eater to incapacitate Heracross entirely. Ash, witnessing this, felt a wave of concern envelop him, relinquishing hope in Sleep Talk, fervently wishing for Heracross to awaken. Heracross, wake up. Bulbasaur says you can have all the nectar you want. At the moment Ash uttered this, far away at Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, Bulbasaur, attempting to mediate a dispute between 2 Pokémon, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Turning to investigate, it found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, back at the battle in the Dewford Gym, Heracross, shrouded in darkness, heard Ash's words and exerted itself to break free from the slumber induced by Dark Void. Striving to awaken before the Dream Eater could strike. Ice Beam. Realizing that the Dream Eater was about to succeed, Dacto swiftly altered his command. Darkray gathered frigid energy in its hands and unleashed an Ice Beam towards Heracross. The icy blast sliced through the air, the moisture in the atmosphere crystallizing into ice that cascaded onto the battlefield. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Heracross was struck by the Ice Beam, causing its remaining vitality to plummet. Though its strength dwindled to a critical low, Heracross exhibited an indomitable spirit, holding on tenaciously as if propelled by an unyielding will. This was the bond forged between a Pokémon and its trainer, a power born of their connection. In simpler terms, Heracross persevered to spare Ash any sorrow. Well done, Heracross. Rise from the ashes. Ash's heart swelled with joy as he witnessed Heracross's determination to endure despite the odds. The momentum lost during the 3 consecutive instances of Sleep Talk was suddenly revitalized. A torrent of fighting-type energy erupted from Heracross, reminiscent of a fresh spring bubbling forth. A vibrant stream of vitality flowing outward. With its vitality at its nadir, Heracross harnessed the full might of its revival. Concentrating all its energy into its mighty horn, it thrust forward with tremendous force, striking Darkray, who was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the gym's wall. Boom! Darkrai was embedded into the wall of the gym, having lost its ability to battle from Heracross's decisive blow. This outcome was hardly surprising, given Darkrai's lackluster defenses, particularly against the fighting-type's strengths. The revival had indeed held the potential for miracles. With Darkrai incapacitated, Heracross emerged victorious in the first round, prompting the referee Rotom to approach Darkrai to confirm its inability to continue before announcing Heracross's triumph. Latios. Dacto, with a stoic expression, glanced at Darkrai before returning it to its Pokeball and summoning his second Pokemon. The second legendary Pokemon. Who could this be? Indeed, I had never heard of this individual before. Upon closer inspection, this young man is rather handsome. Yet, as the audience beheld his second Pokemon, a flurry of questions arose. A delicate, high-pitched voice emerged, and the surrounding men initially assumed it belonged to a charming young girl. To their surprise, upon turning around, they were greeted by a burly man, his face adorned with stubble, licking his nostrils, and with body hair denser than his head of hair. Ugh! The spectators around him instantly felt nauseated, erupting in waves of dry heaving. At that moment, on the battlefield, Dacto sent forth his Latios. Latios, a psychic and dragon-type Pokemon, boasts a sleek body, its rear cloaked in blue, while its face is white. The wings on either side of its body lend it an appearance akin to that of a jet. Latios, you can take a break now, Heracross. It's your time to shine. Lizard King. In response to Dacto's Latios, Ash deployed his Lizard King, a Pokemon that had previously suffered defeat at the hands of its opponent. As Lizard King emerged, it fixated its gaze seriously upon Latios. As the reigning monarch of the forest and the ace of the Hoenn region, Lizard King possesses an aloof demeanor. Having been defeated by Latios in the Sinnoh League, it has harbored this grudge in its heart, and today, it seeks vengeance. The battle commenced. Tailwind. With the electronic voice of the referee Rotom echoing, Dacto issued the first command, instructing Latios to utilize Tailwind to enhance the speed of the battlefield. Latios, already swift, gained an additional boost from the wind. Lizard King. Strike with a Dark-type attack aimed at its vital points. Even with the increase in speed, Ash had unwavering faith in his Lizard King, convinced that it could prevail against the current Latios. Lizard King sprang into action, propelling itself off the ground with a powerful leap, swiftly closing the distance to Latios before it could react. Dark energy coalesced into a purple blade, slashing downwards towards Latios with great force. Yet, this initial strike was merely the beginning. Lizard King followed up with a rapid succession of second, third, and fourth strikes. The purple blade sliced through Latios' body, and even with its dragon-type resilience, it began to falter. With a pained howl, Latios felt the sting of the final blow, its vitality dwindling to critical levels. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, only managing to hold on by remembering Dacto's presence behind it. Ultimate impact. Realizing Latios was on the verge of collapse, Dacto made a pivotal decision to unleash Ultimate Impact in hopes of exchanging blows with his opponent. However, using Ultimate Impact would leave Latios in a state of vulnerability. Yet, Dacto cared not, for Latios was already a flickering candle in the wind. He wished to let it burn brightly until its final moments. Dodge it, Lizard King. Faced with Latios' final attack, Ash commanded Lizard King to evade rather than take the hit head-on. Lizard King, obeying the command, crouched slightly and leaped powerfully to the right. However, buoyed by the tailwind, Latios quickly closed the gap. The fiery aura of Ultimate Impact drew near, like an overwhelming tsunami poised to engulf it. Sensing the immense pressure, Lizard King crossed its arms defensively in front of its chest. Alas, Latios, empowered by its speed, augmented its strength, sending a heavy blow to Lizard King's abdomen. Knocking its hands aside. Hold firm, Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. Hearing Ash's voice, Lizard King bore the pain in its midsection, its arms forming sharp leaves that coalesced into a curved blade, which it swung forcefully at Latios. The leaf blade struck Latios, reminiscent of the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, causing it to cease its assault, its head tilting back as its eyes rolled upward, collapsing to the ground. Unable to continue the battle. Although Lizard King had incapacitated Latios, it too bore the scars of battle, having sustained severe injuries from the Ultimate Impact. Following Latios' defeat, the tailwind it initiated did not dissipate. The residual energy remained potent enough to last for several more rounds. Dacto remained silent, his gaze fixated on the fallen Latios. An expression of cold indifference etched across his face. A beam of red light enveloped Latios, the signal of a Pokeball retrieving it successfully, producing his final Pokeball. The audience buzzed with curiosity about Dacto's third Pokemon. Was it yet another legendary creature? Alongside the spectators, Ash too was intrigued. Recalling that he had previously defeated Latios but had been unable to continue battling due to all his Pokémon being rendered incapable of fighting. Regieleki. Dacto summoned his last Pokémon. The electric-type legendary creature Regieleki, a being forged by Regigigas and renowned as a giant of legend. Another legendary Pokémon. YISNT at a full 6-on-6 battle. I want to see if the next Pokémon is another legendary. Wow, my brother is truly amazing. The last voice came from the earlier burly man, who now bore bruises as though he had just endured some inhumane treatment. On the battlefield, Regieleki emerged, its form composed of crackling electricity, radiating a golden hue. Blue rings adorned the sides and bottom of its body, resembling some sort of suppressive apparatus. Regieleki? An electric type? Then it shall be you, Pikachu. In response to Dacto's Regieleki, Ash chose Pikachu, setting the stage for a battle of electricity. Ancient power. Receiving the command, Regieleki plunged its hands into the ground, causing rocks to erupt and fly towards the newly entered Pikachu under its guidance. Pikachu deploy electric net. In the face of the oncoming barrage of rocks, Pikachu concentrated electric energy into its tail, crafting a large net that enveloped the ancient power and neutralized the attack. Yet, Ash was not one to waste an opportunity. The rocks ensnared in the electric net began to whirl around Pikachu's petite form, launching themselves towards Regieleki at an astonishing speed. Electric cage. Dacto spoke coolly, and Regieleki darted toward the returning rocks, spinning its body to strike them into fragments with its arms like whips. Regieleki leaped into the air, unleashing powerful currents of electricity, creating a web-like prison that ensnared Pikachu within. Iron Tail. Pikachu swung its tail forward, executing an Iron Tail attack, delivering a tremendous force to the electric cage, creating a breach. However, before it could celebrate, Regieleki swiftly reinforced the cage with another surge of electricity, sealing the gap once more. Volt Tackle. We shall also use Volt Tackle. Both sides unleashed the same move, as two bolts of golden lightning cleaved through the air, colliding with one another. The exchanges appeared evenly matched, yet with the augmentation of Regieleki's crystalline power, the force of its Volt Tackle gradually intensified, overpowering Pikachu's strike. Dodge it, Quick Attack. Pikachu. Following the directive, Pikachu executed Quick Attack, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning as it surged toward Regieleki, closing the distance until the moment of impact was imminent. Regieleki blinked and appeared behind Pikachu, ready to launch an attack. However, Pikachu suddenly spun around, its tail glimmering with a silvery metallic sheen. Before Regieleki could react, it was struck by Iron Tail and sent tumbling backward for several dozen meters. Just as Regieleki attempted to regain its footing, Pikachu swiftly pursued, swinging its Iron Tail once more, but this time it missed. Golden currents of electricity danced around Pikachu, a testament to Regieleki's swift speed amplified by the wind. Iron Tail struck the ground with a resounding boom. The earth shattered beneath them, and Regieleki found itself suddenly devoid of footing, plummeting towards the fractured ground below. Now was the moment. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The attack resonated, striking Regieleki, which perhaps due to its fragile nature, succumbed to the blow and lost its fighting capability. The match concluded rather abruptly. The spectators had anticipated a prolonged battle, yet Regieleki's fall heralded a decisive victory for Ash. He achieved a sweeping triumph of 3-0 against Dacto, a result that felt entirely reasonable, reminiscent of the time he was thoroughly defeated by the bug-type champion, Aliu. With Regieleki rendered incapable of continuing, Ash emerged victorious, securing his title as champion once more. Oh, champion, champion, champion. The audience erupted in fervent applause, celebrating Ash's achievement. As the competition came to a close, Dacto withdrew Regieleki and discreetly departed while the crowd remained oblivious. Please take care of this, Nurse Joy, Ash requested, confident in her abilities. After the battle, Ash made his way to the Pokemon Center to restore Pikachu and the other's strength. At that moment, a girl with orange hair and a yellow outfit approached him. Ash, let us go for a stroll together, she suggested. Chapter 39. Team Rocket and Iron Justification? Mr. Ash, let us go for a stroll together, Misty chimed in, bringing her friend Lily alongside her. Observing the close camaraderie between the two girls, Ash shrugged and replied slowly, sure. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, the two girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. Let us not delay, let us go right now. Just as they finalized their plans for the day, in a bicycle shop in Hualon City, the trio from Team Rocket was disguised as underlings, bustling about the store. Meow. Hello, dear customer, what style are you looking for? The diminutive Meowth was professionally presenting bicycles to a young boy, genuinely resembling a skilled salesperson. Outside, the sun blazed overhead, scorching the ground like a hot plate. Musashi, fanning herself with a flyer, sipped from a bottle of water, glancing at a little girl outside, and then at the back of Kojiru, who was still diligently distributing flyers. She sighed in exasperation, clearly distressed. Why the sigh? The reason was quite apparent. After a whole morning, only one boy, lollipop in hand and nose running, had entered the shop. Anyone would feel disheartened in such circumstances. Kojiru, enough with the flyers. On such a hot day, let us take a break, she suggested. Okay. Kojiru responded, his voice hoarse as he turned around, startling Musashi with his appearance. He looked drastically different, his body thin as if all moisture had been evaporated, and his skin had taken on a brown hue. Gulp. Kojiru, what happened to you? Musashi exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Kojiru's dirt-covered exterior. This? Haha, it's nothing. Just a bit sunburned, Kojiru replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as if dismissing his condition, and he slowly walked into the shadow of the shop's awning. Here, Musashi said, eyeing him with suspicion as she offered him her water bottle. Thank you, Kojiru replied gratefully, taking the bottle and greedily drinking from it. Gulp, gulp. Ah, I've come back to life. He pulled the bottle away, the remaining droplets tracing elegant arcs in the air. His appearance returned to its previous state. Witnessing this transformation, one could only marvel at his resilience. Just a bottle of water had rejuvenated him completely. Meow, failure, Meowth lamented, watching the boy with the sunshade walk away, disheartened at the loss of potential earnings. Come on, Meowth, don't be like that. It's clearly the boss's pricing that's the issue. 1 million Poke dollars? Who would buy that? Musashi exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. 1 million Poke dollars, is that a lot? Kojiru timidly inquired, his eyes wide with innocence. Despite his hardships within Team Rocket, he still viewed monetary matters through the lens of a privileged upbringing. I'm sorry, young master, but 1 million Poke dollars is indeed a considerable sum, Musashi asserted, her fists tightening as she advanced towards Kojiru. As his anguished cries echoed, Meowth hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, yet Musashi turned to glare at it fiercely. Meow, meow, if you hit him, you can't hit me, okay? Meowth teased, sticking out its tongue playfully. Ignoring Meowth, Musashi resumed her affectionate reprimand of Kojiru. Meow? What's that? Meowth suddenly turned away, no longer focusing on the beleaguered Kojiru, and spotted a cloaked figure passing in front of them, disappearing into the grasslands. That's the one who defeated that brat with Darkrai at the Sinnoh League. What Darkrai? What brat? Kojiru and Musashi, engaged in their playful banter, were suddenly startled by Meowth's exclamation and turned in surprise. Musashi's eyes glinted with greedy curiosity. Darkrai could be their ticket to a promotion and a raise. If they captured it successfully, she could buy countless beautiful clothes and bags. Meanwhile, Kojiru was gripped by fear at the mention of the brat, glancing around anxiously, but seeing no sign of the figure that had frightened him. Meowth. Where's that trainer with Darkrai? Kojiru stammered, searching for Dakdo's presence, but to no avail. Meow? He's already gone. Let us hurry after him, Musashi urged. Okay. Meowth, lead the way. With that, Musashi and Kojiru followed closely behind Meowth, venturing into the thicket. By a stroke of luck, they stumbled upon Dakdo, who was just entering a mysterious underground passage. As Dakdo's figure was engulfed by the tunnel, a faint sound of gears turning echoed, and the passage began to close slowly. Realizing this, Team Rocket hurriedly dashed towards the tunnel, managing to slip inside just before it sealed shut, though Meowth's tail got caught in the closing entrance. As pain radiated from its tail, Meowth was about to cry out, but two strong forces firmly pressed its mouth shut, preventing it from making a sound. Chill, Kojiru and Musashi urged, signaling for Meowth to endure for a moment longer as they worked together to free its tail. Gazing at her swollen tail, Meow Meow felt tears welling up in her eyes, yet all she could do was gently caress it to console her injured body. Just as she was lost in sorrow, a powerful force gripped her head, twisting it around to reveal Musashi holding her in place, compelling her to meet his gaze. Meow Meow, why are you lagging behind? Do you wish to be pampered by me? Upon meeting Musashi's eyes, Meow Meow inexplicably sensed the intent within them, causing her body to shiver involuntarily as she nodded eagerly. Pleased by Meow Meow's response, Musashi affectionately stroked her feline head before turning to follow the path blazed by Kojiru ahead. Watching Musashi's retreating figure, Meow Meow exhaled in relief, wiping the non-existent sweat from her brow, and promptly trailed behind her. The trio traversed the ancient corridor in silence, maintaining a respectful distance from Dakdo, who was leading the way. Suddenly, Kojiru at the front came to an abrupt halt, prompting Musashi to stop as well. due to her shorter stature. Meow Meow collided directly into Musashi's back. Just as she was about to voice her annoyance, she caught sight of Musashi's displeased expression directed at her. The weight of that gaze silenced her complaints, and she shook her head vigorously, indicating that all was well, allowing Musashi to turn her attention back to the front. In an expansive, ancient chamber ahead, Dacto stood motionless, resembling a robot, seemingly awaiting something. The trio of Team Rocket peered out cautiously from their hiding place, shielded by stone pillars that prevented them from being noticed. As they observed, a figure gradually emerged, draped in white, reminiscent of both Shinedo and El Laredo, wielding a blade that gleamed as if forged from unyielding metal. This mysterious Pokemon approached Dacto with deliberate strides. Upon reaching Dacto, it delicately brushed its fingers against his face, as though toying with a cherished plaything, while an aura of psychic energy radiated from it, extending toward Dacto. Where am I? Dacto's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, and a sharp pain shot through his head, compelling him to clutch it. You, Kukui. The moment he laid eyes on the enigmatic Pokemon, Dacto's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, summoning his own Pokemon, Kukui. However, the latter was still fatigued from a recent battle with Ash, and as soon as it appeared, the mysterious Pokemon swung its blade, sending Kukui crashing against the wall with a single, powerful blow. I'm sorry, Ash, Kukui, and all of you. Memories of the recent past flooded Dacto's mind, and he chuckled resignedly, as if accepting his fate. He hurled the remaining 2 Pokeballs toward Kukui. Kukui, take them and flee. Dacto positioned himself before the mysterious Pokemon, buying precious time for his Pokemon to escape, resigned to the belief that he could not evade this fate himself. Seeing the determination in Dacto's eyes, the eerie Pokemon, with its emotionless, glowing eyes, raised its blade high, preparing to strike at his neck. Meow, experience the chaos of my claws. Meow, witnessing Dacto's impending doom, Team Rocket could no longer remain passive. Meow Meow leaped into action, unsheathing her claws to intercept the blade. My claws. Accompanied by Meow Meow's anguished cries, her claws were severed one by one, falling to the ground, leaving her uncertain of when they would regrow. The mysterious Pokemon, taken aback by Meow Meow's intervention, took a small step back and pointed a finger at her. A surge of potent psychic energy erupted forth, just as Musashi's Pokeball opened, revealing the arrival of Garibo. Sananshi. Garibo instinctively utilized Mirror Coat, enveloping itself in a prism of shimmering glass, which reflected the psychic energy back with doubled intensity upon contact. Well done, Garibo. Musashi could not help but commend her Pokemon as it successfully rebounded the energy. As the psychic energy hurtled back toward the mysterious Pokemon, it was abruptly cleaved in two by a swift swipe of the blade, dissipating into the ether. The Pokemon's eyes transformed into a menacing shade of crimson, and it lunged toward Team Rocket with its blade brandished. Garibo, determined to defend against the impending assault, prepared for another confrontation. Yet, the mysterious Pokemon did not strike at them. Instead, it swung its blade downward toward the ground. The blade struck the floor, sending tremors through the rocky surface, fracturing it like a spider's web and causing Team Rocket to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. In the chaos, an unattended Pokeball fell from Kojiro's waist. This was precisely what the opponent had anticipated, seizing the opportunity to slash at Musashi and Kojiro. Meow, do not underestimate me. Meow Meow dashed forward, undeterred by her lost claws. She leaped in front of Kojiro and Musashi, bowing her head to use the coin atop her head to absorb the blow. Clang. The sound of blade meeting coin rang out, but as the noise subsided, Meow Meow's cherished coin shattered in two, falling to the ground. A pang of sorrow flickered in her eyes for the coin that had accompanied her for so long. Yet for the sake of her companions, she felt compelled to sacrifice her most treasured possession. Meow Meow, how dare you underestimate the bonds of Team Rocket? Take this. You fiend. Yes. To bully Meow Meow is to bully me, Kojiro. Bottle cap attack. Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances filled with concern for Meow Meow, all too aware of her fondness for her coin, especially the one that had been with her through countless days. Musashi swung her fist at the mysterious Pokemon, while Kojiro hurled his collection of bottle caps as weapons in a single, desperate barrage. However, with a casual flick of its blade, the mysterious Pokemon sent Musashi hurtling backward, and Kojiro's bottle caps were swiftly sliced in half, leaving him heartbroken in an instant. Clang, clang. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the mysterious Pokemon advanced menacingly toward Team Rocket. Just as it reached them, the glowing eyes within its display dimmed, as if entering a state of slumber. It's you, the trio exclaimed in unison, turning to see Dacto being propped up by Kukui. who extended a finger to unleash its signature move, Dark Hole. This very attack allowed the mysterious Pokémon to experience the sensation of darkness engulfing its vision. Are you all alright? Hurry, while it is asleep. Upon hearing Dacto's urging, Team Rocket nodded, preparing to make their escape when a plump, adorable Pokémon resembling a messenger bird bounced into the chamber. This charming little creature, composed entirely of metal, sported a black tube connected to a blue spherical apparatus on its back. Upon spotting Team Rocket and Dacto, it tilted its head in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Just as it attempted to step forward, it accidentally bumped into the Pokeball that had fallen from Kojiro's grasp. In the midst of the group's bewildered expressions, the Pokeball shook thrice and successfully captured the unknown Pokémon, officially making it one of Kojiro's formidable allies. Beep beep beep. As the mysterious Pokémon fell into a deep slumber, a sudden cacophony of sounds emanated from within its form, startling James into clutching his Pokeball tightly. Without a backward glance, he urged Jessie and Meowth to flee towards the exit, as if pursued by some unfathomable terror. Upon escaping the peculiar underground locale and emerging into the open air, Team Rocket inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation of relief washing over them. As long as you're safe, I'll take my leave, mused Dr. Akito, feeling a weight lift from his heart as he regarded the unscathed Team Rocket before retreating into the thicket, disappearing into the forest's embrace. What shall we do now? James pondered aloud, pulling out the Pokeball containing the enigmatic Pokémon, uncertainty clouding his mind. Meow? Let us not linger here. We should find a secure place, Meowth suggested. James nodded in agreement with Meowth's proposal, prompting the trio to make their way back home. At the bicycle shop, the irate proprietor stood at the entrance, fury etched upon his face. A glance exchanged between Jessie, James, and Meowth revealed their shared sense of helplessness, foreshadowing an inevitable tirade. As they approached the store's threshold, the owner unleashed his pent-up anger upon the trio. This is your pay. Don't bother coming back tomorrow, he exclaimed, hurling a small bag of league coins before slamming the shop door shut and departing, leaving Team Rocket with no opportunity to plead for his favor. As they picked up the small bag from the ground, the trio unexpectedly felt a surge of joy, as their worries about sustenance were momentarily alleviated. However, James remained lost in thought, contemplating the Pokeball in his hand, unable to devise a solution. It seemed that this matter would continue to plague him for the foreseeable future. Chapter 40. Azure Cape. Meanwhile, as the tale between Team Rocket and Dr. Akito concluded, Ash was still preoccupied with his own endeavors, and time circled back to the aftermath of the challenge tournament. Ash, let us head to the beach, proposed May, eliciting a response from Dawn. Huh. Oh, I'm fine with that. I have no objections either. As they strolled aimlessly along the streets of Slateport City, May suddenly had a flash of inspiration and promptly made her suggestion. Dawn displayed no dissent, and Ash mirrored her sentiment. Thus, the trio resolved to visit the beach. However, they could not depart Slateport just yet, as Dawn lacked a swimsuit, and May expressed her desire to procure a new, splendid bathing suit. Within the swimwear boutique, Ash had intended to peruse the store alone while May and Dawn selected their swimsuits, but May firmly dragged him along. He stood silently, awaiting their fitting, under the bemused gaze of the shop assistant. How do I look, Ash? May emerged first, adorned in a predominantly blue swimsuit with white satin trim. A perfect match for her. It suits you well, May, but why are you squeezing your chest? Ash inquired, observing May's peculiar behavior, which turned her cheeks crimson and drew astonished looks from the nearby female sales assistant. What is it to you? May retorted, her face flushed with anger as she brandished her fists at Ash. Mr. Ash. Just as May was about to unleash her indignation upon Ash, Dawn's voice interjected, her face obscured by her hands, feeling bashful as she revealed her figure. Clad in a pink polka-dotted swimsuit adorned with a frilly skirt, Dawn appeared utterly adorable. Dawn, that looks wonderful on you, Ash complimented, causing her to shyly retreat behind May, attempting to shield her bare skin from his gaze. Now that we're ready, let us set off. Pika Pika. With preparations complete, Ash embarked on their journey to the seaside, and before long, the trio arrived at the azure shoreline. The shimmering waves rhythmically lapped against the fine, white sandy beach, while a distant cliff loomed, marking the renowned Azure Cape of Slateport City. Isn't it beautiful? Dawn gasped, awestruck by the vast expanse of the ocean. Is this your first time at the beach? Dawn. Yes, May. I've always lived in Little Root Town. I've only ever seen the ocean on television. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed at the water. I never imagined the real sea could be so stunning. Indeed, Dawn, the ocean holds countless wonders waiting for you to discover, May exclaimed, pulling Dawn into the inviting waves. Ash, witnessing their merriment, chose not to intervene, allowing them to enjoy their playful frolic. Pika, it's been so long since I felt this relaxed. Pikachu, Ash sighed, sprawled on the beach and basking in the warmth of the sun. Since becoming the champion of the Alola region, an invisible burden had settled upon Ash's shoulders, though it had been alleviated somewhat by Professor Kukui. However, during the World Championship, that weight returned, representing not only his own aspirations, but also the expectations of all the residents of Alola. He had risen to the occasion, claiming victory in the tournament. Yet, scarcely had he caught his breath before, spurred by the suggestions of Professor Kukui and the Pokemon League, he challenged the Kanto League, ultimately achieving the status of dual regional champion. Afterward, he had embarked on a relentless journey, never pausing for respite. Yet today, at the beach of Azure Cape, Ash felt a long-awaited tranquility enveloping him. Closing his eyes, fatigue washed over him, gradually consuming his body and spirit. His breathing steadied as he slipped into slumber. But just before surrendering to the arms of sleep, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a dreamlike Pokemon observing him from a distance. Dawn, come lend a hand. May coaxed. Isn't that inappropriate, May? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Shortly after Ash dozed off, May appeared beside him with Dawn, first relocating Pikachu and then starting to bury him in sand. Initially reluctant, Dawn, persuaded by May, joined in, assisting in shaping the sand around Ash. Gradually, through the combined efforts of the two girls, Ash's sandy form transformed into that of a mermaid, rendering him quite a sight to behold. This masterpiece elicited uncontrollable laughter from both May and Dawn. Huh, what is going on? Ash, roused by their laughter, opened his eyes, only to realize he was unable to move his hands, now encumbered by the heavy sand. What have you done? He exclaimed, his expression a mixture of disbelief and annoyance as he discovered May's mischievous handiwork. Feeling sheepish under Ash's gaze, May began to toss the sand off him. Dawn also joined in, helping to free Ash from the sandy entrapment. I'm finally free. With their assistance, Ash successfully extricated himself from the weighty sand. By this time, dusk had settled in, and as the trio began to pack up their belongings to return, Ash noticed a peculiar metallic glimmer slicing through the ocean's depths. May, you two head back. I have something to attend to. Ugh, seriously? As Xiaoxia was about to inquire about Ash's whereabouts, he deprived her of the opportunity to speak, swiftly departing while she remained momentarily stunned. This left both Layer and Xiaoxia gazing at one another in bewilderment, their eyes reflecting mutual confusion. Yet, despite their intrigue, it did not deter Ash from proceeding cautiously on a detour towards the sea from a specifically chosen location. However, after only a few steps, he halted abruptly. The reason was simple. He had forgotten his Kingler at the Pokemon Center, leaving him without any water-type Pokemon at his disposal. And he had also stowed the portable Pokemon exchange device in his backpack. Aren't you busy with something? Xiaoxia asked, unable to suppress her curiosity at Ash's retreating form. Not really. Let us head back quickly, Ash replied, awkwardly scratching his head as he retrieved Pikachu, who had unknowingly nestled into Xiaoxia's arms. On his shoulder, Pikachu rubbed against Ash, emitting faint sparks that danced across him. However, these minor arcs of electricity were inconsequential, for after countless encounters with Pikachu's electric shocks, Ash had developed an impressive resistance. Such sparks were trivial to him. Having gathered his belongings, Ash followed Xiaoxia back to Hualan City. After bidding her farewell, he returned to the Pokemon Center with Layer to prepare for rest. As the lights in Layer's room dimmed, so too did those in Ash's. Yet, within the darkness of his room, a pair of eyes remained wide open. I'll be right back, Pikachu, he whispered. After tucking Pikachu snugly under the covers, Ash stealthily took Kingler's Pokeball and slipped out, ensuring he did not disturb Pikachu before making his hasty exit from the Pokemon Center. The night at Hualan Cape was serene, with only the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore and under the silvery moonlight. The sea shimmered like pearls scattered upon the sand. A silhouette appeared in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ash, who, upon reaching the beach, did not rush into the water, but rather approached a small cliff to gaze at the tranquil sea. Is it not there anymore? Ash mused, feeling a hint of disappointment, as the metallic hue of the day had vanished from the ocean. Just as he was about to turn back, a blinding white light shot up from the ocean, resembling the glare of high beams. Without a second thought, Ash called forth Kingler, donned an underwater oxygen tank, and began to wade into the water with Kingler, slowly moving towards the enigmatic light. Before long, a striking figure clad in red appeared on the beach, anxiously scanning the water's surface, yet feeling helpless. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, Ash and Kingler approached the light, surrounded by many wild water-type Pokemon peacefully slumbering. He floated quietly in the water, savoring the tranquil experience. Ash dared not make a sound as he navigated through the sleeping Pokémon, fearing that any noise might awaken them and provoke a collective retaliation. After all, one could never be too cautious regarding their temper. Reaching the shallow sea floor, Ash spotted a deep trench ahead, from which the light emanated. He exchanged a glance with Kingler, and together they swam toward the trench. In the profound darkness of the chasm, Ash and Kingler advanced toward the source of the light, the immense water pressure having no effect on him. As the walls of the trench began to close in, Ash sensed they were nearing the bottom and quickened his pace. At the trench's base, a yellow submarine lay anchored, guarded by two individuals in blue uniforms, who were fiddling with the spotlight. Ash stealthily approached a large rock behind them and noticed a cave in the rock wall behind the guards. Team Aqua, he thought. Nearly gasping in surprise upon recognizing the insignia on their hoods, he had just recently encountered Team Magma, and now here were the members of Team Aqua. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were preoccupied, Ash quietly directed Kingler to strike each of them with its pincers. The incapacitated Team Aqua members were quickly stuffed into the submarine, while Ash and Kingler entered the cave. This underwater cave was filled with a significant amount of oxygen, and Ash eagerly removed his oxygen tank, relishing the fresh air. Once adjusted, he summoned Kingler and ventured deeper into the cave. As he walked, Ash felt a strange unease. Despite the presence of two guards outside, there was not a single Team Aqua member in sight within the cave, leaving him puzzled. After a long walk, Ash arrived at the final chamber of the cave, yet still found no Team Aqua members. Not overly concerned, he began to examine the only mural in this space, depicting the Pokémon he had seen before, Groudon, locked in battle with another Pokémon, presumably its nemesis, Kyogre. Ash took out his phone to capture images of the cave's interior, just as a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. So eager to leave already? You certainly don't give me much face. Emerging from the passageway was the muscular leader of Team Aqua, Archie, adorned in a blue pirate outfit and blue diving pants. Just as Ash prepared to summon a Pokeball to battle, the environment around him shattered like glass, transforming the dark cave into a sunlit beach. And Archie morphed into Xiaoxia and Layer. Ash, Mr. Ash. Xiaoxia and Layer leaped into Ash's arms, and before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain throbbed in his head. What on earth is happening? Actually hearing Ash's confusion, Xiaoxia began to recount the events. It turned out that while the two girls were frolicking in the water, Ash had succumbed to slumber. Sensing something was amiss, Xiaoxia attempted to rouse him, but he remained unresponsive. Determined, she decided to investigate the area for any clues, and by sheer luck, soon discovered a Pokémon resembling a Drowsy. After engaging in battle, she managed to secure victory only after Mega evolving her Gyarados. Upon hearing the entire story, Ash rubbed his aching head, beginning to analyze the peculiar situation he had just experienced. However, it was evident that further analysis was unnecessary, as Xiaoxia had already clarified everything. He had been put to sleep by that drowsy-like Pokémon, resulting in his bizarre dream. With this understanding, Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him. By the way, what happened to that drowsy? Is it here? Yes, right here, Xiaoxia replied, producing a transparent glass orb that radiated a peculiar energy. It was identical to the orb Ash had discovered in the depths of the Hualong Cave ruins, leaving him curious about its purpose. Taking the orb from Xiaoxia, Ash resolved to inquire about the progress of Professor Oak's research upon his return, especially since he had sent the artifacts from the ruins several days prior. Now, he merely hopes that Professor Oak can swiftly unravel the mysteries surrounding the ancient ruins and the enigmatic orbs, thereby resolving all the challenges encountered thus far. Observing the two young ladies before him, their faces etched with concern, Ash offered a reassuring smile, signaling them not to worry. Chapter 405, The Blue Badge, Nidorino. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center in Hualong City from Hualong Cape, Ash promptly reached out to Professor Oak. Hello, Professor Oak. Have you made any progress regarding the matters we discussed earlier? Ash, it's you. I have indeed gathered some insights about the items you sent me last time. According to my findings, these orbs seem to originate from the Pasha region, renowned for its crystals. I have already notified the League about this matter, and I believe someone has been dispatched to the Pasha region for further investigation, Professor Oak explained with a smile, elaborating on the materials he had received from the ruins. Meanwhile, in the distant Pasha region, a robust man with fiery red hair arrived in Yangwang City via ferry. This man was none other than the champion of the Johto region and part-time Pokemon investigator, Goyang Du. Although the Pasha region appeared tranquil on the surface, unbeknownst to many, it harbored sinister plots. Du, you should go and take a look, someone urged. On that day, while training in the mountains, Goyang Du received a commission from the Pokemon League. His sense of justice surged, making it impossible for him to decline such a call to action. Anxious to fulfill his duties as a Pokemon investigator, he concluded his training ahead of schedule and, under the League's arrangements, boarded the ferry to the Pasha region. Dressed inconspicuously for the investigation, he forsook his usual flamboyant cape. Reflecting on the mission ahead, Goyang-du adjusted his trench coat and wide-brimmed hat, heading toward the designated meeting point. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he could feel the weight of curious gazes upon him. Perhaps due to the fact that everyone else was clad in short sleeves and shorts. As Goyang-du diligently pursued his task, Ash had already concluded his conversation with Professor Oak. The message was clear. There was no need for Ash to overly concern himself with these matters, as they were entirely entrusted to the League. How could Ash refuse such a fortunate situation? He welcomed the chance for someone else to handle these troublesome affairs on his behalf. What is the matter, Layla? Do you really think you can defeat Miss Kasumi? As Ash stepped out of the room, he noticed Layla's troubled expression, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation that tugged at his heartstrings. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently patted her head. Rest assured, you've been training under Kasumi, right? If it's you, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Ash spoke with unwavering confidence, seemingly convinced that Layla would emerge victorious. His belief was not unfounded, as it was common for gym leaders to go easy on challengers during battles, and Layla would likely receive similar treatment. Is that really so? Layla's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly not grasping the deeper implication of Ash's words. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The important thing was that she felt a surge of confidence. Patting Layla on the shoulder, Ash reiterated, "Of course. You must believe in yourself." With Ash's encouraging gaze upon her, Layla gradually filled with self-assurance. Once they had gathered their belongings, the two set off toward the Hualan Gym. The Hualan Gym is indeed formidable. Indeed, I brought Pokemon that are effective against Kasumi's, yet I still got defeated. They're truly impressive. Two young boys, seemingly around Layla's age, emerged from the gym, expressing their awe at its prowess. Standing at the entrance of the gym, Layla hesitated, unsure if the words of the previous challengers had dampened her newly found confidence. It's all right. Go on with confidence, Layla. Sensing her wavering spirit, Ash encouraged her once more. Layla nodded resolutely, now prepared to enter the gym. You've arrived, Layla. It seems you are ready to challenge me. But I assure you, my Pokemon and I will not hold back. Upon entering the battle arena, they were greeted by Kasumi, arms crossed. Miss Kasumi, I won't lose either. Layla confidently replied to Kasumi. For my first Pokemon, I choose you, Starmie. Fire Red, Torkoal. In response to Kasumi's Starmie, Layla sent forth her Fire Red Torkoal. While there was no type advantage, the Water-type Starmie still held a significant edge over the Ice-type Torkoal. Starmie, use Water Gun. The red gem at the center of Starmie aimed at Torkoal, unleashing a powerful jet of water that shot forth like a speeding bullet. Torkoal, use Icy Wind. Upon hearing Layla's command, Torkoal exhaled a chilling breath, instantly freezing the incoming water gun into an ice projectile. Counterattack. Torkoal charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to the descending ice column, sending it hurtling back towards Starmie. Dodge, Starmie. Starmie deftly spun and rolled away, evading the ice attack. With a resounding crack, the ice column embedded itself into the ground, gradually fracturing and dissipating into the air. In this initial round of probing, neither side suffered significant damage, each contemplating their next move. Torkoal, Icy Wind. This time, Layla seized the initiative, unleashing a gust of freezing wind that transformed the scattered rocks into ice shards, successfully striking Starmie. A wave of icy blue emanated from the gem at the center of Starmie, slowly encasing it in ice. Seeing her Starmie suddenly frozen, Kasumi gasped in shock, muttering to herself, "Is Layla really this lucky?" Kasumi found it hard to believe her eyes, as one icy wind had rendered her Starmie immobile, a situation she never anticipated, especially considering her acquaintance who had rarely triggered an electric-type ability in over 2 decades. Starmie, hang in there. Kasumi, like Ash, encouraged her Pokemon, believing in their resilience to break free from the icy confines. Unfortunately, reality proved harsher than expectations, as no amount of encouragement could free Starmie from its frozen state. Seizing the opportunity, Layla commanded Torkoal to execute a new move she had learned from Kasumi. 1,000,000 Punch. Torkoal charged at Starmie, delivering a powerful blow that erupted upon contact with the icy surface. Boom. The ice encasing Starmie began to shatter, revealing the Pokemon within, as Torkoal's heavy punch struck true. Starmie was sent flying into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. As it attempted to rise, the red gem at its center flickered with light, signaling that it was nearing its limit. Starmie, are you all right? Kasumi watched with concern as Starmie, on the verge of nodding to affirm its readiness, instead began to slump toward the ground. With the first round concluded, Layla's fire-red Torkoal triumphed over Starmie, placing her one victory away from claiming the coveted blue badge. Come back, take a good rest, Fiery Drowsy. Liar retrieved the Fiery Drowsy. Although it had not lost much stamina, she still desired to send out Nidoran. Indeed, you have grown, Liar. So what will you do next? The water field. Snap. Boom. As Xiaoxia snapped her fingers, the ground trembled violently, and a fissure appeared in the center of the battlefield, slowly shifting to the sides. The ground vanished, revealing crystal-clear water that transformed the battlefield. This was the hallmark of the Cerulean Gym, a water field primarily composed of water. The water-type Pokémon could only navigate by floating on platforms above the surface. Goldeen, take the stage. Upon the water field's emergence, Xiaoxia summoned her Pokémon for this venue. The pure water-type Goldeen, its pointed horn glinting with sharpness. Nidoran, I entrust you. Shortly after Goldeen's appearance, Liar followed suit by sending out her Pokémon, the poison-type Nidoran. However, being a quadruped, it was not adept at swimming, thus remaining stationary on the platform. Goldeen, use Horn Attack. Nidoran, let us also employ Horn Attack. Liar issued the same command, and both Pokémon's horns gleamed with white light as they charged towards one another. The two heads collided, their horns clashing in a battle of strength. Initially, the contest appeared evenly matched, but gradually the tide began to turn in favor of Goldeen. It seemed that Goldeen's ability to move freely in the water allowed it to gain momentum, while Nidoran was confined to a small platform that impeded its ability to launch an effective charge, thus tilting the balance in Goldeen's favor. Nidoran, cease the attack. Upon hearing Liar's command, Nidoran withdrew its strength and dodged to the right, while Goldeen, propelled by inertia, surged backward. However, unfortunate for Goldeen, the water field meant that once it plunged into the water, it remained focused on Nidoran, preparing to strike. Goldeen, use Aqua Ring. Receiving the command, Goldeen swirled its tail like a wave, rapidly circling around the platform. The already unstable floating platform became even more chaotic with the Aqua Ring, causing Nidoran to feel dizzy, on the verge of losing its composure. Nidoran. Witnessing Nidoran's distress, Liar felt a pang of sympathy. Her mind raced to devise a counter-strategy. Yet, after much contemplation, nothing seemed viable. But observing Nidoran's discomfort, she gritted her teeth. No pain, no gain. Nidoran, use Horn Attack against the platform below. Upon hearing Liar's words, a glimmer of determination ignited in Nidoran's eyes. It leaped high, its horn glowing with white light as it charged downwards towards the platform. Crack. With the sound of shattering debris, the floating platform struck by the Horn Attack splintered into fragments, and Nidoran plunged into the water, frantically searching for Goldeen's form. How dare you invade our territory? Goldeen, use Horn Attack. The Goldeen, swift in the water, made it challenging for Nidoran to track its movements, leaving numerous wounds upon its body. Unlike aquatic Pokémon, Nidoran required air. Having just submerged, it soon felt the lack of oxygen and quickly broke the surface to breathe. Nido. Just as Nidoran surfaced, Goldeen followed closely behind, its horn lunging forward to pierce Nidoran's body, inflicting excruciating pain that coursed through Nidoran. Under Goldeen's assault, Nidoran felt its vision blur, its strength waning as it sank slowly beneath the water. Nidoran. Liar gasped in horror as she watched Nidoran descend, quickly realizing she needed to jump into the water. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia sensed trouble and was about to command Goldeen to assist Nidoran when a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the water. The brilliance pierced through the pool, enveloping the entire gym as if a high-powered incandescent lamp had been turned on. Nido. As the white light gradually faded, the figure that had sunk underwater transformed, roaring as it surged towards Goldeen. Goldeen. Dodge. Goldeen reacted swiftly, and in the water, it was even faster, narrowly evading the oncoming attack, though it brushed against Nidoran. Goldeen. Suddenly, a shade of purple washed over Goldeen's face, indicating its distress. What? Nidorino, you've evolved, Liar exclaimed, unable to contain her joy upon witnessing the transformed figure in the water. Now, let Miss Xiaoxia witness our newfound strength. Horn Attack. The evolved Nidorino swiftly propelled itself through the water, launching off the pool wall with its hind legs, rocketing towards Goldeen. As Nidorino barreled towards Goldeen, the surrounding water swirled outward, creating a small vacuum. The tremendous force crashed into Goldeen, causing it to roll over, unconscious, its belly surfacing above the water. Oh, I never expected you would evolve. Thank you, Goldeen. Xiaoxia recalled her incapacitated Goldeen with a comforting pat, not surprised by her defeat, as the battle was primarily a test of Liar's current prowess. Following this assessment, It was evident that Liar had indeed passed with flying colors. Plop. Here, Liar. This is the blue badge. I now present it to you. Xiaoxia dove into the water, gracefully resembling a beautiful mermaid as she approached Liar, producing a droplet-shaped blue badge and handing it over, which served as proof of overcoming the cerulean gem. Congratulations, Liar. I knew you could do it. This is all thanks to Nidorino and the others. You've worked hard. Liar cradled the 2 Pokeballs in her hands, her tone gentle. After speaking, the Pokemon within the balls could hear her voice, joyously shaking the spheres. Ash, are you leaving? Yes. Then take this. The Saint and cruise ship has been refurbished. It was originally an invitation for me, but as you know, I am now the gym leader and cannot leave. So you and Liar can go in my stead. As she spoke, Xiaoxia produced 2 tickets adorned with images of ships and handed them to Ash. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Naturally, Ash had no reason to refuse, especially since he had some free time and it was conveniently on his way. And Liar. Here, I won't lose. Liar jumped at Xiaoxia's sudden exclamation, but soon seemed to grasp the underlying meaning, her face flushing with embarrassment. Ha. What's wrong? What's happening? Observing Liar's bashful demeanor, Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh heartily, while Ash, caught between the two, looked around in confusion, completely unaware of the sudden shift in atmosphere. Afterward, Ash bid farewell to Xiaoxia and continued on his journey with Liar, heading towards Goldenrod City, planning to traverse directly to a Krutique city from there. Hello everyone. Chapter 41, Lisa's Invitation, the upcoming Wind Festival. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Quirky Words channel. It's been a while. Recently, I've been preoccupied with the festival preparations back home, which is why I haven't been live streaming. In the vibrant city of Windy City, Lisa, under the persona of Bizarre Words, is engaging with her audience during a live stream, cheerfully greeting them. Thanks to her previous collaborations with Ash, she has ascended to become one of the most popular streamers on the Pokemon broadcasting platform. You must be slacking off. The viewers jested. Indeed. How could someone like Bizarre Words possibly be involved with a festival? Within the live stream, the audience expressed their disbelief, as the image they held of Bizarre Words was entirely at odds with the festive atmosphere. The reason behind this skepticism likely stemmed from her punk-inspired attire. Lisa, with a beaming smile, chose to disregard the audience's comments and continued her monologue. In just a few days, I will be live streaming at the celebration. There might even be special guests. As she spoke, a hint of bashfulness graced her features, as if reminiscing about fond memories. The audience erupted in excitement, speculating wildly. What is wrong with my wife? Oh no, she's thinking about another man. Ahem, what are you all saying? I just have a slight cold, cough cough, yes. Just a cold. Faced with the barrage of comments, Lisa hastily clarified, but the audience was not easily fooled. Oh dear, my wife must take care of herself. I'll brew some medicine for you, one viewer remarked. Yes, my dear, take good care of yourself. Don't make the children or me worry. It seemed the audience was rather gullible, believing such a transparent fib. With a smirk of triumph upon successfully deceiving her viewers, Lisa placed her hands on her hips, her charming face radiating satisfaction. She then retrieved her Rotom phone, tapping the screen rapidly to compose a message before shutting it off and eagerly awaiting a reply. The message reached Ash and May, who had just departed from Hualan City. Rotom, Lisa has sent you a message. The device chimed. Ash promptly pulled out his phone to check Lisa's recent correspondence. Mr. Ash, the Windy City Festival is approaching, and I would like to invite you to attend. Would that be possible? Without hesitation, Ash replied, of course. Upon receiving his response, Lisa raised her arms in jubilation, leaving the audience perplexed, prompting them to question her sanity. However, Lisa was too elated to care, as she was soon to see her idol, stirring excitement within her heart. After discussing a specific time with Ash, he quickly confirmed that he could make it. Relieved, Lisa turned her focus back to her work, providing commentary for Pokemon battles to transform what could be mundane competitions into captivating spectacles. Yet today was not about commentary. She had promised to fulfill a bet from a previous match where she had guessed the wrong winner, resulting in a dare to cosplay as Nurse Joy. I'll go change now, she announced, exiting the live stream. When she returned, her punk attire and demeanor had vanished, replaced by the sweet and charming nurse persona. Her slender legs were clad in white stockings, accentuating her figure, while her skirt and stockings drew the audience's gaze. Lisa's radiant appearance, golden hair cascading behind her and adorned with a cute nurse's hat, presented her as the epitome of a gentle and caring Nurse Joy. How do you like me now? Have I enchanted you all? She teased, noticing the audience's stunned silence. Upon hearing her words, viewers snapped back to reality, many wiping drool from their mouths. Meanwhile, as Bizarre Words reveled in the joyous moment, Ash was discussing a change of route to Windy City with May. May, let us take a break. I just heard from a friend that there's a festival happening soon. Would you like to see it? The festival? Absolutely. I want to go. May responded eagerly. Doesn't Mooping Town have a festival? No, we're just a small town. There is hardly anything worth celebrating, May replied sheepishly, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the festivities. Then let us go to Windy City, Ash declared. With their destination decided, Ash and May took a moment to rest and recalibrate their route. The new path was set to circumvent Golden City, not far from Dry Leaf City, perfectly aligning with their itinerary after visiting Windy City. Pika. Just as they prepared to resume their journey, Pikachu dashed over, clutching a blue-orange berry in its mouth. Upon reaching Ash, Pikachu presented the berry with its tiny paws, occasionally nibbling on it, much to Ash's delight. Have you rested enough? Let's get going. With that, Ash gathered his scattered belongings, and once May was ready, they officially embarked on their adventure. Leaving the well-trodden paths of the Pokemon League behind, Ash and May ventured into the dense forest, opting for a safer, more direct route to arrive in Windy City before the festival commenced. Along the way, they supported each other, with May receiving a bit more assistance. After several days of arduous travel, they finally emerged from the forest onto a long road, uncertain of where it might lead. However, since they had made prior arrangements with Leisha, she would soon appear to meet them and assist with their accommodations. As Leisha chatted with Ash, she discerned their location, quickly changing her outfit and applying a light makeup to enhance her beauty. Stepping outside her home, she found the sun obscured by clouds, which delighted her. Had it been a typical sunny day, she would surely have been scorched. As she walked towards the city outskirts, she noticed the residents bustling with joy, preparing decorations for the impending celebration. Before long, at the outskirts of Windy City, Leisha's striking figure came into view, waving as she hurried towards Ash and May. Long time no see, Ash. Indeed, it has been a while since I last saw you, Ash. And this must be May, Leisha exclaimed, jogging up to Ash and then glancing back at May, eager to strike up a conversation. Hello, I'm May from Mooping Town, she introduced herself, appearing somewhat intimidated by Leisha's exuberance. Hello, Leisha greeted warmly, undeterred by May's timid demeanor, continuing to engage her with enthusiasm. However, this time, Lyre did not respond. She merely hid behind Ash, peeking out with a single eye, seemingly too shy to look at Lisa. Haha, Lyre seems a bit bashful. Don't take it to heart, Lisa. How could I? It must have been my sudden appearance that startled you. I apologize, Lisa said as she listened to Ash, gently shaking her head and sincerely offering her apologies to Lyre. It's all right. In response to Lisa's apology, Lyre shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill will towards the earlier incident. Then let us head off with Lisa. The inn has already made arrangements for you. Lisa smiled sweetly at Lyre, her tone gentle as she expressed the desire to take both Lyre and Ash to the inn for some much-needed rest. By the way, Lisa, you haven't explained what the Wind Festival is all about yet. While walking, Ash suddenly remembered that Lisa had yet to introduce the origins of the Wind Festival and the reasons for this celebration. Oh, has Lisa not explained yet? Let us take this opportunity to delve into it, she replied. Clearing her throat, Lisa gazed into the distance as if recalling something dear, and began to narrate to Ash and Lyre. According to Lisa, the Wind Festival originated from a covenant between humans and Lugia, and it has been celebrated countless times since. The agreement came about long ago when this land was still barren and desolate. At that time, the land was parched and unyielding, but gradually, humans and Pokemon began to congregate here, supporting and aiding one another as they endeavored to thrive on this land. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lugia was deeply moved and could not help but commend the bond between humans and Pokemon. Consequently, it promised to bestow winds upon this land each year. The humans, astute in seizing opportunities, harnessed this wind, allowing their cities to flourish rapidly into what they are today. Hence, the Wind Festival came into being, and Lugia would appear at the conclusion of each festival to reaffirm the friendship between humans and Pokemon. Listening to Lisa's account, Ash appeared to grasp the concept, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. So, if Lugia appears, does that mean we can battle it? Truly, Ash's thoughts were ever fixated on the prospect of battle, extracting only the crucial details from the conversation. That is something Lisa hadn't considered. It could be possible, I suppose, she replied, contemplating Ash's inquiry with a thoughtful expression. Oh, is that so? Ash's expression dimmed slightly at Lisa's uncertain answer. However, he quickly regained his spirit, for he thought that once they met, he would undoubtedly find a way to challenge it to a battle, hence his swift recovery. As they made their way to Windy City, Ash and Lisa engaged in lively banter, much to Lyre's envy, who felt left out in the conversation. Pika Pika. Noticing Lyre's slightly downcast demeanor, Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder to hers, patting her head gently. Thank you, Pikachu. Seeing Lyre perk up, Pikachu nodded in satisfaction before hopping back onto Ash's shoulder to rest. After a while, the trio arrived at Windy City, where the streets were adorned with various decorations, and many individuals donned charming mascot costumes, handing out pinwheels to every passerby. As they strolled through the bustling streets, every person radiated happiness, eagerly assisting those in need. What is that? Ash inquired, spotting a blue roof tint emblazoned with red and white Pokeballs, which had a long queue forming in front of it. Oh, that's a customary event of the Wind Festival, the registration booth for the Pokemon Capture Contest. If you're interested, Mr. Ash, you might want to give it a try. A Pokemon Capture Contest. That sounds exciting. Lyre, do you want to join? Upon hearing Lisa's words, Ash's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he intently gazed at the blue tint, but suddenly remembered to ask Lyre for her opinion. I think I'll pass. Lyre didn't wish to participate in the Pokemon Capture Contest. After all, it was a rare celebration, and she preferred to explore on her own, though she would certainly watch Ash's contest later. Then I'll go alone. Ash did not dwell on Lyre's choice, understanding her perspective, and he jogged ahead to join the line for registration. Let us wait over here, Lyre. All right. Lyre responded timidly to Lisa's enthusiastic suggestion, and before she knew it, she was led aside by Lisa. After a brief wait, Ash completed his registration and approached the two with a beaming expression. Now eligible to participate in the customary event of the Wind Festival. Let us head to the inn first. Seeing Ash's jubilant demeanor, Lisa seemed to catch his excitement, her mood lifting considerably as she led Ash and Lyre to their accommodation for the next few days. Inside the inn, Lisa handed the room keys to Ash and Lyre, reminding them to rest early before departing. After Lisa left, Ash and Lyre each retreated to their respective rooms, tidying up briefly before settling in comfortably. As night fell, Ash and Lyre succumbed to slumber, having retired early in anticipation of the Wind Festival, eager to greet the festivities with renewed energy. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Windy City, a solitary yellow humanoid Pokemon gazed longingly at the slumbering town. Chapter 42, The Wind Festival begins. The following day, amidst the resounding explosions of fireworks in the sky, the Wind Festival of Windy City officially commenced. At that moment, Lisa was at home, adorning herself beautifully, eager to present her best self to the audience. Hello, everyone. Today is a limited edition of energetic and quirky broadcasts. As she began her live stream, Lisa, clad in sporty attire and with her golden hair tied into a ponytail, radiated the charm of a vibrant athletic girl. Limited edition wife, so beautiful. Screenshot, screenshot. Thank you, streamer. Just finished my donation. Tissues, activate. Observing Lisa's sporty ensemble, many fans were elated, embarking on their own workouts, only to switch to a state of disbelief moments later. For those who had yet to donate, they could only lament how quickly it all happened, too fast for them to react before they found themselves unable to respond. As previously mentioned, today marks the Wind Festival celebration in Windy City, and thus, the quirky broadcast would be live-streamed outdoors, allowing everyone to experience the festival's wonders. Of course, we'll also have a special guest. As Lisa concluded her statement, she playfully directed an electric attack at the screen, causing viewers to become entranced by the surge of energy, effectively charming them. Oh no, my wife is shocking me. The effect is incredible. I've lost my battle capability. So powerful, it's on a whole different level. Watching the barrage of comments floating on her smartphone, Lisa chuckled helplessly, her cheeks twitching slightly as she thought, why do these viewers love to exaggerate so much? I might not watch the Pokemon Ditto Movie Cup next year if they're not there. Alright, let us head out now. Lisa could only mutter a few words of discontent in her heart regarding the audience's criticism, refraining from expressing her thoughts openly, for after all, they were her breadwinners. Yet, even if she had voiced her opinions, perhaps the netizens would demand even more outrageous remarks from her. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to involuntarily break out in goosebumps, prompting her to expel such notions from her mind as she formally stepped out to commence her outdoor live broadcast. In Ash's room, Pikachu suddenly awoke, gazing about in confusion and unable to stifle a yawn, which inadvertently roused Ash from his slumber. Pikachu, are you awake? Ash, lying beside Pikachu, rubbed his sleepy eyes and struggled to pry them open, just managing to regain a modicum of alertness. We still have to participate in the Pokemon Capture Contest, so let's get up, Pikachu. Ash climbed out of bed, intending to freshen up when he noticed Pikachu preparing to lie back down. He promptly scooped Pikachu up and brought him to the wash basin. After completing their morning routines, Ash appeared remarkably invigorated, radiating vitality. Knock, knock, knock. Once finished, Ash rapped on the door of the adjacent room belonging to May. After waiting for a while without any response, he presumed May was still asleep and decided not to dwell on it any longer. He turned and departed the Pokemon Center with Pikachu in tow. Ash officially joined the celebration, with his first event being the Pokemon Capture Contest. As the time for the competition approached, Ash sprinted desperately towards the venue, ultimately arriving just before the event commenced. "Hey, mister, may I have a strawberry ice cream?" Before a quaint ice cream cart, May was captivated by the array of ice cream displayed in the window. After much deliberation, she finally settled on one. "All right, here you go, little lady," said a man with short purple hair and a mask as he handed the ice cream to May. "By the way, what is this special performance?" May could not help but inquire upon noticing a small line of text at the bottom of the menu. "This will be revealed to you, and I assure you, it will not disappoint," the man replied, clapping his hands. At that moment, a Pokemon resembling a messenger bird but emanating a metallic sheen emerged from the ice cream cart. "Everyone, come and see, the special performance is about to begin. Meow. It's going to be spectacular." Nearby, a woman with wine-red hair and a peculiar-looking short man were busily enticing passers-by, and before long, a crowd, predominantly children, had gathered around. "Tieji, show them your prowess," the man with purple hair urged. The Pokemon named Tieji emitted an electronic sound, clutching a spherical device in its embrace, which began to emit a dazzling blue light. The blue light flickered continuously as a small aperture on the sphere projected an icy blue beam onto the ground, conjuring unfamiliar Pokemon that materialized before the onlookers. The light ascended into the air, transforming into falling snowflakes that gradually gathered in the square. "Wow, it's snow. So much snow. It's so cold and refreshing." The children, breaking free from their parents' grasp, dashed into the snowfall. "You're amazing. Indeed, what an incredible Pokemon." One child grasped Tieji's rounded hand, eyes brimming with admiration. However, Tieji did not express gratitude. Rather, it was startled by the sudden touch, causing the spherical device in its grasp to flicker erratically. Just as it contemplated retaliating, it caught sight of the growing number of children, each face adorned with joyous smiles. Witnessing this beautiful scene, something within Tieji seemed to stir, and the blue light ceased its flickering. Thud. "Wow, that's incredible." Yes. Tieji suddenly propelled its head forward, startling the surrounding children. Yet as its head returned to its body, the sounds of their praise filled the air once more. The three staff members at the ice cream cart could not help but smile with satisfaction at the sight. These three were none other than the notorious Team Rocket trio, James, Jesse, and Meowth. As for why they were selling ice cream, the story traces back to a few days prior in the city of Celadon. "What should we do?" James pondered, looking at the then Tieji, as they were at a loss, being unfamiliar with the Pokemon and hesitant to present it to their leader. However, when Tieji performed the ice beam as it did in the square, an idea sparked in James's mind. "How about we take it to the festival and make a fortune?" "Festival? What is that?" In response to Jesse's and Meowth's confusion, James began to explain, and upon hearing about the grand celebration, both agreed to his plan. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. As the performance concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, and the ice cream business flourished further, while Tieji delightedly played with the children. "Oh no, Ash's competition is about to start. I must hurry." Realizing this from her Rotom phone, May suddenly recalled, hastily shoving the ice cream into her mouth, chewing and swallowing it. So cold. The subsequent chill radiated through her temples, prompting her to press her palms against her head, as if attempting to warm it. And now, we have an incredible contestant. He has traversed 8 regions, the youngest world champion in history, and the reigning champion of both Kanto and Alola, Ash. Let us welcome him. Champion. On the other side, Ash's Pokemon capture contest was about to commence, and after the host passionately introduced Ash, he dashed into the venue, taking his place in the center of the competitors. As he made his way, he greeted the enthusiastic audience, extending his hands for high fives and responding to their cheers. However, among the crowd, a small girl with purple hair turned to her mother, unable to contain her concern. "Is Uncle really going to be all right?" "Of course. He's your uncle," her mother replied, though she cast a worried glance at one of the contestants. She had known her boastful brother since childhood and was well aware of his capabilities. "Mom," Uncle said to trust him. Amidst the contestants, a portly man exchanged reassuring glances with the girl's mother, patting his chest to put her at ease. "Kagachi, you rascal," she chuckled at his confident demeanor, deciding not to worry further. After all, her brother had always been this way. Although he loved to boast, he invariably found ways to fulfill his promises. "Wow, Lily and sister are watching me, but this is the champion. There's no way I can win." Kagachi, the contestant addressed by the girl's mother, internally lamented, regretting his decision to participate in the contest. As he caught sight of his niece waving at him from the audience, he instinctively responded, his gaze drifting into the distance as if reminiscing. Just yesterday, in the very same square, Kagachi had been enjoying the amusement rides with his sister and niece, Lily. Lily, are you unhurt? Seeing his adorable niece sprawled on the ground, Kagachi, her uncle, swiftly rushed forward to assist her, his expression filled with concern. I'm fine. I was just too flustered, Lily replied. Their mother approached from behind, half squatting to gently pat Lily's head. It's because you're genuinely happy, I assented. Now, let us go. Uncle will take you to more places to play, Kagachi said, lifting Lily onto his shoulder, securely holding her feet to prevent her from sliding off. Yay! I love Uncle the most, Lily exclaimed, prompting both her mother and Kagachi to beam with joy as they strolled forward. After some time, the tired uncle rested on a bench while his sister took Lily to purchase ice cream. He recalled that during the extensive forest fires that once ravaged the city, it was said that Lugia had come to extinguish the flames. Listening to the sounds emanating from a couple's Rotom phone nearby, Kagachi couldn't help but glance at them. However, upon noticing him, the couple displayed displeasure, tucked their phone away, and departed. Uncle, we're back with ice cream. Here, this is for you, Lily announced, dashing towards Kagachi with 2 cups of steaming cold treats. Thank you, Lily, he replied. Hey, let me see your Pokemon. Do you have any powerful ones? Startled by Lily's question, Kagachi feigned calmness as he retrieved a red and white Pokeball. Of course. Look, what kind of Pokemon is it? The strongest one. Let me see. Lily urged, reaching out to touch the Pokeball, only for Kagachi to swiftly evade her grasp. Not yet, dear. It just had an intense battle and is currently fatigued. Needing rest. Lily, look. The ice cream is melting. Oh no. Realizing the imminent disaster of her melting treat, Lily eagerly began to taste it. Kagachi, relieved to have narrowly avoided a catastrophe, finished his ice cream in one go. Thank you, my brother. This child insisted on coming to the Wind Festival. No problem. By the way, how is Lily's health? She seems to be doing well lately, their mother responded lightly, observing the ice cream smudged around Lily's mouth. Uncle, what Pokemon is that? Hearing Lily's inquiry, their mother and Kagachi diverted their attention to the direction Lily was pointing. Ah, that is Lugia, the legendary Pokemon. Thanks to it, this city has gradually flourished. My, uncle, you know so much. Lily's compliment made Kagachi's expression swell with pride, while their mother, his sister, couldn't help but facepalm, knowing he was about to launch into one of his tales. That is a story from long ago. It was a cold day when I happened to come to this city on business. He stepped into the crowd, spreading his arms wide. At that moment, a red light shone from the distant mountains. It was an emergency. A wildfire was approaching the town. I shouted for everyone to run. I called out to Lugia, pleading for its help, and it successfully extinguished the fire, saving the city. Bravo! Bravo! The onlookers, drawn in by his storytelling, erupted into applause, showering him with praise. Among the crowd, a man with green hair dressed in a white coat watched the spectacle alongside his Chansey. Honestly, what a mouthful of lies. Their mother whispered reproachfully to Kagachi. I didn't lie. I merely embellished a bit, he retorted, already having prepared his defense. He then lifted Lily once more, saying, Lily, where would you like to go next? That direction looks fun. Let us go. Let us go. Oh dear, the mother sighed in exasperation, following behind. Tomorrow, the customary event of the Wind Festival will take place, the Pokemon capture competition. Interested trainers are encouraged to participate. While playing with Lily, Kagachi suddenly heard this announcement, prompting Lily to turn to him with eager eyes. Uncle, it sounds like a capture competition. Let us enter. We can definitely win. Leave it to me. After all, I am quite the capable trainer. Reflecting on everything, Kagachi felt an urge to bang his head against the competition's railing, but there was no turning back now. He had to face it head-on. Chapter 425, The Bustling Pokemon Capture Competition. Phew, I finally made it. Just as the participants for the Pokemon capture competition gathered, Lila dashed into the venue. Being petite, she struggled to see Ash at the back, but managed to squeeze through the crowd until she reached the front. Upon spotting Ash, full of vigor, a smile crept across her face. Meanwhile, outside the city, a cute red-haired girl with a small bag ambled through a forest, crossing a stream. From behind the trees, a Mareep and a Zigzagoon peeked at the unexpected visitor, while a few Swablu in the air observed her closely. As she navigated the forest path, the girl arrived at a vast ruin that resembled a grand hall. Upon closer inspection, despite the walls being draped in vines, remnants of fire scars were still visible. Reaching the steps of the grand hall, the girl took out some blue-orange berries, bread, and a bottle of milk, laying them on the steps. When she noticed a wounded Ditto and a Teddy Ursa behind her, a smile appeared on her face as she slowly approached them, revealing some cookie crumbs wrapped in a handkerchief. Here, for both of you. Upon hearing her encouraging words, the two Pokemon began to indulge in the delicious treats she had brought. I'm sorry for causing you to get hurt. You'll heal quickly after eating those oranges. Make sure to eat them all, she said, turning her gaze towards the ruins, but after staring for a long while, the figure she sought did not appear. I'll come back another time, she said, turning to leave, her brows slightly furrowed. Although her tone was light, anyone who could see her eyes would recognize the profound disappointment behind them. Once the girl departed, a figure emerged from the ruins, slowly approaching the food she had left behind. Inside the city, the Pokemon capture competition commenced officially, with a man wearing a headset announcing the rules at the event. Finally, it's starting. The customary Wind Festival activity, the capture competition. The rules are simple. Pokemon with special markings await contestants on the streets of Wind City, but most will not passively wait to be captured. Conventional methods will not suffice. Contestants are to use the specialized balls provided to capture them, scoring points based on the Pokemon's strength. The contestant with the highest score by the deadline will be declared the winner. At this moment, a green-haired man was ensconced in a small, dimly lit room within a sprawling research facility, fixated on the computer screen before him, murmuring to himself. No problem, I can hear you quite clearly here. Mr. Kagachi, would your assistance truly enable you to deliver a speech? Absolutely. Mutual assistance is indeed a win-win situation, so I beseech you, Professor. Listening to the voice of Kagachi through his headset, the green-haired man, referred to as the Professor, tightened his grip on the research materials in hand, seemingly resolving to take a deep breath. Very well, but please use caution and do not overexert my stereo. I understand, he replied, as he absorbed Kagachi's words. The professor glanced at the documents in his hands, unable to suppress the memories of the previous day. No, I can't, because tomorrow is. He was abruptly reminded of standing on the street, startled by the words spoken over the phone, causing the papers in his hands to scatter across the ground. Are you all right? Do you need assistance? A passerby, witnessing his disarray, approached him with concern. It's nothing, please do not touch. I assure you, there will be a solution. Indeed. The professor hastily gathered the scattered papers, trying to wave off the well-meaning stranger's help. After that, he took his stereo to the square, finding refuge in the shadows, where he happened upon Kagachi's remarkable fabrication. I wish I could speak so confidently in front of others, he murmured to stereo. His expression was one of dejection, his eyes filled with a lack of self-assurance. Nonetheless, stereo encouraged him. Upon returning to the research facility, he relayed the recent phone call from the speaker to his companion. The speaker didn't arrive? What happened, Torito? His companion regarded the professor with a hint of irritation, muttering his name under his breath. Faced with the displeasure of his peer, Torito seemed intimidated, raising his hands defensively and avoiding eye contact. I will think of a way. I will surely find a solution. Stereo chimed in. Observing the two engaged in their dispute, Stereo positioned itself between them, striving to restore calm. However, Torito's timorous demeanor was too pronounced. He shrank back like a frightened turtwig, retreating into himself. Sigh, the speech is just days away. Is there enough time to prepare? Looking at the timid Torito, his companion sighed, his tone softening. You can rely on us more. His companion reached out, attempting to touch Torito, but the latter recoiled as if startled, insisting, No, it's fine, I will manage on my own. Casting a glance at the other two companions, he noticed their disappointed expressions before they departed to attend to their own affairs. This was a golden opportunity for the research to garner attention. Surely, Torito must grasp the significance of this speech. Listening to the words spoken, Torito lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Please, I beg you, Torito. His companion sighed once more before taking his leave, leaving Stereo and Torito in each other's company. Once the others had exited, Torito seemed to expend all his energy, collapsing onto the floor. Victory, he muttered weakly. What is that? It appeared to be a venue for Pokemon research. Kagachi emerged from the restroom, contemplating how to secure the victory in the capture contest he had promised his niece, Lily. At that moment, a conversation between two individuals nearby piqued his interest. The Pokemon Research Institute. Glancing at the research facility across the street, Kagachi intended to leave, but suddenly felt a surge of realization. Pressing his face against the glass and staring intently at the institute across the way. On the other side of the glass, passers-by were startled by his behavior. Is anyone in there? An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached the Pokemon Research Institute and inquired from outside. Yes, I am. Hearing the voice, Stereo turned around, its eyes alight with curiosity, while Torito, standing behind it, also spoke up. Upon seeing Stereo, the elderly woman's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. Yet she was seasoned enough not to question why Stereo was capable of speech. I've nearly been driven mad by this sweltering summer. Quite normal. Torito emerged from behind Stereo. Yet his sudden appearance startled the woman, nearly causing her to stumble. In her fright, she inadvertently knocked over a container filled with an unknown liquid, spilling its contents. I apologize, did I stain your clothing? Torito quickly righted the container, expressing concern for the elderly lady. More importantly, do not appear so suddenly in front of me. Do you wish to frighten me to death? No, not at all. Here, sign this and hand it to the committee. All right, all right. Taking the paper from her hand without a moment to scrutinize it, she turned to leave, grumbling under her breath. Honestly, I am truly sorry. Torito called after the stern woman as she walked away. Just as her figure was about to disappear from view, a familiar silhouette suddenly blocked the automatic doors, startling Torito. It was none other than Kagachi, who had promised to secure victory for his niece, Lily. Hey, buddy, are you a Pokemon researcher? That means you must know a lot about Pokemon, right? Ah, it's you. Torito exclaimed, momentarily stunned, but then, as if recalling something, pointed and exclaimed. Before him stood Kagachi, and an immature idea flickered in Torito's mind. All right, contestants, are you ready? Let the competition begin. The referee's voice echoed through the headset, snapping Torito back to reality as he focused intently on the computer screen, prepared to provide Kagachi with information at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, at the competition site, with a grand gesture, the referee declared the event underway, and each contestant surged forward with their Pokemon. Let's go? Pikachu, Pika, among them. The most captivating was undoubtedly Ash and his Pikachu, who drew a throng of onlookers wherever they went. Meanwhile, Kagachi trailed behind with Torito's Stereo, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. Keep it up, aim for victory. Just as Ash and Pikachu rounded a corner, a purple serpentine Pokemon perched on a streetlight fixated on them before descending with a menacing roar. It's Arbok. Hiss. Recognizing the blue triangular mark on Arbok's neck, Ash immediately identified it as the Pokemon mentioned in the competition, and as it let out a fearsome hiss, it lunged at Pikachu, jaws agape, intent on devouring him. Thunderbolt. In a flash, Pikachu radiated a soft white glow, instantly positioning itself before Arbok to block its attack, then pivoted to strike back with its tail, sending Arbok flying. Go. Seizing the opportunity, Ash unleashed a special Pokeball designed for the competition, its entirety a striking blue, hurling it swiftly toward Arbok. As the Pokeball struck Arbok, a beam of light emerged, drawing it into the sphere, with a green glow at its center signifying a successful capture. Excellent, the first one is caught. Pikachu. Ash did not pause, extending his fist for a celebratory fist bump with Pikachu's tail before continuing to dash down the street in pursuit of more Pokemon to capture. Meanwhile, on another front, several challengers had set their sights on the most formidable Pokemon in the competition, the Tyrannosaurus of the desert, Tyranitar. The contenders launched a coordinated assault, with their Pokemon unleashing their most potent moves, resulting in violent explosions that startled the onlookers. Roar! So strong, we must flee. Tyranitar burst forth from the smoke of the explosions, its fearsome visage instantly causing the challengers to retreat. Yet, it was not about to relent. It quickly pursued the fleeing competitors, its massive feet causing the ground to tremble beneath it. However, as it dashed out of the street, it inadvertently collided with a utility pole, crashing into a vendor's cart, and became ensnared by a rope around its neck, which caused it immense discomfort, resulting in a frantic roar as it continued to run, completely losing its sanity. The competitors continued to capture Pokemon at a rapid pace, with the majority being captured by the Kargak contestants. Inside the competition venue, the host fixated on the enormous electronic screen, announcing, "Uncle, go for it." Below, his niece Lily cheered on Kargak, who was tirelessly running about. Starfish's special ability is glowing. It fully utilizes the trait that attracts Pokemon. As the host explained, Kargak climbed a staircase and captured a Kirin, sweat pouring down his face, revealing his exhaustion. Meanwhile, Ash had just caught a Sentret when a colossal figure suddenly emerged from around the corner, startling him. Observing the departing Tyranitar, Ash, being exceptionally attentive to Pokemon, noticed the rope tangled around its neck. Pikachu, did you see that? Pika. Pikachu. All right, let's catch up. Ash and Pikachu hurried after the retreating Tyranitar. Indifferent to the outcome of the competition, their sole desire was to assist Tyranitar. Progress was smooth, and they were currently in first place. I can't go on like this. Kargak gasped, leaning against the railing, his legs too weary to lift, his voice weak as he heard Torito's voice through his earpiece. Nonsense. Just then, a Whimsicott dashed before him, looking terrified as it surveyed its surroundings, and upon spotting a nearby patch of grass, it scurried towards it. "What are you doing? That fellow." As Kargak's words trailed off, a blue-bodied Pokemon with a red gem on its forehead appeared before him. It was Psyduck, a water and psychic-type Pokemon. Psyduck entered the small square, searching for signs of Whimsicott, glancing towards the grass. Whimsicott pretended to be a tree, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Psyduck. Psyduck, irritated, had never encountered a Pokemon that treated it as such a fool, and unleashed a water gun towards Whimsicott. Yet, the latter was nimble and quick, bending slightly to evade the attack. Sigh. Water guns were fired in rapid succession, but Whimsicott dodged each one, continuously fleeing within the square. "Mr. Kargak, Whimsicott is a rock-type Pokemon, which is weak against water types. It's a perfect target." Hearing Torito's voice in his earpiece, Kargak, with a stoic expression, slowly descended the steps. Suddenly, the host at the competition venue received an urgent notification. According to the latest reports, Tyranitar is rampaging through the streets, and Champion Ash is in pursuit. Tyranitar is tangled in a rope around its neck. Upon delivering this message, the host inexplicably felt a sense of relief, seemingly calmed by Ash's presence. "No way, Mr. Ash." Among the audience, Lisa and Layla watched Ash's figure on the big screen, their faces filled with concern. Yet they seemed to forget just how formidable he truly was. Roar. Tyranitar. Chapter 43, A Night in Wind City, the Rocket Team's Arrival. What? Tyranitar. Ash and Pikachu chased after Tyranitar's silhouette down the street, witnessing its pained expression, and Ash empathized, wishing to calm it swiftly. Upon turning a corner, Ash discovered a terrain he could use, a plan forming instantly in his mind. "Pikachu, can you lead Tyranitar over there?" He pointed to an open space beneath the railing. Looking at Pikachu in inquiry, Pika. Pikachu flashed a charming gaze, as if questioning, "Are you doubting my capabilities?" Such was the implication. "Then I'm counting on you, partner." Ash and Pikachu separated, with Ash leaping down from the railing, his exceptional physical prowess allowing him to land steadily on the stairs, continuing towards the target location. Whimsicott. Meanwhile, the struggle between Psyduck and Whimsicott raged on, but at that moment, Kargak had arrived with a special Pokeball in hand, approaching the two battling Pokemon. Whimsicott. Upon seeing Kargak, both Pokemon halted their conflict. As Kargak threw the Pokeball, Whimsicott covered its head with its hands and crouched down, trembling. Yet, contrary to its expectations, the Pokeball did not strike it. Hearing Psyduck's cries behind it, Whimsicott hesitated for a moment before turning around. Psyduck was enveloped in light and subsequently captured by the special Pokeball. Whimsicott. This scene startled Whimsicott, prompting it to leap behind a tree, peeking out cautiously at Kargak. Kargak picked up Psyduck's Pokeball, glanced at Whimsicott, and noticing its attempt to disguise itself as a tree, decided not to intervene further, turning to leave. Yet, recalling Whimsicott's appearance, Kargak felt an inexplicable resemblance to himself in it. Words of encouragement slipped out, as if advising both himself and Whimsicott. "Stop lying to yourself, or it will become a habit. Mimicry is this Pokemon's trait. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and tell me the location of the next Pokemon." Paying no mind to the voice of Torito coming through his earpiece, Kargak urged the communicator for the next Pokemon's whereabouts. Watching Kargak's retreating figure, Whimsicott's eyes sparkled with a unique light, feeling that Kargak's silhouette was incredibly cool at that moment. Roar. Hill. In the alley, Pikachu unleashed electricity, altering Tyranitar's course as it headed towards the area Ash had indicated. "Awoo. Pikachu." As Tyranitar and Pikachu emerged onto the open ground, Ash leaped down from an overhead beam, using all his strength to jump towards Tyranitar. "Got you, Tyranitar." Ash successfully landed on Tyranitar's back, but it suddenly accelerated, charging towards the crowd. "Pikachu, I need you." Iron Tail. Holding onto Tyranitar's head, Ash pulled back, attempting to redirect its path away from the throng. Pika. Pikachu jumped towards Tyranitar, using its iron-like tail to sever the rope entangled around its neck. Upon being liberated from the constraints of the rope, Tyranitar seemed to lose its balance, crashing heavily to the ground, its surface marred by numerous abrasions. "Are you alright, Tyranitar?" Pika. Hearing the voices of Ash and Pikachu, Tyranitar struggled to open its eyes, weakly assuring them that it was unharmed. "Well done, Pikachu. You brilliantly saved Tyranitar, our champion Ash." The bond of friendship transcends capture. How exhilarating. Within the competition venue, as the host provided a professional commentary, the audience erupted into applause. "Can you stand?" Ash placed Tyranitar's arm over his shoulder, exerting a gentle force to help lift it, and then guided it towards the Pokemon Center. Even so, the competition would not cease. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the night of the awards ceremony had arrived. The mayor presented the award to the second-place competitor and the champion Ash, who had magnificently rescued Tyranitar. Thank you. No, I must thank you, champion. Not only did you assist Tyranitar, but you also illuminated this ordinary city. I am truly grateful. Furthermore, please do not belittle the modest title of mayor. This is indeed the most prestigious award I can offer. Observing Ash, who barely reached his chest, the mayor couldn't help but chuckle at his own self-deprecation. For in his eyes, presenting the mayoral award to Ash felt almost like an overestimation of his own worth. Of course not. This is a testament to the hard work of Pikachu and me. Ash waved dismissively as he accepted the trophy from the mayor. To him, regardless of the award's significance, any competition participated in alongside Pokémon held profound meaning and commemorative value. After all, these were precious memories forged through their collective efforts. Thus, he had meticulously preserved every single award, grand or modest, displayed prominently in his room. Observing the affectionate bond between Ash and Pikachu, the mayor's gaze reflected envy. However, as the awards ceremony continued, he knew he must suppress his sentimental thoughts. Next, the splendid victor is the competitor Kagachi. We did it, Lily. Kagachi triumphantly received the trophy from the mayor, raising it high above his head, unable to contain a shout directed at the crowd. Uncle is so cool. In the throngs of the audience, Lily leaped from the crowd, bouncing excitedly as she called out to her uncle on stage. Just then, the girl who had appeared in the forest ruins during the day emerged from the crowd, her eyes intensely focused on the stage. Congratulations on securing first place. Thank you. If I compete, I will always take first. Inside the Pokemon Research Institute, Torito, who was in a small dark room, gazed at the computer screen, where a beaming Kagachi elicited a wry smile from him and Jigglypuff. By the way, do you have any Pokemon you wish to capture next? Well, it seems there is an extraordinarily rare Pokemon nearby. Oh, an ultra-rare Pokemon. The host turned to Kagachi, intrigued by his words that even captured the mayor's attention. As it appeared, he was quite interested in the mentioned ultra-rare Pokemon. Having finally participated in this festival, I must capture it. What kind of Pokemon is it? Pika Pika. Even Ash was stirred by Kagachi's curiosity. That concludes the remarks from our victorious competitor Kagachi. Thank you. With Kagachi's expression of gratitude, the Pokemon capture competition officially came to a close, and the news of the ultra-rare Pokemon he mentioned rapidly spread across the Pokemon network, prompting numerous nearby netizens to express their intention to come and see. Naturally, aside from the netizens, Pokemon hunters also frequented the internet, and upon hearing the news, they hastened towards Windy City, eager to seek out the rumored ultra-rare Pokemon, for to them, ultra-rare meant exceedingly valuable. The streets at night were ablaze with lights as the sun set, and the moon hung amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. I want to keep playing with Uncle. Lily, perched on Kagachi's back, mumbled in her sleep, drooling slightly and moistening his shoulder. However, Kagachi did not mind. Rather, he found her even more adorable and smiled, saying, "You're talking in your sleep. She has been to so many places and had such a wonderful time. This is better than anything." Witnessing her daughter in such a blissful state, Kagachi's sister, as a mother, also believed that this moment was indescribably beautiful. By the way, why are you following me? Kagachi asked, glancing at the nearby Whimsicott with a look of exasperation. Whimsicott, it cheekily stuck out its tongue, attempting to charm its way out of the situation. I didn't lie, the captured Pokemon just returned. By the way, I didn't capture you. Whimsicott. Whimsicott made a gesture for silence, signaling for Kagachi to keep it down, seemingly wary of waking the still sleeping Lily. What? You followed me because you like my brother, didn't you? Huh. Whimsicott. Kagachi shot an incredulous look at Lily's mother, who nodded emphatically in agreement. Yet, Kagachi took it lightly and continued, "Let us go back. I have nothing about me that you would find appealing." Hearing Kagachi's heartless rejection, Lily's mother and Whimsicott exchanged glances. The former shrugged, resigned to having such a brother. Yet her eyes sparkled with encouragement for Whimsicott. Receiving the signal, Whimsicott immediately dashed after Kagachi. Did you hear what I said? Kagachi sighed in exasperation at the persistent Whimsicott, resigning herself to its company. At the mayor's residence in Windy City, the mayor was seated at the dining table with a red-haired girl, engaged in familial conversation. How did the festival go, LaRue? It was delightful. I rode on a roller coaster and ventured through a haunted house. How about father? He was particularly busy today. LaRue recalled Kagachi's words from earlier in the evening on stage, her gaze drifting aside as she spoke. The winner of the capture competition mentioned that there is an ultra-rare Pokemon in the city. Ha ha ha, that must be a joke. I've never heard of such news. Well, the legendary Zeraora. LaRue, that Pokemon no longer exists. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the mayor's previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of sternness, his tone imbued with an irrefutable authority. However, smash. The mayor slammed his cup down onto the table after gulping the water. We cannot instigate panic among the citizens. Refrain from speaking such peculiar things. You're right. LaRue's expression reflected a hint of disappointment as she gazed at the dining table. Outside the city, in the mountains, two rangers were navigating the woods with flashlights. Boss, why are we patrolling this mountain that is off limits? It's understandable that you, being new, are unaware. Do you know the curse of Zeraora? Zeraora? Curse. Boss, what are you talking about? Well, if you don't know, it's fine. In any case, we must prevent citizens or tourists from trespassing on this mountain. Understood, boss. Within Windy City, the elderly woman who had appeared at the Pokemon Research Institute the previous day was slowly making her way home, supported by a cane, with several Pokemon trailing behind her. Is that just my imagination? She seemed to sense something behind her, promptly turning around to investigate, only to find an empty street. After scratching her head, she continued on her way. Meanwhile, the Pokemon that had just hidden away bounced along, following her closely until they arrived at her home. The elderly lady, freshly washed and groomed, was startled to see a multitude of Pokemon filling her house. What are you doing here? How did you get in? In response, a mischievous crocodile performed a playful dance, accidentally knocking a plate and a small green box off a shelf. Fortunately, the elderly lady was spry enough to catch the plate and box, narrowing her eyes at Crocodile with a stern expression. This is the only thing that must not be touched. Waga, don't come any closer. But Crocodile, being a Pokemon, could not comprehend the lady's words and thought she wanted to play. It leaped toward her, prompting the lady to flee outside in a panic. She locked the door behind her and let out a sigh of relief, sinking into a soft chair outside. You've worked hard, Stereo. Thanks to you. We finally have a plan for tomorrow. Inside a small room at the Pokemon Research Institute, Torito was busy wiping the mud off Stereo with a towel, surrounded by all the Pokemon he owned. Thank you for your effort, Torito. Outside the room, a companion who had previously quarreled with Torito smiled, closing the door before departing. That person is quite exceptional, very skilled at speeches. Things will surely go smoothly. Looking at the Pokemon gathered around him, Torito felt a surge of confidence. Meowth, what is that fellow researching? Within the institute, Musashi and Kojiro lurked in the shadows, quietly observing Torito. It seems to be something related to Pokemon characteristics and moves. Meowth deduced, glancing at the documents he had found. That sounds promising. Although I don't fully understand it, it must have its uses. Sonance. Just as Musashi finished speaking, her Pokeball at her waist opened, and indeed, Wobbuffet appeared in the room. Torito set down the memory card he intended to use for his speech, unaware that a very similar card was also resting there. Meanwhile, outside the room, Team Rocket prepared to make their move. Let us hurry and grab it. But just as they were about to act, Musashi accidentally bumped her foot against the corner of the table. As she was about to scream, Kojiro quickly covered her mouth. Yet a noise still escaped, drawing Torito out of the room. Is anyone there? Turning on the room light, Torito looked into the now empty Research Institute, puzzled. Wait, everyone. His Pokemon set off to trace the source of the sound, but Torito couldn't shake his worries. What was that noise? Everyone, be careful of the glass. After searching the room, they discovered a shattered experimental container, which relieved Torito. This is Chapter 435, The Curse of Gelato? This is the ink potion for Tutu Dog, isn't it? Did it fall? Torito questioned, observing the remnants of the potion on the table. That was close. I was too hasty. We'll come back another day. Meow, Sonan's added. Outside the Pokemon Research Institute, Team Rocket-S trio sat on the ground, panting heavily, evidently exhausted from their recent escape. I hope Mr. Ash is unharmed. Of course. I am the champion. In a certain hotel in Windy City, Lisa looked at Ash with deep concern, while Layla stood nearby, equally worried. The two women sighed with relief after hearing Ash's reassurance. All right, let's call it a day. Get some rest. Okay, Mr. Ash. Bidding farewell to Lisa, Ash and Layla headed toward their respective rooms. Good night, Mr. Ash. Good night, Layla. At the door, Ash and Layla exchanged their goodnights before retreating into their rooms, where the sound of steady breathing soon filled the air. The next day, outside the elderly lady's residence, she was curled up in a recliner, asleep, with her across nestled beside her, seemingly keeping her warm. Oh, right, I fell asleep outside because of those rascals. Suddenly waking, the elderly lady rubbed her sleepy eyes and, upon regaining her vision, saw her across beside her. Startled by the Pokemon, she tumbled down the steps, landing painfully on the ground multiple times. Outside the Pokemon Research Institute, the elderly lady arrived, accompanied by her numerous Pokémon. It seemed that these Pokémon had followed her here for a reason, given that she had only visited this place once before. Hey, Professor. Well, what's going on so early in the morning? Torito cautiously emerged from behind a Chansey, looking at the elderly lady with confusion. What on earth is happening? These. She gestured toward the Pokémon. Things went awry after I came here. Ah. Upon hearing her words, Torito seemed to recall something and turned to look at the potions on the desk. The potion that spilled earlier was made based on Pokémon moves and sweet aromas. It is said to emit scents that Pokémon find appealing, thus attracting them together. What use is this meaningless potion? Listening to Torito's explanation, the elderly lady grew furious, pointing her cane at his face, clearly upset. I want nothing to do with Pokémon. Quickly, neutralize the potion's effects. But, even if you say that so suddenly. Torito shrank back behind Chansey, appearing quite frightened of the elderly lady. Torito, this is bad. The event staff just contacted us. Huh. A companion of Torito approached, intending to accompany him to the event venue. Click. As the police staff began taking evidence photographs, Ms. Junsha arrived beside the mayor at the cordoned-off area. In addition, there were reports of malfunctions in the amusement ride's power system, and washing detergent was spilling onto the streets. Multiple acts of vandalism had occurred. Who could possibly commit such acts? Meanwhile, as Junsha and the mayor continued their conversation, Ash and Layla also arrived at the event venue. Originally intending to dine at a restaurant, they were drawn by the gathering crowd. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. As soon as the repair work is completed, we will notify you via the broadcast. Please bear with us for a moment longer. The mayor's gentle voice emerged from the front of the crowd, reassuring some anxious attendees. There's no choice but to pass the time indoors for now. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. However, as the champion, Ash could not simply stand by, and he approached the mayor alongside Layla. Additionally, Kagawa brought his niece to the mayor as well. Mayor, let us assist you. Oh, the champion. Hello, who are you? Observing the mayor's daughter, Ragwo, beside him, Ash wore an expression of bewilderment. I am Ragwo, the mayor's daughter, she introduced herself. At that moment, Lily's voice resonated from behind. Uncle, let's join in and help. Upon hearing his niece Lily's words, Kargaki appeared astonished, seemingly reluctant to be embroiled in such matters. In fact, I must attend a research presentation today, he said, awkwardly rubbing his neck. Lily's mother, as the elder sister, had never heard him mention such an event and furrowed her brow, questioning him. Why must you attend this research presentation? Well, Kargaki faltered. Uncle, Lily interjected, her gaze earnest. Oh, come on, let's just help. Under the weight of Lily's adorable scrutiny, Kargaki found himself devoid of alternative excuses and ultimately acquiesced. All right, let's all give it our best. Pikachu. The mayor expressed immense gratitude towards Ash and the others, bowing slightly to convey his appreciation. Meanwhile, in the Pokemon Research Institute where Torito resided, an elderly woman sighed as she gazed at the newly arrived Pokemon. Alas, there are even more now, she lamented. Come and eat. Turning her attention to Torito, who was feeding the wild Pokemon, she inquired, Professor, weren't you supposed to attend the presentation today? Yes. The time is drawing near, he replied, although he displayed no signs of urgency, continuing to tenderly care for the wild Pokemon. News of the Wind Festival being marred by an inexplicable act of sabotage spread online, prompting many citizens to rush to assist upon learning of the situation. Why must we also partake in this? One exclaimed. It must be the curse of Gyrak. In the midst of their busy activities, Ash suddenly overheard several children nearby discussing this, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Just as he intended to inquire, Lily appeared before him, accompanied by Lisa. Good morning, Mr. Ash. Lisa is here to help as well. Good morning, Lisa. You arrived just in time. I was about to ask you something. What do you wish to ask me? Mr. Ash? I wanted to know if you are familiar with the curse of Gyrak. Oh, I certainly am. Essentially, no one in Wind City is unaware of it. Legend has it that Gyrak, who perished in the Great Fire 50 years ago, cursed the entire mountain. Any human who steps foot there invites calamity. That is the curse of Gyrak. However, Lisa always felt that Gyrak must still be alive. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the mountains beyond the city, while Ragwell, positioned behind Ash and the others, observed them with a complex expression. A notification from the Wind City Operations Department announced that the festival would reopen, as all safety concerns had been addressed. Professor, there are even more Pokemon arriving. If this continues, I shall be overwhelmed. The elderly woman expressed her plight as she glanced at the towering Machoke beside her, placing her hopes on Torito. I deeply apologize. I will devise a solution before you are engulfed by Pokemon, right after the presentation. I am counting on you. Torido's gaze wandered into the distance, perhaps pondering why Kargaki had yet to appear. Ding ding. The cable car resumed its operation, racing along the tracks and capturing the attention of Ash and his companions. Meanwhile, Kargaki seized the opportunity to slip away while everyone was distracted by the cable car. Huh, where's Uncle? Lily exclaimed, noticing Kargaki's absence, who had been with the talking tree. The others, upon hearing Lily's voice, also scanned their surroundings and soon spotted Kargaki's retreating figure in the distance. Let's chase after him. Pika. Outside the Pokemon Research Institute, Torido looked around, visibly troubled, murmuring, he hasn't arrived yet. Torido, it's about to begin. All right. Here are the visual data needed for the presentation. As he received the memory card from his companion, Torido acknowledged the urgency. Are you all right? The elderly woman asked, noticing Torido's anxious demeanor. I will certainly find a way, he replied, though his trembling legs betrayed his nervousness, causing him to stumble and fall as he ascended the stairs. It seems this won't do, she sighed, observing Torido's disheveled state. Make way. Kargaki, riding someone else's Dodrio, dashed through the square, heading straight for the Pokemon Research Institute. Inside the institute, Torido stood before the podium, his smile stiff as he surveyed the gathering crowd, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Good luck, his companion whispered encouragement. Noticing Torido's rigid expression, ladies and gentlemen, he began, but behind the curtain, the elderly woman observed Torido's dismal back with a sense of resignation. Pull yourself together. You are a man. Torido, the visuals. Hearing his companion's voice, Torido snapped back to attention and began to operate the computer, displaying the footage on the large screen. Mr. Kargaki, if we can capture that fellow, we will be number one. Hydro pump works wonders. Understood. Use hydro pump. Excellent. This will not disappoint Lily's expectations. She will believe that her uncle is a remarkable trainer. The large screen showcased Kargaki in action during a capture competition, leaving Torido dumbfounded, his mind blank, unsure how to respond to the scene unfolding. At that moment, Kargaki and Ash, who had just arrived, stared in shock at the footage, while Lily's mother, with a serious expression, couldn't help but inquire, Brother, what is going on? Kargaki, caught in a web of lies, stumbled back, inadvertently dropping a pokeball that opened to reveal nothing inside. Uncle, this. No, this is. Did you lie? As he beheld the disappointment in Lily's eyes, Kargaki found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. I despise my uncle, tears welling in her eyes. Lily bolted for the exit, but her body succumbed to discomfort, causing her to collapse on the ground. Lily, are you all right, Lily? Kargaki rushed to her side, supporting her and gently stroking her back in an attempt to soothe her. Meanwhile, the elderly woman backstage suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence behind her, amidst the throng of Pokemon. Feeling perplexed, she grabbed a flashlight and shone it towards the corner, revealing 3 shadowy figures. Who are you? Since you sincerely asked, who are you? We shall graciously provide an answer. Now is not the time for answers, Meow. Just as Jesse's and James's banter continued, Meowth interjected, interrupting them. Indeed, let's retreat, Kojiro exclaimed, casting a smoke bomb that enveloped Team Rocket's figures in an instant. The smoke gradually filled the entire research facility, plunging the unsuspecting crowd into a state of panic. A thief. The thief is trying to escape. Just as the old lady's words fell, Team Rocket burst forth from the smoke, merging into the crowd and seizing the opportunity to flee the research center amidst the chaos. It's Team Rocket. Let us go, Pikachu. Pika. Upon catching sight of Kojiro and the others, Ash dashed towards them without hesitation, closely followed by May and Ligia, who also hurried to keep up. Where's Mr. Ash? Ligia inquired, noticing that he was missing, and May echoed the sentiment. In the streets of Windy City, the 2 girls found themselves at a standstill, realizing they had lost track of Ash and could only wait for news from one another. Stop, Team Rocket, Ash shouted, chasing them down an alley. The trio was becoming increasingly exhausted, panting heavily, while he remained full of energy, steadily closing the gap between them. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As he neared Team Rocket, Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash its attack, a brilliant bolt of lightning shooting forth. Please, protect us, Gourgeist. Gourgeist intercepted the Thunderbolt, reflecting the electricity back to the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke. By the time the smoke cleared, Team Rocket had vanished without a trace. At the Pokemon Center, Tori descended the stairs. A look of despondency etched across his face. Where's Lily? He asked, glancing at Gourgeist. She's currently under the doctor's care. Her health hasn't been great, and she's been quite worn out these past few days. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Tori lamented, inadvertently shouldering the blame. No, it's because I lied, he added, just as the doors of the Pokemon Center swung open, revealing Ash approaching Tori. "How did it go, champion?" Ash asked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I lost track of them," he confessed, feeling sheepish despite being the champion. "It's all right. Miss Junsha is already conducting a search," Tori reassured him with a gentle smile, unfazed by the situation. "For now, let us return and rest. Everyone is quite tired," the old lady interjected, and the group nodded in agreement. Having experienced enough for one day. As night fell, in Lily's hospital room, her mother watched over her sleeping daughter, reaching out to gently stroke her head. "Where's Lily?" Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Tori's silhouette appeared. "She is asleep," Lily's mother replied, smiling knowingly at Tori. "I plan to take Lily home tomorrow." "I'm sorry," Tori's expression fell, regretting how the joyful gathering had turned into such a somber affair due to his actions. "Where are you going, little brother?" He heard her voice. "I can't face Lily anymore. I've let her down," he sighed, pushing the door open and stepping outside, a tone of desolation in his voice. Observing Tori's retreating figure, Lily's mother couldn't help but smile sadly. "How foolish," she murmured. "Stop. Don't follow me." Tori's voice echoed as he hurried away, the words of a nearby tree Pokemon, Hushoa, trailing behind him. "You're not my Pokemon. What I say is merely a reflection of my own thoughts. I won't lie anymore. It's pointless for you to follow me. Go wherever you wish," he declared, leaving Hushoa standing in the lamplight, watching Tori fade into the shadows, uncertain of how to approach him, for as he said, he was not his Pokemon. "Please, stop following me. How many times must I say it? I'm done. Just leave me alone," he insisted, preferring solitude. Meanwhile, at the old lady's residence, she had barred all Pokemon from entering, opening the door alone, her solitary silhouette exuding a sense of loneliness. In the mayor's residence, it was well past midnight, and the mayor was still on the phone. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Father." He hung up, only to be met with the curious gaze of Rizel, who appeared from behind, wondering why he was still awake. "Ah, Rizel," he said, "what about tomorrow's Wind Festival? We've decided to reopen, enhancing security to ensure everything is foolproof." Seeing her father's confident demeanor, Rizel felt a surge of happiness. "Really? That is wonderful. Don't worry, just get some rest. Tomorrow, we must successfully summon Lugia." "Yes, good night." Back in her room, Rizel did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, she stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky over Windy City, her expression resolute as if a decision had been made. And on this quiet night, each individual harbored their own thoughts. At the Pokemon Research Facility, Tori contemplated the building before slowly stepping inside. At the station, Tori glanced at the Pokeball in his hand before tossing it into a nearby trash can. In the residential area, the old lady tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her eyes fixated on the ceiling as thoughts swirled in her mind. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Champion Ash, lay in bed, sound asleep, albeit in a rather ungraceful manner. Tossing and turning, accidentally pulling the covers off Pikachu, causing it to wake up from the cold. With a resigned sigh, Pikachu turned around and burrowed back into Ash's embrace for warmth. In the forest, Team Rocket, reveling in their recent success, was holding a celebration. "Cheers. All right, Kojiro, bring it out." "Huh, wasn't he Meowth supposed to have it? After that, I handed it over to you." "Meowth," Kojiro said thoughtfully, glancing at Meowth. "Why didn't he have it?" Meowth exclaimed, feeling the sudden scrutiny. "I gave it to you, and I even called out Meowth before passing it on. But you were always running ahead of Musashi, right? So does that mean?" Kojiro's face turned pale as a dreadful realization struck him, startling the nearby Meowth. "Huh, who did I pass it to? How terrifying. Ugh, this is a ghost story, isn't it?" As the trio conversed, a small Rattata scurried from the underbrush towards the edge of the forest, briefly pausing to examine a suspicious-looking bottle before continuing on its way. Incoming call from Professor Nambois. Incoming call from Professor Nambois. The next day in the forest, a drunken Team Rocket lay sprawled on the grass, fast asleep, their Rotom phone ringing. The listless introduction of the caller's identity sounded like a mere mosquito buzzing, failing to rouse the trio from their slumber. In the residential area of Windly City, an elderly woman awoke from her slumber. As she drew back the curtains, she was confronted with an astonishing sight. What on earth could this mean? It was the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. The colossal windmill, a symbol of Windly City, stood still, no longer turning in the breeze. And an ominous feeling enveloped her, as if something significant were about to unfold. "Knock, knock, knock." "Huh, Lisa, Lear, what is happening?" exclaimed Mr. Xiaoji. "The windmill has stopped," replied Lisa. "What do you mean by the windmill?" "Come with me, Mr. Xiaoji." Upon exiting the inn, they discovered that all the grand windmills in the city had ceased their motion, prompting the surrounding pedestrians to voice their bewilderment. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? I heard the wind has weakened because the sacred flame has vanished. Vanished entirely? Yes. Then what is the point of holding the wind festival? The discontented murmurs of the crowd reached Xiaoji's ears, causing him to gaze toward a massive structure within the city, the arena that housed the sacred flame. The sacred flame has disappeared? Let us go investigate. Lear and Lisa exchanged glances and hastened to follow Xiaoji towards the arena. Mayor. In the circular arena, the mayor was engaged in conversation with someone when Xiaoji suddenly appeared before him. Ah, it's Champion. I heard the sacred flame has vanished. Indeed. Lugia used the sacred flame as a beacon to summon the winds, but now. The mayor's voice trailed off, but the implication was clear: without the beacon, Lugia would have no idea where to direct the winds, and would thus not appear for the wind festival. If the sacred flame remains absent by dawn, the final day of the festival, the city's power supply will soon be depleted. The mayor's eyes brimmed with concern as he looked at the platform where the sacred flame was usually placed. All of Windlai City's electricity relied upon the winds that Lugia brought each year. Without that wind, their most crucial power source would vanish. May I take a look? Of course. After consulting the mayor, Xiaoji instructed Lisa and Lear to remain behind while he ascended the elevator alone. It was time for him to fulfill his duty as the champion, to assist the people. Pikachu. Upon reaching the vicinity of the platform, Pikachu's keen nose detected an unusual scent, prompting it to dash back toward the elevator as it sought to guide Xiaoji to some discovery. It seemed to have uncovered something significant. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the city, a group of Pokemon hunters had arrived, intent on capturing wild Pokemon. A large net descended from the sky, ensnaring a tail, which a tall man lifted effortlessly. Excellent. A lively, untouched natural treasure. This Pokemon is worth a fortune. Back in Windlai City, Pikachu arrived at the Pokemon Research Institute, where Torito sat dejectedly. Pikachu? Noticing Xiaoji's Pikachu sniffing around his tutu dog, Torito curiously inquired about its actions. Pikachu. Xiaoji caught up with Pikachu and, upon seeing Torito, furrowed his brow. Pikachu, what is going on? Tutu dog, couldn't he possibly have stolen the sacred flame? Could it? What happened to the sacred flame? Torito, upon hearing Xiaoji's words, could hardly believe his ears, staring incredulously at him. The sacred flame has been stolen. Pikachu followed the scent here, but all we found was Tutu dog. Xiaoji explained the situation to Torito, who stroked his chin in contemplation. Tutu dog scent? Could it possibly be the ink from Tutu dog? Pikachu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Torito recalled the day when a vial of reagent had been knocked over in the research institute, likely spilled during someone's escape, leaving its scent on Tutu dog. He then expressed a desire to investigate the location where the sacred flame had vanished. Tutu dog marks its territory with ink, and a modified transparent reagent was developed based on that method. However, as he spoke, Torito produced a flashlight from his pocket and switched it on, emitting a bright purple glow. If we use this light, then, as the purple light illuminated the ground, a series of footprints slowly materialized before them. Impressive, remarked the mayor, who had followed Torito, unable to contain his admiration for the hidden talent within the small Windlai city. Pikachu, you've done a great service. Hearing Xiaoji's praise, Pikachu bashfully scratched its head, visibly pleased. Following this, we can find the whereabouts of the culprits. All right, Torito, hand me the flashlight. I will go alone. After all, I am the champion. Observing the determination in Xiaoji's gaze, Torito nodded in agreement, recognizing that should they provoke the culprits, the weak would merely become a burden to Xiaoji. Thus, it was best to let him proceed alone. Then I entrust this to you, champion. The Wind Festival is in your capable hands. Absolutely, Xiaoji declared confidently, patting his chest, assuring them that everything would be under control. In the depths of the forest, amidst the colossal ruins, Laku was seated, surrounded by the very sacred flame that had vanished from the arena, the beacon of wind sent by Lugia. Has the celebration been halted? No problem. I shall protect you this time. Laku's gaze hardened as he looked back, where a frail, entirely yellow Pokemon, the legendary Zeraora, stood. Windlai City houses such a place. The Pokemon hunter, traversing the forest, arrived at the ruins and gazed in awe at the grand, abandoned structure. Perhaps a rare Pokemon resides here. I must search quickly, for I am not the only one who has received word on this. The Pokemon hunter cautiously advanced toward the edifice. That guy intends to capture Zeraora. Laku's expression turned grave as he observed the Pokemon hunter. The meaning behind his gaze unmistakable. If the hunter encountered Zeraora, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Phew. Big brother, what's wrong? Exhaling deeply, Laku dispelled the tension in her heart, donning a feigned smile before the Pokemon hunter. Little girl, are you from Windly City? Have you seen any super rare Pokemon nearby? Upon hearing the sudden voice, the Pokemon hunter became alert, but upon seeing that the figure before him was merely a child, he relaxed his guard. Dismissing Laku as a threat. Did you really see one? Where? Over there. I've never seen such a Pokemon before. Thank you, little girl. No need to thank me. Laku pointed in a direction, her heart elated, astonished at how gullible the Pokemon hunter was, so easily believing her words. However, it is only natural to think so. After all, how could a child as adorable and gentle as Lurantis possibly tell a lie? Suddenly, with a soft thud, a bear cub and a ditto emerged from behind a stone, inadvertently causing a commotion that instantly attracted the attention of the Pokemon hunter who was preparing to depart. No, this cannot happen. As if foreseeing the grim fate awaiting the two Pokemon, Lurantis swiftly positioned herself in front of them, arms outstretched. Hurry, if we don't act quickly, these rare Pokemon will escape. Is that acceptable? I must capture them as well. Come forth, Houndoom. The Pokemon hunter, dismissive of Lurantis' pleas, prioritized tangible gains over the ethereal allure of ultra-rare Pokemon. Roar. Houndoom, unleash your flames. Ignoring the defiant Lurantis standing before the two Pokemon, the hunter commanded Houndoom to attack, indifferent to what might happen to the girl who had provided him with intelligence. Roar. The ferocious Houndoom expelled a column of fire, the searing heat scorching the air as it surged towards Lurantis. Suddenly, a crackling sound pierced the air, and a golden figure appeared before Lurantis. Blocking the fiery assault, it was Zeraora. No, Zeraora, quickly, take cover. Though a spark of joy flickered in Lurantis' heart at Zeraora's sudden appearance, her voice was laced with concern. Hey, I've never seen this Pokemon before. It's an ultra-rare Pokemon. The hunter, eyes fixated on the unexpected Zeraora, felt his trip had been worthwhile. Despite having encountered countless Pokemon, this was the first time he had laid eyes on Zeraora, truly a specimen of rarity. Firefang. Houndoom opened its maw, flames swirling within, and lunged towards Zeraora. Yet, Zeraora, with astonishing speed, evaded the attack, blue electricity crackling around its fists as it leaped into the air, striking downward. Roar. After delivering the blow, Zeraora's old injury flared up, a wave of pain coursing through its body, and it instinctively clutched its left shoulder. So fast, but it seems injured. Don't miss this opportunity, Houndoom. Release your flames. The intense fire surged forward, and due to Zeraora's compromised state, it was unable to react in time, taking the full brunt of the fiery onslaught. Boom. Exhausted, Zeraora collapsed to the ground, and Lurantis rushed to its side. Zeraora. Hang in there. Zeraora. You're about to be captured. Lurantis' voice reverberated around Zeraora, but alas, it could no longer hear her. Ha ha ha, it's over now. The Pokemon hunter cackled, retrieving his capture net gun to aim at Zeraora. Yet, Lurantis resolutely positioned herself in front of Zeraora, unwilling to budge an inch. Humph, farewell, little girl. The net was launched, engulfing the area like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, seemingly intent on devouring Lurantis whole. In that moment of peril, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Pokemon hunter, a hero at last making their entrance. Chapter 45. The Great Crisis of Windy City. Boom. A yellow rodent descended from the heavens, its silver sheen shattering the massive net, and Ash's Pikachu made a dazzling entrance. Nanny. The Pokemon hunter was taken aback, his fury boiling over as he silently raged. Who dares to thwart his plans? Pika. Are you all right, Lurantis? You've done remarkably well on your own. Champion. Ash steadied himself, standing alongside Pikachu to protect Lurantis, who viewed their silhouettes with shining admiration. The Pokemon hunter squinted forward, locking his gaze onto Ash, blinking in disbelief. At first glance, there was something familiar about this person. He felt as though he had seen him before. On the second glance, realization struck. WOC. There was no third glance. Just as he pondered a third look, the Pokemon hunter's knees buckled, and he knelt before Ash in a submissive manner, bowing deeply. Champion. I surrender. Ash regarded the Pokemon hunter with exasperation. He had finally had the chance for a battle, only for it to end so abruptly. Yet, he was not overly concerned about the fight. He simply felt a longing for the thrill of battle, having spent so long only defeating weaker opponents. All right, let us head back. Charizard. Ash produced a rope from seemingly nowhere, binding the Pokemon hunter, and summoned Charizard, carrying Lurantis back to Windy City. At the Pokemon Center in Windy City, Nurse Joy had taken Zeraora away for treatment, while Lurantis faced a barrage of questions from the crowd. Indeed, Torito illuminated Lurantis' shoes with a flashlight, and a violet glow reacted immediately. Father, Zeraora did nothing wrong. It was all my fault. Lurantis lowered her head, unable to meet her father's gaze, for she knew this incident was indeed her own doing. Do you understand the severity of your actions, Lurantis? Listening to her father's words, Lurantis did not refute, but instead began to recount a memory. The first time I encountered Zeraora was not long ago. I was playing with my Pokemon at the foot of the mountain when suddenly, a massive rock tumbled down. I thought we were all going to be crushed. But Zeraora was the one who protected us. However, due to that incident, Zeraora sustained serious injuries while saving me, and thus, I must care for it diligently. The townsfolk are terrified of this child. Only I am its companion. I promise to look after it until it fully recovers. Nevertheless, some are aware of the existence of this ultra-rare Pokemon, and if this continues, everyone will come to capture Zeraora. Hence, I thought it best to cancel the Wind Festival. I know that removing the sacred flame would have grave consequences, but I intended to return it once the festival was cancelled. I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. As Lurantis finished her heartfelt monologue, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lurantis. Ash felt a pang of sympathy for the sorrowful Lurantis. You have done exceptionally well in protecting Zeraora. There is something I wish to convey to you. This is the truth about Zeraora. Zeraora has lived in this land for a long time, cherished as the guardian of this territory, coexisting harmoniously with the Pokemon. Yet, we humans have encroached upon their home, chopping down trees and clearing forests in pursuit of a prosperous life, which became the catalyst for the events that transpired. It was the wildfire incident 50 years ago. The crowd gasped in shock, taken aback by the unexpected revelation. They had never imagined the truth would unfold in such a manner. At that time, the forest had transformed into a blazing inferno, and humanity was oblivious to the plight of the Pokemon, engulfed in panic. However, Zeraora was the only one who remained, unwavering. And it was after this incident that Zeraora developed a deep-seated resentment towards humans. After losing faith in humanity, Jirachi once contemplated living alongside Pokemon in the forest. However, an influx of trainers seeking to capture Pokemon disrupted this serene vision. The former mayor, laden with guilt, deceived the citizens, leading to what is now known as Jirachi's curse. This was our only recourse to protect Jirachi, a truth that encapsulates the essence of the matter. The mayor spoke in a measured tone, recounting the past of Windblown City, enlightening the gathered crowd about its history. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted outside the Pokemon Center, prompting everyone to rush out. They beheld a massive cloud of smoke emanating from the nearby forest, exuding an aura of danger. Is that the Spore Agent? The one that Team Rocket stole? Upon hearing Tori's voice, Ash recalled the small vial Team Rocket had brandished that fateful day. Inhaling it could lead to poisoning and paralysis. So why was there still research being conducted on this Spore Agent? The findings suggested it possessed healing properties for human ailments. Listening to Tori's response, the crowd fell silent, recognizing the complexities of the situation, all for the sake of humanity. Lodo, a voice crackled through the phone. Mayor, we have a grave situation. Windblown City is under assault from an unidentified smoke, and a quarter of the residents have inhaled it. The situation is escalating, with symptoms of paralysis manifesting in those affected. We are initiating emergency evacuation measures for all citizens. We require your presence immediately. Understood. The mayor's expression darkened. His brow furrowed as he absorbed the urgency of his subordinates' words. Nearby, Lisa, Layla, the elderly woman, Tori, and Raikou displayed palpable fear, for it was evident that this was a crisis beyond human resolution. Merely standing by is not an option. We must protect Windblown City. But how could they accomplish this? With Pokemon by our side, what seems impossible alone becomes achievable together. As long as we have Pokemon, strength will surge forth. This is the power of Pokemon. Pikachu chimed in with fervor. Observing the elderly woman radiating confidence, Ash rallied the group with his impassioned words, and gradually, the others began to smile, swayed by his enthusiasm. Professor, do you have a way to disperse the smoke? Ash inquired. Well, if we return to the lab, we can produce a large quantity of potions that naturally restore Pokemon abilities. However, it won't suffice to cover the entire city, the professor replied. The mayor turned to Tori, seeking solutions to the pressing dilemma. What about utilizing the wind? There's an old power plant nearby. The elderly woman proposed, and upon hearing her suggestion, the mayor immediately grasped her intent. I see, but isn't that power plant inoperable? It won't be a problem with Ms. Emerald here, the mayor said, gently ruffling his daughter's hair, his smile softening. I constructed that power plant. It merely has a 50-50 chance of functioning. Come along, everyone. There's work to be done. The elderly woman, named Emerald, beckoned the Pokemon trailing behind her, who eagerly raised their hands in agreement. After dispersing, under careful coordination, Emerald led the Pokemon to the power plant for repairs, while Tori returned to the lab to concoct potions. Ash and the others were tasked with evacuating citizens and assisting the Pokemon, while the summoning of Lugia's sacred fire was entrusted to Raikou, who would place it in the arena. Meanwhile, on another street, Kagachi dialed his sister's number. Lily, Mia, where are you? We're fine, but we're trapped on the cable car. Uncle, help, hello. Lily, Mia. Before Lily could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly cut off, presumably due to the spore agent disrupting the signal. Glaring at the monstrous cloud of smoke, Kagachi clenched his fists, uncertain of how to proceed. Can I truly save them? Don't say such things. The voice of Whimsicott appeared behind him, rushing forward to thrust a tattered poke ball into his hand. Whimsicott, are you willing to lend me your strength? Whimsicott nodded affirmatively, pressing its hand against the Pokeball's switch, releasing a burst of red light as it vanished before Kagachi. Come forth, Whimsicott. As long as I can protect what I cherish, I shall not mind being ensnared by lies. Together, we are the strongest, Whimsicott. But for now, we must flee, Whimsicott. With the smoke drawing nearer, Kagachi paused to speak words of encouragement, then bolted through the town alongside Whimsicott. At the Pokemon Research Institute, Tori and Chansey had returned to prepare the potions. Tori, you're back. Hurry, we need to move the research materials. This place has been designated as a shelter. What's wrong? Are you listening? Tori found himself at a loss as his partner pressed him for answers, stepping back, faltering. No, Chansey gently placed its small hand on Tori as trembling back, seemingly calming his inner turmoil. The power of Pokemon, the power of Pokemon. Recalling Ash's words, Tori began to repeat that phrase in his heart, as if it truly imbued him with strength. Tori, hurry. We're running out of time. Hearing the urgency in his companion's voice, Tori felt a surge of determination, his voice rising as he addressed his teammates. All right, everyone, listen to me. I know you all despise me. I'm hesitant and clumsy, perhaps even an oddity in your eyes. But right now, I implore you to aid me. We can still protect this city. Let us not shy away. I wish to use my research to save both humanity and Pokemon. Having spoken his piece, Tori seemed to expend all his energy. You always think of others and Pokemon first. It's admirable for a researcher. One of his former adversaries stepped forward, followed by others who joined him, awaiting Tori's command. I need to produce a large quantity of natural restoration potions. Let us get to work. All right. Tori successfully rallied his companions, and the Research Institute erupted into a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, in the Pokemon Center, Jirachi was jolted awake from a dream of humanity's detestable visage. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. You must rest. Arg. Jirachi disregarded Nurse Joy's admonition, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning that struck the ground near her, signaling her to mind her own business before departing the Pokemon Center. Boom. An explosion rocked the forest as Emerald, having completed her tasks, sought out the mayor to inquire about Tori's progress. How do we clear away that smoke? Kagachi and Whimsicott arrived, inquiring about the situation. After hearing Emerald and the mayor's explanations, their expressions turned urgent. Lily is in danger. We must hurry to that old power plant. Rumbling thunder echoed ominously in the distance. What could possibly happen next? At that moment, the entire city was engulfed by a tremendous tremor, prompting the mayor and his companions to hastily investigate the cause. It originated from the direction of the substation. Perhaps it was due to a short circuit caused by the smoke. Granny Emerald and the mayor gazed towards the forest, where a crimson glow illuminated the area, and thick black smoke billowed forth, reminiscent of events from 50 years prior. Suddenly, Granny Emerald felt a wave of discomfort, her body collapsing to the ground as she gasped for breath. Granny. Kagachi was about to rush to her aid when he noticed the city slowly succumbing to the spore agent, the power completely vanishing, including the laboratory that was in the midst of concocting a natural restoration potion. The potion's failure left Torito in a state of distress, while he too noticed the distant flames flickering in the forest. Are you all right, Granny? I'm fine. There's no need to wait for the professor. Starting that will take considerable time, Granny Emerald insisted, clutching her chest as she stubbornly rose to her feet, though her complexion remained alarmingly poor. All right, I'll take you, Kagachi declared, effortlessly hoisting Granny Emerald onto his back and sprinting towards the old power plant. In the forest, Ash was astonished as he observed the raging fire, only to suddenly spot a blue electric current darting past him. There stood Zeraora. We should go too, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Upon seeing Zeraora, Ash hurriedly followed, eager to discover its destination. This is it. Inside the Pokemon Research Institute, Torito discovered a box of orange berries, his spirits lifting as he quickly prepared to utilize them for potion making. At the old power plant, the flames had already encircled the area, and Kargachi, witnessing the ferocity of the fire, contemplated a direct approach to extinguish it. No, if you dare to do that, I won't forgive you. Hearing Kargachi's plan, Granny Emerald was struck with fury, recalling memories from long ago. 50 years prior, she had endured a wildfire. Yet her beloved Bluru had stubbornly retrieved the starting key for the power plant, resulting in a tragic loss to the flames. I do not know what you have been through, Granny, but we are here with you. As Kargachi spoke, Granny Emerald seemed to envision Bluru perched above him, tears glistening in her eyes. She slowly withdrew the old power plant's starting key and murmured, "My dearest child must have safeguarded this key for such a moment. It's my turn now. Can you all join me?" Granny Emerald's eyes shone with determination, her body brimming with newfound strength. And the Pokemon that had been accompanying her instantly rallied their powers to quench the flames. Soon, under the collective might of the Pokemon, the fire in the vicinity was extinguished, revealing a path leading to the old power plant. At that moment, Zeraora, cradling the sacred fire, entered the arena, sensing something in the distant forest. Zeraora. Meanwhile, Ash, having followed Zeraora to the substation, was taken aback to find it aiding Pokemon in distress. Just as he was about to speak, Zeraora unleashed a bolt of electricity that struck Ash. Having endured numerous electric shocks from his own Pikachu, he remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "You despise humans and find it hard to trust us, don't you? That must be so lonely. In that case, let us become friends." However, Zeraora disregarded Ash's words, retracting the released electricity and preparing its signature move, Plasma Fists. The blue lightning struck the ground and surged toward Ash. In that case, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Iron Tail. In a flash of electric brilliance, Pikachu launched a swift counterattack against Zeraora, who could only stand defensively. You understand, right? Not all humans are bad. Trust us. Hearing Ash's words, Zeraora hesitated, recalling the orange berries. Yet after enduring another assault from Pikachu, it seemed resolute, unleashing all its power in a fierce Plasma Fists attack. This time, however, the strike veered off course, not aimed at Ash, but rather at the surrounding Pokemon it had just rescued. "No!" Ash exclaimed, leaping to shield the Pokemon with his own body. Clearly, he succeeded in intercepting the Plasma Fists, yet the force of the impact knocked him to the ground. Pika Pika. Witnessing Ash collapse, Pikachu rushed over in concern, a sight that astonished Zeraora, which had not anticipated encountering a trainer willing to sacrifice themselves for Pokemon. Cough, cough. "I'm all right, Pikachu. Is everyone okay?" Upon hearing Pikachu's call, Ash sat up, coughing slightly as he surveyed the Pokemon behind him. He appeared unscathed aside from a bit of dirt on his clothes. "Zeraora?" Noticing Zeraora approach, Ash expressed confusion, but as he saw the creature extend its hand, a smile broke across his face, and he took its hand, rising to his feet. Now we're friends. With Ash and Zeraora successfully bonding, Torito entered the old power plant, bearing the newly crafted potion. "Next, we must throw this into the propeller. Leave it to me. I will do everything for Lily." "Then it's in your hands, Mr. Kargachi. There's only one vial of this potion, and only one chance." "Understood." Taking the potion from Torito, Kargachi positioned himself near the propeller, gazing at the decaying vines and branches that continuously fell, lost in thought. "At this rate, it will shatter before reaching the propeller." "Nonsense. You say you have a plan?" "Nonsense." Observing the unwavering gaze of Huxia, Kargachi decided to take a leap of faith, realizing he had no better options and would have to rely on Huxia. "I'm counting on you, partner." As his words fell, Kargachi raised his hand high above his head and hurled the potion with all his strength. Huxia. At the same moment, a circle of rocks materialized around Huxia, swiftly clearing all obstacles in front of the potion bottle. The potion collided with the propeller, shattering and releasing a golden dust that was swept away by the wind generated by the propeller. The orange berry potion soared towards the spore agent, gradually consuming it and successfully purging the city of all spore agents. Everyone within the city witnessed this spectacle, their hearts swelling with joy. Yet, the ordeal was not over. For the substation remained engulfed in flames, and Ash and Zeraora could only rely on themselves and the wild Pokemon to halt the chaos. Just as they felt overwhelmed, a shadowy figure emerged from the thick smoke. Chapter 455. The fire is extinguished, Gene Sect and Lugia. Roar. Staring at the crowd emerging from the smoke, Zeraora exhibited palpable hostility. Although it had accepted Ash, it did not extend that acceptance to all humans. "Is that Zeraora?" "This is my first time seeing it," the mayor stated, standing at the forefront of the crowd, extending his hand to prevent the citizens behind him from approaching Zeraora to avert any potentially disastrous consequences. "Don't worry, Jolteon. We are here to protect this forest, Ash reassured, giving Jolteon a gentle pat on the shoulder to ease its tension. Upon hearing Ash's words, Jolteon's fierce expression softened. Yet its eyes remained fixed on the crowd, wary of any untoward actions. I apologize, everyone. I entrust the fire extinguishing to you. The mayor was the first to apologize to Jolteon, then directed the crowd behind him to commence their efforts to combat the blaze. Observing the diligent figures amidst the chaos of the fire, Jolteon's heart stirred with emotion. Let's go, Jolteon. Ash nudged it from behind and joined the ranks of those working to extinguish the flames. Jolteon smiled. A surge of brilliant blue lightning erupting from its body as it transformed into a bolt of lightning, joining the fray. Before long, with the collective efforts of both humans and Pokémon, the fire at the substation was extinguished, although the flames had already spread into the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, Lychee was poised to place the sacred fire. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the arena, she was confronted by a group of individuals adorned with an emblem, including a middle-aged man in a white lab coat with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Who are you? Lychee exclaimed, astonished at the unfamiliar faces challenging her. Hand it over. The man in the lab coat did not respond, instead snatching the sacred fire from Lychee's grasp and gesturing for his subordinates to restrain her, leaving her bewildered. What do you want? Let me go? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lychee struggled against her captors, but her frail form was no match for their strength. Ha. Since you asked so earnestly, I shall graciously inform you. This is all for Lugia. And remember, my name is Dr. Nambwa. The man, Dr. Nambwa, appeared elated, his laughter echoing with a hint of madness. Watermelon doctor? It's Nambwa. Hearing her mispronunciation, Dr. Nambwa's expression turned to one of fury. He could hardly believe she had misread his name from such proximity. Never mind, summoning Lugia is the priority. Boss Sakaki, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Dr. Nambwa dismissed the trivial matter, recalling Boss Sakaki's prior instructions as he gazed at the sacred fire in his hands. With a determined look, he raised it and placed it into the designated spot. Suddenly, a figure resembling a colossal white bird burst forth from the sea, the legendary Pokémon Lugia. As it called out, rain began to pour from the sky, extinguishing the remaining flames in the forest. Is that Lugia? Is it Lychee? Ash marveled at the sight above, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. However, at that moment, several silver beams of light shot forth from the direction of the arena, striking Lugia's wings mid-flight. Ugh! Lugia cried out in pain, its body swaying slightly before plummeting from the sky. Lugia, come forth, Charizard. Sensing the impending danger, Ash swiftly summoned Charizard to the arena, eager to discern the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Mewtwo, who had been dormant within Ash's chest for quite some time, seemed to sense the disturbance and began to awaken from its slumber. Within the arena, Dr. Nambwa's face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Lugia. Flanked by several purple Pokémon resembling robots, each equipped with a large cannon on their backs, one of which was red and appeared to be their leader. At last, you have fallen into my hands, Lugia. Surprised, aren't you? Dr. Nambwa's face was flushed as his fingers caressed Lugia's pristine body, causing it to squirm uncomfortably, yearning to resist. After all, being fondled by a greasy man is unpleasant for anyone. Quite spirited are we? Ginsect, let it feel some pain. Dr. Nambwa chuckled, retreating behind the Pokémon known as Ginsect, which began to gather energy within its cannon. Fire! Thunderbolt! As the massive energy readied for release, two attacks suddenly descended from the sky, interrupting Ginsect's assault, causing them to scatter and evade the attack. Perched upon Charizard, Ash observed the scene below, where Lychee was bound by Team Rocket and Lugia lay injured. A surge of anger ignited within him, prompting him to leap into action. Simultaneously, harnessing his mastery of aura, he unknowingly formed a blue orb in his hand and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, followed by the pained cries of Team Rocket members as Ash landed, creating a circular crater beneath him. The original Team Rocket members sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by Ash's strike. Are you alright, Lychee? Ash extended his hand toward her, his tone gentle and caring. I'm fine, Lychee replied, gazing at Ash in a daze, astonished that he could still utilize Pokémon skills. As Ash called out to her, she grasped his hand and stood, shaking her head. Damn it, you again, brat. Don't think that just because you've become champion, I'm afraid of you. Ginsect, and you lot, stop playing dead. Get up and help me take him down, or I'll cut your funding. Dr. Nambwa glared at Ash, recalling how he had thwarted his plans previously, and began berating his incapacitated subordinates. Hearing his words, the fallen Team Rocket members reluctantly rose to their feet, exchanging glances before sending out their Pokémon, primarily Rattata. Attack! Dr. Nambwa shouted furiously, and the Gene Sect surged forward, claws at the ready. Everyone come out. In response, Ash summoned all of his Pokémon. Charmeleon, Snorlax, Chimchar, and Kingler joined the fray, engaging Gene Sect in battle. However, due to the interference from Team Rocket's Rattata and Ash's unfamiliarity with Genesect's weaknesses, the tide of battle swiftly turned in Dr. Nambwa's favor, filling him with a sense of triumph. Not far away, the trio from Team Rocket hid within the passage of the arena, observing the unfolding chaos. The little brat is being overwhelmed. Those Pokémon are indeed powerful. Is it because they were revived from fossils? Meowth mused. I heard that after we stole the fossils from the Pewter Museum and brought them back to headquarters, Dr. Dungwa successfully revived them and fitted them with high-tech cannons. James quickly explained, recalling their escapade in Pewter City. At that time, after stealing the fossils from the museum, they had not left Pewter City immediately. Instead, they had been forced to disguise themselves at the Pokemon Center for a night due to Meowth's unfortunate stomach ailment. Little did they know that the following day, Pewter City was heavily guarded by Junsha and her subordinates, making escape exceedingly difficult. Though they had Meowth's hot air balloon, upon reaching the skies, they discovered Junsha patrolling the air atop her Pidgeot. After an arduous struggle, they finally managed to escape, successfully bringing the fossils back to headquarters. Meow? That day was truly perilous. We almost got caught. And it was all because you insisted on devouring the gold coin chocolates lying on the ground. Musashi recalled that night when Nyasu stubbornly refused to heed warnings and insisted on consuming the slightly glimmering, round gold coin chocolates that had been trampled by countless feet. As he spoke, Musashi delivered a light punch to Nyasu's head, instantly causing a large bump to form, yet the latter bore no resentment, quietly pressing on the affected area. Well, Musashi, it's all in the past now, isn't it? I never expected Dr. Namba would personally lead this mission. Observing Namba's silhouette, Kojiro recalled the unanswered phone call from that morning, feeling astonished upon learning that Dr. Namba would be visiting. What could possibly attract this researcher to such a perilous place as Furai City? After all, even Satoshi was left wondering what courage the others possessed. However, upon meeting Namba, he was instantly awestruck by the presence of Gene Sect and learned of Boss Sakaki's grand scheme. By the way, is Boss Sakaki's plan truly that formidable? Haven't those guys been defeated before? Of course. Those individuals are leaders of villainous organizations from various regions. Currently, the Hoenn battle team, consisting of Mizuki and Akai, has successfully gained control over Kyogre and Groudon. Meow, that's why Dr. Namba is here, integrating us into the Kanto battle unit. We cannot disappoint the boss's expectations. In response to Musashi's skepticism, Kojiro and Nyasu swiftly retorted, leaving Musashi speechless. Isn't it inappropriate for us to merely spectate? Nyasu, if you don't lend a hand. It seems the situation is gradually being turned around by those little brats. Meow? What nonsense are you spouting? Those Pokemon are so powerful that they no longer require our assistance, and I certainly do not wish to face Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Listening to Musashi's words, Nyasu shook its head vigorously, its body vehemently refusing to approach Dr. Namba. Meanwhile, within the arena, Satoshi, initially overwhelmed, gradually adapted to the rhythm of his opponent's attacks. Although he had been suppressed due to numerical disadvantage, he was now able to retaliate. Pikachu now? Pika. Pikachu swung its iron tail, striking back the claws of the Crimson Gene Sect, an immense surge of electricity coursing through its body as it dashed towards the surrounding Rattata. Under Pikachu's sudden assault, the Rattata were sent flying one after another, losing their fighting capability. Darn it. Stop slacking off. Quickly send out your Pokemon. At Dr. Namba's furious roar, the lower-ranking members of Team Rocket dared not disobey. After recalling their Rattata, they promptly deployed their second Pokemon. Mytayana, Houndoom, and Murkrow appeared on the stage. An array of different Dark-type Pokemon. For being a villainous organization, they certainly would not employ cute Pokemon, which would only invite ridicule from their peers. Mytayana, use Thunderfang. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Murkrow, strike from the shadows. The Team Rocket members commanded their Pokemon to execute their skills, swiftly closing in on Pikachu, who was engaged in battle with Gene Sect. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of Team Rocket, Satoshi felt a sense of dread and couldn't help but grumble. Those despicable Team Rocket members, lacking any sense of honor, simply bully me, a mere 10-year-old champion. Just as the attacks were about to reach Pikachu and the others, Satoshi pulled out his Z-Ring, intending to employ this trump card when a bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky. Roar! Zeraora descended, its fists shimmering with blue electricity as it forcefully struck the ground. Using plasma fists, it swiftly ravaged the arena floor, charging directly towards the advancing Team Rocket. The ground shattered, lightning flashed, and Zeraora charged at the Pokémon of Team Rocket. The members of Team Rocket were taken aback by this sudden appearance. Before they could command their Pokémon, they found themselves incapacitated, arcs of blue electricity still jumping across their bodies. The members of Team Rocket may not have seen clearly, but Satoshi did. He witnessed Zeraora swiftly approaching their Pokémon, delivering electrifying punches that rendered them incapable of battle with just a single strike. Zeraora, thank you for your assistance. Satoshi was elated to see Zeraora arrive by his side, surprised by how quickly it had come to his aid. Roar. Observing Satoshi, Zeraora extended its hand as if signaling something, and Satoshi, understanding, reciprocated with a high five. An unfamiliar Pokémon. Is it electric type? If so, it's time for you to shine. Electivire. After a thorough analysis, Dr. Namba deployed his Pokémon, then turned to his subordinates who had run out of Pokémon, unable to suppress his anger. You bunch of useless fools, gather around me. Watch my performance closely. I do not wish to return to Team Rocket headquarters alone. Heeding their leader's words, the Team Rocket members obediently recalled their Pokémon and gathered behind Dr. Namba, standing quietly as they observed the ongoing battle. Roar. As Electivire entered the fray, its eyes were filled with malice directed at Zeraora. Roar. Sensing the hostility, Zeraora let out a roar and swiftly approached Electivire. A new battle was about to erupt, while Mutuo, nestled within the Master Ball at Satoshi's chest, quietly gazed at the Gene Sect in battle, lost in thought. Chapter 46. Mutuo takes action, the home of Gene Sect. Watching the battling Gene Sect, Mutuo fell into a reverie, recalling memories from its previous world. At that time, it had been assisting homeless Pokémon in finding new shelters. While traversing a city park in the Unova region, it was suddenly ambushed. The attackers were the very Gene Sect sent by Team Rocket. Although they had the numerical advantage and pressed their attack due to type advantage, Mutuo's Mega Evolution gradually turned the tide, allowing it to successfully defeat them and learn the backstory. According to the Gene Sect, they had originally been in slumber, but one day a group of individuals clad in lab coats forcibly awakened them and installed high-tech weaponry. When they finally escaped from their captors, they discovered that the world had drastically changed and were left searching for their home. They eventually found this place, which once boasted towering trees, serene ponds, and a plethora of bug-type Pokémon, now transformed into what it had become. Their home had been irrevocably altered, rendering it uninhabitable, which filled them with sorrow. However, they had exhausted too much energy during their journey and could only settle temporarily while continuing their search for a new home. After hearing the entire ordeal of the Gene Sect, Mutuo was reminded of its own inception, having been created by humans without its prior knowledge. Following a series of events, it awakened to the truth and ceased to be adversarial towards humanity, instead choosing to aid every Pokémon without a home. Empathizing deeply with these Pokémon, also born of human hands, Mutuo proposed to assist them in their quest for a new home, leading to its encounter with Satoshi from this world. At that time, the other party was in the Galar region, accompanied by a dark-skinned individual who suddenly appeared. However, the young Ash was exceedingly polite, enjoying delightful moments with the surrounding Pokémon. It was the dark-skinned individual who sought to capture the local Pokémon, proclaiming a desire to fulfill his dreams. In a blatant display of disregard for the Pokémon's will, he knocked one out, rendering it incapable of battle before capturing it. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ash exclaimed in anger, questioning the dark-skinned man's actions. What business is it of yours? Who are you to dare question me? The arrogance of the dark-skinned individual ignited a fury within Mutuo, and Ash felt the same. Together, they unleashed their fists, knocking the man unconscious. Mutuo, I'll leave this fellow to you. I apologize for the disturbance. I want to speak of what happened here. So rest assured. Upon hearing Ash's promise, Mutuo nodded dismissively, unconcerned about the implications. Even if the man revealed their encounter, it mattered little, as they were merely passing through to rest for a few days before departing. Following this encounter, Ash took his leave, while Mutuo conferred with Gene Sect on how to deal with the dark-skinned individual. As a Pokémon created by humans, Mutuo harbored no ill will towards humanity, but was equally unyielding. It awakened the dark-skinned man to enact its own brand of justice. What are you doing? No. The man shrieked in agony as he witnessed his limbs being disassembled, while Mutuo callously discarded the severed parts. It hurts. Subsequently, in a fit of mischief, Gene Sect and Mutuo transformed the remnants of the man's body into a spherical shape, engaging in a game of soccer, draining the last vestiges of life from him. Observing the lifeless form of the dark-skinned individual, Mutuo and Gene Sect felt a wave of ennui, unleashing a flurry of abilities that reduced his body to ash, leaving no trace behind. Shortly after, Mutuo assisted Gene Sect in locating a new sanctuary, and after parting ways, continued on a solitary journey to rescue Pokémon, ensuring their safety by returning them to Genesect's vigil. As the memories faded, Mutuo gazed sorrowfully at the Gene Sects outside the ball, clearly exploited by Team Rocket, and resolved to intervene and liberate them. Mutuo. The Master Ball at its chest trembled, and Mutuo's form abruptly manifested on the battlefield, launching a sudden psychic attack while the adversaries were caught off guard. Mutuo's unexpected assault took the Gene Sects by surprise, completely reversing the situation on Pikachu's side. Meanwhile, Zeraora was engaged in a fierce battle with Electivire, exchanging powerful blows. Seizing an opening, Zeraora unleashed a Plasma Fist's attack, but to his astonishment, it inflicted no damage. Rather, it empowered Electivire's electrical prowess. In that instant, Zeraora deduced that Electivire might be immune to electric-type moves and decided to escalate his own damage output. Thus, he opted not to utilize electric-type attacks further, recalling his repertoire of other techniques, such as the fighting-type boosted punch. With the enhanced punches, Zeraora continued to trade blows with Electivire, and as his physical attack escalated, he swiftly overpowered Electivire, rendering it unconscious. It's Mutuo. The realization struck, and the urgency to inform Giovanni surged. You all, quickly gather some feathers from Lugia. We must leave now. With Electivire incapacitated and the Gene Sects firmly subdued, Mutuo's sudden arrival shifted the tide. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Namba ordered his subordinates to collect a few feathers, wishing to depart this perilous place. Don't go after Zeraora. The priority now is. Ash intervened just in time, preventing Zeraora from pursuing further. With a glance at Lugia and the Gene Sects, Ash signaled Zeraora, who understood and ceased the chase. Meow, Namba has left. What about us, Meow? Of course, we must flee as well. Or would you prefer to endure Pikachu's electric shock? Indeed, and we must report back to headquarters. Ugh, such an annoying feeling. Came the reply, Meow. Team Rocket departed, this time not soaring through the skies, an unusual occurrence that brought them a measure of joy, despite their operational failure. Back at the arena, Mutuo communicated with the Gene Sects. Learning that their intentions mirrored those of the Gene Sects from its previous world, they sought to return home, to find a sanctuary. Moved by the plight of these unfortunate beings, Mutuo readily vowed to assist them, but since it was currently within Ash's Master Ball, it conveyed the matter to Ash. Helping Gene Sect find a new home? Certainly no problem. Ash replied without hesitation, fully aware that even without Mutuo's prompting, he would have willingly offered his support upon learning of their plight. Yet, where could they reside? Which location would provide abundant resources, safety, tranquility, and a thriving community of Pokémon? Ash pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation, mentally sifting through all the places he had visited during his travels. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the swaying Pokeball at his waist, and an idea sparked. There existed a place that could shelter them. However, he first needed to consult the Gene Sects and the owner of that location. What does Gene Sect think? Would you like to go? Ash approached the Crimson Gene Sect, crouching down to communicate through his aura. We need a home, the Crimson Gene Sect responded, its eyes sparkling red as it glanced at its companions, showing no resistance to Ash's proposal. At that moment, all they desired was a place where they could thrive. Very well, I'll contact Professor Oak, Ash declared. The place he referred to was Professor Oak's lab, with its spacious backyard providing an excellent environment for Pokémon to thrive, ensuring their safety. Yet, Professor Oak's penchant for research raised concerns about potential peculiar experiments on the Gene Sects. Ash relayed this to the Gene Sects, but they seemed unfazed, perceiving it as a minor issue. Hello, Professor Oak? Are you seriously eating instant noodles again? Ash remarked with exasperation as he observed Professor Oak relishing his noodles on the Rotom phone's screen, lamenting the detrimental effects of such unwholesome food on his health. Cough, cough, cough. Ash, is that you? What do you need? Professor Oak, momentarily choking on his noodles, looked up, puzzled by Ash's abrupt change of topic. Actually, it's about. Ash recounted the Gene Sect situation to Professor Oak, who nodded in understanding. However, upon hearing about Team Rocket's alterations to the Gene Sects, he was filled with indignation. Slamming his palm on the table, scalding soup splattered onto his hand. But Professor Oak paid it no mind, consumed by his rising fury. Those despicable Team Rocket. I can't believe such a thing occurred. Rest assured, the Gene Sect situation is entirely manageable. Once you capture them in the ball, they'll automatically arrive at the lab. All right, Professor Oak. Upon hearing Professor Oak's agreement, Ash was filled with immense joy as he handed over the Pokeballs to the Gene Sect. Initially, The Gene sect hesitated to enter the balls, exchanging glances as if to let their companions go first. However, after the Crimson Gene sect took the lead and made its intentions clear, the others swiftly followed suit. Following the successful capture of all the Gene sect, the Pokeballs emitted a radiant red light, vanishing into thin air, only to reappear within Professor Oak's laboratory. "I have received them, Ash," Professor Oak exclaimed. "Please take good care of them." "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly do so," Ash replied confidently. As he spoke, Professor Oak patted his chest, only to see the released Gene sect curiously examining the laboratory, with some even attempting to nibble on the equipment. Hey, those are not for eating," Professor Oak exclaimed, startled by the scene, and rushed to intervene, just as the call was abruptly disconnected. "Is everything truly all right?" Ash mused, gazing at the final image on the screen with skepticism. However, he quickly dismissed his doubts, remembering it was Professor Oak on the other end. He then approached Lugia and took out some healing ointment to tend to its wounds. "Oh, it must hurt quite a bit, Lugia." Ash gently caressed Lugia's forehead, his expression turning grave upon noticing the gaping wound where feathers had been forcefully pulled out, blood flowing profusely. "Darn that Team Rocket. I will not let them get away with this." Ash's face contorted into a fierce expression, so intimidating that even the nearby Leafeon flinched. Anyone familiar with him would be astonished to witness such a transformation in the usually good-natured Ash. "Leafeon, champion, are you all right?" A crowd gathered at the entrance of the arena, led by the mayor, who rushed forward towards Ash and his companions. Seeing the commotion, Mutuo retreated into Ash's Master Ball, while Zeraora transformed into lightning and fled, leaving Ash to deal with the aftermath. "Thank goodness, I was so worried, Leafeon." The mayor, gazing at his unscathed daughter, extended his arms and embraced her tightly, shedding his authoritative demeanor to reveal a caring father. "Is that Lugia? How could it be injured?" Torai stepped forward from the crowd, incredulously staring at Lugia, who had regained much of its strength and was now standing upright. Ash diverted his gaze, reluctant to explain, as he did not wish to disclose Team Rocket's involvement to the ordinary citizens, fearing it would incite panic. Leafeon, displaying remarkable wisdom, chose not to respond and quietly moved aside with its father, allowing the crowd to forget its presence. "Champion, what transpired here?" Facing the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, Ash realized he had to provide an explanation. Thus, he concocted a plausible excuse. "I just got a bit too excited seeing Lugia, so I decided to battle it." "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder you're the champion." The crowd seemed to accept Ash's flimsy reasoning, as it was understandable for a champion to wish to challenge a legendary Pokémon to bolster their strength. Lugia is so large and beautiful, truly a legendary Pokémon. Just as the crowd marveled at Lugia's majestic form, it let out a powerful cry. Thanks to the healing ointment, its injuries had nearly healed. With a vigorous flap of its white wings, Lugia slowly ascended into the sky, circling gracefully before returning to the ocean. The winds of Windy Town perfectly matched the breeze Lugia created as it made its exit. Hee. "Lugia, you cannot escape my grasp." In the headquarters of Team Rocket, a disheveled Dr. Namba laughed heartily in his laboratory, clutching a blood-stained feather from Lugia and a dark stone emanating ominous energy. Chapter 47. The Outstanding Prodigy Captures Ash. "Mr. Ash, aren't you going to stay a few more days?" "No, Ray and I must head to Leaf Green City." Observing Liza's sorrowful expression, Ash had ample reason to decline. After all, Ray was currently on her journey to challenge the Kanto Gym, and delaying for leisure would not do. "All right, please be careful on your journey." "Yes, I will." "Goodbye, Sister Liza." "Goodbye, Ray. Make sure to keep an eye on Mr. Ash." As they bid farewell, Liza uttered a cryptic remark that left Ray blushing, while Ash stood bewildered, completely unaware of what had just transpired. With their farewells completed, Ash and Ray departed from Windy Town, first reaching Golden City before heading to Leaf Green City. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Golden City, they encountered a blockade. The guard's response was as follows. "Oh my goodness, even though I am parched, I must remain vigilant. Sorry, young ones, but you cannot pass through here for now." This time, Ash refrained from exercising his champion privileges, understanding that such authority was best reserved for emergencies or significant matters, and not for trivial instances like this. "Let us go, Ray." "Huh, Mr. Ash, can't we just go through?" Noticing Ray's impatience, Ash recognized her desire for him to use his status to gain passage through Golden City. "There's no need to be so hasty, Ray. Calm down. The essence of travel lies not in the destination, but in the experiences along the way. Sometimes, slowing down to appreciate the scenery is quite delightful, don't you think?" Listening to Ash's philosophical words, Ray nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Under his persuasion, she chose to take a longer route to Leaf Green City. In the forest, Ash, visibly frustrated, scrutinized the map. He examined it from various angles. Yet he could not fathom why they had ended up in a forest when they were seeking an underground passage. Holding the map, he felt helpless. Had it not been for his Rotom phone lacking signal, they would have known their location by now. "Mr. Ash, are we lost?" Ray inquired, glancing at Ash, hesitating momentarily before voicing her concern. "Cough, cough, cough, how could that be? We should be heading this way." "Yes, as long as we keep moving forward without stopping. We will surely reach Leaf Green City." "That sounds like being lost." Observing Ash's stubborn demeanor, it was surprising to discover that the current champion was also directionally challenged. "Let me see, Mr. Ash." Taking the map from Ash, Ray scrutinized their current position, and the more she examined it, the more perplexed she became. After setting the map down, she looked at Ash with exasperation. "Mr. Ash, this is the Sinnoh region map." "Ha ha ha, is it?" "Pika Pie." As Ray's words sank in, Ash scratched the back of his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment with laughter, while Pikachu shook its head in disbelief, astonished that Ash could mistake the map. "Indeed. I am quite curious how Mr. Ash managed to navigate to other cities on his own before." "Well, I only know to walk straight ahead with Pikachu. We always seem to find something along the way. Relying on luck, then." Observing Ash's confident expression, Ray internally scoffed, realizing that one could not rely solely on luck for their endeavors. "What are you two doing here? Are you perhaps Pokemon hunters or thieves?" As the two were engulfed in their worries, a melodious and sweet female voice echoed through the woods, a voice that struck a familiar chord in Ash's memory, as if he had heard it before. However, he had no time to reminisce. He needed to ascertain the speaker's whereabouts for a proper conversation. "I apologize, but we are neither Pokemon hunters nor thieves. We are merely lost trainers." Just as Ash pondered how to unearth the identity of the hidden figure, May suddenly spoke up. After she finished her statement, a silhouette emerged from the rustling grass, leaving Ash momentarily speechless. "You are the exceptional one." He marveled at the striking girl before him, adorned in a mature outfit and subtle makeup, astonished at how much her demeanor had evolved over time. She now exuded the poise of a composed adult. "Have we met before?" May asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized Ash, who had disguised himself to avoid recognition. "Wait a moment." Ash rubbed his face with both hands, and within moments, he reverted to his original appearance, revealing his true self to May. "You are Champion Ash. It truly is you." May exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing her eyes as if to dispel the disbelief. "Indeed, it has been a long time, May." He sighed, pleasantly surprised to encounter her in such an unexpected place. "And who is this beside you?" May inquired, regaining her composure and casting a glance at Dawn. "Ah, she is a newcomer this year, preparing to participate in the upcoming Indigo Conference." "Dawn. I see. Would you be interested in visiting our Pokemon Academy? It is vastly different from before, and I am now a teacher there. What are we waiting for? Let us go at once." Ash did not decline May's invitation. After all, they were lost, and a visit to her school would provide a pleasant respite. Moreover, May's beauty instilled a sense of tranquility in him. Although Dawn was unaware of Ash's thoughts, she had no reason to refuse, intrigued to discover what the Pokemon Academy entailed. "Here we are. This is the current Pokemon Research Academy." May halted before the grand entrance, her gaze drifting into the distance, seemingly lost in cherished memories. "After graduating, I traveled for a while, gaining invaluable experiences, meeting numerous Pokemon and people. Upon returning, I resolved to transform the educational environment here, not merely rote learning, but encouraging exploration and broadening horizons. Indeed, I succeeded. The Pokemon Research Academy has undergone significant changes. Teachers no longer assess students solely based on grades, and students do not remain confined to classrooms. Every 3 months, we organize an adventurous outing lasting 7 days. During these excursions, everyone can visit their desired destinations, encountering new Pokemon and individuals. You taught me all of this. Thank you, Ash. All of this is a result of your own efforts. I played no part in it." Ash felt slightly overwhelmed by May's gratitude, as he believed he had contributed little. "No, if it weren't for that battle back then, I might still be trapped in my former arrogant state." May shook her head, deeming Ash significant in her journey, believing that without him, she might not be the person she was today. "Well, let us proceed inside." May interrupted Ash as he was about to continue, redirecting his focus from the previous topic. "I am so excited. What about you, Dawn?" "Huh, I am quite curious about this school as well." Startled by Ash's voice, Dawn seemed lost in thought. However, Ash paid her little mind and quickly caught up with May, while Dawn promptly followed suit. "Diglett, dig a hole. Dugtrio, let us dig a hole too." Upon entering the school grounds, the sounds of trainers commanding their Pokemon resonated from the adjacent battle arena, where a crowd had gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. "That looks quite lively." Indeed, It differs greatly from the past. Everyone now favors a blend of theory and practice, learning diverse knowledge through battles. Shall we go take a look, Ash? No, there are too many people. We wouldn't see much. Ash declined May's suggestion, striding forward. Just as May was about to respond, she caught a glimpse of Dawn's forlorn expression, akin to a child whose beloved toy had been snatched away, and in that instant, she comprehended the situation. Memories of the orange-haired girl who once accompanied Ash flooded her mind, and she speculated that perhaps Ash had not matured in that regard and still lacked a girlfriend. Contemplating this, May's mood inexplicably lifted, and she walked beside Ash, posing a question. Does Ash currently have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? What is that? As expected, upon hearing Ash's response, May felt fortunate. Just because previous girls did not voice their thoughts did not mean they were unspoken. Happiness must be pursued actively. A girlfriend is the person you cherish most, the one who will accompany you throughout life. Oh, isn't that Pikachu? Though it is a Pokemon, I adore it. And it can accompany me for a lifetime. Well, May was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to clarify. Given Ash's reasoning held some merit. It refers to a romantic partner. Ash, can you grasp that? Just as Butterfree seeks a mate. At that moment, a switch in Ash's memory was triggered, conjuring the scene when Butterfree departed from him. At that time, Butterfree had left the group to find a suitable place to settle down with its partner. With this realization, Ash began to understand May's earlier words, and the comparison led him to ponder whether Misty, May, Serena, and Lily could all be. Ash quickly dismissed the thought, fearing that overthinking might jeopardize their precious friendships. I think I might understand now. So, Ash, what do you think of me? What do you mean? Ash replied, his expression reflecting confusion at May's inquiry. I mean as your girlfriend. Huh, what? May's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Dawn's ears. Both girls taken aback by the unexpected statement after such a long separation. I told you Ash changed me. Ever since that day, I seem to have developed feelings for you. Although I couldn't leave school to find you back then, I have watched every one of your matches and every league conference. Upon witnessing your defeat, I felt as though I had lost myself. That sensation was truly dreadful. However, that cannot be deemed a justification, can it? Ash, in a moment of helplessness, never imagined he possessed such a lure that every girl he encountered would be utterly captivated. Does one require a reason to love another? Is it unnecessary? Or is it essential? Listening to the voice of the top student, Ash hesitated. He had never experienced such emotions, and thus could not effectively counter the words of the esteemed individual. Observing Ash's silence, the top student smiled, as if victory were within her grasp. At that moment, Ash found himself swayed by her words, recalling the time he first laid eyes on her photograph upon arriving here. Back then, upon seeing the beautiful top student, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his cheeks flushed crimson, seemingly the very signs others described when they fall for someone. Sensing Ash's inner turmoil, the top student sought to continue speaking, preparing to win him over entirely. No, Blair suddenly interjected, interrupting the atmosphere between the two and stepping in front of Ash to shield him. Mr. Ash belongs to Miss Misty. The top student was taken aback, clearly not expecting that Blair was not defending herself, but rather fighting for Misty, who resided in Hualan City. Is that so? If Ash truly loves Misty, then why are they not together? Blair found herself at a loss for words, as she too was unaware of Misty's feelings. And it seemed this battle had concluded before it even began. My apologies, esteemed student, but it appears I cannot accept your proposal at this time, Ash remarked, casting a glance at Pikachu, who had quietly retreated from the fray to enjoy the unfolding drama, as if solidifying his resolve. At present, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Therefore, at least until this situation is resolved, I cannot acquiesce to your request. I knew you would not agree. But that was never my true intention, the top student replied, her eyes seeming to see through everything, gracing Ash with a charming smile. Oh, then what is your true purpose? Ash inquired. Of course, it is to assist a certain foolish individual who has been reluctant to speak up, she teased, glancing at Lair. Though it was not her to whom she referred, but rather Misty, whose feelings seemed to evoke impatience even in the top student. Little did she know that Ash was not the only one harboring feelings for Misty. Upon hearing the top student's words, Ash fell silent, as he too thought of the auburn-haired girl, alongside the existence of other young women. He could not make such a decisive choice so swiftly, for as he had just expressed, he had more important matters to confront, and this was not the time for resolutions. Chapter 48. Ash and Team Rocket. Following the recent events, Ash felt ill at ease within the confines of the Pokemon Research School, sensing an underlying aggressiveness in the top student's gaze fixed upon him. As the threat emanating from her eyes loomed, Ash instinctively distanced himself, positioning Lair between them. What does this have to do with me? Lair thought, feeling utterly exasperated. She had completely given up on Ash and had not anticipated being dragged into such a predicament, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. In truth, her abandonment of Ash was genuine, for he was overshadowed by the towering presence of Misty. And it was evident that Ash held no romantic affection for her, likely perceiving her merely as a pupil. Thus, she had chosen to extricate herself before becoming too entangled, to avoid an awkward situation for everyone involved. Ash, why are you so afraid of me? I would not harm you, she jested. Well, you never know, he responded playfully. Ha ha ha, not at all. I merely felt a bit warm. Changing positions has made things much cooler. Ash laughed to mask his embarrassment, attempting to deflect the top student's attention with a flimsy excuse. Oh, is that so? The top student replied, moving closer to Ash and nudging Lair back to her original spot. Wow, this is quite nice, she exclaimed, appearing genuinely surprised, as if the new position were indeed refreshing. Ahaha, that's good to hear, Ash said, feeling helpless against the top student's deliberate proximity, forcing him to maintain a considerable distance. Observing Ash's efforts to keep away from her, the top student found the situation thoroughly amusing and was eager to continue teasing him, while Ash remained steadfast in his resolve to maintain space between them. Thus, the three strolled through the campus until nightfall. You can sleep here tonight, the top student announced, opening two doors to reveal a cozy setting within. Thank you, esteemed student. Ash expressed sincerely, grateful for her hospitality as she had guided him around campus and provided food and shelter, which he greatly appreciated. How about I sleep with you tonight? The top student whispered playfully into Ash's ear, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Ha ha, just kidding. You all have a good night's rest. Good night. Good night. Ash bid farewell to Lair and the top student, watching them depart before retreating to his room, pulling the covers over himself and drifting into slumber. The following day arrived swiftly. After bidding farewell to the top student, Ash and his companions learned the direction to Kukui City from her and set off towards their destination. After a long day of relentless travel, Ash and Lair took full advantage of the daylight and finally arrived in Kukui City. Kukui City, a coastal metropolis, thrived on maritime trade due to its port. Let us head to the Pokemon Center, Ash suggested, as they were both quite disheveled from their journey, with leaves tangled in their hair from traversing through the woods. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Ash and Lair collapsed onto their beds, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped Kukui City, the gym leader, Master Ma, remained awake in the Kukui City gym, still attending to visitors at this late hour. Speak up, Lambda, what business does Team Rocket have with me? Master Ma inquired, his tone laced with fury, as if he were on the verge of erupting at the man before him. Come now, there's no need to be so angry, Master Ma. Remember, we were once colleagues, Lambda replied with a smirk. Let us not go there. I only recognize the Lambda from the army, not the Lambda of Team Rocket. Master Ma retorted, lunging forward, but Lambda nimbly stepped back to evade him. Now, Master Ma, let us not be hasty. I merely wanted to inform you that the Saint Anu has reopened and that Team Rocket has taken over. I hope you don't mind, Lambda said, a sly smile playing on his lips. This is Kukui City. I am the gym leader here. I cannot betray the trust of the citizens who have always believed in me, Master Ma declared angrily, feeling as though he were being insulted. For no gym leader would abandon their city and its citizens. Ah, I just remembered. Your wife possesses such grace and beauty, and your daughter is truly adorable, Lambda taunted. What do you want, Team Rocket? If anything happens to AI and the others, I won't let you off easily. Master Ma's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, akin to a lion awakened from slumber, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Lambda. Oh ho ho, Master Ma Jisher, it is not a matter of what we wish to do, but rather how you ought to conduct yourself. You are a clever man, and I trust you can comprehend this. Lambda, with a mischievous grin, patted Ma Jisher on the shoulder, then erupted into laughter as he departed, leaving the latter's furious gaze behind. As Lambda exited the dojo, Ma Jisher felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him, collapsing weakly onto the ground. He retrieved a photograph from his pocket, depicting a stunning blonde woman alongside a young girl, his beloved wife and daughter, Ayer, with a newfound determination. Ma Jisher rose to his feet once more and dialed Rotom. Hello, AMU. Please book me a flight home for tomorrow, and make it as swift as possible. The dojo? Let it rest for the next few days. Yes, that will suffice. The following morning, Ma Jisher boarded a plane departing from Kukui City, his actions closely observed by the Team Rocket officer, Lambda. As I expected, when one has something to care for, even the most formidable of men can be reduced to this, Lambda mused, his gaze shifting from the now invisible aircraft to the distant Kukui harbor, where a lavish and massive cruise ship lingered. Now, the plan is set in motion. At the Pokemon Center, Lure and Ash had just awoken, ready to embrace the day. "Good morning, Mr. Ash, Pikachu." "Morning, Lure," Ash replied. "Pika Pika." After their brief exchange of greetings, Ash and Lure decided to leave the Pokemon Center in search of a restaurant to satiate their hunger. "Mr. Ash, how about that place?" Upon hearing Lure's suggestion, Ash turned to see her pointing toward a restaurant adorned with an electric-type emblem. Its name was Pazipa Seafood Fried Rice. "It looks splendid. Let us go, Lure." Hom. With Ash's enthusiastic response, Lure joyfully followed him into the establishment. As they stepped inside, they were immediately captivated by the bustling atmosphere. The kitchen was designed in an open style, situated right in front of all the dining tables. A middle-aged man in chef's attire stood before a massive frying pan, tirelessly tossing the ingredients, while a plump Raichu patiently awaited its cue. "All right, Raichu, it's your turn," the man exclaimed, nudging Raichu forward. Raichu. Instinctively, Raichu unleashed a burst of electricity, golden sparks dancing like a lively spatula, assisting the chef in frying the ingredients. The aroma of deliciousness wafted through the room as the man shouted, "The latest Pazipa Seafood Fried Rice. Who wants some?" The response was a chorus of hungry patrons. And even Ash was drawn in by the enticing scent, joining the fray in the food scramble. However, Lure stood alone, unsure of how to proceed, feeling as if she were adrift from this vibrant world. All right. That batch of seafood fried rice is all gone. I'll prepare another one shortly. Those who didn't manage to get some, please wait patiently. Those who did, please proceed to the side for payment." The middle-aged chef squeezed through the crowd, maintaining order with his booming voice. Many downcast patrons shuffled away, seemingly those who had missed out on the food, while Ash was not among them, as he was already in another queue for checkout. "Here you go, Lure. I managed to snag a portion for you." Ash placed a fragrant plate of fried rice before her, wolfing it down without a care for his image. Seeing Ash relish the dish, Lure scooped a small spoonful with her own utensil. Upon tasting the seafood fried rice, a delightful sweetness burst in her mouth, but after a moment of chewing, she felt an unusual tingling sensation spread throughout her body, making her feel euphoric. Ha, Lure, you look so funny." Just as Lure was savoring this feeling, Ash's laughter pulled her back to reality. Huh. Pulling out a mirror, Lure directed it at herself, shocked to see her once smooth hair transformed into a frizzy mess. What is happening? It appeared that the electric essence from Raichu was the cause of this transformation. Quite amusing, don't you think? Ash remarked, removing his own cap to reveal a similarly frizzy hairstyle. Ha, that is true. Watching Ash, Lure couldn't help but laugh. And after exchanging a few more words, she resumed enjoying her meal. After breakfast, Lure intended to visit the Kukui gym, and naturally, Ash followed suit. "Master Magician is quite strict. You should be cautious, Lure." I know. I will." Lure nodded in acknowledgement of Ash's warning. Arriving at the closed doors of the Kukui gym, Lure looked perplexed and turned to Ash. "Mr. Ash, what is going on?" I'm not sure either. Let us ask that old man." Ash quickly approached a passing elder to express his inquiry. "Excuse me, sir, what is going on? Why is the Kukui gym closed?" "Oh, that's it. I heard that Master Magician has gone home to see his wife and daughter. He won't be back for a few days. If you wish to challenge the gym, you'll need to wait." "I see. All right then." Returning to Lure, Ash relayed the elder's explanation to her. "Is that so? Well then, I'll train with Nidalino and the others during these days to prepare for the upcoming gym challenge." Determination gleamed in Lure's eyes, clearly intent on securing the Kukui gym's orange badge. Meanwhile, from afar, the cruise ship at Kukui Harbor emitted a resounding noise, instantly capturing Ash and Lure's attention. "Is that the St. Anu?" Ash gazed intently at the enormous and opulent vessel, recognizing it from his memories. "Right. Didn't Professor Kawi give us tickets? We could board and enjoy a few days aboard. As for training, we could battle with others on the ship. Then let us hurry. I can't wait to see what the ship has to offer." Lure's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she urged Ash onward, her eagerness palpable. "The St. Anu will set sail at sunset. Travelers who have yet to board are requested to do so promptly." Upon arriving at the harbor, the announcement echoed in Ash and Lure's ears as they approached the ticketing area. Standing in a lengthy queue, Ash and Lure felt somewhat out of place, as everyone around them was clad in extravagant and beautiful attire, making them appear as if they belonged to another world. Yet, oblivious to the stares of those around them, the two remained undeterred. "Have a wonderful time." After completing their ticket check, Ash and Lure ascended the long staircase, officially boarding the St. Anu cruise ship. Following the room numbers provided by the staff, they proceeded to their respective cabins. The two rooms were not far apart, situated directly across from one another. Thus, As soon as either party opened their door, they could easily observe the activities of the other within their chamber. How wonderfully soft. Lying upon the plush bed, Ash instantly felt a wave of comfort enveloping his entire being. Just as he closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite, a sudden rush of air struck his face. "Pikachu, what are you doing?" Ash exclaimed, lifting the pillow that had covered his visage, only to see Pikachu pointing at the pillow in his hand and then gesturing towards the door. Understanding dawned upon Ash, and he promptly took the pillow and stepped outside, gently knocking on May's door. "May, open up." Coming, Mr. Ash." May responded. "What's the matter, Mr. Ash?" Initially intending to take a bath, May rushed to answer the door, only to be startled by the sight of Ash holding a pillow, accompanied by Pikachu. "Huh, what's this?" Before May could finish her question, Ash's pillow soared through the air, striking her squarely in the face. "Come forth, fiery Wobbuffet, let us join forces." Evading Ash's pillow assault, May, seeing the duo of Ash and Pikachu, summoned her fiery Wobbuffet to join the fray. Soon, laughter and joy filled May's room, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Not long after, a fatigued Ash and May lay on the soft bed, an overwhelming weariness washing over them as they gradually closed their eyes, slipping into slumber. As the sun set, the SS and concluded its ticketing process. The staff responsible for this duty tossed their uniforms skyward, revealing black attire emblazoned within our insignia. This individual was none other than Team Rocket's officer, Lambda, who strolled onto the cruise ship with a sly smile, murmuring to himself, "Heh, I intend to make quite a profit." Chapter 49, The SS and. With a resounding horn, the SS and slowly departed from the leafless harbor. And within May's room, Ash and May were roused from their slumber by the sound of the horn. "Hey, May, Pikachu, Wobbuffet, are you hungry?" Upon awakening, Ash felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, rubbing it as hunger surged through him. "Ugh, I'm feeling it too, Mr. Ash. Shall we check the restaurant?" May suggested. "Excellent idea. Let us go together," Ash replied, taking the lead as he pushed open May's door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, May slapped her face lightly to awaken herself a bit more and followed Ash. As they walked down the corridor, they occasionally caught curious glances from others, who were predominantly adorned in extravagant attire, clearly having put considerable effort into their appearance. "Wow, it smells amazing," Ash exclaimed upon entering the dining area, his eyes widening at the sight of the lavish spread before him, tears of excitement escaping from his eyes. His exclamation drew the attention of several diners, who began to whisper and chuckle at his antics. Oblivious to the attention, Ash and May meticulously selected their desired delicacies from the buffet. After gathering an impressive array of satisfying dishes, they sought out a more secluded table to savor their feast. "Mr. Ash, why is everyone staring at us?" May inquired, her eyes darting to the distant patrons who were openly gazing their way. I'm not sure. Perhaps we've taken their favorite dishes?" Ash shrugged, scratching the back of his head as he surveyed his towering pile of food, deftly deflecting May's concern. "Is that so?" May replied, her skepticism lingering. Yet with no better explanation, she gradually accepted Ash's words and continued to indulge in the culinary delights. Time swiftly passed, and nightfall descended upon them. After dinner, unable to sleep, Ash invited May to take a stroll on the deck. The night sea was serene and profound, the crashing waves reminiscent of a giant hand propelling the cruise ship onward. Under the dark canvas of the night, the moonlight shimmered brilliantly upon the water, transforming the vessel into a silvery leviathan cleaving through the waves. The inky sea stretched infinitely, resembling an abyss that threatened to engulf them. "What's that?" May exclaimed, noticing flickering points of light in the obsidian waters, pink luminescence sparkling like neon lights. "Those are bioluminescent fish and neon fish," Ash answered eagerly, watching the schools of fish gather and disperse as if dancing beneath the waves. Meanwhile, in the chef's quarters. "Ah, my dear captain, what brings you to me? Is today's fare not to the liking of those pampered aristocrats?" The head chef stroked his chin, regarding the newcomer with curiosity, perceiving the aristocrats as notoriously difficult to please. Far from it. I'm here for this." The captain, clad in his uniform, produced a small pouch of an unknown substance, handing it to the chef. "For tomorrow's banquet, add this to the soup." "What is this?" The chef opened the pouch to reveal a white powder, his expression one of confusion as he pondered its nature. Just a pinch will send them into a deep slumber without their knowledge. Rest assured, it's not lethal, merely a potent sleeping aid. After all, these young lords and ladies must remain around to exchange for some funds. This is a crime. I cannot partake in such deeds." The chef stammered, horrified. Chef, you have no choice in the matter. This entire ship is under the control of Team Rocket, and I trust you one T refuse." "Team Rocket? Captain, what are you saying?" The chef's eyes widened in confusion as the captain's uniform was slowly peeled away, revealing Lambda beneath, his face twisted in a sinister smile. You are? The chef gasped, recognizing the insignia emblazoned on Lambda's chest, his body trembling as he instinctively retreated. Just as you suspected, chef? Lambda said, gripping the chef's hand tightly, compelling him to clutch the sleeping powder firmly in his palm before slowly retreating from the room, leaving the chef alone in his turmoil. It's over. It's all over now. The chef sat despondently on the floor, yet thoughts of his wife and daughter filled him with resolve as he tightened his grip on the sleeping powder. At the very least, I must ensure the others remain unharmed. I will shoulder the consequences of this alone. The chef resolved, having already envisioned the inevitable outcome. He could not allow the wrath of the aristocrats to ensnare others, thus he alone would bear the burden. With a determined heart, he carefully stowed the pouch of sleeping powder within his garments and exited the room. The waves crashed against the ship, and fish leaped from the water, glistening beautifully under the moonlight. On the deck, Ash and May stood, the salty breeze caressing their faces, bringing with it a refreshing, invigorating essence that was utterly enchanting. Gazing at the fish leaping gracefully before plunging back into the sea, Ash could not help but reminisce about the enchanting figure he had encountered in Hualan City, whose silhouette in the water resembled that of a mermaid, breathtakingly beautiful. It's getting late. Layla, let us retreat to our quarters for some rest. Certainly, Mr. Ash, she replied. The two returned to their respective rooms, and as Ash reclined on the plush bed, he felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. The Saint Anno, a veritable luxury cruise liner, enveloped him in warmth and dryness, devoid of any dampness, and even the sound of the waves was effectively muffled, allowing for a most comfortable slumber. The following day, Ash and Layla convened in the dining hall. After enjoying breakfast akin to the previous day, they embarked on a quest to discover intriguing activities aboard the cruise. Oh, I wish to participate in this, Mr. Ash, Layla exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with interest as she pointed towards a poster affixed to the corridor wall. Ash followed her gaze, and the poster announced one of the St. Anu's events, a battle competition, with sign-ups taking place at the captain's office. The prize remained a mystery, and the competition was set to occur from this afternoon until the evening banquet, with the final showdown commencing during the festivities. That sounds splendid. We are bound to encounter many fascinating trainers. Let us go. I shall sign up right away, Layla declared, her eagerness palpable. Layla, do take your time, Ash said, shaking his head in mild exasperation at her fervor for the competition. While Layla hurried off to register at the captain's office, Ash wandered aimlessly around the ship until he stumbled upon a corner where two boys were bullying a younger boy. Anger welled up within Ash, yet he decided to listen to the unfolding scene. Hey, Glenn, take a look at who we have here. Oh, Mike, isn't that the little trash? They taunted, their eyes gleaming with malice as the boy, Kenny, remained silent in fear. Listen, Kenny, after the banquet tonight, we're having an epic pillow fight in our room. And all the kids will be there. Guess who didn't get an invitation? It's you. Glenn and Mike chorused, their bodies swaying in a mocking dance, leaving Ash utterly bemused in the shadows. You better run home now, Kenny, or we'll make you do our homework, Glenn added, prompting Kenny to bolt, eliciting laughter from the duo. Ha ha, that was hilarious, Glenn. He must be furious. Indeed, Mike, came the reply. After witnessing their childish antics, Ash decided not to intervene and continued his stroll. Meanwhile, Layla had arrived at the captain's office to register for the battle competition. Knock, knock. Hee, come in. Hello. I'm here to sign up, she said as she entered upon hearing the captain's voice. Hee, is that so? Please fill out this form first. Ramda, clad in the captain's attire, chuckled as he handed her a sheet of paper. All right. Layla accepted the form and began to fill it out after a cursory glance. Observing her diligently working on the form, Ramda felt a strange sense of familiarity and couldn't resist asking, Hee, young lady, have we met before? And no, I don't think so. This is my first time traveling far, she replied, causing Ramda to scratch his head in confusion, doubting his instincts. So, you are a trainer setting out this year, then? Yes, Captain. Here you go. The form is complete, Layla said, handing over the densely filled form. After examining it, Ramda nodded and tucked it into his pocket. Very well. I wish you success in the competition, newcomer. Thank you, Captain. Leaving the captain's office, Layla made her way back and, after contacting Ash, they reunited and proceeded to another room to enjoy a performance featuring water-type Pokemon. They indulged in fun until the afternoon competition began, at which point Layla prepared to compete against other participants. In her first match, she faced a flamboyantly dressed, strikingly attractive girl. With a dual strike from her Nidorino and fiery Volcarona, she secured her victory in the initial round. Every subsequent match was won until the final four, which would determine the two finalists. Layla, now in the top four, was cautious, yet her opponent was already aware of her team composition. Having only 2 Pokemon after her lengthy journey, she found herself at a disadvantage against her opponent's 6 diverse Pokemon, as she had no idea which ones would be sent out. After defeating one of her opponent's Pokemon, Nidorino and Volcarona ultimately succumbed. Layla's journey in the competition ended in the semifinals. Although it was a disappointment, Ash felt she had performed admirably and couldn't help but applaud her efforts. However, the opponent who had faced Layla appeared dissatisfied with her own performance, angrily recalling her Pokemon into their Pokeballs. What a pity, Layla. It's all right. Making it this far is already a great achievement, she replied, shaking her head at Ash's encouragement. Nonetheless, losing due to her limited Pokemon roster did weigh heavily on her mind. Perhaps I should capture a new Pokemon, she mused, glancing at the empty Pokeballs at her waist. She had refrained from catching any until now, as she had not encountered suitable candidates, but as their journey progressed, she felt the time had come to seek new companions. I heard there's a fishing deck on the rooftop. Shall we check it out? Perhaps we might encounter something new, Ash suggested. But the banquet is about to start. There is still plenty of time. We'll be back before you know it. Unable to resist Ash's enthusiasm, Layla was led to the rooftop deck, where they attempted to fish in hopes of a new encounter. Heave-ho! Ash exclaimed as he cast his line with precision, while Layla mimicked his actions, casting her own line into the sea. The two of them then settled into a tranquil fishing session, but as time passed, their rods remained eerily still, leading Ash to harbor a troubling premonition that persisting in this endeavor might yield no results. Thus, he decided to cut their losses. The banquet is about to commence, Layla. We should return. Oh, all right, she replied, roused from her near slumber by Ash's voice, wiping the tears that had trickled from her eyes as she followed him back towards the banquet hall. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed young lords and ladies, to the grand banquet aboard the St. Anu. Please enjoy the delectable offerings that will be presented shortly. Ramda, donning the captain's attire, addressed the crowd from the podium, officially commencing the festivities. As the spotlight illuminated the battleground beside him, it captured the attention of many battle enthusiasts, including Layla, who had narrowly missed entering the finals. Wow, that looks delicious, Pikachu. Pika Pika. As he gazed at the array of tantalizing delicacies, Ash licked his lips and began to select his choices slowly alongside Pikachu. In the kitchen of the cruise ship, the head chef had sent the other cooks away, tending to the final touches of the broth alone, tightly grasping the sleeping pills that Lambda had given him. Once he confirmed that the soup was nearly ready, the head chef poured the entire contents of the white powder from the bag into the pot, watching as it dissolved instantly upon contact with the hot liquid, merging seamlessly with the broth. He placed the pot of soup onto a serving cart and, wearing a broad smile, wheeled it into the banquet hall, the enticing aroma wafting through the air and captivating even Lambda himself. Ha ha ha, the soup is here. In the grand hall, the head chef appeared before the guests with his small cart, the large pot exuding a heavenly fragrance that enveloped the entire space, drawing the attention of all present. Ha ha ha, ladies and gentlemen, I am the head chef of this illustrious SS St. Anu. This is a soup I have personally crafted. If you wish to have a bowl, please line up in an orderly fashion. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it dominated the previously noisy hall, ensuring that nearly everyone heard him. In an instant, the crowd surged forward. Despite their noble lineage, the allure of the delicious soup diminished their decorum, creating a jostling queue. Ash and May found themselves at the heart of this throng, eyes gleaming with anticipation as they stared at the large pot ahead. Meanwhile, on the podium, Lambda wore a dark expression, observing each person who received a bowl of soup and drank it down, a smirk creeping onto his lips. This plan was unfolding perfectly in his eyes. At the end of the line, Ash and May moved steadily forward until they finally reached the head chef. Hello, dear guest, please take your soup. The head chef regarded Ash with a raised eyebrow and a warm smile as he handed him the bowl, sprinkling a handful of scallions into it as he spoke. Here you go, enjoy. Thank you. Cradling his bowl of soup, Ash stepped aside, with May closely following. However, her bowl lacked the coveted scallions. It became apparent that only Ash's bowl contained that delightful garnish. As the last two in line, Ash and May departed, prompting Lambda to descend from the podium and approach the head chef. Ha, my dear chef, may I have a bowl as well? Here you go. With a grin, the head chef handed a bowl of fresh soup to Lambda. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he harbored an intense desire to punch Lambda squarely in the face. Oh, chef, your soup is truly divine. Leaning in close to the bowl, Lambda genuinely praised the dish, casually snatching a handful of scallions from a small bowl and adding them to his own. Gulp, gulp. Ash savored the broth, relishing its rich flavor, but leaving a small portion for Pikachu perched on his shoulder. As the soup entered his mouth, he instinctively closed his eyes, savoring the intricate flavors that danced upon his palate, leaving him yearning for another bowl. May, what do you think? As he opened his eyes to ask May, he was startled to find her collapsed on the ground, her complexion flushed and her energy seemingly drained. What's wrong, May? Concerned, Ash shook her gently, afraid for her well-being. I'm fine, Mr. Ash. Exhausted, May managed to utter those words before falling silent, though her steady breathing reassured him that she was not in grave danger. Phew, that's a relief. As Ash sighed in relief, preparing to carry May away, he noticed that the once-standing crowd had also collapsed, mirroring May's condition. Confused, he wondered what had transpired. Haha, how intriguing. Chef, what is going on? Lambda, having finished his soup, looked at Ash, whose familiar yellow companion stirred a sense of recognition within him. However, perplexed, he tugged at the chef's collar, demanding answers. Team Rocket, your good days are over. The head chef did not directly address Lambda's inquiry, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain as he swatted Lambda's hand away. What is happening? Captain, why does the chef claim you are from Team Rocket? Ash furrowed his brow, puzzled by the escalating conflict, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Champion, this captain is an imposter. He is a Team Rocket executive. Lambda, the chef shouted desperately, and Ash suddenly comprehended the situation. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Lambda, catching on to the chef's exclamation, swiftly released his Pokeball. Double Trouble, use Smokescreen. As Pikachu unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity, Lambda knew he could not face it head-on, dispatching Double Trouble to create a smoke screen that obscured all visibility. Charizard, disperse this wind. Quickly reacting, Ash called upon his stalwart Charizard, who flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a tempest that swept away the smoke. Haha, don't move, champion. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Ash was horrified to see May, who had been at his side moments ago, now in Lambda's grasp. One hand clutching her arm, while the other wielded a knife threateningly at Ash. Be careful, I might not keep a steady hand with this knife, so please, return all your Pokemon, dear champion. Lambda's smug demeanor ignited a fierce urge within Ash to retaliate. Yet, he remained restrained, fully aware that May's life was at stake. As the current champion of the region, he bore the responsibility for May and all present, preventing any rash actions. Return. Charizard. Ash struggled to suppress his fury, his expression darkening as he recalled Charizard, which looked at him helplessly. There's still one left, dear champion. Pikachu. He doesn't like being in a Pokeball. Is that so? I want to make it difficult for you then. Someone, tie our champion and this yellow rodent together. Lambda beckoned to nearby Team Rocket members, instructing them to bind Ash and Pikachu with ropes, rendering them immobile. A special device was also placed on Pikachu, ensuring that any electricity it generated would be absorbed by the apparatus. Haha, Boss Giovanni will surely commend me for this. That cowardly scientist, Southwave, claimed this opponent was formidable, yet look at this. Lambda approached Ash from behind, recalling Southwave's fearful demeanor, his anger boiling over as he prepared to kick Ash. Suddenly, a surge of blue light erupted from Ash's hand, radiating with immense aura energy, forming a blue sphere that shot upward towards Lambda's groin. Ah! Lambda shrieked as the force struck his vulnerable area, a sound of cracking echoing in his ears. The sensation of that place gradually fracturing enveloped him, an overwhelming agony sweeping through his entire being, rendering him near to despair as he writhed upon the ground, desperately attempting to alleviate the torment inflicted by Ash's assault. Pikachu. Iron Tail. Pikachu. Although the lightning had been sealed away, it did not imply that its tail could not move. With a deft lift, it became as unyielding as steel, and with a gentle swipe, Ash and Pikachu successfully extricated themselves. Now, it is our turn to counterattack. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and assist. Faced with Ash's advancing figure, Lambda found himself devoid of any strength to resist, and could only muster the last of his power to bellow at the Rocket Team members who were merely spectating. The Rocket Team, upon hearing their leader's call, exchanged hesitant glances before finally stepping forward, yet their trembling legs betrayed their fear as they gazed at Ash. You lot. Watching his subordinates cower, Lambda felt a surge of frustration in his chest, nearly choking on his indignation. He had not anticipated such cowardice from his own team. Unbeknownst to Lambda, his subordinates merely wished to feign defeat and endure until their shift ended. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash shattered the ring with a wave bomb, successfully liberating Pikachu's electric prowess. Observing the disheartened members of the Rocket Team, Ash chose not to press them further, instructing Pikachu to unleash a relatively mild Thunderbolt. rendering them unconscious before he slowly approached Lambda. Now, it seems you are the last one standing. What means do you possess to evade capture? Cursed be it. The rocket team shall never be vanquished. Upon uttering this declaration, Lambda succumbed to unconsciousness, perplexed as to how Ash had mastered Pokemon abilities. For not everyone was privy to the powers of the Wave Guardian. Disposing of the unconscious Lambda alongside the other members of the rocket team, Ash was just about to dial Junsh's number when the sound of helicopter blades whirring echoed from outside the ship, followed by intermittent screams resonating from the hall. Boom! Just as Ash was taken aback, the grand entrance of the hall was suddenly breached with immense force, and several figures slowly made their entrance. Lambda, where have you been? With golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, adorned with sunglasses even at night, and clad in military green trousers and a short-sleeved shirt. The newcomer was none other than the gym leader of Kurigane City, the lightning-fast man, Majishur. What on earth is happening? Observing the chaos within the hall, where the young masters and mistresses lay as if lifeless on the ground, Majishur's expression turned to one of confusion. Champion! Champion! Mr. Champion, what on earth transpired here? Spotting the only standing figure, Ash, Majishur exclaimed, for it was a fundamental ability of a subordinate to recognize their superior at a glance. The rocket team infiltrated the S, and I suspect someone deliberately allowed them entry. Ash shared his experiences and suspicions succinctly with Majishur. Oh, so that is the case. You have my utmost gratitude. Majishur laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment, for he was fully aware of the rocket team's plans to hijack the S, and, however, upon returning home that day, Majishur had settled his wife and daughter before hastily returning to Kurigane City, intending to thwart the nefarious plot before the ship's departure. Though his timing had been less than impeccable, by the time he returned, the S, and had long since set sail, leaving him no choice but to report to the police, and with the cooperation of Junsha and others, he had successfully boarded the S, and that very night. Little did he expect Ash to have already infiltrated the vessel. Well then, there is no need for concern now. Majishur praised Ash profusely, causing Ash to feel somewhat bashful as he shyly scratched the back of his head. Next, the S, and should return to Kurigane port. After a discussion between Ash and Majishur, they resolved to navigate the ship back to Kurigane port, thereafter imprisoning Lambda and the remaining members of the rocket team in a jail cell. Hun, the S, and emitted a resounding horn, its massive bow pivoting, churning waves as it set its course for Kurigane port. Just as Ash and his companions prepared to tend to the unconscious young masters and mistresses, a familiar voice echoed, accompanied by a tremendous force colliding with the ship's side. With a resounding crash, the S, and began to tilt. Sensing impending danger, Ash and Majishur hastily exited the hall, making their way to the deck to ascertain the situation. Dark Lygia. Just like that, the ominous Lygia, cloaked in darkness and exuding a malevolent aura, relentlessly rammed into the S, and with its colossal form, Pikachu Thunderbolt. Observing the chaos, Ash immediately commanded Pikachu to unleash a Thunderbolt, a powerful surge of electricity slicing through the night sky towards Dark Lygia. Dodge, Dark Lygia. A male voice echoed from atop Dark Lygia, causing Ash to feel an eerie familiarity, and under this command, Dark Lygia successfully evaded Pikachu's attack. Return Lambda and the others, or this ship shall sink. The figure of Professor Nambwa gradually emerged from atop Dark Lygia, presenting his ultimatum to Ash. Simultaneously, he gestured towards the area where Dark Lygia had just struck the ship's hull, now dangerously compromised beneath the surface due to the relentless assault. Majishur, bring the rocket team members up. Recognizing the seriousness in his opponent's gaze, Ash understood that the threat was not a jest. Thus, he resolved to surrender Lambda. For the life of Lambda paled in comparison to that of the entire crew aboard the ship. Should the ship sink, it would be a reflection of his failure as a champion. Splendid. Very astute. Until we meet again, do remember, we are the Rainbow Rocket Team. Professor Nambwa commanded Dark Lygia to approach Lambda and the others, casually producing a rope to bind them before departing the S, and upon Dark Lygia. Rainbow Rocket Team. Listening to Professor Nambwa's final introduction, Ash felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unable to comprehend its significance, yet sensing a colossal conspiracy taking shape. Following this incident, the S, and gradually returned to Kurigane City, Kurigane Port. Chapter 51. Return to Kurigane City, Kurigane Gym. The SS, and slowly docked at Kurigane Port, sounding its horn, immediately capturing the attention of onlookers, who were baffled as to why the luxurious cruise ship, already departed, had returned. What is happening? Why has the and suddenly come back? You ask me, who can I ask? Shoo, look, is that Miss Junsha and her team? Something must have occurred. As the crowd murmured in speculation, Junsha and a contingent of police officers escorted the lowest-ranking members of the rocket team. Clad in black with an insignia on their chests, off the and although Lambda and a few of his subordinates had escaped, it did not signify that the others at the bottom of the rocket team had eluded capture. In fact, it was quite the opposite. They had been entirely abandoned by Professor Nanbois, with no thoughts of rescue having ever crossed his mind. Behave yourselves. Everything is in order. Please board the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Anyone who dares to misbehave will be dealt with by my trusty guard dog. Before a police transport vehicle dedicated to escorting prisoners, Miss Junsha was diligently maintaining order with her formidable guard dog. A flicker of anger graced her handsome countenance, adding a unique flavor to her demeanor. Miss Junsha, have all matters been resolved? Just as the last member of Team Rocket boarded the transport, Ash happened to approach Junsha, inquiring about the situation. Everything is completely under control, champion. As for the dissatisfaction expressed by those individuals, we shall address it subsequently. Can we depart then? Of course. After exchanging a few words and confirming that they could leave ahead, Ash took Layla and exited the chaotic area. Meanwhile, inside the ship, the young masters and ladies continued to grumble incessantly, feeling quite disgruntled as they had nearly fallen victim to Team Rocket's schemes, and their grievances needed an outlet. All right, everyone. Enough with the complaints. Next, please call home so they can come and pick you up. Junsha entered the ship's hull, listened to the cacophony, and clapped her hands to silence the crowd before beginning her announcements. After ensuring everything was clearly communicated, Miss Junsha departed, leaving the youngsters to make their calls. On the other side, Ash and Layla left the and then arrived at the Pokemon Center where they were staying, tidying up their belongings in preparation for a brief respite. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. After several days offline, Rotom was now vigorously connected to the internet inside Ash's backpack. Layla, are you ready? Hurry up. Ash knocked on Layla's door. For today was the day she would challenge the Ilex gym, and he was eager to ensure she would not be late. All right, I'm coming, Mr. Ash. Once prepared, Layla stepped out of her room, her stride confident as they made their way to the Ilex gym. Inside the gym leader, Matt, had everything set up, turning off the power and patiently awaiting the challenger's arrival. What is this? Upon entering the Ilex gym, Layla's face froze, her expression stiff as she gazed at the various contraptions within the gym. The reason for her astonishment was the crystalline light pillars that adorned the gym, accompanied by trash bins filled with paper scraps. In front of them, 2 electric barriers formed a barricade, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. Ahem, welcome to my gym. The Ilex gym. What you see before you are the gym's mechanisms. Only by locating the 2 correct switches within the trash bins can you deactivate the electric barriers and enter the final chamber to challenge me. A male voice echoed through the gym's speakers, unmistakably belonging to the resolute gym leader, Matt. Is there really that many? Mr. Ash, Layla remarked, staring at the 2 to 3 dozen trash bins before her, feeling overwhelmed and casting a pleading glance toward Ash for assistance. I suppose we have no choice. Let's work together, Layla. Seeing her beseeching eyes, Ash sighed with resignation and beckoned Layla to join him in rummaging through the bins. In the final chamber, Matt observed Ash and Layla searching through the bins on the screen, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Click! Just as Layla and Ash were rummaging, the sound of a switch being flipped echoed, resulting in the first electric barrier before the final chamber vanishing successfully. Mr. Ash, I did it. Excellent. Now, only 1 switch remains. Upon hearing Layla's exclamation, Ash nodded in agreement and promptly pressed a switch on a nearby bin. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated click did not occur. Instead, the previously deactivated electric barrier reactivated. What just happened? Ash exclaimed in confusion, staring blankly at the newly reappeared barrier. Ahem, I apologize. Champion, I neglected to mention that if the second switch is pressed incorrectly, the first barrier will reset. Please continue to give it your best effort, Matt explained, his tone tinged with embarrassment despite his face being unseen on the screen. Is that so? Then, Layla, let's keep going. All right, Mr. Ash, Layla replied, feeling a mix of frustration and determination, having been the one to find the previous switch with great difficulty. After a series of attempts, with successes followed by failures, Ash and Layla endured a rigorous trial, the time slipping away as they navigated through the repeated challenges. Phew. Inside the final chamber, Matt had begun to doze off, seemingly fatigued from the prolonged search Ash had undertaken. We did it. Huh. What? Matt awoke, bewildered and unsure of what had transpired. But the excitement emanating from the screen piqued his interest, prompting him to glance at it. On the screen, Layla and Ash were jubilant, with the two electric barriers finally vanishing. After such a lengthy endeavor, Layla was finally ready to challenge the gym. All right, I should go and greet the challenger. Matt stretched, leaving his monitoring station and heading toward the passage leading to the battle arena. Hello, I am Layla from the Ilex town, and I would like to challenge you to a gym battle. Layla called out, stepping into the arena, her voice ringing clear. Meanwhile, Matt's figure emerged on the opposite side, a pokeball in hand. I understand, Layla from Ilex town. I trust you are familiar with the battle rules. The match will consist of 3 Pokemon per side, and only the challenger may substitute their Pokemon, aside from the gym leader. Wait, 3-on-3. Layla's pupils dilated as she turned her gaze aside, her expression betraying her unease. Could it be? Matt glanced at the 2 Pokeballs hanging from Layla's waist, a thought forming in his mind as he furrowed his brow. Is it possible you only possess 2 Pokemon? Matt voiced his suspicion, scrutinizing Layla. Yes. Layla averted her gaze, unable to meet Matt's eyes, her expression tinged with embarrassment. In that case, I regret to inform you that you cannot proceed with the gym challenge. Our Ilex gym has a strict rule that challengers must possess 3 Pokemon. Matt's expression grew stern, his frustration evident as he did not expect a challenger to arrive with only 2 Pokemon, seemingly disregarding the significance of their gym. I apologize, Mr. Matt. We shall take our leave. Noticing Matt's rising agitation, Ash quickly interjected, stepping in to defuse the situation, and promptly led Layla away from the Ilex gym. Mr. Ash, I assure you, I am fine. After a glance at Layla, Ash, upon hearing her reassurances, stepped outside the gym, quietly waiting for their conversation to conclude. Inside the gym, Matt regarded Layla with a serious expression and began to speak slowly. Challenger, I am unaware of your relationship with the champion, but if you continue to rely on him, you will never experience any growth. Listening to the earnest and heartfelt words of Master Ma, Lure found herself at a loss for how to respond. For he was undeniably correct. Until now, she had largely been relying on Ash. Perhaps it was indeed time for me to learn independence. After absorbing Master Ma's one-sided counsel, Lure exited the gym, her mind swirling with the echoes of his remarks. Lure, what troubles you? What did Mr. Ma say to you? Ash inquired, observing her pensive demeanor with great curiosity, wondering what could have transformed her into such a state. Oh, it's nothing, Lure replied, her gaze evasively shifting away from Ash, torn between sharing her thoughts and keeping them to herself. Well, taking a deep breath, she finally resolved to express her musings to Ash, the notion of embarking on her own journey and the reasons behind this newfound desire. Is that so? I never anticipated that I could become a hindrance to someone else's growth, Ash remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Who would have thought that the one who once chased after others would now find himself an obstacle due to his overwhelming strength? Then, of course, there's no issue, he assured her, captivated by the sincerity in her eyes. What reason could he possibly have to deny the aspirations of a trainer yearning to grow? Now, let us return to the Pokemon Center. I woke up so early today. I could use a quick nap, and Pikachu likely feels the same way, he added, glancing at the Pikachu perched on his shoulder, which echoed his sentiment with a soft pike-a-pie. Lure slowed her pace, watching Ash and Pikachu as they walked ahead, a sense of melancholy filling her gaze. It seemed she was unaccustomed to the atmosphere of parting. Throughout their journey, Ash and Pikachu exhibited no extraordinary reaction. While Lure wore a sorrowful expression, even the conversation between her and Ash felt perfunctory. Goodbye, Mr. Ash, she bid, her voice tinged with sadness. Farewell, Lure, he replied. At the Pokemon Center, they exchanged farewells outside their respective rooms, both aware that this parting would lead to an extended separation. Yet, Ash felt little impact, having grown accustomed to such farewells through his experiences. In contrast, Lure was not so resilient. Once she shut her door, she sank to the floor, tears slipping silently down her cheeks in a quiet weep. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Ash did precisely as he had indicated. He burrowed beneath the covers, intending to indulge in a nap, with Pikachu nestled beside him. As time slipped away, the afternoon swiftly approached, and the two, having enjoyed a lengthy slumber, finally awoke. Grr. I'm so hungry, Pikachu. Let's go find Lure to eat, Ash declared. Pike-a-pie? Pikachu agreed, as Ash rubbed his growling stomach, realizing that if not for his sudden hunger, they might have slept even longer. Knocking on Lure's door yielded only silence. Ash and Pikachu exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by her absence. Had she, too, succumbed to slumber? Perhaps we should inquire with Nurse Joy, Ash suggested. After all, she would be more attuned to the happenings of this establishment. That orange-haired girl. I recall she left around noon and hasn't returned since. Oh, she even left you a letter, Mr. Champion, Nurse Joy responded, recalling the day's events with her remarkable memory, handing Ash an envelope. This is... Upon receiving the envelope, Ash caught a familiar scent reminiscent of Lure, instantly recognizing it as her handwriting. Has she truly departed so soon? Pikachu echoed Ash's sentiment with a concerned pika-pika. As he prepared to open the envelope, Ash reminisced about their first encounter, when he had been terrified yet compelled to protect a Nidoran, a rarity among trainers. It was this quality that had prompted him to invite her to join his journey, wishing to witness her growth. Yet he had never anticipated that their small team would disband before reaching even half of their potential. Well, I'll read it later. What should we do now? Ash pondered, halting the motion of tearing open the envelope, suddenly at a loss for what to do in Lure's absence. It felt as though he had lost a guiding purpose. Although his dream was to become a Pokemon master, that was a long-term aspiration, not one to be rushed. What he lacked now was a compelling reason to continue his travels. Had Lure still been with him, perhaps they would have explored the Kanto region together. Chapter 52. Kenai's Vacation, inviting Ash to the Seven Islands. I suppose I should just open it, Ash decided, shaking his head as he tore open the envelope. Dismissing his thoughts, overthinking was never his strong suit. The most pressing matter was to discover what Lure had written. As Ash opened the letter, Pikachu's curiosity compelled it to lean closer, both eager to read Lure's words. Dear Mr. Ash, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed. Thank you for all your care along the way. I have truly made significant progress. However, all of this was possible because you were by my side. If I were on my own, I would never have achieved this level, so thank you sincerely. Master Ma was absolutely right. From now on, I will embark on my journey alone and no longer depend on you. When we meet again, please battle me as fellow Pokemon trainers. Though Lure's letter was brief, her indomitable spirit and resilience resonated through her words. When we next meet, you'll be a Pokemon trainer ready to challenge the champion, Lure, Ash mused, gazing skyward, feeling a whimsical presence, as if he could glimpse her lovely silhouette. At that moment, Lure found herself near the Diglett Cave, close to Leaf Green City, fulfilling the requirements of the Leaf Green Gym while also preparing for any potential electric-type threats. This was indeed the optimal choice. Mr. Ash. Within the confines of the cave, Lure seemed to sense something, murmuring softly. Surrounded by Diglett, Lure stood resolutely alongside Nidorino and Charmeleon, the situation appearing quite dire. Nidorino, Charmeleon. We can no longer rely on Mr. Ash. Let us fight together, Lure declared, rummaging through her bag to retrieve 2 blue oranges, feeding them to her Pokemon. Thus commenced the battle between Lure and the Diglett. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu wandered aimlessly down the street, their earlier hunger strangely dissipated. Yet, Ash found himself drawn to the seafood dish they had enjoyed a few days prior at the Leaf Green City restaurant. Pushing open the door to be greeted by the familiar aromas wafting through the air. After following the same routine, Ash found an unoccupied table to settle down at. Although he was savoring the delectable seafood fried rice, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that his palate was devoid of any flavor. Gazing at the empty chairs before him, his thoughts wandered to Layla, who had transformed into a frizzy-haired version of herself just a few days prior. A smile crept across his lips, and the rice in his mouth suddenly tasted extraordinarily sweet. After relishing the delightful meal, Ash and Pikachu rubbed their full bellies, deciding to take a stroll to Leafy Harbor to enjoy the sea and aid digestion. At Leafy Harbor, the sky was clear and cloudless, with a salty breeze wafting through the port, bringing with it an invigorating atmosphere. Ash perched himself on a mooring post, quietly admiring the resplendent sea alongside Pikachu. Seagulls soared gracefully overhead, while various aquatic Pokemon leaped from the surface, appearing to dance joyously. Hey, isn't that the champion's little brother? A familiar female voice resonated from behind him, exuding maturity and intellect. If it were Brock here, he would undoubtedly recognize her solely by her voice. It was Miss Kona, his current subordinate and the Ice-type Elite Four member of the Pokemon League, with her burgundy hair and clad in a secretary's uniform. Her ample figure was accentuated by the tight white lining that seemed to threaten to burst, complemented by black stockings that wrapped around her thighs, disappearing into her fitted skirt. If Brock were to see such a version of Kona, he would undoubtedly be captivated. However, before her stood Ash, who, despite having improved his emotional intelligence, remained largely unaffected by such charms. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm on vacation and preparing to return to my hometown for some fun, she said, her eyes sparkling. Your hometown, Miss Kona? Ash inquired, intrigued. Yes, on Seven Island. I'm waiting for the boat to take me back. Would you like to join, champion little brother? There's nothing of great importance happening lately. Is that all right? Observing Ash's slightly reserved demeanor, Kona gracefully approached him, gently grasping his shoulder and pulling him closer. Resting against her ample bosom, her eyes fixed intently on him. Of course, you are the champion now. You don't need to hold back during battles. So there's no need to be so formal with me in everyday life. Understood. Under Kona's scrutinizing gaze, Ash felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned his head slightly, engaging her in conversation. Where has Mr. Dato gone? Dato? That guy has been missing since he went to the Pasha region. I have no idea how he is doing. Ash expressed his dissatisfaction over Dato's silence since his defeat, wishing he could confront him about it, but not knowing what he was up to. I hope Mr. Dato is all right. The thought of the unknown Pokemon made even Ash uneasy, fearing that Dato, venturing alone into the Pasha region, might encounter unforeseen dangers. Don't worry, that guy is quite strong. After being defeated by you, he trained hard and regained much of his strength. Besides, even if he can't win, he has Dragonite to make a swift escape. Kona reassured him, patting his shoulder to alleviate his concerns. Having been colleagues with Dato for so long, she held a unique perspective on him and believed he wouldn't fall easily. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the rays cast a crimson hue across the sea, illuminating the waters as if stained by blood. Let us hope so, Ash replied, as he and Kona continued to discuss recent events when a small white passenger boat gradually approached Leafy Harbor. That's the boat taking me back. Come on, champion little brother. All right, Miss Kona. After sharing numerous conversations, Ash and Kona's relationship had grown considerably closer, no longer resembling mere strangers. Choose a room you like. We won't be reaching our destination until later tonight. She gestured towards the many vacant rooms within the ship's cabin, encouraging him to select one that appealed to him, especially since sunset was fast approaching. This one will do, Ash decided. Pikachu chimed in agreement. Upon entering the chosen room, Ash found the space modest, containing only a bathroom and a bed. However, it was sufficiently equipped with a television, a nightstand, and a wardrobe, perfectly embodying the phrase, though the sparrow is small, it has all its vital organs. Lying on the soft bed, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, clearly relishing the plush mattress. Ding dong. Dear passengers, the ship is about to speed up. Please hold on to the nearby railings and be cautious not to fall. Following the electronic announcement, Ash's body leaned back slightly as the vessel surged forward. However, after a moment, he quickly adjusted, and after washing up with Pikachu, he prepared for slumber. Reclining on the bed, as soft as a prime swan's feather, a wave of fatigue washed over Ash, spreading throughout his body, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. In mere moments, he and Pikachu succumbed to the realm of dreams. The following morning, Ash awoke from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes and gazing at the still sleeping Pikachu, ensuring its disheveled blanket was properly arranged. Hey, Miss Kona. After finishing his morning routine and feeling a bit bored alone, Ash headed to the bow of the ship to enjoy the sea breeze, where he encountered Kona, who seemed to share his sentiments. Oh, isn't that the champion's little brother? How did you sleep? Of course. The bed here is incredibly soft and comfortable. I feel like all my fatigue has dissipated. Ha ha ha, that is splendid to hear. Seeing Ash's healthy smile, Kona couldn't help but be infected by his joy, her lips curling into a sweet smile. As dawn broke, its golden rays illuminated the sea surface, casting a warm glow upon her burgundy locks, while the salty breeze caressed the bow of the ship, gently tousling her hair. Kona gazed out at the seemingly endless ocean, and Ash sensed a hint of solitude reflected in her eyes. Hey, Miss Kona, breakfast is ready. Just then, a burly sailor emerged from the cabin, calling out to Kona, who stood at the bow. All right, I'm coming. Ash, let us go. Sure. Ash and Kona prepared to share breakfast together, but first, Ash remembered Pikachu, who was still asleep in their room. He returned to wake it before heading to the dining area with Kona. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Ash and Kona returned to the bow, only to find several small dots appearing on the horizon. Over there is my hometown, Seven Island. This boat will stop at one island, and if you wish to visit other islands, you must take a dedicated ferry and possess an island pass. Kona explained, pulling out a card that depicted the 7 islands. Here it is, the island pass. Fortunately, I have an extra one, so I'll give it to you. Thank you. Miss Kona. Ash accepted the card from her hand, a delightful scent wafting from it, causing him to clutch it tightly, feeling a lingering warmth from her touch. The passenger ship docked at One Island Harbor, and Ash and Kona disembarked in succession, the sound of waves crashing against the harbor echoing in their ears. Well, Champion Ash, my home is on 4 Island, and I must be off now. If you have time, you can come visit. Of course, there are other exciting places on the islands. Like the hot springs on one island that you might want to check out. Be careful on the road, Kona. Ash bid farewell to her as he watched her board the ferry, subsequently departing from one island. However, he had learned from her where she resided. All right, Pikachu. It's just the two of us now. Let us go check out the hot springs that Kona mentioned. Pika Pika. With Kona gone, only Ash and Pikachu remained. Since he had come to this vacation island with her, he certainly intended to enjoy himself. Thus, he resolved to follow Kona's suggestion and visit the hot springs. For travel is meant to alleviate fatigue, both for him and for his Pokemon. But how do we get to the hot springs? Pikachu inquired. As they made their way halfway, Ash suddenly recalled an important matter. He didn't know the way, and relying on luck could lead to an indefinite delay. Pikachu, hearing Ash's words, was left speechless and collapsed to the ground as if fainting. Let us check the map at the Pokemon Center over there, Ash said, glancing toward a large building with a red roof and a white Pokeball emblem. That was indeed the Pokemon Center on one island. Hello, how may I assist you? Miss Joy inquired as Ash approached the front desk, looking quite perplexed. Miss Joy, could you tell me where the hot springs on one island are located? Oh, you must be referring to the Ember Hot Springs. If you head to the right side of the island, you'll find a waterway. Proceed through there, and you'll arrive at the Ember Mountain Path, where the hot springs are located atop the Rocky Mountain, Joy explained, simultaneously producing a map of one island that detailed its entire topography, pointing out the route for Ash. I see, thank you, Miss Joy. Without waiting for Joy's response, Ash scooped up Pikachu, who was busy grooming its fur. Oh no, I forgot to ask for his name, Joy thought, watching Ash's departing figure. A sense of familiarity washing over her, yet she couldn't quite recall who he was. Meanwhile, having left the Pokemon Center, Ash followed Miss Joy's directions to the waterway on the island's right side. Come forth, Charizard. Roar. Charizard appeared, unleashing a stream of flames toward Ash. However, accustomed to such antics, Ash deftly dodged and climbed onto its back. Charizard, let us traverse this waterway. Roar. After realizing its flames had missed Ash, Charizard showed no sign of displeasure, awaiting Pikachu to perch atop its head before flapping its wings. Charizard soared into the sky, transforming into a crimson silhouette as it navigated through the waterway of one island, swiftly arriving at the Ember Mountain Path that Miss Joy had mentioned. Upon reaching the Ember Mountain Path, Ash didn't rush to land but instead instructed Charizard to continue flying, aiming to reach the hot springs in one go. After circling the mountain path, Ash spotted a cave emitting steam beside a rocky mountain. That must be the Ember Hot Springs. Charizard, let us land. Once Charizard descended, Ash dashed into the cave. As he entered, a wave of heat enveloped him. Although not scorching, it warmed his body significantly. Roar. Following closely behind were Charizard and Pikachu. Upon entering the cave, Pikachu immediately felt the heat and stuck out its tongue, seeking to cool down a bit. In contrast, Charizard seemed to relish the environment, displaying no discomfort whatsoever, even wearing a look of contentment. Let us venture deeper, Ash encouraged as they made their way further inside, discovering a steaming hot spring at the cave's deepest point. Above the pool, a small waterfall continually poured fresh water into it. Before the pool stood a sign bearing the words Ember Hot Springs, and Ash instantly recognized that they had arrived at their destination. Chapter 53, The Rampaging Gang and Little May inside the cave of Ember Mountain Path featuring the hot springs. Ash stripped down to his underwear. Come forth, Charmeleon, Apom, Snorlax, and Kingler. After summoning his Pokemon, he slowly approached the steaming pool. The moment his foot touched the water's surface, he felt an intense heat, as if it were about to sear his skin. However, after a moment's hesitation, Ash, having grown accustomed to the cave's temperature, dared to immerse himself in the pool. This time, it felt much more tolerable. He gradually became enveloped by the warm waters. Come on in, everyone. Ash warmly invited his Pokemon, who were hesitating at the edge of the pool. Upon hearing Ash's words, the Pokemon exchanged glances, each searching for a leader, but after a long moment, none stepped forward. Roar. Charizard squeezed forward from behind, carefully lifting its tail to avoid extinguishing its flames, and then slowly submerged itself into the water. Following Charizard's lead, the other Pokemon, emboldened by the presence of their fire-type companion, dove into the pool one by one. Except for Charmeleon, the other three, unafraid of water, jumped right in, with Snorlax causing a considerable splash that displaced a significant amount of water. As Ash lay in the hot spring, enveloped in steam, he felt the chill within him dissipate. This is so comfortable, he sighed, relishing the healing effects of the warm water. Not only was he enjoying this moment, but his Pokemon were also basking in the relaxation that the hot springs provided. Uncertain how long they had lingered, Ash eventually dressed and, alongside Pikachu, climbed onto Charizard's back to return to the port of One Island. It's still early. Let us explore Two Island, Ash decided, not wanting to head to the Pokemon Center just to lounge around, as that would be dreadfully tedious. Instead, he intended to explore the other islands in sequence. Upon reaching the port of One Island, a ferry traversing between the islands was docked. An elderly gentleman aboard seemed to recognize Ash's intentions and inquired, "Hello, young man. Where are you headed?" "I would like to go to Two Island." "Understood, please board." As Ash stepped onto the ferry, the sound of the engine roaring to life echoed from the rear. The ferry glided over the waves, swiftly heading toward Two Island, reaching the destination in mere minutes. "All right, this is Two Island." "Thank you, sir." Pika Pika. After expressing their gratitude to the elderly gentleman, Ash and Pikachu arrived at Two Island, where a crowd had gathered before a nearby building. Among them stood a visibly anxious older man, who seemed to be their leader, urgently speaking to the others. "Please, everyone. My daughter must have been taken by those despicable individuals from Three Island. You must rescue her, and I will reward you handsomely. Rest assured, May has grown up under our watch. We feel responsible for her disappearance, and we will ensure her safe return." Amidst the throng, a formidable matron stepped forth, and the surrounding residents nodded in unison, indicating that they would handle the matter at hand. Witnessing this scene, Ash approached with a resolute demeanor and inquired, "Greetings. May I offer my assistance? Are you a Pokemon trainer? That's splendid. With your help, we shall surely teach those ruffians a lesson." "Those ruffians?" Noticing the anger etched on the elder's face, Ash's curiosity piqued, prompting him to gently ask for clarification. "Those ruffians belong to the rampaging gang on Island 3. Every time they visit my arcade, they seek out my daughter, Misty. These ne'er-do-wells are perpetually idle, and I have consistently turned them away. However, today they returned to the arcade, and upon their departure, I discovered that my daughter Misty was nowhere to be found. They must have taken her. Is that so?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Ash stroked his chin, contemplating a visit to Island 3 to ascertain the truth. Subsequently, he joined the main group heading towards the dock. The elder, initially eager to greet Ash, was taken aback by the formidable assembly and dared not utter a word, instead retreating to the helm. Awaiting the readiness of all aboard before setting sail. Arrived at Island 3, "Dear friends, please disembark with caution." "Hey kid, what is going on?" After bidding farewell to the visibly indignant crowd, the elder grasped Ash's arm and gestured towards the departing throng. "Those are..." Ash leaned in to whisper the recent events to the elder. The elder listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing as he spoke. "Very well, I understand. Were you not intending to assist? Off you go." As Ash departed, the elder ambled towards the ship, his lips moving as if he were murmuring to himself, "Jengar." Meanwhile, Ash followed the group to the residential area of Island 3, where he encountered a gang clad in black jackets, riding motorcycles. Each member donned a pair of sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance, and they congregated behind a particularly large man with a shiny bald head, who appeared to be their leader. "Hey, Ginger, hand over Misty. She's the brightest child on Island 2 and shouldn't be associating with your lot." A rotund man from the crowd stepped forward, indignantly addressing the imposing bald figure at the forefront. What are you talking about?" "Misty isn't here with me," Ginger replied, his expression blank as he scratched his bald head, closing his eyes as if trying to recall something. Upon reopening them, he provided a clear response. "Misty is missing. It must be your doing. You've taken her because you cannot abide the emergence of a talented trainer from Island 2. Exactly. You folks from Island 3 are nothing but scoundrels, resorting to such despicable tactics." "Indeed, Ginger, your old man is no better. Neither of you has any ambition." As the cacophony of insults from the Island 2 residents filled the air, veins bulged on Ginger's smooth head, and fury surged within him. "What did you say? I did not take Misty. And do not speak ill of my family." Ginger's eyes widened with rage, fixating on the visitors from Island 2, as if he might devour them at any moment. His terrifying gaze rendered everyone, save for Ash and Pikachu, paralyzed with fear, with some even trembling and collapsing to the ground. I will find Misty, and when I do, you will all be silenced." With a thunderous roar, Ginger scoffed at the cowardice of the crowd, revving his motorcycle's engine, the resounding noise causing the residents from Island 2 to retreat a step. "Boss, why waste our breath on them? Every time we go to play, we have to endure that old geezer's sour face, and it really irks the boys." "Exactly, boss. We can tolerate them slandering us, but to speak ill of our family is unforgivable. Indeed, they cannot be let off so easily for disparaging that old gentleman." Listening to the fervent voices of his subordinates, Ginger raised his powerful arm, signaling for silence, which was promptly obeyed. His underlings turned their gazes toward him, eager to hear his next words. Stay calm, brothers. Once we locate Misty and resolve this matter, we shall seek our revenge. There is no need to rush. Let us go. With a decisive wave of his hand, Ginger revved his motorcycle. The roar of the engine filled the air, the wheels sped forth, and the cacophony shattered the stillness of the street, awakening it as if a slumbering beast had finally stirred. Thin plumes of black smoke billowed from the exhaust, permeating the atmosphere. The gang members, witnessing their leader's stylish departure, hastily followed suit, vanishing down the street amidst the din of revving engines and exhaust fumes. The remaining residents exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed in light of such an outcome. Ahem, it appears we shall return empty-handed this time. We should confer with Misty's father on how to deal with these ruffians. Indeed. The matron who initially spoke out steadied the crowd's spirits, leading them back to the port and returning to Island 2. Yet, amidst this group, Ash was conspicuously absent. He was diligently inquiring with nearby residents about any news regarding Misty. The reason for his urgency stemmed from an inexplicable premonition that Misty was indeed somewhere on Island 3. I'm sorry, I haven't seen that child. Several residents shook their heads in denial, leaving Ash disheartened and questioning the reliability of his once accurate instincts. However, upon spotting the last remaining house nestled in a corner of the residential area, he resolved to pursue this lead, refusing to give up until the very end. Wait, I did see that girl. She seemed to have crossed the suspension bridge into the fruit forest on the opposite island. I really wonder what her guardians are thinking, allowing her to play in such a dangerous place. Dangerous? What danger? Judging by your appearance, you must be a traveler. It's said that a formidable dream eater resides in the fruit forest. It's quite perilous. I see. Thank you for the information. After expressing his gratitude to the resident, Ash approached the suspension bridge, his gaze fixated on the dense forest where sunlight scarcely penetrated, precisely as described by the resident. With determination, he stepped onto the bridge, arriving at the entrance of the fruit forest, where a sign prominently displayed the word danger. Ash ventured into the forest, and the moment he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a faint aroma of fruit wafting through the air. Towering trees loomed overhead, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows, enveloping the entire forest in an air of mystery. As Ash navigated deeper into the fruit forest, he encountered an abundance of fallen, ripe fruit, and upon discovering some untouched specimens, he took the liberty of collecting them. After wiping the fruits on his clothing, he and Pikachu indulged in the delicious tree fruits. As time passed, Ash and Pikachu ventured further into the forest's depths, where the presence of fruit diminished, suffusing the atmosphere with a sense of impending danger. Eventually, Ash arrived at a clearing, where a massive tree stump, several meters in diameter, stood at its center. Upon it lay a small girl dressed in a pink skirt, her appearance adorably plump. Misty, gazing upon the diminutive figure, Ash instantly recognized the daughter of the game hall owner from the Isle of Two, Xiaomi. A sigh of relief escaped him. Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, cautiously approached Xiaomi, and upon confirming her well-being, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, allowing his previously heightened vigilance to subside. At that moment, a yellow figure emerged from the underbrush behind Ash. The creature fixed its gaze upon Ash's back and charged forth, enveloped in a formidable energy. This was bad, as the wild Pokémon, Dream Eater, barreled toward him. Ash had no time to react before a tremendous rumble filled the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A gleaming motorcycle burst forth from the thicket, racing directly toward the Dream Eater, which, upon witnessing such a fierce spectacle, hastily retreated to avoid the roaring vehicle. Do not harm Xiaomi. The bald man, just off the motorcycle, let out a fierce shout as he leapt from the bike, launching himself at the Dream Eater with a punch fueled by rage. Meanwhile, it seemed that the clamor had stirred Xiaomi from her slumber. Her eyelids trembled, as if she were on the brink of awakening. Hey, you take Xiaomi and get her out of here. Leave the rest to me. All right, I'll entrust her to you. Observing the newfound confidence in the bald man's gaze, Ash, who had originally reached for a pokeball, reconsidered and instead lifted Xiaomi, departing the fruit forest with her and Pikachu, leaving the bald man to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Dream Eater, uncertain of the ultimate victor. Miss Joy, please check on this child. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center in the residential area of Isle 3, Ash promptly entrusted Xiaomi to Nurse Joy, eager to assess her condition and ensure there were no significant issues. As Nurse Joy escorted Xiaomi to the medical room for a thorough examination, the door of the Pokemon Center swung open, revealing the bald man, his expression fraught with anxiety. It's you. How is Xiaomi? The bald man locked his gaze onto Ash, approaching him with a sense of urgency. She is already in Nurse Joy's care. By the way, your arm," Ash remarked, noticing the evident scratches adorning the bald man's arm. Yet, the latter brushed it off dismissively, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Right now, the most important thing is Xiaomi. These minor injuries are of no consequence to me." With the bald man's words hanging in the air, Ash nodded in understanding, and together they awaited Nurse Joy's return at the front desk. Chapter 535, Aisle 2 and Aisle 3. After a brief wait, Nurse Joy emerged from the examination room, a flicker of a smile gracing her lips as she approached Ash and the bald man. "This young child is perfectly fine. She merely succumbed to the Dream Eater's hypnosis and has fallen into a deep slumber. She will awaken shortly." "Really? That's splendid news." Before Ash could respond, the fierce-looking bald man interjected, his concern mirroring that of a worried father. Oh, of course, but the patient still needs to rest well. You both should return later." "Thank you, Nurse Joy." Ash and the bald man exited the Pokemon Center, but the two, having only recently met, found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence, devoid of common topics to discuss. Cough, cough. "Thank you for saving Xiaomi. It was nothing. Even if I hadn't arrived, you would have acted, wouldn't you?" Ash, acknowledging the bald man's gratitude, remained nonchalant, recognizing that he had only just arrived and that the bald man had rushed to help, clearly demonstrating his deep care for Xiaomi. "Xiaomi is a remarkably intelligent child, yet she is often lonely. Whenever I visit the game hall, I find her alone in her room, silently reading." The bald man chuckled, continuing to recount Xiaomi's past. "When I would leave the game hall, I would occasionally see her finish her book, her curious gaze wandering over the wonders within the hall. So, I took the opportunity to take her outside for a stroll. We visited the volcanic lights of Isle 1, soaked in the fiery spring at the Fire Mountain Path, and explored Treasure Beach. Afterward, we promised to continue our adventures on the subsequent islands. We even planned a trip to Kabokai Bay on Isle 2, where a wise elder taught me much. However, it was then that her father discovered I had taken his daughter out, vehemently opposing the matter, and subsequently confined her to her room. I hadn't anticipated our reunion would occur here on Isle 3. Listening to the bald man's account, Ash felt that there was no significant issue. After all, it was a child's nature to seek play, and suppressing such impulses would undoubtedly yield adverse effects. "What do those residents mean by what they said? I didn't expect you to be there at that time." "Well, this isn't something that should be disclosed to outsiders. But it's simple enough. Isle 2 and Isle 3 have harbored conflicts for some time. I cannot pinpoint when it began, but it has persisted." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ash understood the complexities of inter-island disputes, recognizing them as matters he wished to avoid. "Oh dear, are you both still here? The patient has awakened. You may go in and see her." Nurse Joy exited the Pokemon Center and encountered Ash and the bald man, providing them with an update on Xiaomi's condition. "Really? I must see her now?" "Thank you, Nurse Joy. It's my duty. You need not mention it." The bald man, upon receiving the news, rushed into the Pokemon Center with haste, while Ash, unhurried, expressed his gratitude to Nurse Joy before following closely behind. Entering the ward, they found Xiaomi sitting on the bed, seemingly pondering why she was in the Pokemon Center. "Xiaomi, are you all right?" The bald man pushed the door open, his concern evident as he glanced at her, his anxiety dissipating upon seeing her unharmed. "Brother Gongzhao, what are you doing here? Didn't the people from All 2 come to trouble me, saying I was missing?" Gongzhao, wearing a resigned expression, replied, causing Xiaomi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Brother Gongzhao. It's all my fault for being willful." "Not at all." Xiaomi merely wished to explore. Observing the disappointment in Xiaomi's eyes, Gongzhao hastily reassured her, his flustered demeanor amusing those around him. "All right, Brother Gongzhao, I understand. But I still don't know how to explain this to Father." As she spoke, Xiaomi's thoughts drifted to her father, who had raised her with unwavering dedication and had now grown gray. She felt that her actions were a betrayal of his trust, leaving her uncertain about how to navigate the situation. "Communicate openly with your father. There will surely be a way to resolve it." Just as she grappled with her turmoil, Ash appeared from behind Gongzhao, his warm smile akin to the sun dispelling clouds. Who are you?" Intrigued by the boy, who bore a Pikachu on his shoulder and seemed to be of a similar age, Xiaomi inquired. "My name is Ash, hailing from Pallet Town, and this is my companion, Pikachu." "Ah, it bears a resemblance to the name of the champion." "Champion?" Upon hearing Ash's name, Misty was taken aback, and upon closely observing him, she noted several striking similarities between him and the current champion of the Kanto region. "I am." Ash began nonchalantly, unabashedly smiling at Misty. Who is the champion?" Meanwhile, Brock, still bewildered, appeared utterly unaware of the situation. "Brock, you don't know? He's the reigning champion of both Kanto and Alola, Mr. Ash." "Is that so?" Brock exclaimed, finally grasping the situation, looking at Ash with incredulity, astonished that this seemingly slight youth possessed such remarkable prowess. Misty. At that moment, a middle-aged man burst into the hospital room, his expression fraught with worry. Upon spotting Misty, tears welled up in his eyes. Thank goodness, you're safe. This man, oblivious to Ash and Brock, hurriedly embraced the bedridden Misty, his tears dampening her collar. Father. It was none other than the owner of the game center on 2 Island, Misty's father. What are you doing here? Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Misty could not help but inquire, as she had only recently arrived and was puzzled about how her father had learned of her whereabouts. Miss Joy from 2 Island informed me, Misty's father replied gently. Then his gaze shifted to Brock, his expression transforming into one of intense anger, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. It's you again. It must be you who took my Misty away and caused her harm. Dad, what are you talking about? I just accidentally wandered into the fruit forest while playing. Misty hastily intervened, attempting to defend Brock, but this only incited her father's displeasure. You're still speaking up for him? A person like him just idles away all day, never achieving anything in life. Ahem, Misty's father, I must say. That is not an appropriate assessment. Just as Misty contemplated how to counter her father's remarks, Ash cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention, and began to speak slowly. Who are you? Father, this is the champion, Ash. Realizing that his father did not recognize Ash, Misty quickly leaned closer to whisper in explanation of Ash's identity. The champion? What? Misty's father was left in disbelief upon learning Ash's true identity, astonished that this seemingly ordinary trainer was, in fact, the current regional champion. Yes, that is correct, Ash replied, accustomed to such reactions. Ever since he learned to disguise his appearance from Misty, he frequently received astonished responses from others. So, champion, do you disagree with what I just said? Of course, I believe every individual has their significance. Ultimately, what constitutes achievement? What does it mean to be successful? Faced with Ash's unexpected query, Misty's father seemed at a loss, as he too was uncertain of the criteria for success. You see, even you don't know? How can you pass such judgments? Moreover, Brock is managing a group of over a dozen ruffians. Listening to Ash's words, Misty's father fell into a contemplative silence. Although he questioned Ash's final statement, a ruffian, the leader of a gang, is that truly considered talent? Why not? Managing a team of several individuals speaks to Brock's leadership abilities, and the gang represents a significant force. I hope so, Misty's father replied, choosing not to further engage, as he recognized he could not match Ash's reasoning, yet he maintained his own perspective. What just happened? Meanwhile, Brock stood there dazed, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events or the reason for the lengthy debate. Is everyone here? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Nurse Joy appeared promptly, smiling as she addressed the group. By the way, Misty, you are fine now and can return home without worry. Before Misty could respond, Nurse Joy exited the room, presumably to assist others in need. Afterward, Misty departed from the Pokemon Center, her father guiding her onto a ferry back to 2 Island, while Brock remained on 3 Island. As for Ash, he returned to 1 Island, exhausted from the day and intending to visit the hot springs to soothe his weary body. Gurgle. Pikachu, are you hungry too? Hearing the sound from Pikachu's little belly, Ash affectionately patted its head and teased. Pika Pika. Pikachu, feeling a bit bashful, acknowledged its hunger, as it was often the fastest to get hungry despite doing nothing all day. Haha, no worries. Let us go explore the culinary delights of 1 Island. Subsequently, Ash led Pikachu through the streets of 1 Island, inquiring with nearby residents until they arrived at a renowned restaurant. This is it. Observing the establishment adorned with a sign proclaiming treasure sandwiches, Ash pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Ash was greeted by an array of enticing aromas, with the scent of freshly baked bread being the most pronounced. After all, this was a sandwich shop, where bread was the primary ingredient, and everything else merely served as an accompaniment. After a brief stroll through the shop, Ash's gaze scanned each display case, his eyes not daring to stray for even a moment. Eventually, after much deliberation, he decided on his order and approached the counter to place it. I would like 3 of your signature treasure sandwiches, please. Certainly, we will prepare that for you right away. The staff member noted down Ash's order and headed to the kitchen to begin crafting his meal. Finding a seat, Pikachu nestled beside Ash, both gazing out at the bustling crowd beyond the windows, their eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Hello, your order is ready. Just as Ash was lost in thought, the staff member returned with a plate that emanated an irresistible aroma. Gurgle. The enticing scent made Ash gulp, and he quickly lifted the lid to reveal 3 uniquely shaped sandwiches, each looking utterly delectable. Here you go, Pikachu, this one is for you. Ash placed a smaller sandwich into Pikachu's paws, and the moment Pikachu felt it, Its teeth began to clatter in anticipation before it eagerly bit into the sandwich. So delicious, Ash exclaimed as he took a bite, the distinct flavor of the bread bursting in his mouth, tantalizing his taste buds. Pikachu, too, was completely enamored, savoring the delightful treat. After finishing their sandwiches, Ash and Pikachu exited the restaurant, rubbing their full bellies as they continued toward their original destination. At the waterway of one island, Ash summoned Charizard and climbed onto its back, setting off in the direction of the hot springs. Inside the cavern of the hot springs, Ash, feeling quite full, began to sweat in the steamy environment, and as he ventured deeper, the heat intensified, as if something unusual was transpiring in the vicinity. In the deepest recesses of the cave, a soothing hot spring lay nestled, where Ash and his Pokémon took a moment to adjust their weary bodies before immersing themselves in the restorative waters to alleviate their stress. With the warm currents enveloping him, Ash couldn't suppress a contented sigh, clearly exhausted from his recent endeavors. Brother, is this truly the place? Rest assured, when have I ever deceived you? This plan is infallible. While Ash luxuriated in the hot spring, two distinct male voices echoed from the corridor they had traversed. Gurgle. As the footsteps drew nearer, Ash's instincts kicked in, prompting him to take a deep breath and submerge himself in the slightly murky water. Damn it, this isn't it. Let's keep searching. Understood, boss. With the sound of their footsteps fading, Ash felt the oxygen in his lungs dwindle, but just then, the two men, upon encountering the hot spring, surprisingly hesitated and silently retreated from the area. Ash emerged from the water, gazing at the departing figures, lost in contemplation. Chapter 54, The Seven Islands and Team Rocket. As he watched their silhouettes vanish, Ash's curiosity piqued, and he swiftly recalled his Pokémon to follow their trail. Those two, shadowing the suspicious men. Ash took the opportunity to scrutinize their features as they paused. He observed that both wore black attire emblazoned with the letter R on their chests, causing Ash to furrow his brow in confusion. What is Team Rocket doing here? Puzzled by the presence of these two members, Ash felt a surge of uncertainty. However, as the men resumed their journey, Ash hurriedly fell in step behind them, adopting small, cautious strides to avoid detection. Brother, I feel as though someone is following us. Really? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the tall man swiftly turned to investigate, only to find nothing but an empty expanse and swirling dust. Damn it! You've made a fool of me again. The towering man smacked his shorter companion playfully, adopting a fierce expression. My apologies, brother. I merely sensed a tense atmosphere. The diminutive subordinate chuckled, as it appeared his earlier comment was in jest. The two continued their banter as they made their way out of the cave housing the radiant hot spring. Unbeknownst to them, Ash had taken refuge behind a large boulder not far behind, releasing a sigh of relief as they moved on. Initially, he had feared his cover was blown due to the subordinate's comment, only to realize it was a mere jest, allowing him to proceed with renewed caution. Upon exiting the hot spring cave, Ash followed the two members to a waterway, where they summoned a water-type Pokémon. Ash called forth Charizard to assist him. Boss, there's a cave ahead. Could it be the one? Let us investigate. According to the intel, only one cave remains, and if it's not this one, it must be another. Right, boss? With that, the duo ventured into the cave. Ash, riding on Charizard from above, quickly directed him to descend as they entered. Return, Charizard. Let us go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. After recalling Charizard, Ash and Pikachu followed closely behind the Team Rocket members into the dimly lit cave. In the depths of the cave, Ash kept a vigilant eye on the two men until they arrived at the innermost chamber. Boss, this must be it. Indeed, this is it. Let us take this back to the boss lady. Curiosity piqued, Ash peeked around the corner to see what the commotion was about. In the hands of the tall Team Rocket member, a red orb radiated with a fiery glow, illuminating the entire cave and causing the temperature around it to rise gradually. What is that? As Ash gazed at the orb, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a feather from Moltres. Comparing the feather to the flame-like patterns on the orb, he realized they were identical. Could it be that Team Rocket's target is Moltres? Suddenly, it dawned on Ash why this nefarious organization had appeared here, to capture Moltres, which might reside on Seven Island. However, he pondered their motives for capturing such legendary Pokémon, recalling only their previous interactions with the legendary birds. Why had they been so active lately, each time connected to legendary Pokémon? Surely, there was a more sinister plot lurking beneath the surface. Let us go back. The boss lady will be thrilled. Right, boss? Go, Gyarados. Upon seeing the diminutive man summon his Pokémon, Ash felt a chill of foreboding. Just as he opened his mouth to intervene, the man swiftly commanded, Gyarados, use teleport. A blinding light enveloped the cave, and in an instant, the Team Rocket members vanished, leaving Ash alone in stunned silence. This is bad. I need to inform Kana. If it's true, both Moltres and Seven Island are in peril. Due to the geographical location of Seven Island, it lacked the presence of significant League forces, essentially leaving it defenseless. After all, Kana, who occasionally returned home, was the only formidable ally in the vicinity. Exiting the cave, Ash immediately summoned Charizard and rode toward the port. However, as it was late, the ferry had ceased operations. With no alternative, Ash returned to the Pokemon Center to rest for the night, planning to seek out Kana at dawn. Meanwhile, the two members of Team Rocket, freshly returned from their exploits in the cave, made their way to 5 Island. Upon locating the hidden Team Rocket base on the island, they successfully entered after exchanging the secret passphrase with the guard. Upon entering the base, their first order of business was to report their findings to the commanding officer. Athena, our mission was a resounding success, with no incidents. Pushing open the door to a specific room within the base, the two Team Rocket members stepped inside. The tall man, gaze locking onto the sole occupant of the room. She had striking crimson hair and wore a white robe adorned with the R emblem, perfectly accentuating her figure. She was none other than Athena, one of Team Rocket's 4 elite commanders. Well done. Show me what you've brought. Seeing that the two had little to say, Athena directly instructed them to present their findings. Here it is, take it. Exchanging a glance, the two men said nothing further. The tall one produced the red orb from his pocket and handed it to Athena. Excellent work. You may leave now. Rest assured, your rewards will be ample. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Athena's words, the two, who had initially appeared somewhat dejected, instantly brightened up. After thanking her, they exited the room. Soon, we shall have Moltres gathered. Athena smirked wickedly as she opened the adjacent computer, illuminating the screen to reveal the imprisoned Articuno and Zapdos within cages. Nearby, a report resembling a checklist lay on the table, revealing its contents upon closer inspection. On Twin Island, the capture of the Articuno is underway. At the unstaffed power plant, the Zapdos has been successfully secured. However, on the Champion's Path, the attempt to capture the Moltres ended in failure. As for the Firebird on Mount Fire of Seven Island, the endeavor is still in progress. Soon, that plan will be fully realized. Athena, glancing at the reports in her hands, couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if recalling some delightful thought. Outside the room, the departing members of Team Rocket were taken aback by Athena's boisterous laughter. By the way, boss, I think I saw a shadow when we were leaving. It looked like Champion Ash. Bang. Ouch. What are you doing again? The short man, clutching his swollen red head, couldn't help but grumble at his leader. At this rate, you'll knock me silly. Who told you to trick me again? How could we possibly run into the champion? You found out again, big brother. The diminutive man shook his head, and the red bump on his head vanished in an instant. As he playfully bantered with his leader, the moon hung in the sky, observing all that transpired on Seven Island during the night. On Islands 2 and 3, a group of figures clad in black ventured into the wilderness, only to re-emerge bearing bulging sacks. The following morning, Ash rose early, eager to find Kona. And after a hasty wash, he dragged a still drowsy Pikachu toward the port. You again? Why are you up so early today? The ferry captain had just dropped anchor when he spotted Ash standing before him. I have some business to attend to on Island 4. Could you please hurry? All right. Leave it to me. Noticing Ash's anxious expression, the captain felt a pang of urgency himself, quickly retracting the anchor, boarding the ferry, and starting the engine while calling out to Ash. Hurry aboard, we're setting off. Once Ash boarded the ferry, the vessel roared to life, swiftly departing from Island 1's harbor toward Island 4. Hey, wait. As they passed Island 2's port, a throng of people waved frantically, signaling for the ferry to stop. However, the captain appeared oblivious, his hands firmly gripping the controls, eyes fixed ahead. Captain, should we stop to see what's going on? If you say so. Upon hearing Ash's voice, the captain gradually slowed the ferry and approached the boarding area at Island 2. Captain, you're so slow. You pretended not to see us. The disgruntled residents of Island 2 voiced their discontent, but the captain remained silent, his clenched fists betraying his effort to suppress his anger. Fortunately, the residents soon quieted down after a few more grumbles. Otherwise, the captain might have resorted to throwing punches. The residents of Island 2 planned to travel to Island 3, and the captain readily agreed, deciding to head to the nearer Island 3 before proceeding to Island 4. What on earth happened? Little brother, don't you know? Apparently, a group from Island 3 sneaked onto our island last night and took away a plethora of Pokémon. Upon hearing this shocking news, Ash's expression turned grave as he inquired, Is that true? Of course it's true. I heard it from others. Faced with the confidence of the man before him, Ash fell silent, returning to his seat. The ferry sped forward, soon arriving at Island 3, where the scene mirrored that of Island 2, with the boarding area packed with people. As soon as the ship docked, the residents of Island 2 rushed off, pointing fingers at the people from Island 3 and hurling insults, which soon escalated into physical altercations. Everyone, let us discuss this calmly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Ash attempted to intervene, but his voice fell on deaf ears, as both groups seemed oblivious to his pleas. Are you all right? Just as Ash felt at a loss, a familiar voice emerged, prompting him to turn toward its source. Kongzai, what are you doing here? Surprised by the appearance of the notorious leader of the rampaging gang, Ash wondered why he was alone this time. A curious situation indeed. Regardless, I am a resident of Island 3, and what they did is utterly unacceptable. Kongzai's forehead bulged with veins, resembling a volcano ready to erupt, as his anger simmered beneath the surface. What did they do? Ash frowned, puzzled by what Kongzai meant by unacceptable. They took all the wild Pokémon and berries last night. It's simply unforgivable. Nonsense. It was clearly you who took our wild Pokémon and belongings. A voice from the crowd immediately retorted, and although it was brief, Ash managed to catch it. It seems the real culprits lie elsewhere. Quickly piecing together Kongzai's clues and the information from the shouting individual, Ash deduced another possibility. Could it be them? For some reason, the faces of the two Team Rocket members he had encountered earlier flashed in his mind, leading him to connect this incident with Team Rocket's activities on Seven Island. Indeed, I must find Sister Kona first. Resolute, Ash disregarded the bickering crowd of Islands 2 and 3, knowing they would eventually tire themselves out. His primary objective was to reach Island 4 and inform Kona of Team Rocket's presence on the island. Captain, let us not worry about this. Let us go? All right. No problem. Responding to Ash's voice, the captain first glanced at Kongzai's retreating figure, then with determination, entered the control room. With a rumble, the ferry's engine roared to life, drowning out the clamor of the crowd, causing the residents of Islands 2 and 3 to pause. Old man, watching the ferry depart, Kongzai's eyes revealed a complex emotion, as if lost in recollection. All right, we've arrived at Island 4. Thank you, Captain. Upon reaching Island 4, Ash leaped off the ferry before it had fully docked. Once on solid ground, he smiled at the captain, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, expressing his gratitude before swiftly departing the small harbor. But where is Sister Kona's house? Glancing at the numerous buildings on Island 4, Ash scratched his face, plunging into contemplation. Pika. Pikachu, observing Ash's distressed expression, shrugged his shoulders, well aware that Ash was fretting over the inability to locate Kona's residence. Forget it. I'll just knock on each door. Resolute, Ash began to knock on each door one by one, but each time, he faced disappointment. After some time, he had checked every house in the area, but still had not found Kona's. Which one is left? Spotting a house nestled against the mountainside and beside a large pond, Ash slowly made his way towards it. As he approached, a sign caught his attention, and after examining it closely, he gasped in surprise. The sign bore 4 prominent characters: Kona's home, Chapter 55, Kona's cottage, and the frozen waterfall cave Kona's cottage. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters adorning the entrance, Ash felt a pang of dismay, as if his recent endeavors had rendered him a fool. However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and gently pressed the doorbell of Kona's residence. Ding dong, ding dong. After a moment's wait, the door remained unresponsive, prompting Ash to stroke his chin in quiet contemplation. Where could she possibly be at this early hour? Perhaps she has gone to find little Kona? Just as Ash pondered, a voice from behind him broke the silence, a grandmother's voice, compelling him to turn around. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Oh dear, my identity is of little consequence. If you are looking for little Kona, she has likely ventured to the frozen waterfall cave behind here. That little one has always adored spending time there, and even now, she remains unclaimed. I've heard that there are many fine young men in the league, such as that illustrious dragon tamer. What's his name again? I wonder when little Kona will find herself a boyfriend. It seems the old lady is quite concerned about such matters. Ash scratched the back of his head awkwardly, uncertain whether to listen or disregard her words, as such topics were of little relevance to him, being merely a 10-year-old child. Alas, I have watched little Kona grow up, and I regard her as I would my own granddaughter. Oh, let me tell you about her childhood. Seeing the old lady prepare for a lengthy discourse, Ash felt a sense of foreboding and could only muster a forced smile. Grandma, I must find Sister Kona. It's of utmost importance. We can chat another time. With that, Ash paid no heed to the old lady's further comments and dashed away, eager to distance himself from this troublesome situation. Oh dear. The youth of today are so hasty. Observing Ash's retreating figure, the grandmother could only chuckle in resignation, allowing him to go. In no time, Ash found himself at the edge of a pond, gazing at a cave enveloped by the surrounding mountains. As morning light streamed into the cave at a perfect angle, Ash discerned the frosty air emanating from within. Charizard. As a capable flying-type Pokémon, Ash's Charizard was adept at navigating most terrains, making it a frequent means of transportation. Together with Pikachu, Ash soared into the depths of the frozen waterfall cave atop Charizard. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears as he surveyed his surroundings, discovering a substantial waterfall within the cave. Charizard, it's all yours, Ash encouraged, patting Charizard's shoulder before mounting its back. Together, they ascended to the waterfall, where a more expansive space and winding paths awaited them. Return, Charizard. Pika Pika. As Charizard was recalled, Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder, and together, they began their search for Korna within the cave. What is this? They arrived at a section of the cave where the ground was exceptionally smooth, appearing as if it had been frozen. Any attempt to lift a foot would send one gliding uncontrollably across the surface. What to do in such a predicament? This was when the advantages of a flying-type Pokémon became apparent. Roar. Ash, mounted on Charizard, soared over the icy layer, evading the struggle of traversing the slippery ground. Soon, Ash encountered another icy expanse, though this one was fragile, shattering with just 2 steps. However, with Charizard at his service, Ash had no reason for concern, as he effortlessly maneuvered through the vast cave. Riding Charizard, Ash swiftly reached the innermost depths of the frozen waterfall cave, where several figures awaited him, including the very Korna he sought. Sister Korna. Ash leaped from Charizard's back to stand beside Korna, only to find 3 members of Team Rocket facing them. What has transpired with Team Rocket? Ash inquired as he approached Korna. They are capturing wild Pokémon. Although I am uncertain of their intentions, I can assure you it is anything but benevolent. Korna's gaze hardened as she brandished a Pokeball from her waist. Drowsy, Charizard. Upon witnessing Korna dispatch her Pokémon, Ash commanded Charizard to follow suit. Champions and Elite Four? Darn it, we surrender. Before a battle could ensue, Team Rocket's members hastily capitulated, for not all were fiercely loyal to Team Rocket. Ash and Korna exchanged glances, befuddled by the sudden turn of events, as Korna stepped forward to bind the 3 captives. Come now, little champion, we must extract useful information from them. Watching Korna drag the trio away, Ash hurried to keep pace with her, eventually arriving at the original Grand Waterfall. It can't be. Observing the icy mist rising from the waterfall, Ash swallowed hard, hesitating to entertain further thoughts. He had not anticipated that the typically gentle and composed Korna possessed such a ruthless side. Hee, shall I inquire, or will you confess willingly? Korna brought the 3 to the top of the waterfall, her sweet smile contrasting starkly with the terror reflected in the captive's eyes, which beheld her as if she were a demon. We'll do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. The tallest of the men spoke urgently, sincerity evident in his gaze fixed on Korna. Oh, but what a pity. My mood is rather foul today, so I must insist you descend. Korna walked behind the trio, securing the end of the rope to a rock. Ensuring it was secure, she delivered a swift kick, sending the 3 Team Rocket members plummeting into the waterfall. Ah! Their anguished cries resonated throughout the cave, and even without witnessing the scene, Ash could vividly imagine the ordeal they were enduring. Women can truly be terrifying. Ash mused inwardly, a silent vow to avoid provoking women in the future forming in his mind as he cautiously approached Korna. Little champion, do lend a hand and pull them up. Hearing Korna's sudden request, Ash, now keen to comply, grasped the rope and began to hoist them upwards. We'll tell you everything. We'll tell you everything. When the 3 Team Rocket members re-emerged before Korna and Ash, their appearances had drastically altered. Soaked and unable to meet their gazes, they bore expressions of fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that Korna's decisive actions had left them thoroughly shaken, as if their spirits were on the brink of collapse. Very well, enlighten me. What is your purpose? Observing the trio, who now lacked any will to resist, Korna settled on a flat rock, patiently awaiting their revelations. It is Athena. Athena has come to 7 Islands to gather fodder Pokémon for future endeavors. All the formidable Pokémon across the 7 Islands have been captured and are now held in our base. And where is your base? Korna pressed further, for knowing only this fragment of information, while not entirely useless, was far from sufficient. Cough, cough, it's located on 5 Island, the tall man sputtered weakly, drenched and feeble as he addressed Korna. Did you hear that, little champion? The nefarious Team Rocket is currently lurking on 5 Island. We must hasten there, otherwise the populace will remain shrouded in darkness. Understood. What about them? Upon hearing Kina's words, Ash recognized the gravity of the situation, but before taking action, he pointed to the unconscious trio of Team Rocket. Let us discard them into the Pokemon Center's storage. It is typically unoccupied there. Acknowledging Kina's suggestion with a nod, Ash followed her to the Pokemon Center. You can entrust them to me, Nurse Joy confidently assured Kina and Ash. Promptly dragging the members of Team Rocket into the warehouse, she secured them to a medical chair that delivered electric shocks. Even the slightest struggle would elicit a jolt. Well done, Joy, Ash exclaimed. Hee, Kina-sama has taught her well, he mused, feeling a twinge of fear at the sight of the usually gentle Nurse Joy behaving in such a manner. He couldn't help but wonder what she had learned under Kina's influence. All right, let us proceed, champion. Sure, Kinane. Ash quickly regained his composure and hurried to catch up with her as they made their way to the port, boarding the ferry bound for Five Island. The ferry sped along under the captain's guidance, swiftly arriving at Five Island. At this moment, Kina seemed to recall something and inquired, by the way, did you come to see me for a specific reason, champion little brother? Ah, yes. Ash momentarily faltered at Kina's question, but soon collected his thoughts, recounting the events of the past few days. I see. So it seems that the disturbances on 2 Island and 3 Island are also their doing. Kina deduced swiftly after hearing Ash's account. However, how were they to locate Team Rocket's base? Ash pondered, glancing at Kina. As his sense of direction had always been poor, it was only appropriate to leave such matters to a companion. Let us head south to that forest. I recall there being an abandoned warehouse there. If there is a place that is concealed and suitable, it must be that. In that case, we should not delay. Let us set off immediately. With that, Ash positioned himself behind Kina, nudging her forward as if urging her to lead the way. Kina did not refuse, allowing Ash to stay close behind. Moments later, the duo found themselves amidst the forest, and after searching, they stumbled upon a massive structure. Kinane, there are people inside. Only 2 guards, Ash reported, having heard rustling sounds emanating from within the warehouse. He closed his eyes, utilizing his aura to probe the area and promptly relayed his findings to Kina. Then let us infiltrate quietly. Lapras, Ice Beam. We'll join in. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The blasts of electricity and ice struck the warehouse doors, creating a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the underground base of Team Rocket. What is happening? Where's the boss? Wah, I want my mommy. I want to go home. In an instant, a wave of anxiety swept through all Team Rocket members, throwing them into disarray. Silence. I am here. What are you all afraid of? It's merely an enemy invasion. I will be waiting here to see how they deal with us. Observing the chaos in the base, Athena stormed out of her room, her roar instantly stabilizing the frayed nerves of Team Rocket members. Indeed, the boss is still with us. Why should we fear? Exactly. Whoever comes, we'll take them on. One by one, we'll defeat them all. Team Rocket is invincible. Watching her comrades regain their composure, Athena smiled with satisfaction and continued. You all wait here for the enemy. I believe you can defeat them completely. I will return to my room and expect to hear news of your overwhelming victory soon. Understood, boss. Observing the fervor of her fellow Team Rocket members, Athena waved her hand and retreated to her room. Glancing at the last images displayed on the computer screen, her forehead immediately damp with cold sweat. Those images depicted none other than Ash and Kina. Damn it. It's the champion and the Elite Four. We have no choice but to flee. After weighing the pros and cons, Athena made a swift decision: escape. If she were to insist on holding her ground, failure was inevitable. After all, she was acutely aware of the strength of the members within the base. Those fools outside could not hold out for long. With that thought, Athena swiftly retrieved 2 Pokeballs emblazoned with the Team Rocket emblem and the previous red orb from the safe. Champion, Elite Four. Our next encounter will not be so simple. Entering the secret passage within her room with composure, Athena made her escape as the passage sealed behind her, allowing her to evade the perilous Team Rocket base. Meanwhile, outside the room, the members of Team Rocket remained oblivious to the fact that their boss had abandoned them. Fleeing alone. Boom. The entrance of the underground base erupted in an explosion, smoke engulfing the entire area, from which emerged Ash and Kina. Their expressions were cold, silently observing the Team Rocket members attempting to obstruct their path. Charge, brothers. For the boss. For the boss. The Team Rocket members unleashed their Pokemon, charging forward like warriors unafraid of death, leaving Ash speechless. Lapras, Ice Beam. The icy blue beam swiftly targeted the Team Rocket members and their Pokemon, who, however, felt no pain. Just as they were puzzled, they discovered their legs were immobile, encased in ice. This was the effect of Lapras' Ice Beam. Not directed at an individual, but rather an attack meant for a group. Now it's time to tell us where your boss is, Kina declared. approaching the immobilized Team Rocket members with a wicked grin, leaving Ash momentarily stunned, unable to discern who the true villain was. Chapter 56, Team Rocket Warehouse. As Kina drew closer to the Team Rocket members, their cries of anguish filled the air, the haunting sounds making Ash reluctant to witness any further. Speak. Where's your boss and the Pokemon that were captured? Kina's sweet voice reached the ears of the Team Rocket members, yet to them, it sounded like the whispers of a demon. The boss is in that room. The Pokemon are on the lower level. One Team Rocket member, battered and bruised, pointed towards the room with his mouth, as he could not use his hands due to Kina's earlier assault. Bang! In front of Athena's room. Kina lifted her right leg, clad in high heels, and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. There's no one here. Are they trying to deceive us? That shouldn't be the case. Look, that computer is still on, and the safe has been opened. They must have left in haste, Ash replied, shaking his head as Kina clarified the situation. Let us search for clues. Perhaps Athena has not yet left Seven Island. No problem, Kinane. After their discussion, Ash and Kona rummaged through the room in search of traces left by Athena. Amidst their thorough search, Ash stumbled upon a report detailing the legendary bird's capture plan, revealing that both Articuno and Zapdos had already been captured. So now it's Moltres, Kona murmured, glancing at the habitat of the firebird listed on the document before carelessly casting it aside. All right, let's head down to the next level, free the Pokemon, and then proceed to Mount Ember. Sure, Sister Kona. The two departed from Athena's chamber, making their way towards the lowest level where the members of Team Rocket were located. In the depths below, they were met with a dismal sight. Cold iron cages crowded the space, each containing Pokemon that bore grievous wounds. Those vile Team Rocket scoundrels. Ash seethed, his heart ablaze with fury as he observed the appalling scene. To Kona, Ash appeared as though he might ignite with rage. Fear not, champion, not only Athena, but we shall also dismantle Team Rocket. Kona reassured him, patting his shoulder, her eyes brimming with indignation, clearly reflecting the anger that had been stirred within both of them. Thus, Ash and Kona busied themselves in the underground, demolishing the cages. After contacting Nurse Joy from 4 Island, they awaited her arrival in silence. After a while, is all of this the work of Team Rocket? Nurse Joy exclaimed, surveying the exhausted and battered Pokemon, her heart aflame with anger. This was the most severe incident she had encountered since beginning her work at the Pokemon Center. Oh dear, these little ones are gravely injured. I must administer urgent care to ensure their survival. Please, you must assist me. She beckoned to Ash and Kona, leading them to commence the critical treatment of the Pokemon. With Ash and Kona's help, Nurse Joy acted swiftly, providing adequate bandaging for each Pokemon. However, her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she approached a particular Pokemon. What is it, Nurse Joy? Ash inquired, noticing her sudden halt, and curiosity piqued as he followed her gaze. Before them lay a Magikarp, lifeless and devoid of scales, with gaping wounds resembling pinholes. Peering into the cavities, they could see desiccated flesh, a grim testament to the absence of blood within. How could this happen to this poor child? Team Rocket. Tears streamed down Nurse Joy's cheeks as she gazed at the creature, while Ash and Kona remained silent. But the veins in their foreheads pulsed visibly with outrage. Subsequently, Kona took the Magikarp outside to prepare for burial, while Ash stayed behind to assist Nurse Joy in treating the remaining Pokemon. Although they did not encounter any other Pokemon as tragic as the Magikarp, the grievous injuries on the others ignited Ash's anger. We must eradicate Team Rocket, he vowed silently, his resolve unwavering. After Ash and Nurse Joy completed the urgent treatments for every Pokemon, 4 more Nurse Joys arrived. We're here, big sister. Thank you for taking the time to help us. The 4 Nurse Joys were indeed relatives from the previous 4 islands who, upon receiving news from their counterpart, hurried over to lend their assistance. This is all. The eldest Nurse Joy from 1 island inquired, her tone implying the unspeakable. Yes, replied the Nurse Joy from 5 islands succinctly, her eyes aflame with fury towards Team Rocket. All right, let us get to work, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, she commanded, sighing heavily as she directed her sisters to transport the injured Pokemon to the waiting ambulances. The ambulances had limited space, and each trip took considerable time. Fortunately, Kona returned just then. Is that so? My Lapras might have a solution, she mused, tossing out her Pokeball. Use Ice Beam. The Ice Beam shot forth from Lapras's mouth, instantly freezing the ground and gradually forming an icy pathway, which Lapras rode along, extending its length. Time slipped away unnoticed. Within minutes, a glacial path from the warehouse to the Pokemon Center was completed, significantly reducing the time required to transport the Pokemon. Truly impressive, Champion Kona. The 5 Nurse Joys admired, for in a world where female champions and Elite Four members were scarce, they held her in high esteem. Quick, let us get these little ones to the Pokemon Center. Rest assured, Champion Kona, I've already informed the island residents. They should be ready. Nurse Joy, Champion. A group of figures approached Ash and the others, bearing pots, pans, and other household items, leaving Ash and the others momentarily stunned. What is going on here? Didn't Nurse Joy say we were to rescue the Pokemon from Team Rocket's base? We brought along useful items in case of danger. A man stepped forward from the crowd, brandishing a spoon smeared with remnants of ice cream, evidently recently used. All right, but the danger has passed. We just need to get the Pokemon to the center. No problem, leave it to us. Upon the man's declaration, the crowd nodded in agreement and rushed towards the warehouse. Moments later, they emerged one by one, each carrying an injured Pokemon, their expressions grim and heavy-hearted. With the residents' assistance, all Pokemon from Team Rocket's warehouse were transported to the Pokemon Center, where they were treated one by one through the diligent efforts of the 5 Nurse Joys. Seeing the Pokemon regain their vitality, Ash breathed a sigh of relief, his face brightening with a smile. Champion, according to the latest intel, a resident spotted Athena on one island. It appears she is preparing to capture the last legendary bird. In that case, we must depart swiftly and ensure we intercept her. Upon hearing Ash's words, Kona merely nodded, and together they made their way to the port of 5 Island. Old man, we are heading to 1 Island. No problem. I've heard about the situation. Team Rocket must not be spared. The old man's face, once gentle, now bore a fierce expression as Ash nodded solemnly in agreement. The ferry roared to life, slicing through the waves as it sped towards 1 Island. After a brief journey of mere minutes, they arrived at the port. Ash and Kona bid farewell to the old man before advancing towards Mount Ember. Traversing the fiery path and the waterways leading to the volcano, the duo successfully arrived at Mount Ember, where their next task was to locate and thwart Athena. Yet, would the situation truly be so straightforward? It seemed highly unlikely, as they soon faced numerous obstacles in the form of Team Rocket members while ascending the mountain. They are the combatants stationed on each island, significantly more formidable than those within the warehouse. 100,000 volts. Ice beam. Alas, despite the enhancement of their adversary's strength, it remains insufficient in the presence of Ash and Kona. Under the barrage of electric and icy assaults, their Pokemon were swiftly vanquished, while they themselves found themselves bound and immobile by Ash and Kona. After dispatching the elite members of Team Rocket, Ash and Kona continued their ascent towards the mountain's peak. Although they encountered increasingly powerful groups of Team Rocket along the way, the duo dispatched them with ease. We shall not allow you to disturb the boss. Indeed, we are the final line of defense. As another Team Rocket group emerged, Ash and Kona exchanged glances. A few seconds later, I'm sorry, boss, we did our best. Yes, boss, we believe in you. The last Team Rocket group was ensnared by Ash and Kona, their gaze fixed upon the summit behind them, filled with unwavering trust in Athena. In Ash and Kona's eyes, they had entrusted their final hope to Athena. Ku. At that moment, a chorus of birdsong erupted from the mountaintop, as a colossal pillar of flame intermingled with lightning shattered the sky. Not good, champion, we must go? Kona seemed to sense something amiss and immediately dashed towards the summit, with Ash, aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily following in his wake. Some time prior at the mountaintop, Athena beheld the fiery bird emerging from the magma, her eyes brimming with avarice. Ha ha ha, you are mine, Moltres. Athena cackled gleefully, tossing a black pokeball, summoning Zapdos into the air. Zapdos obliterated. Thunderbolt. Upon hearing Athena's command, Zapdos defiantly turned its head, refusing to comply. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless as Zapdos disobeyed. Athena seemed to anticipate this, retrieving a remote control from her pocket and pressing a button. Ku. A black lightning surged from the ring around Zapdos's feet, enveloping its entire being. The immense agony caused it to lose its sanity, its eyes turning crimson as it gradually quieted down. Thunderbolt. Athena commanded once more, and this time Zapdos complied, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. However, its strength and magnitude were still somewhat inferior to Ash's Pikachu. Ku. Moltres was momentarily stunned by Zapdos' sudden assault, taken aback that this former ally would indeed heed Athena's command. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Moltres was struck by the thunderbolt, its feathers singed black. Though the thunderbolt proved effective, as Moltres dove back into the magma and re-emerged, its wounds rapidly healed. Is it truly such a troublesome foe? Then Articuno. As Articuno made its entrance, the temperature around plummeted, its icy aura clashing with the warmth radiating from Moltres. Articuno freezed the magma. Unlike the disobedient Zapdos, Articuno displayed a sense of cooperation, executing an ice storm upon Athena's command, the powerful chill encasing the surface of the magma. Though it did not freeze the magma entirely, it sufficed, as Athena only wished to prevent Moltres from submerging and recovering. Upon witnessing Articuno's arrival, Moltres unleashed a fiery blast, its flames surging towards Articuno. At that moment, a bolt of lightning scattered the flames, successfully thwarting Moltres' assault. Faced with two former companions, Moltres felt cornered. It could handle one, but not both. Articuno, Zapdos, attacked together. The two Pokemon charged at Moltres, who, realizing it could not prevail, refused to concede easily as one of the legendary birds. Flames erupted from its entire body, surging towards the duo. Following the collision of the three legendary birds, a tremendous pillar of flame ascended into the sky, intertwined with Zapdos' electricity. You are mine. Gazing at the exhausted Moltres, Athena revealed a sinister smile, producing a black Pokeball from her pocket and smashing it upon its head. As the red light illuminated and vanished, the Pokeball began to shake. And with a chime, Moltres was successfully captured. Ha ha ha, finally. Boss Sakaki will surely be pleased. With 3 Pokeballs in hand, Athena fantasized about the boss's favor. Athena, release Moltres. An enraged voice resonated across the mountaintop, and as the words faded, 2 figures emerged. Chapter 57, Athena's Defeat, Birth Island. Athena, returned the legendary birds. Upon Ash's arrival, his gaze immediately locked onto the 2 Pokemon behind Athena, Articuno, and Zapdos. It seemed Moltres had also fallen into her grasp. Noticing Moltres was absent from the mountaintop, Ash pondered this possibility. After all, with Articuno and Zapdos present, even if Moltres wanted to flee, it could not. Is that so? Then I shall return it to you. Moltres, flamethrower. Upon hearing Ash's words, Athena seemed to intend to abandon her dark intentions. Yet the newly arrived Moltres unleashed a sudden attack, indicating her true resolve. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The assault was fierce. Fortunately, Ash reacted swiftly, rolling to evade the flamethrower. Simultaneously, as Ash dodged the attack, Pikachu seized the opportunity to unleash a Thunderbolt, the powerful current flooding the mountaintop. The current struck Moltres, successfully hitting this legendary bird. Given Moltres' flying type, it sustained significant damage upon being struck by the Thunderbolt. TCH, as expected of the champion. In that case, let us all attack together. Hearing Athena's words, Articuno and Zapdos joined Moltres' side, transforming the battlefield into a 3-on-1 encounter. Though Ash felt an urge to chastise Team Rocket's shamelessness, he recognized that villains inherently lack shame. If they possessed it, they could hardly be villains. Attack! At Athena's command, the legendary birds commenced their onslaught against Pikachu. Golden lightning, crimson flames, and azure ice crystals converged upon Pikachu. The ferocity of their assault rendered Ash's Pikachu unable to retaliate, leaving it with no choice but to dodge using quick attack. Ash understood that should he be struck, the consequences would be dire, and their plan with Kona would surely fail. Indeed, it was a plan, though it seemed hard to believe that Ash could devise one. The truth remained that he and Kona had discussed a strategy before arriving. After all, while they could contend with Athena possessing the legendary birds, allowing this ruthless villain to escape would be disastrous. Thus, they concocted this plan as a precaution. Damn little mouse, does the champion only know how to dodge? Witnessing Pikachu evade even the combined assault of the legendary birds, Athena appeared increasingly frustrated, her fierce gaze fixed upon Ash as she gritted her teeth. Compared to my Pikachu, isn't Team Rocket more akin to mice? Champion, you can only boast with words. Soon, Team Rocket will conquer the entire world. Observing Athena's demeanor, Ash found himself perplexed by her unfounded confidence. He noted similar expressions of misplaced faith among several members of Team Rocket, leading him to question their intelligence in unreservedly trusting Giovanni. As the two faced each other, Kona stealthily approached the rocks behind Athena, poised to surprise her at any moment. What gives you such confidence? Is it merely based on that failed gym leader, Giovanni? Upon spotting Kona, Ash sought to provoke Athena, hoping to extract more information, adopting a mocking expression in the process. You won't easily anger me. If you think you can pry information from me, you're sorely mistaken. I would never betray Giovanni. In that case, there's no alternative, Kona. With Athena's rationality thwarting Ash's efforts, he resolved to subdue her instead. Athena, your good days are over. Kona leaped from behind the rocks, swiftly capturing Athena in an embrace. Kona, damn it, I forgot about you. When did you arrive? Feeling the pressure of Kona's grip, Athena struggled fiercely, yet her efforts were futile against Kona's hold. Athena, Cease your resistance and come with us willingly. Have you forgotten that I possess the legendary birds? Athena bellowed, commanding her trio of legendary birds to unleash a widespread attack. Boom. Suddenly, the skies above Mt. Ember transformed, one half clear and sunny, the other shrouded in ominous clouds, followed by thunder and snowflakes cascading from the heavens. This is the power of the legendary birds. Witnessing Athena's frenzied display, Ash and Kona exchanged wary glances, choosing to ignore her for the moment. Kona, leave her to me. Ash noticed the concern etched on Kona's face. He reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder and revealed his Z-ring. Pikachu, it's time to unleash our full power. Pika. The golden crystal gleamed brightly as Ash and Pikachu exchanged a fist bump, forging a bond of strength. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped Pikachu, surging through him. Boom boom. A small cloud formed above Pikachu's head, crackling with rainbow-colored lightning that illuminated the summit of Mt. Ember. This is our full power. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pika, Pika, Pika. The rainbow lightning, controlled by Pikachu, surged towards the legendary birds, overwhelming them with a powerful current. As the vibrant lightning dissipated, two of the legendary birds plummeted from the sky, their feathers charred, while Zapdos, having resisted the electric-type attack, remained standing, albeit teetering on the brink of collapse. Give it the final blow, Pikachu. Iron Tail. The silvery tail, sharp as a sword, propelled Pikachu forward, striking Zapdos into the ground and shattering Athena's illusions. This is impossible. The legendary birds. Athena stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that her cherished legendary birds had been so easily defeated, plunging her into despair. Kona, witnessing this turn of events, felt astonished, never expecting Ash to conclude the battle so swiftly. All right, Kona, the trouble has been dealt with. Now, Ash's gaze shifted towards Athena, his intentions unmistakable. Rest assured, I will take her back to the League headquarters for a proper discussion. Kona tightened the ropes binding Athena, leaving red imprints on her delicate skin. With the battle concluded, Ash and Kona destroyed the Pokeballs that had captured the legendary birds, liberating them. Safe travels, Kona. At One Island's port, Ash bid farewell to Kona, who was taking Athena to the Pokemon League, thus cutting her vacation short. Ash, on the other hand, wished to spend one more night on Seven Island before returning to the Johto region. As he prepared to leave, a ticket from his backpack accidentally fluttered out, landing on the ground. Not far behind him, an elderly gentleman on a ferry caught sight of this and hurriedly disembarked to retrieve the ticket. After examining it, his face lit up with joy as he called out to Ash's retreating figure, "Young man. Wait. Pikachu?" Both Ash and Pikachu turned around. "Do you need something, sir?" Ash inquired upon seeing the elder, while Pikachu wore a puzzled expression. "Is this yours?" The elderly man gestured towards the ticket he had just picked up. His gaze filled with anticipation. "Ah, yes, that's mine." After confirming the ticket in the elder's hand was indeed his, Ash responded eagerly. "Well then, I am the issuer of this ticket. I never expected to meet someone holding it here. May I ask if you are interested in visiting Birth Island?" "Birth Island? Yes. That's the destination of this ticket. There is a mysterious moving stone on the island, so I wanted to inquire if you'd like to go." "Absolutely." Ash's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Great. Let's set off right away." Upon Ash's agreement, the elder's mood brightened significantly as he led Ash aboard the ship. After Ash settled in, the ferry roared to life, cutting through the ocean waves. A moment later, "Young man, that is Birth Island." The elder pointed as Ash turned his gaze toward a shadowy outline that appeared to be an island. As the ferry approached, the entirety of Birth Island came into view, revealing a triangular shape. Once Ash disembarked, the elder remained on the boat, awaiting Ash's return. "Pikachu, let us go on an adventure." "Pika, Pika." Unencumbered by any constraints, Ash and Pikachu relished their freedom, dashing across the island with unrestrained joy. Before long, they arrived at a grassy plain where a triangular stone hovered. "What is that?" "Pikachu, let us get a closer look." "Pika, Pika." Pikachu agreed, and the duo cautiously approached the stone. However, as they drew near, the triangular stone darted away as if startled, evading them effortlessly. "What is happening?" Ash stared at the moving stone in confusion. Undeterred, he attempted again, but the outcome remained unchanged as the stone evaded him once more. Pikachu, you go around the other side and let us surround it." "Pika, Pika." Ash's competitive spirit ignited as he and Pikachu strategized to encircle the triangular stone. "Now's our chance." "Pikachu." In unison, they lunged at the stone, but it ascended, eluding their grasp once more. Pikachu dodge. "Pika, Pika." After the opponent evaded, Ash and Pikachu did not halt. Instead, propelled by inertia, they continued to surge forward. With a resounding thud, Ash and Pikachu collided face to face, both tumbling to the ground, gazing upwards at the triangular rock that had playfully toyed with them. Huh, Pikachu, has it turned red? Suddenly, Ash noticed that the previously black triangular rock was gradually transforming into a shade of crimson. Pika Pika. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu observed closely and realized that the entity's body was indeed beginning to redden. At that moment, the triangular rock hovered in the air, its surface growing increasingly red, and faint cracks began to appear upon it. What is this? Ash pondered, his expression clouded with confusion as he attempted to comprehend the sudden transformation of the triangular rock. Crack, crack. With the sound of breaking stone, the triangular rock slowly morphed, eventually taking on the form of a humanoid figure. Deoxys. Pika Pika. Ash found it hard to believe his eyes as Deoxys emerged from the rock, and he rubbed them vigorously to confirm the reality before him. Deoxys regarded Ash momentarily, as if sensing something, then approached him closely. Ash hesitated to make a move, uncertain of Deoxys's intentions. Its target is me. A chilling voice echoed in Ash's mind, and suddenly, the Master Ball on his chest sprang open. Mutwo's form materialized, floating between Ash and Deoxys, effectively separating the two. Mutwo? What is happening? Nothing much. Perhaps it sensed a formidable opponent and wishes to engage me in a thrilling battle. Is that so? In that case, I will confront it. You two should retreat for now. Through telepathic communication, Ash conveyed his thoughts to Mutwo, who expressed full support upon understanding his intentions. Mutwo unleashed its psychic powers, vanishing alongside Deoxys from the island, casting a final glance at Ash as it departed. All right, Pikachu, let us return. After Mutwo's exit, Ash felt little desire to linger on the island, so he and Pikachu boarded the ferry, returning to One Island. In the stillness of the night at the Pokemon Center, Pikachu had already succumbed to slumber, while Ash stared contemplatively at the tranquil night sky, lost in thought. Just then, Mutwo's silhouette unexpectedly appeared in the night sky. Has Mutwo returned so soon? Ash felt a surge of joy upon witnessing its presence, surprised by the swiftness of its return. At first, its transformation was somewhat troublesome, but after evolving, I completely subdued it. And Deoxys? I sent it into space, where it seems to have encountered Rayquaza and engaged in battle. Mutwo stated coolly, its expression unreadable. As soon as the words left its lips, it slipped back into the Master Ball nestled against Ash's chest. Is that so? A smile graced Ash's face as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. With a joyful expression, he nestled into bed, embracing Pikachu as they drifted into sleep. Observing Pikachu's content visage, Ash felt that he would indeed have pleasant dreams that night. The night was serene, with only the rhythmic sounds of Ash and Pikachu's breathing punctuating the stillness. Meanwhile, within the Master Ball, Mutwo wore a faint smile as it gradually succumbed to slumber. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Team Rocket on the Kanto continent, Giovanni wore a troubled expression, having just received the latest news from Athena. Chapter 575, Return to Kanto. The Grand Festival of Leaf Town. On the following morning, Ash boarded the ferry back to Kanto. The journey was tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Yet he was treated to a plethora of breathtaking scenery. For instance, above the sea, he witnessed a school of heartfish leaping from the water, their scales shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. Additionally, he encountered a swarm of Gyarados, their fierce and perilous presence startling the captain to the point of contemplating a leap into the sea, only to discover they were merely passing by. We're back in Leaf Town. After a day and night aboard the ferry, Ash felt utterly exhausted, yet he could not resist shouting exuberantly at the entire port upon disembarking. His exuberant call instantly attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, who turned to gaze at the lively young boy. Come on, Pikachu. Pika Pika. As Ash and Pikachu strolled down the street, contemplating their next destination, a poster on the wall caught his eye. The poster featured a stage illuminated by lights in a darkened environment, showcasing a girl in a miniskirt and another in a dress engaged in competition, accompanied by their Pokémon, Piplup and Fennekin. The Leaf Town Grand Festival, where outstanding coordinators gather. What are you waiting for? A grand festival, Pikachu. It's been ages since we've participated. Shall we give it a try? Pika Pika. Ash read aloud the contents of the poster, which announced the upcoming Grand Festival in Leaf Town, and Pikachu eagerly expressed its willingness to participate upon hearing Ash's inquiry. All right, let us go register right now. Following the address provided on the poster, Ash arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Enthusiasts Club. Hello, is this the registration area for the Leaf Town Grand Festival? Ah, yes indeed. Hello, your Pikachu is simply adorable and quite powerful. As Ash pushed open the door, he inquired within the club. The moment he entered, a plump man seated at a table hurried over to Ash's side. unable to contain his admiration for the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Ha ha ha, thank you. I'm here to register for the Grand Festival. Is that so? With such a charming Pikachu, you are bound to achieve remarkable results, President. Upon learning Ash's purpose, the rotund man continued to praise Pikachu before bellowing loudly into the depths of the building. They're here, they're here. What is going on, fatty? A gentleman clad in a suit and top had emerged from the room, leaning on a cane as he stepped forward. President, this young man is here to participate in the Grand Festival, and his Pikachu is quite impressive. The man relayed Ash's intentions to the gentleman, casting a glance at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder as he uttered a somewhat cryptic remark. Is that so? Young man, would you kindly follow me? The gentleman beckoned Ash with a wave of his hand as he stood at the doorway. Seeing the gesture, Ash approached the gentleman with Pikachu, following him into the room. Inside the deeper chamber, aside from the two of them, there was only a maturely dressed lady meticulously polishing photographs hanging on the wall. Observing her busy figure, Ash felt a surge of curiosity about the photographs, scanning them with keen interest. As Ash's gaze roamed, he took in the images that adorned the wall, all capturing Pokemon in the night. A Zubat hanging upside down with its mouth wide open in slumber within a cave, a Rapidash galloping across the prairie, and a Magikarp struggling to survive in a filthy, foul-smelling puddle. Aren't these photographs fascinating? I captured them during my youth. The gentleman, noticing Ash's pause as he admired the photographs, radiated joy at the sight of Ash appreciating his work. These are truly magnificent works, dear sir. You must have been an exceptional photographer in your youth, I presume. Ha ha ha. I am not worthy of such praise, not when compared to the esteemed Miss Violet, the master photographer whose creations have always stirred the heart. Ah, Miss Violet, I am aware of her. She once captured a photograph of me and Pikachu. The gentleman cast a surprised glance at Ash, for in his recollection, Violet exclusively photographed Pokemon, never having taken a picture of a human. Upon recognizing Ash's uniqueness, a glimmer of anticipation for his performance in the upcoming contest flickered in his eyes. Ha ha ha, let us begin by filling out the registration form. The gentleman produced a registration sheet for the grand contest, accompanied by a device with a slot. This is a machine that reads Rotom phones. Once you insert your Rotom phone, your information will be recorded for this grand contest. Understood, Ash replied, for someone experienced like him. A few swift strokes were enough to complete the form before inserting his Rotom phone into the device. Ash, Pokemon trainer, Pokemon coordinator, 8-time champion of the World Championships. Current champion of the Kanto and Alola regions. Born in the Kanto region's Pallet Town. Merely 10 years of age. Height, weight. Data retrieval complete. The registration for the grand contest in Ecology City is successful. We wish the contestant an excellent performance. As the machine beeped, it signaled that Ash's information had been successfully recorded. At that moment, the screen illuminated with Ash's details, and the machine began to announce them in its electronic voice. As the machine's electronic tone gradually faded, the gentleman regarded Ash with a complex expression, a mix of confusion, disbelief, and, above all, admiration. Champion, the gentleman stammered, his wrinkled face flushing like that of a young girl encountering her idol. Oh dear, I've been recognized. Shoo, please don't tell anyone else that I'm participating in this contest. I beg you. Ash bashfully rubbed the back of his head and implored the gentleman, for he wished to enjoy the contest without drawing too much attention, as he was merely there to relax and have fun. Rest assured, champion, I promise that apart from you and me, the heavens and earth shall know of no third person. The gentleman patted his chest confidently, but at that moment, an awkward voice interrupted from the side. President? A mature lady, polishing a picture frame, looked at the gentleman's face, which was now filled with embarrassment, as if she had intruded upon a private moment. Ahem, I assure you there won't be a fourth person who knows. The gentleman's face was now a portrait of awkwardness, yet he resolutely made his promise. It's quite all right, Ash waved dismissively, unconcerned with such trivial matters, and continued. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and rest. Ah, very well, allow me to escort you, champion. Upon hearing that Ash was departing, the gentleman intended to see him off personally, but before he could utter a word, Ash had already vanished from the room, quietly bringing the encounter to a close. Ash and Pikachu left the Pokemon Enthusiasts Club, planning to return home for a good rest, as the contest was not set to commence until the following day. Meanwhile, at the venue of the Ecology City Grand Contest, two girls were engaged in conversation. The performance is tomorrow, and Ecology City is gathering people from all over the world. Hikaru, are you not feeling nervous? Not at all. I've participated in so many Pokemon contests, but what about you, Serena? Oh no, my smile is the strength of everyone. The two young ladies, chatting in the dimly lit audience seats, were none other than Ash's traveling companions, who had unexpectedly met during a contest and later encountered each other at Professor Oak's lab, both fully aware of each other's feelings for Ash. Just as they were conversing, the stage lights suddenly illuminated, revealing 6 Pokémon. Hikaru's Pokémon included Pachima, Nyarth, and Pachirisu, while Serena showcased her 3 Pokémon, Fennekin, Pancham, and Sylveon. Are you ready, Hikaru? Let us present a spectacular opening performance for the audience tomorrow. Absolutely. I am your senior, after all. With those words, the 2 girls joined hands and slowly made their way to the stage, embodying the camaraderie of sisters. They began to dance alongside their Pokémon, and although traditionally, such a dance was not required for the opening of the contest, Hikaru had drawn inspiration from Serena's unique performing style in Kalos. As the 2 continued their performance, Ash was intercepted by a group of individuals. Miss Junsha? Mr. Masamune? What brings you here? Ash inquired, perplexed by the sudden appearance of Junsha and Masamune. Report, Champion. We have apprehended numerous members of Team Rocket in the Diglett Cave following citizen reports, yet it has caused a sense of panic among the populace. Therefore, we hope you can address the public. Junsha spoke earnestly, her gaze unwavering as she bowed slightly before him. Yes, Champion, we are counting on you. Seeing Junsha and Masamune's earnest demeanor, Ash found it difficult to refuse, and now he felt he had no reason to decline. Very well, but I am not particularly skilled at public speaking. No worries, as long as you are present, that will reassure the citizens. With Ash's agreement, a smile blossomed on Junsha's face, mirrored by Masamune's. What about the timing? The speech will take place tonight. We'll start promoting it shortly to ensure a full turnout. In that case, I will go prepare, and you both should do the same. All right, Champion. After nodding and understanding to Junsha's words, Ash parted ways with the duo, intending to head to the Pokemon Center for a quick refresh. Outside the venue of the Ecrutique City Grand Contest, phew, what a tiring day. I never expected being a Pokemon performer would be so demanding. It's all right. At first it was a bit overwhelming, but once you get used to it, seeing the joy on the audience's faces gives me even more motivation. Hearing Hikaru's words, Serena shrugged, recalling her own gradual journey. Since Pokemon performers must dance alongside their Pokemon, keeping pace with them requires considerable stamina. Glug, glug. Hikaru sat on the grass, opening a drink she had purchased from a vending machine to replenish her lost hydration. What is happening over there? Just then, Serena noticed Junsha putting up posters, sparking her curiosity. After Junsha drove away, the 2 girls approached to investigate. This is Ash. Hikaru and Serena exclaimed upon seeing Ash's handsome photo on the poster, having been completely unaware that he was also present there. Serena, I want to lose to you. Neither will I, Hikaru. The 2 turned to face each other. Their intent clear without needing further words, they understood one another perfectly. Following this, time flew by swiftly, and under the setting sun, Ecrutique City was bathed in the last hues of red, reminiscent of the color of withered leaves, as day turned into night. The city at night is ablaze with lights, and in a certain square of Leafy Town, the citizens and tourists alike have gathered, including Xiaojiang and Selena, primarily to witness Ash's speech this evening. Champion, are you ready? Do you truly believe I am completely unprepared? In response to Junsha's inquiry, Ash shrugged helplessly. The suddenness of the event left him with little time to prepare an elaborate speech, so he decided to improvise. Do not worry, Champion. Just discuss the recent activities of Team Rocket, and I am confident that, under the guidance of the League and yourself, the crowd will understand. Very well, Ash nodded, drawing back the curtain behind the podium in preparation to take the stage. For her, the moment had arrived, and there was no turning back. It was better to conclude it swiftly. It's the Champion. It's really him. How incredible. Ash is so handsome. He belongs to me. Hearing the hushed whispers from the audience below, Ash scratched the back of his head. Perhaps it was a matter of regional differences, but he felt that the people of Kanto lacked the fervor he had experienced in Alola. Yet, this was no significant concern. Clears throat. Good evening, everyone. I am here tonight to address the recent frequent sightings of Team Rocket. I understand that their presence has been reported in Leafy Town, and thanks to a brave citizen's tip-off, we successfully apprehended them. I wish to extend my gratitude to this citizen. However, to protect their safety, we cannot disclose any information about them. A few days ago, I visited Seven Island, where I also encountered members of Team Rocket, including some of their leaders. They were, at that time, attempting to seize the powers of the legendary birds. Fortunately, with the collaboration of the Elite Four member, Kona, we thwarted their nefarious scheme. That leader might now be silently praying for the rescue from their boss, Giovanni, in prison. Laughter erupted. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? The champion is truly the strongest. As the crowd reacted to Ash's jest, smiles spread across their faces, dissipating the previously heavy atmosphere. Noticing the audience's spirits lifting, Ash seized the moment to continue. Now, thanks to our courageous citizens and the selfless efforts of Junsha and the owner of the martial arts hall, we have successfully subdued Team Rocket in Leafy Town. Therefore, I wish to proclaim that as long as we stand united, and as long as the Pokemon League exists, we shall eradicate the evil forces of Team Rocket. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Hearing Ash's words, the audience grew increasingly animated, their eyes brimming with trust in both Ash and the Pokemon League. It seems the effect is quite good. I never anticipated our champion to be so adept at public speaking. Behind the podium, Junsha and the martial arts hall owner exchanged glances, their earlier worries entirely dissipated. I have said all I wish to convey, but if I were to end it here, it would seem rather unworthy of your special visit. So, tonight I have invited the head chef from the Patsapatsi seafood restaurant and his team to prepare a delightful feast for us. Let us all enjoy the evening. Cheers filled the air. The speech unexpectedly transformed into a banquet, leaving Junsha and the martial arts hall owner puzzled, unsure how it had come to this. Champion, while it is wonderful to let everyone have fun and relax, what about the expenses for all the citizens and tourists? Junsha hurriedly approached Ash, interrupting his enjoyment of the audience's cheers, and after turning off the microphone, leaned in to whisper in his ear. Rest assured, Miss Junsha, I am the champion. Well, all right then. Hearing Ash's nonchalant response, Junsha felt powerless, imagining an elder from the league's upper echelons silently weeping over tonight's reimbursement bill. The night in Leafy Town was bustling. Under Ash's leadership, everyone was having a splendid time, though not everyone was pleased. How infuriating. There are so many people surrounding Ash that I can't even get close. Did you not just say it was no problem? Watching Xiaojiang emerge from the crowd, Selena rolled her eyes, absent-mindedly savoring the delicious fried rice in her hand. Meanwhile, not far ahead, Ash found himself surrounded by a throng of girls, the physical proximity igniting flames of fury in the eyes of Selena and Xiaojiang. Ugh! Selena forcefully swallowed a spoonful of fried rice, as if those grains represented the group of girls. As the evening banquet concluded, Ash returned to the Pokemon Center, utterly exhausted. He casually tossed aside the clothes imbued with the scent of numerous girls and laid down on the bed alongside Pikachu, a wave of fatigue washing over him as his eyelids slowly drooped. The room was left with the soft sounds of his and Pikachu's synchronized breathing. While Ash was immersed in deep slumber, two young ladies remained wide awake. As for their identities, I shan't say. The reasons, well, those who understand, understand. Chapter 58. Ash participates in the Grand Festival. Two maidens compete fiercely. The night quietly passed, and the sky transitioned from the pure white moon to the warm orange of the sun. The gentle rays of sunlight streamed onto Ash's face, rousing him from his dreams. Ah, how pleasant. Pikachu, disturbed by Ash's voice, awakened, and the two of them synchronously stretched before heading to the sink to wash up. After tidying themselves, Ash prepared to venture out, for the Pokemon Grand Festival had two preliminary rounds in the morning, followed by the semifinals, with the finals in the afternoon. Upon exiting, he found ample time to enjoy breakfast before heading to the competition venue. Meanwhile, not long after Ash had departed, Xiaojiang and Selena lazily awoke. What? Is it already this late? Xiaojiang, hurry up, or we'll be late. Selena glanced at the time upon rising, considering the time needed for grooming, makeup, and selecting outfits. They were already well behind schedule. No problem at all. There is still plenty of time. Xiaojiang, roused by Selena's shaking, struggled to open her eyes. Upon realizing she still had ample time, her voice dwindled as she continued to doze off. Forget it, I won't wait for you. Selena, exuding a sense of exasperation, decided to proceed with her preparations alone. Time flew by, and in what felt like no time at all, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, Selena had just finished her preparations, while Xiaojiang awakened sluggishly, her hair in a disheveled state. Selena, how did you manage to look so stunning? You didn't even wake me up. I did call for you, but you seemed utterly unconcerned. By the way, the Grand Festival is about to start. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Hearing Xiaojiang's complaints, Selena's initial irritation dissipated upon seeing her friend's messy hair, and she stifled a laugh, handing her a mirror. Is it really this late? And my hair? Oh no. Pachima, Bubble Beam. With a smile, Selena pushed open the door to their room, while Xiaojiang's anxious voice trailed behind her. Thud. The door closed, and Selena's mood soared as she skipped along, resembling a joyful little girl. After some time, leisurely Selena, with a piece of bread she had purchased on the way, successfully arrived at the venue for the Grand Festival. As she was about to enter the venue, a hurried figure appeared behind her. Xiaowang. It's Selena. Phew, what a relief that she made it. Seeing that she had caught up with Selena, Xiaoguang felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, there is nothing more gratifying than encountering a competitor who consistently arrives punctually at every competition. I can't believe you actually made it. Let's go in together, she exclaimed. Hum. Xiaoguang nodded, taking Selena's hand as they walked into the grand venue of the contest. Inside the waiting room, a congregation of aspiring top coordinators gathered, with the exception of Ash and Selena. One was a champion seeking a moment of relaxation, while the other was a Pokemon performer who aspired to be the queen of Kalos more than anything else. These two were not particularly inclined to pursue a long-term career in the grand contests. However, for Selena, the experience would prove invaluable. Esteemed guests and beloved audience, good morning. I am Lillian, the host of this autumn gala of the Leaf City Grand Contest, she announced as she gracefully made her way onto the stage, standing under the spotlight for her introduction. With a sweep of her hand to the right, 3 spotlights illuminated the judges' panel. Here are our esteemed judges. From right to left, Miss Joy from Leaf City, Mr. Sugi from the Pokemon Enthusiasts Club, and Mr. Kankuston, the director of the Grand Contest Affairs Bureau. Now, without further ado, let us commence the first round of evaluations. Please welcome our first contestant, Zhuangye, Lillian declared, marking the official start of the competition. The first round was designed to allow coordinators to showcase their Pokemon skills and charm, and it was precisely during this initial evaluation that many coordinators would be eliminated. One contestant, then another, and then a third. By the time Ash took the stage, the first round had progressed significantly. Next up is a contestant whose name we cannot disclose at this time. Let us welcome him. Upon hearing Lillian's introduction, the audience was left puzzled. Was it still possible to have a contestant without a name in this day and age? Nevertheless, they quickly set aside their speculations, eager to see how Ash would showcase his Pokemon's uniqueness. Charizard, you're the one, Ash commanded, with a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the venue. Charizard burst forth from its Pokeball, exuding fiery passion. However, upon realizing that its audience consisted solely of the 3 judges, Charizard appeared momentarily bewildered, scratching its head in confusion. Charizard, this is just a performance, not a battle, Ash clarified. Hearing Ash's explanation, Charizard seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, lowering its head. Yet, it quickly regained its spirit, exhaling flames as it prepared to execute a splendid performance. Haha, since you're so enthusiastic, Charizard, let us use Fire Spin. Upon receiving Ash's command, Charizard unleashed a magnificent whirl of flames that enveloped the venue's ceiling. The swirling inferno resembled a dragon of fire floating in the air, raising the temperature of the entire hall dramatically. Excellent. Now, use Slash and cut through it. Charizard ceased spewing fire, its paws glowing with white light as it propelled itself into the swirling flames. 2 radiant slashes pierced through the fiery vortex, dispersing it into sparks that rained down like droplets. As Charizard descended, Ash commanded it to execute another move. Charizard's expression morphed into one of ferocity, as if possessed by some dark spirit, embodying the essence of a fearsome dragon returning to the ground. The audience erupted into applause as the performance concluded, even captivating many coordinators in the waiting room, who felt a twinge of envy. Wow, I can't believe this contestant's performance was so well received. Let us hear the judges' evaluations, Lillian remarked, visibly impressed. As the nearest audience member to the performance, Lillian was momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly regained her composure and invited the judges to provide their feedback. A commendable performance indeed. The strength and charisma of Charizard were exceptionally displayed. However, the final fearsome expression left me somewhat perplexed. It felt a bit superfluous, Miss Joy commented, pressing the approval button. Despite noticing a slight flaw in Ash's performance, she believed that the overall brilliance overshadowed it. I like that, Mr. Sugi succinctly stated, promptly pressing the approval button as well. Initially, he had intended to grant a mere passing score if Ash's performance fell short. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected quality displayed in the grand contest. His scoring was entirely genuine, as such an outstanding performance was indeed rare. When it was Mr. Kankuston's turn to evaluate, he furrowed his brow slightly before speaking. An exceptional performance, far exceeding my expectations. I have no criticisms. It's a perfect score. As for Miss Joy's confusion regarding the final fearsome expression, I believe I have discerned its meaning. To me, it narrates a story, with this contestant's Charizard as the protagonist. The tale is, of course, the classic hero battling the dragon. However, the final fearsome expression signifies the hero becoming the very dragon they sought to conquer. It is simply magnificent. As Mr. Kankuston's words resonated through the hall, the audience was left in awe, realizing their misunderstanding. Ah, so that is how it is. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Kankuston. It was indeed an extraordinary performance, Miss Joy remarked, her realization dawning upon her as well. Subsequently, Mr. Kankuston pressed the approval button, resulting in 3 approvals. Ash successfully advanced to the next round of the competition. Upon returning to the waiting room, all eyes were fixed on Ash, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to seek a less crowded corner. The competition continued, and with Xiaowang and Selena also advancing, the first round of evaluations finally came to a close. The second round, the Grand Battle Contest, was on the horizon. Though labeled a battle, the key to winning the Grand Battle Contest lay not in combat, but in elegance. As long as one's moves were sufficiently graceful to earn points off the opponent, victory was assured. The competition order was announced, with Ash, Xiaowang, and Selena all set to face unnamed challengers, with Ash being the first to commence. Now, please welcome our unnamed contestant and opponent Opping to the stage, Lillian announced. As Ash and his opponent Opping took the stage, it became apparent that Opping, like Ash, was male, possessing a gentle visage reminiscent of a girl. And now, let the Grand Battle Contest begin, Lillian proclaimed, signaling the start of the match as Ash and Opping tossed their Pokeballs into the arena. Pikachu, you're the one, Ash declared. Venusaur, showcase your beauty, Opping countered, sending forth his poison-type Pokemon, Venusaur. Pikachu, take the initiative. Iron Tail to the ground, Ash commanded. Pika. Pikachu received the command, its tail igniting with a silvery gleam before it struck the ground with tremendous force. Although it tempered some of its strength, the impact still fractured the earth, sending cracks sprawling towards the Poison Rose's feet. The Poison Rose, caught off guard by the sudden assault, found itself unable to evade and tumbled into the gaping chasm. Its once vibrant green form now sullied and disheveled. Simultaneously, Apon's score plummeted. Wow, this unnamed competitor's Pikachu is remarkably powerful. Merely executing Iron Tail was enough to rend the ground asunder. Lillian, observing Pikachu's robust tail, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. She was not alone, as even the audience felt the undeniable prowess of the opponent. Koharu, do you think this Pikachu seems familiar? Indeed, it resembles Ash's. The two girls exchanged a glance. Suddenly enlightened, and an undeniable ire bubbled within them. Ash had come to participate in the grand festival without informing them. I refuse to be outdone by you, Serena. Me too, Koharu. I will not relent. The two immediately stood their ground, gazing into each other's eyes, fierce sparks igniting between them. Meanwhile, Ash's performance continued unabated. Poison Rose, Magical Leaf. Rising from the pit, the Poison Rose brandished a dual-colored rose, one red and one blue, as leaves swirled around its form. Poison Sting. With Magical Leaf in tow, the Poison Rose danced towards Ash, reminiscent of a woodland performer swaying to the forest's melody. The Poison Sting struck towards Pikachu, which deftly dodged each attack. However, the magical leaves encircling the Poison Rose were unerring, landing blows on Pikachu and causing Ash's score to dip further. Apon executed a combination move. The dual assault of Poison Sting and Magical Leaf struck like a tempest, successfully diminishing the opponent's score. The contest was fiercely contested. Under Pikachu's controlled might, the battle ebbed and flowed, while time gradually dwindled. Pikachu, they are using a combination move. We shall respond in kind. Use Quick Attack. Followed by Thunderbolt. As Quick Attack and Thunderbolt launched simultaneously, Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow light, darting across the arena like a shooting star plummeting from the heavens. As it neared the Poison Rose, the Thunderbolt coursed through its form, singeing the leaves. Apon's score plummeted dramatically. So swift, it was nearly impossible to discern Pikachu's form. Only a golden blur remained visible. Furthermore, this anonymous competitor's Pikachu, while maintaining its remarkable speed, was simultaneously launching assaults against the Poison Rose, truly impressive. Lillian passionately narrated the unfolding contest, perceiving it as overwhelmingly tilted in favor of Ash, especially as time was running out and Pikachu's current state was insurmountable. On the grand screen, Apon's declining score abruptly halted, and the timer reached 0, signaling the conclusion of the match. The competition has ended. Without a doubt, the unnamed competitor triumphed over Apon. Upon announcing the results, a comparison of scores revealed that Ash had only incurred a minor deduction, while his opponent faced near total loss, securing Ash's victory by a substantial margin. Back in the waiting room, Ash prepared to leave after completing his morning match when two graceful figures intercepted him. Honestly, didn't you think to greet us? Exactly. You come to compete without even informing us. Chapter 585, Grand Festival Finals, Koharu vs. Serena. Koharu and Serena. What are you doing here? Ash gazed in bewilderment at the two who had suddenly appeared before him. inciting further ire from the girls. Unbelievable, Ash. You didn't even notice us the whole time. Koharu fumed, pinching a bit of flesh at Ash's waist. Ouch, what are you doing? That's what you get for ignoring us. All right, Ash must have been too busy to remember. Come here, Ash, let me give you a rub. Witnessing such a tender moment from Serena, Koharu's brow furrowed, sensing trouble. That dastardly Serena. Is she really trying to defeat me with such tactics? How unfortunate for her. For I can do the same. Ash, does it hurt? I'm sorry, I was too hasty just now. You both need to behave. I'm perfectly fine. Ash said with resignation, blocking their hands from executing further antics. I will not be defeated. Neither will I. The rejected Serena and Koharu exchanged a glance, instantaneously comprehending the unspoken sentiments in each other's eyes. You two should be heading to your match soon, so I'll take my leave. Pikachu is hungry. Huh. As Ash attempted to depart, Serena seemed poised to say something, but Koharu preemptively grasped her arm. Aren't you going to stay and watch the match with us? Koharu inquired, producing a small bag of homemade Pokemon pancakes from her backpack. Pika, perking up its ears, Pikachu caught the familiar aroma, fixating on the bag in Koharu's hands, its body seemingly bewitched by the scent. Here, Pikachu, have this first. Pikachu. Pikachu received the bag from Koharu, eagerly opening it to discover the delectable Pokemon pancakes, hastily extracting one. Pika. With a crisp crunch, the pancake disappeared into Pikachu's mouth, and it continued to munch on the treats in the bag with unabated enthusiasm. Ash, now that Pikachu has something to eat, can we watch our match? Of course. Observing Pikachu relishing its snack, Ash nodded in agreement, finding no reason to decline. Next, we invite the Pokemon coordinator from the Sinnoh region, Koharu, and from the unknown, Aim. Just then, the announcement echoed, proclaiming Koharu's name as her turn to compete approached. I'm up, Ash. Do you remember this? Koharu raised her hand high, prompting Ash to instantly grasp her meaning. Of course. With that, Ash raised his hand as well. With a resounding clap, Koharu and Ash connected in a triumphant high five, filling Koharu with a surge of energy as she confidently strode toward the stage. Koharu would take the lead. The ensuing moments would provide Serena and Ash their time together. Initially, Serena found amusement in this arrangement, only for her mood to sour upon witnessing their camaraderie. Let us go, Ash. I'm home. Fortunately, their moment of solitude somewhat lightened Serena's spirits. Upon reaching the audience, Ash and Serena took their seats, seizing the opportunity for Serena to lean closer to Ash. Had it not been for the armrest, she might have climbed onto his lap. What's wrong, Serena? Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to lean against you. Ash. All right. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Ash was puzzled by Serena's thoughts, suspecting she was simply fatigued. Thus, the two remained quietly nestled together, awaiting Koharu's battle to commence. Both competitors were now ready, so I declare the start of the grand battle tournament. Furfru, take the stage. Ms. Frillish, let your beauty bloom. In a thrilling display of Pokemon prowess, Xiaoguang and Amei simultaneously brought forth their Pokemon, the normal type, Raleigh, and the grass type, Ms. Skirt. There exists no inherent type advantage between them, rendering the match a testament to the skillful coordination of the trainers. The objective was clear, to score points against one another within a limited time frame. Raleigh leapt into action, unleashing a powerful ice beam. As torrents of frigid energy cascaded from above, Ms. Skirt, use Grass Knot. Amei commanded, and in response, several blades of grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Raleigh's feet. Raleigh, the normal type, cried out as it lost its balance and plummeted toward the ground, resulting in a significant deduction of points. Fortunately, the icy surface formed by the ice beam cushioned its fall. Excellent, Raleigh. Now, dance freely, and use hypnosis. Upon hearing Xiaoguang's encouragement, Raleigh hesitated no longer, gliding gracefully across the ice. With each twirl and leap, Raleigh's movements were elegant and captivating, akin to a princess gliding over a frozen lake. All the while, it closed the distance towards Miss Skirt, never losing sight of its goal. Miss Skirt, use Grass Knot. Amei's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, attempting to replicate her earlier success. However, the speed of Grass Knot could not match Raleigh's swift approach. As Raleigh neared Miss Skirt, its ears coiled like springs before launching forward, delivering a hypnosis that sent Miss Skirt soaring through the air. Now's the moment, Raleigh. Use one final ice beam. Unlike Ash, who might have held back, Xiaoguang showed no such restraint. As Miss Skirt ascended, Raleigh slid across the ice and leapt, firing a freeze-dry attack. The biting cold struck Miss Skirt with immense force, depleting its stamina before time elapsing. Truly, Xiaoguang proved herself as an exceptional Pokemon coordinator from the Sinnoh region. Raleigh's movements and execution of skills were not only beautiful, but also overwhelmingly powerful, incapacitating the opponent in mere moments. I declare the winner of this match to be Miss Xiaoguang, Lillian proclaimed, excitement evident as she announced the victor following Ms. Skirt's fall. Xiaoguang, filled with pride, approached the audience. How was that, Ash? Impressive, wasn't it? Very impressive, Xiaoguang, Ash replied, albeit with a hint of resignation. Raleigh, trailing behind Xiaoguang, spotted Pikachu after a long absence and shyly approached. Pika Pika, Pikachu allowed Raleigh to nuzzle against it, adopting an expression of indifference. Haha, it seems Raleigh truly adores Pikachu. Ash teased, observing the scene. Does Raleigh really like Pikachu? Indeed, back when we traveled together in the Sinnoh region, Ash confirmed without hesitation in response to Serena's inquiry. Just as Serena was about to speak further, the announcement of her name rang through the air. Realizing it was time for her battle, she felt a pang of disappointment. This meant Xiaoguang and Ash would soon have their moment together, igniting a sense of discontent within her. I'm off to my match now. And Xiaoguang, don't try to sneak away, she whispered playfully to Xiaoguang, flashing a sweet smile at Ash before departing the audience. Please, I'm not like you, sneaky cat. Xiaoguang rolled her eyes at Serena's retreating figure. Recalling the incident during the Alola festival when Serena had stolen a kiss from Ash while others were mesmerized by the fireworks. Thankfully, Ash, being somewhat oblivious, hadn't even noticed. Relieved by this, Xiaoguang felt she still had a chance. As Ash observed Serena's departure, a fleeting smile crept across his face, only to vanish before Xiaoguang could catch sight of it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Serena was already engaged with her opponent, sending out her Pandaroo to combat. As time ticked away, after an intense battle, she managed to advance with a narrow point advantage, concluding the morning's matches. With the afternoon matches yet to commence, Ash decided to visit their usual dining spot, and the two girls accompanied him to the familiar Pizzazz seafood restaurant. Upon entering, all eyes turned to Ash, yet he, accustomed to such attention, nonchalantly found a seat. Why is everyone staring at us? Serena inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of nearby office workers and other gentlemen. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because you're both simply stunning, Ash replied, prompting a blush to rise on Serena's cheeks as she sensed a shift in his demeanor. After lunch, the afternoon matches were set to begin, determined by a draw. Let me see. I'm up against Serena. Ash was taken aback by the unexpected pairing, realizing how fortunate he was to face a friend so soon. Wait, I'm battling Ash? What do I do? There's no way I can win. Haha. How will you know if you don't try? Don't be afraid, Serena. Ash chuckled at her panicked expression. Just then, the announcement for the match echoed through the arena, and Ash and Serena made their way to the stage. Faced with the charming and graceful Serena, Ash couldn't bear to go all out. Thus, he chose to send out his lowest-level Pokemon, Charmeleon, intending to concede this round, as he merely sought to enjoy the experience without overwhelming her. The match proceeded smoothly, with Ash skillfully directing Charmeleon, ultimately leading to an unambiguous defeat. Yet the audience was thoroughly entertained by the display, failing to notice any flaws. At that moment, Xiaoguang's match with a passerby concluded successfully, and unsurprisingly, she emerged victorious. Now, the highly anticipated final showdown was about to commence, Xiaoguang versus Serena. Welcome to the final round of the Autumn Festival. The ultimate battle is between Miss Xiaoguang and Miss Serena. Now, I declare the match to begin. As Lillian's passionate voice filled the air, the grand contest commenced. I will not lose. Neither will I. Their gazes locked, understanding passed between them, and both smiled as they threw their Pokeballs into the arena. Raleigh, I entrust you. Flareon, let's secure victory. Xiaoguang sent forth Raleigh, while Serena opted for Flareon. Raleigh, leap and unleash Ice Beam. Observing her opponent's movements, Serena realized Xiaoguang sought to employ the same strategy that had brought her success against Ms. Skirt earlier. However, she was not so easily subdued. Fairy EV, bind its feet with ribbons. The ribbons of Fairy EV extended continuously, ensnaring the feet of Flufftail. With its feet bound, Flufftail lost its balance, interrupting the concentrated beam of ice, and simultaneously, Little Light's battle points diminished. What? Little Light was taken aback, astonished that the typically soft and decorative ribbons had such utility. Fairy Wind. Seizing the opportunity unexpectedly presented to her, Selena continued to expand her advantage, launching a Fairy Wind that sent her opponent soaring into the air. Thrown to the ground, although Flufftail ascended, its feet remained ensnared by the ribbons, and Selena took this chance to deliver a combination move. Bang! Flufftail crashed to the ground, and as the ribbons of Fairy EV retracted, the smoke dissipated, revealing Flufftail, battered yet defiantly standing on the battlefield. Flufftail, excellent, use bounce. Fairy EV, After using Shadow Clone, unleash Fairy Wind. Flufftail executed Bounce, but as it soared into the air, it suddenly lost sight of its target among the scattered fairy EVs. In that moment of distraction, it was struck by the Fairy Wind, losing its balance once more and falling from the sky, this time failing to rise again. Flufftail was rendered unable to battle, thus declaring Selena as the winner of the finals. Lillian announced the conclusion of the match, and a smile graced Selena's face. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to another. After being interrupted by the ribbons, Little Light clearly lost control of the match. She had completely fallen into Selena's rhythm, being led by her opponent, which ultimately resulted in a chain reaction that cost her the chance to turn the tide. On the podium, Selena received the Autumn Ribbon Medal, her eyes sparkling with delight. Congratulations, Selena. It was still Little Light's final act of mercy. In response to Little Light's praise, Selena spoke with utmost humility. No, it is all the result of my own efforts. Just as the two girls were joyfully conversing at the awards ceremony, a figure accompanied by Pikachu looked at them with a smile, slowly departing from the competition venue. Special Chapter, Misty's Birthday, Part 1. Have you heard? The Mermaid of Cerulean City is going to participate in a water performance. Is that true? I must hurry to see it. The Mermaid of Cerulean City? Within Cerulean City, Ash was enjoying a feast when he suddenly spotted someone at the adjacent table holding a Rotom phone aloft and speaking in incomprehensible phrases. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to hastily shove the remaining food from his plate into his mouth before racing after the two individuals. At the entrance of the Cerulean Gym, a throng of people gathered, forming a line that wound around the building. Faced with such a crowd, Ash felt overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated whether to continue waiting, a poster suddenly floated down from above, landing in his palm. Cerulean Special, Starfish Ice Cream available today only, don't miss out. Reading the poster's content, Ash slowly articulated the words, and the image of the starfish-shaped ice cream captured his attention. Ice cream it is then, Pikachu must think so too. Pika Pika. After a moment's hesitation, the allure of ice cream swiftly triumphed over the water performance at the Cerulean Gym. Just as Ash was about to leave, inside the gym. Hey, do I really have to go on stage? I only know how to battle Pokemon. I'm completely out of my depth when it comes to performances. If I go, I might ruin it for the sisters. Misty lowered her head, her eyes filled with self-doubt. Her reaction caused her three sisters to feel a pang of concern, with the eldest sister, Sakura, helplessly cradling her head. Don't worry, we will be right there with you. Surely the Mermaid of Cerulean City isn't afraid? In no way. Then let's go together, we are family. Observing Misty's stubborn demeanor, Sakura believed she had hooked her sister again, gazing at her with gentle eyes as if everything was under control. No, you all go ahead. Misty appeared disheartened, clearly resistant to the idea of performing on stage. And after uttering those words, she pushed open the back door of the gym and bolted outside. Eldest sister, what should we do? The star of the day has run away. Sigh, I intended for everyone present to celebrate her birthday with a performance today, and yet she dashed off so quickly. Hearing her younger sister Iris's words, Sakura sighed, her gaze filled with resignation as she watched Misty's retreating figure. Peony, do you have any thoughts? Peony? Sakura turned to the silent third sister, Peony, who was currently drooling over a poster. Hey, Iris, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Just as Peony was engrossed in her admiration, Iris suddenly appeared behind her, startling her with a loud exclamation. It's not my fault. What are you so mesmerized by that you didn't even respond to the eldest sister? I'm sorry, eldest sister. It's just that today's ice cream features a limited edition starfish design, and its delectable appearance captivated me. Upon hearing Iris's words, Peony immediately bowed to Sakura, apologizing and explaining why she had not responded earlier. Is that so? Anyway, since Misty has left, you should go buy that ice cream. You should have time to line up now. Iris and I will adjust the performance to a solo act. Really? Thank you, eldest sister. I won't waste any time. I'm off. As soon as Peony finished speaking, she dashed out of the gym. All right, Iris. It's time for us to clean up this mess. Oh dear, being an elder sister is no easy task. The audience outside will surely scold us. Hearing Sakura's words, Iris could already envision the audience's displeasure. Today's performance was advertised as featuring the Mermaid of Cerulean City, and most attendees were there for that reason. If they did not see what they came for, it would be hard to appease them. All right, enough complaining. The audience is seated. Take your time to prepare. I'll go up first. Fine, I understand. As Sakura observed the audience filling the gym through the curtain, she instructed those behind her, then stepped onto the small stage alone. Ahem, we warmly welcome all the audience members present. However, we've encountered a slight unexpected incident today. An incident? What kind of incident? Surely the performance isn't cancelled? I rarely get the chance to attend. It cannot be cancelled. Exactly. I even took a day off from work to be here. Listening to the murmurs from the audience, Sakura wore a wry smile, wishing to escape. But now she was caught in a predicament with no way out. In truth, the mermaid of Cerulean City will not be appearing today. What? Not appearing? Then why did I take a day off for this performance? I feel deceived. Did something happen? I sincerely apologize, everyone, but the performance has not been cancelled. Instead, my sisters and I will be presenting the show. Observing the anger etched on the faces of the majority of the audience, Sakura had no other choice but to force a smile and respond helplessly. Well, as long as their essay performance, that's what matters. Oh, at least the journey was not in vain. So what exactly transpired? The audience below remained composed and did not engage in any excessive behavior. Upon learning that the performance would not be cancelled, they took a step back, granting Sakura and her companions a chance. Thank you, truly, thank you all for your understanding. As she observed the audience's demeanor shift to a more tranquil state, the earlier somber atmosphere dissipated, and Sakura could not help but reveal a sweet smile. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Behind the scenes, Ayam watched her sister, unharmed, and a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Moments ago, when the audience had been quite irate, it felt as though her heart had lodged in her throat. In the city center of Hualan, outside the tightly shut doors of the Schillingeling ice cream shop, the queue was astonishingly long. So many people, Pikachu, Pika Pika, surprised by the throng gathered in front of the ice cream parlor. Ash could hardly believe that so many had lined up before the shop had even opened. Nonetheless, astonishment aside, he joined the end of the line and patiently waited. Why are there still so many people? If I'm a bit late returning, Sakura won't be upset, will she? Not long after Ash joined the queue, Peony appeared, surveying the sea of people. Faced with the choice between an irate sister and ice cream, she opted for the latter. Wait, that person's silhouette seems oddly familiar. And so does that Pikachu. As Peony stepped into line directly behind Ash, she scrutinized his back, a sense of déjà vu filling her mind. What's wrong, Pikachu? Noticing Pikachu's attention was directed backward, Ash turned to follow its gaze, only to lock eyes with Peony. Peony. With just a glance, Ash mistakenly identified her as Misty's sister. Conversely, Peony, upon hearing her name called, wore a puzzled expression, failing to recognize him. However, given Ash's disguise, this was entirely reasonable. Are you perhaps one of our fans? Unable to restrain herself, Peony inquired, as the boy with Pikachu clearly knew her, yet she could not place him. It's me. It's me, Ash replied, vigorously rubbing his cheeks. Moments later, his true appearance was unveiled before Peony. Oh, so it's you, Ashcoin. Upon seeing Ash without his disguise, Peony was not overly surprised. She held a favorable impression of the boy who shared an inexplicable connection with her sister, Misty. So, are you here for the ice cream too, Peony? Of course. This is the best ice cream shop in Hualan City and all of Kanto. I even took a short leave from Sakura to come here. By the way, do you know what day it is today? What day? The limited Starfish ice cream sale day? Faced with Peony's unexpected question, Ash was at a loss and could only provide a guess. Well, that's not entirely incorrect. But today is. Just as Peony was about to elaborate, the doors of the Schillingeling ice cream shop swung open, and a sweet-voiced young lady announced loudly. Interrupting her. 500 servings, right? That should be sufficient. Ash roughly estimated the number of people before him. It seemed they would soon be done. Peony, what were you about to say? Oh, right. I wanted to say that today is. Oh dear, pardon me. If my grandson doesn't get today's ice cream, he'll be terribly upset. Could a kind soul please let me through? An elderly voice emerged from the front of the line. Ash and Peony immediately turned their attention to the front. A hunched old man in a black cloak stood there, accompanied by his small, tightly wrapped grandson, seemingly intent on cutting in line. Meow, I really want ice cream. We traveled all the way from Nibi City just to taste Schillingeling ice cream. Yes. What if we can't get any? The elderly woman and her grandson harmonized, and the crowd at the front softened, speaking gently. Grandma, you and your grandson can stand here. I'll go to the back of the line. Oh, thank you, young man. Good deeds are rewarded. May you find happiness. The young man at the front willingly relinquished his spot, earning appreciative glances from the crowd, which filled him with pride. Hello, is it the limited edition Starfish ice cream? Yes, please, dear girl. The old man nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a sinister smile beneath his cloak. Had Ash been able to see his face, he would have gasped in recognition. This man was none other than Team Rocket's Jessie Bell, and beside him stood his grandson Meowth, who had been specially arranged to play this role due to his diminutive size. Jessie Bell, while the staff is turned away, sprinkle in the sleeping powder. Just then, a male voice crackled through the earpiece hidden beneath Jessie Bell's cloak, It was Team Rocket's James. Understood, she whispered, feigning instability as she leaned against the counter. Just as she was about to pour the sleeping powder into the ice cream ingredients, a hand suddenly grasped her arm tightly. "Ah, long time no see." "Team Rocket," came the boy's voice, startling them. "Huh." Peony stared blankly at Ash, bewildered by how he had suddenly appeared there. What are you saying? Little brother? How could I possibly be Team Rocket?" "Exactly. How could such a hard-working old lady be Team Rocket?" Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Ash smiled confidently, tugging at Jessie Belle's cloak to reveal her true identity. Everyone present gasped in astonishment at the sight of Jessie Belle, who was hunched over pretending to be an old woman. In an instant, fury erupted among the crowd, especially from the young man who had just been deceived. He clenched his fists, intending to teach this deceitful Team Rocket a lesson. "Meow, run, Jessie Belle." Hearing Meowth's loud shout, Jessie Belle turned to see it had already fled far away. "Damn it, Meowth, wait for me." As she noticed the crowd charging toward her like a horde of zombies, Jessie Belle felt a surge of fear and sprinted away with all her might. Cursed speed. Just as Ash attempted to pursue, he saw smoke beginning to envelop the area, swallowing the figures of the crowd, realizing it was James coming to their rescue. Indeed, once the smoke cleared, Jessie Belle and Meowth had already vanished in a hasty escape. The frustrated crowd had no choice but to reform the line, and thanks to Peony reserving a spot, Ash returned to his place. By the riverside on the outskirts of Hualon, Jessie Belle and Meowth, escorted by James, were utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. "Meow, how did that kid mistake us?" "No, I don't know. I disguised myself so well," Musashi thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Despite having successfully maintained her facade before Satoshi on numerous occasions, why had she been recognized this time? This left the trio perplexed, and if they wished to unravel the mystery, they would likely have to consult Satoshi himself. What a shame to have concocted such a flawless plan. "Damn it," Kojiro exclaimed, striking the sturdy tree beside him in frustration. "Meow, it's all right. Let's just try harder next time," Meowth chimed in. Indeed. "Oh dear, I'm so hungry. What shall we eat today?" Musashi and Meowth offered words of comfort, and Kojiro's mood seemed to improve significantly. Kojiro pointed at the pouch of sleeping powder strapped to Musashi's waist. "Did you spend all our money on this?" Musashi stared at Kojiro in disbelief. She wasn't the only one, as Meowth shared the same sentiment. "Yes." Kojiro averted his gaze, guilt written all over his face, which only served to infuriate the other two. Just as they were about to confront him, Kojiro abruptly pointed towards the riverbank in astonishment. There, a girl with orange hair sat dejectedly. Special chapter, Misty's Birthday, Part 2. "Is that the original little girl?" Kojiro exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise at the sight of her back, and it seemed that his voice had caught her attention. Did I hear something?" A wary Kasumi turned around, only to find nothing other than a solitary tree by the road. Perhaps I should check it out." Kasumi felt an ominous premonition as she approached the tree. "All right, it must be my imagination." After circling the tree and discovering nothing, she resigned herself and returned to the riverbank. "Phew, that scared me. I thought I was going to be discovered." "Meow, same here, I was terrified." It's all Kojiro's fault for shouting so loudly. The trio, hidden in the tree, patted their chests in relief, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. "I knew something was amiss. It's definitely you guys." "Team Rocket." Kasumi's figure re-emerged beneath the tree, her gaze fixed on the trio concealed among the leaves. What?" Musashi was startled by the unexpected voice, causing the pouch of sleeping powder that had been hanging from her arm to fall. What's this?" The green powder spilled out, drifting through the air, and Kasumi inadvertently inhaled some. Instantly, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and before she could utter another word, she collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. "Oh, what do we do now?" This is perfect. Take advantage of the situation, Meowth. You know what to do." "Meow. Yes, let us seize this opportunity." Observing the wicked grins on Kojiro and Meowth's faces as they moved their fingers in a conspiratorial manner, Musashi stepped protectively in front of Kasumi, her expression a mix of seriousness and anger. "Hey, I'm not actually planning to harm her, are you? How could we?" "Musashi, what are you thinking? She's a friend of Satoshi's." "Meow. Exactly, Musashi. We just want to check if she has any money." "Is that so? Ha. I thought you were up to no good." Musashi's laughter was forced, and she appeared exceedingly awkward. Thankfully, Kojiro and Meowth were unfazed, sidestepping Musashi as they prepared to search Kasumi. Let me handle this, after all. She is a girl." "All right, then it's up to you, Musashi." "Meow, we leave it to Musashi." Taking over the task from Kojiro and Meowth, Musashi carefully began to search Kasumi. After a moment, she glanced at Kasumi's empty pockets, feeling quite helpless. Does this girl not carry any money when she goes out? Never mind. Let us just take her back to the base. We wouldn't want her to wake up here. Alright, Kojiro, you carry her. Meow? It's up to Kojiro then. Why me? Musashi and Meowth assigned the crucial task of carrying Kasumi back to the base to Kojiro, who was about to protest when he saw that the other two had already fled. With no other option, he hoisted Kasumi onto his back and trudged toward the base. Meanwhile, Satoshi had successfully acquired the limited edition stereo ice cream and was joyfully sharing it with Pikachu. How is it, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Pikachu took a lick of the ice cream and found it to be utterly delicious, craving more. Just as it was about to take another bite, Satoshi intervened. Alright, no more for you. I haven't had any yet. Pika. Hearing Satoshi's voice, Pikachu puffed up its cheeks, expressing its dissatisfaction. Satoshi offered, if you want it. Just ask for it. Come on, Pikachu. Botan, holding a small cup, scooped out a portion from her own ice cream and handed it to Pikachu. Pika Pika. Grateful for Botan's kindness, Pikachu extended its tail toward her. Huh, do you want me to pet you? Ha ha, so soft. Understanding Pikachu's intent, Botan reached out to stroke its tail, the smooth sensation sending a delightful shiver through her body. Pika, enjoying Botan's gentle touch, Pikachu emitted a joyful sound before savoring the ice cream she had shared. By the way, Botan, what were you going to say earlier? Satoshi inquired with a smile, recalling that Botan seemed to have something on her mind. Huh, did I have something to say? I forgot. The sudden interruption by Team Rocket had caused Botan to lose her train of thought, and after pondering for a moment, she still couldn't recall. Is that so? By the way, Botan, why are you here all alone? What about Kasumi and the others? Kasumi? Oh no. What time is it? It's almost noon. What's wrong? Noticing Botan's anxious demeanor, Satoshi was filled with confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Oh no, I'm running out of time. Satoshi-kun, I have something to do. We'll meet again next time. Remembering her performance, Botan hurriedly packed her things and dashed back the way she came. What is going on? Satoshi scratched his head in bewilderment, completely unaware of the situation. Well, I might as well enjoy my ice cream, he concluded, deciding to focus on the delectable treat before him, sharing it with Pikachu. At the temporary base of Team Rocket on the outskirts of Hoenn City, finally, I've made it. Kojiro gasped, panting heavily as he arrived back at the base with Kasumi on his back. Look at you, so exhausted. It's just carrying a little girl. Yes, just a little girl, but I had to carry her up a mountain. In response to Musashi's teasing, Kojiro wore an expression of discontent and couldn't help but retort. Their base was situated atop a high mountain just beyond the northern bridge of Hoenn City. Even though Kasumi was not heavy, the trek uphill had drained Kojiro's energy significantly. Meow. Alright, let us think about what to do with her next, Meow suggested, prompting both Musashi and Kojiro to fall silent as they contemplated how to deal with Kasumi. How about we wait until she awakens and then demand a ransom for her release? Meow. If we wait for her to come to, our situation might turn dire. Don't you think? Listening to Musashi's words, Nyasu promptly rejected the idea, as they currently had no formidable Pokemon at their disposal. If they waited for the opponent to regain consciousness, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Instead, why not use her as a hostage to extort a ransom? The Hoenn Gym must be quite affluent. Meow? That's the spirit. Hearing Kojiro's suggestion, Nyasu leaped up in excitement. This plan not only addressed their financial constraints, but also ensured their future comfort. A perfect solution indeed. Without further ado, let us set forth. Meow, you are absolutely right. That little girl's 3 sisters are quite weak. We must act swiftly. As Musashi's words fell, Nyasu immediately nodded in agreement. The trio quickly tidied up before preparing to depart. Kojiro, we entrust this little girl to you. Meow, we're counting on you, Meow. Musashi and Nyasu once again assigned the task of carrying Kasumi to Kojiro. Without a backward glance, they exited the base, leaving a bewildered Kojiro standing there. Those wretched Nyasu and Musashi. In Hoenn City, Satoshi and Pikachu savored their delectable ice cream. Shall we pay a visit to the Hoenn Gym to see Kasumi and her sisters? What do you think, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Upon hearing Satoshi's proposal, Pikachu nodded vigorously, clearly eager to visit the Hoenn Gym, especially since it had been quite a while since they last saw Kasumi. Very well, let us embark together. Pika Pika. Pikachu joyfully exclaimed, promptly climbing onto Satoshi's shoulder as the duo headed towards the Hoenn Gym. Inside the Hoenn Gym, has Ayam returned yet? Not yet, Sakura. Sakura arrived backstage, her expression fraught with anxiety as she looked at Ayam, who responded with a resigned sigh. It's already this late. What on earth is Botan doing? The audience is growing restless. Shall I go on stage for a while? I believe Botan should be back shortly. Sigh. I suppose that is the only option. Sakura sighed helplessly, nodded, and accepted Ayam's suggestion. All right, Sakura-chan. Ayam-chan. I'm here. Ayam rubbed her sore shoulders, preparing to take the stage when a figure burst through the back door of the gym. Botan had arrived. I'm so sorry for being late. Botan stuck out her tongue, attempting to squirm her way out of trouble, but Sakura and Ayam were unfazed. It's just good that you're here. Hurry and get ready to go on stage. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, urging Botan to change into her costume alongside Ayam. All right, I understand. As Botan took the stage, the audience's earlier dissatisfaction evaporated, their attention captivated by the stunning water performance of this lovely maiden. After some time, the performance concluded, garnering much praise from the audience, though a portion still lamented Kasumi's absence. As the show wrapped up and the audience began to disperse, Satoshi hurried to the performance venue, where he caught sight of Botan. Satoshi-kun, what brings you here? Are you looking for my sister, Kasumi? Botan inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips, as if to say she understood everything. Oh, that was my intention, isn't that, Satoshi-kun? It's been a while, but unfortunately, Kasumi isn't here today. As Sakura and Ayam emerged from behind the curtain, they were pleasantly surprised to see Satoshi. Oh, Kasumi isn't here? Indeed. Noticing Satoshi's puzzled expression, the three sisters exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with maternal smiles. Today is her birthday, but perhaps the recent pressures of the gym have dampened her spirits, Sakura mused, recalling Kasumi's earlier temperamental moments. Is that so? Well, boom. Meow. Your beloved gym leader Kasumi is in our grasp. Hand over the ransom without delay, meow. Just then, an explosion shook the entrance of the Holen gym as the large doors were flung open, revealing the trio from Team Rocket, led by Nyasu. Exactly. Hand over the ransom willingly. Otherwise, what's the matter, Kojiro? Aren't you supposed to be? Meow. What are you two stammering about? The Holen gym has already lost its gym leader, so what is there to fear, little brat? Meow. The trio glanced into the gym, surprised by the sight of a certain figure accompanied by Pikachu. Isn't that Team Rocket? Long time no see. Satoshi raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to Kasumi, who was slung over Kojiro's back, a smile creeping onto his face. Did you help bring Kasumi back? I truly appreciate it. Indeed. I saw this little girl sleeping on the grass and feared for her safety, so the three of us brought her back together. Right. As Kojiro spoke, Musashi and Nyasu nodded in agreement. We're incredibly grateful. Would you care to stay for a meal? Food. At the mention of food, Musashi's eyes sparkled with excitement, tears nearly spilling from the corners of her mouth. Meow. Being invited means dining with Junsha, meow. Nyasu glanced at Musashi, who seemed utterly oblivious, and kindly whispered a warning. No need for a meal. We have matters to attend to. Upon hearing Nyasu's explanation, Musashi felt a sense of foreboding and quickly shook her head in refusal. Is that so? What a pity. Then we shall take our leave. Upon hearing Sakura's words, the trio felt no remorse as they placed Kasumi down and exited the gym without a backward glance. Sakura-chan and Satoshi. What are you doing here? Kasumi stirred awake, a blush creeping onto her cheeks upon seeing Satoshi. Of course, I came to see you. How have you been lately? Not as well as someone who has already become a world champion. Kasumi replied with a hint of self-deprecation. Well, I can't possibly compare to you, Kasumi, who has transformed a gym that ranked at the bottom in Kanto into one that stands among the top. Satoshi couldn't help but commend her for her recent accomplishments. And happy birthday, Kasumi. Birthday? Oh no, Kasumi wouldn't have forgotten her own birthday, would she? After all, she would always come prancing before us, fearing we'd forget. In no way. Observing Kasumi's bewildered expression, Sakura couldn't resist teasing her, causing Kasumi to feel embarrassed, her face aflame. All right, no need to feel shy. Today is our esteemed Kasumi's birthday. Come on, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Kasumi. Pika Pika. Under Sakura's lead, everyone joined in the celebration for Kasumi. Kasumi gazed at her family before her, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Later that night, by the quiet riverside in Holen City, Satoshi and Kasumi strolled together. Satoshi, do you remember? We first met by this very river. Of course, you even slapped me back then. But that's not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that encountering you brings me tremendous joy. Xiaoxia halted her steps, turning to face Ash with a sweet smile. Xiaoxia, just as Ash was about to speak, he suddenly felt his feet slip, and he collided with Xiaoxia, tumbling into the river. The turbulent waters crashed against him, leaving him struggling for breath. At that moment, Xiaoxia's figure emerged, illuminated by the moonlight, her body shimmering with ethereal light, reminiscent of a mermaid, exquisite and enigmatic. Chapter 59, The Cocoa of Okia Forest. After departing from the town of withered leaves without a word, Ash continued his solitary journey. Why did he choose to do so? Perhaps the sorrow of parting would overshadow Serena's triumph. However, this would only serve to increase the dissatisfaction and ire of the two girls. That infuriating Ash. Next time they encounter him, they must teach him a lesson. He must not escape again. In the Pokemon Center of Withered Leaves, Xiaoguang and Serena voiced their grievances. Meanwhile, far from Withered Leaves, Ash had arrived at a new town. A quaint place enveloped by lush jungles, Milifa City. Is that Okia Forest? How vast! Ash exclaimed, gazing out of the Pokemon Center at the immense forest. Pika! At that moment, Pikachu scampered over from a distance, climbing onto his shoulder. Are you ready, Pikachu? Let us embark on our adventure into Okia Forest. Pika! Ash and Pikachu dashed out of the Pokemon Center, leaping over steps and obstacles until they reached the edge of the town, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they stared into the forest. Hurry, Dad! In the depths of the forest, a boy donned in primitive attire swung through the trees, grasping vines as he navigated the foliage. He paused on a sturdy branch, awaiting his father, who he called out to. Wait, Coco! At that moment, a Pokemon covered in black fur, draped in a ragged cloth as a cape, with emerald vines adorning its wrists, approached the boy. Soon, the fruits over there will be ripe for the picking. The boy named Coco leaped onto a vine, propelling himself forward. No need to rush. The fruits on the trees 1T disappear. The black Pokemon, Salud, matched Coco's pace, gliding through the forest with agility. Not necessarily. I'll jump. As Coco reached the forest's edge, he faced a precipice. Without a moment's hesitation, he released his grip on the vine and dove into the trees below. What is going on? Upon landing in the lower woods, Coco observed a gathering of Pokemon, their expressions filled with confusion. Shitmaru, Shitmaru. Oh dear. Hearing the cacophony of the Pokemon's calls, Coco felt overwhelmed. Hold on, please don't rush. I can't hear anything. The Pokemon fell silent, and a Shroomish slowly approached Coco. Shroomish, Shroomish. After expressing its frustration, it crossed its arms and exhaled a cloud of sleep-inducing spores. What is the matter, Coco? Dad. Just as Coco pondered Shroomish's intentions, his father Salud appeared behind him. Sniff, sniff, I see. Salud perked up, seemingly catching a scent in the air, and dashed toward a patch of grass. As he pushed through the foliage, Salud stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Dad, what is happening? Coco followed closely, only to witness a devastated orchard, anger swelling within him. Sniff, sniff, those scoundrels have found this place, Salud grimaced as he sniffed the fallen, mangled fruits. Shroomish, Shroomish. Oh dear. The Pokemon behind them began to murmur in discontent, leading Salud to grow irritated. The ruckus is bothersome. This has nothing to do with me. Shroomish, Shroomish. Oh dear. I was looking forward to dining happily with my son as well. Salud's temper flared as he watched the Pokemon ignore his explanations, feeling unjustly accused. Arg! With a ferocious roar, Salud leaped forward, landing in front of the Pokemon. Seeing Salud's fierce demeanor and hearing his thunderous roar, the Pokemon scattered in fright. One particularly stinky Skuntank, while fleeing, released a foul-smelling gas. How unpleasant. Honestly, these rascals. Salud waved his hand to dissipate the noxious fumes, his face a mask of exasperation. Dad, I'm so hungry. Coco slumped to the ground, clutching his stomach, utterly drained of energy. I've got a brilliant idea. Out of the corner of his eye, Coco noticed the fallen fruits on the grass, and as he picked one up, a thought sparked in his mind. Yes, let us do this. We can create a place where we can harvest fruits. Coco exclaimed, tossing the rotten fruit to his father. Huh. Salud's expression turned perplexed, completely unaware of what Coco was plotting. Seeing his father's bewildered look, Coco pointed to the vines around his wrist, instantly clarifying his intentions. Ah, I see. Why didn't I think of that? I believe this plan is excellent. Really? Coco inquired, unable to contain his excitement at his father's approval. The seeds are inside the fruit. Salud tossed the fruit back to Coco, effectively answering his question. Let us plant them near our home. Those rascals 1T come here. Understanding his father's intention, Coco leaped joyfully, bouncing around as if he were a Pokemon. And when the fruits ripen, we can share them with everyone. Truly my son. Salud praised, feeling a swell of pride for the growing child before him. We must not delay. Let us gather what we can and head back. All right. Upon hearing Coco's words, Salud nodded in agreement and began collecting the fallen fruits. On the other side of the forest, Ash and Pikachu quietly observed from behind a tree, closely watching the Pokemon before them. They were captivated by the Gummy, which was attempting to catch fish by dipping its head into the river. Look, Pikachu. It's swallowing that fish whole. How fascinating. Pika. Pikachu stepped forward, eager for a closer look. However, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, snapping it, which startled the gummy. Forget it, let us capture it now. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As Ash's words fell, a flash of yellow surged from the bushes, reaching the gummy in the blink of an eye. Pika, Pika. Pikachu collided with the ancient bird, yet it failed to inflict substantial damage upon its adversary, instead finding itself ensnared by the bird's beak. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash commanded, and Pikachu, responding with remarkable swiftness, unleashed a powerful surge of electricity. The formidable current enveloped the foe, causing the ancient bird to endure the pain and ultimately release Pikachu. Pikachu! Ash exclaimed, as he lunged forward to catch the flying Pikachu in midair. Just as he reached for a Pokeball to capture the ancient bird, it had already vanished, leaving Ash in a state of disarray upon the ground. Cursed creature! You truly are an intriguing one. Ash dusted off the grime from his trousers and adjusted the brim of his cap. Not far off, Team Rocket was cautiously peering through the foliage, wary of being discovered by Ash. Pikachu notices Meowth. It certainly is quite sprightly, mused Meowth. However, let us refrain from pursuing it this time. Musashi, we must depart. A critical mission awaits. As Kojiro's words echoed, the trio stealthily retreated from their vantage point, their whereabouts becoming uncertain. Look, a Swablu! Pikachu exclaimed, as a Swablu flitted through the air, diligently flapping its tiny wings, passing directly in front of Ash. This time, I must proceed with caution. Pika Pika, Ash declared, as he and Pikachu set off in pursuit of the Swablu, the latter striving to evade their grasp. This creature is remarkably swift, but this time for sure, As Ash ran along the creek, he leaped over a pothole, but suddenly stumbled over a hard object that caused him to fall. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to roll forward, averting disaster. Are you all right? Just as Ash pondered the nature of his predicament, a graceful figure appeared behind him, her voice mature and intelligent. Ash turned to see a beautiful woman, adorned with round glasses and dressed in a white lab coat, her azure hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding the aura of a competent researcher. All right. How could I forget? Ash glanced back toward the direction of the Swablu chase, only to be dismayed by the sight of the Swablu's retreating silhouette. You're a Pokemon trainer, aren't you? Yes, I am Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Greetings, Ashcoin. I am Karen, a researcher from the Habitat Research Company. Research? What kind of research do you conduct? Currently, we are here to collect water samples to analyze their components. Oh, analyzing components, huh? Although Ash did not fully grasp the concept, he pretended to be impressed. Meanwhile, not far from their position, Team Rocket was observing the scene from the grass. Not that brat again. It's fine. If he tries to interfere, we'll just capture Pikachu along with him. Musashi's statement was met with skeptical glances from Meowth and Kojiro. After all, they had never succeeded in their plans before, leaving them to wonder where Musashi's newfound confidence had originated. That's our target, the Habitat Research Company, represented by Dr. Jido, who aims to re-examine the springs possessing healing properties. We shall present this to Boss Yamuki. The trio shared a conspiratorial grin, seemingly concocting a delightful scheme. In a secluded area deep within the Okoya forest, Coco planted a seed into the soil. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked towards her father. He extracted a small segment of vibrant green vine from his wrist, placing it in his palm and kneading it. Opening his palm once more, the green vine had transformed into a golden yellow substance, which he gently sprinkled over the seed. The golden material was absorbed by the soil, vanishing completely. Beneath the surface, the seed began to break through the earth, revealing fresh green sprouts. It will certainly succeed. Yes, but we must wait a few more days before we can taste it. Salgard nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Just as he prepared to depart, Coco suddenly inquired, "When will my vine grow?" Hearing the evident disappointment in her voice, Salgard furrowed his brow, a glimmer of memory flashing in his eyes. Even without that, you can thrive. He gently ruffled Coco's hair, countering her concerns. Coo, coo, coo. At that moment, a Pidgey intruded upon their conversation, calling out before Coco's expression shifted dramatically, and she ceased her dialogue with Salgard. Dad, I'll leave this to you. Coco scrambled up the tree, joining Pidgey. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously, while Coco grasped the trunk, deftly navigating through the forest. Salgard was left behind, his silhouette forlorn. Indeed, he was still paying attention. Observing the sprouting seed behind him, Salgard's expression turned anxious. Somewhere within the forest, a Pancham and a Trapinch were engaged in a fierce skirmish. Surrounded by an audience of Pokemon, the cause of their conflict unknown. Hey, stop immediately. Coco swung down from her vine, rushing towards the battling Pokemon with urgency. You both need to calm down. She attempted to intervene, positioning herself between the two combatants to quell their aggression. Rawr. Wah! Regrettably, Pancham and Trapinch disregarded her plea, continuing their assaults. Stop fighting, Coco cried out, seizing Trapinch, yet the immense force flung her aside, and she caught sight of the injuries on its wings. That hurts. If you're here, you ought to stop them. Coco collided with a tree trunk, enduring the pain as she stood, only to discover a greedy centret feasting on berries while watching the commotion. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Honestly, I must devise a way to separate them. Trapinch's wounds need immediate attention, otherwise, it may never fly again. Realizing that the centret was of no assistance, Coco felt a wave of helplessness. She could only rely on herself. Wah! As Trapinch forcefully rammed into Pancham, it suddenly felt a thud against its head, glancing to discover a small blue-orange berry. Wah! It ceased its attack, turning towards Coco. It wasn't me. Coco gestured towards the nearby centret. Breathe. The latter, upon realizing Trapinch was focusing on it, dropped the berry in fright. Wah! Trapinch roared, flapping its wings as it charged towards centret. Good, that's right. Over here, Trapinch. Coco grasped centret, dashing through the forest while maintaining a safe distance from Trapinch. Let us take a chance. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. Coco grasped the vine, moving through the trees with the agility of a nimble monkey-like Pokémon. In contrast, Trapinch, hindered by the forest's terrain, could not maintain its speed, trailing behind Coco. Just then, a massive pit appeared in front of Coco and Trapinch. Without hesitation, Coco plummeted into the abyss, with Trapinch following closely behind. Chapter 60, Coco and Sarud. Gurgle, gurgle. Whale. The desert dragonfly and Coco plummeted into the pink waters, and just as the desert dragonfly was engulfed in confusion, a warm current enveloped its wings. Miraculously, its previously injured wings were healed. Wow! Upon witnessing its wounds vanish, the desert dragonfly's earlier fervor dissipated instantly. It let out a jubilant cry, bursting through the water's surface, exulting in midair. Keep it down, Coco urged, following closely behind the desert dragonfly, seemingly anxious, signaling for it to lower its voice. However, the latter remained oblivious to Coco's plea, continuing to dance joyfully in the air. All right, if you're healed, let us head back quickly. Observing the desert dragonfly's exuberance, Coco couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness as well. It would be disastrous if those creatures discovered them. Hey, Coco. Just as Coco was about to climb the rock face to depart, a voice called out from behind. Startled, Coco turned to see a figure strikingly similar to its father. Who are those creatures? Quick, run, desert dragonfly. But the newcomer bore a menacing demeanor, revealing a toothy grin that instilled a profound sense of dread in Coco. Coco urged the desert dragonfly to flee while it engaged in a chase with the ominous figure through the forest. Coco was soon caught, the figure's large hands reaching out towards it, yet Coco, possessing remarkable agility, used the adversary's body as leverage to somersault and evade capture. We merely wished to borrow the spring water. Coco attempted to negotiate, but the figure was unyielding, its tendrils extending towards Coco with relentless force. You invaded first, seizing our food, and yet you have the audacity to play the victim. Coco leaped between the trees, dodging attacks while striving for a peaceful resolution. The strong prevail. Seizing is natural law. Every creature abides by its rules. That insufferable refrain again. Hearing Sarud's vicious words, Coco resignedly acknowledged the futility of seeking peace. At that moment, the ferocious Sarud lunged at Coco, enveloping it and crashing toward the earth. Yet, neither sustained significant injury. Rather, Coco found itself in Sarud's territory, surrounded by a throng of observing Sarud. Do you believe you can defeat me, Coco? The ferocious Sarud sneered, dismissing Coco as it twirled the rope on its wrist. Let us find out. Coco retorted defiantly. Come on, Coco. The ferocious Sarud roared, unleashing a barrage of seed projectiles from its mouth. Unfazed by the onslaught, Coco continued to extend the rope from its wrist, swiftly countering the seed barrage. However, the lengthy rope soon became a hindrance, as the ferocious Sarud seized it, yanking Coco down towards the ground. Take that. Upon hitting the ground, Coco, seemingly unfazed, swung its fists at the ferocious Sarud. Yet, the latter restrained it effortlessly with the tendrils on its wrist, rendering Coco immobile. Let me go. Silence. The ferocious Sarud, now irritated by the prolonged standoff with a mere human child, tightened its grip on Coco. Suddenly, a vibrant green tendril, not belonging to the ferocious Sarud, ensnared its grasp, liberating Coco. At the end of the tendril stood a cloaked Sarud, Coco's father. You've arrived. The ferocious Sarud's fierce expression softened into a nostalgic gaze upon seeing an old acquaintance. Father, I warned you not to return here. But we shall discuss this later. Coco's father interrupted, turning to see another Sarud charging towards him. You dare swagger back here. Do you think I will spare you? The Sarud lunged at Coco's father, who bravely retaliated, successfully repelling the assailant. I acknowledge the fault lies with him. I will take him away immediately. Coco's father pleaded with the elder Sarud, lowering his proud head in sincere apology. Rules are rules. Wait until trouble arises, and it will be too late. Depart from here at once. The elder Sarud stroked its long beard and, after delivering this decree, closed its eyes, refusing to watch them any longer. Let us go, Coco. Understanding that the elder had spared them, Coco's father prepared to lead Coco away. You've been too indulgent with him, the ferocious Sarud remarked, eyeing Coco's father, who cast a grimace at the sight. Coco's father swiftly grasped Coco with his left hand while extending a tendril with his right, leading his precious son away. As they departed, the surrounding Sarud echoed with menacing cries, seemingly warning them not to return. The elder Sarud, however, opened its eyes, casting a lingering glance at Coco's father's retreating figure. You little rascal, it is those creatures who have monopolized the spring. Coco's father, intent on reprimanding his son, was met with a retort, prompting him to explain the customs of the Sarud clan. The Sarud have their own rules, all for the sake of survival. But what about the other Pokemon? Are they not considered? They are unaware that those Pokemon in the forest are incredibly formidable. The desert dragonfly loves to fight, but it's exceptionally strong. The iron-faced ninja possesses unmatched speed, and the cotton ball Pokemon, once gathered, remains inseparable. I understand. Now come down. Humph. Coco excitedly elaborated on each Pokemon's unique traits, yet his father appeared disinterested. Is there truly no way? For Sarud, there is none. Observing his son's disappointment, Coco's father could only respond with resignation. But I am not a Sarud, which is why I am oblivious to the customs. My hands, skin color, and physique differ from theirs. No, you are a Sarud. Then why do I not know a single move? What am I truly? You are. Listening to his son's outburst, Coco's father felt torn, uncertain about revealing the truth. Sensing his father's turmoil, Coco realized his words were misguided, yet pride kept him silent. Lowering his head, the two fell into an uneasy silence until Coco broke the stillness, running off in a determined direction without looking back. Coco! Coco's father called out. But his son did not halt, leaving him standing desolately in place. Sigh. Breath? Coco approached a tree trunk, where a greedy squirrel clambered atop his head, seemingly inquiring what was amiss. Tell me, who do I resemble? Hee. The greedy squirrel pointed at Coco, a clear indication of understanding. That is not what I meant. Coco felt a surge of frustration, yearning for an outlet as he sprinted forward, running incessantly. If I am not Salud, then what am I? Who am I truly? Coco incessantly questioned himself, yet the answers eluded him. As he grasped a vine, he narrowly avoided colliding with a massive water pipe, only to leap away and crash into another. Bang! Coco's face suffered a significant blow, sending him tumbling into the creek below, unaware of where the current might carry him. Meanwhile, the greedy squirrel accompanying Coco perched atop the water pipe, anxiously observing his submerged figure. Though it attempted to leap down, its timid nature caused it to retreat, contemplating alternative methods. On the other side, Ash and Pikachu, strolling through the forest, fortuitously encountered Coco as he cascaded down from the waterfall, promptly rescuing him from the water. Hey, are you alright? Pikachu? Coco coughed and sputtered, but he was alive. Upon witnessing Coco's struggle, Ash hoisted him onto his shoulder, intent on seeking medical attention. Breathe. The greedy squirrel, witnessing this scene, trembled with surprise, its paw holding a peach fruit quivering until it fell to the ground. Sensing impending trouble, it hastily departed, not forgetting to take the fallen peach with it. Ah, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Pikachu inquired. Ah, Coco, having successfully received treatment, awoke in shock at the sight of Ash and Pikachu bouncing about. Don't be so agitated. Do you still feel pain? Observing Coco's lively demeanor, Ash prioritized concern for his injuries. Just then, a Chansey opened the door, and seizing the opportunity, Coco managed to escape. Is your body alright? Miss Joy immediately inquired upon seeing Coco suddenly appear in the Pokemon Center's lobby. Listen to me. Ash emerged from the room, wishing to speak to Coco, but the latter was entirely disinterested, grasping the chandelier to create distance. Haha, impressive. Ash couldn't help but praise Coco's nimbleness. As the doors of the Pokemon Center swung open, a passerby entered, and Coco seized the moment to bolt outside. Chirpy chirp, ribbit ribbit. Doot doot doot. Coco babbled in an unfamiliar tone, marveling at the bustling street and the exterior of the Pokemon Center, completely oblivious to the oncoming car that honked madly. Fortunately, a pair of hands appeared, pulling Coco away just in time to avert a potential disaster. After a while, following a series of extraordinary events, Ash and Coco had become acquainted, exchanging names. Subsequently, Ash took Coco shopping for clothes, exploring the town together to appreciate the wonders of the world. As the sun set, they successfully resolved the soldier formation incident, ensuring the fireworks festival could proceed smoothly. Night fell, and the fireworks began. Each firework burst forth in the darkness. Dazzling colors startling Coco, yet the breathtaking scene became indelibly etched in his memory. "Wow, this year's fireworks festival is truly magnificent," commented the mayor. Suddenly, a voice of admiration emerged, prompting Ash and his companions to turn around, instantly recognizing the staff responsible for the fireworks. "Thanks to you, we were able to release the fireworks after rescuing the soldiers and make wishes to Shalebi." "Shalebi? Ah, Shalebi is the guardian of this forest," Ash remarked. "Can we meet Shalebi?" "Unfortunately, it has been a long time since anyone has seen it," came the reply. "Why?" Ash inquired, seeking answers from the mayor. "It seems Shalebi only appears during times of peace. Its absence suggests something troubling is occurring in the forest," he explained, leaving Ash feeling disheartened. However, there is a legend that before Shalebi disappeared into the depths of time, it left behind an egg said to be brought from the future. "From the future? Is that true?" Ash asked, intrigued. "That is what the legend states. We hope Shalebi can return to this jungle, allowing more people and Pokemon to enjoy a beautiful future. We release fireworks to make that wish," the mayor explained. The fireworks continued to burst in the night, illuminating the town and the faces of those who gathered to watch. Each person adorned with smiles of happiness. In the forest, at Coco's home, his father was asleep, but in a light slumber, he heard footsteps. "Coco, what? Oh, it's you, rascal," he exclaimed, mistaking the greedy squirrel for his son. "Breath, breath, breath." The greedy squirrel danced about, leaving Coco's father perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, in the town, Ash and Coco ambled aimlessly down the street after the fireworks festival. "Ash, huh, what is up with that father and son?" Father and son? Ash turned to see only a seemingly ordinary father and son pair, appearing quite close. Coco, watching them, reminisced about his childhood with his father, recalling their own closeness. Sniff, sniff. Coco climbed up a utility pole, twitching his nose. Then, as if catching a scent, he descended and beckoned Ash to follow him to a certain location. They traversed rivers and bushes, with Ash and Pikachu closely trailing Coco through the forest. "Coco, where exactly are we headed?" Ash inquired, curiosity piqued. However, Coco responded in a language Ash could not comprehend. Just then, a greedy squirrel appeared behind Coco, and simultaneously, green vines ensnared Ash and Pikachu's feet, lifting them off the ground, as a cloaked figure stood nearby. Chapter 61, Coco and Salud, End. Chirpy chirp. Coco's father jumped down from the branches, speaking to Coco, while Ash stared at the Pokemon in bewilderment. "Coco, father and son?" he wondered aloud. "Pikachu." Upon hearing Coco's words, Ash immediately grasped the implications, astonished. "You just spoke in human language. You suddenly vanished and brought a human back with you. What do you intend to do?" Coco's father approached him slowly, his voice tinged with anger. "Dad, you know everything, right? I must be human, am I not? Please tell me the truth. I am a person, just like him, not Salud, right?" Faced with Coco's probing questions, Salud, as a father, appeared troubled, his hand resting on his head, as if grappling with inner turmoil. "Pikachu, what do you think?" "But they truly resemble a father and son," Pikachu remarked. Pikachu deftly utilized its tail to sever the vines, allowing Ash and itself to escape their bindings. They lay quietly on the ground, observing Coco and his father, Sarud. "I want my father to see it, and only then will I bring Ash back. Apart from him, there are many others who resemble me." They emitted colorful beams of light into the sky, enchanting both humans and Pokemon alike, prompting joyous laughter from the crowd. Coco extended his palm, seemingly to affirm that his physique was indeed identical to Ash's. Meanwhile, his father was plunged into silence by Coco's persistent inquiries. Uncertain of how to respond to him, Sarud would never engage in such matters. "Dad has taught me everything, right? How to find food, how to run, and how to leap. But why, oh why, did he not enlighten me about humans?" Tears streamed down Coco's face as he felt he had been living a lie all his life. "I do not wish to see you in sorrow. Do not deceive me any longer. I've always found it peculiar that I can resonate with Pokemon, but if I were human, it would make sense. Since I connect with Pokemon, I might as well remain human." Coco forcefully pushed his father's hand away, his words laced with disdain for Sarud's kind. Having been indoctrinated since childhood with the notion of being a Sarud, yet this lineage was not favored by Pokemon, while Coco was accepted. This conundrum had lingered in his mind until now, finally finding clarity. I knew this day would come eventually. You were correct. You are human. And I am not your true father. But who am I, really? Gazing at Coco, Sarud fell silent for a moment before extending a vine from his wrist to grasp a tree branch. Follow me. As Coco hurried to keep up with Sarud's retreating figure, Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances before trailing behind them. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket successfully infiltrated the research facility of the Community Habitat Company. The research on the healing spring had seemingly been halted a decade ago. Why? It appears there was some sort of incident. An incident? Beep, beep. During their idle chatter, a distracted James inadvertently activated the system's alarm, but fortunately, he swiftly deactivated it. These folks are indeed cautious. It seems we can only log in through the director's computer, James remarked, approaching the director's office with the intent of sneaking in through a secret entrance to access the data. Done. This rascal. Just as James successfully obtained the decryption card, the elusive Noctowl that had initially escaped from Ash appeared and promptly swallowed the card. Our hard work. Jesse seethed with anger, ready to pursue the creature, but it had already vanished into the skies, utilizing its ability to fly. On Ash's side, they followed Coco's father to a dilapidated cottage overrun with weeds. Inside, the place was chaotic, filled with various items, mostly research-related, yet each covered in dust, indicating it had been abandoned for a considerable time. The first time I encountered you was on a rainy day. You were lying alone in a peculiar box, and I couldn't find your parents nearby. At that time, you were clutching this, Sarud said, retrieving a necklace he had kept hidden within his cloak and tossing it to Coco. Why did you take me in? Coco asked, catching the necklace and turning to Sarud with puzzled eyes. Why? Perhaps it is because I also lack parents, and I do not know how I came into existence. When I saw you, I felt an affinity, a shared sorrow, thus I could not bear to leave you there. Sarud rummaged through the room, uncovering a dust-laden picture frame, which he threw to Coco. The infant in this photo is you. The tall figure should be your parents. Coco wiped away the dust from the album, revealing a man with red hair and a sunny smile, alongside a beautiful woman with green hair. I wanted to reunite you with your parents. So I searched everywhere and eventually found this place. I thought perhaps this was where your parents resided, but when I arrived, it was already in this state. Hence, I believed I had to raise you myself. However, in hindsight, I might have erred, and it has led to your sorrow. Sarud leaned against the wall, his gaze filled with acceptance, before turning away from Coco. I have divulged everything I know to you, from now on. You must make your own choices and pursue what brings you joy. Upon uttering these words, Sarud extended a vine from his wrist to ensnare the branches outside the house, and his form gradually faded from view. Father, watching Sarud's vanishing silhouette, Coco felt a wave of sadness wash over him, for they had shared many years together. Yet, soon after, Coco regained his resolve, searching the room for clues about his parents, prompting Ash to join him in this endeavor. In the midst of their search, the greedy squirrel Pokemon unearthed the emblem of the Community Habitat Company, leading Ash and Coco to decide to investigate the following day. As Sarud departed, he perched atop a grand tree, gazing at the sacred tree at the heart of the forest. Behind him, an ancient figure emerged. What a rare visitor. I did not expect to see you here. You have informed the child of the truth, have you not? The elder approached Sarud, stroking his beard. I should have told him from the outset. Is that so? What exactly constitutes parents? I do not know my own, nor can I adequately fulfill the role of someone else's father. Listening to Sarud's words, the elder chose not to respond directly, but instead spoke of another matter. It has been ages since I last saw Shalebi. Shalebi? Sarud inquired, completely captivated by the elder's words. The last time I saw it was shortly after you arrived here alone, not long ago. Are you implying that this is all my fault? Just hear me out. The elder raised his staff, tapping it lightly against Sarud's eye-rolling form, urging him to remain silent for a moment. Shalebi suddenly vanished, and then you appeared here. Along with your decision to adopt Coco, do you not find these events interconnected? You have your own destiny. Only the sacred tree knows the answer. Following this, Sarud made his way to the garden where he and Coco had once planted tree seeds, reminiscing about their past adventures saving Pokemon. He shed his cloak, standing alone in the garden, exuding an air of profound solitude. On the following day, Ash and Coco set forth, inquiring along the way if anyone had seen a Pokemon bearing that emblem. Finally, through their relentless efforts, they discovered the research facility of the Community Habitat Company. After meeting with the director, Ash requested that she inform him, and both he and Coco successfully entered the research center, awaiting the director's arrival. As they observed the instruments around them, a figure approached them slowly. Thank you for your patience. I am the director of this research facility, and my name is Geto. I hear you have inquiries you wish to pose to me? A middle-aged man donned in a yellow suit appeared, a smile gracing his face as he approached Ash and Coco. Indeed, I am Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu, and he is Coco. Ash introduced his companions one by one. Upon noticing the necklace adorning Coco's neck, the director could not help but break into a cold sweat, taken aback. We are seeking these two individuals. Ash, oblivious to the expressions of those around him, handed over an old picture frame belonging to Coco's family and recounted the events leading up to their visit. After glimpsing the three figures in the frame, the director sighed deeply and began to speak slowly. Ah, that must be Al. The individuals in the photograph were the former directors, the Murray-Button couple, and the infant depicted was their son, Al Murray-Button. Director Jito pulled up ancient photographs on the equipment atop his desk, each featuring the Murray-Button couple. They were the pioneers in researching the Fountain of Healing, a legend that had persisted through the ages. Although many scholars had attempted to study it, no one had ever laid eyes upon the true essence of the Fountain of Healing. Yet, this couple had discovered it within these jungles and even collected samples, making monumental contributions to this field. As Director Jito spoke, Coco observed a film showing how the samples restored broken plants, astonished. This was indeed the sample he had collected along with the desert dragonfly from that very body of water. Subsequently, after scanning Coco's necklace, the director confirmed his identity and revealed the heartbreaking truth that the illustrious couple had long since passed. Ash conveyed this somber news to Coco, enveloping the group in a melancholic atmosphere. As Jalen momentarily stepped away from analyzing the necklace, she stumbled upon a photograph. It depicted the sacred tree that Salud and the others had vigilantly protected, continuously exuding pink spring water. Concealing his astonishment, Coco, sensing an ominous turn, hastily exited the research facility. Coco, I apologize, but we must take our leave. Observing Coco's retreating figure, Ash bid farewell to the director and the others, hastening after him. Coco, where are you going? I wish to accompany you. Ash grasped Coco's arm, expressing his desire to join him, but Coco rejected his plea. Shaking off Ash's grip, Coco dashed into the forest, while the greedy squirrel glanced between Ash and Coco, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow Coco. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Despite pursuing for quite some time, the greedy squirrel could not catch up with Coco, feeling a surge of frustration as it watched Coco's figure fade into the distance. Though the words were incomprehensible, its expression betrayed a complaint directed at Coco. Meanwhile, Coco had reached the depths of the jungle, pausing to lean against the enormous sacred tree, gazing at it in silence. What is this? Suddenly, Coco retrieved a small patch emitting a red glow from his person, feeling perplexed. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated nearby. The blast generated a cloud of smoke, from which emerged the personnel from the Community Habitat Company. They arrived piloting robots and specialized vehicles. Elated at the sight of the distant sacred tree, chitter-chatter, gurgle gurgle, Coco appeared before the crowd, and although his words were unintelligible, Director Jito could discern from his expression that he was inquiring about something. Thanks to you, Al, I hope you don't hold it against me. The director pointed to his shoulder, prompting Coco to realize that the glowing red patch had been affixed to him at the research facility. Chitter-chatter. Coco emitted a furious sound, charging at Director Jito, only to be restrained by a robot, immobilizing him. Director, what should we do? There's no option left. Let him come along. If he strikes again, I won't be able to handle it, Director Jito chuckled, taking Coco along to the sacred tree guarded by Salud and his companions. Along the way, the robots cleared a path by demolishing the trees of the forest, forcing many Pokemon residing within them to lose their homes. Witnessing the colossal robots, the Pokemon fell into a state of panic, despite their attachment to their abodes. They had no choice but to flee in the face of imminent danger. That is. Meanwhile, Ash arrived at the location Coco had recently occupied, witnessing trees collapsing not far away. Suspecting that Coco might be nearby, he quickly retrieved the Pokeball containing Charizard, no longer concealing his strength. Charizard, let's go? Roar. On the other side, Director Jito and his team raced toward the sacred tree. Ah, it appears they are indeed heading toward the sacred tree. It's been ages since we fought together. How nostalgic, remarked Coco's father, accompanied by another Salud, as they relayed information to the other Salud within the tribe before attempting to obstruct Director Jito's progress. Coco, damn it, what do you intend to do to my son? Coco's father leaped forward, ensnaring the robot with vines, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Coco trapped within the robot's claws, igniting a surge of fury within him. Dad. Upon seeing the father who had raised him for so many years, tears streamed down Coco's face. Roar. Coco's father let out a furious roar and charged at the robot. How could a steel body fear the impact of flesh? It left no trace of harm. In contrast, a mere swat from the robot sent him crashing against a vehicle, startling the researchers inside. Damn it, I'm counting on you. Coco's father unleashed vines, ensnaring his companion and pulling with all his might toward the robot, which retaliated with a flame punch. The attack struck the robot but failed to inflict significant damage due to its protective shield. Seizing the opportunity, the robot unleashed a barrage of blows against the Salud, leaving Coco's father and his companion severely injured. Dad, what happened? Why are you both hurt? At that moment, an increasing number of Salud emerged, surrounding the robot, their furious roars echoing in an attempt to halt Director Jito's advance. Director, please stop. We are destroying the homes of the Pokémon. What are you talking about, Jolin? I will stop at nothing for it. The director's face contorted in rage, completely disregarding the lives of the Pokémon. Upon noticing the pilot of the robot attempting to halt their progress, he yanked him aside and took control himself. We are Salud. We are immensely powerful. We fear nothing. We are the blood of the forest. Let us roar. Every Salud roared this proclamation in unison, united in their fury as they brandished their fists toward the enemy. No one can stop me. If you wish to hinder me, then meet Muri Button in the afterlife. Ha ha. Within the cockpit, Director Jito let out a thunderous laugh, and the other researchers instantly understood the implications. Could it be? Jolin felt a wave of fear wash over her, as she realized that the Muri Button couple had not perished by accident. This scoundrel had personally sent them to their demise. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle, Team Rocket had made new progress. Having extracted a data card from the belly of the ancient bird, the price paid was that James had his head bitten by the ancient bird as a substitute. What is this? Meow, how terrifying. The trio of Team Rocket opened the data card, expecting research data, only to discover it was merely a recording from the director himself. However, this footage captures the moment he violently overturned the vehicle of the Molly Button couple. In the video, the couple met their tragic end due to an explosion soon after bidding farewell to Coco. Witnessing the malevolent grin that adorned his face, the Rocket trio felt a wave of fear. They were astounded to realize that there existed individuals more nefarious than themselves. In the forest battleground, a desperate cry erupted, everyone. Please, let's rescue Coco first. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Coco's father bellowed, ensuring that every Salud could hear him. What are you saying? Of course. Coco is our family, echoed the sentiments of the others, lamenting the solitude in which Coco had been raised, depriving them of the joy of his delightful company. The Saluds responded in unison, illustrating their unwavering solidarity as a family. Let us proceed, comrades. We must save the child of our brother, roared the assembly. Bring it on. You cannot thwart me. The robots engaged in combat with the Salud tribe, yet despite their overwhelming numbers and relentless assault, the metallic bodies remained impervious to harm. Coco. A colossal claw swung towards Coco, and in a protective instinct, his father shielded him with his own body, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Father, are you all right? Coco exclaimed, panic flooding his heart. What are you talking about? I am your father. Coco's father roared, summoning immense strength to pry open the claw and liberate Coco. Yet, as he accomplished this, he felt an alarming loss of vitality, his body wavering under the strain. Father, Coco cried, witnessing his father suddenly collapse, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm sorry, in the end, I failed to be a worthy father, and now I've made you wear that expression. It seemed Coco's father realized something profound. Gently stroking Coco's head. Why are you speaking such words at a time like this? I never knew if I was a good father, but, Father, Coco is my son, and that is wonderful. After uttering these words, Coco's father became utterly drained, his hand that had caressed Coco's head falling limply. Father, I am your son, and I will surely prevail. I shall employ your techniques to save you. Coco wiped away his tears and pressed his hands against his father's, focusing intently. Coco let out a fierce roar, a vibrant green energy manifesting in his hands, which soon surged into his body from the forest. The sight astounded all Saluds except for the director, who had completely lost his sanity and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Coco harnessed the forest's power, channeling it into his father's wounds until the injuries were completely healed, while the surrounding flora grew taller, new life sprouting forth. Coco, did you save me? Yes, truly. You are my son. You are remarkable. Coco and his father embraced, ushering in a heartwarming conclusion. Yet, the conflict between the Saluds and the director persisted. As they contemplated their next moves, a spectral blue flame cascaded from the heavens. What? The robots were engulfed by the flames, although not aimed directly at the core. A massive claw was melted away. The items Dr. Oki sent are truly splendid. Ash rode in on his Charizard, now having undergone a mega evolution, resembling the very Charizard that battled against Elan. Who are you? Me? I am Ash, the champion of the Alola region. Ash discarded all pretense, revealing his identity, leaving the director and the researchers in utter shock, unable to fathom that the seemingly insignificant boy who had been with Coco was indeed the champion himself. Damn it. Even you cannot stop me. I fight for humanity. Nonsense. Charizard, unleash your flames. The spectral blue flames erupted from Charizard's mouth, enveloping the robot, the searing heat obliterating it without mercy. The once formidable robot was reduced to mere plaything under Charizard's might. Director, this ends here. If you wish to continue this farce, I can accompany you to the very end. Pikachu, I surrender. The director completely abandoned resistance. Following this, the researchers began replanting trees, restoring the Pokemon's habitat. After bidding farewell to Ash and Coco, they brought the director to Junsha, where under the champion's scrutiny, the director's remaining days would be spent contributing to the Pokemon League and the restoration of the Pokemon's home. Chapter 62, The Return of Yolongdu, The Mischief of Team Rocket. Has it been this long? I suppose it's time for me to return to Chengdu. I truly feel reluctant. This rare vacation has been delightful. In the Pasha region, the long-vanished Yolongdu emerged from the so-called Zone Zero, accompanied by a little girl with a ponytail, donned in a school uniform adorned with purple grapes. If you wish, you may stay in Pasha. Know that Nimona is relentless with battles. It's utterly exhausting. Only you, Xiaoqing, can tolerate her. Besides, we have significant matters to attend to. Other regions aren't as tranquil as yours. Just look at the champions, Nimona, you, and the president. Yolongdu glanced at the girl beside him, a smile gracing his lips. Though reluctant, he knew he must depart. As he stated, champions in other regions were not afforded such leisure. Oh, is that so? Yet Aoki constantly complains about how the league exploits him. Well, Aoki seems to be the quintessential office worker, a rare talent, indeed, who earns such scrutiny from his superiors. Really? The girl with braids frowned, seemingly unconvinced by Yolongdu's words. Ha ha ha. I must thank you for helping me catch new members, all-powerful dragon-type Pokemon. No need for thanks. Senior Zimu and the others would love for you to visit again. Xiaoqing continued the conversation, as it seemed Yolongdu had experienced a multitude of events during his time in the Pasha region. All right, I shall head to Liangwang City now. What are your plans? Of course, school. I am only in my first year. I have 2 more years until graduation. I almost forgot you are still a student. You are welcome to visit Chengdu anytime. As Yolongdu finished speaking, he tossed a Pokeball, revealing his ace Pokemon, Dragonite. Farewell, Mr. Du, by the way. Please hand this over to Senior Ash. He will surely find it useful. The tactile crystal. I applied for so long to get this approved. How can you nonchalantly give it away? It truly doesn't cost anything. Just mention it to Senior Nimona. She is the student council president. And the school's application process is quick. Damn that Nimona. She charged me such a high price. It took a week just to get it approved. Just as Yolongdu mounted Dragonite's back, he felt exasperated by her words. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, accepting the tactile crystal from Xiaoqing, flicking his cloak, and settling onto Dragonite. Make sure to pass it to Senior Ash. Don't hoard it. Do I seem like the type who would hoard? Xiaoqing fell into silence, her gaze locking onto Yolongdu's, communicating volumes without the necessity of words. Yolongdu understood her unspoken sentiments. All right, I comprehend. I won't linger any longer. I'm off. He perceived the glimmer of distrust in her eyes, fearing that prolonging his stay might provoke her ire. And he gently patted the back of his Dragonite. Remember to ask Senior Ash for an autograph. As he observed the retreating silhouette of Yolongdu, Xiaoqing pondered whether her words had truly reached him. Meanwhile, as Yolongdu prepared to return to Chengdu, the rocket team's headquarters in Kanto was stirring with newfound activity. Boss Sakaki. Is everyone present? Then I shall be forthright. Our plan is about to commence. However, Athena has recently been apprehended by the League. What do you propose we do? In response to Sakaki's inquiry, the 3 executives before him scratched their heads, with Ramda being the first to speak. Given Athena's nature, it's no surprise she was caught. The others, Lances and Apollo, exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by Ramda's audacity in front of their leader. Oh, is that so? But do you all recall the rocket team's mission? To dominate the world alongside our comrades. The trio echoed in unison, and upon uttering those words, they suddenly grasped the implication. Boss Sakaki, you wouldn't. Apollo's eyes flickered with an inkling of understanding of their leader's intentions. Indeed, I shall claim Athena for myself. No one can hinder me. Furthermore, Sakaki stroked Meowth's chin, as the door swung open to reveal 7 distinct figures. The executives felt an overwhelming pressure upon their arrival. This time, victory is assured, Apollo couldn't help but exclaim, brimming with confidence. In the city of Yinxia, after boarding a flight to Kanto, Yulongdu officially departed from this seemingly peaceful land. His journey had borne fruitful encounters. Having met two formidable companions, instilling within him a newfound confidence, not only Kalen, but even the most esteemed champions were no match for him. In the Kanto region, Ash received a notification from the League and made his way to Goldenrod City, where a seemingly cold beauty awaited him. Nazi, it has been a while. Have you summoned me for something specific? Just a moment. What? Ash's expression turned perplexed as Nazi waved her hand, rapidly altering their surroundings. They found themselves in a secluded room filled with various books and equipment. All right, this will do. Now what is it? The rocket team has been making significant moves. They are preparing to attack the League and are likely heading towards the champion's path. What? How do you know this? Ash's face registered shock, never having imagined someone would dare confront the Pokemon League directly with such immense power. This has circulated within the rocket team. Practically everyone capable has been mobilized. I merely questioned a random lackey I caught. Has the Pokemon League made any response? Indeed, they instructed gym leaders to safeguard their territories, leaving the rest to the Elite Four and you, the champion. However, I heard that the Chengdu League will also be involved, as their rocket members have vanished as well, presumably participating in this operation. Listening to Nazi's words, Ash furrowed his brow, sensing that the rocket team might not be so reckless. Nazi, do you know who the upper echelons of the rocket team are? The four executives? No, not them. I suspect that if those individuals emerge, it will astonish the entire world. Ash recalled his previous encounter with the fiery Matsukes atop the Moonview Mountain, beginning to piece together the puzzle, though he chose to keep his thoughts to himself for now. All right, I have received the League's notification. It is time to set off. Safe travels, champion. Ash and Nazi exited the secluded room, and after bidding farewell to Nazi, Ash mounted his Charizard and sped towards the Kanto League headquarters. On the flight to Kanto, Yulongdu felt fatigued upon boarding, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Time passed, and the plane gently landed at the airport in Ilex City. Huh. Yulongdu yawned as he gathered his belongings. Huh. Is that from President Damaranji? Upon disembarking, he opened his Rotom phone, inundated with emails from Damaranji. The rocket team. I didn't expect them to be so audacious. Dragonite. Let us go to the Indigo Plateau. With Damaranji's messages revealing the situation, Yulongdu hurriedly mounted his Dragonite towards the Pokemon League headquarters. As various forces stirred, atop Silver Mountain, fierce winds howled, and lightning relentlessly struck the highest point. Suddenly, a fissure tore through the mountain's peak, and the surrounding tumultuous weather fell into tranquility. At the Indigo Plateau, in the Kanto Pokemon League headquarters, Ash had arrived, greeted by Kona, Shiba, and Kukui, who were already present. Kona's previously furrowed brow eased upon seeing Ash. Champion, you have arrived. Indeed, I heard from Nazi. In fact, Ash recounted his previous encounters and speculations to the trio. Is that so? I didn't anticipate it would escalate to this. Shiba, don't be alarmist. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Kukui raised her cane, tapping Shiba on the head, though it had no effect on him. Despite her words, she understood the high probability of the situation. Otherwise, the rocket team would not act so hastily. Legendary Pokemon, eh? What of the legendary Pokemon? Regardless of who they are, I shall fight with all my might. Kukui declared fiercely, unafraid at her age, urging the younger generation to display courage. Kikui's sentiments resonated, until the matter was settled. They should not concede, and there remained a glimmer of hope. Ash directed his gaze towards the western side of the Indigo Plateau, where a colossal mountain lay, Silver Mountain, situated between Kanto and Chengdu. For reasons unknown, Ash felt an inexplicable conviction that the key to victory resided there. At that moment, a yellow figure approached from the horizon. Mr. Du. Ah, everyone, am I late? Du dismounted his Dragonite with ease, smiling at Ash and the others. Of course not, Mr. Du must have received the notification as well. Absolutely. This is a significant matter for both Kanto and Chengdu. The Elite Four from Chengdu are also en route, preparing for a fierce battle ahead. Rest assured, Mr. Du, we will emerge victorious. Ash replied, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Let us hope so. By the way, I had a fruitful trip to Paisha. The champion there entrusted me with something for you. Paisha? What is it? This is for you. It can temporarily alter a Pokemon's attributes, but it can only be used once a day. Quite a remarkable item. If you wish to repay me, just sign here. It seems that Champion is still a fan of yours. Is that so? I am immensely grateful to her. Ash took the sign book from Yulongdu, inscribing his name before playfully toying with the sparkling crystal orb. It was precisely due to this brief commotion that the oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, the 4 champions from Chengdu arrived in succession: Iji, Aju, and Lihua. Additionally, there was Shiba, who concurrently held the titles of champion in both Guandu and Chengdu. Boom. As Ash and the others engaged in casual conversation at the entrance of the Pokemon League headquarters, a violent tremor emanated from the distant exit of the Champions Road. Soon after, a mass of shadowy figures emerged at the cave's mouth, each adorned in uniforms emblazoned with the letter R. Have they arrived? Team Rocket was advancing towards the Pokemon League, while the 4 champions and the 2 leaders remained remarkably composed, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Charge forth. For the sake of our leader, Athena. Team Rocket members unleashed their Pokeballs, the weakest among them being Rattata. With a command, the Rattata surged forward towards the Pokemon League. Everyone, remain calm. Prepare for battle. Yolongdu's voice rang out, exuding the authority of a general commanding the battlefield. As his words echoed, the League members also released their Pokeballs, resulting in a haphazard assortment of Pokemon types. The League dispatched Pokemon to counter the incoming assault, successfully thwarting the initial wave of attacks. Launch a counterattack. The League, having successfully defended against the onslaught, seized the opportunity to retaliate against Team Rocket. Suddenly, searing flames erupted from the ground, soaring skyward, incinerating the incoming strikes with their formidable heat. Confused, Team Rocket members turned to see a group of figures clad in red garments. These were none other than the fiery team from the Hoenn region. It seems the rumors were true. The adversary possessed legendary Pokemon, though the exact number remained uncertain. Yolongdu rubbed his temples in frustration, contemplating the situation. If it were only 1 or 2, he and Ash could manage, but an overwhelming number would be insurmountable. Although they considered seeking assistance from other regions, time was of the essence, as the enemy had already arrived at their doorstep. Fear not, Mr. Du, our reinforcements are on the way. Reinforcements? From where? At Yolongdu's inquiry, Ash merely smiled, choosing to remain silent, for the truth would soon unfold. Meanwhile, the League members found themselves struggling against the combined onslaught of the fiery team and Team Rocket, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Leave it to me. Just then, Champion Aju stepped forward. As a ninja, he was elusive and swiftly entered the fray, turning the tide of battle. Team Rocket and the fiery team found themselves pushed back repeatedly under Aju's poison-type Pokemon's might. Both organizations' Pokemon succumbed to poisoning, leaving them in disarray. While the front lines of the 2 organizations grappled with their predicament, a familiar voice resonated from the depths. What is going on? Why is everyone blocked here? The voice emerged from the cave, and a figure strolled out nonchalantly, exuding an air of insouciance that would prompt anyone to strike his infuriatingly smug face. This individual was none other than Lambda, one of Team Rocket's 4 executives. Chapter 63, Athena's Escape. Upon Lambda's arrival, Aju immediately halted his pursuit, aware that their opponent was an executive and uncertain of the tricks he might employ. While the battle raged fiercely at the League's headquarters, Apollo had infiltrated the League's prison, intent on rescuing Athena. Damn it, where is Athena? Gazing at the iron bars of the prison, Apollo found himself in a quandary. Searching one by one would be an endless endeavor. However, calling out Athena's name would alert the guards, leaving Apollo in a precarious position. Remaining idle was not an option. He had to search. With no other choice, Apollo began inspecting each cell to locate Athena's confinement. Perhaps fortune favored Apollo, as he soon stumbled upon the cell where Athena was held. Athena, it's you. How did you get here? Is the boss coming to rescue me? Apollo softly called her name, and upon hearing it, Athena rushed to the bars, questioning him eagerly. Of course, while you may be a burden, we are comrades, and Boss Sakaki would never abandon you. Sakaki, the mere thought of their leader filled Athena with guilt, regretting her impulsive actions and wishing she had fled with the legendary birds at that moment. All right, enough with the sentimentality. How can we get you out? Noticing Athena on the verge of tears, Apollo grew impatient and urged her onward. The key to this cage is with the guards, but if you wish to retrieve it, you'll need to be cautious. After Athena spoke, she retreated into the shadows of her cell, awaiting Apollo to fetch the key and liberate her. TCH. If that is the case, I might as well take a more direct approach. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Stunned by Athena's words, Apollo fell silent. If death was inevitable, he might as well act like a true man. Houndoom exhaled a torrent of crimson flames, scorching the black metal bars, melting them under the intense heat. Apollo, are you trying to kill me? It's so hot. The black iron bars melted completely, and Athena's furious voice echoed from within, revealing her indignation. All right. You're fine, aren't you? Stop being so dramatic. Who's being dramatic? Don't you know how to respect a lady? My apologies, my apologies. Let us hurry. You're quite perceptive. Apollo, not wishing to prolong the argument, noted the sirens blaring nearby, indicating the League's personnel were approaching. If he dallied with Athena any longer, the escape would be in vain. However, truly, you lack any femininity. Apollo cast a glance at Athena, suppressing the thought without voicing it. In the prison, alerted by the alarms, the guards swiftly mobilized, locking onto the floor where Athena was located. TCH, they're arriving so quickly? Follow me, Houndoom. Flamethrower. I knew that without your prompting. Biting his lip, Apollo charged forward with Athena, as the searing flames scorched the prison air, deterring the guards from approaching recklessly. Does anyone have a water-type Pokemon? I don't mean either. Same here. Suddenly, one of the guards inquired, and the others echoed their responses. What a fortuitous opportunity, Athena. Let us go. Just as Apollo finished speaking, he grasped Athena's hand and dashed toward the exit. In the pitch-black corridor of the prison, only the footsteps of Apollo and Athena resonated, an eerie silence enveloping them, which left both puzzled as to why the guards had not pursued them further. However, an explanation soon arrived. Whoosh! Where do you think you're going? A chilling voice pierced the air, and a beam of ice shot forth from the ground before them. Kona. As Apollo beheld the sudden emergence of a voice, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. Yet, with no alternatives at hand, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Dusknoir, let us go. Cloyster, Hippowdon, I entrust you with this task. In response to Apollo's summoned Pokemon, Kona was equally prepared, sending forth 2 water-type Pokemon that effectively countered Apollo's fire types. It seems I must resort to that, Apollo thought, fixing his gaze upon Kona's form. He swiftly retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his belt, but hesitated to unleash them. Houndoom, Dusknoir. Unleash Flamethrower. Both Houndoom and Dusknoir unleashed their fiery assault, their powerful flames coalescing into a formidable column that enveloped Apollo and Athena. Hippowdon, Cloyster, Hydro Pump. Kona's strategy was straightforward. Against fire, one must wield water. The 2 hydro pumps overwhelmed the flamethrower with their might. However, some energy from the flamethrower was still evaporated, generating steam that cloaked the entire corridor. Kona, beware. You might lose your life. Experience the might of my Lambda's wheezing, self-destruct. Amidst the steam, Apollo recalled his Pokemon and swiftly hurled the 2 Pokeballs he had prepared. 2 figures emerged, shimmering through the vapor. A profound sense of crisis washed over Kona. She attempted to withdraw her Pokemon to flee, but it was too late. As wheezing erupted in a blinding flash, the tremendous explosion obliterated the entire corridor. Countless debris rained down from above, providing Apollo and Athena a fleeting opportunity to escape the prison. Shortly after their departure, the immense cloud of smoke generated by the explosion began to dissipate. Kona remained shielded by the green barrier conjured by Cloyster and Hippowdon, yet the shockwave from the nearby blast rendered her momentarily unconscious. After what felt like an eternity, Kona gradually regained her senses. Ugh, my head aches. Did Apollo and the others manage to escape? Darn it. I wonder how the champions are faring? She gazed into the distance. In that direction, Ash and Lance were still valiantly repelling the onslaught of Team Rocket and Team Magma. Ha ha ha, taste my prowess. Elite Four Aki. Humph. Witnessed the art of ninja combat. At Aki's request, the others refrained from joining the fray, observing the spirited exchange between the 2 combatants from a distance. Wheezing. Unleash toxic gas. Ha ha. Lambda tossed out 6 Pokeballs, and 6 robust Wheezing, clearly well-trained, materialized before everyone. Dreadful. Such a concentration of poison. Are they seeking to eliminate everyone here? Golbit. Summon the winds to disperse this toxic fog. Observing the incessant outpouring of poison from the 6 Wheezing, Aki promptly devised a countermeasure, dispatching only Golbit to resolve the issue. Upon hearing Aki's command, Golbit flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a whirlwind that swept away the toxic fog suspended in the air. Boss, what's the matter? Can't you see I'm busy? Lambda, somewhat vexed by the sudden approach of his subordinate, nonetheless chose to listen to the urgent news. Boss, Apollo's mission has been accomplished. Sister Athena has been rescued. So what now? Oh, I didn't expect it to be completed so swiftly. Very well. Inform everyone to prepare for a retreat. I will cover our exit. Understood, boss. Nodding in comprehension, Lambda commenced the rapid withdrawal of his team from the battlefield, for their true plan had yet to unfold. Subsequently, a substantial number of Team Rocket members began to retreat into the champion's path, one after another entering the cave, leaving the Alliance members, who had been poised in defensive formation, utterly bewildered. Don't let them escape. Humph. Aki of the Elite Four, do not act so rashly. I believe we will meet again soon. In the face of Aki's pursuit, Lambda wore a sinister grin, refusing to remain passive. Now, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Wheezing, self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 Wheezing unleashed their self-destruct, generating a cataclysmic force that sent powerful shockwaves, rendering Ash and his companions unable to maintain their footing. Aki, standing closest, bore the brunt of the explosion. Although he adeptly dodged the fatal blow thanks to his ninja-like agility, the residual force still hurled him to the ground. Athena had been rescued. Lance could infer the situation without further thought. After all, the swift arrival and departure of Team Rocket could only imply one purpose: to liberate Athena. I wonder how Kona is faring, he mused, glancing toward the prison with evident concern in his eyes. Sister Kona will surely be fine, Ash reassured, observing Lance's furrowed brow. He quietly watched Lambda, who was retreating into the cave, feeling a twinge of discontent. However, he suppressed his emotions, knowing that a hasty attack could endanger not only himself, but also the ordinary trainers below. Moreover, the strength displayed by Team Rocket this time did not seem as formidable as before. They suspected that pursuing them might lead to an ambush, which would be a grave error. Let us assess our conditions. Anyone injured should seek treatment from Nurse Joy. Following this, the Alliance plunged into a flurry of activity. As the arrival of Team Rocket had compromised several facilities, including the prison housing the criminals. Damn that Team Rocket. I never imagined they would collude with organizations from other regions. In the conference room, Lance slammed his palm against the table, a tingling pain radiating from his hand. Yet the fire of his fury remained suppressed. Kid, I don't think it's that simple. Team Rocket may strike again soon. Why do you say that? Weren't they just here to rescue Athena? Upon hearing Lance's question, Kikuko rolled her eyes and continued. This time, it's not just Team Rocket. Team Magma is involved as well. If other regions discover their alliance, they will face a collective opposition from multiple territories. The best course of action now is to unite our forces for a counterattack. We must devise a more detailed plan upon our return. Listening to Kikuko's words, the others grasped the gravity of the situation, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency, for they were now up against a coalition of villainous organizations from 2 regions. So what shall we do next, Kikuko? Ash inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sought insight into their potential course of action. We can only fight. If they come for us, we must retaliate. We cannot flee, not only due to the constraints of our identities, but also because behind us lies the hopes of countless families. As Kikuko's words echoed, everyone nodded in agreement, realizing that they had no other options. By the way, Ash, who were you referring to as reinforcements earlier? Oh well, it seems I can no longer sense their aura. Huh? Faced with Lance's inquiry, Ash sheepishly scratched his head, offering a light-hearted laugh. Is that so? All right, everyone, let us conclude this meeting, but we must remain vigilant. The enemy could strike at any moment. Yes, with Lance's declaration of adjournment, the others departed the room, resuming their respective tasks. On the other side, within the champion's path, the retreating Team Rocket and Team Magma congregated in a vast expanse, encircling 7 silhouettes within their midst. These 7 figures comprised the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, alongside other nefarious organizations from various regions. From the Hoenn region, the leaders of Team Magma and Team Aqua, Maxi and Archie, stood prominently. The leader of Team Galaxy from the Sinnoh region, Cyrus, was also present, as was the leader of Team Plasma from the Unova region. And, lastly, the leader of Team Flare from the Kalos region, Lysandra, emerged, his form gradually revealing itself from the shadows, remarkably identical to Giovanni, indistinguishable in appearance. Esteemed colleagues, in the face of such a feeble world, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, echoed the dual voices of Giovanni. The other leaders erupted in cheers, rallying their subordinates to prepare for their departure. Our target, the Quartz Plateau Pokemon League, Giovanni continued, and the assembled leaders readied themselves, powerful master balls appearing in their hands. The impending battle loomed as silhouettes began to materialize atop Silver Mountain, their formidable auras suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Within the Pokemon League, Ash and his ally, Lance, sensed the brewing storm and promptly instructed the Elite Four and their followers to gather their Pokemon and head to the league's entrance. Just as Ash and his companions arrived at the threshold, a throng of figures materialized before them, the dark crowd imposing a significant psychological burden. At the forefront, Maxi, the leader of Team Magma, approached with his subordinates, his gaze brimming with arrogance. He paid no heed to Ash and Lance. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he advanced towards the Pokemon League. Halt, Maxi! If you dare to proceed any further, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Oh, And what do you intend to do about it? He retorted. Why, we shall fight. With Lance's rallying cry, both factions unleashed their Pokemon to initiate the assault. Flames, ice crystals, torrents of water, razor-sharp leaves, and bolts of lightning converged in a dazzling display of combat. As the two sides clashed vigorously. Chapter 64. Liyue vs. Fire Village, Team Aqua emerges. The League's combatants, led by Ash, began to engage Team Magma, each summoning their strongest Pokemon to confront the adversaries before them. A myriad of elemental attacks surged forth from the League's side, while Team Magma predominantly retaliated with dark and fire-type moves, gradually succumbing to the League's overwhelming pressure. As the tide of battle turned against them, Fire Village stepped forward, sensing an opportunity to shine. Fire Village, huh? Heh, I shall return shortly. One of the Elite Four, Liyue, unleashed a wicked smile, as if regarding Fire Village as mere prey, poised to devour him whole. The Dark-type Queen, Liyue, shall make you the first of our fallen adversaries. Camerupt and Swoobat, prepare for battle. Very well, I shall take you on. Gyarados and Mamoswine. In response to Fire Village's Camerupt and Swoobat, a glint of cunning sparkled in Liyue's eyes. Should someone familiar with her witness this, they would undoubtedly suspect that this little devil was concocting yet another scheme. Mamoswine, use Taunt, targeting Swoobat. Gyarados, unleash Dragon Dance. Swoobat, use Trick Room. Camerupt, bolster yourself with Curse. Simultaneously, Liyue and Fire Village issued their commands. Liyue's Mamoswine, bearing the ability Prankster, executed its move first, provoking Swoobat and nullifying its intended strategy. Swoobat could only stare wide-eyed at Mamoswine, its expression reminiscent of a jilted spouse. Meanwhile, Gyarados and Camerupt employed their respective buffing moves, enhancing their attack and defense. Mamoswine, use Trick on Camerupt. Gyarados, execute another Dragon Dance. Liyue's lips curled into a smile, but her orders left her companions momentarily stunned. What on earth? Has Liyue lost her mind? Such greed. If Swoobat unleashes Volt Switch, Gyarados is done for. I suspect she has deduced Swoobat's capabilities, with 3 status moves and 1 stab move, and if I'm correct, Swoobat's ability is adaptability. This means, indeed, Fire Village likely only possesses 1 stab move. A tree and a citrus fruit, situated to Lance's right, discussed Liyue's directives. The astute tree, a psychic-type master, quickly grasped Liyue's strategy. Their familiarity, stemming from their concurrent tenure as Elite Four members, deepened their understanding of one another, especially as he harbored an ineffable sentiment towards Liyue, prompting heightened vigilance. At that moment, Liyue's Mamoswine utilized Trick, swapping its held item with that of Camerupt. Fire Village stood aghast, witnessing his Camerupt's Mega Evolution Stone successfully pilfered. What? Fire Village found himself in a dire predicament. Swoobat's Trick Room could not be established, leaving the sluggish Camerupt devoid of action, while his only hope, the Mega Evolution, had been seized. Alas, Fire Village is all too predictable. Maxie, standing at the rear of Team Magma, envisioned the scene of Fire Village's defeat, fully aware that Liyue was toying with him. Heh, Fire Village, what are you planning to do next? Liyue flashed a wicked grin, starkly contrasting with the pitiful visage of Fire Village, leaving onlookers uncertain of who the true villain was. TCH, don't think this means I'm out of tricks. I am an officer of Team Magma. Swoobat, unleash triple attack. Camerupt, Earthquake. Fire Village launched his assault, yet Liyue was not one to remain passive, issuing her own commands. Gyarados, use Water Tail on Camerupt. Mamoswine, employ Icicle Crash on Swoobat. With their orders given, the Pokemon sprang into action. Gyarados swung its tail, enveloped in water, directing its force towards Camerupt. The Water Tail struck true, and with 4 times the effectiveness and 2 boosts in attack, Camerupt succumbed, losing its fighting capability. The would-be Earthquake never materialized, as its sluggish speed precluded it from acting, forcing Fire Village to withdraw it into its Pokeball. On the opposite front, Mamoswine attempted to utilize Icicle Crash on Swoobat. However, the smaller creature dodged skillfully, seizing the opportunity to unleash a triple attack. With Swoobat's adaptability and stab boosts, Mamoswine lost a substantial amount of health, yet its robust physique allowed it to endure. At that moment, Gyarados rushed to the aid of the injured Mamoswine, delivering a Water Tail strike. With stab and 2 attack boosts, Swoobat was sent into a state of unconsciousness, and Fire Village's 2 Pokemon were thus rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Well then, shall you attempt to continue, Fire Village? The gaze of Pear Blossom exuded an air of contempt, as if mocking the frailty of Fire Village. Do not take advantage of us too much. Aye. The great leader of the Crimson Flame Pine, found myself at a loss as Fire Village witnessed the incapacitation of its two prepared Pokémon, ultimately returning helplessly to the side of its leader. It's all right. Even if you perish, it will not hinder our plans. Your words are truly devoid of compassion, leader. Upon hearing the words of Crimson Flame Pine, Fire Village felt a pang in his heart, magnifying the impact of Pear Blossom's recent blow, especially coming from his own leader, which deeply saddened him. Crimson Flame Pine remained silent, taking a few steps to the left to create a passageway, leaving Fire Village bewildered, unsure of his leader's intentions. Imbecile, why are you not hurrying over? They are coming. They? Who are they, leader? Old friends. Upon hearing Crimson Flame Pine's words, Fire Village instantly grasped the situation, fixating on that passageway, having already deduced who was approaching. Crimson Flame Pine, long time no see. Why are your subordinates so weak? They can't even handle a champion? Shui Wudong, I dare say your subordinates are not faring much better. Are we going to fight? You can certainly try. Observing the sudden escalation of discord from his leader, Fire Village exchanged a glance with the Aqua Team's Quan Mei, shaking his head in resignation as he stepped forward to restrain his leader. Enough, leader, we are here to assist. Indeed, leader. Let us swiftly seize the Kanto League while we have the chance. Hearing the words of his cadre, Shui Wudong and Crimson Flame Pine ceased their bickering. Although their gazes remained laden with animosity, this was to be expected, as they often clashed during their time in the Hoenn region, striving to surpass each other in the pursuit of their ideals, only to find that those ideals ultimately remained unfulfilled. Neither the expansion of land by the Fire Rock Team nor the extension of the ocean by the Aqua Team could be realized. If land were to expand, the ocean would diminish, leading to an even scarcer water supply. Conversely, should the ocean expand, coastal cities and towns would face dire peril, with residents living in perpetual fear. Everyone attack. With Shui Wudong's command, numerous subordinates rolled up their sleeves, brandishing their pokeballs to coordinate their efforts against the Fire Rock Team. Unfortunately, they did not anticipate that the Fire Rock Team and Aqua Team formed an exceedingly poor combination. This was because whenever the Aqua Team aimed to unleash Water-type moves, a member of the Fire Rock Team would coincidentally retaliate with Fire-type moves, effectively neutralizing their assaults. Crimson Flame Pine, what is the meaning of this? Are we to engage in battle? I should be asking you, what is the matter with your subordinates? They seem incapable of controlling their abilities, frequently directing them toward my team. What do you mean they are directing their moves toward your team? It is clearly your subordinates who are colliding with us. Do you dare to throw a punch at me? As Shui Wudong spoke, his right hand clenched into a fist, though Quan Mei held him back. Otherwise, Shui Wudong would have launched an attack during the exchange, as both sides had no qualms about disregarding each other's dignity. How cowardly! Why the hesitation? You. Just as Shui Wudong and Crimson Flame Pine were about to continue their quarrel, they noticed their team members being utterly overwhelmed by the League's forces. Rally yourselves. If you lose, you will regret it. Watching his ineffective subordinates, Shui Wudong shouted, issuing commands to every member of the Aqua Team. The Fire Rock Team, too. Do not be outdone by the Aqua Team. Show them who the true powerhouse is. Upon hearing Crimson Flame Pine's words, the members of the Fire Rock Team were instantly invigorated, for this marked their first competition against the Aqua Team. How could they not be excited? They had long desired to crush those ruffians who incessantly clamored for ocean expansion, yet their alliance had restrained them from doing so. Otherwise, they would not have taken this competition so seriously. As the Fire Rock Team and Aqua Team charged forth, their coordination was markedly improved. Not only did their moves avoid hitting one another, but they also assisted each other in evading danger. Observing the suppressed League members, Ash and his companions scratched their heads, contemplating intervening. However, if they did so, the two final generals on the opposing side would also enter the fray, resulting in a truly spectacular scene. Water Tail. Pear Blossom commanded, enveloping Gyarados' tail in a torrent of water, forming a colossal appendage that swept across, decimating more than half of the opposing forces and shifting the tide of battle once more. Seeing this, Quan Mei furrowed her brow, retrieving a pokeball to prepare for support. However, Shui Wudong intercepted her, his expression tinged with delight as he spoke. Quan Mei, do not rush. Observe closely. That is, indeed. They are predominantly Crimson Flame Pine's men. Ha. How amusing. Pear Blossom has done splendidly. Shui Wudong gazed at the fallen red figures with unabashed joy, his voice carrying clearly to Crimson Flame Pine's ears. How infuriating. Crimson Flame Pine could only seethe in frustration, watching helplessly as Fire Village was sent reeling by Pear Blossom's attack, wishing that the opposing side had not triumphed so easily. With Gyarados' Water Tail, the League's fighters rallied once more, initiating an offensive against the Aqua team. Meanwhile, the Fire Rock team had been nearly decimated, with scant few remaining on the field. As the Aqua team's numbers dwindled, more and more members were rendered unconscious and dragged aside by the League's forces. How could this be? Observing the sharp reduction in their ranks, Shui Wutong's expression soured. He had not anticipated that his forces would lack the ability to resist without the assistance of the Fire Rock team. Shui Wutong was in distress. Yet Crimson Flame Pine was quite the opposite, unable to contain his laughter at Shui Wutong's plight, relishing in the sight of his rival faltering. Leader, judging by the current situation, it seems our subordinates are not trained as disciplined, professional fighters and will soon be defeated. Gazing at the rotund fire village before him, Crimson Flame Pine averted his gaze, directing it toward his subordinates. At this moment, the once formidable Fire Rock team was nowhere to be seen, with only a few Aqua team members still struggling to hold their ground. Kwame, let us advance. Very well, leader. Observing her subordinates still valiantly resisting, Shui Wutong and Kwanmei leapt forth to intercept the incoming assault. League rascals, allow me to entertain you. Facing the League's combatants, Shui Wutong exuded an imposing aura, perceiving them as mere insects to be easily manipulated. What need is there to trouble the leader with such matters? Allow me to handle this. Very well, Kwanmei. I entrust this to you. Hearing Chuanmei's words, Shui Wutong accepted with enthusiasm. Kings against kings, generals against generals, with their elevated status, how could they engage carelessly? The cadre of the Aqua team, how intriguing. Allow me to play with you a while. The Elite Four Pear Blossom, what an honor. I did not expect to encounter the one who toyed with Fire Village so effortlessly. Likewise, it seems that the cadre of Kwanmei is no simple adversary. Pear Blossom smiled, devoid of any disdain toward Fire Village, recognizing that Kwanmei was indeed a person of intellect, unlike that clumsy brute from Fire Village, whose immense strength is undeniable, yet whose intellect is dreadfully simplistic. Even before the battle commenced, Lihua had already discerned the information that had been acquired from the alliance. However, Izumi is an entirely different matter. She not only exudes an air of intelligence, but also possesses scant records within the alliance, making Lihua approach her with utmost caution. Fearing that a single misstep could lead to her downfall, she was acutely aware that the disparity between the Elite Four and the villainous executives is not insubstantial. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Lihua locked eyes with Izumi, and a fierce spark ignited between them, signaling that the battle was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 65, The Arrival of a Tree. As Lihua faced off against Izumi, both trainers exchanged a knowing glance and drew their pokeballs from their waists, throwing them with perfect synchronization. With a resounding pop, Lihua unleashed her Moonlight EV and Dream Cactus, while Izumi sent forth her Crawdaunt and Houndoom. The attributes of both sides were strikingly similar, with each of the four Pokemon possessing the Dark type. Thus, any Dark type moves utilized against one another would yield diminished damage, as Dark types exhibit resistance to their own kind. Howling into the fray, Houndoom made its entrance, causing Dream Cactus to feel as though its strength had waned, a consequence of Houndoom's Intimidate ability. This ability is widely regarded for its utility, as it lowers the opposing Pokemon's attack upon entry, rendering it exceptionally effective. Houndoom unleashed a Fire Fong against Dream Cactus, while Crawdaunt executed Dragon Dance to bolster its own prowess. Dream Cactus initiated Spiky Shield, and Moonlight EV cast Yon on Crawdaunt. Issuing commands, Lihua took on a defensive posture while Izumi launched her assault. In response to Houndoom's Fire Fong, Dream Cactus employed Spiky Shield to avert the impending threat, simultaneously sapping Houndoom's vitality due to the contact nature of the move. Meanwhile, Crawdaunt, having utilized Dragon Dance to enhance its speed and attack, fell victim to Moonlight EV's yawn. Yet, Izumi remained unfazed, seemingly prepared for Crawdaunt's imminent slumber. Did she bring a citrus berry? Or perhaps it possesses the move Sleep Talk? Observing Izumi's calm demeanor, Lihua speculated. If it were the former, it would be manageable, for Crawdaunt is not particularly swift, and her Moonlight EV could endure a yawn. However, if it were the latter, Izumi would surely gain the initiative, unless she had also equipped Crawdaunt with rest. Lihua pondered her next move in silence. But Izumi was not inclined to grant her any time for contemplation, swiftly launching her attack. Crawdaunt, once more with Dragon Dance. Houndoom, use Roar against Dream Cactus. Izumi continued her offensive, with Crawdaunt seeking to amplify its abilities further. Should this enhancement succeed, Crawdaunt would become a formidable beast with increased speed and attack. Houndoom, wary of Dream Cactus's Spiky Shield, unleashed a roar, preemptively lowering Dream Cactus's special attack, demonstrating a high level of caution. Moonlight EV taunted Crawdaunt, while Dream Cactus summoned a Sandstorm. Confronted with the prospect of an increasingly menacing Crawdaunt, Lihua knew she had to intervene. She directed Moonlight EV to provoke Crawdaunt into anger, rendering it incapable of using any further status-altering moves. Simultaneously, Dream Cactus conjured a sandstorm, enveloping the battlefield in a swirling tempest of sand. Delight evident on its face as it reveled in the chaos. Is that its sand availability? Observing Dream Cactus obscured by the swirling sands, Izumi muttered, deducing her opponent's trait. As this round of strategy concluded, Crawdaunt succumbed to sleep due to the effects of yawn. However, this development bore little significance for Izumi. Houndoom. Use Taunt on Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt, employ Sleep Talk. Moonlight EV, assist Dream Cactus, who will unleash Seed Bomb targeting Crawdaunt. Izumi appeared unconcerned about her slumbering Crawdaunt. Rather, she seemed to welcome it, allowing Houndoom's taunt to bolster the sleeping Crawdaunt's attack. Although this came at the cost of inducing confusion, a Pokemon already asleep could not be afflicted with any further status ailments. At this juncture, Crawdaunt's attack had risen to 3 levels, and its speed to 1. Faced with such a formidable Crawdaunt, Lihua resolved to act swiftly. She commanded Moonlight EV to assist Dream Cactus in enhancing the power of its next move. In response, Dream Cactus launched Seed Bomb, aiming directly at Crawdaunt. A barrage of enormous seeds rained down upon Crawdaunt, yet it miraculously remained standing, albeit barely. At that moment, a tattered sash floated gently from Crawdaunt's body. That is a focus sash. Realizing the reason why Dream Cactus's Seed Bomb, bolstered by both its stab and assistance, failed to incapacitate Crawdaunt, Lihua understood the significance of the focus sash. Its effect allows a Pokemon to withstand an otherwise debilitating blow with a sliver of health remaining. In Crawdaunt's case, it had merely 1 hit point left, yet this afforded it the opportunity to strike back with Sleep Talk. Water surged from Crawdaunt's pincers, hurtling toward Moonlight EV. With a resounding crash, the previously stationary Moonlight EV was sent flying backward, losing its battle capability. The morale of Lihua's team plummeted with the fall of Moonlight EV, as it was clear that against an empowered Crawdaunt, there was little hope for survival. Crawdaunt, once more with Sleep Talk. Houndoom, unleash Roar. Seizing the moment while Moonlight EV lay incapacitated, Izumi pressed forward with rapid attacks. Dream Cactus employed Spiky Shield. Faced with a dual onslaught, Lihua attempted to utilize Spiky Shield to deflect the incoming attacks, but fortune did not favor her this time. The Spiky Shield failed, and Crawdaunt unleashed a Dark-type move, Night Slash, against Dream Cactus. In the presence of the monstrous Crawdaunt, Dream Cactus fell before it could even endure a single turn. Consequently, Lihua was decisively defeated by Izumi. How could this happen? Ha ha ha. Lihua, the champion, you are nothing but this. Observing Lihua's crestfallen expression, Izumi was thoroughly satisfied, unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. Witnessing Lihua's dismay ignited a fire within her, intensifying her frustration as her teeth ground together. Crawdaunt, use Sleep Talk to strike the ground. Following Izumi's command, Crawdaunt randomly executed the move Crab Hammer, smashing downward. As the ground trembled from the impact, Lihua was thrown off balance, her body rendered weak. Had Lihua truly lost? The Pear Blossom champion has suffered a defeat. What shall we do? I shall seek vengeance for her. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Iju adjusted the mask resting on her face, revealing a smile that was both enigmatic and sardonic. Determined to avenge Pear Blossom's loss to Izumi, Iju made her way to the center of the battlefield, deftly pulling the incapacitated Pear Blossom behind her. She signaled to the other members of the alliance to escort Pear Blossom to safety, providing her with protection, while Izumi could not help but taunt at the sight. Unable to win on your own, are you now calling for reinforcements? No matter how many come, they shall not stand a chance against me. Unfazed by Iju's presence, Izumi was eager to seize the opportunity to engage in battle while her Iron Claw Lobster was still under the influence of its enhancement. Bronze Bell, Dazed King. Let our performance commence. Facing the enhanced Iron Claw Lobster, Iju dispatched Bronze Bell and Dazed King into the fray. Meanwhile, as Iju prepared her Pokeballs, Izumi discreetly administered healing to her Iron Claw Lobster, restoring its condition and vitality to their prime state. The Great Hound was also subjected to the same treatment. However, this meant that Iju would soon confront a fully revitalized and fortified Iron Claw Lobster and Great Hound. How cunning of you, Izumi. To employ items for recovery in a Pokemon battle, Iju observed, recognizing the implications of her opponent's actions. Thank you for the compliment, Iju, but I am indeed the villain. And villains do not concern themselves with the rules of Pokemon battles. After all, aren't rules meant to be broken? In response to Iju's mockery, Izumi remained undeterred, even shamelessly interpreting it as praise. The Water Fleet's cadre truly embodies the essence of their vessel. You are entirely one with it. Upon hearing Iju's veiled insult, Izumi felt a flicker of irritation, but quickly regained her composure, remembering they were in the midst of battle. Yet, a glint of fury lingered in her eyes, fixated on Iju, as if she were ready to consume her whole. Meanwhile, Pear Blossom, having just suffered defeat, was escorted to the rear, resting beside Aju. Are you all right? Pear Blossom? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Then rest well. Iju will avenge you. Iju. Pear Blossom's voice was weak as she conversed with one of the 4 heavenly kings, Aju. Upon learning that Iju intended to seek vengeance, her mind wandered back to her initial encounter with Iju upon joining the Chengdu alliance. In her memories, Iju had always been resilient, rarely tasting defeat, with a confident smile perpetually gracing her lips. Thinking of Iju's dashing figure, Pear Blossom felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy as she slowly drifted into slumber. Iju, do your best. Observing Pear Blossom succumb to sleep, Aju tenderly covered her with a blanket, her gaze shifting toward the scene unfolding just outside the Alliance Hall, where Iju faced off against Izumi. Anxiety filled her heart, as the current elemental attributes on the battlefield appeared decidedly unfavorable for Iju, leaving her uncertain about what strategies her ally might employ to turn the tide. On the battlefield, the air crackled with the desire for combat as Izumi and Iju locked eyes from a distance, neither willing to make the first move. Bronze Bell Trick Room. Dazed King. Reflect. After a moment's pause, seeing Izumi remain unmoving, Iju was the first to issue commands. Bronze Bell's psychic abilities enveloped the arena, constructing a pink-hued trick room, wherein the speed of Pokemon would be altered, allowing the typically sluggish to move with swiftness. Once the trick room was established, Dazed King deployed Reflect, mitigating 1/3 of the physical damage from incoming attacks. A trivial trick. Great Hound. Crush Dazed King. Iron Claw Lobster. Use Night Slash on Bronze Bell. Unfazed by the trick room's influence, Izumi was confident in her type advantage. The 2 Pokemon surged towards Dazed King and Bronze Bell, radiating dark energy that caused the Psychic-type Pokemon to recoil in distaste. In swift succession, the Iron Claw Lobster's Night Slash and the Great Hound's Crunch struck Iju's 2 Pokemon. However, prior to the impact, both had consumed a berry. Despite being hit by moves that were super effective against them, the 2 Pokemon exhibited little loss in vitality, instead appearing invigorated. A citrus berry, I presume? Observing her opponent's Pokemon still in fighting form, Izumi surmised the nature of the berry they had consumed. The citrus berry, when ingested, have the damage taken from Dark-type moves. With the damage reduced by both the berry and Reflect, the impact against Bronze Bell and Dazed King was minimal. Although the Iron Claw Lobster had undergone multiple enhancements, the combined mitigation and Bronze Bell's formidable physical defense resulted in negligible damage. Excellent. Bronze Bell, skill swap, targeting Iron Claw Lobster. Dazed King, use Protect. The Great Hound directed a yawn at Bronze Bell, while the Iron Claw Lobster prepared another Night Slash. Both sides issued commands simultaneously. However, Iju had anticipated Izumi's offensive, and Dazed King's Protect successfully shielded against both the yawn and Night Slash. Iju, with a confident smile, adjusted her mask, knowing that everything was progressing according to her meticulous plan. The skill swap executed by Bronze Bell was intended to acquire the Iron Claw Lobster's adaptability. As for how Iju discerned her opponent's ability, it had been revealed during the previous battle between Izumi and Pear Blossom, prompting the inception of a strategic plan in her mind. Bronze Bell utilized skill swap, successfully acquiring the Iron Claw Lobster's adaptability while relinquishing its heavy metal ability. The Iron Claw Lobster, now burdened by the swapped ability, felt an overwhelming heaviness, as though its weight had doubled, rendering its movements laborious and cumbersome. Damn it, this wretch. Watching the Iron Claw Lobster struggle, Izumi felt a wave of powerlessness wash over her. The sensation of being thoroughly outmaneuvered was deeply unsettling. It was akin to a child wielding a weapon being outmatched by an adult's prowess, proving that sheer strength was futile without strategy. Recycle Bronze Bell. Dazed King. Use Heal Pulse. Seizing the moment while Izumi was still processing the situation, Iju took the initiative. Bronze Bell utilized Recycle, successfully reclaiming the citrus berry, while Dazed King followed up with a Heal Pulse that fully restored Bronze Bell's vitality. Bronze Bell, use Heavy Slam on Iron Claw Lobster. Dazed King, yawn at Great Hound. With the stage set, Iju finally launched her attack, catching Izumi completely off guard. In the trick room, the typically slow Bronze Bell was granted the first move, delivering a powerful Heavy Slam against the Iron Claw Lobster's face. Despite being a water type, the attack's damage was merely considerable due to its resistance against steel, failing to incapacitate the Iron Claw lobster. Meanwhile, dazed King's Yawn delivered a devastating blow to Izumi, effectively rendering her Great Hound unable to act in the subsequent turn. Iron Claw lobster. Use Night Slash on Dazed King. Great Hound. Use Fire Fong on Bronze Bell. Even in the face of adversity, Izumi remained composed, gradually seeking a way to turn the tide. The fierce claws of the lobster targeted the vulnerable spots of the sluggish king, diverting its attention from the Bronze Bell due to the presence of the harsh fruit and the reflective barrier, thus opting to assault the sluggish king instead. The Great Hound lunged towards the Bronze Bell with its fiery fangs, seizing the opportunity for one final act of valor for the team. As the searing flames enveloped its teeth, the fiery fangs took shape, and the Great Hound opened its maw wide, delivering a fierce bite to the Bronze Bell. However, following this attack, the Great Hound felt a wave of exhaustion wash over its eyes, slowly succumbing to slumber. Despite its weakened state and the existence of the reflective barrier, it sustained considerable damage, yet fortunately did not lose its battle capacity. Meanwhile, the lobster unleashed a critical strike on the sluggish king, its claws surging with formidable dark energy. Fueled by this power, the lobster charged towards the sluggish king. Upon receiving the powerful blow, the sluggish king felt a dizzying sensation in its head, its strength rapidly diminishing. Hold on, sluggish king. Hearing a voice from Iju, memories surged in the sluggish king's mind, recalling a time when it was still a mere sluggish beast. Back then, it was daily tormented by its kin, until Iju stepped in to defend it, leading them both on a journey together. They shared countless nights of sleep, meals, and training, encountering Iju's other Pokemon along the way, with Iju nurturing it to this very moment. At this juncture, Iju needed it more than ever. How could it possibly concede? The power of their bond surged from within, allowing the sluggish king to withstand the overwhelming attack. Not only because Iju required its support, but also to spare Iju from sorrow, it endeavored to hold on. Excellent, sluggish king. Unleash a healing wave towards the Bronze Bell. Bronze Bell heavy impact. Target, lobster. Observing the sluggish king's perseverance, Iju was filled with excitement and promptly issued commands. Pink energy surged from the sluggish king, gradually entering the Bronze Bell, restoring its vitality to the fullest. Sluggish. Receive this, Bronze Bell. This is my final healing wave. Feeling the surge of its teammates' strength within, the Bronze Bell executed a heavy impact, charging towards the lobster with formidable force. At this moment, the trick space still prevailed, granting them the initiative in the assault. The Bronze Bell's sturdy form collided with the lobster, which had already lost considerable vitality. The weight of the blow sent the lobster flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendering this small creature incapable of continuing the fight. As the battlefield stood, only the slumbering Great Hound remained on Izumi's side. The match had reached its conclusion, for a sleeping hound could do naught but succumb to its dreams. Bronze Bell, unleash your final heavy impact. Witnessing the Bronze Bell rushing towards the Great Hound, Izumi's lips curled into a slight arc, as if clinging to a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Great Hound, now is your moment, fiery fangs. Suddenly, the Great Hound awoke from its slumber, revealing its sharp fangs enveloped in flames. As the Bronze Bell approached, it utilized its fiery fangs to bite into the opponent's body, the energies of both techniques colliding. Alas, the Bronze Bell, now fully rejuvenated and shielded by the reflective barrier, remained unperturbed by the Great Hound's fiery fangs, withstanding the fire-type attack that countered it. The Bronze Bell sent the Great Hound soaring away. Boom! The Great Hound crashed into the ground, creating a small crater, and its already low stamina and endurance led to its loss of battle capability. How infuriating, I have lost. Witnessing the Great Hound's defeat, Izumi felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet had no choice but to accept the outcome. Retrieving her two Pokemon, she lowered her head, preparing to depart when a voice from Iju reached her. Bronze Bell, deliver a heavy impact to the ground. Hearing Iju's command, the Bronze Bell sprang into action, directing its body forcefully downwards, causing the ground to tremble violently. The unexpected tremor took Izumi by surprise, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, face down, akin to a dog in disgrace. You. Izumi rose from the ground, her expression filled with fury. Hell, what's wrong? When she lifted her gaze towards Iju, she could only see the disdain in his eyes, which only fueled her anger. Yet, despite her fury, she found herself powerless to resist, slowly returning to the side of Mizuki with her head bowed. Like a child caught in mischief, she dared not speak as she lingered beside Mizuki. You have done splendidly, Now it is our turn to take over. That rascal Sakaki has already begun to urge us onward. Mizuki, observing Izumi's dejected demeanor, was unconcerned with her failure and instead spoke soothingly. All right, boss. Upon hearing her leader's words, a flush crept onto Izumi's cheeks as she obediently fell silent, remaining behind her superior. Meanwhile, Mizuki exchanged a glance with Akai Matsumoto, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. Gradually, the two drew closer, heading towards the league. Is it Mizuki and Akai Matsumoto this time? It must be our turn to make an appearance, right? They are not encumbered by. No rush, Mr. Yulan. Those tasked with dealing with them have already arrived. We shall simply await the spectacle. Hearing Yulan's voice, Ash looked skyward, yet the clear blue expanse revealed no other presence. Very well, I will trust you. Even so, Yulan placed his faith in Ash, recalling Iju from the battlefield as they patiently awaited the unfolding drama. It seems they have truly underestimated us. It is you, Akai Matsumoto, who has dragged us down. What did you say? I called you trash. Observing the imminent confrontation and bickering between the two, Izumi and the other members displayed a sense of exasperation, stepping forward to separate their respective leaders. You should be prepared, right? Of course. Don't hold us back. Akai Matsumoto. The two turned their gazes towards the league's gates, their eyes ablaze with fervor, as if they sought to consume it whole. Chapter 67. Mizuki and Akai Matsumoto. The Elite Four and the champion of the league shall witness the goal we have long pursued. A glint of madness flickered in Akai Matsumoto's eyes as he addressed the assembly standing before the league, his booming voice instantly capturing their attention. Are you ready, Mizuki? Absolutely. This is all for my objective. As Mizuki and Akai Matsumoto spoke, they synchronously produced two Master Balls. With the emergence of these two Master Balls onto the field, the weather abruptly shifted. One side basked in clear skies, the scorching sun beating down upon the parched ground, cracking it open, while even Ash and the others felt the temperature rapidly rise. On the other side, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain began to pour, drenching the earth in a relentless downpour. At the intersection of these two weather phenomena, the rain met the arid ground and evaporated instantly, while the sunlight struggled to penetrate beyond the boundary. Groudon, Kyogre. The blazing inferno of the fire pine and the water sycamore simultaneously unleashed their Master Balls, summoning two colossal figures before the gates of the Alliance. One stood several meters tall, its entire form of vivid crimson, reminiscent of a fearsome behemoth from a prehistoric era. This Pokémon was none other than Groudon, the land creator. The other, adorned in a tranquil blue that mirrored the depths of the ocean, gracefully floated in the air, its enormous pectoral fins flaring out. This Pokémon was Kyogre, the sea creator. For the very first time, these formidable creatures, longtime rivals, joined forces, compelled by the alliance of their summoners, Fire Pine and Water Sycamore. Remarkably, this was their inaugural encounter without hostility, a truly astonishing occurrence. With a thunderous roar, both Pokémon unleashed their might, amplifying the tempestuous weather. The sun blazed with an even fiercer intensity, while the rain cascaded down in torrents. The sheer magnitude of Groudon on the ground and Kyogre soaring above left the Alliance personnel in awe, as they beheld such titanic Pokémon for the first time. Could these truly be the legendary land and sea creators? The overwhelming aura they exuded was palpable. Yulong, witnessing the magnificent spectacle, felt an indescribable sense of wonder. Although he had heard tales from Ash, seeing it unfold before his eyes was utterly breathtaking. Pika, ZZZZZ. Pikachu, observing Groudon, exhibited visible disdain, clearly harboring a dislike for its presence. The reason for this animosity stemmed from memories of unpleasant encounters during their travels in the Hoenn region. Meanwhile, the weather in the Kanto region underwent drastic alterations, mirroring the chaos at the Alliance headquarters. Panic gripped the residents of Kanto. Fear not. Do not venture outside. Please remain indoors. On the streets, Officer Jenny was diligently maintaining order, her uniform gradually soaked by the relentless downpour. Witnessing her efforts, many sensible citizens complied, retreating to the safety of their homes. What on earth is happening? Amidst the torrential rain, Officer Jenny remained undeterred by the relentless assault of the raindrops as she gazed towards the quartz plateau, her expression betraying a hint of concern. In the town of Hoki, Steele was anxiously observing the well of the Slowpoke, which had already lost a significant amount of water. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, and his lips were parched and cracked. Mr. Steele, please return home. Your granddaughter is worried sick about you. At that moment, the gym leader of Hoki, Abai, appeared behind Steele. I understand, but what on earth is going on? I do not know, but this is beyond our control. All I can do is ensure the safety of the townsfolk. Abai followed Steele's gaze towards the neighboring Kanto region, which was now engulfed in a deluge, starkly contrasting with the conditions in Hoki. I am reporter Awning, and I have arrived near the quartz plateau. As you can see, Kanto and Hoki are divided by the plateau. While Hoki basks under the blazing sun, Kanto is besieged by torrential rains. I shall investigate further. Stay tuned for my live broadcast. Near the quartz plateau, a robust man, clutching a Rotom phone, was laughing heartily at the screen. He then secured the Rotom phone atop his cap and began climbing the quartz plateau amidst the downpour. The viewers were astonished to see this reporter relying on his strength rather than Pokémon to ascend the plateau for a live report. Huff, huff. I've finally made it. Let me see, what is that? Awning's ascent was swift, perhaps due to his intense focus, and soon he found himself atop the quartz plateau. His gaze, along with the camera's lens, met the colossal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, instilling a sense of fear within him. The audience, many of whom were familiar with these legendary Pokémon, began to share their knowledge in the live chat. So, this is the land creator and the sea creator. Through the insights shared by viewers, Awning grasped the true identities of these majestic beings. Suppressing his awe, he crouched down, trying to approach stealthily. At that moment, in front of the Alliance headquarters, Firepine and Water Sycamore exchanged glances, unable to contain their manic laughter. Haha, what do you plan to do about us? You are destined to fail. Though reluctant to agree with his counterpart, Water Sycamore had to concede, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Groudon, erupt in flames. Firepine commanded, initiating the assault, while Water Sycamore merely observed, viewing Yulong and Ash's group as mere corpses, unworthy of his intervention. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Groudon's maw, intensified by the blazing sun, surging toward Ash and his companions. The fiery column barreled through the air, and Ash swiftly directed Pikachu to retaliate. Undeterred by the monstrous flames, Pikachu faced the oncoming inferno, unleashing its Thunderbolt in a fierce standoff. The clash of electric brilliance and raging fire continued unabated, neither side willing to yield. That is the champion and the Elite Four. At this moment, Awning had stealthily approached the battlefield, hiding not far behind Firepine and Water Sycamore, inadvertently witnessing Pikachu engage Groudon. After a moment of astonishment, he collected himself, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Those are Firepine and Water Sycamore. Aren't they from Hoenn? Are they part of a villainous organization? What are they doing in Kanto? I know. I've heard rumors that several villainous teams across regions have allied with Team Rocket. Is that true? If so, this presents a grave crisis. In the live chat, viewers recognized Water Sycamore and Firepine, calling out their names, while others, armed with intel from unknown sources, began to sense an impending threat looming closer. Are all villainous teams from various regions involved? But where are the others? Why only those from Hoenn? Awning pondered this question, but no answer would come. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Groudon, amplify your flames. On the battlefield, Firepine snorted dismissively, causing Groudon's flames to intensify, placing Pikachu's Thunderbolt at a disadvantage. Darn it. Pikachu, let's boost our power to counterattack. Faced with the suddenly more potent column of fire, Ash's Pikachu refused to back down, unleashing a flurry of black lightning that surged towards the flames. Empowered by the dark electricity, Pikachu's Thunderbolt surged forth, now evenly matched against the fiery assault. The recent attack, which proved ineffective, captured the attention of Qi Yinsong. That Pikachu is no ordinary creature. We must unite our forces to vanquish it, he declared. Are you certain we should join forces against a mere Pikachu? Water Wudong questioned. Absolutely. I have never encountered a Pikachu capable of unleashing such formidable Thunderbolt. Qi Yinsong retorted without hesitation, meeting Water Wudong's doubtful gaze with unwavering conviction. Well, if you insist. Relenting under the weight of Qi Yinsong's resolute expression, Water Wudong nodded in agreement, prepared to confront Ash's Pikachu alongside him. Gaoka, let us join the fray. Water Pulse. Water Wudong commanded, prompting Ash's companion, Yulong Du, to furrow his brow in concern. Just as he was about to intervene, Ash held him back. Meanwhile, as Water Pulse surged towards Ash's Pikachu, a dazzling dragon pulse descended from the heavens, radiating an extraordinary light. This dragon pulse, composed of the purest dragon-type energy, manifested as a flying dragon that opened its maw wide to devour the Water Pulse, savoring the moment before gradually transforming into shimmering particles and vanishing from sight. Above, a colossal green figure loomed amidst the clouds, its golden eyes peering down at the scene below. What on earth is that? Aining gasped in astonishment at the spectral silhouette above, unaware that even greater surprises awaited him. Ash, what is that? Yulongdu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the sight in the sky. Indeed, our reinforcements have arrived, Ash affirmed with a nod, perfectly timed. Chapter 68. Visitors from another world. I hope we haven't arrived too late. Just as Yulongdu lifted his gaze to the sky, a voice resonated from behind the group. Turning around, they were greeted by a bright, cheerful young man wearing a backward cap and carrying a messenger bag. Beside him stood another boy, seemingly reticent, donning a crimson hat. Despite their disparate appearances, both exuded a formidable presence that made Yulongdu uneasy. Is that you, Mr. Du? It has been quite some time, the bright youth remarked. Have we met before? Yulongdu replied, perplexed, as he was certain he had never encountered this individual. My apologies. This must be my first meeting with you. Not Mr. Du, the boy clarified. Yulongdu fell silent, unable to comprehend the boy's words. What do you mean by Yuanyur? Are there other Yulongdus aside from you? Sensing Yulongdu's confusion, the boy in the crimson hat interjected. Aseong, your phrasing is misleading. My apologies, Mr. Du, we are visitors from another world. He explained after casting a disapproving glance at the boy named Aseong, instantly clarifying the situation for Yulongdu. That explains it. So there are other Yulongdus in different worlds? Indeed, Mr. Du, you are a champion in our realm as well. Although Aseong and I had hoped to avoid passing that mantle on to you. This kid knows how to speak, Yulongdu thought, his brow twitching as he struggled to suppress his rising irritation. Mr. Du, Aseong means no harm, Ash interjected, trying to ease the tension. By the way, Aseong, is it just the two of you who have come? Sensing Yulongdu's unease, Ash quickly took the initiative. There's also Yushu. He was supposed to join us, but he got caught up in post-disaster reconstruction efforts for the Alliance. Only we managed to slip away to find you. Is the Yulongdu from another world also burdened with such responsibilities? It sounds quite overwhelming, Yulongdu mused, reflecting on his own frequent missions and the obligation to clean up after others in this world. Post-disaster reconstruction? What happened? The last time I visited, everything seemed fine, Ash remarked, his focus on how others had evaded their duties rather than the situation itself. It was those two. They unexpectedly invaded our world, catching us off guard and causing significant destruction to our buildings, Aseong explained, gesturing towards the battlefield where Chi Yin Song and Water Wudong anxiously scanned the skies. You've encountered them then? It seems this isn't their first offense, Yulongdu surmised. About that, it appears they succeeded in one world and then began their assaults on others. With our world being the first target, Ash nodded, indicating his understanding as he turned his gaze towards the battlefield. Amidst the clouds, a green Pokemon emerged, accompanied by a boy dressed in shorts and a white knitted cap, who, like Aseong, carried a messenger bag. Aseong referred to him as Yushu. Rayquaza, unleash another Dragon Pulse. Yushu commanded, patting Rayquaza on the head. Below, Chi Yin Song and Water Wudong maintained their serious expressions, fixated on the imposing Rayquaza above. Not this kid again. It seems we must get serious now, Water Wudong. Do I even need to say it? This boy is anything but ordinary. Both exchanged determined glances and retrieved shimmering orbs from their pockets. Chi Yin Song held a vibrant red orb, radiating intense heat that scorched his hands, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to relinquish his grip. Water Wudong, on the other hand, experienced a less intense sensation, merely feeling a dampness. Kyogre, Groudon, reclaim your true powers. Let the world witness your might in primal form. Chi Yin Song and Water Wudong shouted in unison, casting the orbs glowing with blinding red and blue light towards their respective Pokemon. As the two orbs made contact, Groudon and Kyogre roared in unison, their bodies beginning to transform. Upon touching the red orb, Groudon was enveloped by a peculiar rune emerging from within, gradually merging with its form, altering its appearance. Kyogre experienced a similar transformation, its form also shifting with the infusion of the rune. Both Pokemon grew in stature, with Kyogre becoming semi-transparent, adorned with symbols on its fins, while Groudon's body exhibited molten colors, expanding in size and exuding an aura of majesty and power. This transformed state represented the original forms of Groudon and Kyogre, often referred to in legends as their primal reversion. Not only did their appearances and sizes change, but their abilities also heightened, with original traits evolving into new ones. Groudon transitioned from its original ability of drought to desolate land, while Kyogre shifted from drizzle to primordial sea. In these new forms, Groudon could no longer be harmed by water-type attacks, while Kyogre similarly became impervious to fire-type attacks. As the two Pokemon fully embraced their transformations, the weather surrounding each side began to intensify dramatically. In the realm of Groudon, the flora has withered, and the earth displays cracks reminiscent of a spider's web due to the relentless drought. Conversely, on Kyogre's side, the rain pours down with such intensity that even the smaller shrubs and grasses are submerged. Is this a return to primordial times? Let us, Rayquaza, alter our stance as well. Yushu spoke, gently caressing the large head of Rayquaza, and continued, Rayquaza, use your signature move, Dragon Ascent. Upon hearing Yushu's command, Rayquaza immediately unleashed its exclusive technique, Dragon Ascent. With a resounding roar that echoed through the skies, Rayquaza emerged majestically from the clouds, casting a fierce glare at the two Pokémon below. After all, it has always been Rayquaza that mediated the fierce battles between these two Pokémon. Simultaneously, its body radiated a blinding green light as it launched an attack towards Groudon and Kyogre on the ground. Rayquaza's form straightened, and a colossal surge of energy emanated from within it. Swiftly, it descended, charging towards Groudon and Kyogre, its impressive silhouette appearing remarkably striking to Ash and his companions. The overwhelming dragon pressure bore down on Groudon and Kyogre, yet this move inflicted minimal damage upon them, as they had already reverted to their primal forms. However, this maneuver was not devised by Yushu to harm Groudon and Kyogre, but rather to synchronize with their state. Back in the sky, Rayquaza underwent a sudden transformation, enveloped in a radiant green light. Within this luminescence, Rayquaza began to evolve, its form expanding, skin shimmering like emeralds, with golden ribbons flowing around its body. This was indeed Rayquaza's Mega Evolution, Mega Rayquaza, whose abilities soared, as its trait shifted from Airlock to Delta Stream, nullifying the weaknesses of flying types and altering the weather to turbulent conditions. The battleground now resembled a three-way stalemate. Rayquaza hovered above, with chaotic air currents swirling around it. Groudon stood on the cracked earth, and Kyogre floated amidst the torrential downpour, allowing the icy rain to drench its form. Humph, even if you have reached our level. What of it? We have the advantage of numbers, 2 against 1. Do you really think we will be defeated? Groudon commanded. Groudon, unleash Flamethrower. With a dismissive snort, Chi-Hi ignored the newly evolved Rayquaza and ordered Groudon to fire. If that's the case, let's join in. Kyogre, use Origin Pulse. Water Wudong swiftly followed Chi-Hi's lead, determined to retaliate. The searing flames coalesced within Groudon's maw, and in mere moments, it was ready to fire. Meanwhile, several blue energy spheres materialized around Kyogre, which then released a torrent of blue energy waves, its signature move, Origin Pulse. The waves encircled the flames, hurtling towards Rayquaza above, their immense power causing the air to wail in protest. Rayquaza, use Draco Meteor. With this command, Yushu's Rayquaza let out a thunderous dragon roar, unleashing a devastating beam of energy from its mouth. The two attacks collided, neither yielding to the other in power. Rayquaza, Dragon Ascent. Observing that the adversaries continued to unleash their moves, Yushu promptly halted the Draco Meteor, allowing Rayquaza to break free from its momentary immobilization and charge towards the two Pokémon below with Dragon Ascent. Boom! In a single, resounding strike, the ground shattered, and the previously chaotic weather abruptly returned to normalcy. Incredible. Unbelievable. This sudden appearance of a young boy, accompanied by Rayquaza, has managed to overpower these legendary Pokémon. Not far away, Awning sheltered behind a rock, bracing against the powerful winds generated by the explosion, steadying himself to broadcast the scene to the viewers on the other side of the screen. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, the onlookers beheld the sight of Mega Rayquaza pressing down on the heads of Groudon and Kyogre, forcing them into the deep crater formed by the blast. In the pit, Groudon and Kyogre exchanged glances, each recognizing a flicker of fear in the other's eyes, reminiscent of past encounters where this formidable elder brother had bested them in combat. The resurgence of these memories awakened trepidation within them, prompting them to cease their resistance against Rayquaza's overwhelming force. After all, continued defiance could lead to an even graver fate. Yet Rayquaza could not quell the fury within its heart. Casting a glance at Kyogre and then at Groudon, it was suddenly irked by Groudon's crimson hue and swiftly gathered a potent beam of destruction. Once the energy was amassed, the destructive ray shot towards Groudon's nape. The immense energy caused violent tremors, making Kyogre shudder in apprehension, relieved that it was not the target. Meanwhile, Groudon, filled with suppressed rage, could only endure Rayquaza's outpouring of wrath. Damn it, is this where it ends? We should retreat. Sakaki and the others are still behind us. Chi-Hi and Water Wudong, witnessing their revered Pokémon being bullied, felt utterly despondent, as though hope had evaporated from their lives. After a hushed discussion, they resolved to retreat to the cave and summon their companions, prioritizing the greater good despite their heartache. Did they wish to flee? Awning, observing from a distance, noticed Water Wudong and Chihai whispering to each other, then slowly moving towards the cave behind them. An idea sparked in his mind. He picked up a stick from the ground and crouched, advancing towards Water Wudong and Chihai. Gradually, Chihai whispered, "I know," while they are distracted. Unbeknownst to them, Awning had already approached from behind. With a swift motion, he struck both Water Wudong and Chihai on the head with the stick, producing 2 sharp cracks. Ash and his companions, fixated on Groudon and Kyogre, were suddenly drawn to the unexpected sounds, turning their attention towards the source. There stood Awning, one hand holding a Rotom phone and the other brandishing the stick, panting heavily, seemingly calming his restless heart. I did it. Awning could hardly believe it. After all, these were the pinnacle figures of 2 villainous organizations in the Hoenn region, and he had managed to subdue them, a mere underling. After steadying his racing heart, Awning noticed the puzzled gazes of Ash and the others and quickly began to explain, albeit stammering under the scrutiny of such formidable individuals. The champions, Elite Four, they want to escape. His halting speech was still comprehensible to Ash and the others, who regarded him with admiration. Wow, is this reporter really that formidable? Do not doubt Awning's prowess. He was once the premier reporter for the sports channel, often embroiled in altercations due to unauthorized interviews with other reporters. He is indeed a top-tier fighter in the realm of Pokemon combat. Such skill. Good heavens. Even the champion of the Hoenn region must have been flabbergasted to find that after such a protracted struggle, he succumbed to a mere wooden stick. In the live stream, viewers were inundated with thoughts, offering praise for Awning, reminiscing about his past educational efforts, and drawing connections to the current Hoenn champion. However, at that moment, Ahe was too preoccupied to consider much else, for Ash and his companions had already approached him. Among them, the vivacious and spirited Oxiang was the first to pat Awning on the shoulder, exclaiming his admiration. Impressive. Who would have thought a mere bystander would dare to confront those 2? You truly hold your own against them. Upon hearing Oxiang's self-aggrandizing praise, Akihiko could not help but roll his eyes in disdain at such behavior. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Oxiang's voice echoed in Awning's ears. And as he expressed his gratitude, a blush involuntarily crept onto Awning's face, resembling a ripe apple, tempting anyone to take a bite. Yet, upon witnessing Awning's full appearance, these newcomers would undoubtedly lose their enthusiasm. Time continued to march forward, as Ash and his companions rummaged through the pockets of Mizuki and Akihiko, successfully retrieving the Pokeballs that contained Groudon and Kyogre. They managed to secure these titanic Pokemon within the balls and subsequently bound the leaders of the villainous organization, along with their followers and subordinates, escorting them to prison. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Sakaki was seated at a stone table with others, glancing at the time before speaking. It seems that Akihiko and Mizuki have failed. Who would have thought that these 2, wielders of the creators of land and sea, would meet with such defeat? How embarrassing. Observing the idle chairs surrounding the stone table, Sakaki felt a deep sense of resignation, having surmised the current predicament of the 2. Ahem, everyone, it appears our companions, Akihiko and Mizuki, are not returning anytime soon. Henceforth, we must rely on ourselves. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, shall we act in unison? The alternate world, Sakaki reassured. Fear not. This world is not so formidable. You worry too much. Unfazed by Sakaki's words, the alternate world Sakaki seemed to have forgotten the reason for his arrival in this realm. To ensure against failure, they had no choice but to proceed, especially since Akihiko and Mizuki had yet to return. Very well. Let me witness the true nature of this world's league. Do not disappoint me. An air of disdain crossed the alternate world Sakaki's face, which did not sit well with the original Sakaki, as it implied a lack of respect towards him. Nevertheless, the original Sakaki chose not to dwell on this, prioritizing the larger picture. Subsequently, the remaining leaders of the villainous organization, armed with their respective forces, began their march towards the cave's exit. At that moment, within the Pokemon League, Ash and his companions were fervently discussing Yushu's Rayquaza. So majestic. This is the Mega Rayquaza, the sovereign of the skies, an immensely powerful dragon-type Pokemon. Yulongdu affectionately patted the Mega Rayquaza's head, seemingly wishing to recline atop it, his eyes reflecting envy towards Yushu. Meanwhile, Ash and Akihiko exchanged perplexed glances, unsure why Yulongdu was so animated by the sight of Mega Rayquaza. Just then, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the cave in the distance, capturing everyone's attention. What is that? Ash and his companions turned towards the cave, where several figures emerged. Leading the way were the 2 Sakakis, flanked by Akihiko, Quiru, and Flodali. These leaders of the villainous organization exuded an unstoppable aura as they slowly approached Ash and his friends. Sakaki? Two of them? Yulong-Du's astonishment was unmistakable as he gazed at the suddenly appearing leaders of the organization, clearly taken aback. Mr. Du, do not forget that these individuals hail from another world. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Oxiang's words, Yulong-Du quickly recalled that there was indeed another version of himself in a different world, nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, the Sakakis halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon Ash and Akihiko. What is the meaning of this? How did Akihiko end up here? The alternate world Sakaki found it hard to fathom the presence of the figure in the red hat at the league entrance. Curse it, we've come this far. We must proceed. Despite his reluctance to give up so easily, the conflicted expression on his face was noted by the original Sakaki, who felt a surge of excitement within. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, responding, "Let us proceed. Let us unleash our utmost strength." As they spoke, the four leaders of the villainous organization simultaneously produced their master balls, each emanating a powerful aura, akin to ferocious beasts exuding their might. With the opening of their master balls, several figures materialized before the league. From the hands of the two Sakakis emerged a Lugia, shrouded in darkness. Its form constructed from an ominous black-purple hue, its eyes gleaming a blood red, exuding a predatory thirst. The other figure summoned by the alternate world Sakaki was a pitch-black Mutuo, adorned with protruding yellow crystals upon its shoulders. The other three, Quiru, Akihiko, and Flodali, each summoned two Master Balls. As red light flickered, the first to materialize before Akihiko were two colossal Pokémon. According to Sinnoh legends, these were Dialga, the Guardian of Time, and Palkia, the Guardian of Space. These two Pokémon exuded tremendous pressure, generating a violent gust of wind, yet Ash and his companions managed to withstand it. Before Flodali stood the deity of life from the Kalos region, Xerneas, and the harbinger of destruction, Yveltal. Newly summoned, Yveltal appeared exceedingly agitated, its fierce gaze darting towards Ash and his friends. In contrast, Xerneas regarded them with an expression of pity, as if they had committed a grave transgression. Lastly, Quiru summoned two Pokémon known as the True Dragon of Unova, the White Hero Reshiram, and the Ideal Dragon, the Black Hero Zekrom. Upon witnessing the opulent lineup before them, Yulong-Du could not suppress a gulp. After all, four of the dragons present ignited his excitement. Meanwhile, Akihiko, Ash, and their companions steeled themselves, for the final battle was about to commence. They were determined to thwart every nefarious plot of their adversaries. In the background, Awning was broadcasting this scene live to the entire world, astonishing countless viewers, for legendary Pokémon were not easily encountered. And now, an unprecedented number was present, all while preparing to defend the world. Those entering the live stream were quickly apprised of the circumstances that led to such a spectacle, and they felt an involuntary wave of concern for Ash and his companion's plight. Chapter 70. The Dust Settles. So many legendary Pokémon. Can the champions prevail? Of course not. If they can't, can you? We must have faith in our champions. I concur with this gentleman's statement. However, have you all noticed who the other three individuals are? Judging by their aura, they are on par with the champions, if not even stronger. It's perplexing, as they appear to be quite young, emerging seemingly from nowhere like formidable beasts. This transcends mere monsters. They wield the power of a legendary Rayquaza. Who exactly are these individuals? In stark contrast to the fervor radiating from the live stream, Ash's side is notably quieter. We should make our move, Red declared, prompting Ash and the others to glance at him, as his words were indeed infrequent. After an initial attempt to break the ice, he had fallen silent, leading Yulong-Du to suspect he might be mute. All right, Pikachu, prepare to take the stage. Pika. Observing the Pokémon dispatched by the villainous leaders, Ash and his companions were not overly concerned. Rather, they were eager for action. Ash, in particular, was insistent on having Pikachu participate in this battle of legendary creatures, showing no sign of apprehension about Pikachu's capability to contend with the opposition. From within the Master Ball nestled in his chest, Mutuo stirred from its slumber, initiating a telepathic dialogue with Ash. I shall partake in this battle as well. You too, Mutuo? Indeed. Those two men irritate me. I yearn to deliver a blow to them. Well, all right then. Ash nodded in resignation, understanding Mutuo's sentiments. The aura emanating from Giovanni must have been so distasteful that even Mutuo from other realms found it repugnant. Then come forth, Mutuo. Ash pressed the central button of the Master Ball, and a radiant beam of red light illuminated the area, revealing Mutuo before the league building. Upon witnessing Ash's summoned Pokémon, Red remained unfazed, silently retrieving two Pokeballs, which he opened. Roar. The first to emerge was a robust Charizard, seemingly more powerful than champion lances. Its sharp claws adorned with a gem. The second was also a Mutuo, mirroring Ash's in size. Upon its arrival, Red's Mutuo immediately recognized Giovanni and displayed a look of disdain, almost wishing to obliterate him. This reaction was entirely expected. Unlike Ash's Mutuo, Red's was a product of Team Rocket, naturally harboring ill feelings towards the two leaders of that organization. Companion. Ash's Mutuo was taken aback upon seeing Red's Mutuo materialize, gazing at it with a sense of familiarity akin to reuniting with a long-lost kin. Red's Mutuo mirrored this disbelief, unable to comprehend the presence of another like itself. "Oh my, how touching. These two little ones must have been so lonely," remarked Asyong, keen to assert his presence, which caused the two Mutuo to feel somewhat embarrassed. They instinctively averted their gazes to the distant dark Mutuo, pondering something unknown. "All right, it's my turn. Blaziken and Lugia, come forth to vanquish our foes." Following closely behind Ash and Red was Asyong, who summoned Blaziken, the final evolution of one of the Hoenn starters. His second Pokemon, the legendary Lugia, stood in stark contrast to the dark Lugia across the battlefield, forming a striking black and white dichotomy. Yushu followed suit, tossing a brilliantly polished Pokeball, which unleashed Sceptile, a grass type from the Hoenn region. After sending out Sceptile, Yushu refrained from deploying a second Pokemon, much to the chagrin of the Rayquaza at his side. These fellows. Observing the Pokemon summoned by the trio, Yulong-Du felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he was the only one among the champions without a legendary Pokemon, while the Elite Four had been dispatched to repair internal damage to the league. "Well, you surely lack this. Come forth, Dragonite and Gyarados." Yulong-Du released two Pokeballs, revealing his ace Pokemon, Dragonite, and a Crimson Gyarados. Seeing Yulong-Du's Crimson Gyarados, Asyong expressed surprise. "Do you also possess a red Gyarados, Mr. Du? What a coincidence. Indeed, do you have one as well?" Upon hearing Asyong's words, Yulong-Du recognized the absence of malice in his tone, yet it stung deeply nonetheless. After all, such uniquely colored Pokemon were rare treasures. And who would have expected that Asyong would also own one? Asyong's comment struck a chord with Yulong-Du, but he quickly regained his composure, understanding that the priority lay in confronting the imminent threat. However, before Ash and the others could issue commands, the legendary Pokemon sprang into action. Red and Ash's Mutuo targeted the Dark Mutuo, Asyong's Lugia confronted the Dark Lugia, while Yoshu's Rayquaza and Sceptile faced the threat posed by the Sinnoh Time-Space Dragon. With their legendary Pokemon deployed, the remaining threats included the black and white heroes of Cuxis, the beings of truth and ideals, as well as the embodiments of life and destruction, Xerneas and Yveltal. The responsibility of battling these four legendary Pokemon would fall to their respective aces. Red's Charizard was first to engage with Reshiram, while Ash and Pikachu confronted Zekrom. Xerneas and Yveltal were entrusted to Asyong's Blaziken and Yulong-Du's Dragonite and Gyarados. As the battlefield divided, Red and Ash prepared to face Cuxis, who wielded the powers of the dragons of truth and ideals. Reshiram, unleash Fusion Flare. Zekrom, release Fusion Bolt. Confronted by the combined might of Charizard and Pikachu, Cuxis held them in contempt, commanding the two Pokemon to unleash their attacks. Fusion Flare was released first, as Reshiram's tail turbine whirled rapidly, expelling a massive fireball imbued with intense heat, radiating a crimson glow akin to a miniature sun. Simultaneously, Zekrom prepared to unleash Fusion Bolt, its tail turbine spinning as it transformed into a blue electric sphere soaring into the heavens. Red glanced at Charizard, though he did not vocalize it. His intent was clear to the original Pokemon, Charizard. With a powerful flame coalescing in Charizard's mouth, it spewed forth to meet Reshiram's Fusion Flare head-on. The two flames clashed with equal ferocity, prompting Ash to swiftly assist. "All right, Pikachu, let us join in. Use Thunderbolt." The Thunderbolt surged forth, its golden lightning resembling a serpent as it propelled towards Fusion Flare. The once sun-like fireball began to falter under the onslaught of their combined attacks, gradually dissipating. Yet, Thunderbolt and the flame barrage did not relent, continuing their advance towards Reshiram. Crackling sounds echoed as the surrounding air shimmered with blue electricity, and a brilliant blue light erupted from the sky, revealing Zekrom's transformed blue electric sphere. As the air crackled with electricity, just as the jet of flames and Thunderbolt were about to strike Reshiram, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens. The intertwining Thunderbolt successfully intercepted the jet of flames and Thunderbolt, even possessing a faint ability to suppress its adversaries. This phenomenon was attributed to the unique abilities of Reshiram and Zekrom, Whenever one unleashed an attack that was a signature move of the other, the power of their own signature move would increase. Thus, Zekrum's Thunderbolt was able to counter the combined attack of Jet Flames and Thunderbolt effectively. Red remained silent, merely retrieving a gem to resonate with Charizard, seemingly intent on facilitating its mega evolution to swiftly conclude the battle. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Red and Charizard, and as the luminescence faded, Charizard X materialized before the onlookers. Ethereal blue flames extended from its mouth to the corners, and its coloration transformed from the original orange-red to a predominantly black hue accented with blue. With its wings unfurled, it resembled a fearsome dragon emerging from the depths of hell. Charizard unleashed another jet of flames. This time the flames turned an ethereal blue, charging directly toward the two legendary Pokémon. Ash commanded Pikachu to release Thunderbolt, amplifying the intensity of the flames. In the face of Charizard and Pikachu's assault, the legendary Pokémon displayed little astonishment. Before Quake could even begin to issue commands, they instinctively executed their next move. Reshiram's tail turbine whirred to life, exhaling a torrent of azure flames, spectacular and fierce, rushing toward the combination of Jet Flames and Thunderbolt. This move was yet another of Reshiram's signature techniques, Blue Flame, which boasted immense power and a chance to inflict burn status on its opponent. However, even with the formidable signature technique at its disposal, it could not match the combined might of Mega Evolved Charizard's Jet Flames and Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Fortunately, Zekrom came to the rescue, enveloping itself in a sphere of golden lightning, surging forward to shatter through the opposing attacks, charging directly at Pikachu and Charizard. Iron Tail. Upon witnessing this, Ash and Red quickly fortified their defenses, employing their formidable close-range techniques. Pikachu initiated an Iron Tail attack, while Charizard's claws glimmered with green light, enveloped in draconic energy, presumably preparing to execute Dragon Claw. Crackle. Roar. Pikachu. The convergence of the three attacks produced flashes of sharp light, sending Zekrom hurtling back. In the instant their skills collided, Charizard sliced through the outer layer of the lightning, followed by Pikachu penetrating the inner layer, with both simultaneously striking Zekrom. Observing the seamless cooperation between Charizard and Pikachu, one could hardly believe it was their first battle together. Their synergy was truly astonishing. Chapter 71. The dust settles. Having sent Zekrom flying, Ash and Red did not exhibit excessive joy. After all, they were facing a legendary Pokémon, which could not be easily defeated by mere blows. Indeed, Zekrom stabilized itself mid-air and returned to Reshiram's side, its eyes crackling with electricity, radiating fury. Roar. Without hesitation, it retaliated, emitting a fierce roar as golden lightning enveloped Zekrom once more, charging toward Pikachu and Charizard. Following closely was Reshiram, unleashing Blue Flame, the azure flames rapidly approaching Zekrom. An astonishing scene unfolded as the golden lightning and azure fire intertwined, transforming the once golden lightning sphere into an odd entity of entwined electricity and flames. Despite its peculiar appearance, the power was tangible. The combination of Blue Flame and Thunderbolt enveloped Zekrom, generating a scorching sensation in the air as they advanced. Faced with this formidable assault, Red and Ash did not remain passive. They promptly commanded their Pokémon to counterattack. Understanding Red's intent, Charizard summoned its searing flames and released them. Pikachu, it's time to unleash that move. Let us utilize our utmost strength. Knowing Ash's thoughts, Pikachu prepared to execute its most powerful strike to expedite the battle's conclusion, allowing them to assist their other teammates effectively. Pika. Pikachu nodded, extending its tiny fist. Observing Pikachu's actions, Ash smiled knowingly, bumping his fist against Pikachu's, murmuring, "Let us go." Our ultimate move, 10 million volts. As soon as he spoke, the Z-ring on his wrist radiated a blinding light, enveloping Pikachu within its glow. Simultaneously, Pikachu's energy surged, a powerful force emerging from nature, coursing through its being. Pikachu's electrical sacs released arcs of electricity, reaching maximum capacity. In light of this, Pikachu opted to unleash its power. 10 million volts erupted forth. The sky darkened, filled with clouds but devoid of thunder, as Pikachu hovered beneath the stormy clouds, releasing the entirety of the electricity stored within its sacs. Harnessing the lightning within the clouds, Pikachu melded its power with nature, forming a spectrum of vibrant lightning. This was Ash and Pikachu's signature Z-move, 10 million volts. The multicolored lightning coalesced into a radiant stream, soaring alongside the jet of flames toward Zekrom. Boom! The clash of their attacks resulted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping everyone in a thick cloud of smoke. In the haze, Ash and Red stood side by side, a plan brewing in Red's mind, prompting him to glance at Ash, signaling with his eyes. Should I follow him? Well, no matter, I'll just go along. Although Ash could not decipher Red's meaning, he trusted him implicitly, nodding in understanding. The two navigated through the smoke, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, another figure emerged from within the mist, clad in a black robe and wearing red-tinted glasses with striking golden hair. It was none other than Quake, the villainous mastermind. Upon spotting him, Red slowed his pace, striving to remain silent. Ash, noticing this, mimicked him. They stealthily approached Quake, who, obscured by the smoke, remained oblivious to their approach. Arriving behind Quake, Ash and Red exchanged glances, sharing a faint smile. Why hasn't this smoke dissipated yet? Just as Quake pondered the lingering smoke, he suddenly felt two immense forces pinning him to the ground. Roar! Moments later, Quake lay motionless, his visage marred, as Charizard X let out a furious roar, flapping its wings to clear the smoke. What emerged before everyone was Quake, battered and bruised. One could only say that, as a villain, he had become overly complacent. With a legendary Pokémon at his disposal, he had fixated solely on winning the battle, neglecting the fact that Ash and Red were capable of moving freely. Overwhelmed by the righteous assault from Ash and Red, Quake lost the ability to continue fighting, succumbing to unconsciousness. At this moment, Ash and his companions seized the opportunity to recover two Master Balls from their possession, successfully returning the embodiments of truth and ideals, the two dragons, to their rightful place, thus concluding the battle at hand. Their next course of action was to provide support to their teammates, starting with the nearest allies, Ashiang and Yolongdu. Those two were still engaged in a grueling struggle against Xerneas and Yveltal, as Xerneas, being a fairy type, held a distinct advantage over Yolongdu's dragon-type team. Had a different opponent been chosen, the confrontation might not have been so daunting. Pikachu Thunderbolt, taking advantage of Fladarly's focus on the battle with Yolongdu and Ashiang. Ash and Red launched their assault. Thunderbolt struck Yveltal, who possessed flying attributes, inflicting substantial damage. Meanwhile, Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames at Xerneas. However, due to its resistance, the damage dealt was minimal. Have you resolved it? So soon? Observing Ash and Red's unexpected ambush, Ashiang expressed his surprise. Considering the short duration that had elapsed, could it be that you took advantage of the recent smoke and delivered a sneak attack on Quagsire? Ashiang chuckled, deducing their recent actions with keen intellect. Yes, Ash sheepishly scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, for as the champion, resorting to sneak attacks felt somewhat unseemly. Yet, Red appeared unfazed. He had likely executed similar tactics numerous times before. As Quagsire beheld the sudden appearance of Ash and his friend, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, already speculating about his imminent fate, wondering if it would mirror that of Quagsire. Such matters, how could one know without attempting? Fladarly bellowed in frustration, his eyes reflecting disdain towards all Pokémon present, eager to seize one last opportunity. Xerneas, Yveltal, full power, attack. Just as Fladarly issued his command, he felt a sudden impact to his head. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ash's Pikachu had stealthily approached him from behind, delivering a swift strike with its tail to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Though this tactic was a familiar one, it remained quite effective, allowing them to secure victory before the battle escalated, conserving considerable stamina for their side. With Fladarly vanquished, only two of the Earth-S leaders, Sakaki and one of the Red Suns, remained on the battlefield. Subsequently, they recalled Xerneas and Yveltal, leaving only the Dark Mutuo, Dark Lugia, and the Time-Space Dragons as adversaries. The matter concerning the Red Sun was temporarily entrusted to Yushu, while the four of them aimed to confront the leaders of the villainous organizations spanning the Kanto and Johto regions, namely Sakaki of Earth. After all, they hailed from Kanto and Johto, making it a matter of cleaning up their own doorstep. Have you arrived? We are not as complacent as others, Sakaki proclaimed, standing defiantly before them. Indeed, before you stands Sakaki of Earth. Let us battle. Beedrill, Nidoqueen, prepare for combat. Both leaders summoned their mightiest Pokémon, among which was a Beedrill that had undergone its final evolution, known for its ubiquitous presence. This Beedrill had been meticulously nurtured, its sharp stingers gleaming ominously, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Nidoqueen, equally well trained, exhibited a robust and muscular physique, radiating strength. Mr. Yolongdu, we shall handle this. It seems Yushu requires assistance, Ash remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two formidable Pokémon before him, then turned to Yolongdu. Ashiang, we have enough strength here. Hearing Ash's words, Red also noted Yoshu's struggle against the Time-Space Dragons not far off. Very well. I was thinking of giving Little Silver's father a good thrashing as well. Ashiang replied with a chuckle, joining Yolongdu in their endeavor to aid Yushu. Oh, do you truly believe you can impede us with your current strength? Indeed, we can. For I and Pikachu are the strongest, Ash declared with fervor. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As he spoke, Ash became animated, prompting Pikachu to unleash its attack. The formidable Thunderbolt surged towards Beedrill. X-Scissor. Beedrill. The battle ignited as Beedrill did not shy away, crossing its stingers, and, at the moment Thunderbolt approached, launched a forward strike. The bug-type energy coalesced into a slashing motion, instantly slicing through the powerful Thunderbolt, leaving only a few arcs of electricity dancing in the air. At that moment, Charizard X soared into the fray, its claws enveloped in potent dragon-type energy, aimed at Beedrill. Unfortunately, Beedrill reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to reveal its ally, Nidoqueen. Roar! Nidoqueen bellowed, her hands crackling with electric energy as she unleashed Thunder Punch against Charizard X's claws. Although Charizard X possessed slightly greater strength than Nidoqueen, the latter was equally seasoned in battle. In the exchange of offense and defense, both parties landed equal blows upon one another. Meanwhile, as Ash and Red engaged in their fierce confrontation, two Mewtwo's, including the Dark Mewtwo, were locked in a similar struggle nearby, casually employing psychic powers to hurl energy spheres at one another. However, the Dark Mewtwo's psychic abilities contained a unique dark energy, rendering them evenly matched. Lugia was likewise embroiled in combat, contending with Dark Lugia, occasionally finding itself at a disadvantage, yet promptly adjusting its stance to counterbalance the conflict. As for Yushu and the Time-Space Dragons, the situation became significantly more manageable with the addition of Yolongdu and Ashiang. Although they still could not inflict substantial damage upon the Time-Space Dragons, at least they could prevent them from wreaking large-scale havoc. Chapter 72. The Dust Settles. In a moment of clash, Charizard X evaded Nidoqueen's Thunder Punch, simultaneously executing a graceful dragon dance, enhancing its attack and speed. Given that it could not inflict meaningful damage at present, it was prudent to bolster its capabilities first. Meanwhile, Ash commenced his own fortification, and as for Pikachu, it naturally opted for a cunning ploy to enhance its special attack. Upon completing the ruse, Pikachu's momentum surged twice. Should it unleash a Thunderbolt upon Beedrill now, it would surely incapacitate the opponent instantly. Beedrill, let us enhance our own strength as well. Swords Dance. Beedrill surrounded itself with sharp, translucent blades, which circled once before merging into its form, successfully boosting its attack twice. As the three Pokémon basked in their enhancements, Nidoqueen could only watch helplessly, lacking any effective boosting skills. Thus, it stood idly by, exuding an oddly pitiable aura. With no verbal commands to offer, Charizard charged forth, wings unfurled and claws aglow, racing towards the dazed Nidoqueen. Yet just then, Beedrill surged forward, enveloped in bug-type energy, unleashing a flurry of slashing strikes. Regrettably, even after executing two Swords Dances, Beedrill could not match Charizard X's prowess, gradually succumbing to the latter's dragon claws. Witnessing this, the alternate world Sakaki furrowed his brow and retrieved a gem from his pocket. Beedrill Mega Evolve. The brilliance of Mega Evolution enveloped Beedrill, manifesting the bond between it and Sakaki, elevating it to a higher echelon. As the light dissipated, the Super Beedrill emerged, its appearance transformed. The venomous stinger at the rear elongated, replacing the original limbs, significantly enhancing both attack power and speed. While its ability transformed into adaptability, the creature now resembled a veritable machine of slaughter. Poison Jab. The Beedrill sprang into action, rapidly flapping its wings and vanishing from sight. Suddenly, it reappeared to the right of the Charizard, vigorously brandishing its poisonous stinger. The latter, quick to react, enveloped its claws in draconic energy, successfully deflecting Beedrill's poison strike. However, this Beedrill had already undergone a metamorphosis, its strength greatly augmented post-Mega Evolution, bolstered further by the Swords Dance, and its adaptability enhancing the potency of its skills. With its newfound power, the Poison Jab suppressed Charizard's claw, the sharp stingers thrusting forward in rapid succession. Faced with such ferocity, Charizard was compelled to retreat slightly to avoid being ensnared in a cycle of relentless attacks that could lead to poisoning. Iron Tail. Pikachu. At that moment, Pikachu leapt into the fray, executing a series of Iron Tail strikes to counter Beedrill's multiple poison jabs. Nidoking. Hyper Beam. Unable to overpower Pikachu's Iron Tail, Beedrill could only place its hopes on Nidoking. Evading Pikachu's attack range, Nidoking charged forth like a rampaging behemoth, its form suffused with the immense energy of Hyper Beam, successfully striking Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu. The fierce impact sent Pikachu flying, but Ash dove to catch it, mitigating the remaining damage. Pikachu, are you alright? Pika, feeling a warm embrace. Pikachu shook its head, regaining its composure and returning to the battlefield. Excellent. Maintain that momentum. Use Iron Tail. Pikachu spun around, slamming its iron tail against the ground. A tremendous roar echoed as a fissure erupted, racing towards Nidoking. Nidoking, stomp. Responding to the command from this world's Giovanni, Nidoking stomped down with great force, channeling energy into the ground to counter Pikachu's strike. Multi-cut. After fending off the attack, Nidoking sidestepped to the right, revealing Beedrill lurking behind. As Beedrill emerged, it swiftly approached Pikachu, launching a flurry of slicing attacks. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu bore several fresh wounds, undoubtedly inflicted by Beedrill. Pikachu, grasp its stinger and unleash Thunderbolt. Beedrill Poison Jab. In response to Pikachu clutching its stinger, the alternate reality Giovanni opted for a poison jab to incapacitate it. The purple venom instantly contaminating Pikachu and deteriorating its condition. Its body swayed precariously, appearing on the verge of losing its ability to fight. At that moment, the power of their bond manifested. Ash and Pikachu seemed to share a heart, perceiving one another's thoughts, even synchronizing the pain they endured. Pikachu, hold on. Ash's voice resonated within, filling Pikachu with newfound strength as memories of past companions echoed in its ears. From the Butterfree and Pidgeot of Kanto to the Seeking captured during the Pokemon World Championship. Recalling them, an overwhelming surge of electric power surged within Pikachu, enveloping it entirely. Golden lightning adorned its surface, coursing with the power of friendship, and facing the Mega Beedrill, Pikachu gathered strength from all its companions, unleashing a friendship thunderbolt. Can the Mega Beedrill withstand this? Cloaked in golden lightning, Pikachu dashed forward with blinding speed, colliding fiercely with Mega Beedrill's abdomen. The electric force surged forth with the impact. This strike rendered Mega Beedrill unable to continue battling, for despite its significant power boost, it remained a fragile bug-type Pokemon. Charizard Flare Blitz. Witnessing Ash's impressive display, Red felt a surge of adrenaline. Charizard ignited with ethereal blue flames, enveloping its body as it soared into the sky before diving toward Nidoking. The blazing flames scorched the air, warping the atmosphere with their relentless heat. Boom! Flare Blitz struck Nidoking with devastating force, setting its body ablaze, the intense heat causing it to blacken. Yet, for the sake of its trainer behind, Nidoking summoned its last ounce of strength to deliver a final blow to Charizard's belly, inflicting no damage before succumbing to unconsciousness. Giovanni, you have lost. Ha ha ha, lose. That is impossible. We still have. The alternate reality Giovanni spoke, a frenzied glint in his eyes as he glanced toward the battlefield of the Dark Mutwo and Dark Lugia. At that moment, Dark Mutwo was locked in a one-on-one battle with Ash's Mutwo, the latter having entered its Mega Evolution form, dominating the encounter. It was akin to a child being bullied by an adult, as Mutwo Y exerted its formidable psychic power, manipulating Dark Mutwo's body as it flitted between the ground and air, even rendering it unconscious. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Ash's Mutwo engaged Dark Mutwo, Red's Mutwo joined forces with Lugia, initiating a righteous 2-on-1 assault. The duo relentlessly attacked, plunging Dark Lugia into a state of unconsciousness, effectively rendering it unable to battle. Seizing the opportunity, Ash and Red bound Giovanni and his counterpart, confiscating their Master Balls. They successfully captured both Dark Pokemon for subsequent handling. Shortly after, a member of Team Galaxy, Akira, found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle against the time-space duo, Dialga and Palkia. However, any discerning observer would note that Yuji's side was being thoroughly suppressed, entirely led by the opposing forces. Blaziken. Flamethrower. Akira's Blaziken unleashed flames, but as it approached Dialga, it felt as though some unseen force had immobilized it, the flames receding until they vanished. What should we do? Mr. Wataru, Yuji, these two are truly formidable. Everyone, we have arrived to assist. Just as the trio grappled with despair, Ash and Red rushed to their aid. Upon seeing Ash's arrival, the dragons in the sky glared fiercely, preparing to unleash their abilities to teach the intruders a lesson. They thought and acted accordingly. As Dialga gathered energy at its chest while Palkia did so at the exterior of its arm, the power to distort time coalesced in Dialga's chest, and upon reaching a critical point, it released the energy, causing the surrounding flora to either flourish or wither instantaneously. Meanwhile, Palkia's arm, shrouded in the force to tear through space, swung downward with ferocity, unleashing the Spatial Rend towards the group. As Spatial Rend advanced, The surrounding space shattered like broken mirrors. Pikachu. With lightning reflexes, Ash recognized the terrifying nature of these two abilities and swiftly pulled Pikachu into his embrace. Despite the intent of Rayquaza to intervene, it had already exhausted its strength from the relentless battle, its Mega Evolution form fading from existence. At this critical juncture, a fragment of a shattered mirror behind Dialga and Palkia suddenly stirred. A colossal shadow flickered within the mirror, and moments later, that very shadow materialized behind the two Pokémon, swiftly pinning the proud heads of the temporal dragons to the ground. Roar! The unexpected figure was Giratina, who had been roused from slumber by the disturbances caused by the encroaching dark pollution in the world. Upon witnessing the confrontation between the temporal dragons in the distortion world, Giratina wasted no time in appearing behind them, eager to demonstrate who among the three was the mightiest. Under Giratina's relentless onslaught, the temporal dragons dared not continue their battle, their energies surging forth, ultimately shattering the Master Ball. Subsequently, each returned to their respective realms. However, before departing, Giratina cast a lingering glance at Ash, a gaze reminiscent of an old friend reunited after a long separation. Thank you, Giratina. Watching Giratina's retreat, Ash felt a profound gratitude emanating from the depths of his heart. Thus, the grand battle concluded abruptly, as if it had commenced in an instant. So too did it end without warning. Special Chapter, Dawn and the Fashion Design Competition, 1. Wow, it's so grand, so beautiful. Truly, it is the largest and most luxurious city in Johto. Within Goldenrod City, a girl with flowing blue hair clad in a miniskirt had just passed through the security checkpoint, her eyes brimming with curiosity about the unknown as she beheld the towering steel jungle. Is this the venue for the competition? This girl was none other than Dawn, Ash's companion during their travels in Sinnoh. What prompted her visit to Goldenrod City in Johto? The story traces back to a few days prior. At that time, she was comfortably ensconced in her home in Twin Leaf Town, indulging in her mother's affectionate pampering, blissfully unprepared for the forthcoming events. One day, as she continued to lounge, an unexpected phone call disrupted her peace, originating from the Johto region. Hello, who is this? Greetings, is this Miss Dawn? Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling? Upon answering, a voice, unfamiliar yet distinctly feminine, emerged from the other end, leaving Dawn perplexed as she rummaged through her memory for a match. Despite her efforts, she could not uncover the caller's identity. I am calling on behalf of the Johto Fashion Design Competition, and we sincerely invite you to participate in our event next week. No. Upon hearing the caller's introduction, Dawn instinctively wished to decline the invitation, as it threatened to disrupt her leisurely days. Just then, the pokeball at her waist unexpectedly opened, and out sprang the petite and adorable Buniri. Buniri. With wide, tear-filled eyes sparkling like bells, Buniri's pitiful demeanor tugged at Dawn's heartstrings. Recognizing its eagerness to witness the fashion design competition, Dawn, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. All right then, I'll go. Where is the competition taking place in Johto? In Goldenrod City. We'll meet at the Pokemon Center. I'll be waiting there to guide you to the venue. Upon her agreement, the caller's tone shifted to one of excitement, launching into a flurry of rapid speech that left Dawn momentarily stunned. Okay, I understand. I'll set off in these next few days. Though the competition was scheduled for the following week, due to the venue's location, she needed to arrive early to familiarize herself with the rules and practice. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Dawn cradled Buniri, gently stroking its head. All right, now that you're happy, let's prepare to head to Johto. With that, Dawn began to pack her belongings, determined to look her best for the trip, even if it would be brief. She packed over a dozen unique outfits, accompanied by an assortment of accessories and cosmetics. In no time, her suitcase was brimming, and thankfully, she was not embarking on a mere vacation. Otherwise, hauling such a hefty suitcase would have been utterly exhausting. It seems a tad heavy. Buniri? Buniri attempted to nudge the suitcase, but it remained immovable, indicating she had indeed packed quite a lot. Are you wondering what to do about this? No worries, I'll leave it to Piplup. He.S. a real trooper. Buniri joyfully accepted this. As for it, avoiding work was the utmost priority. Meanwhile, Piplup, still napping within its pokeball, felt an unexpected chill creep up behind it, abruptly transforming its dreams of feasting into a nightmare, where it was chased by Ash's Garchomp unleashing Draco Meteor, sending it into a panic. All right, everything's packed. Mom hasn't returned yet. I'll leave her a note. Dawn penned a brief note, intending to leave it on the dining table in the living room, and then summoned Piplup from its pokeball. Upon emerging, Piplup kept its eyes tightly shut, trembling. Piplup, are you all right? Piplup, awakened from its nightmare by Dawn's gentle shake. Piplup gazed at her with gratitude, oblivious to the new ordeal awaiting it. Piplup. As Dawn dragged her luggage forward, Piplup pushed from behind, feeling as though it had exhausted all its strength despite Dawn's efforts. Piplup, Piplup. Glancing up at the suitcase, Piplup noticed Buniri comfortably lounging atop it, reveling in its relaxation. This sight ignited a twinge of envy in Piplup, especially as Buniri wore an expression of pure bliss, leaving Piplup feeling frustrated yet helpless. Resigned to continue pushing the suitcase. After what felt like an eternity, Dawn finally arrived at the Twinleaf Town bus station with Buniri and Piplup, preparing to board a bus headed to the airport in Jubilife City for their journey to Johto. Piplup, Piplup. As the bus pulled in, Dawn exerted herself to drag her suitcase aboard, while Piplup supported her from below, successfully helping her inside. However, as it attempted to board, the bus doors closed unexpectedly, pinching its little tail and eliciting a cry of distress. "Oh dear, Piplup, how clumsy. Come back into your Pokeball for now." Dawn recalled Piplup into its ball, planning to let it out again once they disembarked, as she would need its assistance with the luggage at the airport. Flight Dream H1748 from Sinnoh to Johto will be departing in 15 minutes. Passengers are requested to proceed to the boarding gate. Just as Dawn stepped off the bus and entered the airport, she heard the announcement for her reserved flight, hurriedly releasing Piplup to help push her luggage while she and Buniri searched for the boarding entrance. 10 minutes later, "Phew, we made it. I can't believe Piplup got so distracted by that beautiful flower. We almost missed our flight." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Dawn reflected on Piplup's antics, which had shifted from a leisurely stroll to a frantic dash. However, along the way, Pachima encountered a delightful golden-haired girl, much like herself, carrying a beautiful flower. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with affection, and she followed the girl as if she were a younger sibling mesmerized by an older sister. Fortunately, the keen-eared Jigglypuff noticed this scene and hurriedly pulled Pachima back just before she boarded the bus with the stranger. Otherwise, they would have surely found themselves in tears at the airport. Lost in thought, Pachima realized the plane had already taken off, soaring high above the clouds. As she gazed down at the diminishing figure of the Sinnoh region, she felt a pang of nostalgia, having just celebrated Ash's victory in Galar before heading to the Johto region. Speaking of which, Ash looked incredibly dashing upon winning, and Pikachu was equally charming. When would she ever achieve her own aspirations? Watching the fluffy clouds drift by, Pachima felt a wave of uncertainty. Her former rival, Hikari, was already shining brightly in the new Grand Festival, while she had spent her days indulging in leisure, lounging at home, and relishing the carefree lifestyle. Had it not been for her yearning to accompany Jigglypuff, she might not have ventured out at all. Alas, how disheartening. Pachima, muster your spirits. Break free from this malaise. You can surely do it. Giving her cheeks a gentle pat, she cheered herself on, determined to shake off her listlessness during the upcoming fashion competition. However, the thought of the costume design contest weighed on her mind. She felt a twinge of gloom, as her experience in this area was rather limited. She wondered if her designs would even be wearable. No worries, no worries. Don't overthink it, Pachima. When the vehicle reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Such trifles mattered little to Pachima, as long as she set her mind to it. There was nothing she could not achieve. Meanwhile, the plane continued its journey to the Johto region, where Ash had just arrived in Goldenrod City. What was this? Upon entering the city, a figure darted past him, a flyer suddenly appearing in hand. A secret event in Goldenrod City. Those receiving this flyer are exceptional trainers. And our event is perfectly tailored for you. It entails the quest to discover hidden shops. Goldenrod City will unveil 5 concealed stores, inviting trainers who receive the flyer to explore the various products within. Each participant will earn a badge after visiting a shop, and the first to collect all 5 badges will receive an incredibly mysterious grand prize, with subsequent rewards for the next 100 participants. Trainers wishing to participate should scan the QR code below and click on the participation link. The event organizers will send you daily updates on hidden shops, so stay tuned. After perusing the flyer, Ash turned it over to find 5 uniquely shaped houses silhouetted against a dark backdrop. The houses formed a circle, enveloping a hazy, mysterious grand prize. Pikachu, eyeing the promotional material, felt a spark of interest, finding it quite intriguing, and instinctively glanced at Ash. Do you want to participate, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Well then, I too find it fascinating. Hidden shops, what could they possibly offer? With that thought, Ash took out his Rotom phone and scanned the QR code on the flyer. Suddenly, the screen turned pitch black, and slowly a golden light flickered into view. When Ash tapped the glowing point, the page from the back of the flyer appeared on his phone, along with a line of text that had not been on the flyer. Click here to register. After tapping the text, Ash successfully registered for the event. Alright, Pikachu, let us head to the Pokemon Center for a bit of rest. Pika Pika. With their itinerary set, Ash tucked the flyer into his bag and entered Goldenrod City, planning to freshen up at the Pokemon Center first. Special chapter, Pachima and the Costume Design Contest, 2. The Pokemon League Costume Design Contest. There are numerous fascinating outfits to coordinate for 1S Pokemon. This seems quite enjoyable. Perhaps I could find some lovely clothes for Pikachu and the others. I'll check it out tomorrow. As Ash stepped into the Pokemon Center, he noticed a flyer affixed to a pillar in the lobby, promoting the very costume design contest that Pachima was set to participate in. Intrigued by the prospect of seeing a variety of interesting Pokemon outfits at the contest, Ash decided that while searching for the hidden shops, he would also visit the contest venue, hoping to find 1 or 2 outfits that Pikachu might favor. After all, Pokemon aesthetics aren't so different from humans. What Ash liked, Pikachu would likely appreciate as well. Of course, this was merely Ash's own assumption. After checking in with Nurse Joy, Ash set down his backpack and took Pikachu to explore the department store in Goldenrod City for some snacks. He wanted to prepare for the evening's viewing of the latest episode of The Royal Masked Hero, a special anime produced in the Alola region. The show was inspired by Professor Kukui's exploits alongside his Incineroar in royal battles, showcasing his remarkable achievements and his unwavering encouragement for young people to pursue their dreams. The antagonists were none other than the notorious Team Skull, known throughout Alola. Although their reputation had improved somewhat recently, who could embody villainy better than the group most synonymous with it? They had no complaints. In fact, they reveled in their newfound fame from appearing on television. Pikachu, that looks great. Oh, and that one too. I didn't expect this. It brings back memories of my mother buying these for me every day when I was little. Just as Ash and Pikachu were indulging in snacks at the department store, Pachima had just disembarked from her flight. Well, without realizing it, Weavy arrived in Johto. Pachima called out, "Pachima, come help with the luggage." Pachima, still groggy, emerged from her pokeball, her tail wrapped in a small bandage, looking bewildered at Pachima. "Okay, it's your turn." Pachima rubbed Pachima's cheeks, successfully waking her up, then pointed to the nearby suitcase, causing her to feel utterly dismayed. Just when she thought she could relax, she was summoned to work instead. What a cruel task for a Pokemon. Pachima silently lamented, expressing her dissatisfaction with Pachima, yet obediently trudged over to help push the heavy suitcase. Luckily, this time, Jigglypuff wasn't perched on the suitcase, mocking her efforts. However, as fate would have it, Jigglypuff leaped out of her Pokeball, once again lounging atop the suitcase, flashing a smile at Pachima, as if to say, "Hurry up, why so slow?" Frustrated, Pachima initially contemplated a strike, but Jigglypuff quickly unleashed an ice beam, freezing the ground beneath her. Terrified, Pachima had no choice but to comply, diligently continuing to assist Pachima with the suitcase. Before long, when Pachima felt she could go no further, they finally arrived at the Pokemon Center in Goldenrod City. Exhausted, I find myself drenched in sweat. A refreshing shower awaits. Pachima, you should return and rest well, I instruct, while I prepare to depart with my companion, Jijur. After completing the check-in process, I arrive at my room, wiping the beads of perspiration from my forehead, intent on cleansing myself. With Pachima returned to its Pokeball and Jujur, a fellow girl, in tow, I set off for the bathroom. Meanwhile, Ash has just finished shopping at the department store, his oversized bag brimming with snacks and berries, far exceeding his own size. "Hey, let's head back, Pikachu," he declares, shouldering the hefty sack as they make their way to the Pokemon Center. Passers-by gaze in astonishment at the enormous burlap bag slung across Ash's back, surprised that such a small figure can bear such a weight. "Hello, your Pokemon has fully recovered," Nurse Joy exclaims. "What is that?" She wonders as Ash, burdened with the sack, approaches, still catching her off guard from the previous trainer's visit. Thud. Upon returning to his room, Ash drops the burlap bag with a resounding thump, causing vibrations throughout the vicinity. Coincidentally, the shock is felt by the bathing Dawn next door, who loses her balance as her feet meet the ground, tumbling unceremoniously to the floor. "Ouch! Who did that?" she exclaims, rubbing her sore behind. Seeing Dawn's predicament, Jujur cannot suppress a laugh, though she quickly adopts a serious demeanor before Dawn can regain her footing. Infuriated, Dawn hastily dries herself and instructs Jujur to remain in the room. Knock, knock, knock. Clad in her outfit, Dawn knocks on the door to Ash's room. Who could that be at this hour? Ash muses, having just settled in to watch the upcoming episode of Royal Masked Man, when a persistent knocking interrupts him. With no other choice, Ash heads to answer the door. "Who is it?" he inquires. "It's me from next door. Your noise was rather loud. Could you keep it down, please?" A familiar voice reaches him, causing Dawn to furrow her brow. My apologies. I may have been a bit too noisy. Dawn, Ash exclaims, opening the door to find his old companion standing before him, excitement evident in his voice. I was invited to the Pokemon League costume design competition in Goldenrod City, which is why I am here in Johto, she explains. Oh, is that so? I've seen the announcement on the pillar at the Pokemon Center. By the way, I have some delightful things in my room. Would you like to come see? Ash offers. Thank you, but Jujuer is waiting for me. And I need to check out the competition venue tomorrow. Let us leave it for another time. Dawn politely declines after exchanging pleasantries. Jujuer, Dawn thinks, reflecting on her encounter with Ash. What if he thinks I'm the violent girl next door? That was rather reckless of me. Back in her room, she ignores Jujuer's inquiries, hugging a pillow and replaying the encounter in her mind, clearly troubled by it. Meanwhile, in Ash's room. Wow, go Royal Masked Man. He cheers, engrossed in the animated series alongside Pikachu, munching on snacks with great enthusiasm. It seems he has already forgotten about his meeting with Dawn. Indeed, he hardly seems to care, especially since she mentioned they would see each other again tomorrow. As the night passes uneventfully, time slips away quietly until the dawn of the next day arrives. Buzz, buzz. In the morning, Ash remains fast asleep, but his Rotom phone vibrates insistently, pulling him from his dreams. What is this? He wonders, noticing a mysterious text message on his phone. It dawns on him that this is information regarding the hidden shop search event he participated in yesterday. Double gold connection. The secret of magnetism awaits your discovery. Reads the brief message, leaving Ash perplexed, as he is not adept at such puzzles. He scratches his head, desperately trying to spark some inspiration. Yet nothing useful comes to mind. Right. If I can't figure it out alone, perhaps I should ask Dawn. What do you think, Pikachu? He asks. Pika Pika. Pikachu enthusiastically agrees, realizing that relying solely on Ash for solving the mystery would likely lead to a prolonged endeavor. All right then, I wonder if Dawn is awake. I'll give her a call, Ash decides. Ding dong. The cheerful ringtone soon leads to Dawn answering the phone, oblivious to the fact that Ash has activated a video call. On the other end, Dawn appears disheveled, her hair a tangled mess, eyes barely open, and she lethargically utters, "Hello? Who is this? Dawn, are you still asleep? I'm sorry to bother you. If you're resting, I can come back later." Ash chuckles, stifling laughter at her unkempt appearance. Haha, Dawn, really? At your age? Looking like that? He exclaims, his mirth ringing through the room, while he and Pikachu forget to close the window, allowing their laughter to drift into Dawn's ears. Ash, how dare he mock me? Dawn fumes, recalling the moment Ash saw her in such a state. Anger ignites within her, and she resolves to confront him for his teasing. However, she first decides to prepare herself, as facing Ash in her current state would only elicit more laughter. Pachima, use Bubble Beam, she commands, summoning Pachima to help tidy her hair, rendering it sleek and shiny before she begins her meticulous grooming. After a few moments, Dawn emerges in a pristine white dress, adorned with a matching sun hat, and sporting a light touch of makeup, appearing stunningly beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Fully prepared, she sets out to confront Ash and exact her revenge for his earlier jibe. Special chapter, Dawn in the costume design competition, 3. Knock, knock, knock. Ash, come out. Dawn, now looking exquisite, pounds on Ash's door with surprising force, lacking any semblance of delicacy. Upon hearing the voice of the other, Ash's countenance betrayed a hint of guilt as he cautiously opened the door, his deliberate movements seemingly guarding against any unexpected actions from Dawn. He hoped to swiftly close the door should anything untoward transpire, thereby escaping a potential predicament. Do not worry, Ash, I am not angry. Did you not seek me for a purpose? Let us proceed, she reassured him. Phew, that is a relief, for I have yet to have my breakfast, he replied. Upon witnessing the sweet smile gracing Dawn's face, Ash exhaled in relief, fully opening the door and stepping out alongside Pikachu. Haha, splendid. But for now, prepare to meet my fist, Dawn declared, charging towards him with her fist raised. Ash attempted to retreat back into his room, but alas, time was not on his side. In her fury, Dawn seized him much like Misty would, though her small fists lacked the force of Misty's. It felt more like a playful tickle than an assault. Honestly, how are you so unscathed? After delivering several light punches, Dawn, feeling a bit fatigued, paused to catch her breath and, observing Ash's unruffled demeanor, voiced her confusion. Perhaps I simply consume more food, he speculated. Never mind, let us go eat. With Ash's response, Dawn relinquished her intent to chastise him and decided they should find a restaurant together. Upon arriving at the eatery, the duo placed their orders and selected a cozy corner table that offered a view of the outside scenery. As they settled in, the small size of the table necessitated that they sit facing one another, lending an air of intimacy reminiscent of young lovers. "Here is your order," the server announced shortly after they sat down, presenting their meals, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, causing Ash's eyes to gleam with hunger as he eagerly gazed at the delectable spread. Despite his hunger, he made sure to share a portion with Pikachu, allowing it to savor the flavors as well. "By the way, Ash, did you have something you wanted to discuss with me?" Dawn inquired. "Gulp, I'm back to life," Ash stammered, momentarily pausing his meal to chew with his cheeks stuffed full of rice. Unfortunately, in his haste to swallow, he choked, prompting Dawn to pass him her water cup, unbeknownst to her that it was the one she had already used. After taking a sip, Ash finally regained his composure and continued, "Actually, it is about this. I simply do not comprehend its meaning." He then produced his Rotom phone, presenting the morning's text message for Dawn to examine. The dual golden junction, the secret of magnetic levitation," she read aloud. But the message left her equally perplexed. What exactly is this dual gold? Why are they connected? Could it be that there are two metal statues intertwined in Goldenrod City? Dawn pondered, attempting to piece together the first sentence with her imagination, aiming for plausible interpretations. The mention of magnetic levitation suggested that both statues might hover in midair, and the secret likely pertained to the inventor of these sculptures. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, researchers in this world delve into a myriad of subjects, whether pertaining to Pokemon or technology. Even if there were indeed two interconnected metal statues capable of levitating, it would not be particularly extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Dawn confidently shared her theories with Ash. "It seems quite plausible. However, since it is still early, why not first visit my competition venue before we investigate further?" "Sounds good. I've been wanting to see it as well. Even though I received an invitation, I should officially check in," Ash replied, nodding in agreement. After enjoying their delightful meal, they made their way towards the heart of Goldenrod City, their destination being the sports arena where the competition was to take place. "Hello, I am Dawn, an invited coordinator," she stated upon arriving at the venue, approaching the registration staff to explain her purpose. "Miss Dawn, very well, you are now officially registered. I apologize for the absence of our staff member Xiaolin yesterday due to illness. That is why no one came to escort you to the venue," the worker explained with a deep bow, clarifying the oversight. No worries," Dawn replied, waving her hand dismissively, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. In truth, she had nearly forgotten about the incident until it was brought up. "That is good to hear. The competition will commence tomorrow, so please prepare yourself," the staff member added. "Yes, I understand," Dawn affirmed. Just as she was about to leave to explore the competition area, the staff member called out with further reminders. After acknowledging the reminder, Dawn and Ash entered the competition hall. The Goldenrod City Sports Arena was quite expansive, and as they stepped into the competition area, a myriad of tents came into view, shrouding whatever lay within them. We cannot see anything," Dawn remarked. "Let us search for the secret shop," she suggested. "Sounds good. Let us go," Ash concurred. Pikachu chimed in as well, not quite grasping the purpose of the tents, but readily agreeing to the search for the shop. Suddenly, a Buniri leapt from the pokeball at Dawn's waist, its eyes sparkling with affection as it spotted Pikachu. With a burst of energy, it lunged towards Pikachu. "Pika!" Sensing the sudden chill behind him, Pikachu leapt off Ash's shoulder just in time to evade Buniri's enthusiastic embrace. However, as soon as he landed, Buniri used Ash's shoulder as a springboard, quickly reaching Pikachu and enveloping him in a hug. Pikachu was quite adored by Buniri, Ash noted, nodding in agreement with Dawn's observation as he approached Pikachu, gently tapping its head. "Pika!" Relishing the embrace from Buniri, Pikachu shot a disgruntled glance at Ash, silently thinking, "You are the one who is truly fortunate." "Ha. Let us move on, Dawn," Ash called, oblivious to Pikachu's annoyance as he led the way toward the exit. Behind them, Pikachu and Buniri walked closely together, Buniri radiating happiness while Pikachu bore a look of resigned acceptance, though he did not mind too much, considering Buniri was a girl and he felt it was not a loss. "Excuse me, do you happen to know where I could find the metal statues that can float in the air?" Dawn inquired as she and Ash reached the entrance, pausing to verify her lead with the staff nearby, instead of hurrying to leave. Indeed, it seems there is something. I recall that it is located on a mountain near the Golden City train station, where two statues of Clefairy are embracing each other at the entrance of an abandoned research facility, seemingly suspended in midair, perhaps utilizing magnetic levitation technology. "Yes, that is precisely it." Thanks to Xiao Guang's reminder, the staff promptly replied, "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all, it's no trouble." After bidding farewell to the staff, Xiao Guang and Xiao Ji exited the Golden City Sports Center. "Xiao Guang, are we heading to that research facility now?" "Of course. I never expected my deduction to be correct. It is very likely that it is indeed the place. Is it possible that I am uncertain of its authenticity? Upon hearing Xiao Guang's words, Xiao Ji wore an expression of disbelief, unable to suppress his internal critique. Well, we have confirmed the location. Let us proceed swiftly. Agreed. Xiao Guang halted the continuous scrolling on the Rotom phone screen, confirming the research facility's location on the map. The two set off without delay towards their destination. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang continued to ascend the steps. I never imagined this mountain would be so lofty. Are you all right? Xiao Guang, would you like to take a break? No, I'm fine. We are nearing the summit. Xiao Guang glanced at Xiao Ji, completely unaware of how the latter managed to show no signs of fatigue, which was truly astonishing. Minutes later, several figures appeared before a research facility adorned with withered vines. It was none other than Xiao Ji and his companions. Phew, we finally made it. Just to warm up, right, Pikachu? Pika, following behind them. Pikachu cradled the curled-eared creature in a princess carry, having successfully brought it to the mountaintop. Fortunately, Pikachu's stamina was impressive. He appeared unfazed, with steady breathing. So, this must be the statue the staff mentioned, though it seems rather unremarkable. Xiao Ji was the first to touch the floating Clefairy statue, and although it felt incredible, his intuition told him that it was not what he was seeking. Odd. This should be the one according to the clues. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Just as Xiao Guang was troubled by this, the mountaintop was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, illuminating their figures. What is that? Xiao Guang turned to see a magnetic levitation train traveling along the tracks not far down the mountain. Nearby, a sign read, to Manjin City in the Chengdu area. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Guang instantly understood something. Chapter 73, a decade later with Xiaoxia, 1. With the successive capture of the villainous organizations, tranquility was restored, fortunately. Only the Quartz Plateau, home to the Alliance headquarters, had suffered significant damage, sparing the civilians. In the aftermath of this battle, Xiao Ji seemed to have matured, diligently engaging in his duties within the Alliance. Whether it was promotional events required by the Alliance or crises that arose in various locations, he accepted every challenge with unwavering resolve. As the mundane days passed swiftly, a decade slipped by quietly, and Xiao Ji reached the age of 20. Pika. Are you tired, Pikachu? Wait for me to finish this stack of documents before resting. Xiao Ji sat in his independent office at the Alliance headquarters, sifting through emails specifically addressed to the champion, most of which were letters from fans. However, ever diligent and responsible, Xiao Ji refused to leave until he had read through everything. As time ticked by, after an hour, Xiao Ji set aside the next letter, rubbed his weary eyes, and finally completed the day's tasks. Let us go, Pikachu. Xiao Ji picked up the Pikachu, which had dozed off on the table, and headed to the Alliance's residence. Upon entering the room, the exhaustion of the past few days washed over him. Without even washing up, he collapsed onto the bed, embracing Pikachu as he slipped into a deep slumber. The next morning, Xiao Ji received an email from Damaranji granting him an extended vacation. Where should I go? Perhaps. Xiao Ji gazed out the window, looking from the pinnacle of the Quartz Plateau towards the distance, where a massive mountain loomed ahead, behind which lay the Kanto Region's Hualan City. I should visit Xiaoxia. I wonder what she has been up to lately. Pika. With no particular reason, Xiao Ji chose to head to Hualan City, perhaps due to the long absence from his friend. After a quick wash, he prepared to set out. The weather was splendid, sunny and pleasantly warm, making it a perfect day for an outing. Boarding the Alliance's recently introduced Pokemon transportation from Galar and Alola, Xiao Ji selected a Corviknight and set Hualan City as his destination, gradually ascending into the sky with Pikachu. Riding atop the Corviknight, Xiao Ji felt like the carefree child he once was, eagerly looking around with uncontainable excitement. Pikachu, look, doesn't that cloud resemble you? Pika? Pikachu. Xiao Ji pointed to a cluster of clouds, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to his companion. Hearing Xiao Ji's voice, Pikachu turned to look, nodding in agreement with the fluffy white cloud. I can't believe so many years have flown by. I wonder how Xiaoxia is doing. Damaranji, didn't he mention how long this vacation would last? Perhaps. Upon arriving in Hualan City, Xiao Ji began contemplating his itinerary. Perhaps he would embark on a new journey from somewhere. It seems Hualan City is hosting a celebration today. Pika? As Xiao Ji strolled along the street, he sensed a vibrant atmosphere. Numerous residents were adorning the streets with festive lights typical of celebrations. Immersed in this long-forgotten ambience, Xiao Ji made his way toward the Hualan Gym. Inside the Hualan Gym, Xiaoxia was dressed elegantly, having transformed from her former short hair into long flowing locks. resembling a refined lady. Her sister was meticulously arranging her hair from behind, carefully combing it into place. It's just a celebration. Why go to such lengths? This marks the 27th anniversary of the Hualan Gym's establishment. As the gym leader, how could you maintain your usual tomboyish appearance? The eldest sister, Inghua, gently tapped her on the head, while the other two sisters, Aoi and Muden, watched the scene unfold. Ah, what a hassle. Dressed in celebratory attire, Xiaoxia had been thoroughly made over. Exquisite earrings and a headband enhanced her grace. However, the constricting feeling of the clothing made her quite uncomfortable, and she tugged at the neckline, seeking a moment of relief. Oh dear, don't fidget. You are a lady now. It wouldn't do for your crush to see you like this. Saying this, Inghua pulled out a recent photograph of Xiao Ji from her pocket, depicting a scene that appeared to be from some conference hall, showcasing a close-up of Xiao Ji and Inghua together. In the photo, the two appeared quite intimate, leaning against each other, with the now adult Xiao Ji's cheeks slightly flushed, as if he were shy. How did you get that photo, sister? Upon seeing the picture in Inghua's hands, Xiaoxia instantly became agitated, her tone revealing a hint of jealousy. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Are you feeling envious? Oh, I shall no longer jest with you. The truth is, it is the annual gym leader conference of the Pokemon League that you were reluctant to attend last time. And Ash will be participating as well. If only I had known, I would not have permitted my sister to go. Gazing at the photograph in Sakura's hand, Misty felt a pang of envy, but in the next moment, her eyes glinted with mischief. With both hands, she lunged toward Sakura, attempting to seize the photo for herself. This simply will not do. Misty, you are no longer a child. Observing this, Sakura promptly retracted the photo and smiled at Misty. Gently brushing her hair back with her fingertips, a subtle floral fragrance wafting through the air, exuding the undeniable charm of a mature woman. Watching Sakura's every graceful movement, Misty felt as though she were merely a child, utterly unable to emulate her sister's elegance. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts began to wander. Sakura possesses such allure. Might Ash be attracted to this type? Observing Sakura's radiant charm, Misty felt a twinge of concern, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness, fearing that she might whisk Ash away from her. Oh dear, is Misty afraid that her sister will steal Ash away? Fear not, for Ash has always belonged to Misty. However, Sakura paused, a sly smile gracing her lips as she continued. If Misty does not act swiftly, Ash may very well be lured away by other girls. Iris and Peony are certainly keen on securing a remarkable boyfriend like Ash. Upon hearing Sakura's words, the bystanders Iris and Peony felt a sudden unease, perplexed as to how they had become embroiled in this. Yet, for the sake of their sister's happiness, Iris and Peony chose to play along with Sakura, feigning interest in Ash. Indeed. If Misty does not act quickly, Ash will be ours. Absolutely. Just thinking about those joyful moments we shared eating ice cream with Ash fills me with happiness. Ah, you are all so wicked. Ha ha. Observing Misty's flustered state, the three elder sisters found it immensely entertaining, and the gym resonated with their laughter. Humph, I shall ignore you all. I will go fishing by myself. All right. We understand, but do return before the evening's celebration. The gym leader of the Cerulean Gym being absent could be quite troublesome. I know, do not worry. Acknowledging Sakura's earnest reminder, Misty understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in affirmation before taking her fishing rod and heading to the nearby river by Cerulean City. This river flows from the depths of Mt. Moon, through the Cerulean Cave, and ultimately merges with the sea, its waters a constant flow from an underground river. This river also imparts a unique charm to Cerulean City, as the fruits cultivated here yield exceptionally rich juices. Almost every household selects a small plot to grow their preferred fruits, making it a vital water source for the residents of Cerulean. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters before her, Misty pondered the river's origins, marveling at its magnificence. Plop! As she cast her bait into the water, taking advantage of the lull, Misty settled into a chair with a backrest, sheltering under her beach umbrella, and opened a recent magazine dedicated to female Pokemon trainers. Wow! Miss Karuna has released a new movie. I must support her. Miss Kona remains as enchanting as ever. Upon glancing at the magazine featuring Kona's stunning image, Misty was initially unfazed, but upon turning to the next page, she encountered her own photograph, revealing a stark contrast from her neck down, a flat expanse that ignited her ire. How infuriating! Who on earth took this photo? I clearly have something there, she exclaimed, beginning to contest the magazine, forcefully pressing her hands inward against her chest. However, as her hands slid together, they met in a completely flat manner, lacking any semblance of contour. How could anything emerge from this? Her hands too seemed to express their desire, yet were utterly powerless, suggesting Misty consume more moo moo milk. Gazing at her hands pressed together, Misty felt tears welling up. To divert her attention from these thoughts, she resolved to continue perusing the magazine. But the next page featured a model from the Lavender Gym, whose figure was voluptuous and curvaceous, forming a striking juxtaposition to Misty's previous page. How outrageous! Who arranged this layout? Frustrated, Misty tossed the magazine to the ground and stomped on it a few times to vent her anger, but with nothing else to occupy her. She resumed watching her fishing rod, striving to avoid dwelling on her earlier experience. Meanwhile, Ash was making his way toward the Cerulean Gym, sharing light-hearted banter with Pikachu and offering assistance to residents in need along the way. Pikachu, everyone seems so happy today. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Just then, two individuals brandishing large boards appeared ahead, obstructing the path, but Ash and Pikachu paid them no heed, continuing onward. Yet, this disregard led them into trouble, as a manhole cover had been removed for construction, and the accompanying sign was concealed by the board, causing Ash and Pikachu to remain blissfully unaware. Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu suddenly felt a jolt of weightlessness and instinctively clung to each other as they plummeted into the open sewer. Splash! Ash and Pikachu plunged into the water, sending up a massive spray as the current swept them along into an unknown river. Where they would end up, no one could say. Chapter 1. A New Departure. Pikachu, I am quite weary of the scenery in Pallet Town. Shall we embark on another journey? I've had my fill of this place. I wonder what everyone else is up to. Let's go see. Pika. Pika. In response to Ash's inquiry, Pikachu nodded in agreement, yearning for the friends they had encountered on their previous travels. Very well, let us set off shortly. With that, Ash sprang up from the grass, preparing to return home to tidy up and inform his mother. Thus, he and Pikachu dashed toward home, Ash's muddy, worn shoes splashing in the puddles, adding an unexpected splash of color. Mom, what are you up to? I have something to discuss. Upon entering the house, Ash immediately spotted his mother, who had her back turned to him in the living room. Welcome back, Ash. Here, this is for you. You've worn your old shoes for quite some time now. A new journey deserves new shoes. Hearing Ash's voice, Hanako turned, rising to approach him, presenting a freshly sewn pair of shoes. Mom, how did you know I was leaving? As your mother, how could I not know your thoughts? Staying in Pallet Town for so long must have bored you terribly. Not really. I quite like Pallet Town. All right. I presume you plan to depart soon. Your belongings are already packed and waiting for you upstairs in your room. Hanako interrupted Ash, gesturing toward the upper floor, seemingly having anticipated his intentions. Upon hearing this, Ash promptly removed his shoes and raced upstairs. As he descended once more, a fully packed backpack adorned his back. Thank you, Mom. Be careful on the road. In just those brief 2 sentences, the emotions shared between Ash and Hannah were thoroughly encapsulated, even without uttering everything. They understood each other completely. After bidding farewell, Ash, alongside Pikachu, officially embarked on a new journey, striding towards the outskirts of Pallet Town. How nostalgic, Pikachu. It was right here that I commanded you, intending to capture a Pidgey. As Ash and Pikachu traversed the familiar path, the surrounding scenery evoked a wave of nostalgia within him. Pika Pika. Hearing Ash's words, Pikachu bashfully scratched its head, for at that time, it had been quite rebellious. A stark contrast to its present demeanor. What were the Spearows up to back then? Pika. Ash reminisced about the time he had chased after the flock of Spearows, while Pikachu recalled its thunderbolt from those days. Just then, as if Ash's nostalgia had summoned it, a Spearow emerged from the underbrush, oblivious to Ash and Pikachu. Flying hurriedly towards a destination, its expression fraught with urgency. What is happening? Let us follow it, Pikachu. Without hesitation, Ash chose to pursue the erratic Spearow, with Pikachu closely trailing at his side. Following the Spearow, Ash and Pikachu meandered through the grass, scaled hills, and crossed streams, weaving through the woods together. Suddenly, the Spearow halted, prompting Ash to stop as well, crouching low to cautiously advance. Eventually, mere feet away from the Spearow, he signaled for silence to Pikachu and peeked around a tree. Not far ahead, in a clearing, a Gyarados was fixated on a group of Spearows perched on branches, its sharp eyes gleaming with delight, as if it had already envisioned them as its next meal. Spearow, faced with the threat posed by the Gyarados, the Spearows exhibited no fear. Instead, the largest and strongest among them boldly emerged, issuing commands with an air of authority. Spearow, 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 Spearow. As their leader relayed its orders, a radiant white glow enveloped the beaks of all nearby Spearows, and they surged towards the Gyarados. Despite the enmity between Gyarados and Spearows, the latter's sheer numbers proved overwhelming against the lone Pokemon's defenses. In mere moments, the Gyarados was battered with numerous wounds, although they were not severe. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. Realizing it was outmatched, the Gyarados began to retreat, its body twisting away in an attempt to escape. However, the Spearows were not inclined to let their adversary go so easily. Their leader's wishes dictated their actions. Spearow, Spearow. The leader's furious cries conveyed a clear message. Even if one could not comprehend the specifics, the Gyarados was not to escape unscathed. Responding to their leader's command, the flock of Spearows surged towards the Gyarados. Gazing at the dark mass of Spearows, akin to a colossal shadow, the Gyarados felt a surge of fear, rendered utterly paralyzed by the prospect of resistance. It could only be ensnared by their sharp talons and lifted into the skies. As it was hoisted high, the Gyarados pondered its uncertain fate and whether it would survive this encounter. Yet, whatever the outcome, this day would be etched into its memory, leaving an indelible, haunting impression. Looks like the Spearows are faring quite well. I didn't expect even a Gyarados to be driven off. Let us head back, Pikachu. Ash, observing the Spearows unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling no sympathy for the Gyarados, as it had been the one to invade their territory first. Upon returning to the main road leading from Pallet Town to Viridian City, a question arose in Ash's mind, prompting him to glance back at the Spearow flock. Shouldn't Gyarados only appear in the southern Viridian Forest? They are typically found in the northern woods, beyond the river. This was common knowledge among those familiar with the Pokémon of Viridian City and Pallet Town, while they may not know much about Pokémon from distant regions. At least the ones in their own backyard should be well understood. From what Ash recalled, Gyarados and its pre-evolved form, Magikarp, were not typically found in this area. Reflecting on the earlier Gyarados, Ash attempted to recall its details. It bore some old scars and was alone, moving stiffly, suggesting it was aging. Could it possibly have been the original leader of a Magikarp swarm? With this thought, Ash began to comprehend why a Gyarados, not usually seen in the southern forest, might be present. It could be a former leader that had been ousted from its group and wandered southward. Understanding the circumstances surrounding the Gyarados' presence eased Ash's mind. If it was merely one Gyarados, it posed little threat, but a swarm would significantly disrupt the ecological balance of the southern forest, a serious concern. However, with just one, it could hardly stir up trouble. With a weight lifted from his heart, Ash quickened his pace, occasionally admiring the beautiful scenery around him as he journeyed toward his destination. Special Chapter, Dawn's Fashion Design Contest, 4. Ash, I've got an idea. What did you think of? Noticing Dawn's sudden excitement, Ash furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning her newfound enthusiasm. It's about that hidden shop. The connection between Goldenrod and Ecruteak is not merely about the metallic statues. It refers to the link between Goldenrod City and Ecruteak City, and the secret of the maglev train that connects them. Dawn's eyes sparkled as she explained her recent revelation to Ash. But where is that hidden shop? We'll have to get there to find out, so let us hurry. Dawn pointed towards the nearby train tracks, her meaning clear. Their next destination was the vicinity of the train tracks, where they might uncover clues about the hidden shop. All right, let us set off. With that, Ash was the first to step down the mountain path, followed closely by Dawn and Pikachu. The ascent had been arduous, but the descent proved swift. Ash, who had previously taken each step painstakingly, now seemed to leap down the stairs, bounding over several steps at once, landing without a hint of discomfort. Behind him, watching Ash's exuberance, Dawn displayed an expression of accustomed familiarity, taking her time down the steps alongside Pikachu. After a while, Dawn spotted Ash waiting at the foot of the mountain, and the two promptly set off towards the maglev train tracks. Is it really here? We won't know until we look. Beneath the elevated maglev train, Dawn and Ash began their search for anything resembling a hidden shop. Her sixth sense told her that the concealed establishment must be nearby. However, after searching high and low, there was nothing to be found except for an orchard of trees surrounded by a fence. Pikachu, do not pick that, Ash exclaimed, catching a glimpse of Pikachu attempting to pluck a blue orange. He swiftly lifted Pikachu down from the tree, which appeared to be someone else's property. Creak. The noise echoed. What's going on outside? At that moment, a large door, resembling a wall, opened beneath a massive concrete pillar supporting the overhead structure, and an elderly man emerged, grumbling. Oh, my apologies, sir. My Pikachu was just about to pick from your trees, but I stopped it, Ash said, instantly connecting the old man with the owner of the orchard upon seeing him. Ah, the fruit. If that little rascal wants some, he can take as much as he likes. I cannot possibly consume them all myself. Hearing Ash's words, the old man gazed at Pikachu in his hands, his expression softening, showing no concern for the incident. While the two conversed, Dawn caught a glimpse of the room from which the old man had exited. It was filled with a dazzling array of toys, dolls, and wooden carvings. Could this be a hidden shop? Observing the meticulously crafted items within, Dawn quickly formed a conclusion in her mind. Excuse me, sir, is this the latest hidden shop in Goldenrod City? To verify her hypothesis, she interrupted Ash and the old man's pleasant exchange, locking her gaze onto the elder's eyes. So, you are the invited elite trainers? Indeed. I run the hidden shop of Goldenrod City. Although it is not the latest, I have been operating this establishment for quite some time. The old man readily acknowledged Dawn's inquiry, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as he looked at his small shop. Ah, aging makes one sentimental. Come inside. The items here are quite affordable. Oh, by the way, my name is Booker. You may call me Old Man Book. I'm Dawn, and this is Ash. Rubbing his eyes, Old Man Book's demeanor transformed, exuding the essence of a merchant as he smiled and gestured for the two to enter. Inside the shop, Dawn and Ash surveyed their surroundings, their eyes immediately drawn to the exquisite little gifts that adorned the space. Not only was there a diverse selection, but everything appeared remarkably tidy, likely due to Old Man Book's frequent cleaning. So, are you two a couple? Old Man Book inquired as he closed the door behind them, observing their backs. No, not at all. Ash and I are not in that kind of relationship. At least not right now. Dawn's face flushed crimson at the old man's question, and she quickly clarified, although her thoughts contradicted her words. Pikachu, this is so interesting, Ash exclaimed, holding up a music box adorned with a rosy pink Clefairy, happily dancing within. Haha, this little one is truly amusing. Indeed, Dawn replied, managing a smile that belied her true feelings, casting a wistful glance at Ash. It seemed only she was concerned about the old man's earlier remark, while Ash was wholly absorbed in the delightful trinkets. Dawn, look at this. This is also fascinating, he said, seemingly oblivious to her subtle glances as he reached for another object from a shelf brimming with charming artifacts. A beautifully crafted wooden stage materialized in front of Ash and Dawn, featuring a delicate Meowth. The Meowth emitted a melancholic melody, swaying gracefully, as if performing a poignant act. Ah, I remember this. I saw a lovesick Meowth created several years ago while living in Bollywood, Old Man Book reminisced, stroking his chin as he gazed at Ash's possession. While the old man was lost in memory, Ash continued to explore the hidden shop with Dawn. These items are truly rare, Mr. Book. I'll take this one. What about you, Dawn? Don't you want anything? Ash seemed to have already made his choice, retrieving a somewhat rudimentary wooden Pikachu carving from the jumble of toys to show Dawn. Well, since we're here, I suppose I'll take this, she decided. Picking up the Clefairy music box Ash had first shown her, clearly enamored with it. Would you like these too? Just take them. They do not require payment. I only hope you will cherish these items, Old Man Book said with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively, unconcerned about the value of the small treasures. Really? Are you sure, Mr. Book? Of course. The items here are not meant for sale. It's just that very few people come by, and I've accumulated quite a collection. Upon hearing this, Ash and Dawn exchanged glances, seemingly able to read each other's thoughts through their eyes. It's strange that anyone would find this place. Given how obscure it is, they silently reflected, though they refrained from speaking out loud, understanding that the old man must have his reasons for locating his shop here. All right, enough of this. It's getting late. You two should head back now. Oh, Ash, hand me your Rotom phone so I can send you the shop badge. Glancing at the clock that ticked on the wall, Old Man Book turned to Ash, who promptly retrieved his Rotom phone. After a brief series of operations, Ash successfully accessed Old Man Book's exquisite gift shop on his activity homepage. Following this exchange, Ash and Dawn departed hand in hand towards the Pokemon Center, as tomorrow marked the day of Dawn's fashion design competition. That night at the Pokemon Center, Dawn gazed anxiously at her reflection in the mirror. Sigh. She let out a heavy sigh, seemingly lacking confidence for the upcoming competition. Just then, the playful Eevee, who had been cozying up to Ash's Pikachu all day, approached and patted her back. Eevee, yes, I will do my best. Seeing her concerned Eevee, Dawn rallied herself, radiating confidence. However, that state of determination was short-lived. After a long day of searching for the shop, she was utterly exhausted. As Dawn lay in bed, her breathing steadied, and the world around her seemed to quiet down. Time passed silently, and a peaceful night ensued, leading to the day of the competition. Dawn, you must give it your all. Eevee, Pika Pika. Outside the Goldenrod City Sports Center, Ash bid farewell to Dawn, as he would not be participating in the competition and would instead take a seat in the audience. Meanwhile, Pikachu exchanged farewells with Eevee, who tightly embraced Pikachu's neck, nuzzling against him with reluctance, causing Pikachu to feel bashful. No worries, Ash. I will definitely win. All right, I'll be waiting for you. As they exchanged a knowing smile, the two raised their hands in unison, completing their signature high five with a resounding clap. Subsequently, Ash made his way to the audience seats while Dawn proceeded to the contestants' room to await the guidance of the staff. "Miss Dawn, this way, please." Upon hearing the staff member's voice, Dawn promptly followed their lead into the small tent designated for the competition. In front of the audience, several large screens gradually illuminated, revealing the figures of Dawn and the other competitors within the tent. "Hey, Pikachu, it's Dawn. Pika Pika." Observing Dawn on the screen, Ash and Pikachu appeared elated, their eyes fixated on her image. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Dawn pondered, what kind of outfit should I design? Gazing at her design sketches, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. To remedy this, she decided to tear them up and start anew. Time quietly slipped away as Dawn repeatedly revised her designs. In a special chapter, Dawn and the Fashion Design Competition, 5. Watching Dawn's relentless iterations on the screen, Ash furrowed his brow, clearly anxious for her. What should I do? If this keeps up, I won't have enough time. Glancing at the crumpled paper in her hands, a hint of panic flickered in Dawn's eyes as she grappled with her predicament. Roll, roll, roll. Seeing her in such a state, her partner Buniri leaned against her thigh, doing her utmost to provide encouragement. Buniri, Buniri. At that moment, Piplup leaped from its pokeball and aimed a peck attack at Dawn. Ouch, Piplup, stop it. Piplup, Piplup. Understanding the encouragement and confidence emanating from Piplup's gaze, Dawn felt her own self-assurance surge forth, dispelling her confusion. Ideas began to flow in her mind, and seizing this inspiration, she began to sketch on paper. The lines transformed into an elegant, yet dazzling princess gown. With the design completed, Dawn set about preparing the fabric, cutting and sewing to create outfits suitable for both humans and Pokémon. However, her efforts did not end there. After completing all the garments, she would need to don them herself for the presentation, with the audience serving as judges. "Wait, do we get to vote?" "Of course, I'll support Dawn," Ash declared, having just received a voting device from the staff, determined to cast his vote for Dawn without hesitation. With a resounding thud, the lights dimmed, leaving only a straight path illuminated for the contestants to showcase their creations. "It's time to go on stage. Phew, Buniri, let us do this." As she watched the first contestant stride down the runway, Dawn exhaled deeply, alleviating her nerves as she and Buniri stepped onto the stage in their handcrafted outfits. Under the dazzling spotlight, Dawn's blue princess gown radiated with a gem-like brilliance, instantly captivating the audience's attention. As time passed, the competition gradually reached its conclusion, culminating with the final contestant exiting the runway and signaling the official end of the event. Ahem, hello everyone. I am the host of this Pokemon League fashion design competition. I believe you are all eager to discover who has emerged victorious. In truth, I am just as curious, haha. So let us turn our gaze to the big screen and unveil the audience's choice. The host gestured towards the screens, which displayed each contestant's number and name. Dawn was contestant number 8, and her votes soared alongside contestant number 9. Ultimately, Dawn triumphed by a narrow margin, and the results are in. Let us congratulate number 8, Miss Dawn, and her Buniri. Applause erupted throughout the venue as the host paused, allowing the applause to subside before continuing. Now, would Miss Dawn please come up to receive her award? Is it really me? Upon hearing her name, Dawn felt disbelief wash over her, yet she hesitantly approached the podium. Holding the heavy trophy in her hands, she glanced up at the audience, a smile breaking across her face, as if she had finally grasped what to do next. After the competition concluded, at the entrance of the Goldenrod City Sports Hall, Dawn and Ash reunited once more. "Congratulations, Dawn, on your victory. And you look splendid." "Thank you, Ash." Initially, Dawn took his compliments in stride, but as she heard the latter part of his statement, a subtle blush crept across her cheeks. "To celebrate, let us go out for a grand meal." "Sounds great." In the ensuing moments, Ash and Dawn selected an upscale restaurant, celebrating her victory with Pikachu and Buniri. Seated across from one another in the elegant establishment, flanked by their Pokémon, the table adorned with candles. The atmosphere resembled that of a romantic candlelit dinner for a couple in love. Time sped by, turning night into day. In the following days, Dawn accompanied Ash around Goldenrod City in search of the remaining hidden shops. On the first day after the competition, they successfully discovered a beverage shop hidden atop the Goldenrod department store, a location so peculiar that no one else knew of it. Dawn stumbled upon it by chance. There, they savored the signature psychic juice made from the psychic energy of Alakazam, earning a fruit-shaped badge as a reward. On the second day post-competition, as Dawn and Ash traversed Goldenrod City in pursuit of the third hidden shop, they found it nestled between the Fighting Gym and the Goldenrod Gym at sunset. This establishment was a noodle shop, not particularly unique in location, but it occasionally attracted customers. Unfortunately, most patrons were focused on gym challenges and training, often overlooking the noodle shop. Once inside, Dawn and Ash ordered the house specialty, golden noodles. As they enjoyed the meal, they felt a warm sensation enveloping their bodies, dispelling the chill within. After relishing the delicious food, Ash received a noodle-shaped badge as a reward, bringing his total to 3 badges, leaving only 2 more to find. On the 3rd day after the competition, Dawn and Ash set off in the morning, guided by clues to locate the 4th hidden shop. This time, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered it just as noon struck. The hidden shop was located within the headquarters of the Sylph Company, managed by a front desk attendant. Arriving at this location, both Ash and Dawn felt exhausted, their appearances indicating the challenges they had faced on their journey. The front desk attendant's shop was a massage parlor situated within the Sylph Company's warehouse on the 1st floor. The utilization of the warehouse was permitted only after the front desk attendant received the consent of the CEO of the Shirafa Company. Though it was primarily through the request of her close friend, the CEO's daughter, that access was granted. "How delightful," she remarked. Indeed, Miss Xiaojing's touch was truly exquisite. As they felt the pressure on their backs, both Xiaoji and Xiaoguang flushed with pleasure, evidently relishing the sensation. "It is an honor to serve you both," Miss Xiaojing replied with a serene smile, continuing to employ her professional massage techniques to attend to their needs. As time flowed by, the massage experience at the establishment came to a conclusion that evening, and Xiaoji was awarded a badge emblazoned with the design of 2 hands. With 4 badges successfully acquired, only one remained elusive. Should he locate the final badge on the last day of the event, he would be granted the opportunity to claim the ultimate mysterious reward. As night descended, Xiaoguang and Xiaoji lay in bed, the latter already lost in a sweet slumber. Conversely, Xiaoguang tossed and turned, unable to find repose. What shall I do after this event concludes? The impending separation from Xiaoji filled her with sorrow, her visage marred by a frown. At that moment, a ribbon, which she had cherished as a talisman, slipped from her grasp and fell onto the bed. Gazing at the ribbon badge that had accompanied her throughout, a realization dawned upon Xiaoguang. She resolved that it was time for her to embark on a new journey, one that would not only see her take the stage at the grand celebration, but also strive for greater personal growth. Lost in thought regarding her future plans, Xiaoguang soon drifted into a deep sleep. Before long, for days had elapsed since the conclusion of the competition, and the duo's goal was to locate the final hidden shop. Upon discovering this last establishment in the city, they found it to be a clothing store, replete with both men's and women's apparel, all of which appeared quite appealing. As in previous days, after sampling the products and selecting a few satisfactory items, they successfully acquired the final badge. Alongside the acquisition of this last badge, Xiaoji's activity page transformed, merging all badges into the numeral 1. This signified that Xiaoji was the first individual to successfully check in at 5 shops, earning him a mysterious grand prize. In celebration of this joyous moment, Xiaoji and Xiaoguang ventured to a high-end restaurant they had frequented a few days prior. Later that evening, Xiaoji received the so-called mysterious grand prize, a necklace adorned with blue gemstones, emanating an aura of water, known as the water drop necklace. It was said to enhance the power of water-type Pokemon's moves and was undeniably beautiful, even when gifted to another. However, for Xiaoji, it served little practical purpose, as he had no need for such adornments. Thus, he quickly decided upon a recipient for his gift. On the very night he received the present, as he and Xiaoguang admired the brilliant starry sky, he produced an exquisite gift box and presented it to her. "What is this?" "It is for you, Xiaoguang. Thank you for your companionship these past few days." Upon hearing Xiaoji's words of gratitude, Xiaoguang scratched the back of her head, perplexed, as she opened the box. Nestled within was the stunning water drop necklace, causing her to gasp in astonishment. "This is for me?" "Indeed, it is the mysterious grand prize. But since you essentially helped me find it, I believe it belongs to you more than it does to me." Beneath the starry sky, a gentle breeze swept across the grass, and the radiant smile of the young man stirred something profound within the young woman, drawing her deeper into his charm. "All right, I will cherish it, Xiaoji." Chapter 74, a decade later with Kasumi, 2. How heavy. It seems to be quite a hefty creature. Come forth and assist me, far-fetched. Yet, to her dismay, it was her Psyduck that appeared by her side instead. Well, never mind. Psyduck, focus. Use psychic. Psy. Realizing her Psyduck's formidable psychic abilities, Kasumi promptly commanded it to assist her. However, the creature appeared utterly befuddled, seemingly oblivious to her instructions. Almost forgetting, she had to resort to more direct measures. With a swift motion, she used one hand to form a fist and struck the top of Psyduck's head. A resounding thud echoed as she delivered a solid blow, causing the Psyduck to screech in pain, its eyes glowing with the blue light characteristic of its psychic powers. Instantly, it immobilized both Kasumi and her fishing rod. "Ah, you foolish duck. I merely asked for your help, not to be restrained. Release me at once." Feeling the grip of Psyduck's psychic power, Kasumi could not contain her frustration. Responding to her command, Psyduck reluctantly retracted its psychic hold, but as Kasumi was suspended in midair, she plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on her backside. Ouch! That wretched Psyduck. Pull the fishing rod up now. Enduring the pain radiating from her rear, Kasumi suppressed her anger and issued another command. Psyduck, obeying, used its psychic ability to drag the fishing line upward. As the line was reeled in, a massive shadow emerged at the hook's end. "Xiaoji! Pikachu!" Kasumi exclaimed in disbelief upon recognizing the figures hanging from the hook, astonished to encounter them here. "How infuriating! Why are you clinging so tightly?" Kasumi and Psyduck crouched beside Xiaoji and Pikachu, who were locked in an embrace, their combined strength rendering them immovable despite their efforts. "Xiaoji! Xiaoji! Wake up! Sigh! Sigh! Sigh!" With no other option, Kasumi resorted to shaking Xiaoji's body in a bid to rouse him from his slumber. Meanwhile, Psyduck mimicked her actions, using its flippers to slap Pikachu's cheeks repeatedly. "Uft! Pikachu!" Startled by the unexpected assault, Pikachu retaliated with a burst of water, incensed by the peculiar affront, and immediately unleashed a thunderbolt. "Ah, Psyduck, look at the mess you've caused." Both Xiaoji and Kasumi were jolted by the electric shock, while Psyduck feigned innocence, turning its head away as if oblivious to the chaos unfolding around it. Pikachu. It appeared that Pikachu was beginning to regain consciousness, halting its electric discharge and surveying its surroundings with a befuddled expression. Cough, cough, cough. "Pikachu, are we in heaven?" Admittedly, Pikachu's recent electric attack had been rather intense, yet it was precisely this powerful jolt that successfully brought Xiaoji back to consciousness. "Kasumi, what are you doing here? Could it be that you've also ascended to heaven?" Xiaoji scratched his head, gazing at Kasumi with bewilderment as he spoke. "You are the one who has gone to heaven. We are in Hualan City." Observing Xiaoji's perplexed demeanor, Kasumi felt an overwhelming surge of anger and could not help but unleash a loud retort. "I understand now, Kasumi, keep it down. My head is pounding." Upon hearing the ultrasonic assault reminiscent of a bat, Ash rubbed his temples in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest." Observing Ash's weakened state, Misty's demeanor shifted, her eyes filled with concern. "I'll take you to the Pokemon Center. Just leave me here to rest. I'll be fine. How could I possibly abandon you here?" Without heeding Ash's protest, Misty hoisted him onto her back and set off towards the Pokemon Center in the city. After a while, they arrived at their destination. "Nurse Joy, someone here requires examination." "Very well, leave it to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Nurse Joy led Ash into the examination room, not confirming his identity or condition. "There's nothing seriously wrong. You just need to rest well for the next few days." Moments later, Ash emerged from the examination room, revitalized and brimming with vigor, a stark contrast to his earlier frail appearance. "I told you, Misty, I just needed a little rest. I can't tell if you're a Pokemon or a human. I never expected you to recover so quickly." Misty gazed at Ash, astonished by his remarkable resilience. "But I'm glad you're okay. By the way, what brings you to Cerulean City so suddenly?" "Naturally, I came to see you. The league has been quiet lately, so I thought I'd check in on you." Ash and Misty began to catch up on their recent lives, while Nurse Joy had already departed upon noticing an injured Pokemon. "What is going on in Cerulean City? It seems there's some sort of celebration." "Ah, that's right. It's the anniversary of the Cerulean Gym. After all, it has been established for quite some time." Listening to Misty, Ash nodded absently, unsure if he fully absorbed her words. "Since I'm here, let me show you around." Misty extended her hand, and Ash, understanding her intent, took hold of her delicate fingers. Thereafter, Misty guided Ash through the ongoing celebration in Cerulean City. They shared glances at intriguing sights, engaged in friendly competition at various games, and indulged in delectable treats, relishing the moment. Time slipped away in the joy of their outing, and unbeknownst to them, 3 beautiful young women followed closely behind. Well, this is delightful. I never imagined my little Misty could be so bold." Sakura, with a cotton candy in hand partially concealing her face, trailed after Misty. "Indeed, who would have thought our little sister could be so courageous? She has grown up. No longer just the little sister who followed us around." Ayum and Peony marveled at the sight of Ash and Misty, perfectly matched in their companionship. The 3 sisters continued to follow Ash and Misty, their laughter echoing as dusk approached. "Oh, it's getting late. I'm sorry, Ash, but I have some matters to attend to, so you'll have to explore on your own. As they walked through the bustling streets, Ash and Misty chatted happily, savoring a feeling they hadn't experienced in quite some time. Yet, their reunion was destined to be brief. After bidding farewell, Misty had already walked a considerable distance. Observing her retreating figure, Ash felt an instinctive urge to chase after her, but was at a loss for words. Well, it's just the two of us now. Let us go, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Hearing Ash's voice, Pikachu glanced back at Misty's departing silhouette, looking quite forlorn. Meanwhile, Misty had returned to the cerulean gym, changing into her elegant attire to prepare for the grand ball later that evening. Misty, are you all set? Sakura, don't worry, I'm absolutely ready. In her splendid gown, Misty turned to her sister, confidently patting her chest. In that case, let us head out. Yes. With Sakura guiding her, Misty left the cerulean gym, retracing the path they had taken earlier. Meanwhile, the celebration was in full swing. A ball at the cerulean celebration? Pikachu, that sounds intriguing. Shall we go take a look? Pika Pika. As they strolled down the street, Ash suddenly spotted a vibrant flyer affixed to a telephone pole. Pikachu, intrigued by the announcement, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the duo began making their way towards the venue of the ball. Behind them, Iam and Peony clutched a stack of flyers, delighting in their cleverness. Well done, Peony. Now Ash will surely meet up with my little sister at the ball. Of course, I will do everything in my power for her happiness. Peony beamed with pride, reveling in Iam's praise. All right. Ash has walked quite far already. We should hurry and catch up. Iam shook her head in exasperation at Peony's enthusiasm and, without waiting for a reply, swiftly followed Ash. Is this the place? Ash arrived at an open area where a roaring bonfire blazed at its center, creating a magnificent spectacle. Welcome everyone to the 27th anniversary of the Cerulean Gym. I am the current gym leader, Misty, and I declare the Cerulean Ball officially open. At that moment, Ash recognized a familiar voice and turned to see Misty, adorned in a stylish dress, her voluminous hair elegantly styled, exuding the grace of a refined lady. Ash couldn't help but blush at her beauty. I didn't expect Misty to look so lovely dressed up. As he admired her, Ash silently praised her appearance. Beautiful Misty, may I have the honor of a dance with you? A man approached Misty, his gaze filled with an unsettling intent, causing her discomfort. No. Oh, don't be so hasty to refuse. It's just a dance, and I doubt gym leader Misty would mind. Just as Misty prepared to decline, the man interrupted her with an air of confidence. I'm sorry I'm late. Suddenly, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, stepped between Misty and the man, creating a barrier. TCH, so you've come to play the hero. The man's disdain for Ash was palpable as he muttered crude remarks before turning to leave. It's all right, Misty, there are so many people here. Noticing Misty's rising anger, Ash quickly sought to calm her. Phew, I understand. But how did you end up here? Who knows? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Ash shrugged, glancing at the vibrant bonfire and then extending his hand towards Misty. Beautiful Misty, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Of course. Upon hearing Ash's invitation, Misty's eyes curved with delight, a smile illuminating her face. Meanwhile, a man had just departed from the ballroom, only to find 3 shadowy figures trailing behind him. As he stepped into a narrow alley, a dark sack was suddenly thrown over him. Instantly, a wave of pain surged through his entire body. Accompanied by his anguished cries, the assault intensified, and amidst the chaos, he could faintly hear the assailants muttering, "You dared to approach my sister. You uttered such vile words." Overwhelmed by the relentless agony, the man eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Back at the ballroom, Ash led Misty to the bonfire, and upon noticing them, the host promptly switched the lively music to a more sentimental melody. Beneath the starry sky, Misty and Ash danced around the fire, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Their every movement evoked the perception among onlookers that they were indeed a deeply affectionate couple. Misty, yes, a gentle breeze caressed their faces. And despite the volume of the music, Misty clearly heard Ash's words. Those were the sentiments she had longed to hear, and now they had finally come to fruition. I feel the same way. Tears welled in the corners of Misty's eyes, not from sorrow but from the sheer joy of unexpected happiness. As the music faded, she could no longer contain her exhilaration and embraced Ash tightly. Underneath the dazzling stars, the bonfire cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining until they became one. Chapter 75. May and Ash, a reunion in Cherry Grove Town. Cherry Grove Town? How nostalgic. On the outskirts of a coastal port town, a young girl was making her way towards a nearby building. Dressed in a red t-shirt paired with shorts and a white form-fitting skirt, she was none other than May, who had traveled with Ash through Hoenn and Sinnoh. At this moment, She was still on her journey to realize her ambition of becoming a top coordinator, initially intending to challenge the Grand Festival in Sinnoh. However, with only a couple of competitions left, even if she rushed there, participation in the grand celebration would be impossible. Reluctantly, Mei embarked once more on her journey through Johto, coincidentally timing her arrival with the impending commencement of the Johto Grand Festival. The reason for her arrival in Cherry Grove Town was the upcoming first Johto Grand Festival, where she sought to obtain the coveted ribbon badge. It was here that she had parted ways with Ash and the others, and she wondered what they were currently up to. Seated at an outdoor cafe by the riverbank, the food-loving Mei indulged in delicious dishes while savoring the gentle sea breeze against her cheeks. Meanwhile, not far from Cherry Grove, on the sea. Achoo! Pikachu? I'm fine. Pikachu. Perhaps it's just the prolonged exposure to the sea breeze. At the forefront of a speedboat, Ash suddenly sneezed. Reassuring Pikachu of his well-being, he lamented. Yet again, Team Rocket has slipped away. Sigh. With a glance at the tranquil sea, he sighed in resignation. Just beneath the surface, a massive Magikarp submarine lay concealed among the rocks, camouflaged by seaweed that obscured its vibrant red body. After some time, once the speedboat had drifted far enough away, it dared to emerge from its hiding spot. Inside the submarine, Team Rocket's trio breathed a sigh of relief. That pesky kid. Was it really necessary to take all the food from the Pokemon Center? Musashi grumbled while pedaling the submarine, occasionally glancing back at the scattered blue and orange berries. And this paltry haul, how disappointing. Meowth, Meowth chimed in, feeling utterly drained, lacking even the energy to generate power for the Magikarp submarine. All right. At least we managed to escape. Half full is still something. Everyone, let's head back for now. At the outdoor cafe, Mei began recalling her full Pokemon into their Pokeballs, preparing to rest and recuperate. What's that? She turned her gaze towards an approaching speedboat, where a familiar figure with Pikachu caught her attention. Could it be? A silhouette flashed in her mind as her feet instinctively moved towards the port. Gurgle. As Ash disembarked from the boat, his stomach rumbled in protest. I'm so hungry, Pikachu. Let's grab something to eat. Pika. Pikachu nodded eagerly in agreement with Ash's suggestion. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out from nearby, prompting both Ash and Pikachu to turn in unison towards the sound. Is that Mei? Pika. They spotted the vibrant figure approaching them, and perhaps due to the long separation, Ash felt a flutter of excitement within, a smile creeping onto his lips. It's been a while, Mei. Not hesitating, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, ran towards Mei. I didn't expect to find you here. You're quite the busy bee these days. I've barely seen you in the past few years. So much has happened. Ash shrugged sheepishly in response to Mei's teasing. And you, Mei? What brings you here? For this, Mei exclaimed, pulling out a flyer featuring a circular venue labeled as the first Johto Grand Festival. Upon seeing the flyer, Ash quickly deduced the reason for her presence. You're still striving to become a top coordinator. Of course, Mr. Contesta is incredibly talented, and with coordinators like Dawn, I'm still far from reaching that level, Mei admitted, her expression revealing a hint of resignation, clearly dissatisfied with her current abilities. Gurgle. Excuse me. I'm a bit peckish. Ash's face flushed with embarrassment as an awkward sound escaped him, and Pikachu on his shoulder echoed his sentiments weakly. Pika. Well, let us go eat then. I heard Cherry Grove has a special dish that you can't find anywhere else. I was planning to try it tomorrow, but let us go today? Really? Then let us hurry. Ash perked up, his eyes widening with excitement as he stared at Mei. All right, I'll lead the way, Mei replied, her cheeks flushing slightly under Ash's gaze as she turned her head away shyly. With Mei taking the lead, the two began their walk along the coast towards the restaurant known for its distinctive cuisine. Mei, let me tell you yesterday. Haha, really? Of course. By the way, Ash, what about? Despite the time apart, their conversation flowed effortlessly, each eager to share stories. As if countless words were waiting to be exchanged. Amid their laughter and chatter, the distance between them gradually diminished, and they remained blissfully unaware as their shoulders brushed against each other. Only Pikachu, caught in the middle of the two, appeared quite helpless. This is it, Ash. Xiaoyao pointed ahead as they reached their destination, revealing a quaint little shop before them. Is this the place? Ash inquired, licking his lips with anticipation, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. Excuse me, sir, could we please have the specialty of the house? Xiaoyao requested. I'm sorry, young lady, but you have arrived too late. Today's special has already sold out. Perhaps you would like to consider something else? What? How could this happen? I was so looking forward to it. Xiaoyao exclaimed. It's all right, Xiaoyao, as long as we can fill our bellies. I'll have this instead. Ash comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, sensing her disappointment. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, echoed this gesture by tapping Xiaoyao's shoulder with its tail. Well then, I'll have this instead, Xiaoyao acquiesced, realizing there was no other option. By the way, sir, could we get a portion of Pokemon food with some ketchup? Of course. The proprietor of the establishment patted his chest confidently and turned to head towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ash and Xiaoyao chose a table by the glass window, allowing them to enjoy their meal while taking in the scenic ocean view. I heard that Xiaosheng has started his own journey as well, striving to become an exceptional gym leader like our father, all to challenge you, Xiaoyao mused, gazing at the shimmering sea surface under the sunset, reminiscing about her younger brother who once followed her closely. Really? Has Xiaosheng reached that age already? Time flies, Ash responded, feeling nostalgic as if his own journey had only begun yesterday. Indeed, we have grown up, Xiaoyao remarked, contemplating Ash's transformation into adulthood. Here you go. Your meals are served: spicy cherry fried rice, honey salad, and Pokemon food. Just as Xiaoyao was about to say something, the owner approached their table, setting down the dishes before swiftly departing. Pikachu, dig in. This Pokemon food has ketchup added. I'm sure you'll love it, Ash said, lifting Pikachu to the plate of Pokemon food before preparing to indulge in his own meal. Ah, it's so spicy. The moment Ash took a bite of the fried rice, a fiery heat exploded in his mouth, overwhelming him. Unable to withstand the intensity, Ash opened his mouth, releasing a small plume of fire. It was evident that this spicy cherry fried rice was indeed extraordinarily hot. Are you all right, Ash? Would you like to try some of my salad? Xiaoyao offered. Yes, please. Although he had yet to satiate his hunger, Xiaoyao was mindful of her figure and didn't intend to indulge too much in the honey salad, considering its caloric density. Without a second thought, Ash accepted the fork from Xiaoyao and felt significantly better after a few bites of salad. Ah, much better. More, please. Just as he regained his composure, Ash dove back into the fried rice, unleashing another fiery breath. The exquisite fusion of delicious fried rice and the scalding spice was irresistible, causing him to experience a delightful agony. Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh at Ash's antics, finding him reminiscent of a fire-type Pokemon practicing its flame breathing. Meanwhile, her honey salad dwindled with each fiery eruption from Ash until, by the time he finished the fried rice, her salad was completely consumed. I'm sorry, Xiaoyao. I ate all your salad, Ash said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he noticed Xiaoyao watching him with a smile. It's fine, really. I had already eaten and didn't plan to have much anyway. Besides, seeing you enjoy your meal so much makes me happy, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Really? That's wonderful. Ash breathed a sigh of relief, knowing how much Xiaoyao cherished her food. He felt a pang of guilt when he realized he had devoured her salad entirely. Burp, Pikachu. Just then, a sound emerged from beneath the table, prompting both Ash and Xiaoyao to look down. There, Pikachu had licked clean the bowl of Pokemon food, leaving no trace of ketchup behind, its belly round and content as it lay comfortably on the ground, breathing steadily, seemingly asleep. Shoo, Xiaoyao, Pikachu is asleep. Let's head back to rest, Ash suggested softly. No problem, Xiaoyao agreed, understanding Ash's concern for Pikachu's comfort. After paying the bill, Ash gently picked up Pikachu and, accompanied by Xiaoyao, they headed towards the Pokemon Center in the heart of the town. They walked in silence, careful not to disturb Pikachu's peaceful slumber. The Pokemon Center was not far from them, merely halfway between the port and the restaurant, marked by a building with a red roof. After requesting a room from Nurse Joy, Ash and Xiaoyao returned to their respective quarters, ready to embrace a brighter tomorrow. Good night, Ash. Good night, Xiaoyao. Chapter 755. The conveyance of feelings between Xiaoyao and Ash. Ah, I slept so well. I wonder if Ash is awake yet. Oh well. He mentioned chasing Team Rocket all day with Pikachu, and probably hasn't he eaten, so he must be exhausted. I'll let him rest. As for me, I need to prepare for the Pokemon contest. The following day, Xiaoyao awoke leisurely from her room, completing her morning routine while selecting her outfit, speaking to her reflection in the mirror. Yes, this will do. For today's contest, Xiaoyao had donned the dress she wore during the Mikilai Cup in the Sinnoh region. Alongside Hikari, she looked like an exotic dancer, truly deserving of her title as a Hoenn performer. Once ready, Xiaoyao beamed with confidence, double-checking her makeup and ensuring she hadn't forgotten anything before heading out to the venue of the contest. ZZZ. Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu remained blissfully asleep in bed. They had initially planned to cheer for Xiaoyao today, yet they were still lost in slumber, clearly exhausted from their previous adventures. Time sped by, and the sun reached its zenith, marking noon and the time for a break. Xiaoyao had successfully progressed to the top 4 after completing the morning preliminaries. With just 2 more victories, she would earn the ribbon badge for the Shunmu conference. Carrying a heavy backpack, she made her way to a grassy area outdoors. intending to enjoy her lunch. What is most important now is food. This is the special lunch I prepared last night for Xiaoyao. Wait, Snorlax? Upon discovering her empty backpack and the comfortable Snorlax nestled within, chewing on something, Xiaoyao instantly understood the situation. Ah, how dare you, Snorlax? Spit out my lunch. A surge of indignation welled up within her as Xiaoyao grasped the jaws of the Snorlax, pulling them to their utmost limit, attempting to reclaim her lunch. Burp. Snorlax. At that moment, the creature expelled a tremendous belch, unleashing a foul odor that wafted through the air, nearly causing Xiaoyao to faint. How infuriating! After inhaling the fresh air, Xiaoyao's anger intensified, yet she found herself utterly powerless against the Snorlax, resorting instead to kicking a nearby stone on the ground. Bang! Ouch! That hurt. A sharp pain radiated from her toes throughout her entire body, and tears welled in her eyes as she puzzled over the stone's unexpected weight, unable to budge it. Geodude! Geodude! Just as her confusion peaked, the stone before her turned around, revealing itself to be the rock-type Pokémon, Geodude. Geodude! Geodude! In quick succession, the stones all around echoed the same cry, and a horde of Geodudes began charging toward Xiaoyao. Run, Snorlax! 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 Hearing Xiaoyao's voice, the Snorlax, which had been preparing to indulge in a peaceful nap, sensed the tremors of the ground and turned its gaze. The menacing Geodudes were closing in, startling it awake, and it hurriedly followed Xiaoyao's lead to escape. After a while, Xiaoyao emerged from the thicket, a branch stuck in her hair, appearing quite disheveled. What bad luck! I never expected to encounter a horde of Geodudes. My body is utterly exhausted, and my stomach is growling. This is all your fault. Xiaoyao shot a glare at the Snorlax trotting beside her, but the latter was unfazed by her demeanor, plopping down on the ground to resume its slumber. Fine. Just come back for now. By the way, the grand contest. What time is it? Glancing at the Snorlax, now snoring, Xiaoyao helplessly recalled her upcoming participation in the grand contest and frantically pulled out her Rotom phone to check the time. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Without a moment to ponder, Xiaoyao began to run, but having just escaped from the Geodudes, her body had reached its limit. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, each step a monumental effort. I'm so tired, so hungry. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she felt herself teetering forward, her body unable to sustain her due to the lack of energy. Just as her face was about to collide with the ground, a hand suddenly appeared, wrapping around her waist. Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao. In her hazy state, Xiaoyao seemed to hear someone calling her name, and she summoned the strength to open her eyes, revealing a familiar face. Ash, I can't believe you actually came here. The grand contest is about to start. I'm sorry to have worried you. Struggling to form a smile, Xiaoyao weakly responded to Ash. All right, given how weak you are, let us not talk. Let's eat something first. Ash pulled out a bag of aromatic food from behind him, the enticing scent instantly captivating Xiaoyao. She eagerly snatched the food from Ash's hands, prompting him to relinquish it willingly. Of course you can eat it. In fact, this is prepared just for you. Noticing a questioning glint in Xiaoyao's eyes, Ash nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing his response, Xiaoyao wasted no time in biting into the pastry within the bag. A satisfying crunch echoed as she bit down, and the delightful aroma filled her mouth. This is. As the delectable flavor seeped into her being, a refreshing essence reminiscent of the ocean enveloped her palate. Staring at the pastries in the bag, Xiaoyao felt a sense of déjà vu, her mind racing with memories. Yes, this is the specialty dish she had craved the most yesterday, cedarwood buns. So delicious, thank you, Ash. As the buns filled her stomach, a surge of energy began to course through Xiaoyao, though it was still rather feeble. If that's not enough, there's more here. Wonderful. I was just lamenting my hunger. Watching Ash produce several more bags of buns, Xiaoyao tossed aside her concerns about managing her figure. At this moment, satisfying her hunger took precedence above all else. Huh. Just as she indulged in the scrumptious treats, she suddenly felt herself being lifted as Ash swept her into a princess carry. We're running out of time for the grand contest, so leave the rest to me. All you need to do is fill your stomach. With that, Ash paid no heed to Xiaoyao's protests, his legs striding forward towards the venue of the grand contest. Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed, yet she couldn't help but continue eating. Nestled against Ash's chest, feeling the warmth radiate from him. Pikachu. Behind them, Pikachu wore a disgruntled expression, glaring at Ash and Xiaoyao. It found itself caught in the crossfire of their affections despite having done nothing, leaving it sulking and clearly in a foul mood. The first round of the grand contest has concluded. Next, let us welcome Miss Xiaoyao, the Hoenn coordinator who once claimed the cedarwood ribbon alongside the world champion Ash. Her opponent will be the sweet and charming contestant, Musashi. As the hostess' voice resonated, Musashi, adorned in her glamorous outfit reminiscent of her participation in the Sinnoh Grand Contest, stepped onto the battlefield. Huh, what is going on? Miss Xiaoyao has yet to appear. Something must have happened. According to the rules, we will wait 5 minutes. If she does not arrive, Miss Xiaoyao will forfeit the match. With the hostess' words, the scoreboard transformed into a timer, counting down from 5 minutes. For minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Time ticked away, swiftly approaching its end. And the timer on the screen dwindled to the final 30 seconds. What is happening? Where is that little girl? Could it be that Kojiro and Nyarth have caused some trouble? These two wretched individuals must not believe in me. I will make them pay when I return. Observing the opponent's tunnel where Xiaoyao had yet to make an appearance, Musashi had already assigned blame to Kojiro and Nyarth. Achu. Meow? What's wrong, Kojiro? I don't know. Maybe I caught a chill sleeping in the submarine last night. Meow. Once we catch some fish, I'll definitely make you a delicious fish soup. Musashi will be very happy too. At the shore, Kojiro and Nyarth were still dreaming about the delightful fish soup they hoped to enjoy that night. Blissfully unaware that Musashi had already declared them guilty, awaiting the conclusion of the match to settle the score. The match? Wait. Here comes Xiaoyao from Orange City in Hoenn. As a voice rang out from the contestant tunnel, all eyes turned towards its source. 3 figures gradually emerged, with Xiaoyao and Ash in the lead, the former still being cradled in the latter's arms. Following closely behind, Pikachu scampered along, using all 4 limbs to keep up with them. Although the circumstances remain unclear, Miss Koyuki has successfully arrived just in time for the competition. Witnessing this scene, the host was momentarily taken aback, yet his professional integrity swiftly brought him back to reality as he promptly seized the microphone to announce, "Let us have a great match. Koyuki, we must take our leave now." Sensing the piercing gazes surrounding them, Ash and Pikachu hastily made their escape. Remaining any longer might have led Ash to feel as though he would be slain by the stares of the male spectators. Let us commence the competition, he declared. Observing Ash's retreat, Koyuki shyly smiled at Musashi standing before her. No problem. Musashi was unconcerned, for she deemed it far more worthwhile to contemplate dinner than to ponder the affections between young children. As both sides readied themselves, the grand contest was set to begin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the competition concluded, and Koyuki triumphantly secured the coveted ribbon medal, strolling along the coastline with Ash. Meanwhile, Musashi, having lost the contest, returned to the campsite, where she awaited a meticulously prepared fish soup from Kojiro and Nyarth. Ash, Koyuki began. Thank you for today. Without your help, I doubt I would have made it back in time for the match. Walking together by the shore, their silhouettes intertwined. Grateful for Ash's assistance earlier, Koyuki felt a warmth rise to her cheeks as she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze, before tentatively asking, "How did you know I wanted that?" Huh. You mean the Sharon pancakes? I noticed how much you longed for them yesterday and made a mental note. But wasn't it difficult to cue? Oh, perhaps I was just fortunate. When I went at noon, there were still several left. Upon hearing Koyuki's inquiry, Ash felt his heart leap into his throat, desperately attempting to convince her otherwise. Koyuki, your shoes are muddy from the rain earlier this morning. Huh, didn't I clean them? Ash exclaimed, glancing down at his sneakers, which were, in fact, impeccably spotless. Realizing he had been tricked, Ash gazed at Koyuki with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Ash, you really are quite foolish. Next time, I won't let that happen, Ash replied, his words enticing Koyuki, as the sea breeze seemed to draw her closer to him. Ash, she whispered, but the rustling leaves drowned her voice, leaving only Ash's nod in response. Chapter 76, Koyuki and Ash, an unexpected encounter. Alright, Pachima, Junsa, you must be full by now. Our next goal is to become top coordinators. Let us seize the ribbon medal in a critique city. On board a ferry, Koyuki enjoyed a lavish buffet with her Pokémon. Their destination, as she mentioned, was a critique city in the Johto region. Meanwhile, within the confines of Professor Oak's lab in a critique city, Ash was discussing matters with the esteemed professor. An unidentified energy fluctuation has appeared in a critique city? Yes, Ash. This energy is quite substantial. So I need you to assist in suppressing it to prevent an outbreak in the city. Otherwise, a critique city will surely suffer. Professor Oak's serious demeanor made it clear to Ash that this was no jest. A significant crisis loomed. Leave it to me. No matter who or what it is, I will not allow it to disrupt the atmosphere of a critique city. Very well, I have transmitted the location of the energy fluctuation to you. Now, it's time to set off. Absolutely. Pikachu, let us go? Ash nodded, calling over Pikachu, who was playfully interacting with an electric dog, as they prepared to depart for their destination. I see a critique city. Meanwhile, Koyuki stood at the bow of the ferry, gazing into the distance at the city that was Ecology City in the Kanto region. As the ferry approached the dock, a throng of travelers disembarked, including Koyuki, who had come to participate in the grand contest. That is, just as she stepped off the ferry, a familiar figure in the distance caught her attention. The person wore a cap and carried a travel backpack, with a Pikachu perched on their shoulder. Could it be? As Koyuki gazed at the figure, her heart began to race, and she slowly made her way toward them. Indeed, it was him. As she drew closer, she recognized his profile, and her heartbeat quickened at the sight of his familiar face. "Hi, Ash." Koyuki stealthily approached Ash from behind, tapping his shoulder and pretending to scare him. "Ah." The sudden voice startled Ash, causing him to lurch forward, nearly toppling into the sea. "Watch out." Koyuki instinctively reached out to pull him back. Fortunately, she succeeded, but Koyuki, you really startled me. Ash looked at the girl before him with a hint of exasperation. He anticipated her to act so childishly. Sorry. Ash. Could you please get off me? This position is rather uncomfortable." Feeling Ash's breath against her, Koyuki's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "Huh. Oh." Realizing Koyuki's discomfort, Ash paused, only then noticing that he had somehow pinned her to the ground, their bodies uncomfortably close. Observing Koyuki's rosy cheeks, Ash felt his own heart race, as if some unspoken emotion was slowly brewing within him. "I'm sorry, Koyuki." Ash scratched the back of his head, suddenly shy, unable to meet her eyes, and merely extended his hand awkwardly. "It's all right, I don't mind." "Phew, that's a relief." Seeing Koyuki's sweet smile, Ash felt a wave of ease wash over him, unmistakably sensing the flutter of excitement within his heart. "What brings you here, Ash?" "Oh, well, I promised Professor Oak I would handle a few matters, but I've just finished." Strolling side by side down the street, Ash readily shared his reason with Koyuki, casting a curious glance her way as he inquired, "And you? Are you here for the grand contest?" Yes." "How did you know, Ash?" Rolling his eyes at Koyuki's question, Ash replied, "The grand contest is renowned everywhere. Its promotion is unavoidable." Ash then pulled out a flyer from his pocket, depicting a picturesque view of a Ecology City along with the contest's promotional tagline. "Ah, I see." Koyuki nodded, somewhat understanding as she watched the flyer flutter in the sea breeze. Engaging in conversation as they wandered, the two soon arrived at a quaint inn, where they booked 2 rooms to stay. "I didn't expect there to be a kitchen here. Would you like to try my cooking? I've been traveling alone for quite some time." Upon entering the designated room, Xiaowang was pleasantly surprised by the kitchen within, prompting her to invite Xiaoji over for a visit to savor the culinary skills she had honed during her solitary travels. "Of course," Xiaoji replied without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation at the thought of indulging in Xiaowang's delectable creations. "All right, please have a seat for a moment while I prepare," she said. "Do you need any help?" he inquired. "Not at all. I'm perfectly capable," she assured him. With that, Xiaowang stepped into the kitchen and closed the door, seemingly reluctant for Xiaoji to witness her busy preparations, creating an air of mystery. Watching the kitchen door close, Xiaoji wore a helpless expression, utterly oblivious to what Xiaowang was concocting. Soon, the sounds of clattering and clanging emerged from the kitchen, indicating that Xiaowang was hard at work. After a while, an alluring aroma wafted from the kitchen, sweet and fragrant, instantly tantalizing Xiaoji's taste buds. "Here you go, Xiaoji. These are my special honey pancakes," she announced, bringing out 3 plates of varying sizes, placing the largest in front of Xiaoji and handing the smaller one to Pikachu. The delightful scent of the pancakes, infused with the essence of baked grains, heightened Xiaoji's appetite, and he eagerly took a large bite. As the pancake melted in his mouth, the sweet, smooth honey combined with the soft, delicate texture of the pancake created an explosion of flavors, reminiscent of a beautiful landscape accompanied by soothing music, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. "How is it?" Xiaowang asked. "Delicious. Absolutely exquisite," he exclaimed, his delight evident. Xiaowang, observing Xiaoji's blissful expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. However, upon hearing his emphatic response, she felt a surge of happiness, nearly leaping with joy. "Such a scrumptious treat. I wish I could have this every morning," Xiaoji mused, believing that sweet delicacies could elevate one's mood, and that starting each day with such delightful fare would guarantee a splendid day. Yet, Xiaowang misinterpreted his words, pondering the implications. Every morning? Does that mean? As she gazed at Xiaoji, vivid images of their future life together danced in her mind. But then a thought struck her, "But I'm not ready to be a housewife." Turning away from Xiaoji, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She was suddenly cooled by his next remark. "But compared to Xiaojing's cooking, This is still a notch below. Xiao Guang's expression darkened as she swiftly approached Xiaoji, snatching the honey pancake from his hands. Hey, I wasn't finished with that. He protested. Why not let Xiaojing cook for you instead? Despite Xiao Guang's tone brimming with irritation, Xiaoji, unsure of his misstep, realized that calming her down was imperative, especially since his pancake was still in her possession. But I'd much rather eat your cooking than Xiaojing's. Your food holds a special place in my heart. Exasperated, Xiao Guang's anger dissipated upon hearing his words, and she relinquished her pancake to him. To her surprise, the techniques from Kinna's comic book truly worked. Reflecting on past visits to Kinna's home, Xiaoji recalled how the male protagonist used similar phrases to soothe the girls' tempers. He had always thought it impossible, as girls' moods seemed so unpredictable. Yet, today, his attempt proved remarkably effective, making him eager for what new strategies he might learn on his next visit to Kinna. You fool, Xiaoji. As she watched him relish his double portion, Xiao Guang leaned over the table, her gaze softening as a smile of happiness crept onto her lips. This scene resembled that of a devoted wife observing her husband savoring her culinary creations, the smile infused with the sweetness of contentment. I'm full, I'm full. Xiaoji and Pikachu chorused, patting their satisfied bellies in unison, showcasing the synchronicity between trainer and Pokemon, allowing Xiao Guang to understand that a trainer's essence is mirrored in their Pokemon. After indulging in the sumptuous meal, night fell, and Xiaoji along with Pikachu returned to their room, preparing for slumber. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang remained in the kitchen, washing the dishes. Her gaze lingering on the fork Xiaoji had used, lost in thought as a blush crept onto her cheeks. The night in Kuraishi City was tranquil, the only sound being the gentle sea breeze caressing the city. Just outside the Pokemon Center in Kuraishi City, a figure approached slowly, a backpack slung over his shoulder. From a distance, he appeared as steadfast as a rock. Ding! Welcome to the Pokemon Center. I am Nurse Joy. How may I assist you? The doors swung open, and Nurse Joy, eyeing the man squinting in the dim light, tentatively inquired. After all, at such a late hour, it was uncommon for anyone to visit the Pokemon Center, an observation gleaned from her years of night shifts. Greetings, my name is 765, featuring Xiaoji and Xiao Guang. A chance encounter facilitated by Xiaojing. Greetings, I am Xiaojing. Stepping inside the Pokemon Center was none other than Xiaoji's former travel companion, the former gym leader of Nibi City, now on a journey to become a Pokemon doctor. Nurse Joy, our meeting here must be fate's design. Let us together nurture a Pokemon Center brimming with love. Love? Nurse Joy's cheeks flushed as she grasped Xiaojing's hand, momentarily bewildered by his bold declaration. Indeed, our love for Pokemon, my love for you, and your love for me. Just as Xiaojing was poised to elaborate further, the Pokeball at his waist suddenly opened, and a mischievous Frogadier emerged, delivering a toxic strike to his most vulnerable spot. It hurts, it hurts. As the tingling sensation coursed through his body, Xiaojing crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught. Quack! Frogadier cast a disdainful glance at Xiaojing before seizing his foot and dragging him out of the Pokemon Center. What on earth was he here for? Nurse Joy thought, a look of exasperation crossing her face. Surely he didn't come just to utter nonsensical words before being dragged away by his Pokemon? Oh well. Nurse Joy shook her head, dismissing thoughts of Xiaojing and returning to her duties. Shortly thereafter, just a minute later, Xiaojing re-entered the Pokemon Center, appearing somewhat disoriented. Nurse Joy, may I have a room, please? As he approached the bustling Nurse Joy, perhaps wary of another toxic encounter, Xiaojing was considerably more subdued this time. Accepting the room key from Nurse Joy, he ascended the stairs to the second floor of the Pokemon Center, ready to settle in for the night. Though the room is modest in size, it is replete with all necessities, offering a warm embrace reminiscent of home to every weary traveler. Within such a sanctuary, Xiao Gang soon finds himself overtaken by a wave of drowsiness, succumbing to slumber before even completing his ablutions. The stars twinkle in the night sky, akin to the enchanting eyes of a girl, captivating in their allure. As time flows, the darkness is gradually enveloped by the dawn, and the once sparkling stars are obscured by the sun's radiant glow, rendering them invisible. What a blissful slumber it was. And what of you, Pikachu? On the following morning, Xiaoji stirs from beneath the covers, rousing the Pikachu nestled beside him, and begins his morning routine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Xiao Guang, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, stands sleepily at the sink. Is Xiao Guang still not ready? It seems we will have to wait for her. Glancing at the message from Xiao Guang on the Rotom phone, Xiaoji turns to Pikachu, shrugging with exasperation as he explains the situation. Time slips by quietly, and after an hour of waiting, Xiaoji and Pikachu find themselves back in bed, drifting off once more. Has she finally finished? The Rotom phone vibrates vigorously, signaling that Xiao Guang is now ready. Rubbing his weary eyes, Xiaoji steps out of the lodging with Pikachu, only to spot a familiar figure outside, fixated on him as he exits the room. "You're so slow, Xiaoji." The figure waiting outside is none other than Xiao Guang, who had traveled with Xiaoji in the Sinnoh region. She seemed to forget who took so long to choose an outfit and groom themselves. In response to Xiao Guang's playful teasing, Xiaoji retorts without hesitation, "I'm not a girl. How would I know such things?" Upon hearing Xiaoji's comeback, Xiao Guang has prepared a retort of her own, leaving him momentarily speechless. All right, let us go, Xiao Guang." Where to?" Seeing Xiaoji preparing to leave the inn, Xiao Guang looks puzzled, unsure of his destination. "It's not every day we visit Leafy Town. Don't you want to explore?" "Then let us have breakfast first. I've prepared everything," Xiao Guang replies, pushing open the door of her slightly ajar room to reveal a table laden with several plates, wafting enticing aromas. As they enter Xiao Guang's room, Xiaoji and Pikachu can hardly contain their excitement, rubbing their paws together in anticipation of the feast. "Wait, you haven't washed your hands yet. Go wash your hands first." Xiao Guang, freshly scrubbed from the kitchen, playfully chastises them, halting their advance. "All right, we'll go." Pika Pika. Reluctantly complying, Xiaoji and Pikachu head to the kitchen to wash their hands before returning. "Now that we're ready, let us dig in." Seeing Xiaoji and Pikachu prepare to feast, Xiao Guang finds no reason to restrain them and announces the meal is served. "Wow, I can hardly wait." Pika Pika. Upon hearing Xiao Guang's words, Xiaoji beams with joy, immediately diving into the meal alongside Pikachu. After some time, Xiaoji, now satiated, rubs his slightly bloated belly. Having eaten well, it's the perfect time to head out for a stroll, Xiao Guang. "Absolutely." Not forgetting his initial desire to explore, Xiaoji promptly invites Xiao Guang, who readily agrees. The two meander through the streets, soaking in the unique maritime atmosphere of the port city. As they pass the Pokemon Center, a man emerges just in time, his excitement evident upon spotting the duo. "Hey, Xiaoji, Xiao Guang." Xiao Gang approaches them, his eyes gleaming with nostalgia as he gazes at his long-lost friends. "Xiao Gang, what brings you here? It's been ages." Pika Pika. Xiaoji and Xiao Guang express their excitement at seeing him, perplexed about his presence in the area. "It's been a while, both of you, and you too, Pikachu. I'm training to become a Pokemon doctor, and I happen to be in Leafy Town for a conference with local doctors. I never expected to run into you two." Nodding at Xiao Gang's explanation, Xiaoji and Xiao Guang join him for a leisurely stroll along the street. "Xiaoji, it's been ages since we've wandered around like this," Xiao Gang remarks. "Well, Xiaoji is quite the busy person now. It's rare to see him," Xiao Guang adds, eliciting a shy response from Xiaoji as he scratches the back of his head. "You two still seem as close as ever," Xiao Gang observes with a smile, noting how Xiaoji and Xiao Guang walk shoulder to shoulder. What are you talking about, Xiao Gang?" "There's nothing special about our friendship." Xiao Guang's face reddens from embarrassment at Xiao Gang's implication. "Isn't that obvious? Xiao Guang and I are just good friends." Conversely, Xiaoji appears oblivious to the underlying meaning of Xiao Gang's words, or perhaps he simply doesn't ponder such matters. "Haha, that's classic Xiaoji," Xiao Gang chuckles, impressed by his friend's innocence. "Sigh, Xiaoji, you're hopeless. Let me lend a hand," he thinks to himself, glancing at the blushing Xiao Guang and the unfazed Xiaoji, formulating a plan. Soon, Xiao Gang leads the trio on their walk, seemingly unaware of when they transitioned from the bustling city to the tranquil countryside. "Xiao Gang, why have we come outside?" Indeed, looking around at the dense foliage, Xiaoji and Xiao Guang exchange puzzled glances. "Oh, I just wanted to take you to see something special. Don't worry, we'll be there soon." "Very well then." Upon hearing Xiao Gang's reassurance, the trio quickens their pace, eager to reach the destination he has in mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang discreetly veers off towards a thicket, glancing back at the chatting duo who remain oblivious, unable to suppress a sly grin. As they step into the thicket, both suddenly feel their bodies lighten before plummeting downwards. Realizing what is happening, Xiao Guang lets out a piercing scream that echoes into the sky. "This is where my assistance ends," Xiao Gang thinks, glancing into the pit before pulling Pikachu away, wishing not to disturb the two below. Cough, Xiao Guang. "Are you alright?" The pit isn't very deep, so Xiaoji suffers minimal injury, though the dust causes him to cough several times. "I'm fine, cough. Just sprained my ankle," Xiao Guang reassures him, finding a stone to sit on in the dark. "There's no choice. I'll have to use this to bandage it for now. I hope Xiao Gang comes to rescue us soon." Saying this, Xiaoji pulls out a clean handkerchief from his backpack, tying it around Xiao Guang's ankle to alleviate the discomfort. In the darkness, Xiao Guang appears quite different from her usual self, visibly frightened by the situation. Don't worry, Xiao Guang. If you're scared, just hold my hand. As Ash tied his handkerchief, he felt the slight tremor of Dawn's body, prompting him to utter comforting words. It's all right. In response to Ash's concern, Dawn felt a surge of emotion and instinctively grasped his hand. Upon touching Ash's hand, a wave of security enveloped her. As time silently slipped into the night, the moonlight illuminated the deep pit, yet Brock still had not returned with help. We can't rely solely on Brock. We must also exert ourselves to find other exits. However, the overwhelming darkness left them at a loss. Glancing around at the shadows, Dawn shivered, visibly frightened. Don't worry, Dawn. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Ash reassured her, tightening his grip on her hand. Well, okay. Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, Dawn's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in agreement. Then, come up. Huh. Looking at Ash squatting before her, Dawn was puzzled, uncertain of his intentions. Come up. Aren't you scared? Let's try to find another exit together. Upon hearing Ash's words, Dawn's face turned crimson, and she appeared quite shy. All right. Gazing into Ash's determined eyes, Dawn felt a wave of emotion wash over her. It would have been the better choice to abandon her here, yet Ash resolutely insisted on bringing her along. In that moment, Ash's figure filled Dawn's vision. Exploring the surrounding rocky walls, Ash's hands roamed until they halted at a hollow spot. Tentatively, he reached forward, only to find that he could not touch the bottom. Dawn, hold on to me. Let's go. Okay. Before entering this unknown space, Ash specifically urged Dawn, who then pressed her head against his back in agreement. Stepping into the uncharted territory, Ash slowly advanced, relying on the minimal visibility, until his feet landed on something soft. What is this? Ash crouched down, attempting to touch the soft shadow. Yet, before his hand could reach it, the ground trembled, and pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the surrounding darkness. Ash, I know. Run. Faced with the multitude of eyes, Ash heard Dawn's voice and, without hesitation, bolted away. After what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of white light appeared not far ahead, and their instincts assured them that it was the exit. You can do it, Ash. I believe in you. You've got this. Hearing Dawn's encouraging words, Ash gritted his teeth, enduring the ache in his legs as he propelled himself and Dawn toward the bright exit. The radiant exit led them to a vast meadow, where, not far off, several houses in the leafy town flickered with light, with the tremors behind them dissipating. Both Ash and Dawn turned to see countless Diglett and Dugtrio in the dark hole, glaring furiously at them. Especially one Dugtrio with shoe prints on its head, its eyes bloodshot with rage, as if it wished to swallow them whole. Thankfully, these Diglett and Dugtrio dared not emerge from their burrow, which allowed Ash and Dawn to breathe a sigh of relief. Let us go, Dawn. All right. Ash supported Dawn as they slowly made their way toward Leafy Town. As time passed, the moon sank beneath the horizon, and the warm sun, like a bashful maiden, gradually revealed itself over the ocean. The orange glow bathed the sea, casting a warm hue upon the waters. Witnessing this scene, Ash and Dawn couldn't help but pause, sitting together on the grass, quietly awaiting the sun's emergence. The gentle sunlight enveloped them, dispelling the chill that had clung to their bodies. The sea sparkled, with Pokémon like Love Disc occasionally leaping from the water, painting a picturesque tableau. As they gazed at the breathtaking scenery, Ash and Dawn nestled against one another, their hearts tightly intertwined after the events of the previous night. Chapter 77. The initial encounter, Love Stirs with the Wind. What are you doing here alone? In the forest? A young boy curiously asked the girl sitting on the grass with her knees hugged close. Wah, my foot is hurt. Are you all right? In situations like this, you should do it this way. Okay. The boy pulled out a handkerchief and tied it around the girl's injured knee. It hurts. I can't stand up. Yet. When she attempted to rise, pain coursed through her body. You mustn't give up until the very end. Come on. The boy extended his hand toward the girl, who, in a daze, placed her palm in his. He then pulled her up into his embrace. Hand in hand, the boy and girl made their way toward the forest's edge. And as the girl gazed at the boy's back, a unique feeling began to blossom within her heart. Upon leaving the forest, the boy and girl successfully returned to camp, where they were greeted by a worried Professor Oak. From that moment on, the girl followed closely behind the boy, exchanging names and becoming friends. Ash, hurry up. The girl dashed across the grass, seemingly having discovered something, racing ahead. Slow down, Serena. Ash followed leisurely behind her. Ah, my straw hat. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the green grass and leaves, causing Serena's hat to fly away. Seeing her hat drift away, Serena changed direction and chased after it. Be careful. However, her focus was entirely on the hat, and she failed to notice the stones beneath her feet, tripping and falling forward. Fortunately, Ash reacted quickly and caught her. Stabilizing Serena, he leaped like a monkey, using the trees to propel himself into the air, retrieving the floating hat. Here you go. Thank you, Ash. Receiving the hat from Ash, Serena was left with an unforgettable impression of his gallant demeanor. As a gentle breeze swept across the grass, their hair danced freely. Gazing at Ash, the seedling of affection in Serena's heart had now sprouted into a small sapling. Time leaped forward, and years later, the girl named Serena reunited with Ash, confirming her feelings for him. To become a worthy and more charming companion for Ash, Serena set her sights on becoming the Kalos Queen, participating in grand contests in other regions upon the recommendation of Ms. Lacey, the former Kalos Queen. After a chance encounter revealed Ash's ambitions, Serena resolved to pursue her own dream of becoming the strongest Pokemon performer. Yet, she found herself facing a daunting challenge. Serena, even among friends, I won't go easy on you. That's precisely what I'm hoping for. Serena was competing in the Pokemon Showcase's Grand Festival, and if she won this match, the championship would be within her grasp. As fate would have it, the spirited little May, a fellow Pokemon coordinator, crossed paths with Serena at the grand celebration. Both were practitioners of the art of Pokemon coordination, and logically, their Pokemon's abilities should have been quite comparable. However, being the daughter of the esteemed Orange League gym leader, May had consistently nurtured her Pokemon's prowess, leading to an overwhelming dominance over Serena's team. The prospect of a comeback seemed utterly bleak, leaving Serena disheartened. Was this truly the end of her journey? No, Ash had once proclaimed, one must never surrender until the final moment. Inferno Fox, unleash flamethrower. Ash's image flickered in Serena's mind, igniting a wellspring of determination within her. She conveyed her fervent spirit to her Inferno Fox through her voice. With a newfound vigor, the Inferno Fox rose from its half-kneeling position, twirling a branch adorned with a bow. Flames erupted from one end of the branch like a spell, coalescing into a colossal flower, with a robust pillar of fire shooting forth from its center, hurtling towards May. Blaziken, use Meteor Mash. Unperturbed by the impending flames, May commanded Blaziken to execute the powerful move. Blaziken soared gracefully into the air, executing a spin that augmented its downward strike. As Meteor Mash approached the flamethrower, it encountered an intense heat. Being a fire type and May's ace, Blaziken had reached a plateau in its strength, making any imminent breakthrough improbable. Despite its formidable capabilities, the Inferno Fox's flamethrower felt as trifling as a child's toy to it. In an instant, Meteor Mash sliced through the flamethrower like a razor, advancing steadfastly forward. Boom! Meteor Mash struck the Inferno Fox, sending it careening backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Under the force of Blaziken's assault, the Inferno Fox's remaining stamina was entirely depleted, leaving it unable to rise again. Simultaneously, the electronic scoreboard reflected the grim reality, with Serena's score plummeting to 0, her information panel darkening with a stark red cross. This signified the conclusion of Serena's journey in the grand celebration. May, on the other hand, advanced to the next round, firmly securing at least second place even if she were to lose in the subsequent match. Congratulations, May. Best of luck in the finals. You shall not falter. Upon the match's conclusion, May and Serena found themselves in the competitors' lounge. Observing the victorious May, Serena offered her heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Serena. May's voice resonated with excitement, akin to a surge of adrenaline. As Serena beheld May's exuberant figure, a twinge of envy flickered in her eyes. She yearned to be the one standing in the finals. Yet, fate had other plans, and she could only extend her wishes as a defeated contender. Time flew swiftly, and the grand celebration concluded promptly, with May emerging as the ultimate victor, inching closer to her aspiration of becoming a top coordinator. Following the competition, with no immediate plans ahead, Serena ventured to the Johto region's Red Lotus Island to embark on her vacation, eager to unwind and await the commencement of the Johto Grand Festival. How delightful, she exclaimed. Reclining in a hot spring, relishing the gradual alleviation of her fatigue, her spirit rejuvenated, as if she had transformed entirely. Meanwhile, near the shores of Red Lotus Island, a young boy accompanied by a Pikachu gazed at the splendid ocean, a scene featuring none other than the champion Ash and his mother, Hanako. As for how they ended up there, it was quite unexpected. A simple grocery run had led to a grand prize, a vacation voucher for the Red Lotus Island hot springs. Hanako reminisced about how, just days prior, she'd casually exchanged her receipt for a lottery ticket, and to her astonishment, she had won the luxurious getaway. Thus, she and her son boarded a ferry to this idyllic location. Come on, Ash, let us head to our inn. All right, let us go, Pikachu. Following his mother's lead, Ash and Hanako arrived at a hot spring inn, where they checked in and took a moment to rest. We have plenty of time. Shall we explore a bit, Pikachu? Pika, Pika. The initially lethargic Pikachu sprang to life at Ash's suggestion, nodding eagerly. Soon, they made their way to Hanako's room to inform her before venturing out toward the outskirts of Red Lotus Island. Just then, as Ash and Pikachu set out, the freshly emerged Serena, having just finished her soak, appeared with a bottle of fresh milk. Spotting Ash and Pikachu's familiar figures, she momentarily faltered, only to realize their presence after they had departed. Was that Ash? After a brief moment of contemplation, Serena grasped the situation, but it was too late. Even if she hurried, they had likely already gone far. The knowledge that Ash was staying at the same inn rendered Serena restless, a faint blush tinting her cheeks as her thoughts wandered. While enjoying her dinner, a familiar figure approached her. Oh my, is that you, little Serena? Aunt Hanako. At the sound of the familiar voice, Serena turned to find Hanako smiling warmly at her. It's been a while, little Serena. Are you here for a vacation as well? Hanako inquired, pulling out a chair to sit across from her. Yes, Aunt Hanako, are you and Ash here too? Indeed. But that boy seems to have wandered off somewhere. Hanako nodded, casting a fond glance at Serena. In her memory, Serena's gentle and considerate nature perfectly complemented her son Ash. As Serena savored her meal, she sensed Hanako's gaze upon her, filled with admiration, causing her to feel quite bashful. Her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head, focusing intently on her food, hesitant to meet Hanako's eyes, fearing that her feelings for Ash might be inadvertently revealed. However, even if they were noticed, it mattered little. Serena's affection for Ash was evident to any discerning observer, especially to Hanako. What a charming girl she is. It's a pity Ash is rather oblivious to matters of the heart. It must be tough for her, Hanako mused, smiling at Serena's shy demeanor while silently lamenting her son's shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Red Lotus Island, Ash and Pikachu discovered an abandoned, enormous mansion. What is this? Ash pondered, cautiously opening the grand door and peering inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, an eerie atmosphere pervading the air. A shiver ran down Ash's spine. Let us head back, Pikachu. Pika. Though they had only recently emerged, even Ash and Pikachu found themselves compelled to heed their instincts in this eerie environment. Concluding their adventurous endeavors, Ash and Pikachu retraced their steps towards the direction they had come from. Strolling along the path amidst the forest, as the trees began to thin, the scent of smoke and warmth gradually enveloped them. With each step they took, they found themselves entering the town, where the rich aroma of familiar fare provided a comforting embrace for both Ash and Pikachu. Mom, I'm back, Ash declared, with Pikachu chiming in, Pika Pika. Upon returning to their lodging at the inn, their first instinct was to inform each other of their arrival. However, upon observing the empty room, Ash felt a twinge of confusion, pondering the whereabouts of his mother. What is this? Ash questioned, as he noticed a piece of white paper pressed against the dining table. Pulling it out for a closer inspection, he silently read its contents. Ash, your mother has gone to the restaurant for dinner. Hurry and join us. Recognizing the unmistakable handwriting of his mother, Ash instinctively placed a hand on his belly, sensing a pang of hunger. Pikachu, shall we go grab something to eat? He suggested. Pika Pika, responded Pikachu, rubbing its little belly, eager for a meal. All right, let's go, Ash replied, placing Pikachu upon his shoulder as they ventured out of the room towards the dining area. Where could Mom be? He pondered aloud. Upon entering the restaurant, Ash and Pikachu scanned the room and spotted his mother seated alongside a young girl whose silhouette seemed familiar. Mom, Ash called out, approaching the girl, and upon seeing her face, he was instantly captivated. Serena, exclaimed both Ash and Pikachu in astonishment, surprised to find Serena here, as she was expected to be in the Hoenn region, the birthplace of Pokemon contests. It's been so long, Ash. Did you miss me? She asked, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. What are you saying? Of course I did. I think about your Poffins every day, Ash replied, his typical straightforwardness eliciting a resigned yet affectionate nod from Serena, perfectly in line with Ash's character. I brought some Poffins for you, and you should try them too, Serena declared, seemingly well prepared, as she retrieved a small bamboo basket from her bag, filled with an array of Poffins in various flavors. It's still the same delightful taste. No wonder they're made by Serena. They're simply delicious, Ash remarked, casually pulling one from the basket and biting into it without hesitation. The Poffin melted in his mouth, its sweet and tender texture dancing on his palate, compelling him to sample several more. Oh, how delightful, exclaimed Ash, his expression one of pure bliss, prompting Hanako to take a taste as well. The moment the Poffin touched her lips, She was enchanted by its remarkable texture and sweetness, elevating her opinion of Serena even further. In her heart, she felt that Serena and Ash were truly a match made in heaven. "Thank you, Aunt Hanako," Serena replied, her face flushed with a rosy hue, lowering her gaze like a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Hanako, observing Serena's bashfulness, couldn't resist teasing her. "Oh my, Serena-chan, you're so adorable. How about coming to my house as my daughter-in-law?" What? Serena's expression transformed 3 times from agreement to confusion to shock, underscoring the profound impact of Hanako's words. This she stammered, her cheeks aflame as she cast furtive glances at Ash, who seemed oblivious, lost in the pleasure of the poffins. "What do you think, Ash?" Hanako inquired. But Ash appeared entirely unaware of their previous conversation, looking bewildered as he was suddenly addressed. "What is up? Why are you and Serena staring at me?" he asked. Confusion etched across his face, a poffin in hand. "Nothing. Just continue enjoying your meal," Hanako replied, her expression one of exasperation as she watched Ash, his face smeared with chocolate from the poffins, blissfully indulging. "Oh, by the way, Serena, shall we go on an adventure later?" Ash proposed. Recalling the mysterious mansion they had encountered earlier, his curiosity undeterred. "Sure, if that's all right," Serena responded, still somewhat dazed from Hanako's earlier comment. As Ash continued to savor the poffins, he also began to relish a delicious dinner. "Let us go, Serena," he said. Hom," she replied, and after finishing their meal, Ash took Serena's hand as they stepped out once more, leaving the restaurant under the appreciative gaze of Hanako. Once outside, night had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting its beautiful silver light over the earth, illuminating the path even outside the town. Ash and Serena walked side by side, with the perceptive Pikachu trailing behind, sporting a knowing expression as it observed them. The night on Fiery Island was tranquil, silence enveloping the surroundings, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and breaths. Walking beside Ash, Serena occasionally stole glances at him. "Here we are," Ash announced suddenly, breaking the spell of the moment. "Are we really going to explore inside?" Serena asked, gazing at the house before them, engulfed in vines and exuding an ominous aura, sending shivers down her spine. "Of course. We've come this far," Ash replied enthusiastically. "Well, if you say so," Serena acquiesced, swallowing hard as she gazed at the foreboding structure. "Let us go," Ash declared, pushing open the grand door of the mysterious mansion, revealing an abyss of darkness before them. He urged Serena to stay close as they stepped inside. The first floor of the mansion was eerily empty, devoid of nearly everything except for scattered debris and remnants of furniture. In one corner stood a statue that struck Ash as oddly familiar. "What is this?" he wondered aloud, racking his brain for any recollection of where he might have seen it before. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed beneath their feet as the wooden floorboards gave way, and before they could react, they were plummeting into the abyss below. "Ah, Pikachu! Serena!" Ash shouted as they fell, gripping tightly onto Pikachu and Serena's hands, ensuring they stayed together amidst the chaos. "Where are we?" Ash queried, surveying the unfamiliar and pitch-black environment as he turned to his companions with concern. "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Serena replied, her voice slightly shaky. "Pika," Pikachu affirmed, its spirit undeterred, merely dusted with debris from their fall. "Thank goodness. Let us search for an exit," Ash suggested. "All right," Serena agreed. With Ash's assistance, Serena rose once more, and together they, accompanied by Pikachu, began to explore the pitch-black underground, seeking a path to the exit. Despite the inky darkness of their surroundings, numerous fire-type Pokémon illuminated their way with the light of their flames. After a while, Ash and his companions arrived at a staircase leading upwards. "That must be the exit. Let's hurry," Pikachu Serena, noticing the glimmering silver light on the stairs. Ash eagerly grasped Serena's hand and dashed forward, successfully leading their group out of the mysterious mansion, marking the conclusion of their adventure, which had ended with more excitement than peril. At last, they emerged. The night sky resembled a black canvas dotted with countless twinkling stars. Gazing up at this enchanting tableau, Ash couldn't help but smile. Truly, Ash is remarkable. His optimism remains unwavering, no matter the circumstances. Observing Ash, Serena felt the disparity between them. Despite their proximity and her own diligent efforts, she perceived an insurmountable distance akin to that between the earth and the heavens. Perhaps it was time for this breeze to cease. Serena composed herself and made her own judgment. "Is something wrong, Serena?" Ash inquired, noticing the sorrow reflected in her eyes. "No, I'm fine," she replied, forcing a smile to alleviate Ash's concerns. Yet, to Ash, her smile appeared stiff and devoid of genuine happiness. He chose not to probe further. attributing her demeanor to lingering fear from their recent ordeal. That night, they returned to the inn, where Serena had already booked a ferry to Kalos, planning to depart for her homeland the following day. Ash, however, remained blissfully unaware of this, having just made plans with Serena to visit Shaber for a hot spring outing the next day. However, Hanako sensed something amiss with Serena's emotions and kept a watchful eye. The following morning, Hanako spotted Serena leaving for the harbor and immediately called out to Ash. Ash, Serena is leaving. Aren't you going to chase after her? Serena is leaving? She must just be off to challenge a Pokemon showcase, Ash replied, still groggy from sleep and answering somewhat dismissively upon hearing his mother's voice. But the recent grand showcase has already concluded, and I recall Serena lost, Hanako remarked. A troubling thought flickered in Ash's mind. He sprang out of bed, hastily dressing without even greeting his mother before rushing out. Oh dear, so hasty. At the harbor, Serena turned to gaze longingly at Fiery Island, her eyes filled with reluctance, clearly indicating her deep feelings for Ash. The wind has ceased. Standing on the deck of the ship, Serena observed the tranquil sea, her heart heavy with despondency. Just then, the surface of the water began to ripple, waves crashing in a tumultuous display. What is happening? Serena. Just as confusion clouded Serena's mind, Ash's voice rang out, prompting her to turn around. I won't let this wind die down. A gust of wind brushed against her cheeks, causing her hair to dance in the breeze. Before her stood Ash, riding Charizard, his resolute gaze stirring her emotions. A silent exchange transpired between them, as if they had conveyed everything without uttering a word. Looking into Ash's eyes, Serena smiled. Chapter 78. What is Teacher Lily anticipating? The stage of this tale shifts to the Alola region, where the now mature Lily ambles down the corridor of Pokemon School, preparing to head to class. Dressed in a white dress, her appearance has matured, yet certain aspects remain unchanged. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Teacher Lily. Entering the classroom, Lily greeted her students, who responded with enthusiastic voices, welcoming her warmly. Everyone seems to be in high spirits. I hope the homework was completed on time. Indeed, we have finished the task of photographing with Pokemon that you assigned, Teacher Lily. A well-behaved girl spoke up, her confident demeanor suggesting she was a leader among her peers. Excellent work. Now, let us delve into the new lesson on Pokemon distribution. In the forest, the most abundant Pokemon are bug-type Pokemon. Beep, beep, beep. Calling Teacher Lily, an ultra wormhole has appeared on the school playground. Please proceed to capture it immediately. Just as Lily was expounding on the new lesson, the intercom blared, announcing the emergence of a smaller ultra wormhole in the sky above the playground. Oh dear, my apologies everyone. The teacher has a matter to attend to and will return shortly. Upon hearing the announcement, Lily abruptly halted her lecture, her feet propelling her swiftly towards the playground. Oh dear, Teacher Lily has left again. Well, it can't be helped. Watching Lily's retreating figure, the students displayed resigned expressions, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Meanwhile, Lily dashed to the playground, where two figures awaited her arrival. Ms. Water Lily, responsible for outdoor education, and Ms. Mamane, in charge of scientific matters. Lily, you made it. Yes. Water Lily, what about the Ultra Beast this time? Lily inquired, seeking clarification on their purpose. This creature is here. Surprisingly, it is quite docile, Mamane replied, shaking a Pokeball to illustrate her point. Then, in the presence of the three, a Nihilego floated into the tunnel of the Ultra Wormhole. As its form vanished completely, the Ultra Wormhole closed and disappeared. By the way, Lily, that event is approaching. Are you prepared? Of course. What preparations have you made, Water Lily? Hee, that's a secret. Observing Lily and Water Lily engage in casual banter, Mamane trailed behind, unable to interject. Ah, Ash will be coming. A familiar figure flashed in Mamane's mind, her eyes sparkling with longing, indicating her anticipation for Ash's arrival. Ah, I'm back. Let us continue with the lesson. All right, teacher. Upon returning to the classroom, Lily picked up her textbook and continued imparting knowledge to her students. As time slipped away, she remained blissfully unaware that it soon approached noon, signaling the end of the school day. In the Alola region, the school day typically concluded at midday, allowing students time to embark on adventures, complete assignments, and engage in various activities of their choosing. It's getting lively, Xiaoming. The festival is approaching. Indeed, Xiaohong, it marks the 10th anniversary of the birth of our Alolan champion. Walking along the streets of Melmeal Island, the two students who had just attended Lily's class observed the festive atmosphere, their faces brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Lily, having finished packing her belongings, prepared to return home. Traditionally, she would have a driver to escort her, but on this celebratory day, she opted to take a longer, scenic walk back. Brother, I'm coming. I'm here. Oh, Apologies, dear elder sister. As I stroll along the street, I observe two children racing joyfully, chasing each other with exuberance, nearly colliding with Lily. Fortunately, Lily's quick reflexes prevent any mishap. The street is imbued with a vibrant atmosphere, the streetlights adorned extravagantly with a myriad of decorations celebrating Ash. A smile involuntarily graces Lily's face as she eagerly anticipates the arrival of that special person. Oh my, is that you, Teacher Lily? My mischievous little boy has troubled you recently, hasn't he? Just as Lily revels in this delightful ambience, a familiar elderly voice calls out. Turning her gaze, she finds the fruit stall owner engaging her in conversation. Are you referring to the incident involving your little doe and Shally fighting? I must confess, I didn't contribute much. The two children reconciled on their own. Lily shrugs, downplaying her involvement. Oh, it's quite all right. Here, take this, the fruit stall owner says, handing Lily a sweet fruit from her own orchard. Very well, I graciously accept your kind gesture, Lily replies, recognizing this as an expression of gratitude and feeling no inclination to refuse. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she departs, making her way home. As Lily approaches her backyard, the midday sun hangs low in the sky, casting a warm glow. Welcome back, young lady, greets the butler. I'm home. Where's mother? Lily inquires upon entering her abode. Upon receiving the butler's response, she heads towards her mother's location. Mother, are you cooking today? Yes, indeed. Moan has been in the laboratory for a week, and now that he has returned, I must prepare something delicious to welcome him, replies Luzman, her face radiant with happiness at the thought of her husband, filling the kitchen with a sweet atmosphere. Oh dear, father and mother are truly like young lovers. Despite their age, unable to endure the saccharine ambience any longer, Lily quietly exits the kitchen, heading towards the small courtyard of their villa. Oh, everyone has come to play today. Let us join in the fun, Alolan Vulpix. In the courtyard, numerous gentle wild Pokemon from the forest gather, enjoying each other's company harmoniously. Upon seeing them, Lily releases her own Alolan Vulpix, joining the playful group. Watching the Alolan Vulpix frolic and engage with the other Pokemon, Lily reflects on her past. Once terrified to even approach Pokemon, she realizes that without Ash's arrival, she might have remained forever distanced from them. Moreover, he aided her in rescuing her mother and reuniting with her father. It can be said that her family owes much to Ash. For Lily, Ash is a remarkable presence, transcending the bounds of mere friendship. Miss, the lady has called you to dinner. The butler's voice jolts Lily from her reverie. The night has already fallen, and the Pokemon have returned to their forest homes, with the Alolan Vulpix quietly resting at her feet. Let us go, Alolan Vulpix. Cradling the Vulpix in her arms, Lily follows the butler to the dining room. Father, mother, brother, I have arrived. Now that Lily is here, let us commence our meal. Moan rubs his hands together, eager for the feast. Brother, what brings you home so suddenly? Weren't you training in the Pony Canyon? Lily leans closer to Gladion at the table, curious about his recent activities. With the festival approaching, I had every reason to return, he replies. I suppose that makes sense, Lily acknowledges with a slight nod, before falling silent and focusing on her meal. After dinner, Lily retreats to her room to wash up. As she relaxes in the bathtub, she gently touches her left chest and can feel her heart racing, perhaps due to the anticipation of the festival. After her cleansing routine, she indulges in a skincare ritual, applying a hydrating mask. Subsequently, hoping to enhance her development, she drinks a glass of moo milk. With the milk settling in her stomach, Lily prepares to sleep, turning off the lights and lying quietly in bed. As time passes, a wave of drowsiness envelopes her, and she succumbs to slumber without resistance. The nights on the Alola Islands are tranquil, with both residents and Pokemon, including the nefarious Team Skull, lulled into blissful dreams under the watchful gaze of the pristine moon. As the moon descends and the sun ascends, a new day dawns unbeknownst to all. Warm sunlight streams into Lily's room, awakening her from her dreams, while the Alolan Vulpix curls up beside her, still asleep. Rise and shine, Alolan Vulpix. Cradling the Vulpix, Lily leisurely prepares to wash up. Take your time, Mississippi. Yes, I shall be on my way, she replies to the butler. After completing her morning preparations, she grabs some bread and milk, taking the Vulpix with her as she sets off for the Alola Pokemon School. As she departs, the residents of Malay Island also begin their preparations for the festival. At that moment, a plane soars through the sky, heading towards the Malay Island airport. Upon landing, a trainer accompanied by a yellow electric mouse Pokemon arrives on the island. Chapter 785. Ash, you must take responsibility for me. Good morning, Teacher Lily. Good morning, everyone. As she enters the classroom, enthusiastic shouts from her students greet her, their cheerful faces brightening her day. Alright, everyone, what did you do after school yesterday? I helped my family prepare Pokemon beans for today's festival. There are so many. A little girl springs up, her wide eyes sparkling at the mention of the festival. Well done. Lily praises her, then turns her attention to the other students, listening to their activities and commending them. The lesson continues without interruption from any Ultra Beasts. Alolan Diglett and the three-headed Doug trio actually do not have hair. Rather, their metallic whiskers are a result of the Alola region's mineral-rich soil. This is why their typing is ground and steel. Let us not confuse them. Lily illustrates the differences on the blackboard, explaining the unique attributes of Alolan Doug trio, as today's lesson focuses on regional variations. Is there anything you don't understand? No. Teacher Lily. The students shook their heads, indicating that they had no further questions. Seeing this, Lily nodded with great relief. After teaching for so long, it was the first time she witnessed the entire class comprehending the material. Beep, beep, beep. Lily, the Ultra Wormhole has appeared, detecting immense energy. Please ensure the safety of the students and evacuate immediately. The announcement echoed once more, repeating the same words as yesterday, yet this time the voice sounded distinctly off, reminiscent of a system glitch. Boom. It was the gluttonous king. A thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the playground. And as Lily turned to look, her heart raced with dread at the sight before her. A colossal Pokémon, exuding malevolence while voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity, was none other than the Ultra Beast designated UB-05, the gluttonous king. Students, quickly get inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily spun the blackboard around and pressed the hidden red button behind it. The podium shifted to the left, revealing a circular passageway before the students. The bottom of this passage is safe. You all go hide there. What about Teacher Lily? Will she not come with us? As she gazed into the concerned eyes of her students, Lily felt a wave of emotion, offering them a gentle smile as she patted their heads. Teacher Lily has more important matters to attend to. I will come to find you shortly. More important matters? Like what? All right, let's hurry, Xiaoming. A boy stepped forward, gently shaking his head at the questioning Xiaoming, the meaning of his gesture abundantly clear. I understand, Teacher Lily. Please be careful. I will. After this exchange, Lily parted ways with her students, who scurried into the safety of the passage, while she made her way toward the playground to assist Shui Lian and Mama Nei. Shui Lian, Mama Nei. On the playground, Shui Lian and Mama Nei were hiding behind a tree, some distance away from the gluttonous king. Lily successfully reunited with them. This is dire. This behemoth is beyond our control, and it continues to consume everything. Even the malasada my mother made for me today has been devoured. Mama Nei complained to Lily, displaying his empty lunchbox, with only some remnants attesting to the existence of its previous contents. This isn't the time for that. Shui Lian interjected with exasperation, unable to contain her frustration towards Mama Nei. I know. So, in order to avenge the malasada, let's use that move together. If the three of us combine our efforts, we can surely succeed. There's no other option. We'll do as you suggest. That's right. Bai Huai is ready too. Upon hearing Mama Nei's proposal, both Shui Lian and Lily nodded, retrieving their Z-rings filled with pure crystals from their pockets. While it's still preoccupied with eating, let's strike together. Everyone, let's see how it likes the taste of the ultimate Volt Thunderbolt and my Super Water Vortex. Bai Huai. Raging Blizzard. The trio unleashed their Z moves simultaneously, their Pokemon gathering immense energy before directing their most potent attacks towards the gluttonous king. Lily's Raging Blizzard led the charge, as spikes of ice erupted from the ground, relentlessly assaulting the foe. Where the ice spikes passed, everything was encased in frost, swiftly advancing to ensnare the gluttonous king's feet, immobilizing it beneath a thick layer of ice. Following closely was Shui Lian's Super Water Vortex, which, upon its invocation, manifested a swirling torrent of water that advanced steadily toward the gluttonous king. Upon impact, the torrent drenched the gluttonous king, soaking it with droplets of water. At that moment, Mama Nei's ultimate Volt Thunderbolt was also fully charged. The spines on the round Togedemaru stood erect, its battle stance ready, as lightning crackled around its body, beginning to spin on the ground. A massive electric sphere formed before everyone. Go, Togedemaru. This is our full power. Let the gluttonous king witness the consequences of its reckless consumption. Togedemaru. Hearing Mama Nei's commanding voice, Togedemaru erupted with fury, for its favorite Pokemon food was among those devoured, an exquisite delight it could only enjoy once a week. The resentment over its lost food fueled Togedemaru's electric attack to its utmost potential, a shimmering golden sphere materializing on the playground, aimed directly at the gluttonous king. Roar! The gluttonous king bellowed, opening its enormous mouth wide to face the ultimate Volt Thunderbolt. A shocking scene unfolded as it consumed the Z-move unleashed by Togedemaru. How is this even possible? Mama Nei gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, genuinely frightened. Roar! A tremendous roar erupted as the gluttonous king began to gather energy within its massive maw, accompanied by tendrils resembling arms extending from its mouth. With a slight exertion, it broke free from the ice that had ensnared its feet, regaining mobility as the crystalline structure dissipated into the air. At that moment, 3 dragon pulses coalesced before the gluttonous king, and as they completed their gathering, they were launched outward. Shishi Lion, Water Gun. Togedemaru, Thunderbolt. Bai Blizzard. Facing the formidable assault from the gluttonous king, Liliai and her companions retaliated with their most powerful techniques, merging their 3 distinct skills in a desperate effort to counter the incoming attack. The clash of energies resulted in an equal standoff. Under these circumstances, Liliai and the others had no choice but to command Bai to maintain the onslaught. They had no alternative, as evading would lead to catastrophic destruction of the Pokemon school behind them, leaving the students hiding underground in perilous uncertainty. Yet, despite their Pokemon's all-out effort, the disparity in strength was evident. The gluttonous king seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of power, continuously radiating energy. In contrast, Liliai and her allies were merely enduring. Liliai's Bai could no longer sustain the prolonged energy drain, collapsing to the ground. Without Bai support, Shishi Lion and Togedemaru were unable to contend with the gluttonous king, their attacks swiftly suppressed. Shishi Lion. Togedemaru. The Dragon Pulse struck Togedemaru, rendering it unable to battle in an instant, while Shishi Lion, due to its fairy typing, managed to withstand the onslaught. But now, it stood alone, with its power. There was no hope for salvation. What are we to do? As she beheld the gluttonous king gathering energy anew, despair washed over Liliai. Under such circumstances, they could not hope to halt such a formidable foe. Roar! Once again, a furious roar erupted as the malevolent king of gluttony unleashed a wave of draconic energy. A colossal beam of radiant energy surged towards Lily and her companions, emanating a blinding brilliance. The dazzling light rendered Lily unable to open her eyes, and just as the attack was about to strike her, she sensed a shadow shielding her. With this newfound protection, she could finally open her eyes. Is that you, Ash? I hope I'm not too late, Lily. Before her stood Ash, the inaugural champion of Alola, accompanied by Pikachu. After exchanging greetings with Lily, Pikachu unleashed a formidable surge of electricity, resembling a thunderous beast that swiftly consumed the draconic wave. Roar! The king of gluttony attempted to absorb the electric onslaught, yet Pikachu's energy seemed boundless, leaving the creature paralyzed within moments. Go Ultra Ball! Ash hurled the specialized ball designed for capturing ultimate beasts, successfully ensnaring the king of gluttony. Following this, Ash returned the creature to the Ultra Wormhole, sending it back to its original realm, while he and Lily proceeded to join the festivities. What about the children? Thanks to your timely arrival, Ash, everyone is safe. They were eager to meet you. Upon hearing Ash's inquiry, Lily recounted the events that had transpired during her visit to the students. Indeed, there will surely be another opportunity. Principal Chanai is undoubtedly overwhelmed right now. As Lily and Ash attended the celebration, Principal Chanai stood at the entrance of the Pokemon school, gazing at the site that was on the verge of ruin, tears streaming down his face. Haha, it must be quite distressing for you, Principal Chanai. Observing Ash's joyful countenance, Lily couldn't help but smile. Bang, bang. Is that fireworks? How beautiful. Indeed, they are quite stunning. But they pale in comparison to your brilliance just moments ago. Upon hearing Ash's words, Lily glanced upward, where splendid fireworks erupted against the night sky, adding exquisite hues to the darkness. Beneath this celestial tapestry, Ash and Lily stood shoulder to shoulder, admiring the breathtaking scene. Suddenly, Lily turned her head, seemingly struck by a thought, and called out Ash's name. Ash. Yes? What is it, Lily? Seeing him turn toward her, Lily revealed a mischievous grin and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, You must take responsibility. Bathed in the glow of the fireworks, she wore a delicate white gown, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the night, her figure resembling a graceful flower blooming at the edge of darkness. Chapter 79, the grand finale? Ash is getting married. Hanako, I never expected you to reach this point. Indeed, it's astonishing how swiftly the years have passed. It's truly unbelievable. Ash has grown up. Within a house in Pallet Town, Ash and Hanako were preparing for their wedding, with Professor Oak assisting Hanako in arranging decorations. Beautiful ornaments and flowers adorned the walls, transforming the space into a veritable wedding hall. Once everything was set, Professor Oak peered out the window to see a young man surrounded by a throng of people. I can't believe you're actually getting married. It's hard to fathom. I thought someone like you would never have dealings with women. A middle-aged man, wearing his cap backward and clad in a black suit, was none other than the once formidable ally of Ash, known as Ian. Ahaha, you're joking. Is it true that you have Chris at home taking care of the children? Ian's playful banter elicited a response from Ash, who recalled the time he attended Ian's wedding, vividly remembering the moment Chris playfully tugged at his ear. Ahem, of course. Who else is the head of the family? In response to Ash's retort, Ian coughed in surprise, but soon regained his composure. Ha ha ha. Ian, you're still the same, terrified of Chris. Truly a henpecked husband. Beside the silent, downcast Ian stood a mature woman wearing a white hat, who suddenly chimed in with a teasing remark. They were none other than Akihiko and Mizuki. What did you say? That was merely me giving her some face. Oh, is that so? Why not let Chris hear that? Mizuki pulled out a voice recorder, and upon recognizing it, Ian's heart sank, realizing the precarious situation he was in. Mizuki, I was wrong. Please, have mercy. Ian, adopting a humble demeanor, sincerely apologized to Mizuki, his expression conveying genuine concern. Yet, for him, nothing mattered more than preserving his life, for he certainly wished to avoid Chris's wrath. Well, if that's the case, let's just forget it. And congratulations, Ash, on your upcoming marriage. Seeing Ian bowing and apologizing, Mizuki twirled a lock of her hair, forgiving him and extending her well wishes to the soon-to-be wed Ash. Mizuki then turned to Akihiko, hoping he would also say something. Congratulations. Noticing Mizuki's gaze, Akihiko quickly understood her intent and nodded slightly at Ash. What a blockhead. I wonder when I will have my turn. Standing behind Akihiko, Mizuki couldn't help but internally criticize him while her eyes seemed to anticipate something. Ash, Mom, what is it? At that moment, Hanako emerged from the house, making her way towards Ash. Everything is ready. The wedding will begin shortly. Do you want to take a moment to prepare yourself mentally? That's true, at this point. I'm feeling a bit anxious. I'll take a walk to clear my head. With that, Ash walked off into the distance, the gentle breeze rustling the grass, leaving behind a trail of sweet fragrance. Time flies so fast, doesn't it, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Hearing Ash's melancholic voice, Pikachu appeared somewhat sorrowful, realizing how swiftly the years had passed, and that Ash was indeed about to marry. Their adventurous journey would soon take a pause, but thankfully, their old companions could still gather together. We're about to embark on the next chapter of our lives. We will always be together, right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Pikachu responded affirmatively, its expression one of unwavering certainty, which brought joy to Ash's heart. Indeed, we will always be together. Ash gazed up at the azure sky, his thoughts drifting far away, memories transporting him back a decade to Alola. That was my first championship victory. Becoming a regional champion right after winning was truly surreal. I wonder if I can now be considered a Pokemon master? Clenching his fists, Ash pondered his original goal, voicing his uncertainty. Of course, even if others don't acknowledge you, in my eyes, you are undoubtedly a Pokemon master. A familiar, cheerful voice floated in from behind, prompting Ash to turn around in surprise. Gary. Hey Ash. It's been a while. I heard you were getting married, so I rushed back. As Gary approached, he playfully squeezed Pikachu between them, taking a seat. You still have that, right? Of course. I would never forget. The two individuals each retrieved their dilapidated Pokeballs, only half in their possession, and proceeded to reassemble them. Gazing at the weathered Pokeball in their hands, tears welled in Shigeru's eyes as he couldn't help but express his sentiments. Humph. I never imagined you'd be the one to act first in this regard. You must have numerous girls surrounding you, he thought, a pang of envy coursing through him. But they lack true sincerity. I truly envy you for encountering so many genuine girls. You remain my eternal rival. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Shigeru's gaze, but he quickly masked it with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you're right. I am Shigeru, after all. I can have as many girlfriends as I desire. Just wait. I'll soon catch up to you. The futility of such competition was evident, and though Shigeru's competitive spirit was palpable, Satoshi couldn't help but internally scoff at his antics without voicing his thoughts. Instead, he grasped Shigeru's hand firmly, his eyes ablaze with determination, declaring, All right. I shall await your pursuit. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged glances, erupting into joyous laughter, and together reclined on the grass, reveling in the azure sky above. When Satoshi regained his senses, he noticed Shigeru had already vanished. At that moment, a gust of wind swept from behind, carrying with it delightful scents and lifting his cap. Pika! Pikachu leapt up, attempting to catch the hat, only to be preempted by a delicate hand that snatched it away. Following closely, Another pair of alabaster hands enveloped Pikachu midair. "Satoshi, we're here." 5 distinct voices rang in his ears, and as he attempted to look up, a hand pressed the hat back down over his eyes. However, he quickly lifted it once again, revealing 5 familiar figures before him. Kasumi, Haruka, Hikari, Serena, and Lilia, all adorned in wedding gowns. They stood before him like vibrant blossoms, smiling radiantly, as a gentle breeze caressed their faces, stirring their flowing hair and wafting the sweet scent of flowers through the air. Each pair of eyes sparkled with happiness and joy, and that moment was etched deep within Satoshi's heart, an indelible memory he would cherish forever. "Why are you all in wedding gowns?" he stammered. "Humph. Although you've made your choice, you never said we couldn't dress this way," Kasumi asserted, stepping forward, clearly miffed. In truth, the rest of us felt a bit cheated. "So we discussed it and decided to present you with another choice. Will you stick with your original decision or opt for a new one?" Serena, closest to Kasumi, confidently explained to Satoshi. "My choice has remained steadfast from the very beginning." Without a moment's hesitation, Satoshi rushed forward, grasping one of the girl's hands and sprinting towards the venue of the ceremony. "I knew it would be like this. This is the Satoshi we adore. Best wishes to you." Satoshi and the other girls watched the retreating figures, their hearts heavy with unspoken feelings, yet they silently bestowed their blessings. Subsequently, the bells of matrimony resonated across the skies of Masera town, as Satoshi and a radiant figure stepped hand in hand into the next chapter of their lives. Before all, they exchanged wedding rings and embraced, and witnessing this scene, Hanako and Pikachu couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Not far away, Team Rocket's trio observed the wedding with keen interest. "Meow, the little rascal is getting married. How enviable. When will I find true love? It's just a wedding. What's so enviable about that?" "Exactly." Musashi interlaced her arm with Kojiro's, their hands joined, a sparkling ring adorning their ring fingers. At the wedding, everyone wore expressions of joy, engaging merrily with the newlyweds. Save for a few women and a singular man with dark skin, laughter resonated throughout the gathering. As time flowed on, it soon led to a night several years later. Within a quaint abode in Masera town, a mature woman clad in an apron busied herself in the kitchen. At that moment, a lively Pikachu burst into the kitchen, followed closely by a charming toddler wobbling on unsteady legs. "Pikachu, just in time. Go call Satoshi for dinner." "Pika Pika." Obeying the command, Pikachu dashed out, leaving the cherubic child with tear-filled eyes. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, a pair of withered hands lifted her into a comforting embrace. There, little Ka, don't disturb your mother. Come and play with Grandma instead." A gentle, aged voice soothed her, lightly patting her back, calming her unsteady emotions. It seemed the elder's actions were effective, as the child's tears vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. "Mama, you should bring Ka to dinner too," the woman said, having finished her preparations and placing the fragrant dishes on the table. "All right, Ka, don't rush. Your father isn't here yet." Just as they sat down, Pikachu reappeared, this time accompanied by a composed and mature-looking man. "Satoshi has arrived, so let us dine." As soon as the words left his lips, Satoshi took his seat at the table, his mouth watering at the sight of the delectable spread. Starry light filtered through the window, casting a joyous ambience upon the room. The warm fire crackled, accompanied by light-hearted laughter, as an aura of happiness enveloped the cozy home. Chapter 2, The Samurai Boy. It's been a while since I visited Tokiwa City. The familiar atmosphere is quite comforting. Leaving the forest surrounding Masera town, Satoshi officially stepped into the realm of Tokiwa City, encountering the familiar flock of firebirds, with the afternoon sun casting its glow. "I'm so hungry. Let us find something to eat." Pikachu. Pika Pika. Rubbing his belly, Satoshi felt the pangs of hunger press against him, leaving him rather uncomfortable. Clutching Pikachu, he strolled through the bustling streets of Tokiwa City, surrounded by a sea of people and towering skyscrapers. Indeed, this is a great city, and the food here is delightful. After indulging in a sumptuous meal in Tokiwa City, Satoshi made his way to the Pokemon Center, as dusk had begun to settle. And the journey to Nibi City was a bit far, making it prudent to rest and rejuvenate for the night. "Miss Joy, could you please provide me with a room?" "Ah, certainly. The room at the end of the corridor upstairs is yours." Upon receiving Satoshi's request, Miss Joy beamed with a sweet smile, retrieving a key from her keychain. "Ah, how nostalgic. This Pokemon Center in Tokiwa City. It was here that I first encountered Team Rocket, those fools who have relentlessly pursued Pikachu across so many regions." Pika. Pika Pika. Hearing Satoshi's words, Pikachu appeared somewhat melancholic, as if it held a slight fondness for the trio. Though they often engaged in mischief, they ultimately never succeeded. And at times, they even aided Satoshi. This left Satoshi pondering whether they could truly be considered villains. Nevertheless, if they were to appear before him again, he was certain he would unhesitatingly command Pikachu to send them flying with a jolt of electricity. Lost in these thoughts, Satoshi and Pikachu closed their eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. At the headquarters of Team Rocket in the Kanto region. Why does it feel so chilly at my back? Meow. It must be your imagination, Kojiro. Hurry and go to sleep, Meow. Kojiro and Meow reside in the same dormitory. The former abruptly awakens, feeling an inexplicable chill that arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. After recounting his experience to Meow, Kojiro dismisses it as mere illusion and settles back into slumber. Morning dawns upon the city of Tokiwa as warm sunlight cascades upon the verdant leaves, beams penetrating through the foliage, transforming into exquisite hues. Ah, this sleep is truly delightful. Let us set forth once more, Pikachu. Pika Pika. After a night of peaceful slumber, Satoshi has rejuvenated and, upon returning the room, key to joy, embarks toward the direction of Nibi City. His journey necessitates traversing the Tokiwa forest, teeming with bug-type and flying-type Pokemon. The first Pokemon Satoshi captured, the Caterpie, and his second, the Pidgey, were both encountered within this very forest. If Kasumi were here, she would undoubtedly exclaim about the bugs again. Observing a Caterpie crawling on a branch, Satoshi can't help but tease Kasumi, who is far away in Hanada City, reminiscent of the moment he caught his Caterpie. Continuing deeper into the forest, Satoshi's gaze occasionally sweeps across his surroundings. The unchanging trees and the various bug Pokemon scuttling about evoke a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the joy he experienced while traveling with his companions. What is this? Pika? As he walks, Satoshi seems to have stepped on something, and he instinctively lowers his gaze. Beneath his feet lies a yellow, soft object. Pikachu, too, feels a surge of curiosity, poking the object with its paw, intrigued by its soft texture. What is this? It looks so familiar. In order to quell his curiosity, Satoshi flips the yellow object over, and upon seeing its visage, he cannot help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a Metapod, isn't it? Satoshi exclaims, but quickly covers his mouth upon realizing. Metapod, a dual-type bug and poison Pokemon, possesses a hard shell and is the evolved form of Caterpie, representing the pupal stage before evolving into Butterfree. In Satoshi's memory, Metapods never wander alone. Wherever one is found, there is invariably a Butterfree nearby. With this thought, Satoshi instinctively glances overhead, where he sees several Metapods hanging upside down, sound asleep among the branches, surrounded by numerous Butterfree. Shoo! We must leave. We must leave. Pika Pika. Satoshi and Pikachu share an awkward smile at the stepped-upon Metapod, gently placing it down as they plan to vacate this Butterfree territory. However, at that moment, the Butterfree seem to sense Satoshi's presence, all opening their eyes to reveal crimson pupils, fixating their gaze upon him. Run, Pikachu! Pika Pika! Without a second thought, Satoshi and Pikachu bolt away. It's not that they cannot defeat this group of Pokemon, but rather that the aftermath would be exceedingly troublesome. For Satoshi, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, fleeing becomes the most effective solution. As they dash through the Tokiwa forest, the ground beneath their feet is a muddy path scattered with small stones. But Satoshi pays it no mind, as evidenced by the swarm of Butterfree pursuing him. Ahead in the path lies a massive tree sprawled across the way. Gazing at the colossal trunk, Satoshi exhales a breath of frustration, lifting Pikachu high above his shoulder. As Pikachu soars into the air, Satoshi accelerates, grabbing hold of the tree trunk, propelling himself with force against the ground. In an astonishing display, just before the swarm of Butterfree, Satoshi actually takes flight, catching Pikachu midair. And as they descend, he performs a roll to mitigate any potential impact from the fall. The Butterfree, in hot pursuit of Satoshi, brandish their stingers, unleashing beams of white light that slice through the massive tree. Crack! The tree splinters in two, and the swarm of Butterfree continues their charge towards Satoshi. No way. This is possible. Witnessing the swarm obliterating the recently fallen tree, a chill runs down Satoshi's spine, and he quickens his pace. Buzzing. Observing Satoshi's increased speed, the Butterfree are not to be outdone, rapidly flapping their wings to gain momentum. Butterfree, sleep powder. At that moment, a somewhat familiar yet strange voice calls out, as a Butterfree appears above the swarm, dispersing green sleep powder. Upon contact, the Butterfree succumb to an irresistible urge to slumber, collapsing onto the forest floor, each closing their eyes in serene repose. Thank you, who are you? Pika Pika. Observing the sudden appearance of this figure, Satoshi and Pikachu bow politely in gratitude, inquiring about the individual's name. You truly do not remember me? It is I. The mysterious figure, upon hearing Satoshi's words, reveals a bittersweet smile, producing a samurai helmet from nowhere to dawn upon their head, gradually resembling the person from Satoshi's recollections. Chapter 3. The Forest Ranger Samurai Boy. Ah, it's you. The samurai boy who jumped out to block my path back then. As the figure adorned with the samurai helmet comes into view, Satoshi's memories resurface, gradually recalling their past encounter. Indeed, it is I. I never expected to see you here, Champion Satoshi. Samurai, you aren't still waiting for trainers from Masera Town, are you? Recalling their initial meeting, Satoshi queries, suspecting that the individual still awaits trainers from Masera Town. Not at all. I am now the ranger of Tokiwa Forest. I was conducting a patrol when I heard the commotion and came over. The man, known as Samurai, reaches for his chest, retrieving a badge that reads Ranger, with a Pokeball emblem indicating it is certified by the Pokemon League. A ranger. I never imagined you would take on such a role. This is merely a family tradition. My father was also a ranger here. However, no, it's nothing. You both appear to be quite fatigued from your run. If you don't mind, please come and rest at my place. Samurai recalls Butterfree, turning to gesture for Satoshi and Pikachu to follow, stepping forward. Satoshi and Pikachu exchange glances before promptly following in his footsteps. All right, here we are, this is where I reside. Samurai leads Satoshi to a quaint wooden cabin, somewhat aged, with smoke rising from the chimney. I'm back. Excuse the intrusion. Pika. Even though the cabin is empty, Samurai instinctively greets the interior. Satoshi and Pikachu also bow politely. The cabin's interior is quite spacious, featuring 3 rooms in addition to a living room. The living room is furnished with a dining table and 4 chairs, though 3 of the chairs appear to have not been sat in for quite some time, gathering dust. Additionally, an older model television hangs on the wall across from the sofa. This comprises the living room's arrangement, while the other 3 rooms include a kitchen, a restroom, and Samurai's personal bedroom. The cabin may not be large, but it contains all the essentials, indicating that the original builder invested considerable thought into its construction. That's a fire caterpillar. Do they exist in Kanto as well? Ah, that one hatched from a Pokemon egg I bought in Tokiwa City. It is said that the merchant travels to various regions each year in search of Pokemon eggs. As Ash observed the centipede sleeping soundly in the fireplace, the samurai elucidated its origins. It's quite warm here, isn't it? This little fellow seems to be rather fond of this place. Ash leaned closer to the hearth, extending his hand. The flames dancing within and the heat emanating from the centipede enveloped him in a comforting embrace. You can sit here for now, of course. If you find it dull, feel free to explore. Although, I doubt there is much of interest. With that, he declared, I shall now begin preparing dinner. All right, go ahead. Ash replied, slightly puzzled as he witnessed the samurai exit the quaint wooden cabin. After all, one would typically expect cooking to take place in the kitchen. Thus, he peered through the window. There, he beheld the samurai retrieving a large shield, the very one used during their earlier battle, and positioning it against a log to chop it. Ah, I see he's gathering firewood. It makes sense, considering there's no electricity here. His gaze shifted to the old television mounted on the wall. Thud, thud. Ash approached and tapped it, producing a hollow sound akin to that of an empty box. Indeed. Just a decoration, I suppose. Subsequently, he ventured into the bedroom, where nothing particularly captivating caught his attention, save for a picture frame atop the nightstand. Unable to resist, he picked it up for a closer look. The frame appeared relatively new, though the photograph within had yellowed with age. In the image, a bearded man cradled a small child, both beaming with joy, with the backdrop unmistakably depicting the very house where Ash found himself. This must be the samurai and his father, he mused. Yet, the thought lingered in his mind. Living here alone, where could his father be? Ash chose not to dwell further on the matter. The outcome was inconsequential. While he could inquire of the samurai, he felt it inappropriate to utter such potentially rude questions. Clatter. There you are, Ash. Dinner is ready. At that moment, the samurai swung open the door, startling Ash, who hurriedly returned the frame to its original position, feigning ignorance of any prior events. Ah, I see. Let us eat. Following the samurai, Ash made his way to the dining table, where an array of exquisite dishes awaited, their delightful aromas captivating his senses and rendering him unable to look away, swallowing hard in anticipation. Please, dig in. Noticing Ash's eager gaze fixed on the food, the samurai encouraged him to start. I want to hold back. With that, Ash wasted no time, devouring the steaming dishes one after another, each bite eliciting expressions of sheer delight, clearly relishing the flavors. By the way, what kind of work do you usually do, samurai? Oh, nothing much. I just patrol the forest for poachers, or check if any Pokemon require assistance. while maintaining the balance of nature is paramount. We can also lend a hand if Pokemon encounter unforeseen circumstances. The samurai reflected on his daily responsibilities while chewing thoughtfully, though he felt little worth mentioning. Is that so? Do you enjoy this work? Why ask such a question? But yes, I do enjoy it. If I didn't, I wouldn't have inherited it from my father. After all, aside from the monthly supply runs, I hardly interact with human society. A fleeting glimmer of sadness crossed the samurai's eyes but vanished almost instantly as he adjusted his demeanor. However, with these companions around, I can never feel lonely. Gazing at the Pokemon feasting behind him, a smile crept onto the samurai's face. That's good. The sincerity of his smile warmed Ash's heart, as he felt a similar bond with his own Pokemon. After their meal, night fell, and naturally, Ash decided to spend the night at the samurai's abode. The following day, Ash remarked, "It's daytime. Let us prepare to set off, Pikachu." Pika Pika. Observing Ash as he prepared to depart, the samurai spoke earnestly. "Ash, may I ask you one last favor?" What is it?" "A Pokemon battle." A fiery determination ignited in the samurai's eyes, compelling Ash to agree, especially since he had no reason to decline a fellow Pokemon trainer. The battle commenced, and Ash and the samurai engaged in an exhilarating duel. Although the match quickly tilted in Ash's favor, the samurai soon found himself defeated. Indeed, the champion is truly formidable, showing no signs of resistance. Nevertheless, battling is incredibly enjoyable. Indeed, Pokemon battles are thrilling. We must continue to battle others in the future. Now, we should be on our way, samurai. Yes, farewell, Ash and Pikachu. Goodbye, samurai. After bidding farewell to the samurai, Ash pressed onward towards his destination, Pewter City, unaware of what awaited him ahead. Trainers emerging from Pallet Town are truly remarkable. The samurai mused, watching Ash's retreating figure. Memories of his father surfaced, recalling the time he had battled a certain trainer from Pallet Town. After his defeat by Ash, his perspective had shifted. The boy who had triumphed over the samurai's father had sparked a desire within him. Henceforth, whenever he encountered trainers from Pallet Town, he felt compelled to challenge them. However, following his bout with Ash, he might refrain from seeking out more battles with trainers from Pallet Town. Chapter 4. Pewter City. Having departed from the Viridian Forest, Ash successfully arrived in Pewter City, the very place where he had first encountered one of his initial companions. Standing at the exit of the Viridian Forest, which overlooked a hill, Ash gazed down upon Pewter City. At last, I have arrived in Pewter City. It's been so long since I last saw Brock. Let us go visit him. Pika Pika. In enthusiastic agreement with Ash's suggestion, Pikachu raised its paws high. Without delay, the duo raced down the hillside, feeling the refreshing breeze brush against their faces as they successfully reached Pewter City. Upon entering Pewter City, however, Ash did not pause. He continued onward with Pikachu, making his way towards the Pewter Gym. If Brock were anywhere in the vicinity, he would most likely be found at the gym. Are you looking for Brock, Ash? I remember he went to visit the owner of the new flower shop that opened up to the north, said Zyro, Brock's younger brother. Oh, I see. Thank you, Zyro. Arriving at the Pewter Gym, Ash found himself unable to meet Brock as he had hoped. From Zyro, he learned that Brock was at the newly opened flower shop in the northern part of Pewter City. After bidding farewell to Zyro, Ash set off on his quest to locate Brock, strolling through the city alongside Pikachu. Pikachu, I wonder what Brock is like now? He once mentioned wanting to become a Pokemon doctor. I wonder if he has achieved that dream? Pika Pika. Pikachu shook its head, indicating it was also unaware. Indeed. It's been so long since we last met. I wonder how he has changed. It must be that. Arriving at the northern street, Ash spotted a quaint flower shop, which resembled the one Zyro had described, nestled beside the Grand Pewter Museum. Welcome, Ash. Brock, what are you doing here? Upon entering the flower shop, Ash was greeted by a familiar voice, prompting him to lift his gaze. Before him stood none other than Brock, the former gym leader of Pewter City. Are those Brock's friends? He exclaimed. Haha, Miss May, they are indeed my companions. Just as Ash and Brock were joyfully reuniting, a figure emerged from the back door of the shop, a mature and enchanting woman, who, while playing with her hair, cast a sweet smile at Ash and his friends. I see. Then please leave the rest to me, Brock. You should catch up with your friends, she suggested. No need for that. Miss May, I can handle it here. Brock replied, his cheeks flushed as he looked at the woman named May, refusing her offer. So that's how it is, Ash mused, having gleaned the situation with just a glance, considering he had traveled with Brock for such an extensive time. After Brock turned down May's offer, she walked back through the door, looking somewhat dejected. Ash, please, create an opportunity for me and Miss May, Brock implored, visibly relieved now that May had departed. Bending slightly towards Ash, his demeanor earnest. An opportunity? I don't quite grasp this, Ash furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed by Brock's meaning and unsure how to facilitate such an opportunity. Worry not, my dear friend. Just observe and leave the rest to me. Brock seemed to discern the confusion in Ash's eyes, patting his shoulder before striding towards the direction May had taken. Oh dear, Brock, I'm sorry. But my boyfriend has suddenly had to come, so I must leave this to you, May declared abruptly as she re-entered through the back door, phone in hand. Upon hearing her voice, Brock appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. Well then, goodbye, May said with a sweet smile as she exited the flower shop, though it did little to alleviate Brock's despondency. Ash gently patted Brock's shoulder, reassuring him. It's all right, Brock. Isn't this quite ordinary for you? Wah, how infuriating. Ash, you're truly hopeless at comforting. It seemed Ash's words had a profound effect, as Brock snapped out of his stupor, tears streaming down his cheeks. Haha, see? It's not so bad. So, you merely ventured out to clear your mind, then? Ash queried. Of course. Spending all day in the Pokemon League office is simply not in my nature, Brock replied as they tended to the flowers, sharing joyous exchanges about their recent lives. Ever since you became champion, we Haven T had much chance to meet. Have you indeed become quite the busy individual? And you have not? Now a Pokemon doctor. Yet why are you still in Pewter City? Ash inquired, looking into Brock's eyes, aware that Brock's path to becoming a Pokemon doctor likely involved significant growth during his travels. One needs a break now and then. I wonder how Zyro and my father are faring, Brock mused. That is true, Ash concurred. Speaking of which, I can hardly believe you once used a Pidgeotto to battle a Onix at the Pewter Gym. Brock chuckled, recalling a distant memory, unable to resist teasing Ash. Ash's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, What do you mean? I was merely an inexperienced trainer back then, and there are trainers who still don't understand type matchups? You rascal, Brock. Reuniting with a long-lost companion, the two resumed their banter, reminiscing about the past with unrestrained enthusiasm. As night fell, Ash and Brock returned to the Pewter Gym, where Brock's mother, Susie, had already prepared dinner. Come now, Ash. Eat up. Thank you for traveling with our Brock, she said warmly. Brock's father, Flint, expressed immense pride in his son, appreciating that Brock had pursued his dreams. Regardless of no longer being a gym leader, Brock took such good care of us during our travels. Not only is he an excellent cook, but he possesses vast knowledge about Pokemon. He's truly an irreplaceable companion. Haha, indeed. Come eat more. With Flint's persistent encouragement, Ash's bowl was filled to the brim, but for him, it was merely a bite's worth. That night, Ash reveled in joy, cherishing his reunion with Brock and the delectable food, fueling his desire to continue on his journey and revisit the paths he once traversed. Changes were not limited to Flint. Brock too had evolved, and perhaps in the future, others would as well. These were sights Ash longed to witness. Of course, he would experience it all alongside Pikachu, for this little creature had journeyed with him through countless places, becoming an irreplaceable part of his life. Chapter 5. The True Conclusion. At long last, they had arrived in the Kalos region. Ash, now married to his wife Serena, returned to Kalos, accompanied by their child, little Carl. Ash, take your time. Mom said she would come to pick us up. As they exited the Kalos airport, Serena, holding their child, followed leisurely behind, recalling her mother's instructions, and couldn't help but speak to Ash. Oh, really? Your mother is coming? Then let us wait here, Ash responded, stopping in his tracks, cradling Pikachu as he sat on a bench, gazing at the distant Prism Tower. What a nostalgic memory. It was here that I climbed so high to rescue a Mega Garchomp, and even jumped down to save Pikachu. I was nearly terrified watching it on television. Yet it was then I realized Ash had come to Kalos to find you. Serena reflected on her memories, recalling the first time she had met Ash in the Kalos region. Ash affectionately patted Pikachu's head on his shoulder. Of course, Pikachu is my most important partner and family. But now that includes you too, Serena. Ash. Serena's eyes glistened with tears. Her heart warmed as a gentle smile graced her lips, leaving Ash momentarily speechless. Ahem. I know you two are quite in love, but must you be so sweet at the airport? Even I, your mother, feel envious. At that moment, an unexpected voice interrupted Ash and Serena. They turned to find Serena's mother, Miss Sachi, waving from a taxi. Mom, what are you saying? We're not like that. It's all quite ordinary, right, Ash? Quite ordinary, I suppose. Ash replied uncertainly, casting a glance at Serena, who was practically glued to him except for her legs, much like an Alolan sloth. Little Carl remained comfortably nestled in Ash's arms. Right, Ash said it's ordinary. Serena kissed Ash, their sweet display inciting envy from some eternally single men who had just exited the airport. All right, let us hop in the car. Aren't we off to Sea Wing City for the annual celebration? Oh yes, Ash, let us go? Upon hearing the familiar voice of her mother, Sachi, Serena gently pulled Ash along, presenting the slightly agitated little Carablast, who had not seen her grandmother in quite some time. She then settled into the back seat of the car alongside Ash, the two of them leaning closely against each other. Carablast amused itself by playing with Pikachu's tail, and inadvertently caught sight of the intimate scene in the back seat, a palpable resentment flickering in its eyes that made Ash shiver involuntarily. "What's wrong, Ash?" Serena inquired. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit chilly," he replied. "Is that so? I think it's rather comfortable," she remarked, sensing the temperature within the vehicle and detecting no anomalies. To warm him up, she nestled even closer to him. As time passed, the driver navigated the winding routes of the Kalos region's mega route, successfully delivering Ash and his companions to the bustling city of Sea Breeze in just 2.5 hours. It was midday, and the sacred oak tree was adorned with colorful lights, along with various saplings lining the streets. "All right, you two should go explore and find gifts for your Pokemon. I'll stay here with Carablast and the Pokemon at the Pokemon Center," Sachi encouraged. "Mom, aren't you going to prepare anything?" "Of course not. I've been ready for ages. Now off you go." With her mother gently nudging her away from the Pokemon Center, Serena and Ash embarked on their quest to find gifts for their Pokemon. The Oath Tree Festival was an annual celebration in Sea Breeze, commemorating the bond between a legendary trainer and their Pokemon. The Oath Tree, located at the Sea Breeze Gym, was a sapling planted by trainers alongside their Pokemon. What a nostalgic scene. I remember strolling the streets with Ash just like this. Has so much time really passed? Serena mused, gazing at the prominent Oath Tree visible from every corner of Sea Breeze. Memories of her first outing with Ash, devoid of Pokemon and companions, surfaced in her mind. They had felt as if they were on a date. Reflecting on her past shyness about such moments, she found the thought amusing. "Attention passengers. The tram is about to arrive. Please ensure you disembark promptly if you need to get off, and those boarding should wait until disembarking passengers have exited." A sweet voice echoed through the station. Following the announcement, a pristine white tram rolled into the station, its wheels screeching against the tracks. "How beautiful, Serena," Ash remarked. "Indeed. Ash, just as lovely as before," she replied, unable to suppress a smile as she gazed at his face, the scene feeling eerily familiar. As the tram continued its journey, it traversed much of Sea Breeze before halting at the entrance to the local shopping district. Wow, it hasn't changed at all. The vibrant atmosphere truly showcases the festival. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. Upon entering the shopping district, a wave of people surged around Ash and Serena, who were both taken aback by the festival's grandeur. "Serena, let us go? Don't let go of my hand. It wouldn't do to get separated," Ash urged, grasping her hand tightly as they ventured into the throng, feeling the press of the crowd. The two squeezed through the masses, gradually searching for shops to purchase gifts. "Have you decided what to give your Fennekin?" Ash asked. "I had it figured out before we arrived, but it's a secret I can't share with you," she replied playfully. "What about you? Have you decided on a gift for Pikachu?" "Of course, I know just what to get. Pikachu will surely love it," Ash said with a smile, keeping his gift a secret as well. Thus, they split up to seek out their respective shops for gifts. As twilight descended, Ash and Serena reconvened at the tram station, returning to the Pokemon Center to reunite with Sachi, Carablast, and Pikachu. "Everyone's here. Let us head to the Oath Tree," Ash exclaimed, rallying the group as they made their way towards the magnificent tree, taking in the beautiful scenery along the route. "It's so lovely. It seems to have grown even bigger," Serena noted. "Well, it has been several years. It's only natural for it to grow," Ash replied, measuring the Oath Tree against his hands and noting its increased size compared to the last time he attended the festival with Serena. "Is that you, Ash? It's been ages," a familiar voice called out. Ash turned to find the elderly gym leader of the Sea Breeze Gym approaching, riding atop a sturdy mountain goat, his face radiating warmth akin to that of a benevolent grandfather. "Old man Fuku, is that really you? I thought by now you would have retired," Ash said in surprise. Fuku, indignant at the suggestion, pounded his chest and retorted, "I'm as healthy as ever. Retirement is far from my thoughts." His final words boomed, but he inadvertently choked on his own enthusiasm. Cough, cough. "Well, you all have fun. I'm off to see what is happening over there," he said, hastily departing before Ash and the others could respond, disappearing swiftly atop his steed. Next, following the customary procedure, Ash and his companions placed their gifts among those of others, quietly awaiting the commencement of the festivities. "Look," Serena exclaimed, her eyes drawn to the Oath Tree as its colorful lights illuminated, transforming it into a radiant spectacle reminiscent of a rainbow. "Here, Pikachu, this is for you," Ash said, unveiling a gift box taller than himself, from which emerged an enormous bottle of ketchup. Pika Pika. Pikachu's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight, instinctively racing to the top of the box, lifting the lid, and savoring the delectable treat. And this is for you, Finnegan, Serena said, as she opened a petite gift box revealing a charming hat resembling that of a magician. Perfectly suited for Finnegan, who beamed with joy as it wore the hat atop its head. And this is for you, Rhyhorn, Sachi said, presenting a pair of special shoes designed to protect the feet of Pokemon competitors, which she carefully adorned on Rhyhorn. Under the dazzling lights, people and Pokemon stood together, gazing up at the oath tree, their silhouettes reminiscent of the legendary trainer who had once planted the sapling, symbolizing the enduring bond between humans and Pokemon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks erupted in a sequence of explosions, illuminating the night sky and brightening every face in the crowd. Serena, this is for you, Ash said, presenting her with a gift box that he had somehow procured earlier. The scene stirred a deep emotional resonance within Serena, reminiscent of years past. What is it? Open it and see, he encouraged. Nodding, Serena carefully opened the box to reveal a stunning pearl necklace, shimmering elegantly before her eyes. The resplendence of fireworks glimmers brilliantly upon the pearl necklace, perfectly complementing Selena when she adorns it. Ash, let us promise to remain together always. How trivial your words may seem. Beneath the tree of vows, Selena and Ash exchanged commitments, ensuring that the days to come would be filled with immense joy. This concludes the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and giving a like to support. Until we meet again in our next story.